During the summer vacation of my freshman year, my grandfather unfortunately fell into the water and was fortunately rescued by 7 wealthy young ladies passing by. In order to repay the kindness, I became their little follower, carrying bags and running errands behind them every day until the day my grandfather passed away. They said in front of my grandfather's grave that I no longer needed to be their servant, as long as I helped each of them fulfill a wish, then I could pursue my own life. What I didn't expect was that their wishes were all to become the heirs of their families. In order to help them fulfill their wishes as soon as possible, I started working day and night, with no more than 3 hours of sleep each day. Although very tired, that period of time was the happiest for me. As we spent more time together, they gradually developed feelings for me, and even quarreled every day over who I talked to more. Later, as their company developed better and better, more and more people pursued them, and they gradually lost interest in me, their servant. Those people obviously noticed me and began to speak ill of me in front of them. Over time, they began to speculate that when our grandfather accidentally fell into the water and was rescued by them, was it all planned by the two of us to get me closer to them? So they started to treat me with both kindness and malice, humiliating me. I felt very uncomfortable and didn't understand why they had become like this. However, in order to fulfill the agreement we made at our grandfather's grave, I could only silently endure it all. Finally, on the day my wish was fulfilled, I left without looking back. Perhaps due to long-term exhaustion, my heart developed problems. Not long after, I died in the old house my grandfather left me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn on the day the conflict erupted. In the previous life, I had repaid the debt of saving my life by serving them like an ox or horse. In this life, I want to live for myself, but after I left, they all regretted it. In the underground parking lot at this time, Muge, what are you doing? Wang Xinyu looked at me with disgust, hurriedly ran to the man who was punched and flew, full of concern, and asked, Shi Yong, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? The man lying on the ground is a super-rich second generation. The two met at a banquet and their relationship has progressed to almost confirming a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. At this moment, Shi Yong, who fell to the ground, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at me and said, Muge, Xinyu has already told me about your situation. Since sophomore year, you have been following Xinyu like a bodyguard to repay a debt, and have developed feelings for him. You see that we are in love with each other, worried that I will take Xinyu away from you. I understand your feelings, but I hope you can be more clear-headed. You and Xinyu are simply not from the same world. Shi Yong's words made Wang Xinyu look at me with even more disgust. He then picked up his phone and made a call, telling Mugo and Shi Yong to come down. There are some things we must clarify with Mugo today. Shortly after, 6 rich young ladies from different families walked over. Xinyu, what's going on? Why did Mugo hit Shi Yong? Wang Xinyu looked at me with disgust and said, Wan Ting, you're right. Mugo is sticking around us for a reason, probably with some ulterior motive. Maybe he's already sick in the head, thinking of us 7 as his people. These days, I often go out to play with Shi Yong, and he attacked Shi Yong in the parking lot. He's simply insane. We can't keep him around anymore. Xinyu, you finally believe me. I saw Muge secretly looking at my phone before. He must be checking if anyone has been pursuing me recently, trying to ruin my relationship. Zhang Jing on the side shook her head, looking disappointed at me. Muge, we used to have so much fun together in college. Why did you become like this? The other 4 girls also started accusing me one after another. Muge, have you forgotten that you are here to repay the debt of gratitude for your grandfather, serving us like a slave? Have we been too kind to you, causing you to have some delusions? We don't need your repayment now. Just leave quickly. Familiar scenes, familiar people, familiar disdain and insults. But at this moment, there was no anger on my face, only surprise. In the previous life, I worked tirelessly for half a year to negotiate a cooperation between Wang Xinu's company and Zhao Group. At first, General Zhao greeted me warmly, then politely declined. But later I couldn't even see General Zhao at all, until one day when I was waiting for General Zhao downstairs, I suddenly saw a little girl chasing a ball across the street. Just as the little girl was about to be hit by a car, I rushed over and rolled with the little girl to the roadside greenbelt. The little girl was unharmed, but I had several cuts on my body, and my back was pierced by several blood holes from the broken wood in the greenbelt. When General Zhao hurried over and hugged the little girl, I realized that the little girl was General Zhao's granddaughter. Over the past 6 months, General Zhao saw my persistence and sincerity, and now that I saved her precious granddaughter, she finally agreed to cooperate. So I quickly bandaged my wounds, rushed back to Wang's group, wanting to share this good news with Wang Xinu. But unexpectedly, in the underground parking lot, I accidentally overheard Shi Yong's phone call with someone else. What, love or not, I just see that Wang Shiyun is sultry looking, has a top-notch body, and I heard that she's still a chick. so I want to pop her. Waiting to get her. Tired of playing? I'll go abroad to play disappeared. Turn around and say personality incompatibility breakup, even if she is the Wang family, and can take me what? At our age, it's all about having more fun and not hanging on to one tree. Only then did Qin Fan slam his fist in the face of Shirley. The scum! I didn't expect to be seen by Wang Shiyun, who happened to be coming down from upstairs. The node where Qin Fan was reborn was the node where he threw that punch. In fact, if the rebirth node was a little bit forward, Qin Fan would not have thrown that punch. In his previous life, after Qin Fan was verbally abused and driven away by Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and 7 others, Qin Fan explains why he hit Shirley, but no one believed him. Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan, the 7 of them, believed more in Shirley, who had a gentlemanly demeanor and elegant conversation. Qin Fan's explanation was used by the girls as an excuse to weasel out of the situation, and they scolded Qin Fan fiercely again. In his last life, after Qin Fan's explanation was met with even worse verbal abuse from Wang Shiyun and the others to drive them away, Qin Fan did not turn around and leave. It was because Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the other 7 had saved Qin Fan's grandfather's life. It was back when Qin Fan was on summer vacation from his freshman year of college. That summer, Qin Fan did not go home. He wanted to use his vacation to work, to earn money to pay tuition, to reduce the pressure of his grandfather. But what Qin Fan did not expect was that his grandfather, who was already 79 years old and had promised Qin Fan that he would no longer work in the fields, was working in the fields again. The 79-year-old grandfather was walking along the edge of the reservoir in the hot sun when he blacked out and didn't stand still, falling into the reservoir. It was noon and there was no one at the reservoir. It was Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and other 7 rich people's big misses, who drove their cars and ganged up for a trip to the mountains and water, and happened to pass by when they saw that someone had fallen into the water, and rushed to help. Wang Shiyun can swim. She took out the hiking rope from the trunk, handed the other end to Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing 6 people, and then jumped into the reservoir without hesitation. The 7 rich young ladies, together, saved Qin Fan's grandfather and sent him to the hospital. When Qin Fan got the news and returned to his old home, his grandfather had already woken up. The old man has been a practical farmer all his life with his feet on the ground and his kindness. Learning that the 7 girls saved their lives, the old man knelt down on the spot to Wang Shiyun 7 people, asked Wang Shiyun 7 people's family has no land. The old man wants from now on to be Wang Shiyun 7 people's family's lone laborer. To Wang Shiyun 7 people's family planting to repay the kindness. The old man only knows how to farm. But Wang Shiyun 7 were all rich young ladies, so how could there be any land at home that needed to be planted? Suddenly Shui Yalan realized that Qin Fan looked familiar, as if he was the top student from their school who went on stage to receive the award. It was only through inquiries that he realized that the 7 Wang Xiyans and Qin Fan were actually classmates. The quirky Shui Yalan came up with an idea. She told Qin Fan's grandfather that if he wanted to repay his kindness, he should let Qin Fan play meals, carry bags, and act as an errand boy for them at school. Grandpa Qin Fan refused. He himself could work as an ox for others to repay the favor of saving his life, but he wasn't willing to let his beloved grandson work as an ox for others and bend his bones. Grandpa Qin Fan said he could fetch food, carry things, run errands, or whatever. But how could Qin Fan let his grandfather go and work as a cow for someone? Qin Fan was abandoned as a child, and it was his grandfather who picked him up on the side of the road and raised him. It is difficult to repay for 100 lifetimes when you have not been born and raised. Qin Fan said that his life is the continuation of his grandfather's life, and he wants to repay his grandfather's kindness. Qin Fan forced him to die, and the old man had no choice but to agree. From sophomore year, Qin Fan became the bodyguard, subordinate, servant, book boy of the 7 rich ladies, Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan. Call them whatever you want. On call anyway, fetching meals for Wang Shiyun and others, grabbing seats, carrying things, and even carrying them up mountains. Qin Fan always held the heart of repaying kindness and did his best to fulfill the requests of the 7 Wang Xiyans. The 7 Wang Xiyans thought it was fun to have someone like Qin Fan by their side who was at their beck and call and could be used at will. The 7 even argued over who Qin Fan should serve first. The final agreement was that from Monday to Sunday, Qin Fan would go from one to the other and serve as a book boy for the 7 Wang Xiyans. Qin Fan never said anything to complain in order to repay the favor. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and Zhang Jing, 7 rich young ladies, each with their own beauty, were the buzz of the school at the time, the 7 school flowers. Qin Fan was always by their side and at their beck and call, which naturally generated gossip. What Qin Fan is a bottomless licking dog. Qin Fan wants to be a door-to-door son-in-law after knowing the family situation of the 7 Wang Xiyans, and so on, were flying all over the place. But Qin Fan never paid any attention to it. He's just returning the favor for grandpa. The year he graduated from college, Grandpa Qin Fan finally died peacefully in his sleep due to old age and physical decline. Qin Fan's liver was broken and he cried and fainted several times. Without Grandpa, he wouldn't have this life. He had just graduated from college and hadn't had a chance to properly honor his grandfather when he just went away. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others attended Qin Fan's grandfather's funeral. After the funeral, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the other 7 conferred and approached Qin Fan to talk. They said in front of the effigy of Qin Fan's grandfather, they do not need Qin Fan in order to repay his grandfather for saving his life to them as a cow and horse all their lives. Qin Fan to help each of them to fulfill a wish. Then they can go to pursue their own lives. Qin Fan nodded. It was definitely impossible to give Wang Shiyun and the others a lifetime of working as oxen and horses. It was a good way to help Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and others fulfill a wish. Grandpa died in his sleep, and his old man didn't even know if Qin Fan had repaid the favor of saving his life for him. By helping Wang Shiyun and the others fulfill a wish, Qin Fan would be able to go to his grandfather's grave to give an explanation to his old man, to offer sacrifices to his grandfather's spirit in heaven, and to let his grandfather rest in peace. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others were all big ladies from rich families, and were assigned by their families to be the bosses of their respective companies upon graduation. Wang Shiyun's wish is that she will take the small company that the family has assigned to her and make it stronger and bigger so that the family will value her. So that all those people in the family who used to underestimate her will shut up and look up to her. Shui Yalan's wish, she wants to become a strong woman, inherit the family estate, and tell her brother, who is not related by blood, to get lost and stay where he is. Zhang Jing's wishes, she wants to grow her company, dry down her father in charge of the company, so that her father cheating on his mistress to go to the street to drink the northwest wind. Jiang Qiuyue, Li Sidian, Zhao Tingting, and Zhou Luoyi all said their respective wishes. Qin Fan thought that their wishes were to pursue eternal youth, true love, or something like that. I didn't expect to listen to their wishes. Qin Fan only wanted to say, every family has a difficult scripture. The wishes of Wang Shiyun and the other 7 people were all very challenging for Qin Fan. Qin Fan didn't know if he could do it, but a man can't hesitate to do it just because he questions it. Qin Fan began to help them deal with the company's affairs, stayed up all night to check the information, analyze the business, recruiting talents, running the business, accompanying the wine, pulling investment. The company of Wang Shiyun and the others developed a little bit with Qin Fan's help. Qin Fan is honest, trustworthy, down-to-earth, very capable and competent. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others were gradually amazed by Qin Fan's ability and became a bit dependent on him as he helped them with the company's affairs. Qin Fan often discussed company matters with Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan. In doing so, Qin Fan, a bloodthirsty young man, naturally had unspoken feelings for Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others. Like, sister? I can't say, but I have a place in my heart anyway. Qin Fan could also feel that Wang Shiyun and the others had also developed feelings for Qin Fan. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, the 7 half-sisters, often quarreled over who Qin Fan spent more or less time with, as if they were jealous. Those times were the happiest times for Qin Fan. But there's a saying, fun is always short-lived. After Qin Fan helped Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others to develop the company better and better, they have more money in their cards, more ass-kissers, and more people pursuing them. The people who chased them noticed Qin Fan and sensed their different feelings for him. 7 young ladies robbing a countryside boy? Anyone who heard that was crazy, and those who chased them began to talk bad about Qin Fan around them. Once, Qin Fan saw someone making a move on Shui Yalan's cell phone, and after driving the other party away, when he checked whether Shui Yalan's cell phone had been installed with any listening software, he was misunderstood by Shui Yalan, and he explained, but the wariness and suspicion in Shui Yalan's eyes was so obvious. Zhang Jing because her father is keeping a mistress outside, to her and her mother is very cold, lack of father's love since childhood. Zhang Jing, very insecure, often in the thunderstorm night wake up hiding in the cupboard to cry. Once in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm, Qin Fan went outside Zhang Jing's door to hear if she had been awakened, only to be seen by Shui Yalan, who was going to the toilet, and she shouted to wake everyone up, saying that Qin Fan had been spying. Qin Fan explained, and although Zhang Jing also nodded and admitted that she was afraid of thunderstorms, the way they looked at Qin Fan changed. It was hard for Qin Fan to be misunderstood, but what can he do if he's hard? He's just a payoff for his grandfather for saving his life. After helping Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and Zhang Jing fulfill their wishes, they could leave. Nothing more to do with them. Qin Fan began to devote himself to helping Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others fulfill their wishes. The companies that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others had taken over from the family group were developing better and better with Qin Fan's help. They began to attend aristocratic parties and balls more frequently, and met more and more excellent and successful men. The men who pursued them were becoming more and more outstanding. Their family background, education, and mannerisms were not comparable to Qin Fan at all. They gradually lost interest in Qin Fan, the subordinate. Qin Fan was often with the 7 of them, so it was inevitable that a lot of gossip would arise. They were gradually affected. Qin Fan's concern and care for them all turned out to be otherworldly in their eyes. They began to speculate if Qin Fan and his grandfather had put on a good show in order to get Qin Fan close to them. They began to question whether Qin Fan, who had worked so hard to sell his life for their company, could be a bitter trick to get them to be moved by him to give their lives to him. They are starting to get wary. Qin Fan has figured out our habits so well. He wants us to rely on him and stay away from him, doesn't he? They began to loathe it. Qin Fan always acted so noble, but his true inner purpose must be unseen. All of this speculation and questioning and wariness comes from the gossip that is whispered in their ears, but they don't realize it when they are in the midst of all this. They started yin-yang Qin Fan, sarcasm on Qin Fan, teasing Qin Fan. Qin Fan's good intentions were hurt time and time again. Qin Fan had also admonished himself in his mind, other than the work of helping them fulfill their wishes, everything else, when I see it, I don't see it, I don't care. However, Qin Fan's kindness made it impossible for him to do so and turn a blind eye. However, the more Qin Fan made his move, the more disgusted Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others became. Sometimes when it was clear that Qin Fan was right, Wang Shiyun and the others still felt that Qin Fan had a purpose. The incident of hitting Stonely was an outburst. In his previous life, after Qin Fan beat up Shirley, he was abused and driven away by Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and 7 others without any mercy. Qin Fan's heart is also flesh, and he was hurt to the core. He also wanted to turn around and leave, telling Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan that they would never see each other again. But he didn't know how to say it at his grandfather's grave when he went back after just turning away like that. In order to fulfill the agreement that he and the 7 Wang Shiyun had made in front of his grandfather's statue after his death in the first place, in order to comfort the spirit of his grandfather, to tell him that he had repaid the favor for him, so that he could sleep peacefully in his grave. Qin Fan endured everything and continued to bury himself in the work of helping Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan's 7 people to fulfill their wishes. In his previous life, Qin Fan spent 17 years helping Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others fulfill their wishes before leaving without a sound. Qin Fan returned to the village, in front of his grandfather's grave, to pay tribute to his grandfather's spirit in heaven. He helped his grandfather to repay the kindness of saving his life. After that, Qin Fan, because of 17 years of exhaustive efforts to fulfill the wishes of Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others, tired of being sick and having heart problems, died not long after in the old mansion left to him by his grandfather. As the spirit drifted, Qin Fan saw the uncles and aunts in the village who had taken care of him countless times when he was a child, wiping their tears as they buried him. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others, never showed up. Could it be that the underworld, Qin Fan wants them to show up? Maybe. Qin Fan's spiritual body fell into the endless darkness. When he was suddenly shaken awake by the bright light, he appeared in the underground parking lot of the Wang Group building. The favor of saving his life has already been repaid in his last life as an ox, reborn in a new life. Qin Fan has to live for himself. Qin Fan didn't explain why he hit Shirley like he did in his last life, but instead looked at Wang Shiyun expressionlessly and said, "Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao has agreed to cooperate. You remember to go in tomorrow to talk about the details and fill out the contract." This was Qin Fan's last bit of advice and help to Wang Shiyun, the girl who had jumped into the reservoir to save his grandfather. But to my surprise, Wang Shiyun laughed. "Qin Fan, you really make me sick. Do you think you can cover up this matter of you hitting Shirley by mentioning Mr. Zhao's cooperation at this time? What? You're proud of negotiating a partnership with the Zhao Group? Do you think you're getting credit for this? Do you think that without you, this cooperation with Zhao Group can't be negotiated? Qin Fan, let me tell you. Mr. Zhao agreed to cooperate because the company is our Wang Group's property, because I am a member of the Wang family, and it has nothing to do with you. I'll talk to just about anyone and it'll work. They're right. You're just a thing that relies on our 7-member family's connections and eats soft food, like a dog in the countryside, wagging your tail to claim credit for the slightest bit of merit. Qin Fan, if you have any dignity left, disappear from our eyes immediately." Wang Shiyun's words stabbed at his heart. Qin Fan didn't understand why the once kind girl had become like this. "Forget it. What does that have to do with me? Relief. Never again." Qin Fan didn't say another word and turned around, ready to get into his car and leave. "Slow down. Qin Fan, that car, it's not yours." Qin Fan smiled bitterly. "Yeah, this car was bought for him by Shui Yalan when it was convenient for him to go to work. Sorry, I forgot. This car, it belongs to you." Mr. Shui. Oh yeah, there's also this cell phone, which you bought for me at that time, Mr. Zhang. So let's return it to you as well. Qin Fan handed the cell phone to Zhang Jing. When he first graduated from college, Qin Fan gave Zhang Jing's company advice and planned the development route. Zhang Jing saw that his cell phone was very old and stuck, and bought him a new cell phone. Zhang Jing looked at the cell phone handed over by Qin Fan. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed in disgust. Snap dash. Zhang Jing directly slammed her cell phone on the ground. What you used? It's too dirty. Throw it away. Qin Fan laughed at himself. I'm here to return the favor. But after helping them so much, is that the extent of your disgust? A broken heart is silent. Qin Fan nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. It wasn't until Qin Fan turned to leave that. It was only then that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others noticed the clothes poking through Qin Fan's back. Shui Yalan subconsciously asked, how come Qin Fan's clothes are torn? There seems to be bloodstains. What? You still care about him? No. I'm just a little curious. Wang Shiyun speculated in disgust. Maybe he's wearing raggedy clothes on purpose, trying to play some kind of bitter trick to make us think he's having a hard time. Leave him alone. Shirley, are you alright? Let me take you to the hospital to take a look. Shirley looked at Qin Fan's back, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't he explain? A gentlemanly smile on his face. I'm fine. I can understand his feelings. Zhang Jing looked at Qin Fan's lonely figure that gradually disappeared under the light of the parking lot exit. Her heart was a bit twisted. She couldn't say exactly what she felt. Maybe a little pity for Qin Fan? Shui Yalan was a bit uncomfortable in her heart, but she didn't know why. And in order to dispel the inexplicable discomfort in her heart, she clapped her hands. Didn't we agree to hang out at Akazuki's bar? Don't let a nuisance spoil the fun. Go. Qin Fan walked back to his place. The place where Qin Fan lived was a flat building that belonged to the Wang family. When Qin Fan had just graduated, he had no place to live. Wang Shiyun then took out this suite for Qin Fan to live in. When they first graduated, Wang Shiyun and the others had just taken over the company from their family. The companies that the family gave to Wang Shiyun and the girls were basically small companies that were not important to the family. After Wang Shiyun and the girls said their wishes, Qin Fan was ready to do his best to help them fulfill their wishes. In order to facilitate advising together and discussing the direction of the company's development, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, the 7 great ladies, used to live under the same roof with Qin Fan for a long period of time. Click. Qin Fan opened the door to his room and returned to the all-too-familiar room, where there were once many fond memories, but now it's only sadness. Don't want to. Relief. Originally, they were not from the same world as them, and originally they would leave after helping them fulfill their wishes. It was repaid in the last life. In this life, it's time to live for yourself for once. Just cut off everything connected to them right here. Qin Fan sat on the sofa and opened his laptop. The business he was responsible for in the companies of Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and the other 7 great ladies was written into a summary and existed on the desktop. The explanation was clear, so they didn't have to be looking for Qin Fan and disturbing him. Afterward, Qin Fan took out his wallet and put his bank card, as well as the cash in his wallet, all on the table. The money, though, was the salary that Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan had given Qin Fan, but Qin Fan had come to repay his kindness, and his benefactor's money, as his grandfather had taught him, was not to be taken away from him. Qin Fan clearly remembers that when he was still in elementary school, there was a rainy day when their house leaked, and it rained heavily outside and drizzled inside, making it impossible to sleep. When people in the village found out, a few uncles braved the rain to help Qin Fan's family fix the leaking roof. Later on, when some of those uncles' families built houses and some harvested crops, Grandpa Qin Fan would go to help. Those uncles wanted to give money to Grandpa Qin Fan, but they were all refused by Grandpa Qin Fan. Qin Fan was still young and did not understand. Grandpa said to him, I went to help, not for money, but to repay my kindness. Little Fan, you must also remember that we must repay those who are kind to us, but if we take money from our benefactors, it is not repaying our kindness. I have come only to repay the favor of my grandfather's rescue in my last life, and I am going only as I came. Finally, Qin Fan put the key on the table and walked out of the room with a click of the locked the door to the room, cut off everything connected to them. In Qin Fan's pocket, there was nothing but his ID card, and even his cell phone was dropped. Is it bad? But Qin Fan's heart was incomparably relaxed. The last life had been a tiring one, weighed down by the heart of retribution. In this life, finally, I can live for myself. Turns out they've been treating me like a toy, like an underling. Oh, yeah. Qin Fan's broken heart completely drove out the unspoken feelings he had developed for Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan and the girls. Without money, it's hard to move an inch. It was a good thing that Chin Fan had a college roommate who was in Lungdu. Chin Fan looked for his college roommate to borrow some money, rearranged a cell phone card, bought a cell phone, bought a ticket, and embarked on a journey back to his hometown. Chin Fan was picked up by his grandfather on the side of the road in his 60s. The uncles and aunts in the village have taken care of Chin Fan's grandparents and grandchildren. In his last life, Chin Fan was only concerned about repaying his grandfather for saving his life and running around for Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing. He died before he could repay the kindness of his uncles and aunts in the village. When Chin Fan died in his last life, those uncles and damsels and aunts were in tears at his funeral, and their true feelings were still fresh in Chin Fan's mind. Rebirth of a life. Chin Fan is sure to repay the kindness of the village uncles and aunties. Sure, the way Chin Fan repaid the favor was not by farming for his uncles and daughters and aunts, as his grandfather had done. As a reborn person, Chin Fan was aware of some prior knowledge. He wants to help his uncles and aunts in the village to have a better life. But now the money in Chin Fan's pocket is borrowed from his college roommate. He has to earn some money first, with start-up capital, before he can go back to the village to repay his uncles and aunts. The bright moon was high in the sky, and Chin Fan boarded the train overnight and set foot on the road back to his hometown. Having been reborn, the first thing he'd do was visit his grandfather's grave and talk to him. When Chin Fan set out on the road back to his hometown, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Zhang Choyue and the other 7 big ladies, together with Shi Lei, went to Zhang Choyue's home bar. The red lights, the music that drilled into their brains, and the liquor that poured down their throats made Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan forget all about themselves and relax to their heart's content. This is the bar of Sister Zhang Choyue's house. They don't have to worry about being picked up. Wang Shiyun drank until she couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream, until woken up by the sound of the phone. Hello? Mr. Wang. It's almost time to go sign the contract with the Zhao Group. Wang Shiyun, who hadn't completely woken up and had a bit of a headache, slurred back. Wouldn't it be better to let Manager Qin go? Isn't he always in charge? Mr. Wang, we can't reach Manager Qin. Wang Shiyun snapped his eyes open and sat up. Blinding sunlight shone through the cracks in the curtains and landed on the bed. Wang Shiyun suddenly just remembered that yesterday, Chin Fan had attacked Shi Lei in the underground parking lot, and she and Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and the girls had scolded Chin Fan with very unpleasant words. Chin Fan is gone. Good. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shiyun hurriedly got dressed. She'd forgotten how long it had been since she'd personally negotiated a partnership and signed a contract. In the past, she used to be the one playing, and Chin Fan helped her take care of the company. She's like a throwaway. But think of this, Wang Shiyun had no intention of thanking Chin Fan. Instead, she hated him even more. Getting used to having him around was a little disconcerting the first time, and it's amazing to think how nice it would be if he were still around. That thought must be what he wants to see. Those gossips are right. We are too dependent on Chin Fan, and Chin Fan wants us to depend on him and be inseparable from him. It is right to drive him away. Wang Shiyun hurriedly washed up and rushed to the company, listening to her secretary tell her about the business with Zhao Group while reading the contract. Couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Zhao really agreed to work with us? There should be someone who makes a better offer than us, right? The secretary nodded with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This is thanks to Manager Qin. For the past 6 months, Manager Qin has been. Wang Shiyun coldly swept a glance at the secretary, who hurriedly shut her mouth. Wang Shiyun didn't want anyone to mention Chin Fan around her anymore. Her company, can't it work without Chin Fan? What does Mr. Zhao's promise to cooperate have to do with Chin Fan? Isn't it because Mr. Zhao sees the mountain of our Wang family, the Wang Group, behind me? The secretary scowled. Recently, she was a bit puzzled. She couldn't figure out why there was suddenly a lot more bad gossip about Chin Fan. Obviously Chin Fan is the company's hardest working, most dedicated and best boss to his subordinates. The car drove for half an hour and arrived at Zhao's group. What Wang Shiyun didn't expect was that Mr. Zhao, who was even older than her father, was holding a little girl and personally waiting for her outside the door. But what made Wang Shiyun even more surprised was, after greeting her, Mr. Zhao looked openly and said his first words, "Where's Manager Qin? It's Chin Fan again." Wang Shiyun was angry in her heart. Why didn't Mr. Zhao seem to care very much about her as a serious boss, but about a hired hand? Chin Fan? Even if Chin Fan had the title of manager, it was from her, Wang Shiyun. However, it was impossible for Wang Shiyun to show her dissatisfaction on the spot, nor could she directly say that Chin Fan had been scolded away by her. Manager Qin has other business. Does Mr. Zhao want to see Manager Qin? Without nodding or shaking his head, Mr. Zhao said with a smile, "The staff is waiting. Mr. Wang, let's sign the contract before we talk about things outside of work." Wang Shiyun was a bit puzzled. Does she and Mr. Cho have anything personal to talk about? With doubts, Wang Shiyun entered the Zhao Group building, and the two sides confirmed the cooperation project with each other, stamped their signatures, and signed the contract. Mr. Zhao, I wish us good cooperation. Wang Shiyun was very proud. Who says it can't work without Qin Fan? Wasn't the contract with Zhao Group signed by her? With this cooperation with the Zhao Group, Wang Shiyun's company was expected to hit the top 10 companies under the Wang Group. Wang Shiyun was one step closer to her goal. But the next second, Mr. Wang has an assistant like Manager Qin, so we can definitely work well together. Mr. Zhao's smiling sentence poured a pot of cold water on Wang Shiyun's beautiful mood. How come it's Qin Fan again? Can't we work together without Qin Fan? Wang Shiyun didn't say that Qin Fan had already been driven away by her, but only shook hands with Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, we can definitely work well together. The secretary nodded to Wang Shiyun after gathering the documents. When Wang Shiyun was about to turn around and leave, she was stopped by Mr. Zhao. Mr. Wang, wait a minute. Wang Shiyun turned around suspiciously and smiled politely. Is there anything else Mr. Zhao would like to order? Mr. Zhao laughed. Mr. Wang is joking. We're partners. What command is not command? I meant to ask, how is Manager Qin's injury? I called yesterday and Manager Qin's cell phone was off, and when I called in the morning, it was also off. Is Manager Qin hospitalized? I don't know if it's convenient, but I'd like to take my granddaughter to visit Manager Qin. Wang Shiyun frowned. Zhao couldn't get through to Qin Fan's phone, causing Wang Shiyun to recall the scene in the underground parking lot yesterday when Qin Fan's phone was dropped by Zhang Jing. The phone can't get through as it should. But what did Mr. Cho mean by injured? Qin Fan is injured? Suddenly, Wang Shiyun remembered that when Qin Fan turned to leave last night, the back of his clothes were torn with several holes. Qin Fan's injury. Mr. Zhao beckoned and a little girl like a porcelain doll ran over. Mr. Zhao was holding the little girl, his face full of love. Yesterday my youngest granddaughter came to see me, and when she got downstairs, the babysitter suddenly got a phone call and she called and ignored my youngest granddaughter. My little granddaughter chased the ball and ran into the road. If it weren't for Manager Qin, my little granddaughter would be. Alas, thanks to Manager Qin, he protected my little granddaughter well, while his own back was poked through several holes by dead branches and broken wood in the greenbelt. I said to take Manager Qin to the hospital, but he said he was fine and insisted on going back first to tell you the good news about the cooperation. I thought Manager Qin would have told you about him saving my precious granddaughter too. Didn't he tell you? Manager Qin is truly an ordinary hero who does good deeds without leaving his name. Wang Shiyun was very surprised to hear that. She suddenly understood why Mr. Zhao was waiting for her in front of the building with his little granddaughter in his arms. Mr. Zhao was not waiting for her. Mr. Zhao that was waiting for Qin Fan. Mr. Zhao's brows furrowed when he saw that Wang Shiyun didn't look right. Mr. Wang. What? Is Manager Qin seriously injured? Wang Shiyun was worried that Mr. Zhao would know that Qin Fan had been scolded away by her and cancel the cooperation. No. Qin Fan. Qin Manager, he needs to rest. Needs to take a good rest. I just didn't expect that he saved your granddaughter. Mr. Zhao. Chief Zhao said with great appreciation. I didn't realize it would be Manager Qin who saved my granddaughter. To tell you the truth, when Manager Qin came to me half a year ago to talk about cooperation, I turned him down. I, for one, say what I have to say. The conditions of cooperation offered by some people are much better than the conditions offered by you, Mr. Wang. I thought he wouldn't come if I turned down Manager Qin, but what I didn't expect was that Manager Qin is a very persistent person. He's been here many times in the last 6 months. He's been trying to talk me down with your company's growth prospects, vouching for me with his own personality, and trying to talk me down with multiple interviews. At that time, I quite despised Manager Qin. Your company's development prospects is a pie in the sky. His personality, worth a few dollars? Then I refused to see him and avoided him, but he still wouldn't give up and started waiting for me in front of the company building. I treated Manager Qin like that, but I didn't realize that, by mistake, it was Manager Qin who ended up saving my granddaughter. The speeding vehicle is about to hit my precious granddaughter, and Manager Qin rushing out is highly likely to be killed along with her. But he didn't half hesitate. How many people in the city can be like Manager Qin? Let's not talk about putting your life on the line to save someone. People in this city just don't dare to help an old man when they see him fall. Manager Qin is a clear spring in this city. His persistence moves people. His sincerity makes people can't bear to refuse. His kindness moves people. There's really no reason for me to refuse to work with such wonderful young people. Mr. Wang, is Manager Qin in the hospital now? I don't know if it's convenient to tell me which hospital Manager Qin is in. I'd like to visit my granddaughter's savior. Mr. Zhao's words made Wang Shiyun freeze. The Qin Fan in Mr. Zhao's mouth was completely different from the remark she had recently heard about Qin Fan. Ah, the Qin Fan in Mr. Zhao's mouth. That is a righteous man with persistence, integrity and very kind. But what Wang Shiyun had heard recently was all shady speculations about Qin Fan. Qin Fan pretended to be working hard in order for Wang Shiyun and the girls to thank Qin Fan. Qin Fan alone sold out to a company of 7 of them in order to make them dependent on him and unable to leave him. Behind his back, Qin Fan often did disgusting things with their photos. Qin Fan often stalked Wang Shiyun and the girls. Qin Fan treated them as forbidden and did not allow any other men to come near them. Qin Fan's greater purpose was to take control of the company of the 7 of them, learning from Wei Xiaobao and taking all 7 of them under his command. Hypocritical faces, shady glances, disgusting mouths, unseemly aims. This was a completely different person from the Qin Fan in Mr. Zhao's mouth. Oh, I see. Mr. Zhao was also tricked by Qin Fan. Maybe the nanny answered the phone. Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter was almost hit, and Qin Fan came to the rescue. All of which was a setup made by Qin Fan to reach cooperation. And Qin Fan's ultimate goal is just to return to her Wang Shiyun for the cooperation between Tanchang and Mr. Zhao, to take credit and make her Wang Shiyun even more inseparable from Qin Fan. Mr. Wang? Mr. Zhao's voice pulled Wang Shiyun back to reality. Wang Shiyun thought about it. Although she saw through everything, if she said it, the cooperation would definitely not be negotiated. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao. Manager Qin took a few days off. He was probably too tired and wanted to take a break, so his cell phone was also turned off and I couldn't reach him. Is that so? It's also true that it's been quite hard for Manager Qin to keep running to my side over the past half year. Then please ask Mr. Wang to let me know when Manager Qin goes to work. I must pay a visit to thank Manager Qin for saving my granddaughter's life. Okay. Wang Shiyun proudly left Zhao Group with the contract. Qin Fan, you used despicable means to get Mr. Zhao to agree to cooperate, and I'm considered merciful to you for not poking you. After Wang Shiyun returned to the company with the contract, she was just about to take a break and eat some pastries or something. The phone on the desk then rang one after another. Mr. Wang, who should be responsible for docking our cooperation with Zhao Group? Mr. Wang, is the customer service manager to be fired for watching movies at work? Mr. Wang, do you think this publicity poster is okay? Mr. Wang, would you like to meet the new head of the technical department that Manager Qin recruited yesterday? Miscellaneous matters all piled up in front of Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun had to start dealing with the company when her stomach was still hungry. Back at 11 o'clock in the morning, Wang Shiyun didn't even bother to eat lunch and was busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The stomach bug is back. The busy Wang Shiyun used to take out her cell phone and dial Qin Fan's number. In the past, when Wang Shiyun had a stomach bug, she only had to call out to Qin Fan, and the stomach medicine would immediately be delivered to her. It wasn't until the phone rang that the other party's cell phone had been turned off that Wang Shiyun remembered that Qin Fan's cell phone had been dumped yesterday, and Qin Fan himself had already been scolded by them and cursed away. But Wang Shiyun didn't miss Qin Fan. The guy with evil intentions has invariably made me dependent on him in my life as well. Wang Shiyun put away her cell phone and called her secretary to her side. My stomach is a little upset. Go get me some stomach medicine. The secretary asked normally. Mr. Wang, why is your stomach upset? Which stomach medicine do I need to buy? Wang Shiyun suddenly froze. She didn't know what stomach medicine she needed either. In the past, she used to call Qin Fan, who was immediately able to send her stomach pills, which she took to help her. You go get some of each of the stomach pills. I forget what they're called, but I remember what they look like. After the secretary left, Wang Shiyun clenched her fists and slammed the table hard. How can I even know what medication I'm taking? It must be Qin Fan. Qin Fan did it on purpose. He wants me to live and work without him. Vile and dirty people. It's disgusting. I'm glad I found out early and got rid of him before it was too late. On the other hand, Qin Fan got off the train, changed to a bus, and finally returned to the quiet mountain village with birds and flowers, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Qin Fan brought incense, candles, a bottle of Lao Baigon, some tributes, and a box of cigarettes to his grandfather's grave. Incense and candles are lit and offerings are set out. Qin Fan opened the bottle of wine and clicked the open mouth a few times in front of the grave. Then he lit a cigarette and placed it in front of his grandfather's tombstone. A scene from when he grew up by his grandfather's side surfaced in front of his eyes, and tears of longing slipped from Qin Fan's eyes. Grandpa, I've already repaid their kindness. This time, I want to repay the kindness of my village uncles and aunts. I want to do something I want to do. I want to live for myself for once. Grandpa, can you hear me? The smoke filled with pine fragrance condensed and did not disperse, and seemed to converge into a human figure that gently touched Qin Fan's head. The wind through the pine branches seemed to have the words that Grandpa had said to Qin Fan countless times. Little Fan, Grandpa wants you to live a happy and joyful life. After worshipping his grandfather, Qin Fan did not stay in the village. The next thing he wanted to do was to repay his village uncles and aunts for all the help and care they had given him and his grandfather over the years. And the money he has on him now is borrowed. He needs to go and earn some money and have the startup capital to help his uncles and aunts in the village. In the last life, 6 months later, the skit suddenly exploded. A lot of small studios that make millions of dollars a year from making short plays. I once dabbled in the movie and TV industry to help Joluoi fulfill his wish. In this life, with experience and being half a step ahead of others, earning some startup money should be no problem. Let's go to the province first. When we earn the startup capital, we'll go back to the village. In fact, for Chin Fan, repaying the kindness of the village's uncles and aunts is not as simple as just repaying the kindness. In his previous life, although Chin Fan endured and suffered humiliation beside Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others, but he also took the opportunity to see a lot of your world. Paper drunk, lost in desire, living a life, what can be left behind? Chin Fan wants to repay his village uncles and aunts for the help they once gave him, but at the same time, Chin Fan also wants to realize the value of life. Society is moving so fast that the locomotive is running fast, but many people, not to mention riding in the last car, don't even get on the train. The development of new rural areas will begin in 2 years. Chin Fan wants to take this opportunity to repay the favor and respond to the call to do something meaningful to realize the value of life. I don't want to be famous for the rest of the world, but I just want to remember when I close my eyes and not be ashamed and regretful of a meaningless life. Say it and do it. With the borrowed money, Chin Fan departed directly for the provincial capital. Struggle for startup money. When Chin Fan set out for the provincial capital, when Wan's group, the secretary bought back all kinds of stomach pills from the pharmacy. Wang Shiyun looked at a large pile of stomach pills. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, and she really couldn't recognize which one she was taking. Shui Yalan had just woken up from a nap to eat and drink before arriving at the office. Is the company alright? Back to Mr. Shui. Nothing's wrong. It's all fine. It's good to be okay. Shui Yalan pinched her waist and looked at the busy employees. Her heart was pleased. Who said her company couldn't function without Chin Fan? Isn't this business as usual? The earth turns the same without anyone. Chin Fan was just a toy that they found somewhat amusing. Shui Yalan is a quirky, daring person who says what she wants. She was prepared to directly call a meeting of department managers to announce that Chin Fan had been fired. Notice, in 10 minutes, all department managers and supervisors, meet in the conference room. Copy that. 10 minutes later, Shui Yalan sat at the first place, looking at all the department managers and supervisors of her company, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. How come there were a couple of people she hadn't seen before? This is so embarrassing to talk about. She owns her own company. Several managers and supervisors that she doesn't recognize. Ahem. It's not really anything. Just to make an announcement to you. Manager Chin, that scheming Chin Fan, the disgusting Chin Fan, has been dismissed by me because of the bad nature and character of the attack on others that I witnessed. Personnel. What was the work that Chin Fan was responsible for before? You find another manager to take over the work that Chin Fan was in charge of before. When Shui Yalan said that, no one responded to him. All the department managers and supervisors looked at Shui Yalan in surprise. Shui Yalan slapped the table. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you hear me? The HR manager nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, Mr. Shui. The other department managers and supervisors nodded with unnatural faces. Shui Yalan felt that the crowd's reaction was a bit strange, but didn't think much about it and announced that the meeting was adjourned. In the evening after work, Shui Yalan seeks out other sisters for dinner. Wang Shiyun said she was busy. Zhang Jing said she was busy. And Zhang Xiuyue also said she was busy. Shui Yalan spat out a comment about not knowing what they were busy with and decided to take his secretary out for some good food. Suddenly wanting to eat barbecue meat, Shui Yalan took her secretary into a barbecue restaurant, and when the elegant room was not available, she asked for a grill room in the hall. After the grilled meat was served, Shui Yalan began to enjoy the food. As he was eating, he suddenly heard a familiar voice next door. Hey, what do you guys think happened? How did Mr. Shui fire Manager Chin? Mr. Shui said Manager Chin attacked someone else? How could Manager Chin attack someone for no reason? Yes, Manager Chin is dedicated to the company, and all the business we're busy with now is pulled in by Manager Chin. Manager Chin's work ability, work attitude, and conduct of people, there's really nothing to say. I really can't figure out why Mr. Shui wants to dismiss Manager Chin. When the company just started, Brother Chin recruited me to the company. I accidentally screwed up a project. I thought I was bound to be sacked, but also to be pursued. At that time I was very afraid. My wife just gave birth to a child, and there is also a mortgage. What I did not expect is that Brother Chin and Mr. Shui pleaded for leniency, saying that I have outstanding ability, and will definitely be able to earn back a profit equivalent to the amount of that project's loss tens of times. The company to earn back profits equivalent to the amount of loss of that project dozens of times. I gave my life to the company because of Brother Chin. And now that Brother Chin has been dismissed, I don't want to do it anymore. I'll tell you what, after the meeting today, I'll put in my resume online. I'm not going to do it. The company has developed over the years. It's all because of Chin. What does she know about Mr. Shui? Without Brother Chin, the company will be in chaos sooner or later. If you're all leaving, then I'm quitting too. Shui Yalin's blood pressure spiked as he listened. The voices were still familiar to her. All of them are old, patriarchal employees who gave their lives to the company when it was just starting out. Didn't I just tell Chin Fan to get lost? And you're all going to quit? Shui Yalin couldn't bear it anymore. She walked directly to the next door and pointed at those old employees who were already department managers and scolded them. Get out of here. All you ill-bred white wolves. Don't let me see you guys again. Get out of here. All of you. Work the next day. Shui Yalin found that those few department managers and supervisors really all resigned. And it was an online resignation with no face shown. Immediately afterward Shui Yalin paid the price for her fiery temper. The employees are so clustered that they don't know who to ask when they have a problem. When they ask Shui Yalin, she realizes that she doesn't know anything about the company's business. This morning, Shui Yalin felt like she had bees buzzing in her ears the whole time, and stayed up dimly. The pile of pending papers on the table made Shui Yalin's head spin. It couldn't help but remind her of the scene when she had just taken over the company. There were very few employees and too many things to be dealt with, and she had only shouted out to Chin Fan, pushing everything onto him, and she was fine. Get out of, Chin Fan, you get out of my brain. I can handle anything without you. But another afternoon of fretting slapped Shui Yalin in the face. Chin Fan was not there, and those few department managers, the old employees, were violently scolded away by her again. Everything in the company piled up in front of her, and she didn't have the slightest idea what to do about it. Shui Yalin didn't want to admit defeat, but the company's affairs had to be dealt with as soon as possible. If not handled properly, it could affect the normal operation of the company. Shui Yalin suddenly remembered that her company and Wang Shiyun's company often worked together. There should be some department managers, supervisors or something in Wang Shiyun's company that know her company's business very well. So Shui Yalin dialed Wang Shiyun. Hey, Shiyun. Busy? Busy. The day after Chin Fan left, Wang Shiyun was woken up by a phone call early in the morning and rushed to the office to start taking care of business. At the end of the day, Wang Shiyun felt a backache and her whole body was bad. Shiyun, can I ask you to borrow a few people? Only borrow a couple of those managers who have worked with my company before. Wang Shiyun frowned slightly. The manager could also borrow? What is this big-hearted young lady up to? Yalin, what are you doing? Shui Yalin said on the phone like a deflated ball. My company is a mess. I just can't handle it anymore. New recruits aren't that fast. Shiyun, do me a favor and lend me a few people to use first. My brain is literally going to explode if no one helps me. Wang Shiyun asked after a slight silence. Is it something to do with Chin Fan being gone? Shui Yalin said viciously. That's right. It's that disgusting Chin Fan. He's gone and he's still disgusting me. Shui Yalin told Wang Shiyun everything that happened in her company. Wang Shiyun's eyebrows frowned deeply as she listened. The department managers and supervisors of Shui Yalin's company actually spoke so highly of Chin Fan? And quit because Chin Fan is gone? Quit? Chin Fan's influence. Is it that great? If one or two people said Chin Fan was good, Wang Shiyun wouldn't care. But Mr. Zhao, those department managers and supervisors of Shui Yalin's company, all spoke highly of Chin Fan. Wang Shiyun was then a bit shaken. Chin Fan can fool everyone? Wang Shiyun suddenly wanted to hear what the department managers and supervisors of her company had to say about Chin Fan. Yalin, we'll talk about you later. I've got some business to take care of. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shiyun asked his secretary to immediately notify all department managers and supervisors of the meeting. I've heard some gossip lately about Manager Chin. I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on Manager Chin. All the department managers and supervisors present showed a puzzled look. There had been no news of Chin Fan for the past 2 days, and the phone calls that some of them had made to Chin Fan had been turned off. Now Wang Shiyun suddenly asked them to evaluate Chin Fan. How it all felt a little off. Seeing that no one was talking, Wang Shiyun casually pointed his finger at the metrosexual manager sitting first on his right. Manager Sun, you go ahead. Manager Sun glanced at the others and coughed twice. I worked for this company before Mr. Wang took over. At that time, this company was mediocre, with lifeless employees signing in and clocking out and moping around for paychecks. It was after Mr. Wang took over this company and brought Manager Chin to the company that the company had a clear direction for future planning. Manager Chin is young, with a venomous and determined gaze, and after determining the direction of development, Manager Chin led us to vigorously develop the company under the leadership of Mr. Wang. Manager Chin pulls investment for the company, expands business, and recruits talent. Manager Chin is a very dedicated person to be admired. Wang Shiyun was aware of this Sun manager when she had just taken over this company from the family group. She and Chin Fan had negotiated to overhaul the company, and Manager Sun had been very resistant at the time, saying that Chin Fan's proposal would ruin the company. Suffice it to say, Manager Sun and Chin Fan in the beginning are not against the two people, often against each other. But now Manager Sun was actually saying good things about Chin Fan. Before Manager Sun could finish, Wang Shiyun didn't want to hear any more and pointed to the next one. The next department manager began to say what he thought of Chin Fan. Manager Chin is not only dedicated to his work, Manager Chin also cares a lot about his subordinates. I remember an employee whose family member died and couldn't get a ticket, so Manager Chin personally drove him home and gave him a sum of money to bury his loved ones. That employee, although he has since left for business reasons, still comes back often to visit Manager Chin. Manager Chin's character is really nothing to write home about. Wang Shiyun raised his hand again to interrupt, signaling the next person to speak. 7 or 8 people in a row, all of them praising Chin Fan, until it was the turn of a department manager who hadn't been here long enough to say, Manager Chin is a man of honor, but I've heard that no one is perfect, and Manager Chin sounds like a perfect person. When a person behaves as if they are perfect, could they have another agenda? Immediately, someone else chimed in, I feel the same way. I'm not afraid of people saying that I'm bad-mouthing Manager Chin behind his back, but I have to be honest with Mr. Wang. Manager Chin is responsible for almost all of the company's business, and we have to ask him about a lot of things instead of asking Mr. Wang. Try this company. Who really owns it? I have seen Manager Chin several times following Mr. Wang after he left. I don't know if he is stalking Mr. Wang or just pretending to be very busy when Mr. Wang is around, and as soon as Mr. Wang leaves he doesn't know where to go to have a quickie. Manager Chin is very decent, but he gives me a feeling like Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms era. It always feels like he's fake. The Chin Fan that the few new managers in the back were talking about was the voice that Wang Shiyun had been hearing a lot lately. But was the Chin Fan in the mouths of those few patriarchs a fake? Does Chin Fan have something on them? Or they took Chin Fan's favor and ate the short end of the stick? Wang Shiyun's heart was a little messed up and she waved her hand. Disperse. A bunch of department managers and supervisors, who attended the meeting in a daze, left in a daze. I don't know what Wang Shiyun means. Manager Sun turned back and asked as he finally left the room. Mr. Wang, Manager Chin hasn't come to work in 2 days, and when I called him, he turned off his phone as well. Is something wrong with Manager Chin? Wang Shiyun didn't know what to say. She was worried that if she spoke up about what happened, the meta managers would also resign and the company would be in a mess like Shui Yalan's company. It's okay. He rested some days. After everyone left, Wang Shiyun sat by herself in the conference room with a frown on her face. Chin Fan, which one of their mouths is the real you? The cell phone is ringing. Wang Shiyun realized that it was Mr. Zhao calling. After taking several deep breaths and adjusting her mood, Wang Shiyun picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Hey, Mr. Wang. I'd like to ask if Manager Chin is back yet. I'd like to take my little granddaughter to visit her rescuer. Wang Shiyun's face became very unnatural. Not yet. Wang Shiyun was almost certain that if she let Mr. Zhao know that she had scolded Chin Fan away, Mr. Zhao would definitely cancel his cooperation with her. He's still resting. His cell phone is off. I guess he doesn't want to be disturbed. I'll call you when Chin Fan returns. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shiyun dragged her tired body down to the underground parking lot, ready to drive home to take a shower and get a good night's sleep. A figure suddenly appeared in the dim light of the distant parking lot exit. Chin Fan? Looking more closely, Wang Shiyun realized it was the cleaning lady. The moment she had just mistakenly thought it was Chin Fan, Wang Shiyun was inexplicably happy in her heart, and she didn't know why. The cell phone that was broken by Zhang Jing that day was gone. The car that Shui Yalan had bought for Chin Fan was still parked there alone. Wang Shiyun looked up at the camera in the corner. She suddenly wanted to know what really happened that day. Did Chin Fan really attack Shirley because he was worried that Shirley would steal her? Wang Shiyun returned to the company and asked the person on duty to tune the surveillance to check what happened in the underground parking lot that day. It took half an hour, but I finally found the footage from that day. In the dimly lit underground parking lot, only Shirley was talking on the phone by the car at first. A car then drove into the parking lot and Chin Fan walked out of the car. Chin Fan was still touching his back as he walked. Chin Fan originally wouldn't have passed by where Shirley was. He was going to take the elevator directly back to the company, but Chin Fan seemed to hear something and fell back. Shirley was still on the phone, with the same smile on his face that boys had when they were flirting with girls, and it was disgusting at first glance. Shirley's back was turned to Chin Fan. and he didn't even know that Qin Fan had walked up to him. Qin Fan listened behind Shirley for a while, and suddenly clenched his fist and went up and slapped Shirley's face. It was also at that time that Wang Shiyun came out of the elevator just in time to see the scene where Shirley was knocked down by Qin Fan's punch. Wang Shiyun frowned. Qin Fan originally didn't care about Shirley, and it was only after he heard Shirley's call that he took a shot at him. Qin Fan hadn't been waiting in the underground parking lot, waiting for Shirley to appear before attacking him. The key here seems to be the phone call that Stonely made and what was said. Stop. Rewind it back and turn it up. Can you hear what he said on the phone? The tech poured over it a couple times, trying to turn up the volume, but it was hard to hear what Stonely was saying on the phone. Wang Shiyun, who had been drumming until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night and had never been able to hear what Shirley had said on the phone, dragged her tired body home. At night, Wang Shiyun has a dream. Wang Shiyun dreams that she has a stomach bug. Her secretary can't buy the right medicine, and Qin Fan shows up. Qin Fan, like before, let her call, and worked for her company, and she can travel around with ease, attend your circle parties, go to dances, go to dinners. When she was woken up by the alarm the next day, Wang Shiyun had a smile on her lips. But when I woke up, I opened my phone to see files on my phone from various department managers asking various questions. Wang Shiyun then had a headache. The first thing Wang Shiyun did when he arrived at the company was to ask the technician if the sound of yesterday's video had been turned up. After getting a negative answer, Wang Shiyun returned to the office with a bad mood. 1 minute it's a document that needs to be approved. 1 minute it's a phone call from a partner. 1 minute it's a scheduling of firm personnel. And 1 minute it's a project finalization meeting. Wang Shiyun was too busy to cope. The most unacceptable thing for Wang Shiyun is that several partners, because of the call with her, she said that she was not clear about the detailed development plan of the cooperation project. Was those partners politely hung up the phone, saying that they would wait for manager Qin to come back and then finalize it? Couldn't I, Wang Shiyun, do it without Qin Fan? Wang Shiyun was in the office furiously catching up on the company's business, looking at the afternoon, seeing the darkness and realizing how tiring it was to sit in the office. Mr. Wang, off duty. You need to take a break and have some dinner, the secretary reminded. Wang Shiyun looked at the secretary woodenly. She didn't know why and asked, was it this much work every day when manager Qin was around? The secretary nodded. There's one thing the secretary didn't say. When Qin Fan was there, the same amount of work was the same, and Qin Fan handled it with ease. Not at all as frazzled as Wang Shiyun. So, is he that tired? The thought flashed through his mind. Wang Shiyun shook his head in a hurry. No, he has an agenda. If I really think he's tired and sympathize with him, I'm falling for his trap. That's when the phone rang. Wang Shiyun glanced at it and it was Shirley calling. Hey, Shiyun, are you off work yet? Let me pick you up for dinner. Wang Shiyun was tired, drained and really not in the mood. No, I'm a bit sick today. I'm going home to have some porridge and rest. Not feeling well? Does it matter? Why don't I take you to the hospital? No, just rest. Okay then, if you get sick, call me. I'll be there anytime. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shiyun's heart was still sweet. Shirley is not only a modest man, but also a warm man. Wang Shiyun opened her phone and glanced at her group with Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and 7 others, and found that the group, which was usually a 99+ group for a while, had been quiet for 2 days. Is everyone busy with their own company? It's quite good if driving away Qin Fan can make everyone grow up. Wang Shiyun drove his car on the highway at night. While waiting for a car at an intersection, he suddenly saw Shirley and a few men and women enter a bar. This bar is not the property of Jiang Qiuyue's family. It's someone else's. That's not the point. The focus was on the waist of this one girl in revealing clothes in Shirley Lu. Wang Shiyun's head exploded. She pulled into the bar parking lot and entered the bar as well. Sales saw Wang Shiyun's overwhelmingly beautiful face and perfect body as if it was carved by a ghostly axe, and he seemed to be able to see that as long as Wang Shiyun opened her mouth, many of the men in the bar would pay for Wang Shiyun. So he greeted her with a smile on his face. This beautiful lady, may I ask if you have an appointment? Roll. Wang Shiyun cursed coldly and went straight into the bar. The dance floor in the brightly lit bar was being filled with men and women who were rocking their youth with abandon. Wang Shiyun looked around and saw Shirley, who was sitting in one of the card seats, hugging Shirley left and right. Wang Shiyun approached without a word. The conversation between Shirley and the others was heard. Lay, did you move your heart this time? Or, Shirley said with a frivolous smile. Truly? She's an unappreciated concubine daughter of the Wang family, and I'm true to her? I only have lust for her, Shirley said. His big hand was placed on the thigh of the girl on the side and rubbed it recklessly. Ha ha ha, that's also true. Brother Lei is the first eldest son. the future chairman of the Sure Group. Marrying a commoner's daughter is something that will be laughed at. But one thing is for sure, brother Lei, that Wang Shiyun. She's really good looking and has a top-notch body. Shirley licked his lips and said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, not only Wang Shiyun, her sisters are all good. I wonder if I'll have a chance to talk to those sisters of hers when I'm tired of Wang Shiyun. Haha. Wang Shiyun's head exploded and all the loud music in the bar disappeared. She couldn't believe those vulgar words came from the humble gentleman Shirley. Suddenly, Wang Shiyun seemed to understand why Qin Fan hit Shirley. Maybe that day in the underground parking lot, Qin Fan happened to hear Shirley talking to other people on the phone, slandering her Wang Shiyun as well as her sisters on the phone, so Qin Fan didn't hold back and went up to hit Shirley. But why didn't Qin Fan explain that day? Explain. Wang Shiyun suddenly remembered that they had misunderstood Qin Fan several times before. But every time Qin Fan explained, not only did they not believe it, but they also speculated about Qin Fan with the worst malice. Is it disappointment that you don't want to explain it to us again? Shirley was still there lewdly dirtying Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing with the varying beauty of the seven of them. Wang Shiyun angrily went up to Shirley and slapped him, turning around and running out of the bar. Wang Shiyun doesn't know how she drove home, but the first time Wang Shiyun returned home, she took out her cell phone and dialed Qin Fan's cell phone number. She wanted to hear Qin Fan's explanation in person, but the sound of the other party's phone being turned off came from the cell phone, knocking Wang Shiyun into an ice hole. Wang Shiyun, who didn't know how she could contact Qin Fan, was a bit angry with her good sister Zhang Jing for a while. The cell phone you gave to Qin Fan. You don't want it. You don't need it. It's not worth a few bucks. Why did you drop it? The phone suddenly rang. Wang Shiyun thought that it was Qin Fan calling and hurriedly picked up her cell phone. It turned out to be Zhang Jing who called. What a way to speak of the devil. Wang Shiyun was ready to pick up the phone and complain about Zhang Jing. But when you get on the phone, Zhang Jing's huffing voice came over the phone. Shiyun, I just scolded my dad. Cursing is hard. I'm so helpless. Wang Shiyun, who was just about to complain about Zhang Jing, instantly softened when she heard Zhang Jing's voice. Jing, what's going on? Don't you cry. Speak slowly. Zhang Jing's dad. He's keeping a mistress outside. To Zhang Jing's father, it was as if his legal wife was the mistress and the mistress he kept was his real wife. Zhang Jing's father rarely came home and almost always stayed at Junior's house. Today, it was the day of Zhang Jing's mom's birthday, but Zhang Jing's father didn't make a single call. An angry Zhang Jing called her father and scolded him. Whenever this happens, Zhang Jing, who lacked a father's love since childhood, would love to have a man by her side. In the past, whenever Zhang Jing quarreled with her father, she would approach Qin Fan to complain. Qin Fan would scold her father in nasty language to amuse her. But today, when Zhang Jing scolded her father and wanted to ask Qin Fan to keep her company, the phone number she dialed out was switched off. Zhang Jing, who had no one to talk to about her heart, could only call her big sister in their small group. Wang Shiyun heard Zhang Jing's words, but she didn't know how to comfort Zhang Jing. She was worried that Zhang Jing was home alone, so she asked her out. Anyway, he had already asked Zhang Jing out, and a few other sisters hadn't seen each other for 2 days, so he asked them all out together. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiuyue, Li Sidian, Zhao Tingting, Zhou Luoi, the 7 beauties that were all school flower level when taken out at random were sitting together, and all of their faces lost their smiles. Shiyun, when are you going to lend me a few people? I feel like my company is in a mess. Shui Yalan looked at Wang Shiyun pitifully. Wang Shiyun is tempted to say, my company is already on the verge of chaos. How can I lend you? Looks like everyone's had a busy couple days. Actually, I'm the same. There's something I think I need to tell you guys. Today I ran into Shirley. He went into the bar with his arm around a girl's waist. I followed him in and heard him say something. Wang Shiyun told the crowd what she heard at the bar. Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and the others were surprised. They couldn't believe that words like that were spoken by the modest gentleman Shirley. Wang Shiyun continued, I guess, that day in the underground parking lot, Qin Fan might have hit Shirley because he heard Shirley talking to someone else on the phone and said something bad. Zhang Jing, Shiyun, are you saying that we might have misunderstood Qin Fan? Shui Yalan said with a slight frown. Even if the parking lot hit Stonely, maybe we misunderstood him. But how do you explain the other things? The department managers and supervisors of my company, all bought by him, are now all quitting, leaving me with a pile of mess. Is the company his or mine? He must have unseemly designs. Zhang Qiuyu said with a slight frown. Yalan is right. There are a lot of things Qin Fan can't explain. Once at my bar for an all-nighter, I saw him helping a girl out of. Who knows what he did? He must be dirty inside if he can do anything like picking up corpses. Li Si sweetly said quietly. In the past 2 days since Chin Fan left, I realized that he handled a lot of things in the company alone. He clearly wants us all to depend on him and stay away from him. It's quite frightening just to be so graphic. Wang Shiyun's mind was also in turmoil. On one hand, she felt that she might have misunderstood Chin Fan. On the one hand, I think the sisters have a point. Shui Yalan was very angry. Those senior department managers left the company, resulting in a mess, and Shui Yalan blamed it all on Chin Fan. Sure Yun, Jing, Si Tian. What worries me the most is that maybe Chin Fan is watching us from somewhere right now. He wants to see us get our hands dirty. He wants to see us make a fool of ourselves, trying to get us to go to him and beg him to come back. We must unite and take care of all the difficult setbacks and turn Chin Fan, who is hiding in the shadows, into a clown. When Shui Yalan's words, once again, affected the others, the 7 young ladies, determined to make the company better and turn Chin Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, into a clown. Chin Fan has already arrived in the provincial city and has rented an office floor there to start preparing for the short drama. Studio papers and stuff need to be done. Until the documents came down, Chin Fan couldn't recruit either. Solely write the script first. In his 2 lives, Chin Fan was quite impressed that he didn't need to go out and buy a script. He could write it himself. What's the hottest thing about skits? Gender emotions, wife betrayal, revenge by husband. The fiancé adds a bride price, and the groomsmen marry the bridesmaids instead on the spot. The in-laws look down on. Expose the true identity of the in-laws. The in-laws' face changed in seconds. Miserable face. A lot of the sketches have cheesy plots, but there's a big audience for them and people just love the bite. The script is written with some ups and downs and coolness. The next best thing is the cast. Male actors don't have to be handsome. They have to be distinctive. For example, the ability to have a mouth that is very crooked counts as a feature. Actresses are a bit more particular. Good acting is the best, but if you don't have acting skills, you should be able to fulfill the tolerance requirement. After 2 days, when the documents came down, Chin Fan began to send out resumes for recruitment. Chin Fan was busy with his own work, cutting off all connections with Wang Shiyun and the others, completely forgetting about them. As for Long Du's Wang Shiyun and the others, the number of times Chin Fan appeared in their minds was increasing. Almost all of Shui Yalan's company executives resigned, and Wang Shiyun, worried that Shui Yalan might actually break down, borrowed a few managers who had worked with Shui Yalan's company to go over and help. Shui Yalan's side may be less chaotic, but Wang Shiyun's company is in chaos. More and more decisions, documents, meetings, and talks with partners are all scheduled. Wang Shiyun wanted to prove that she could do it without Chin Fan. She gritted her teeth. She could take being busy all the time. She could be busy as hell. She could put up with it all. But the only thing she can't stand is that, whether it was some of her own company's managers, supervisors, employees, or partners, they always asked when Chin Fan was coming back. Wang Shiyun originally felt a little guilty that she had misunderstood Chin Fan because she had discovered Shirley's real face. But those people were asking for Chin Fan, as if the company couldn't do without him. Wang Shiyun couldn't accept it. Chin Fan, all Chin Fan. Without Chin Fan, my company can't function? I don't believe it. What Shui Yalan said echoed in Wang Shiyun's mind again. Chin Fan is probably somewhere watching us laugh. He's waiting for us to go to him and beg him to come back. Wang Shiyun's pink fist slammed heavily on the table. She must rely on her to hold up the company and make it function properly. Step by step, let Chin Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, become a clown and plug the mouths of those who acted as if the company couldn't do without Chin Fan. The other side. Shui Yalan though borrowed a few managers from Wang Shiyun who had worked together before and had good abilities, but after all, it's not her company, and you still need to understand her company's business before you can take the job. Shui Yalan was so distraught that the company could not function properly and was losing money every second. A couple of almost negotiated partnerships also ended up not being negotiated and missed because those same meta managers resigned. Shui Yalan blamed it all on Chin Fan and hated him with a passion. Shui Yalan handled the company's affairs and recruited a new manager at the same time. After all, the people she borrowed from Wang Shiyun had to be returned, and she needed to train her people. The busy Shui Yalan, who had just interviewed a manager who had come to apply for a job, had just walked out of the conference room when she saw her brother, who was not related by blood, head on. Sister, I've heard that your company is in a bit of a pickle. If you need help, sister, just ask. I'm not out of college now, but I'm already involved in the family group, and I have a little power to transfer some people to help my sister. The situation in the Shui Yalan family is a bit complicated. Her grandfather had 6 daughters before the 7th gave birth to her father, but her father was abducted as a child. Although her grandparents were sad, the family had to have a male to inherit the family business, so they adopted a male baby, which is now Shui Yalan's nominal uncle. Later, After Shui Yalan's father was retrieved, Shui Yalan's second uncle was not sent away. After all, he was raised so big, so he stayed at home. However, because Shui Yalan's father was a bloodline bone and flesh, he logically became the heir to the family estate. But who would have thought that the good times wouldn't last? Shui Yalan's father was in a car accident after having Shui Yalan and lost his fertility. Since then, Shui Yalan's father himself is not confident, began to decadence. In the group's position, began to plummet. Shui Yalan's hugging second uncle was reappointed vice president of the group by his grandparents because he had a son. Now not only Shui Yalan's second uncle, even Shui Yalan's younger brother, who was not related by blood, was beginning to be trained as the family heir. Shui Yalan couldn't figure it out. Why would her grandparents prefer to give the family estate to an outsider with no blood ties than to her? When Shui Yalan was 18 years old, her grandfather talked to her and told her this. Even though your second uncle was carried, he doesn't know who his parents are, and he's grateful to your grandmother and me for raising him. Give him the family estate, which is still named Shui. But if the family estate is given to you, even if you are given a son-in-law to recruit, when you are alive the family estate is still surnamed Shui. After you die, can you guarantee that your children and grandchildren will not change back to their father's surname? Shui Yalan didn't understand, couldn't agree, couldn't accept. She thought she could have a child, get rid of her husband, have the child's last name be Shui, and inherit the Shui group. But she can't change her grandparents' minds or decisions. Since then, Shui Yalan then made up her mind. She wants to become a strong woman. She wants to develop her company into a big company, prove her ability to her grandparents, convince her grandparents, inherit the family estate, and let her bloodless brother stay where he is. She is a quirky and outspoken person who dares to love and hate and say what she has to say. She told her unrelated brother directly what she thought. The two, therefore, can be described as siblings on the surface, but in reality they are enemies. Now that her bloodless brother had shown up at the office, he'd no doubt heard the news and come to see her laugh. Shui Yalan wasn't one to beat around the bush. Don't you come crying to me like a cat with a false sense of compassion. Just wait for me. I will definitely inherit the family estate and drive your family out of the Shui family. Now, immediately, right now, get the hell out of my company. Shui Yalan's bloodless brother, who was in no hurry at all, smiled and told the people around him, "See, what did I tell you guys? I told you my sister would be in a hurry and would scold me, and my good intentions would be taken for an ass. You guys believe it now? Hey, forget it, let's just go. If we don't, my sister is going to call the police next." Shui Yalan had a wave of suffocation in her heart, all of which was taken by her brother who was not related by blood. The other guy walked away in triumph. Shui Yalan angry gnashing of teeth. Lunch did not eat, has been busy dealing with all the company's affairs. To the evening one off. Shui Yalan and hungry and angry. Still cannot eat. The body began to sweat. Stand cannot stand. Mr. Shui, what's wrong with you? Shui Yalan shook his head. I'm fine. I didn't eat at lunch and I'm exhausted and weak. Just eat something and rest. The secretary sighed in her mind. Mr. Shui, why did you fire Manager Chin? If Manager Chin were here, where would all this trouble be? Shui Yalan asked her secretary to buy her some food, but when the food was bought back later, Shui Yalan couldn't really eat because of her terrible mood. It couldn't help but remind her that when she first took over this company, her unrelated brother had come to yin and yang over her. Then, as now, she was too angry to eat, too weak to sweat, too weak to stand. It was Chin Fan who learned the situation, understood her heart disease, and used very vulgar language in front of her, scolded her brother who had no blood relationship, coaxed her to be happy, and then fed her to eat, before letting her slow down. Thinking of this, Shui Yalan hastily shook her head. Why am I thinking of him again? He's planted a shadow in me so deep that this must be what he wants. Maybe he's the one who sent the message that my bullshit brother will come. In addition to Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan, Chin Fan's shadow also kept appearing in the minds of Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiuyue, and the others. However, compared to Wang Shiyun's dissatisfaction because her subordinate kept asking when Chin Fan was coming back, Shui Yalan's hatred because the company's patriarch resigned after Chin Fan, Zhang Jing was born with more thoughts about Chin Fan. These days, one of Zhang Jing's biggest collaborations was snatched away. The man who stole her cooperation was the brother of her father's kept mistress who worked in his company. Zhang Jing was very angry, very powerless, very depressed, hiding in the office and crying several times. She did not know who she could rely on. Very insecure. Her company's business used to be deliberately taken away from her by a relative of her father's mistress. But every time she was angry and powerless because of her heartless father, feeling insecure and without support, Chin Fan would stay by her side, accompanying her, cheering her up, giving her a sense of security. and making her laugh in all sorts of ways, so that she could pull herself together. But now, she took her cell phone, tapped on Qin Fan's number, and dialed it, but no one answered anymore. Zhang Jing didn't want to call Wang Shiyun anymore. She knew that Wang Shiyun was also busy. Mostly, she grew up lacking a father's love, and a woman's comfort for her was far less powerful than a man's. Zhang Jing drove her car and looked at the couples on the side of the road pulling their children and laughing. She was envious. She hadn't been brought along on a trip by her mom and dad since she was a little girl. Rarely, Zhang Jing drove her car, and instead of going to the company, she entered an upscale neighborhood. This neighborhood was the place that Wang Shiyun had previously given to Qin Fan so that he could live there. It was also the place where Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, who had just graduated from college and taken over the family company, had lived together with Qin Fan in order to facilitate Qin Fan's advice to them. However, Zhang Jing hadn't been here for 2 or 3 years. How did I get here? Does Qin Fan still live here? Zhang Jing didn't know what mood or state she was in. Sparingly, he parked his car, took the elevator, went up the stairs, stood in front of the once familiar door, and took out his keys. Click. Zhang Jing opened the door to the room. The room smelled dry and dusty with no one living in it, proving that Qin Fan hadn't been back. Zhang Jing entered the room and found the slippers she had once worn, washed and cleaned in the shoe cabinet. After changing into slippers, Zhang Jing entered the room. She suddenly saw the computer, keys, and bank cards sitting on the table, along with some cash. Are these left behind by Qin Fan? What did he leave his bank card and cash for? Zhang Jing found the laptop on the table, has been plugged in, and did not shut down. Just too long, no one through. Lock screen. Just as Zhang Jing was curious and ready to see what was on the computer, the door to the room slammed. Click. This sound of the door opening was as if it resounded in Zhang Jing's heart, causing Zhang Jing's heart to beat rapidly. Qin Fan is back? Zhang Jing was inexplicably a bit happy and expectant. It was as if she was now eager to see Qin Fan and missed him. But the person who pushed open the door of the room was not Qin Fan. Instead, it was the pale-faced Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan didn't expect anyone to be in the room and was surprised. Jing, why are you here? Zhang Jing knows that Shui Yalan resigned because the company patriarch followed Qin Fan, and hated Qin Fan, and she did not dare to say that she followed her feelings and came here in a confused manner. I forgot something. Come here and get it. Yalan, why are you here too? Shui Yalan, since the day her bloodless brother made a trip to the company, Yin and Yang her, she was very blocked in the heart, very much want to immediately make achievements, can not eat, but also insist on working, eventually fell ill, went to the hospital for fluids, felt almost ready to go back to the office, but confusedly drove the car to this neighborhood. I also forgot something and came here to get it. Jing, what are you doing? Shui Yalan pointed to the computer on the table. The bank card, the cash. Zhang Jing explained. It's not mine. This seems to be left behind by Qin Fan. I was just about to see what's on the computer when you arrived. These were left by Qin Fan? Shui Yalan also changed her shoes and entered the room. What did he leave all the bank card cash for? Zhang Jing bit her lip and shook her head. Shui Yalan moved the mouse. Computer still on? Let's see what's on the computer first. The computer just woke up. Shui Yalan and Zhang Jing hadn't had time to see what was on the computer. The door to the room slammed again. Click. This sound caused both Zhang Jing and Shui Yalan to hold their breath. Is it Qin Fan? In the next second, what was revealed was a high-cooled and stunning face. Shiyun? Wang Shiyun was also on her way to work, inexplicably annoyed because of the company's business, and drove here in confusion. She didn't expect anyone in the room either. Yalan, Jing, why are you all here? Shui Yalan and Zhang Jing returned in unison. We forgot something here. Come and get it. Wang Shiyun pointed to the computer on the desk. So what are you guys doing with your computers open if you're not looking for something? Zhang Jing shook her head. This isn't the computer Yalan and I turned on. It was left behind by Qin Fan. Zhang Jing glanced down and realized that there were 7 files right in the middle of the computer desktop. The file names are each of the 7 of them. Shiyun sis, you're just in time. There are 7 files with our names on the computer, as if Qin Fan left them to us. Let's see. Wang Shiyun was curious and changed her shoes and entered the room. Sitting between Shui Yalan and Zhang Jing, the 3 people clicked on Wang Shiyun's file and were just about to read it. The door to the room slammed again. The 3 people held their breath at the same time, staring up at the door of the room, and all 3 of them looked as if they were expecting that it was Qin Fan who pushed the door in. But the last one to come in was Zhang Qiuyue. One after another, Zhao Tingting, Li Sidian, Zhou Luoi, the 7 young ladies, all came by coincidence. The excuses are all about forgetting something and coming to get it. Finally the 7 sisters sat on the sofa, each with their own thoughts, none of them in a good mood. looking at the tiny laptop without saying a word and clicking on the file named after Wang Shiyun. The file includes several documents that, there is some information that, there are also some job descriptions. Wang Shiyun clicked on the files named after Shui Yalan and the others one after another, which were also full of documents, information and job descriptions. Qin Fan is handing us a job? So this bank card, this money is? Zhang Jing said with some sadness. I didn't realize that Qin Fan, all by himself, is responsible for so many things in our 7-member company? He must be very tired, right? These bank cards and cash and keys. It should be that Qin Fan didn't want to have anything to do with us, and left everything he got from us behind. Shui Yalan didn't see it that way as she looked at Zhang Jing and said, Shizuku, why do you sound so sad? These must have been left behind by Qin Fan on purpose. He must have written in such detail about the work he was responsible for in our company because he wanted us to see how much he carried alone, to be touched by him, to know how much we needed him. Do we really need him? Originally, without him, my company was able to function normally. It was all because he secretly bought people's hearts and ganged up on those few patriarchs of my company who resigned along with him that I was in such a mess. Qin Fan's intentions are too sinister, too vicious. I can't tell. He's out there somewhere right now, watching us come here, watching us read these things, thinking we'll be moved, waiting for us to go to him and beg him to come back. Zhang Jing looked down at the bank card, cash and keys left by Qin Fan on the table, and then looked at the familiar room. Many memories flashed through her mind, as if she was asking Shui Yalan, and as if she was asking herself. Really? Wang Shiyun, Jiang Qiuyue, and Li Sidian looked at the place where they had lived with Qin Fan and recalled many memories. Shui Yalan opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything, as if she was also witnessing something and falling into memories. The 7 people, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiuyue, Li Sidian, Zhao Tingting, and Zhou Luoi, hadn't been here for 2 or 3 years. There was a point in time 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, all of their companies, thanks to Qin Fan's efforts, had developed. To varying degrees, they were valued by their families, returned to live in the family mansion, and began to attend frequent parties, balls, and networking events in the aristocracy. On those occasions, some people knew of Qin Fan's existence. Some of my new friends who are also big ladies of the mansion said, "Ha, are you guys really comfortable leaving so much of the company in the hands of a kid from the countryside? Have you no idea how many devious little minds rural people have? I guess that Qin Fan must be acting hard around you guys. Ha, that's a common problem with rural people. They like to use bitter tactics, trying to gain our sympathy with their hard work and get us to move. In fact, as soon as they're out of our field of view, they're lazy, cunning." Some posh gentry said. I know a classmate from the countryside in college. At that time I thought he didn't know my identity. He was very good to me, often shushing me. I thought I made the only true friend in this life, but I didn't expect him to know my identity long time ago. He just wanted to go through my relationship and connections to enter the your circle and earn more money. There's a lot of math going on with rural people. Some of the sisters who were over said, "You're young, so you can be careful. Rural people look innocent, but their stomachs are full of calculations. They're tacky. They only have money in their eyes. They'll put up with anything for money." Bottomless. Some of the brothers laughed. I know men best. That Qin Fan beside you. It is obvious that he has developed a different sentiment towards you. He wants you to rely on him and never leave him again. You guys have to be careful. If you guys don't believe what we're saying, you should keep your eyes peeled. Or maybe one of you, pretend to show Qin Fan that you like him and see how he reacts. Knowing what I know about rural people, his reaction would have been one of horror, then shyness, and then a statement that he was following you guys just to return the favor. Nothing more. He'll act all clean, but in reality, he'll be so happy inside that he'll treat you all better, and he'll go out of his way to make you feel like he's treating you well until you can't get away from him at all. Over the past 3 years, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others began to be wary of Qin Fan because of these words, began to doubt Qin Fan, began to question Qin Fan, and began to speculate on Qin Fan with the worst thoughts. They even followed the advice of someone at the banquet and had one of them pretend to show their liking to Qin Fan. As a result, Qin Fan's reaction was almost exactly the same as what the man had said. They videotaped the whole thing and sent it out to their 7 small groups and to friends who had met them at your party. They say those friends in your circle are really good readers. They felt that Qin Fan was disgusting and horrible. They tried to drive Qin Fan away a few times, but he refused to leave, saying that he would leave after repaying the favor. Those friends of the noble circle said that Qin Fan's repayment of favors is just an excuse. What kind of era is this? Who would work so hard for the sake of repaying favors? Behind the repayment of kindness, it is guaranteed to be Qin Fan's unseemly purpose. They believed it and became more and more disgusted with Qin Fan. Now, Chin Fan left. They returned in confusion to the place where they had once lived under the same roof as Chin Fan. Countless memories that come flooding back. When they first graduated from college, they took over small, unassuming companies from their families at the same time. They are energetic and confident, wanting to grow their small companies and realize their individual aspirations. But when they realize that wishing is good and doing it is exhausting and difficult, it was the Chin Fan who saved his grandfather's life, who went out of his way to analyze the company's development prospects, formulate the direction of development, recruit available talents, solicit investment, and step by step help them to develop the company. Wang Shiyun looked at the kitchen and looked mesmerized. She was the earliest riser among the 7 sisters. When she first lived here, she could see Chin Fan busy in the kitchen every day when she got up, making breakfast for the 7 of them. At that time, she didn't look down on Chin Fan, didn't loathe him. Jokingly, Chin Fan, you're really a qualified male nanny. Chin Fan just smiled coyly and said, it's ready to eat. Could a boy with a shy smile like that really have a heart full of calculations and unseemly agendas, as those people at the party had said? Zhang Jing looked at the bedroom she had stayed in and watched. On countless nights of lightning and thunder, when she was cowering in bed and covering her ears, Chin Fan would send her a message. Jing Jing, you're awake again, right? Come out. I'll make you a snack. Jing Jing, don't be afraid. I'm right outside your door. Could a warm boy like that really harbor many unseemly designs? Shui Yalan looked out at the sunlight falling on the balcony. One day when he first lived here, Chin Fan sat on the balcony and looked out the window. Shui Yalan thought that Chin Fan was looking at something and walked over to find that Chin Fan was so tired that he fell asleep. Shui Yalan caught Chin Fan as she took off her socks and waved them in front of Chin Fan's nose. When Chin Fan woke up, she arrogantly asked him to wash her socks. Chin Fan took the socks, as if he was a bit shy, and then really went to help her wash them. At first she thought it was so fun and reassuring to have such an honest person around now. But how did the boy who was so honest and shy about merely taking a girl's socks become what he is now? Shui Yalan still hated Chin Fan because of the company. Kang Chou-yu looked at the table in front of her and saw that she was lost in thought. She countless nights get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. No matter whether it is 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. We'll see Chin Fan is still on the computer to check the information. Concentrated are not aware that she went to the bathroom. Chin Fan, who is still busy in the middle of the night, did he expect that she would go to the toilet and intentionally show it to her? But even if it's an act, it's still very tiring to keep acting, isn't it? Li Sidian recalled the image of her teaming up with Zhao Tingting and Zhou Luo to secretly film Chin Fan taking a shower, sending the video to the group, discussing Chin Fan with a few sisters in front of him and causing him to blush with shame, embarrassed to stay at home any longer, and fleeing the scene on the pretext of going out. That kind of shyness, that kind of embarrassment, can't be faked. Ding dong. Shui Yalan's cell phone rang. A sister she met at the party sent her a message. Yalan, I heard that you got rid of that Chin Fan from the countryside? Well, you don't feel like you're being followed and spied on now, do you? He used to do too much for his sinister intentions. You must be very busy now that you're handling the company yourself. Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there through this period of time, and you'll realize that you, Shui Yalan, don't need anyone's help. Chin Fan, who wants to wait for you to beg him to come back, will become a clown hiding in a corner and crying. Shui Yalan read the message in her cell phone and looked up at the familiar room again, not without sadness. How did a simple, stoic boy like that turn out to be so deep in the city, so sinister in his intentions, and so disgustingly fake? Was it money? Was it vanity? Was it lust that changed him? Shui Yalan stood up and, Sure Yun, Jing, Qiu Yu, I'll go back to the office first. The company has a lot to deal with. Jiang Qiu Yue, Zhao Tingting, and Li Sidian also left one after another. They are here to reminisce a lot, but they continue to be influenced by the words of those friends in your circle. Shui Yalan's words woke them up. The Chin Fan they recalled used to be very good, but now it had changed. In the end, only Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing were left in the room. Zhang Jing said with sadness, Sure Yun, actually, I think that day, we scolded him a little too much. He helped us a lot. I could feel that he was genuinely trying to help us in the beginning. I just don't know why, but he became so calculating later on, so intent on making us dependent on him. Perhaps, Yalan is right. It's the society that has changed him. It's the desires that have changed him. He has his own selfish desires. Wang Shiyun, however, was vaguely timid, and she was suddenly a bit scared. The incident of hitting Shirley later proved that it was she who misunderstood Chin Fan, and Shirley was a scumbag who deserved to be beaten. Then, is it possible that they misunderstood Chin Fan in the past as well? More memories flooded Wang Shiyun's mind in clumps. She recalled Chin Fan's youthful, simple, and clumsy appearance during her college days. She recalled the image she had stumbled upon of Chin Fan helping someone. She remembered the clear eyes of an old man like Grandpa Chin Fan who was down to earth and had the grace to return the favor. She recalled Chin Fan's firmness when he said that he would repay the favor of saving her grandfather's life for him. She recalled the image of Chin Fan crying out at his grandfather's funeral. She recalled the image of Chin Fan being very tired and being teased by them. She suddenly realized that those people she had met at the banquet of the noble circle said that Chin Fan was all speculation. Those people had never met Chin Fan, so how could they possibly understand him? When their company first grew, there were more people kissing their asses, more people complimenting them, more people being polite to them. They seem to have drifted a little bit. They're a little bit paper thin. While they were raising their wine glasses and associating with dignitaries at the banquet, Chin Fan was at the company. They were drinking to the point of being slightly tipsy at the celebration banquet when Chin Fan was at the company. Those noble friends are all people who are high and mighty and prejudiced against ordinary people. In their eyes, everything ordinary people do around them is done with an agenda. Wang Shuyun's heart seized up in pain and she couldn't help but cover her chest. Zhang Jing noticed and hurriedly inquired, "Shuyun sis, what's wrong with you?" Wang Shuyun covered her chest, a little scared. Jing, could it be that the person who changed is not Chin Fan, but us? Our company grew and we were invited to more and more banquets, and we were the ones who handed over more of the company's affairs to Chin Fan in order to attend those banquets. Chin Fan has never asked us for it. It seems like our disgust for Chin Fan also started from attending those banquets and listening to those people's words before we started to speculate about Chin Fan with the worst possible malice. Let's test Chin Fan as those people said. When we first met Chin Fan, he was shy and innocent. Shouldn't he be surprised? Shouldn't he be shy? Shouldn't he subconsciously be nicer to us when we express our liking to him? Isn't that how a mere boy should react? Zhang Jing was stunned. Her eyes reddened for a moment. Sister Shuyun, are you saying that we misunderstood Chin Fan? Wang Shuyun looked up at the surveillance in the corner of the living room wall. In these 2 or 3 years, we've never gotten to know Chin Fan other than loathing him because of those people's words and speculating about him with the worst possible malice. Perhaps it can help us understand Chin Fan. The surveillance in the living room is the unified surveillance system of Wang Shuyun's family. Wang Shuyun called the relevant personnel and asked them to teach her to access the surveillance system on her existing laptop and pull up the surveillance video of the place. Wang Shuyun operated while Zhang Jing quietly watched from the sidelines. The surveillance went all the way back to the day Chin Fan left. When Wang Shuyun and Zhang Jing saw Chin Fan return here forlornly and stayed quiet for a while, they took out their computers and started to keyboard on them. Chin Fan knocked for a long time, and when he finally finished, he looked around the room, took out his wallet, and put his bank card and all the cash, all on the table. Finally, Chin Fan also put the key on the table and closed the door of the room to leave the place. Chin Fan was very calm from the beginning to the end. His eyes were very clean. There was no cunningness of any kind of deceit, and there was no Shui Yalan who said that it seemed as if he was deliberately waiting for them to come and see. Wang Shuyun's heart seized up again. She was afraid that it was really them who misunderstood Chin Fan. Moving on to the surveillance. Wang Shuyun and Zhang Jing saw that the day before Chin Fan left, Chin Fan returned to his residence at 11 o'clock at night. Back to the residence of Chin Fan soaked up a packet of bucket noodles. First went to wash up, then came out to eat noodles while busy on the computer. Do not realize busy until 1 o'clock. Chin Fan before closing the computer. After shutting down the computer, Chin Fan didn't go to sleep immediately, but stood on the windowsill, looking out the window, and stood quietly for about a quarter of an hour before going back to his room to sleep. Keep looking ahead. The more Wang Shuyun and Zhang Jing looked at it, the harder it was on their hearts. Chin Fan came back late every day and remained busy when he returned to his residence. Being busy until 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night is a regular occurrence. Every time Chin Fan was busy, he would stay for a while. Sometimes it's sitting in the living room in a daze, holding a cell phone, dazed for half a day, as if trying to send a message of some kind to someone, but ultimately not typing a single word, putting it away and going to bed. Sometimes it's standing on the windowsill for a while watching the quiet night. Sometimes it's cleaning the house. Sometimes it's looking at the kitchen and gawking. Sometimes it was looking at the room where Wang Shuyun and Zhang Jing and the girls used to live and gawking. The surveillance here, it's only been kept for 6 months. Wang Shuyun and Zhang Jing's eyes reddened as they watched. Chin Fan's life is single boring lonely hard work. Chin Fan was still busy in the middle of the night when, sometimes they're at a party, sometimes they're at a bar, sometimes they're catching up on a show, sometimes they're long gone to sleep, they're papering over, they're having the time of their lives, and Chin Fan, only peace and quiet. There is only boundless loneliness. Tears came to her eyes. Zhang Jing was all too familiar with that feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Sister Shuyun, does Chin Fan really have a lot of plans for us? Does Chin Fan really have a very dirty mind? Is Chin Fan really pretending for us? Could it be that now that we're looking at the surveillance, it's also expected by Chin Fan, and he's acting it all out for us? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wang Shiyun gripped her chest with a death grip. Chin Fan's hard work and loneliness made her heart ache. Tears slid across Wang Shiyun's stunning face, and in the surveillance, Chin Fan was sitting on the sofa at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, holding his cell phone, sometimes hesitating for half a day and sending nothing, and sometimes it seemed that he sent a message to a person. This scene has been on surveillance countless times. The further backward you put it, the more images of Chin Fan taking out his cell phone to send messages to people. Wang Shiyun wanted to know who Chin Fan had messaged and what he had sent. Maybe the answer is all in the messages Chin Fan sends to people. Wang Shiyun thought of that day in the underground parking lot when Zhang Jing dropped Chin Fan's cell phone. If Chin Fan's phone had been turned off, it meant that Chin Fan hadn't replaced that cell phone card even after he left. Just find that phone. Find that cell phone card. Wang Shiyun can have a technician recover the phone and view the information in it. Quiet. Go find a cell phone. Find the cell phone you broke the other day. Wang Shiyun took Zhang Jing and hurried to her company. The place where she dropped her cell phone that day was the parking lot under her company. She could have pulled the surveillance. She could have paid someone to rummage through the trash. When Wang Shiyun rushed to the company with Zhang Jing, on the other side, Shui Yalan returned to the company, let out a long sigh, and went back to her anxious work. At lunchtime, Shui Yalan really didn't have an appetite, but she was worried about deflating again, so she went to the restaurant and asked for a quiet private room, ordering randomly and forcing herself to eat some hard food, but after only 2 bites, I suddenly wanted to vomit. Shui Yalan hurriedly ran to the restroom and vomited. When she returned to her booth from the restroom, she noticed a man who seemed to be coming out of her booth, looking a little off and leaving in a hurry. Stealing? Shui Yalan hurried back to the private room. Her purse and cell phone are still there. Shui Yalan suddenly thought of something. She had once suspected that Chin Fan had some unseemly purpose because she saw him peeking at her cell phone, and pulled Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, and the others together to question Chin Fan. At that time, Chin Fan said that he saw someone move Shui Yalan's cell phone, worrying that it was someone who installed some virus or listening software on Shui Yalan's cell phone. So he checked it. At that time, Shui Yalan cursed Chin Fan in disgust. What kind of person would install a virus or listening software on me? Chin Fan, you're talking about yourself. Chin Fan explained, but no one believed him. Now Shui Yalan had seen someone come out of her private room with her own eyes, and her cell phone seemed to have been moved. A thought suddenly came to her. It couldn't be that Chin Fan had someone install some kind of listening software on me. Could it? It must be him. He must be trying to listen in on our sisterly conversations by installing listening software on my cell phone. Shui Yalan didn't make a sound and decided to personally uncover the Chin Fan who was hiding behind it. Anyone reading this? I'm begging for hypes, catch-up reads, and support. Shui Yalan knew that Wang Shiyun was busy, and she also knew that Zhang Jing had been in a bad mood recently. She then contacted Jiang Choyue and Li Sidian. Autumn Moon. Sweetie, guess what happened during my lunch? Jiang Choyue and Li Sidian looked at each other. Someone asked for your contact information? Isn't that normal? Shui Yalan shook his head. No. Someone came into my booth and touched my cell phone while I was in the bathroom. My guess is that Chin Fan must have gotten someone to secretly install listening software into my cell phone. He must be looking forward to hearing how much I miss him and need him to come back and help me. Li Sidian, Yalan, why did you leave your things in the private room when you went to the restroom? Aren't you afraid of losing them? Jiang Choyu, sweetie, don't you know Yalan? When has she ever been attentive? Yalan, what about the cell phone? Did you check to see if the listening software was actually installed? Shui Yalan pointed to the safe on the side. The cell phone is in the safe now. I've got a plan. I'm going to pull off a trick. I'm pretending I don't know. I'll be holding my cell phone in the back, and I'll keep saying that I miss Chin Fan so much, that my company is a mess, that I'm too busy to help, and that I want Chin Fan to come back and help me. Chin Fan is hiding in the shadows, and when he hears my words, he will surely get carried away and reveal his cloven foot. I will continue to say that my stomach is a bit upset and I want to vomit everything I eat. I will say that I am going to buy medicine, and if I can meet Chin Fan by chance on the way, I will definitely hold Chin Fan firmly and won't let him go away again. Guess what's going to happen? Li Si sweet dorky shook his head. Every time he shook his head, the 2 pigtails followed. The look was very cute. Jiang Choyue painted red lipstick, the corner of her eyes with a stroke of eyeliner, very high and cold. Chin Fan would show up on your way to buy medicine, be met by chance, and come back again? Snap. Shui Yalan snapped her fingers, looking smug in a cute way. That's right, Autumn Moon. You're still smart. Humph. When the time comes, not only will we be able to poke holes in all of Chin Fan's faces and shady intentions, we'll also be able to call the police and tell him to step on a sewing machine. Jiang Qiuyu crossed her legs, her slender fingers, placed on her white jade-like knees, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, a little skeptical. Yalan, are you really sure that Qin Fan found someone to touch your cell phone? Are you really sure Qin Fan is hiding in the shadows watching us? Shui Yalan nodded with great certainty. I'm sure as well as sure. What kind of person is Qin Fan? I see him through and through. He must be so pleased with us these days, when we're so wretched, that he must think he'll show up at this time and we'll cherish him and never let him go again. I'll poke through all his faces. I'll let those people who followed Qin Fan and resigned see Qin Fan's true face clearly and tell them that they were cheated by Qin Fan. And I'll let them know how stupid they were to follow Qin Fan and resign. Autumn Moon. Sugar. You'll be my witnesses. I put my cell phone aside this morning and kept saying I was busy. The company was a mess, and I needed him badly. I'll go to the pharmacy in the afternoon. You guys follow me? Qin Fan will definitely show up. Liz Sweet nodded dully. Jiang Qiuyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded as well. Shui Yalan took out her cell phone from the safe and began to deliberately say into it that she was busy. Too busy to be busy. And missed the days when Qin Fan was there. The other side. After Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing arrived at the company, they adjusted the surveillance to find where the broken cell phone went that day. Originally, Wang Shiyun was prepared for her phone to be thrown into the trash by the cleaner, and she would need to spend money to go to the trash heap to find her phone. But after watching the surveillance, Wang Shiyun realized that the cleaner picked up the broken cell phone and didn't throw it into the garbage bin, but put it into his pocket. Wang Shiyun hurriedly sent for the cleaner. It turns out that Zhang Jing just dropped her cell phone on the ground that day, and it didn't fall to pieces. The janitor picked it up and loaded it up himself, ready to take it and fix it for his own use when he got paid. Now that he hasn't been paid, the cleaner keeps his cell phone at home. Wang Shiyun gave the cleaner $2,000 and took the phone away. Wang Shiyun looked for a technician and restored the cell phone that was broken that day. Even the broken screen was replaced with a new one. Wang Shiyun took the repaired cell phone and trembled as she pressed the on button. The moment the boot screen appears, Wang Shiyun's heart beat faster. She was curious to know what secrets Qin Fan had in his cell phone, but she was worried that what she saw would prove that they had misunderstood him. Cursed so hard and so viciously before. If they had misunderstood Qin Fan, what kind of apology could redeem them? The phone was successfully turned on. The cell phone card has a full signal. Wang Shiyun trembled and clicked on WeChat. After entering the WeChat interface, all the chats are there. Qin Fan's WeChat, top 7 groups. Separately, there is a group of 7 company executives, including Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing. Wang Shiyun opened Qin Fan's WeChat group about her company and realized that a few days ago, there were still people who kept asking Qin Fan when he was coming back in the group. Qin Fan hadn't replied, and no one had asked lately. The top group of Shui Yalan's company had retreated to only 3 people, and the 3 people also included Qin Fan. Those old employees who had resigned from Shui Yalan's company didn't ask Qin Fan what happened in the group, but privately they all sent messages to Qin Fan, asking what had happened to him and were very concerned about him. Keep looking down. Many people were looking for Qin Fan. Some of them were their 7 partners asking about the cooperation, and some of them were concerned co-workers asking where Qin Fan had gone. To the surprise of Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing, there were hundreds of messages just asking where Qin Fan had gone and caring about him. In addition to some department managers and supervisors, there were many ordinary employees who cared about Qin Fan in addition to their partners. Only a boss who cares about his subordinates, is recognized by them, and has a good relationship with them would get such a caring greeting from so many of them, right? Wang Shiyun's heart trembled as she grew apprehensive. Keep slipping. Wang Shiyun's hand stopped abruptly on a name, Grandpa. Qin Fan's grandfather, who died the year Qin Fan graduated from college. Qin Fan is still messaging his grandfather? Wang Shiyun clicked in. The most recent piece of news was the day of the ousting of Qin Fan. Grandpa, I accidentally saved Mr. Zhao's granddaughter today, and Mr. Zhao agreed to cooperate. With this cooperation, the girl who jumped into the reservoir to save you is one step closer to her heart's desire. I will help them fulfill their wishes as soon as possible, and when I have repaid the favor, I can go home. Wang Shiyun's mind boomed. Qin Fan really saved Mr. Zhao's granddaughter by accident? And I'm surprised that I suspect that he directed all of that? Wang Shiyun took Qin Fan's chat with his grandfather, slid it to the top, and began to look down from the top. Since this cell phone was bought for Qin Fan by Zhang Jing when he started helping Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing with their work after he graduated from college. So Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing knew it well. When Qin Fan sent these messages, Qin Fan's grandfather had already passed away. Qin Fan was talking to his grandfather in the 9 Springs. It is natural to carry a sense of loneliness, a sense of trust, a sense of longing. How are you doing over there, Grandpa? I'm fine. They said I repaid them for saving their lives by helping each of them fulfill a wish. Grandpa, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Grandpa, I've started working for them, they're all struggling and have their own goals. I'm helping them out. It's a little tiring but it's fun. Grandpa, they still pay me a salary. They are benefactors. Can I take this money? You taught me that if you take a benefactor's money, it's not repaying a favor. I'll keep it for now, and when I've helped them fulfill their heart's desire, I'll leave this money and go home. Grandpa, Wang Shiyun is really a strong girl. She'll be great in the future. She's very good to get along with and often jokes and says some chatty jokes to me. Grandpa, Shui Yalan seems to be the most brutal one. She's quirky and a bit sloppy. Her brother who is not related by blood feels very shady. I'm really worried that she's being shady by that brother of hers. Grandpa, Zhang Jing is really a poor girl. Although she was born in a rich family, she didn't get a father's love since she was a child. The love that Grandpa gave me must be what she longed for. She is very polite, a little bit of a soft heart, and she is very good to me. I feel that she is just like a younger sister, and I will not be able to control myself from wanting to take care of her and caring for her. When Zhang Jing saw this, she could no longer hold back her tears. Grandpa, Jiang Qiu Yue, this girl, looks very high and cold, dresses very gaudy. Her family is open hotels, bars, KTVs, maybe many people see her, will think she is a little bit of dusty flavor, but I often see her sitting alone. Inside her heart, she may also be lost. She is also a kind girl. I hope that I can help her to fulfill her heart's desire at the same time, but also to help her to find her direction. Grandpa, they're still a little bit sassy, and they make jokes at my expense sometimes, which makes me embarrassed. Grandpa, they are very excessive today. They even secretly filmed me taking a bath. They are not shy. It seems that they like to see me being shy. I don't know what they think. For about 2 or 3 years, Qin Fan's chats with his grandfather were all about sharing bits and pieces of their life together. Sometimes it seemed like he was telling his grandfather that he was fine and trying to reassure him. Sometimes it was like he was sharing his complicated feelings for Wang Shiyun and the others. And between his words, there was a hint of unspoken sentiment. Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing looked on, with tears on their faces and smiles as well. Those 2 or 3 years, they lived under the same roof with Qin Fan, struggling and fighting together, were the most fulfilling and happy days. It wasn't until about 3 years ago that the messages Qin Fan sent to his grandfather gradually changed. Grandpa, I've finally helped them grow their company, and I'm getting closer and closer to helping them fulfill their wish. Grandpa, they're getting busier and busier. They're having more and more social engagements, and they should be working pretty hard too. Grandpa, they trust me a lot, and leave a lot of things in the company to me? A little tired, but it feels like they trust me. I'm inexplicably quite happy. But don't worry, Grandpa, I'm here to return the favor. I know very well that it's impossible for me to be with them. Grandpa, today Wang Shiyun moved out. Her family gave her a villa. Her family rewarded him after I helped her develop her company. Grandpa, I'm great, right? Wang Shiyun is getting closer and closer to her wish. Grandpa, Shui Yalan moved out today too. Grandpa, Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiu Yue, they all moved away. Grandpa, the way they look at me, it seems to have changed. I don't know how. Grandpa, today Wang Shiyun had a stomachache, and when I gave her medicine, she frowned and said thank you. I don't know why she looked at me like that. Grandpa, today Wang Shiyun is going to a banquet, dressed really beautiful, but I complimented her. She looked at me with disgust and told me to stay away from her. Grandpa, I suddenly realized that it seems like I really forgot that I am not in the same world as them. I just came to repay the favor. I should fight. Grandpa, Zhang Jing's birthday, her father didn't even say happy birthday to her. I'm imagining what kind of father her father is. I want to comfort Zhang Jing and make her happy, but this time she told me to go back to my room. Grandpa, Shui Yalan scolded me. The way they looked at me, it was disgusting. I don't know what happened. Grandpa, it's like they're all starting to hate me, and I don't know what's wrong. Grandpa, Shui Yalan is really a careless person. Put the phone on the table and went to watch the fun. I found that someone moved her phone. That person I have seen beside her brother who was not related by blood. I was worried that her brother had some crooked thoughts. Checked Shui Yalan's cell phone, but when she saw it, she now said that it was me who peeked at her cell phone. I explained it, but all of them did not believe it. Grandpa, today Wang Shiyun told me that she kind of likes me. I was shocked, but I'm happy in my heart. I know that it's impossible for me to be with her, but I feel that I have to be better for her. I want to help her be the first to fulfill her heart's desire. Grandpa, it turns out, they were just teasing me. Grandpa, how do I feel? They changed. I don't recognize them. In the middle, after a long interval, Qin Fan did not send another message to his grandfather, but Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing still couldn't stop their tears. Naturally, they have not forgotten that time. That was the time period when they attended banquets frequently, had fun frequently, listened to those people, became even more disgusted with Qin Fan, and kept bad-mouthing him. Grandpa, they kicked me out, but I haven't helped them fulfill their heart's desire to repay you for saving their lives. Grandfather, I won't meddle in their personal affairs any longer, and I'll go home after I've helped them fulfill their heart's desire and repaid their kindness. Grandpa, I didn't hold back. I couldn't watch them being set upon and do nothing, but they didn't believe what I said. Grandpa, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I can't figure out why they're suddenly like this. Grandpa, this city is big and beautiful. Grandpa, I have great coworkers who are awesome. Grandpa, one of my coworkers I helped out earlier came to visit me, and I'd love to sit down with him, have a drink, and talk, but I don't have time. Too much work. The frequency with which Qin Fan sent messages to his grandfather was becoming less and less. There was also no more mention of Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, or Zhang Jing and the girls. Just keep talking about payback, and going home. Last March, Grandpa, the moon is so full. I'm homesick, but I'm almost home. Last April, Grandpa, I'm almost done helping them fulfill their wishes, and when I'm done repaying them, I'll go home. Last August, Grandpa, it's almost time. I'm almost home from my reward. This year, January 16th, Grandpa, today, the moon is so full. February 20th, Grandpa, Yalan Shui's company has taken another big step forward, and I'm almost home. March 17th, soon. Grandpa, I'll be home soon. April 1st, Grandpa, I'm homesick. May 8th, Grandpa, it's almost home. May 17th, after negotiating a deal with the Zhao Group, Wang Shiyun's wish will soon be fulfilled, and I'll soon be home. These words reminded Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing of the scene in the surveillance where Qin Fan stood alone on the balcony at night. So lonely, so forlorn, that heartbreaking. Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing were in tears. This moment, they just realized. Qin Fan simply didn't have those ill intentions, those calculations, those schemes that those people said in their mouths. Qin Fan has always been that simple boy. His only goal is to help them fulfill their wishes, to repay his grandfather for saving his life, and to return home earlier. He relied on the fact that he had no unseemly designs. He cares for them. He is just grateful for them. Plus he cares for them from the innate goodness of his heart after spending a lot of time together. It turns out Qin Fan has never changed. We've changed. It's that we're addicted to paper and gold, drifting away amidst the sound of bragging and compliments. It was we who were influenced by the words of those people and speculated about Qin Fan with the worst possible malice. Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing were blurred by tears. The lonely and despondent figure of Qin Fan in the monitor is so heartbreaking. Take out your cell phone, but you can only message with your departed grandfather to say what's on your mind. And in the end, you can even only say that you're coming home soon because you're worried that your grandfather is worried in the Nine Springs. This big city. No. This big world. Qin Fan no longer has any relatives to tell his heart. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. When Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing remembered how they had treated Qin Fan during the past 3 years, endless shame and self-blame surged through their hearts. It's that they misunderstand someone who is clean, pure, and truly cares about them, understands them, and wants to be good to them. Zhang Jing burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Shiyun's tearful eyes and her hand, which was holding the cell phone, kept trembling. Jing, these chats must be shown to Yalan, Autumn Moon and the others. We misunderstood Qin Fan. We wronged him. We're sorry for him. Wang Shiyun nodded her head and tremblingly took out her cell phone, ready to call Shui Yalan and Zhang Choyue one by one. But I don't want to. Before Wang Shiyun could dial the phone, Shui Yalan called first. Ooh-hoo. Shui Yalan's cries came from the phone. Wang Shiyun's heart tightened when she heard Shui Yalan's cries. She knew that Shui Yalan, this chick, normally wouldn't cry. Yalan, what's wrong with you? Is the company too busy for you to handle? Shui Yalan's louder cries came over the phone. Woo-woo, Sister Shiyun, could we have misunderstood Qin Fan? While Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing were checking the chat logs, tears fell like rain. On Shui Yalan's side, she followed her own arrangement and prepared to fish Qin Fan out. She decided that Qin Fan had found someone to install listening software into her cell phone or something like that. She had been talking into her cell phone in the morning saying that the company was too busy, that she was too tired, and that she missed Qin Fan. In the afternoon, as planned, she took to her cell phone and said she had an upset stomach and couldn't eat, and that she had to pass the fork in the road to go to so-and-so's drugstore. As she walked, she said that if she could meet Qin Fan, she would never let him go again. She expected Qin Fan to show up, and she expected everything to be a plot by Qin Fan. She also had Zhang Choyue and Li Sidian following behind her. trying to get Jiang Choyue and Li Sidian to testify. But what Shui Yalan didn't even dream of was that she was crossing the street to get some medicine. A car came right at her, regardless of the red light. Is followed by Jiang Choyue and Li Sidian shouted to remind her. She lumbered to the roadside to dodge, only to retrieve a life fell into the greenbelt greenery. The car that ran the red light and hit several cars in a row looked like it was a traffic accident. But here's the problem. Just under 3 minutes after the crash, Shui Yalan's unrelated brother showed up. Sister, save my sister. Shui Yalan's brother, who is not related by blood, rushed to the scene of the crash and cried. But Shui Yalan, who fell in the green belt, his brain all of a sudden associated with a lot clearer. How could her brother, who was not related by blood, show up so soon? How can you be sure she was hit? Where's Qin Fan? Qin Fan hadn't appeared. So why was it her brother, who had no blood relationship and was like an enemy to her, who had appeared? The answer is obvious. She has not been shy about telling her unrelated brother that she will inherit the family business and that she will kick the unrelated brother out of the house. She said it again the other day when her unrelated brother came over. Shui Yalan realized that it was her brother, who was not related by blood, who had found someone behind her back to install listening software in her phone, knew her whereabouts, and wanted to put her to death. Shui Yalan was sloppy, but not stupid. She instantly associated it with that time Qin Fan looked at her cell phone. Was it her cowhorse brother that time? Too? Her cowhorse brother had been trying to kill her for a long time? You didn't dare to make a move after you were almost discovered by Qin Fan that time, and you only dare to make another move now that Qin Fan is gone? Shui Yalan had just walked on the brink of death and was so scared that her body went limp. But what scared her even more was that, did she misunderstand Qin Fan? Did she misunderstand Qin Fan not only about that one thing, but also about other things? She's afraid. She was really afraid that she was the one who had misunderstood Qin Fan from start to finish. Having just walked on the brink of death, collapsed in a greenbelt, looking at the crash scene from an outsider's perspective. Look at her new busy brother who was pretending to cry and looking for her. And look at Jiang Choyue and Li Xianchen who don't know if she is safe and are anxious to look for her. Shui Yalan's brain suddenly thought in the opposite direction. From an outsider's perspective, who could tell who really cared about her and who was pretending to care about her? Her cowhorse brother or Jiang Choyue or Li Sidian? Those who don't know them have no idea who is genuine. Then those people at the banquet, who had spoken ill of Qin Fan and speculated about him with the worst possible malice, were they really right? She remembered how hard Qin Fan had helped them in the beginning, and remembered Qin Fan's stunned and disoriented appearance in the face of her bad words, and she was scared. Wang Shiyun's mind was in turmoil. She wasn't sure if she had really misunderstood Qin Fan, but she was really afraid that she had been misunderstanding Qin Fan. If she really misunderstood Qin Fan from start to finish, what can she do to make up for her mistakes? Yalan, are you okay? Jiang Qiuyu and Li Sitian found Shui Yalan, who had collapsed in the green belt, and rushed to check if Shui Yalan was injured. Shui Yalan was dumbfounded to be helped up by Jiang Qiuyu and Li Sitian, dumbfounded to leave the green ring belt, dumbfounded to go back to the company. She didn't want to bother with the cat-crying cowhorse brother. She remembered that Wang Shiyun said that Qin Fan hit Shirley that day because Shirley was a scum, because Shirley might have said something dirty to them that Qin Fan heard. And Qin Fan hit Shirley. At that time, Shui Yalan was filled with hatred for Qin Fan and didn't even think about it. Now she wanted to seriously listen to Wang Shiyun one more time. Seriously say what she had just thought in her head to Wang Shiyun. Now she just wants to know, did she misunderstand Qin Fan or not? On the other side of the phone, Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing listened to what had just happened to Shui Yalan. And when they heard Shui Yalan's inquiry, tears once again came to their eyes. Yalan, it's us who misunderstood Qin Fan. We misunderstood Qin Fan from beginning to end. Yalan, where are you? We're coming to you. Half an hour later, Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing brought that cell phone to Shui Yalan's company. Jiang Qiuyu and Li Sidian would have been there. Wang Shiyun informed Zhao Tingting and Zhou Luo to come as well. Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyu and the others saw Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing's eyes were swollen from crying and their hearts thumped. Shiyun, Yun Yang, what's wrong with you guys? What happened? Wang Shiyun handed her cell phone to Shui Yalan. Yalan, didn't you ask me if I misunderstood Qin Fan? Didn't you say that you thought you might have misunderstood Qin Fan the time he peeked at your cell phone? Check it out. The answers are all here. Zhou Luo recognized the phone that Wang Shiyun took out. Sister Shiyun, isn't this Qin Fan's cell phone? Wang Shiyun nodded. I got back the phone that was broken in the underground parking lot the other day. The answer Yalan wants is inside. There are some, too, that you need to see. Support if you add more. Wang Shiyun didn't let Shui Yalan and the girls look at the rest and directly opened the chat between Qin Fan and his grandfather. Jiang Qiuyu frowned slightly. Grandpa? Qin Fan is talking to his grandfather? Didn't his grandfather die a long time ago? Wang Shiyun nodded with a sad expression. Look, the five of them, Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and Li Sidian, didn't ask any more questions and began to look down from the beginning. They all fell into their memories and smiled when they saw Qin Fan start to share information to his grandfather about how he and Wang Shiyun and the others had struggled, worked, and lived together. Slowly, when they saw Qin Fan give his grandfather that he felt that Wang Shiyun and the others had changed. He didn't know why, but Wang Shiyun's attitude towards him had changed. Zhang Jing's attitude towards him had changed, and all of them had changed their attitude towards him. They've all lost their smiles. Tears appeared in the eyes of. None of them were stupid and had realized that Qin Fan hadn't changed. It was they who had changed. Keep looking down. When Shui Yalan saw the news that Qin Fan had told his grandfather that looking at her cell phone had been misunderstood, the tears could no longer be held back. It turned out that time it was my damn cow horse brother who tried to install listening software in my cell phone, and it turned out that it was really Qin Fan who protected me while Shui Yalan was a person who dared to love, hate and express her emotions directly. She did not cover her mouth and whimpered and cried. Keep looking. They saw that they gullibly believed those people's words and let Wang Shiyun pretend to express her liking for Qin Fan, who sent his grandfather happy messages. They also saw Qin Fan say later, very forlornly, that it turned out he had just been tricked. Qin Fan's message brought them back to their memories a little bit. From the very beginning, Qin Fan had single-mindedly helped them only to help them fulfill their heart's desire. By the time Qin Fan felt that they had changed, they were teased by them, maligned by them, suspected by them, and speculated by them with the worst possible malice. Qin Fan still insisted on helping them fulfill their heart's desire, and only to return the favor. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fan was very clear that he had come to repay his kindness, and his persistence was only for the sake of repaying his kindness, without any other purpose at all. He is a simple, pure, kind and principled man, but they speculated about Qin Fan with the worst possible malice, hurt Qin Fan with the most hurtful words. Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, Li Sidian and the others all burst into tears as they remembered what they had once said to Qin Fan. How hard they used to curse. How deeply it hurts. How heartbreaking and regrettable it is right now. They also finally understood why Qin Fan had sent a message to his departed grandfather. In this big world, Qin Fan only had his grandfather as a relative, and he could only talk to her grandfather about what was on his mind. Qin Fan's hard work, loneliness, and despondency made their hearts ache, blame themselves, and regret. Shui Yalan was the one who was first influenced by those people at the Noble Circle banquet, and was also the one who usually speculated about Qin Fan with the worst of malice and said the most bad things about him. When the truth was known, Shui Yalan was the one who cried the hardest. Shui Yalan, you're so stupid. You're so stupid. How could you be influenced by their words and be so mean to Qin Fan? Speculating about him with the worst possible malice? Obviously Qin Fan protected you, yet you misunderstood Qin Fan for so long and badmouthed him so much. Shiyun sis, what should I do? What should I do? What can I do to gain Qin Fan's forgiveness? Shui Yalan sobbed uncontrollably, like a child who had made a big mistake and was remorseful. Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiuyue, Li Sidian, Zhao Tingting, and Zhou Lui all burst into tears as well. They also didn't know how to gain Qin Fan's forgiveness. The most crucial thing was that none of them knew where Qin Fan was right now. Home. Qin Fan must have gone home. Let's go get him. Capital of Province X. Qin Fan's broken heart had long since thrown Wang Shiyun and the others out of his mind. His sketch studio is now official and the staff is in place. 1 photographer, 1 handyman, 7 actors. Except for the photographer, the remaining 8 are freshly interned college students. College students are now cheap labor at the drop of a hat. The 7 cast members include 4 men and 3 women. The 4 male actors are tall and handsome except for 1. The remaining 3, 1 imitates the crooked-mouthed god of war very realistically. 1 has a scar on his face, and 1 has a thief's fascination with natural doggy-like eyes. The 3 actresses were picked by Qin Fan based on their face value. All of them have 80 points for face value and all of them have great bodies. For traffic, you need an attractive title and cover. And if the cover is a very good-looking beauty, the clicks will not be low. The script, which Qin Fan has already written, is probably about a low-profile rich kid goes to college and pretends to be normal, trying to find true love. Gets a girlfriend in college and talks about it all the way through his senior year. Originally, Richie was ready to reveal his true identity to his girlfriend, but he didn't expect to see his girlfriend getting into a cheap sports car. The rich second generation went up to ask why. Was scolded poor. Accompanied you for 4 years. Is to see you look handsome. Now graduated. Adults, to look up to the economic strength. Richie laughed sadly and asked her how much money she was looking for in a man now. The ex-girlfriend said that her current boyfriend, is the general manager of the XX Group, a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Rich second generation licking shoes are not worthy. The rich second generation laughed. XX Group is not my family company? I thought I had found true love, but I didn't realize it was just a gold-digging woman who cared about my looks and loved vanity. Since you care so much about money, I'll show you what it means to be really rich. Rich kid unleashes revenge. The plot of this skit is actually quite cheesy, and many novels have the same plot. But you can't stop the public from just loving to see this kind of gold-digging woman get punched in the face. Have you memorized your lines? Back up, boss. Okay, cameraman in position. First segment attempt. Action. Unsurprisingly, the first segment was a terrible shot. Several college students were not studying acting. Not only did they look stiff, their movements were hard as robots. Cut. You guys are so concerned about the camera that you forget you're on camera right now, and you take it for what it's really worth. Little Hui. Have you ever chased a girl and been disliked? Now fantasize that you're that low-key rich second generation who was disliked. Jala, you're a rich second generation. You don't have to be like Xiaohui with your mouth crooked too hard. You have to pretend to be deep and low-key. Just wear a playful smile at the corner of your mouth. As for the role of the gold digger, well, Lily, I know you're not a gold digger, so try to imagine that you are and blend in. Okay, boss. Again. Tried several times in a row throughout the day. The first episode was 1.5 minutes long, and only half of it was filmed, and that's for working overtime until 9 p.m. Sheen Fan was looking at the results of the shoot beside the photographers. A couple of college students, tired and sore from standing around all day, whispered in the background. I thought being an actor was clean, but I didn't realize it was so tiring and boring to keep reshooting. Yeah, said 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. double time off. It's 9 p.m. What? Recruitment said 9 to 5. You really think 9 to 5? Ah, buddy, when you enter the society, you have to understand the social trickery. This boss of ours, looking not very old. I didn't realize that he is also a black-hearted capital dog. Working 4 hours of overtime, he will definitely keep his mouth shut. Hey, who made us intern college students? It's nice to get this job for $3,000 a month. I thought there was a commission and a stipend. Sister, are you dreaming? What's written on the recruitment? Just take a look at it. If you take it seriously, you'll lose. At this time Sheen Fan walked over. The 8 college students stood up with smiles on their faces in a hurry. Boss, can you get off work now? Sheen Fan smiled and nodded. Everyone worked hard. All 4 hours of overtime today will be paid to everyone according to the overtime system on the hiring. Also, busy as it is, I don't know if there are any buses that can get you back to your place. And the taxi allowance, too, will be added to your paychecks. And finally, to celebrate a successful end to the first day of work today, it's on me. Of course, if anyone wants to go back to rest early, they can also mark a meal allowance to go first. 8 college students, including the cameraman in the back shaking his head and sighing as he packed up his camera thinking he'd worked 4 hours of overtime for nothing, stared in disbelief. Jesus Christ, did I hear you right? In this world, there are still bosses who come up by recruitment and are so real and so nice? Could it be that it's the first day of work and they're pretending just this once to impress us? Sheen Fan looked at the 9 people who were dumbfounded and smiled as he snapped his fingers. Hey, say something if you're eating. If you feel awkward eating with me, then I'll just mark you all down for a meal allowance and I'll go eat by myself. The photographer's elder brother, after all, was already a man who had gone through a severe beating in society, and he was the first to react. Whether the boss is sincere or not, you have to give the boss face. Of course I'll go if the boss invites me. Thank you boss, thank you boss. Sheen Fan looked toward the 8 college students. The boys did look at each other and laughed. Go! It's the first day of work, so we do have to celebrate. Thanks for the treat boss. Boss atmosphere. The other 3 girls were a little hesitant. They were worried that when they got to the dinner, they'd be asked to chaperone or something. Even though they are applying for the job as skit actors, they still belong to the actors, right? I've heard that actors and actresses are subject to subterfuge by their bosses. Boss, the place we rented is far away. Why don't we not go? They thought Sheen Fan would be upset. As a result, Sheen Fan nodded his head very cheerfully. Good, then I'll give you 3 a meal credit, together on payday. Thanks boss. The 3 girls left. Sheen Fan took 5 other boys, a photographer's oldest brother, and went to the restaurant. You guys want a drink? I have a bad stomach. I'll pass on the booze. If you guys want to drink, feel free to order some, but don't take anything too expensive. Under 100. The photographer's big brother looked at the very easygoing Sheen Fan. His mind was still a bit confused and felt very unreal. If the boss doesn't drink, then neither do we. Sheen Fan nodded. Then let's eat, talk, and go back to rest early. At first, The photographer and the 5 male college students were more or less a bit formal, but slowly, after they realized that Chin Fan was really easygoing, they all opened up their conversation boxes. The photographer, not without boasting, told the other 5 college students that he had never seen such an easygoing boss as Chin Fan. Those 5 college students were not above bragging that they were lucky to have met good bosses when they first stepped into society. Chin Fan just smiled and listened. He used to be in charge of many affairs of Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan's 7-member company by himself. So what kind of people hadn't seen? What kind of scenes hadn't been encountered? And what kind of words hadn't been heard? Whether it was a scene or not, he could still hear it. Slowly, everyone talked away. A college student even asked Chin Fan if he played games and wanted to hack with him. Unfortunately, Chin Fan was too busy to play games, no matter when he was in college or after working for Wang Shiyun and the girls. In fact, Chin Fan quite hoped to play games with the youngsters. Many young people's friendships nowadays start with games and are sustained by hacking. It was almost 11 o'clock at night after this meal. After Chin Fan watched them take a taxi and leave, he himself took a taxi back to the rented place. When you finish shooting the first part, send out the traffic will definitely be very considerable. Then you can contact the platform. Start with a small cooperation. Step by step. Outside the window, the moon and the stars are thin. Chin Fan was in a very good mood as he lay on his bed. No pressure. No chicanery. Working for what you want to do is the most fulfilling and satisfying. Chin Fan woke up before dawn the next day. Subconsciously sitting up and about to put on his clothes, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer in Longdu and didn't need to keep Wang Shiyun and the 7 of them busy with his company. It really doesn't need to be that busy. This biological clock, this muscle memory, it's got to be dialed in slowly. Chin Fan lay back down on the bed and squinted for a while longer. Chin Fan woke up only after the sky had dawned in monsoon. After washing up and eating breakfast on the side street outside the rental house, Chin Fan rushed to the company. Arriving at the company was not even 8 o'clock. Chin Fan, by himself, first read the script to see if there was anything that could be optimized in the script. Short dramas must stand out as streamlined and short, straight to the cool points, without any grading routine. Starting at 8:30, the others arrived one after another. Morning boss. Good morning boss. Chin Fan smiled and nodded in response one by one. After 9 o'clock arrived, Chin Fan also got the crowd started on time. With yesterday's experience, it was much easier to shoot today, all day long. Finished the second half of the first episode after filming the rest of yesterday's episode. Not bad. Fai, Kara, both acted well. Lily, you guys are good too. Our Master Lu angle to find is also very good. This angle shot, Lily, all the beauty is shot out. The look captured is also very good. Mr. Lu is the older brother of the photographer. Master Lu was a bit embarrassed by Chin Fan's compliments. In his recollections, he was always scolded for not being able to find angles and capture the look when he worked for several other companies. Being complimented is a first, since filming isn't the kind of thing where you get off at the end of the day. I worked another hour of overtime today. Master Lu and the other 8 college students didn't ask on their lips, but their eyes kept glancing towards Chin Fan. Yesterday Chin Fan said that overtime will be recorded. Meal allowance and transportation allowance. They weren't sure if yesterday was the first day of sweet dates. If Chin Fan also said it today, then odds are, this boss in front of him, is a good boss in 10,000. Everyone worked hard. 1 hour of overtime today, all credited to everyone. Just now I heard someone's stomach growl. Meal allowance all credited 1. Public transportation subsidy should all still have a car now, right? Just don't write it down. Chin Fan opened his mouth and embarrassed the photographer. Master Lu. He was expecting Chin Fan to mark overtime for them, but he was more interested in seeing if Chin Fan was a good boss out of 10,000. If you really want to mark overtime, an hour of overtime. In fact, it is just aftercare. Not always busy. He did not think it is necessary to count overtime. And Chin Fan, not only do they get credited with overtime, but they also get credited with a meal allowance because someone's stomach growled. Guys, it's only 6 p.m. It's early for dinner, right? Master Lu scratched his head and said with a smile, Boss, forget it, it's only an hour. No need to mark overtime. Forget about this meal allowance. It's only 6 o'clock. It's still early enough in the day not to delay the meal. Photographer Master Lu is not that he does not want the money. He said so. In fact, there is also an element of goodwill to the boss after being beaten by the society. Several other college students followed suit. Yeah boss, forget it, it's only an hour. You really don't need to count overtime. Meal supplements aren't necessary. And it's not too late for us to go to dinner. Whoever's stomach was just growling was probably trying to fart. Chin Fan, however, smiled and waved his hand. If I only follow the penalty system of fines for lateness and early departure, etc., as written on the recruitment, and do not follow the benefit system of compensation for overtime work and bonuses for conscientious work, etc., as written on the recruitment, then am I not a person with two faces? Without further ado, just do what was written on the job offer at the time. Master Lu looked at Chin Fan in a daze, his heart in waves. Chin Fan's words seemed like a meteorite smashing into the sea of his heart. Since he joined the work, I do not know how many dead according to the punishment system fine. The mention of subsidies and bonuses to find excuses, playing confused boss. It was the first time he had encountered a boss as principled as Chin Fan. Master Lu secretly made a resolution that if Chin Fan remained unchanged like this, he would be willing to follow him for the rest of his life. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, Chin Fan has been following what was written on the recruitment at that time. The more Master Lu works, the more energized he becomes. The other 8 internship college students chatted with their classmates, and after comparing their respective bosses, they also felt more and more that they were fortunate in their 3 lifetimes to have met such a good boss as Chin Fan. My boss treats me like a human being and respects me. How can I apologize to my boss for being lazy? Together with Chin Fan, there are only 10 people in the small company, and every day, they are working feverishly and very fulfilling. The other side, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Zhang Qiuyue as well as Li Xianchen and the girls, a total of 7 people. The 7 young ladies drove 2 luxury cars, left Longdu and traveled all the way south to Chin Fan's old home. Chin Fan's hometown is a small mountain village, built on a hill, with a history dating back to the time of the Han Wu Emperor. There was a stone bridge in the village, which was very wide, and a temple was built over it. Usually many old people sit in front of the temple on the bridge and sunbathe. On this day the oldest man and woman were chatting as usual in front of the temple on the bridge while making baskets and weaving shoes. Suddenly 2 cars entered the village. Immediately after that, 7 people who were like fairies and carried a kind of rich man's nobility on their bodies, out of place with this small mountain village, such as Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan, got out of the car. The oldest man and woman stood up curiously. Where is this girl child from? This is a star, right? I look at the leading girl child. It seems like Deliza from TV. Nonsense. What Deliza? Her name is Billy Jiba. Hey, the big star has come to our village? Could it be that he wants to shoot a movie in our village? Hey, why do they look familiar to me? They're all TV stars. Of course they look familiar to you. No, I think I've seen it somewhere. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others got out of the car and saw that there were people on the bridge, so they came to the bridge in front of the temple. Master, I want to ask you about someone. Who are you inquiring about? I have never traveled far in my life. If you inquire about the village people I can know. If you inquire about other places. The old man shook his head. Wang Shiyun looked at the wrinkled old man with very bright eyes and couldn't help but think of Grandpa Chin Fan. The gaze of the village people was clean and clear as distinct from the gaze of the people of Londo. I would like to ask if Chin Fan is in the village? Before, when Chin Fan returned to the village to visit his grandfather's grave, everyone in the village knew about it. The boss didn't hide it. You're looking for Xiao Fan. He made a trip back to the village earlier to visit his grandfather's grave, and then he left again. What do you want with him? Wang Shiyun didn't know what to explain. So, Moncler, do you have a way to contact Chin Fan? We're looking for him for something very important. At this time the person who had just said that Wang Shiyun and the others looked familiar suddenly remembered. You are the 7 girls who came when Grandpa Xiaofan died, right? You are the girl who jumped into the reservoir and saved Grandpa Xiaofan? Wang Shiyun smiled slightly and nodded. I didn't expect that the village elders and old ladies would become very enthusiastic all of a sudden after knowing the identity of Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan and the girls. So it's Grandpa Xiaofan's savior. Come, sit and talk. You guys must be tired after coming from Dragon Capital, right? I'll pour you all a bowl of water. Have you eaten yet? At noon Auntie will roll out noodles for you. Grandpa Xiaofan used to talk about you guys when he was alive, saying that if it wasn't for you, he would have drowned. I heard from Fan that he went to work for your company right after graduation, and that you guys took good care of him, so thank you so much. That child, Xiaofan, is a person with a hard life? Not long after he was born he was left on the side of the road by his real parents. It was only when his grandfather carried him home that he picked up a life. God has eyes. How can a person keep suffering? When little Fan met you guys, he was considered to have met a nobleman. The words of the oldest Moncler outlet online lady said that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others were ashamed, and their hearts were sour. By the way, doesn't Xiaofan work in your company? You guys can't contact him? Wang Shiyun didn't dare to say how they treated Chin Fan. Chin Fan he resigned. He contributes a lot to our company and we want to thank him, but he seems to have lost his cell phone, and we can't reach him. The simple old man let out an oh so sweet sound. not doubting Wang Shiyun's words, and nodded his head and said, "No wonder when Xiaofan went back to visit me not long ago. He told me he wanted to go home and do something for the village, so it's a resignation. I have his cell phone number. I'll call him and ask." The boss dialed the phone and got a response that the phone was turned off. The cell phone number that is now stored in the old man's machine is still the same cell phone number that Qin had before. That cell phone is now in Wang Shiyun's car. However, because too many people were calling Qin, Wang Shiyun had to turn off her phone. "Look at my memory. You guys just said that Fan lost his cell phone, so I'll call him. Hee, it doesn't matter if you can't get through right now. I guess you'll be able to get through when Fan replenishes his cell phone number." Wang Shiyun, Shuiyalan and the others knew very well in their hearts that Qin would not replace that cell phone card. "Master, do you know where Qin went?" The boss shook his head. "I really don't know if this Fan didn't say anything." Loss flashed in the eyes of Wang Shiyun, Shuiyalan and the others. "Still can't find Qin? Qin, where the hell have you been?" Wang Shiyun tried to squeeze out a smile. "Grandpa, thank you. If at any time Qin comes back, you must tell me. Here's my contact info." Wang Shiyun handed the oldest man a business card. The boss wiped his hands on his body and accepted the delicate business card with both hands. Wang Shiyun saw the old man's rough old hands, full of cracks chipped from work, and for a moment some inexplicable feelings rose up. Pity? Heartbroken? Can't say. Wang Shiyun felt that she had to do something for Qin's village, even if it was to make up for a little bit of her apology to Qin first. "Master, is the village chief in the village? I want to meet the village chief." The oldest man took Wang Shiyun to see the village chief. Wang Shiyun donated $100,000 to the village, so that the village head can give all the old people in the village, buy some milk powder, rice and noodles and so on. If an elderly person is sick and the family just can't afford to pay for medical care, they call her. Shuiyalan, Zhang Jing and the others also all left their business cards, saying that the village chief could also call them. Wang Shiyun, Shuiyalan, and the others left with the village head, the grandparents, and the villagers cheering them on. But when they left the village, there were no smiles on their faces and they remained preoccupied. In order to find Qin, they first put aside the company's business. Shuiyalan didn't even bother to pay attention to her cow and horse brother who wanted her life. But she still hadn't found Qin. Zhang Jing suddenly thought of someone. "Do you guys remember that Qin had a very good roommate when he was in college? He is working in Longdu. Can't say the day Qin left and went to look for him." Wang Shiyun nodded. "There seems to be such a person. Jing, do you have his contact information?" Zhang Jing shook her head. "No, but we can look for his button in the classmate group and ask him privately." Shuiyalan couldn't wait to get on top of Zhang Jing. "Be quiet and ask." N. Zhang Jing opened the buckle that she hadn't logged in for I don't know how many years, found the classmate group, searched the group for half a day, and found Qin's roommate Left and Right, surnamed Left and Right. "Mr. Left, are you there? There's something I need to ask you about." Longdu, inside a certain office in a certain building, was sipping tea at a leisurely pace or so when I saw the throbbing button avatar. Didn't care for it originally, ordered it randomly. When he saw that it was Zhang Jing, he immediately sat up straight. "Zhang Jing? What did she want to see me about? Could it have something to do with the mortal sun?" Left and Right is now the general manager of a private enterprise in Longdu. The company is not very big, but Left and Right's salary is more than $30,000 a month. Previously, when Qin asked him to borrow money, he was quite curious because he knew that Qin worked for the 7 Wang Xians and thought that Qin shouldn't be short of money. He asked Qin what happened, but Qin didn't say. His relationship with Qin was the strongest. Even if Qin didn't say what he was borrowing money for, he lent Qin $200,000 with a big wave of his hand. "Before, Fanzi asked me to borrow money. Now Miss Zhang is looking for me. Could it be related to Fanzi?" Left and Right put down their teacups and tapped their hands on the keyboard. "Yes. Does Miss Zhang have any orders?" "Zhang Jing, do you have Qin's contact information there?" Left and Right keenly sensed that it was definitely Qin who had problems with Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing and the girls. Otherwise, Qin gave Wang Shiyun and Zhang Jing part-time jobs to repay their kindness. How could they not have Qin's contact information? Previously, after Qin borrowed money, he deliberately told the Left and Right that he did not use his previous cell phone number, and when he changed it, he would give him a call. Now Left and Right do have new contact information for Qin. "Miss Zhang, you don't have Qin's contact information? Isn't he always at your place?" Zhang Jing looked at the messages sent from Left and Right and didn't know how to reply. Shuiyalan, quirky and paying much attention, snatched the cell phone. "Previously, Qin confessed his love to me, and I refused. I've been thinking about it a lot these days, and I don't think I can stay away from him, but he's already left Longdu. I can't contact him. Do you have his new contact info? Can I have it? Zhang Jing stared at Shui Yalan with big, beautiful, unbelievable eyes, her cheeks slightly red. Yalan, what are you babbling about? Shui Yalan beamed. If you don't, do you tell him the truth? On the other side, the left and right looked at the message sent by Zhang Jing, and their eyes grew wider and wider. Crap, 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 crap. No wonder Fancy was so moody when he borrowed the money earlier. So it was a confession that was rejected. Fancy is really bold to confess to the Zhang family's eldest miss, but judging by this, the Zhang family's eldest miss realized afterward that she couldn't stay away from Fancy until after he left. Crap Fancy you kid even got the heart of Miss Zhang. That was back then known as our school as if Sister Shirshir general temperament beauty damn you. You really deserve to die. Left and right cursed with envy and jealousy on their mouths. Their hands struck the keyboard and sent Qin Fan's new contact information to Zhang Jing. Envious as he was, he naturally wanted to see his good brother get love. Shui Yalan proudly lifted her pink chin and, how about that? My way is awesome. Zhang Jing looked at the new cell phone number that was sent to her left and right and was a little afraid to dial it. She didn't know what to say to Qin Fan after she dialed it. Extra, please add bookshelf, please catch up, please rush, please support, please dogar. Zhang Jing remembered that day in the underground parking lot. She personally dropped Qin Fan's phone and said the phone you used. It's too dirty. She really didn't know how to open her mouth. Yalan, why don't you play? Shui Yalan didn't say anything and directly took the cell phone and dialed the number. The other side, Qin Fan, who was watching the effects of the shooting during the break, had his cell phone vibrate in his pocket. After taking it out, I saw an unfamiliar number. It's still Londo calling. The only person who knows my new number is Yuzu, nicknames left and right. And he changed his number too? Master Lu. Wait a moment. I'll take a call. Okay boss. Qin Fan walked to the corner and picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? Is it Grapefruit? On the other side of the phone, Shui Yalan's nose instantly soured when she heard Qin Fan's familiar voice. She thought of forcing Qin Fan to carry her on her back when she was in college and traveling. She thought of starting her job, living under the same roof as Qin Fan, and her spiteful teasing of Qin Fan. She thought about how she was influenced by those people and began to suspect Qin Fan, young Qin Fan, which developed into unbridled loathing and verbal abuse in the end. Qin Fan, a boy who came from a pitiful background and held a heart of sincere gratitude, so hard to help her and protect her, to be suspected by her like that, to speculate with the worst of malice, to hurl insults like that. She didn't know how much her heart would be broken if she were Qin Fan. Hello? Wrong number? Qin Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone again and hung up immediately afterward. Yalan, why don't you say something? Yalan. Shui Yalan held the cell phone with teary eyes. I don't know what to say. Wang Shiyun looked at Shui Yalan, a girl who seemed quite brave at times, and knew in her heart that Shui Yalan was not actually a bold person. It's better if I do it. Wang Shiyun took her cell phone, took a deep breath, and dialed Qin Fan's number again. Qin Fan was just about to continue working when his cell phone vibrated again. Still an unfamiliar number. Qin Fan hung up with a slight frown. You made a mistake and you're still hitting? Qin Fan hung up. Qin Fan did not expect him to hang up twice in a row. The other party is still playing. Can only return to the corner to connect the phone again. Hello? Who is this? You've got the wrong number. On the other side of the phone, Wang Shiyun couldn't control her red eyes even when she heard Qin Fan's familiar voice. Qin Fan. It's me, Shiyun. Qin Fan's frown deepened when he heard the familiar voice. How did Wang Shiyun know my new cell phone number? Did Yuzu tell her? When Qin Fan didn't tell the left and right about him being kicked out, he thought that if he left, Wang Shiyun and the others would forget about him before long. Qin Fan hadn't even thought that Wang Shiyun and the others would still be looking for him, so he didn't say anything to his left or right about not telling people his new cell phone number or anything like that. That's not to blame for the left and right. Mr. Wang, what did you want to see me about? Did Mr. Zhao find out that I was kicked out by Wang Shiyun and cancelled the cooperation, and Wang Shiyun was forced to come to me? Oh, think I'll go back? Wang Shiyun's thousands of words turned into 3 words by the end of his mouth. I'm sorry. Qin Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it, a bit puzzled. Sorry? Mr. Wang, you don't need to say anything sorry to me. I have left as you wished, and from now on, we will never speak to each other again, and each of us will just fight for our own goals. At the end of the phone, Wang Shiyun huffed. Qin Fan, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. We misunderstood you. Where are you? We'll come to you and we'll apologize to you in person. In his last life, after the underground parking lot incident of hitting Shirley, in order to repay his kindness, Qin Fan endured his anger and stayed behind to continue fulfilling the wishes of Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others. And Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others didn't suddenly become better. They became stranger and more excessive. They teased, and humiliated Qin Fan as if he were a plaything, a clown, a cow or a horse, a slave. Qin Fan didn't think that if he left in this life, Wang Shiyun and the others would suddenly become better. Maybe it's some kind of trick, perhaps. Wang Shiyun and the others had made some kind of bet with their noble circle friends again, trying to trick Qin Fan into going back and continuing to mock him. Mr. Wang, I'm very busy. I don't have time to play with you, and I won't play with you again. Goodbye. Oh no, never again. Qin Fan said and hung up the phone directly. Wang Shiyun looked at the hung up phone. Her heart was very bitter. He hung up. Wang Shiyun recalled the way Qin Fan had coyly smiled at her during her sophomore year when he had just worked as a bodyguard and book boy for them in order to repay his grandfather's kindness. Recalling the time when he first started to fight for the company, Qin Fan worked seriously and was busy in a busy way in the east and west. Recalling the way she cared for her as long as she had a hard stomach, a phone call to Qin Fan could bring the medicine to her and hand her a cup of warm water. Recalling the busy Qin Fan, as long as she shouted Qin Fan will immediately smile back a hey look, never to return? Wang Shiyun's heart suddenly hurt, as if she had completely lost someone very, very important. It was a feeling that hadn't even been there when her heartbroken grandmother died. Qin Fan hung up? Sister Shiyun, did Qin Fan say where he is? Wang Shiyun shook her head, her beautiful eyes containing tears. He doesn't want to see us again. Shui Yalan said anxiously. So how do I apologize to him? He came from that poor, that good, that pure. I misunderstood him so deeply and hurt him so badly with my bad words. I must apologize to him and gain his forgiveness or I will not be able to rest easy for the rest of my life. Wang Shiyun shook her head. She didn't know what to do now. The phone rang. Wang Shiyun thought it was Qin Fan calling back and hurriedly picked up her cell phone. But it turned out to be the secretary. Mr. Wang, when will you be back? The company has a lot of things waiting for you to deal with. If you don't come back, I'm afraid something big will happen. Wang Shiyun hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and ran through her thoughts. Come on. Let's go back to Dragon Capital first. Qin Fan worked hard to help us develop the company. We can't let his hard work go down the drain. When we return to Longdu, stabilize the company while inquiring where Qin Fan is. Regardless of whether Qin Fan is willing to see us or not, we must personally apologize to Qin Fan and let him obtain his forgiveness. The 7 lost young ladies, with the regret of not seeing Qin Fan, set off on the road north back to the Dragon Capital. On the other side, Qin Fan threw himself into his work without any distractions after hanging up the phone. Master Lu and the other 8 college students are becoming more and more skillful and their acting is improving. At first Qin Fan was thinking of recruiting a few college students majoring in acting when funds allowed. It seems less necessary now. The next few days, the more he shoots, the more skillful he becomes. And sometimes he can shoot 4 or 5 episodes a day if he doesn't have to turn a big set. When Qin Fan devoted himself with zeal and devotion to the cause of his, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, who had returned to Longdu, had been inquiring about where Qin Fan was. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Zhang Qiuyue and the other 7 great ladies tried to keep themselves very busy every day, not wanting to think about Qin Fan, but the memories always hit. Wang Shiyun will think of Qin Fan when she has a stomachache. Will think of Qin Fan when she can't make up her mind. Will think of Qin Fan when she passes by his office, and will think of Qin Fan's busy figure when she walks in the company hall. Shui Yalan would think of Qin Fan when she was too busy. She would think of Qin Fan when she was so angry with those newly recruited idiot managers that she would slap the table. And every time she drove her car she would think of the image of that day in the underground parking lot when she took back the car that she had given to Qin Fan. Zhang Jing would think of Qin Fan on thunderstorm days, when she faced tough partners, when she saw a man whose figure resembled Qin Fan's, and even because she dropped Qin Fan's cell phone in the underground parking lot that day, she would think of Qin Fan every time she picked up her cell phone. Zhang Qiuyue will think of Qin Fan when she picks up a glass of wine at the bar owned by her family, and will think of Qin Fan when she dresses a little revealingly. Zhao Tingting, Li Sidian, Zhou Luoi, all of them can't help but think of Qin Fan in their lives and work. They have never attended a banquet in your circle, and they have blacked out all the friends they knew in your circle. None of them opened their mouths, but all of them wanted Qin Fan to return to them. Zhang Jing was the first to move back to the place where she used to live under the same roof as Qin Fan. Immediately after that, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhao Qiuyue, all of them moved back to the place where they used to live with Qin Fan without any communication. It was as if living here could give them the illusion that Qin Fan was still around. You guys, that left and right, do you know what's going on between us and Qin Fan? Want to try a mouthful? Maybe that left and right student knows where Qin Fan is. If you ask about left and right, this Shui Yalan would dare. Quiet, give me your cell phone. I'll ask. Tick-tock, Around the time he was groping the office and watching a movie, he saw Zhang Jing's avatar flashing again and hurriedly clicked on it. Mr. Zhua, do you know where Qin Fan lives now? Looking around at the message sent by Zhang Jing, he rubbed his chin and pondered. Vancy's new cell phone number was already given to her. Why are you asking me? Crap. No way. Did Miss Zhang call to apologize to Van Z and Van Z didn't accept? But to say where Qin Fan was living now, left and right really didn't know. When Qin Fan borrowed money before, he only said that he wanted to go back to his hometown and did not say anything else. I don't know. Ms. Zhang, shall I ask for you now? Shui Yalan took Zhang Jing's cell phone and turned her big witty eyes back. Then thank you, Mr. Left. But Qin Fan is still mad at me, and I'm worried that if he realizes I asked, he won't tell you / commiserate about poking his hand. You'd better ask him for another reason. Damn, did I really guess? Miss Zhang called to apologize and Van Z refused? Van Z, what are you doing? AI. Fancy, it's come to this, so I'll have to be the Moonmaster for you. Okay, Miss Zhang, I understand. After returning Zhang Jing's message left and right, he opened WeChat, tapped on the chat page with Qin Fan, and dialed the voice call. Capital of Province X. The college student called Shelby didn't want to fall down accidentally when he was filming, and his leg was knocked out. Qin Fan was treating Shelby's wound, and he also wrote down a work-related injury allowance. After feeling the vibration of his cell phone, Qin Fan took it out and saw the voice call sent from his left and right. Fanny, busy? What's up Yuzu? What's up straight away? Qin Fan put his cell phone aside and continued to treat Xiao Hui's wounds. Around the Londo office, chewing gum and coming up with an excuse. Vancy, I'll be traveling for the last few days. Where are you now? Let's have a drink if we're close. On the other end of the phone, Qin Fan was silent. Qin Fan's new cell phone number was definitely told to Wang Shijun and the others left and right. But Qin Fan hadn't told left and right that he couldn't reveal his new cell phone number. So he couldn't blame left and right. Now that the left and right suddenly called to ask Qin Fan where he was, Qin Fan felt that there was a possibility that Wang Shiyun and the girls would know. Qin Fan did not want to see Wang Shiyun and the girls again. Yuzu, has anyone asked you for my new cell phone number before? This, haha, Fancy, you guessed it? On the other end of the phone, it broke left and right in a second. Miss Zhang asked me for it. Ms. Zhang also told me about you and her. I understand how you felt when you were rejected for confessing your love to Miss Zhang before. It must have been heartbreaking, right? But after you left, Miss Zhang realized that she couldn't stay away from you. I think Miss Zhang might have really fallen in love with you, only she was a bit of an afterthought. Now that the other Miss Zhang is looking for your contact information and where you are right now, just put down that bit of face and give Miss Zhang a chance to apologize. On the other side, Qin Fan's face was already filled with confused folds. Yuzu, what are you talking about? Left and right, alright Fancy. I know it's a bit humiliating to be rejected, but now that Miss Zhang has told me, don't hide it from me. Painfully, tell me where you are now. Qin Fan really didn't know what Zhang Jing and Wang Shiyun were up to. Follow the experience of the last latter. After hitting the Shirley incident, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, along with their noble circle of friends, teamed up to cheat Qin Fan several times, just because it's boring and amusing. In this life, Qin Fan left, so maybe something will change, but Qin Fan didn't think that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the others would suddenly become normal. This has to be some kind of playbook. Maybe they're just trying to trick me into going back and humiliate me again. Ha! Yuzu! What I did with Zhang Jing and the others is not what you think. If you still believe me, consider me a brother. They contact you again. You just ignore them. Don't bother with them. The left and right sensed that Qin Fan's tone was not a joke and his attitude turned serious. Vancy, what the hell is going on? Qin Fan fell into silence. He didn't really want to talk about what had happened to him. It was quite embarrassing, wasn't it? Anyway, just ignore whatever they tell you and don't believe them. If you're really traveling and want to meet me for a drink, you tell me where you're going and I'll come find you. Well, Vancy, I believe you. After hanging up the voice call, he looked around at Zhang Jing's chat page with him for a long time, and finally chose to believe Qin Fan's and closed the chat page. Tick-tock. Mr. Zhua, did you ask where Qin Fan is now? Mr. Left? Zhang Jing was still asking, but there were no more replies left or right. This around, why don't you reply to messages? Zhang Jing timidly said. Could Qin Fan have told him the truth? An edited message from Shui Yalan was just about to be sent when her movements immediately stopped. If the left and right knew the truth, as Qin Fan's good friend, it would be good if they didn't scold them, and ignoring them would indeed be the right thing to do. The room fell back into a lost silence. After breaking the line between left and right, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and the girls, again, didn't know how to find Qin Fan. They could only go to work and maintain the normal operation of the company while thinking of other ways to inquire where Chin Fan was. Dull work, and Chin Fan had fond memories, as well as their later bad memories after their attitude towards Chin Fan changed. Remorse, longing, and self-blame made them lose the smile on their faces. On this day, Kang Chio-yu's father talked to her. Kang Chio-yu's father wants Kang Chio-yu to inherit the family's hotel, bar, KTV and other such industries. But Jiang Chio-yu's wish is to open the country's largest chain of cake houses. She loves to make cakes and eat them. Jiang Chio-yu's father, this time looking for her to talk, is hoping that Jiang Chio-yu can go to other cities outside of Longdu Jiang's group under the hotel, bar, KTV to meet the person in charge of the group's industry in the field, in order to prepare for the future to take over. Kang Chio-yu was originally going to talk back to her father and say no, but she recently in the company, turn a corner will think of Chin Fan. Back to the residence will think of Chin Fan. Tired confused will think of Chin Fan. Once the good memories keep coming, she felt that she could not bear it. It's good to take this opportunity to go out for a break. Capital of Province X. After a month, Chin Fan's first short play was shot. The post-production revisions, editing, etc. have all been done, and it's just a matter of taking the final step to go live. But Master Lu, Xiaohui and Jiale, they were worried. Boss, would anyone really watch this kind of episode? 1.5 to 2 minutes an episode? The plot is also pretty cheesy, as it is in many novels. Will anyone really look at it? This past month through getting along with Chin Fan at work, Master Lu, Xiaohui, and Jiale, they were really getting to like this boss more and more. They didn't know Chin Fan's story, and behind their backs they speculated that Chin Fan might just be a young man starting a business. If it didn't work out and went out of business, it didn't matter that they were unemployed. What they were worried about was that they would never meet a boss as good as Chin Fan again. Chin Fan was full of confidence and joked. Reading a novel, and watching a video, is a different feeling. I'm not worried that no one will watch our skit. What I'm worried about is that you guys get hot, become big stars, get invited to make movies and TV, then I still have to recruit new people. Ha ha ha. In an atmosphere of joy and anticipation, Chin Fan released his first short play. There are 50 episodes of Chin Fan's short series. Chin Fan chose a model where the first 15 episodes are free to watch, and the second 35 episodes start charging. The kind of short dramas that have a lot of investment, cost a lot of money, and have good scripts, and charge between about $1 to $2 per episode for the episodes. The short drama made by Chin Fan is not a big investment and the cost is not big, but there's no skit on the market yet, and once it's released, it's sure to be watched by fewer people. Chin Fan did not set the highest $2 an episode, nor set too low, directly set a charge of $1.5 per episode. That is to say, the latter 35 episodes, if one person pays to watch all of them, Chin Fan can earn 52.5. If 10,000 people paid to see it all, that's $525,000. Chin Fan felt that this first short drama of his, not to say that as soon as it was released for a short period of time it was immediately watched by 100,000 people, but after a long period of time, it was certain that it could reach 100,000 people watching it. 100,000 people paid to watch, that's 5.25 million. In the past life, many people who engaged in web series in the early days could earn more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. Some people have gone straight to becoming billionaires on the basis of eating sketches alone early. The more money the better, and Chin Fan certainly wanted more money. Skit titles are important. Chin Fan didn't write any obscure or inflected titles. Straight up, rich young man punches gold-digging woman in the face. The cover is the best looking, best built college girl. The click attraction index is still high. After the release, Chin Fan began to prepare for the second short drama filming. There's no use keeping staring backstage to see what the first short play scores can achieve. Just leave it to time. 3 days passed in a row. On the first day, several hundred people paid to see it. The next day, thousands of people paid to see it. By the third day, there were already several thousand. Today is the fourth day. The platform, because Chin Fan's short drama has a lot of paid views, viewing hours and other data are very good, began to give recommendations. The number of paid viewers, which quickly broke the 10,000 mark, and the pay-per-view numbers just keep going up. Although Chin Fan had seen the flow of funds with greater face value when he worked for Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and others, those were not his and had nothing to do with him. Now that $500,000 or so in backstage proceeds is literally his. In 4 days, the first skit had already made over $500,000. Chin Fan was in a good mood. That afternoon, Chin Fan announced that the first short play had been a success. Everyone gets $1,000 raise in salary and a $10,000 bonus. Commissions are calculated separately for each person's labor. The female college student who was on the cover got an additional $10,000 bonus. Everyone's happy as hell. Thanks boss. The boss is mighty. Boss atmosphere. Bonus 10,000. I just interned for more than a month. My god. Those of my classmates know. Must be envious of the eye disease. Master Lu pinched himself hard. He felt he was dreaming. It was too unreal. It hasn't been long since he started working, and even if Chin Fan has earned a lot of money, it's too good to give a 10,000 bonus directly, right? This boss is not one of those black-hearted capitalist dogs who squeeze us. This boss is one who treats us as human beings, respects us, treats us as fellow human beings, and is one good boss in a million. As long as the boss doesn't kick me out, I'll work with the boss until I die. Chin Fan was also pleased and announced again. Later after work. My treat. We'll go ahead and have a little celebration. We'll have a big celebration when we get paid next month. The earnings in the back office can't be withdrawn until next month. Chin Fan estimated that the first short drama would earn him at least $1 million by next month. It's perfectly fine to treat everyone to a nice big meal and have some fun then. Yes, sir. The boss is too good to us. Boss, we're going this time too. The three female college students already knew that Chin Fan was not the kind of disgusting boss who suborned his subordinates during their time with him, and they didn't have to worry at all about being dunked when they arrived at the dinner table. Okay, everyone work first, and I'm going to see if there's anything I can refine in the second script. People can also give me comments if they think there are things that can be improved. Roger that. Yes boss. After getting off work in the afternoon, Chin Fan took 9 employees and went into a nearby restaurant together. In the time it takes to wait for your meal, when the cover girl, Lily, asked, "Boss, is our company still hiring? I have a classmate. She's very pretty. Her wish is to be an actress. Usually in the dormitory she likes to shoot some small videos and send them to the beep station. She's very talented in acting. She wants to come and try." Heard the wish was to be an actor. Chin Fan uncontrollably thought of Zhou Luo. Among those 7 great ladies of Wang Shiyun, Zhou Luo's family was the strictest in terms of their upbringing. The Chow family is in the real economy, a family that contributes to society. In the Zhou family's tutelage, the children of the Zhou family, boys and girls alike, must be invested in the down-to-earth real economy. But Zhou Luoyi's wish is to be an actor. Zhou Luo threatens to die and her family agrees to give her a chance, but her family won't offer her any help. If Zhou Luo can make a name for herself, her family will let her become an actress, and if she fails, she will honestly inherit her family's textile factory or manufacturing plant or national chain of hotels, and must listen to her family's arrangements anyway. In his previous life, Chin Fan used the startup capital lent to Zhou Luo by Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing to help Zhou Luo create a film and television company, and helped Zhou Luo fulfill his wish to become an actor. Although he didn't make it big, when Chin Fan left in his previous life, Zhou Luo was already an actor with more than 2 million followers on Weibo. Yes, let her try out. It just so happens that the next one needs a minimum of 4 actresses, but just this once. The company is not hiring for a while. Thanks boss. I'll tell her to come to the company tomorrow for an interview. When the meal was fully served, the crowd began to eat and talk. The hot meal warmed up the atmosphere and everyone became less formal and began to chat enthusiastically. Near the end of the meal, Lily asked with a smile on her face, "Boss, you said you treat us to a big meal after we get paid next month. What are you treating us to? Can you reveal it first so we can look forward to it?" Chin Fan came to this provincial capital city and had not yet gone shopping, and was a stranger to the city. "I'll do anything. What do you guys want to eat? It's okay to hear what people have to say." "Lily, boss, you let us choose for ourselves. Aren't you afraid that we will ruthlessly slaughter you?" After saying that, she spat out her tongue, looking very playful. Chin Fan smiled. The short drama has already made more than $500,000 in 4 days, and by next month, even if the later period is weak and the traffic is less, how can it break $1 million? It is to spend $10,000 to $20,000 to treat the staff to a big meal, and they are willing to do so. After all, everyone is working quite seriously and hard. Afraid, but as long as you guys don't order an 82-year-old Lafite or anything like that and just have a normal big meal, you should be fine. Lily asked tentatively. "So what if we want to go to the Autumn Spice Hotel?" Lily playfully spat her little tongue out again. Chin Fan's face changed slightly. He worked for Jiang Choyue and inevitably needed to know about Jiang's group's industries, and the Autumn Fragrance Hotel in the capital of X province was precisely Jiang's group's property. After Master Lu saw the subtle change in Chin Fan's face, he hurriedly rounded off with a smile. "Autumn Fragrance Hotel, that's a 5-star hotel. It takes at least 3,000 to eat a meal. Lily, the boss is treating us so well. You girls still really want to rip off the boss?" "Boss, Lily will just talk about it. We'll just find a random restaurant to eat at. Chin Fan really didn't want to go to Jung Chou-yu's family's hotel, even if it was just for dinner. I said I'd treat everyone to a big dinner next month, so I'm treating everyone to a big dinner. Are there any other 5-star hotels in the city besides the Autumn Fragrance Hotel? Lily was pleasantly surprised. Boss, are you really taking us to a 5-star hotel? Chin Fan smiled and nodded. Lily cocked her little head and thought, Qiuxiang Qingyuan. In addition to the Qiuxiang Hotel, there is also the Qingyuan Hotel. Chin Fan, then I'll take you to the Qingyuan Hotel next month. The boss is so nice. Boss is mighty. The next morning at work, Lily brings in a girl. Very pretty indeed, with white skin and a great body. If this girl could stay, she could be the #1 girl all the time. You should familiarize yourself with the script first. The second play was pushed back a day. Okay boss. While Chin Fan's first skit continues to circulate online, a second skit is on the agenda. Zhang Chouyu rode in her private limousine and arrived at the capital of Province X, Autumn Fragrance Hotel. Miss, please, Wang Guangsong, the general manager of the Autumn Fragrance Hotel in the provincial capital of X province, bowed his back and haunched his face with a smile, and sidled up to make a gesture of invitation. Wearing sunglasses that could cover half of her face and a long black dress that exposed half of her white calves, Zhang Chouyu nodded and lifted her leg to enter the Autumn Fragrance Hotel. Would you like to inspect the hotel first, miss? I've prepared a reception for you. Why don't you start by sampling the city's cuisine? Kong Chouyu didn't look back. Don't bother. Wang Guangsong awkwardly looked at the assistant who had followed Zhang Chouyu from the Dragon Capital headquarters. The assistant went up and explained to Wang Guangsong in a low voice. Mr. Wang, Miss has been in a bad mood lately. This time, I've come mainly to take a break. 2. Wang Guangsong said awkwardly. I just acquired the Qingyuan Hotel for the group yesterday, and I originally planned to tell the good news to Miss at the reception banquet, which, Zhang Chouyu did kind of throw cold water on Wang Guangsong. The assistant was embarrassed. Mr. Wang, there's no rush first, Miss won't be leaving anytime soon. Let's wait until Miss is in a better mood. Wang Guangsong had a bad taste in his heart, but the other party was the group's eldest lady, so he didn't dare to say anything disgruntled. Zhang Chouyu stayed in the most luxurious suite of the Autumn Moon Hotel. Standing in front of the window looking at the bustling city, her stunningly beautiful face was devoid of any expression, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be flickering with memories. This outing was originally intended to be a diversion, but along the way, Zhang Chouyu still couldn't control herself from thinking about Chin Fan. On the way here, when she saw the wheat field outside the car window, she remembered a trip outside during the summer vacation of her sophomore year, when she saw no one around and wanted to go to a certain wheat field to take pictures of it, and was stopped by Chin Fan, who said that she couldn't trample on the farmland. In the end, she did not go to the wheat field to take pictures under Chin Fan's obstruction, but she deliberately left a lot of rice for Chin Fan to eat in the following days. Chin Fan's hard-eating appearance, the picture of her playing a small sex after getting her way and laughing daintily is vivid in her mind. But now Chin Fan has left. When she just got off the bus outside the Autumn Fragrance Hotel and saw Wang Guangsong waiting for her at the door, she thought of Chin Fan again, when she had just taken over the family industry and Chin Fan and she were working together. Every time she went to a meeting or went to meet her partners together, Chin Fan would wait for her early at the entrance of the company. When she wasn't affected by the words of those people at the Noble Circle banquet, she felt that Chin Fan was a very punctual person with a correct and positive attitude. But then after she was influenced by those people, she began to speculate about Chin Fan with the worst possible malice. She felt that Chin Fan waiting for her on time and respectfully like that must be the same as what those friends at the banquet had said. That Chin Fan was deliberately presenting himself and was pretending to work hard. You like to pretend? I'll let you pretend. She deliberately made things difficult for Chin Fan, making him arrive an hour earlier every time. She forced Chin Fan to drink at the wine table, and when Chin Fan drank until he was sweating profusely covering his stomach, she forced him to drink hard. At that time, she speculated about Chin Fan with the worst possible malice and never cared about Chin Fan's gaze. In retrospect, at that time, Chin Fan's gaze went from frothing to disbelief, and finally turned dead silent. That must be the process of heart death. Thinking about it, Zhang Chouyu's eyes reddened again. Those bad memories made her incredibly remorseful, regretful, and heartbroken. After lunch, Zhang Chouyu was not in the mood to go to the city for a break. Sitting on the sofa on the balcony of the hotel, boredom opened the phone. No one was talking in her and Wang Shurian's little group of them. People still don't have the whereabouts of Chin Fan. Zhang Chouyu absent-mindedly paddled her phone, sliding to a pretty girl. The title reads Rich Young Man Hit the Face of Gold-Digging Girl and Stopped. What kind of brain-dead TV show is this? Kong Chouyu clicked in under curiosity. The first episode comes up with the rich kid who pretends to be a poor boy in pursuit of true love getting dumped. A couple of the actors were a little rusty and not very naturalistic. Kang Chio-yu could also guess what would happen later. But Kang Chio-yu just couldn't help but want to see for herself what happened to the gold-digging woman in the video. An episode that short? This isn't a TV show. Jang Chio-yu continued to read down the page, and the more she read, the more she wanted to see the follow-up. When she saw that she needed to pay for the 16th episode, she didn't care about the few dollars and just paid the fee. Kang Chio-yu watched all 50 episodes of the skit in one sitting. The scene in the last episode where the gold-digging girl gets punched in the face was very relieving and very painful to watch. I didn't realize it was kind of fun to make this kind of short video practicing a sequel to this kind of cliched plot. I wonder what talent came up with that. In the same city, somewhere in an office building. Achoo! Shin-fan gave a big sneeze. The crowd that was concentrating on the script was taken aback. Master Lu said smilingly, "Boss, there are quite a lot of people catching colds lately, so take care of yourself." Shin-fan, thank you, and everyone take care of your health. People are already copying us on the internet now, and everyone is in good health to ensure that the second series starts on time and goes online soon. Cheer up everyone. Near the end of the afternoon, Shin-fan called the new girl to his side. This girl named Lu Cece, height 1.72 m, a pair of long legs and long and straight. Skin is very white. Standard melon face. Face value can hit 90 points. For the second drama, Shin-fan was going to let Lu Cece be the female lead. The second play is going to start shooting tomorrow, and they've been going over several scripts for days, and you've only been going over them for a day. Will you be able to do it? Willow Sissy nodded very confidently. I've memorized my lines and watched the episode 2 or 3 times. I can. This girl gave Shin-fan a different feeling. The confidence in her was something the other 3 girls didn't have. Good. Then we'll see how you do tomorrow. 5 o'clock on the dot. Right on time. After the employees all left after work, Shin-fan opened the background data. The number of people who paid to see the first play has soared to over 14,000. That translates to over $700,000 in earnings. That's not the limit. It's only been 4 days. The numbers will continue to go up. Looks like breaking 1 million is a breeze. After work the next day, the second skit was officially shot. To Shin-fan's surprise, Lu Cece's acting skills were surprisingly good. Not only is this girl beautiful, but her acting skills, especially her demeanor, are spot on. Shin-fan even felt that such a girl was condescending to do skits in his place, and could totally go to further her studies to become an actress. The second short drama Shin-fan wrote his own script for 88 episodes. And there are still 8 days left in the month. Trying to shoot it within the month is basically impossible. I'm guessing I won't be able to shoot until around the 10th of next month. By then it also happens that the back office has withdrawn the cash and paid the salary. So you can treat everyone to a big meal at the Qingyuan Hotel when the second short drama goes live. When Shin-fan helped film the second skit, Jang Chio-yu absent-mindedly strolled around the city. The zoo, the ocean park went. But every place she went she would think of the picture of the 7 of their sisters pulling Shin-fan as a drudge and teasing him in college. At that time, when they teased Shin-fan, they were just having fun and had no malicious intent. I still remember one time, when the 7 sisters were strolling in the park, Shin-fan was carrying the bags of the 7 of them alone at the back. A pretty good-looking guy hit on her for contact info, and she looked behind her at Shin-fan. You want my contact info? Then you'll have to ask my boyfriend first. The boy smiled politely. Sorry. Didn't realize you had a boyfriend. The boy looked at Shui Yalan on the side again, asking for Shui Yalan's contact information. Shui Yalan also looked at Shin-fan. You have to ask my boyfriend first. Zhou Luoi, Li Sidian and Wang Shiyun all said they would ask their boyfriend Shin-fan. The boy was confused and they laughed. Shin-fan, on the other hand, was carrying a bunch of things, big and small, with a helpless face. Thinking of these fond memories, a small smile appeared on Jang Chio-yu's face. The female assistant saw Jang Chio-yu smile and tried. Miss, Mr. Wang has successfully acquired the Qingyuan Hotel in the same city and would like to report to you. You've come all the way from Longdu, and if you don't care about the company's affairs at all, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain to the chairman when you get back. Jang Chio-yu frowned slightly. She wasn't interested in the family hotel and bar industries at all, but she didn't want her father to talk to her either. I'm going on a trip to S County tomorrow, so we'll talk about it when I get back. Jang Chio-yu could have taken the opportunity to take a break in the nearest city to Longdu in the name of the expedition, but she chose the capital of X province. It was only because the capital of X province was close to S County, where Shin-fan's old home was located. Early the next morning, after Jang Chio-yu told the driver the address, she set off directly to Shin-fan's old home. The closer she got to Shin-fan's old home, the more excited Jang Chio-yu became inside. She was worried that Shin-fan hadn't returned home and she had made another trip for nothing. She was worried that Shin-fan was at home, and she didn't know what she should say when she saw him. With mixed feelings, Just apologizing for a long-standing misunderstanding? Just apologizing for those words that hurt Chin Fan? No, absolutely not. Jang Chou-yu still wants Chin Fan to come back to her, showing up when she's down, showing up when she needs it, and playing with her when she wants to play, like she always does. It's about a 2 or 3 hour drive. Jang Chou-yu arrived at Chin Fan's old home in S County. The time was high noon. Smoke curls up in the village, and the occasional sound of an old man calling his grandchildren home for dinner echoes. There were 2 or 3 white clouds in the sky and the air smelled of earth. The smell of this dirt can no doubt be described as refreshing compared to the smell emanating from the city's tarred roads. Jang Chou-yu felt like her whole body had slowed down and was in a much better mood when she arrived at Chin Fan's old home. It was midday when the villagers all went home for dinner and lunch break. Not a single person could be seen on the main road in the already small village. Jang Chou-yu didn't look for anyone to ask, and followed the location of Chin Fan's house in her memories and headed for Chin Fan's house. Chin Fan's house was a small courtyard. The entrance was clean, and it seemed that someone had been cleaning it, but the grass has grown in the yard. Hasn't come back? Chin Fan, where the hell are you? Jang Chou-yu left Chin Fan's old home, but did not leave S County. She stayed in the county of S County for a few days, strolling around with the fluke that she might run into Chin Fan. This stay lasted 7 days. Go back to the capital city of the province. With her loss, Jang Chou-yu returned to the provincial capital. It's been half a month since I've been out, so it's almost time to go back. In order to avoid having nothing to say when her father asked her about the development of the group's industries over here when she returned, Jang Chou-yu had decided to listen to Wang Wangsong's report on his work before going back. The day after returning to the provincial capital, Jang Chou-yu asked her assistant to notify Wang Wangsong to come and report. Wang Wangsong took 3 or 4 managers and reported to Jang Chou-yu in the conference room and said a lot. What is the acquisition of Qingyuan Hotel is a big step. The next step is the acquisition of the Yellow Armor Bar, so that Jiang's group of hotels, bars, TKV become the leader of the provincial capital and so on. Jang Chou-yu is not interested at all. Miss, now Qingyuan Hotel is also a group property. The person in charge of the Qingyuan Hotel knows that Miss is here, and would love to invite Miss to inspect the work at the Qingyuan Hotel and do a little bit of the landlord's favor. I don't know Miss' schedule. Wang Wangsong looked at Jang Chou-yu. Jang Chou-yu originally wanted to refuse. The assistant whispered, Miss, the Qingyuan Hotel was originally a 5-star hotel in the city on par with our Autumn Fragrance Hotel. If the young lady goes back without even visiting, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain when the chairman asks. Jang Chou-yu's eyebrows were furrowed in annoyance. Tired today. Check it out tomorrow. Okay miss, I'll inform the Qingyuan Hotel side. The other side. In a certain office building in the capital of Province X, cheers came out from Chin Fan's company. The boss is so handsome. I love you boss. More than 20,000. More than 20,000. Some of my classmates' internships are only over 2,000 a month. I've decided. I won't look for a job that matches my specialty. Liang Xiaowei, swear to God, from now on, I'm the boss's man. Crap. FAI you have something in your words. Disgusting. Master Lu took the cell phone. The interface is a text message of the arrival of wages. More than 30,000 yuan. Master Lu is not a top photographer. Before the highest salary reached 12,000. The lowest time only 3 or 4,000. Now come to work for Chin Fan for a month. More than $30,000 directly. Although Chin Fan had said that the 30,000 or so included salary, commission, grants and bonuses, it still gave Master Lu the urge to cry. After being a cow and horse for half of his life, he only felt human when he met a boss like Chin Fan. Boss, thanks, really thanks. Chin Fan was inwardly happy to see everyone laughing. Everyone worked hard and diligently last month, and that's what everyone deserves. Don't thank me, thank yourselves. Chin Fan grew up in the countryside, and he has seen too many uncles and uncles go out to work hard for a year, and then end up having their wages deducted or even being owed wages. Since he was a child, Chin Fan has sworn an oath. If in the future he is able to, he made sure that the people who put in the real effort were sorely rewarded with what they deserved. When Chin Fan worked for Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan and the others in Longdu, he treated the company's employees according to his principles, and it's because he did that so many people respected him and cared about him. Well, tomorrow our second skit goes live. Tomorrow will not work. Everyone 9 o'clock to the company collection. Noon I take you to, go to. Chin Fan busy forget the name. Lily raises her hand. See you in hotel. Chin Fan smiled. Yeah, I'll take you guys to the Qingyuan Hotel for a big meal. After eating, if you want to sing and watch a movie, or watch a movie first and then sing, whatever you want. We're all in the minority, and when we're tired of playing, we'll go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Work the day after tomorrow and start preparing for part 3. The first short play last month's earnings Chin Fan has already withdrawn. In total, more than 120,000 people paid to watch it last month, earning more than $6 million. It was a big success, to say the least. Chin Fan returned the $200,000 he had borrowed from his good brother left and right, and gave his good brother an extra $100,000. After the payroll is opened and the cost of the mess is shaved off, there is still over $5 million left. It's no problem to treat everyone to a great meal, sing, or watch a movie. If it wasn't for the fact that Chin Fan wanted to seize the time and wanted to hurry up and shoot a few more while his peers were still few, Chin Fan would have wanted to take the crowd on a group tour. The boss is mighty. I love you, boss. Lily looked at the paycheck that arrived and smiled as nice as a flower as she said to Leoshi beside her. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? This boss of ours is really 1 in a million, and I'm not going to get a job in my field. I'll just follow my boss. Lu Cece looked at Chin Fan. The look in her eyes was not as worshipful as Lily's, but it was also somewhat special. It's really different. At 9 o'clock the next morning, everyone assembled at the office. After about 10 o'clock, Chin Fan took all the members of the company, plus him for a total of 11 people, and set off towards the Qingyuan Hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Akira Hotel, Zhang Qiuyue got into her exclusive sedan and followed Wang Guangsong's convoy, also heading towards Qingyuan Hotel. Requests for hypes, requests for bookshelf additions, and small gifts of support, plus more tomorrow if there are any. Chin Fan and his group arrived at Qingyuan Hotel first. After entering the Qingyuan Hotel, Lily and those other college students couldn't help but whisper in amazement as they looked at the ancient decor. They came from ordinary families and had never been to such a high-spending 5-star hotel. Crap! Hui, look over there. Are even the waiters so beautiful? Screw you. People are greeters, not waitresses, but beauty is real beauty. The welcome guests of the Qingyuan Hotel are all wearing cheongsams, with their concave and convex figures and beautiful lines visible. Each greeter is professionally trained and always has a smile on their face. Each of them could totally go straight to being a flight attendant with a change of clothes. A couple of college students were happy with a little bit of excitement and thrill. Although Willow Sissy was smiling along, there was no element of excitement and euphoria in her face. Chin Fan, on the other hand, was calm. Not to mention this kind of hotel, even if it was a higher class hotel, he often went there in long due. It was inevitable that he would have to socialize when he worked for Wang Shiyun and the others. Some of the hotel owners in Longdu not only knew Chin Fan, but would even be courteous when they saw him. Although they didn't know what kind of person Chin Fan was, but Chin Fan was working for Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the girls, so they had to give face to the Wang and Shui families anyways. Just this long memory. Chin Fan selected an elegant room. The elegant rooms of this Qingyuan hotel have quite chic names. What with Pear Drop, Turning Crane, Luck, Counting Snow, and Long Memory, basically all names taken from ancient poems. Chin Fan chose Long Xiang Memory because these 3 words reminded him of his grandfather. Grandpa had worked hard all his life and had never been to a place like this and eaten any of the food. Chin Fan's biggest regret in his life was that he had just graduated, and before he could repay his grandfather for saving his life, he left. This way, sir. The beautiful welcome guest brought Chin Fan and his party to the Long Memory elegant room. Whoa, it's beautiful. As soon as they entered the elegant room, Lily and the girls couldn't help but marvel, taking out their cell phones and wanting to take pictures, but they were a little embarrassed. Chin Fan smiled. This elegant room is so old-fashioned and unique that I want to take a few pictures. Don't you guys want to take some pictures to remember? Think. When Lily's few girls heard Chin Fan say this, they went to take pictures at ease. There was also a whispered discussion while taking pictures. Our boss is seeing that we want to take pictures and giving us a step down. The boss is so warm. I love the boss so much. Say, how come we haven't been seeing the boss's wife? No way, no way. Could it be that our boss, who is so nice, is still single? Then wouldn't I have a chance? Lily, what are you dreaming about again? That's just it. To say that Sissy is the prettiest when it comes to chances, that's when Sissy has them. The welcome guest was only responsible for bringing Chin Fan and the others to the elegant room. When the greeter left, the waiter came, ordering now. Sir? Chin Fan nodded. Don't take any pictures yet. You guys see what you want to eat? Anything you want besides 82-year-old Lafite or something like that. Hairy crabs, big lobsters, whatever. Master Lu was still good at coming to things, and he handed the menu to Chin Fan with both hands. The boss orders first. How dare we order if the boss doesn't order first? Chin Fan did not push back and looked at the waiter. Do you have any specialties here? The waiter helped flip the menu to the column of specialties, and Chin Fan watched and ordered 3. Okay, I'll order. You guys can order the rest. Boss, we really ordered it then. Point it. As Lily and a few of their college students ordered their food, Qin Fan got up to watch. This elegant room is really well designed and house walls hung with ancient paintings, accompanied by beautiful poems. The room furnishings are also very elaborate. Through the window can be directly seen not far away from the artificial lake. There is a table in front of the window. The table has a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Diners, if the brush writing is good, you can feel free to put pen to paper to leave a reminiscence. I'm sure the other elegant rooms have their own specialties. No wonder Qingyuan Hotel can become a grand hotel on par with Zhang Group's Autumn Fragrance Hotel. As Qin Fan viewed, the others ordered food. Zhang Qiuyue arrived at the Qingyuan Hotel. The owner of the Qingyuan Hotel was at the door to greet him with all the department managers. Welcome, miss, to the job. Zhang Qiuyue disliked this trend. And inspections. I'm not a leader. I just came to see. Lead the way. Zhang Qiuyue, Wang Guangsong and the owner of Qingyuan Hotel all took the elevator and went up to the conference room on the top floor of Qingyuan Hotel. Wang Guangsong accompanied with a smile. Miss, the Qingyuan Hotel is a very distinctive hotel. The dragon doesn't even necessarily have a hotel with this much character. Mr. Qian, let your people introduce our Qingyuan Hotel to the young lady. Mr. Qian was the original owner of the Qingyuan Hotel. But now that the Qingyuan Hotel had been acquired, he had gone from being the owner to being the general manager of the hotel under the Zhang Group. Okay. The female secretary turned on the projector and began to show the Clearview Hotel. Mr. Qian introduced while looking at the selected photos on the projector. Miss, our Qingyuan Hotel is different from other hotels. We choose to be elegant and far rhythmic, pursuing an ancient style. Our suite, we don't call it the royal suite or the presidential suite or anything. Our suite is the princely suite. The decoration design inside the suite is also not the Western one. We invited professionals. It is decorated according to the design of the interior of our ancient Chinese kings and lords. We've also designed special bridal cave suites to cater to some of the younger crowd. Zhang Qiuyue's face never changed much in terms of expression. She's not interested in any of this. Mr. Qian's face was a bit embarrassed. In his anticipation, a hotel as unique as his should have aroused Zhang Qiuyue's curiosity and surprise. How come there's no reaction to this? Has Missy seen similar ones elsewhere? But I haven't heard of any hotels like mine in the country. Mr. Money spoke stiffly down the line. In addition to the suite, the elegant room where we eat has a very distinctive design. Like this pear drop elegant room. The inside is designed with the fresh scent of pear blossoms, which can give people the illusion of being under a pear tree. Luck elegant room is very popular. Many big bosses, rich people, all like this room. Want to book this room? Usually 3 days in advance. There's also the chemical crane, which is usually booked by older bosses with special sentiments. There's also this long memories. At first we designed this room for friends to send off or friends to meet, but now it seems to have changed. Some people who have fallen out of love will book this room, and some people who are pursuing their favorite girls will also book this room. Zhang Qiuyu's face changed as she looked at the words long sang memory. The old man entered my dream, and I remembered him tomorrow. Mr. Qian immediately applauded and complimented. Miss is so literate. This long memory elegant room of ours is named after this verse. This poem, written by Du Fu thinking of Li Bai dreaming of Li Bai, is a friendship between friends. But when young people see those 3 words these days, they seem to think more of lovers. Zhang Qiuyue couldn't help but think of Qin Fan when she saw the words long sang memory. Lover. Does her thinking about Qin Fan have anything to do with lovers? It seems that doesn't have it. Inside the long memory elegant room, the waiter had already started serving the food. Lily couldn't help but take pictures as she looked at the scrumptious and tantalizing food on the table. But then she was a little embarrassed. Boss, me, can I take a few pictures of these dishes too? Said immediately embarrassed playfully spit out a small tongue. Is not taking pictures before a meal a sign of culinary disrespect? Qin Fan smiled and said, take the picture. Let's eat after the shoot. Thanks boss. Lily immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. And the other 2 girls, who were even more timid than she was, took out their cell phones and started taking pictures as well. Even the boys, Xiaohui and Jialo, started taking out their cell phones to take pictures. FAI posted the picture he took to their dormitory group and clicked on the voice to listen with his cell phone pressed to his ear. Little Hui, what the hell kind of job did you get? It's only been a month or so and you're eating big meals? Have you fallen for a rich woman? Why don't you introduce your brother to her? You stepped on a horse. You are really damned. Xiaohui hastily covered his cell phone. He did not expect the sound to be so loud. He hemmed and hawed with an embarrassed look on his face. It made the others laugh when they heard it as well. Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh as well. There's talking and laughing. That's life. That's when a sports car stopped outside the hotel. A young man with studs got out of the car, then went to the other side of the car, opened the door and, round. This is it. I'm telling you, This hotel is very different from the others. You'll find out later when you get inside. A beautiful young girl with dewy white shoulders got out of the car. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a sultry and flirtatious pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were a little high and cold. A little bit of unearthly flavor. It looks just a little bit special. Is it really as good as you say? The young man who drove the car was named Grim then. His family is in real estate, known as Yen Xiao. Yuan, didn't you say you like ancient paintings and calligraphy? I think this is definitely the place for you. You'll see when we get inside. Grim then took Yuan into the hotel. Young Mr. Grim, you're here. Welcome. The front desk manager immediately greeted Grim then with a smile on his face when he saw him as a regular customer. Manager Lee, the usual place, the long look memory elegant room, specialties like on one. The front desk manager gave an embarrassed look and, I'm sorry, Mr. Yen, the Changxiang E elegant room is already occupied. Yuan is the daughter of a bigwig of the Northeast Steel Group and is worth more than Grim's effort. Grim, on the other hand, after seeing Yuan at a banquet, he is amazed and at the same time is eager to become the son-in-law of the bigwig of the Northeast Iron and Steel Group. He asked around and learned that Yuan likes painting and collecting some ancient paintings and characters. He thought that Yuan would like the style of the Qingyuan Hotel. On the way to bring Yuan, he boasted to Yuan, saying that when Yuan entered the long memory elegant room, she would definitely be stunned. That's not the point. The point is that the Grim then in order to pretend in front of the Yuan have culture, he in advance to long-time memory elegant room wall of the ancient poems checked all over. He took the time to memorize the source, the author, the context, the meaning, the complete verse of each verse. If you can't go to the long memory room, and change to another room, those ancient poems on the wall, he knows each word alone, but he doesn't know what it is when it's all together. Is the long look memory room already occupied? Manager Lee, don't you know that my favorite thing is to look at the long memory of the elegant room? I'm sorry Yen Xiao. The front desk manager apologized. I naturally know that Yen Xiao's favorite is the long Xiang E elegant room, but this time, Yen Xiao didn't book in advance. A guest has arrived and wants the Nagasaki Yakata, and we can't refuse. Grim then turned his head and smiled at Yuan who was looking at poems and ancient paintings in the hall. Yuan, wait a moment it'll be ready soon, said Grim then turned his head to look at Manager Lee, impatiently. What kind of person is in the Nagarjuna Yakata? What is it? Manager Lee said as he recalled. Seems like a small company's employees came to celebrate. Grim then pulls out his wallet and pulls out a wad of money. Probably $10,000 or so. Manager Lee, take this money and tell those people to get lost. The long memory yard, it's mine today. Manager Lee took the money and wondered why. Young Yen, this is not in line with our hotel's rules. Grim then frowned and tapped the table. It used to work. Now why is it suddenly not working? Too little money? He pulled out some more money and dumped it on the front desk. Is it enough? Enough? Manager Lee put the money away and pushed it in front of Grimsel, apologizing. Young Yen, it's different now. It really doesn't work. Why don't you, Mr. Yen, consider the apricot rare elegant room? The apricot rare elegant room also has a good view. You can directly see the Tianshui Lake, and some new ancient poems and paintings have been added recently. There was something Manager Lee couldn't say. It was possible before because before Qingyuan Hotel was just Qingyuan Hotel. Now Qingyuan Hotel was already a property under Zhang's group. Most importantly, she had just followed their chief Qian to greet the eldest lady, Zhang Qiuyu, upstairs today. The group's eldest lady was upstairs. She didn't dare to break the group's rules. Grim, on the other hand, thought that Manager Lee was deliberately making things difficult for him today. It worked before, but now it doesn't. And send me to the apricot rare room with new poems and paintings? When I arrived at the apricot rare room, Yuan asked me who wrote those ancient poems and paintings, and what era they were from. But I didn't memorize any of them, so I didn't make a sound when I asked them. So how could I pretend to be a cultured person? Grim, on the other hand, saw Yuan looking this way, and he didn't want to make a scene. It's the unqualified, uncultured thugs who make a fuss. Cultured people have to solve problems with intelligence and wisdom. Manager Lee, you guys can't let the people in the long look memory elegant room roll, can you? Manager Lee apologized. Young Yen, that's really out of order. Grim then gritted his teeth and laughed. Fine, then I'll do it my way. I'll personally ask them to leave. It's always out of your hotel's hands, isn't it? Grim picked up the money he had just dumped on the reception desk and headed for the long memory room. Manager Lee was worried that Grim then got into a fight with someone and hurried to follow. Young Yen, not today really. Young Yen, you give me face. I really can't. Grim, on the other hand, turned around and gave Manager Lee a hard stare. I give you face? Did you give me face? Don't worry. I'm a man of quality. A man of honor. I don't argue with people. I talk to them in a friendly way. I discuss it with them. Grim pushed open the door of the long-time memory room, despite the obstruction of Manager Lee. Grim, on the other hand, gave a cursory glance, and except for a twinkle in his eyes when he saw Lu Cece, his eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at the others. How dare you rob me of my long-lasting memories when you're all dressed in 4-digit clothes? Who's in charge of a house full of you? Grim, on the other hand, had a wad of money in his hand and tapped it on the doorframe, dangling his eyelids in a contemptuous sweep of everyone in the room. The few college students in the room were a little confused and intimidated as they looked at Grim Z, who was dressed in a name tag and holding a wad of money in his hand. Grim, on the other hand, was dressed in a designer label, holding a wad of money, and looked like a rich kid. Xiao Wei, Jia Lu, Lily and the few other college students. Where would they dare to call the shots with the rich second generation? Qin Fan stood up and frowned at Grim then. He didn't know what this man did for a living, and he didn't bother conversing with this little yellow-haired rich kid. Just call the hotel directly. But just as Qin Fan was about to open his mouth, Manager Lee chased up. He blocked the door. Grim then and the house Qin Fan crowd in the middle. First very embarrassed to Qin Fan and others hands together to apologize. Sorry gentlemen, there's been some misunderstanding. Then squarely addressing Grim then. Young Yen, please don't disturb our guests. If you keep this up, I'll have to call security. Grim, on the other hand, heard Manager Lee's words and was completely enraged. Manager Lee, you're going to flip out on me for this room full of people who haven't seen the world. Take 81 pictures of one meal, and post 9 times 9 frames in their friend circles? You call security. Come on. You call. Today you called the security guards. After that not only me and my friends, my dad, my cuckoo, my aunt, my uncle, will never bring anyone to your place for dinner again. Do you know what's important? Manager Lee naturally knew the energy of Grim Zay's family, and she was also worried that if she offended Grim Zay today, it would affect her performance in the future. Young Yen, please believe me, anytime but today. As for the reason, I really can't tell you. Please understand me for a moment. Grim then, seeing that Manager Lee would not relent, raised his hand and, okay, Manager Lee, you stick to your hotel system and I respect that. Now I'm looking for them, my fellow brothers and sisters, to exchange some friendly business, so would you please step aside for a moment? Manager Lee was in a bit of a bind. Qin Fan didn't want to be disturbed and spoke directly. Manager Lee, we don't want to be disturbed. Thanks. Manager Lee took out his pager and prepared to call security. Grim, on the other hand, had red eyes. In order to invite Yuan to dine here today, he had spent a lot of brain cells memorizing the ancient poems in the Long Siang memory room. What do you want him to do now? Go out and tell Yuan that you won't eat and eat somewhere else? Or do you pick another elegant room and go in and get asked by Yuan without a squeak? Manager Lee, if you dare to call the security guards, I, Grim then, swear to the heavens that I will make you have no way out of this city. While Manager Lee was apologizing to Qin Fan and the others, he was calling for security on his pager to stop Grim's effort. On the other side, after Jiang Choyue listened to the introduction of General Manager Qian, she decided to visit a few more suites and elegant rooms at random, take a picture, and go back to Longdu to make a deal with her father. This trip out of town, it doesn't seem to be working. I've traveled all over Jiangnan, but I don't meet up with the departed. How could my mood get better when I didn't get to see Qin Fan? Jiang Qiuyu absent-mindedly visited a few senior suites under the lead of General Manager Qian. Have to say, even though Jiang Qiuyu wasn't in the mood, she still lit up when she saw those antique high-class suites. If she was interested in running a hotel, she would support the idea and even go back to her father and suggest promoting it. But she's not interested. Miss, are you still satisfied with the design and decoration of these suites? Kang Qiuyu just nodded. Mr. Qian was still hoping that Jiang Qiuyu would make some comments and give a few compliments. And as a result, it's just a nod? Mr. Qian smiled awkwardly. Then, I'll show the lady our elegant room again. Kang Qiuyu still nodded. A few moments later, General Manager Qian took Jiang Qiuyu to the dining area and prepared to introduce Jiang Qiuyu to the various elegant rooms with special characteristics. But just as he got out of the elevator, he saw Grim Zephyr yelling at Manager Lee in the distance. Manager Lee also saw Jiang Qiuyu and the others, and his heart went cold at that moment. Oh no! This is bad. If we don't handle this well, we'll be fined by Mr. Money. Just as Manager Lee was about to beg Grim then to go first in a pleading tone, Grim, on the other hand, saw Jiang Qiuyu's eyes light up. It's not just that Jiang Qiuyu looks beautiful, it was also because a few months ago, he followed his father to Dragon Capital to attend a banquet where he met Jiang Qiuyu. He clearly remembered that at that time, he was still with a few other rich brothers and young ladies from the noble circle. with a mouthful of Sister Chiu, mocking a person in front of Jiang Chiu, though he had no idea who was being talked about. He added to the conversation when he saw others talking about it with great gusto. Sister Autumn Moon? When did you come to the province? On the side, Manager Lee was relieved to see that Grim Zephyr actually knew the group's eldest lady. If we know each other, then we should be fine, right? And, if you recognize it, will Missy make an exception and let the guests in long memory give up the long memory room? Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Now that Yen knows Missy, it's the best situation for me. Neither Grim nor Manager Lee noticed that Qin Fan frowned when he heard the words Sister Chiu in the long-lasting memory room. Jiang Chiu, who just got out of the elevator, didn't recognize Grim Reaper at first sight, but after Grim Reaper shouted out Sister Chiu, she said. Jiang Chiu recalled. It seemed like she had seen it at some banquet. However, at that time, this Grim was the one who badmouthed Qin Fan along with those people. And this Grim rule says it the hardest. Attacking Qin Fan's identity is coming from the countryside. Saying that Qin Fan is totally a toad trying to eat swan's meat. Saying that he has seen many rural people just like Qin Fan, who are pure on the surface, but have dirty purposes inside, etc. Kang Chiu felt grim then hateful when she thought about it. Who's your Autumn Moon sister? Do I know you? Mr. Qian, why is this man yelling here? Is it possible that the dining experience of other guests is not taken into account at all in the service of the Clearview Hotel? The total amount of money is sweating. This great lady has not a smile on her face all round. And now angry. Definitely can't let Missy return to Dragon Capital with gas. Manager Lee, what's going on? Manager Lee jogged to Mr. Qian's side and explained to him in a low voice. Grim then looked puzzled. Sister Autumn Moon. It's me. We met at the banquet. At that time, Sister Autumn Moon even said that I would entertain Sister Autumn Moon when she came to the provincial capital sometime. Jiang Chiu expressionlessly and coldly glanced at Grim Reaper. What are you babbling about? Mr. Qian, what's going on? What is this man doing here? After Mr. Qian learned about the identity of Grim Z from Manager Lee, he couldn't not give Grim Z face at all for the face of Grim Z's family. Miss, Yen Xiao often comes to our hotel, and is a frequent guest of the Long Look Memory Elegant Room. Today, Yen Xiao forgot to book in advance, and a guest chose the Long Memory Elegant Room. Yen Xiao wanted to ask those guests to change to another elegant room, but those guests don't seem to be happy about it. I will apologize to young Yen later and arrange an elegant room for him that will definitely satisfy him. Mr. Money's words were directed toward Grimrule. He didn't even notice Kang Chiu's eyes that loathed Grim Zephyr. Just apologize to him? What about the guests in the Nagarjuna's elegant room? Do you have professional training for your service at the Clear Run Hotel? I don't know if it's because I want to set an example for Qingyuan Hotel, or because the name Chang Xiangyi makes Jiang Chiu think of Qin Fan. Jiang Chiu decided to personally apologize to the guests in the Long Xiangyi elegant room. I'm sorry gentlemen. It's the hotel's responsibility to give you a bad experience. This purchase, free. Before the last word could be said, Jiang Chiu froze. She froze and looked at Qin Fan, who was sitting in the Long Xiangyi elegant room, and her eyes slowly turned red, plus more to ask for support. The new book sailed. Need to readers' great support ya. In this past month or so, Jiang Chiu had tried many ways to find Qin Fan. She asked privately on the side of Qin Fan's good buddy or so. No result. Out for a break. In order to be closer to Qin Fan's old home, he chose the Autumn Fragrance Hotel in the capital of X province. He even made a special trip to Qin Fan's hometown and spent several days in the S County where Qin Fan's hometown was located. She'd envisioned meeting each other countless times. In her mind, she had rehearsed several times what she was going to say to Qin Fan after meeting him. But now that I've seen Qin Fan, looking at Qin Fan, the words clogged in his throat, as if he had lost his voice, and not a single word came out. Jiang Chiu didn't know what was wrong with her, and she couldn't control the tears that slipped from the corners of her eyes. It was only at this moment that she truly felt how powerful the phrase, looking at each other without words, but with 1,000 tears, was. Long look memory in the elegant room. Master Lu, Xiao Hui, Lily, they looked at Qin Fan, and then looked at Jiang Chiu who was in pearly blossom, and were dumbfounded. How did this beauty who is so beautiful, as if she is an iceberg beauty that people dare not get close to, look at our boss and cry? What is this? Wang Guangsong, Mr. Qian, and Manager Lu who followed Jiang Chiu to the door of the long memory elegant room, and even Grim, were all dumbfounded. They all followed Jiang Chiu's gaze and could tell that Jiang Chiu was looking at Qin Fan. But Qin Fan looks like, dressed in no more than 4 figures, while sitting in the main seat. But other than being a little bit good looking and having a great gaze, it wasn't anything special. If they normally saw a person like Qin Fan come here to spend money, they would directly categorize him as the kind of rustic who saved up for a long time before coming here to have a big meal. What's Missy looking at him for? The exaggeration was accompanied by tears. I haven't heard that Missy has a lover or anything. Only the female assistant who followed Jiang Qiuyu was taken aback when she saw Qin Fan. Why is manager Qin, who disappeared for almost 2 months, here? She didn't understand why Kong Qiuyu reacted the way she did though, and even burst into tears. I heard that eldest Miss Xue fired manager Qin, and although our eldest Miss didn't say so explicitly, there are rumors that manager Qin was driven away by eldest Miss and the girls. What's with this chance encounter and the tears? Suddenly, the female assistant thought of a possibility and incredibly sneaked a look at Jiang Qiuyu and then Qin Fan. At that time, when Jiang Qiuyu's father asked her to look at the group's industry in the field, Jiang Qiuyu could have chosen to casually turn around a few surrounding cities on the line, but Jiang Qiuyu chose the more distant capital of X province. After coming, Jiang Qiuyu also went to S County, to a small mountain village. The female assistant had been following, but she had no idea what was going on. Thinking back at this time, she connected the information together and suddenly realized Missy was looking for Qin Fan. But even after figuring that out, the female assistant was even more puzzled. Legend has it that it was Missy and the others who drove manager Qin away. Now look again, and cried when I saw it. What the hell is going on here? This, Mr. Qian looked at Wang Song, who also shook his head with a confused face. Jiang Qiuyu didn't know why, but she was a little scared in her heart when she saw Qin Fan's calm demeanor. He was so hurt by me that he looked at me with such calm, unfamiliar eyes. Wasn't he? I'll give him an apology. Will he accept it? As the Jiang family's eldest young lady, Jiang Qiuyu had never panicked before, no matter what she encountered. But now she's panicking. She was a little overwhelmed, a little unsure of what to say. She felt that she needed to do something to show Qin Fan first that she was standing with him, that she cared about him, and that she was defending him. Jiang Qiuyu turned around and looked coldly at Grim Zephyr. You want him to let you? Are you worthy? Mr. Qian. From today onwards, Qingyuan Hotel's Changshan Memory Elegant Room is Qin Fan's private elegant room, and no longer open to the public. Who is Qin Fan? Did the lady see that man? Chief Qian was confused. He glimpsed Grim Zephyr's face with suffocating red, thought that Jiang Qiuyu didn't know Grim Zephyr's identity, and wanted to whisper to Jiang Qiuyu about it. But before he could speak, Jiang Qiuyu spoke again. And this guy? I don't care what his family does or what his background is. All the properties under my Jiang's group. From now on, thank him for entering the door. Jiang Qiuyu knew that this did not give Grim then face, and might cause some trouble for the Qingyuan Hotel and Shouxiang Hotel in the provincial capital. But she just couldn't help but take it out for Qin Fan. Or perhaps, there was an element of her showing favor to Qin Fan in here. Everyone in the room, including the assistant, was stunned. Why is Missy suddenly in such a temper? Just for manager Qin? How do I remember before when manager Qin was still in the company? Missy changed to hate manager Qin for some reason and often spoke ill of him. What is this now? How do you act like you're defending your man? Miss Yan Xiaohe. Jiang Qiuyu raised her hand to interrupt Chief Qian. What? My words don't work? Yes. I'll have my dad send a notice to Mr. Money when I get back. Chief Qian apologized in a hurry. No, Ms. I didn't mean that. Mr. Qian looked at Grim Zephyr with a very awkward expression. Grim, on the other hand, had a face suffocated in red. If it wasn't Jiang Qiuyu standing in front of him, anyone else, even the daughter of Mr. Qian, even with Mr. Money present, he, on the other hand, would not hesitate to slap the other guy and curse, what are you? But the one standing in front of him now was the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Their Yin family was at best one of the provincial capital's local snakes, while the Jiang family was one of the 7 great families of Longdu, with industries all over the country. Not to mention, Jiang Qiuyu is still the great young lady whose future is unlimited, as the chairman of Jiang's group wants her to inherit the group's industry by all means. Grim, on the other hand, not to mention saying 1 or 2 harsh words, did not even dare to fart, and even had to compensate for the smile. Autumn. Miss Jiang, it's my fault. I didn't realize it was your friend in the elegant room. For this money, consider this my apology to your friend. Grim then also bowed very solemnly to Qin Fan and the others in the room. I was a little loud just now, and I'm very sorry for interrupting your dinner. In the Changshan Yan room, Master Lu, Xiao Hui, Jia Lu, Lily, and the rest of them all stared at each other with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. What the hell is going on here? The rich kid who was arrogant and bossy just now, who wanted to throw money in our faces and tell us to get lost. How did he wimp out like this all of a sudden? Who was that beauty at the door who was too beautiful to be true and too cool to be approached? Is it the boss's wife? This boss's wife is too beautiful. But, what is this boss lady all about? How come even the owner of the Qingyuan Hotel is so respectful? Not only is the person beautiful, but she's also so bossy and protective of her husband. While I recognize that the boss is a 1 in a million boss, It's too much to envy that the boss is married to such a nice wife. But when Master Lu, Xiao Hui, Jia Lu, Lily, and Wang Guangsong and Mr. Qian at the entrance wondered about Qin Fan's identity and looked at him, it was discovered that Qin Fan wasn't as calm as he was just now. A deep frown of displeasure creased his brow. Hui, the single dog on the side, almost jumped up. Boss, what's your situation? With a boss's wife who's so beautiful, so rich, so protective of her husband. I just chased away the rich kid who was making trouble for you. Why do you look so upset? You're not even happy about that. Then I'm still alive. Inside the private room, Master Lu, Xiao Hui, Jia Lu, Lily and the others, all looked at Qin Fan with strange eyes, completely unable to understand that Zhang Qiuyu had helped Qin Fan. Qin Fan in turn looked unhappy. Sissy Lu has been relatively calm since the beginning, but now she was also curious about Qin Fan and Zhang Qiuyu's relationship. Outside the long memory room, Grim then apologizes while leaving after. Zhang Qiuyu turned to look at Qin Fan in the private room, and again looked at each other with tearful eyes without words. Qin Fan sighed. He didn't know how Zhang Qiuyu had found this. He wasn't moved by what Zhang Qiuyu did either. According to the experience of the previous life, Qin Fan in the fight sure lay event heart death. In order to repay the grandfather to bear the pain and continue to work for Wang Shiyungnam, Qin Fan did not interfere in the private affairs of Wang Shiyun and others, but they seemed to really treat Qin Fan like a toy. They took advantage of Qin Fan's kindness and tricked him into meddling in their personal affairs, and then finally took the filmed video and mocked Qin Fan with their friends from the noble circle. Now, the whole thing with the whole mess, Qin Fan even had reason to suspect that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Qiuyu had designed the script for them. If Qin Fan falls for it, she really followed Zhang Qiuyu back to Longdu, then Qin Fan would be faced with Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and their noble circle of friends, pointing at Qin Fan in contemptuous ridicule. Qin Fan would not accompany Wang Shiyun and Zhang Qiuyu to play with them anymore, nor did he want to have anything to do with Wang Shiyun or Zhang Qiuyu and the others. You guys eat first, I'm going to take care of a little business. Okay boss, you go ahead and get busy. Qin Fan got up and left the elegant room, and Zhang Qiuyu and Zhang Qiuyu entered the elegant room with no one at the opposite door. Master Lu, shall we, Jia Lu, Lily, how can they still be in the mood to eat? Immediately discussing in whispers. Hey, what do you guys think happened to the boss and the boss's wife? It is possible that the boss is a door-to-door son-in-law. The boss's wife's family hurt the boss's self-esteem. The boss left, came to the provincial capital to start a business to prove themselves. The boss's wife cannot leave the boss. Chased after? Crap. You can give this script to your boss and make it into a skit. But I am really curious about what the identity of the boss's wife is. The doorway is the owner of Qingyuan Hotel, Mr. Qian, right? Not only Mr. Qian, even Mr. Wang from the Autumn Fragrance Hotel is there. This, boss's wife, I'm afraid, is definitely a top rich family's daughter. Willow Sissy, who hadn't said much, spoke up. The Autumn Fragrance Group is an industry under the Zhang Group in Longdu. Could she be the eldest miss of the Zhang Group? But I've heard that the eldest Miss Zhang Group isn't married and doesn't have a boyfriend. The other side. After Qin Fan and Zhang Qiuyu entered the elegant room across the street, the assistant wisely backed the door from the outside and guarded the doorway. Wang Guangsong and Mr. Qian stood on the side. It was not right to go. It was not right not to go. And they did not dare to whisper. They could only wait awkwardly. Qin Fan entered the elegant room and looked at Zhang Qiuyu with a slight frown. What the hell do you want? Zhang Qiuyu could no longer feel the former gratitude and concern from Qin Fan's eyes, only calmness like dead water. Kan Qiuyu had a hard time in her heart. He's been hurt by my bad language countless times. He must really hate me now, right? Qin Fan, I know everything. I misunderstood you. You come back. Wait, oh, as expected it was a script to get me back? Qin Fan raised his hand to interrupt. If I remember correctly, that day in the underground parking lot, you were the one who said that me being around you guys made you feel like you were being spied on by perverts all the time, right? You say you don't need me to return the favor. You say the sight of me makes you sick. You say I make you sick. Now that we've disappeared from you as you said we would, what are you looking for me for? There are no underlings around like cattle and horses for your amusement, and you want me to go back and continue to be amused by you? Miss Kong. Never again. Zhang Qiuyu shook her head, and her crystalline teardrops couldn't stop falling down. She had a guilty conscience, 1,000 words clogged in her throat, and she didn't know where to begin. She went forward and pulled Qin Fan's hand, shaking her head in a pitiful manner. Qin Fan, give me a chance. Give me a chance to apologize to you. If those rich and powerful people in Longdu were to see their begging Miss Zhang begging for a man like this, they would definitely go crazy. Qin Fan smiled. Give you a chance? Oh, I'm afraid this chance will only turn me into a clown in the end. Jiang Qiu, if you guys want to play, let's play with someone else. You're not bad. You'll pay more and you'll have someone to play with. I won't serve. Qinfan shook off Jiang Qiu's hand and left the elegant room. The female assistant looked at the pearly ginger Qiu and didn't know what was happening or what to do. Wang Guangsong and Mr. Chen looked at me and I looked at you, and they didn't know what was going on, so they could only look down at their own toes. Master Lu, Xiao Hui and others in the Long Xiang Yi private room saw Qinfan return to the elegant room with a calm face, and Jiang Qiu in the opposite elegant room with pearly blossoms and rain, all confused. What was originally a sumptuous meal had lost that lively energy because of Grim Zephyr's appearance and because of Jiang Qiu's appearance. When we left the hotel at the end of the hayride, Jiang Qiu even followed her all the way to the door, looking at Qinfan with teary eyes. Qinfan didn't look back and got into the car with Master Lu and the others. The atmosphere was awkward and dull, and no one dared to speak out of turn. Master Lu thought that Qinfan might have quarreled with Jiang Qiu. From the perspective of a person who had been there before, out of kindness, he wanted to advise Qinfan a couple of times. The old boss, this quarrel between husband and wife, from the head of the bed to the end of the bed and, as long as it is not a hat thing, understand each other a little bit, sympathize a little bit, all can pass. Qinfan smiled at the words and looked at Master Lu. Couple? Who told you that I'm married to her? I have nothing to do with her. Never mind. Master Lu looked aside at Xiao Hui. Little Hui, Kara and the others were even more confused. It's okay? That looks like a top mansion lady, like a big star, a high-flying beauty. It doesn't matter. Why should I help you? Why do you shed tears after seeing you? Boss, don't tell me it's that big lady from the big family who wants to court you, and then you didn't say yes. Boss, I have a bad heart. Londo, things have been going from bad to worse lately for the Shuiyalan company. Before that it was the metrosexuals. The department managers all resigned. Now regular employees are starting to quit. Shuiyalan was upset. She already knew that she had wrongly blamed Qinfan, and she also knew that she had wrongly blamed those few patriarchs that she had dismissed all in one breath. But she couldn't bring herself to apologize to those old employees. In the evening, after work, the first thing Shuiyalan did when she returned to her residence was to ask the other sisters if they had any news of Qinfan. After learning that there was still no news of Qinfan, Shuiyalan sat down on the sofa, pulled out a few packets of instant noodles, and began to keep kneading them to get out of breath. It's a little after 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Shiyun dragged her tired body back to her place. Shuiyalan saw Wang Shiyun and glued herself to him, commiserating. Sister Shiyun, there's still no news of Qinfan, and my company had 3 or 4 old employees quit again today. I don't feel like I'm going to last. Wang Shiyun had just changed a shoe and raised her head after hearing Shuiyalan's words and asked, your company's old employees are starting to quit, too? Did you investigate why? Shuiyalan shook his head. How should I know? They don't want to do it. Wang Shiyun shook her head. It's definitely not for no reason that employees suddenly started quitting in large numbers. There have been a lot of departures from my company lately, too. I did some private investigating and found out that it was my newly recruited manager who was the problem. He purposely made his employees work overtime and act like they were busy in order to kiss his ass. And he had to make those employees say that they volunteered to work overtime because they didn't get their work done. The rules set by Qinfan before were all overturned by him. There was a big drop-off in the back and forth between employees, and that's what started the resignations. The manager with the problem. I've taken care of. Yalan, tomorrow you go to the company and investigate. Maybe your company is in the same situation. Wang Shiyun took off her stockings and put on her easy rabbit ear slippers, and clapped her hands as she entered the living room. Jing Jing, Qiu Yu, Si Tian, Ting Ting, Luo Yi, all of you come here. Whether the same thing happens in your company or not, you'd better check it out tomorrow. Hey, didn't Akazuki say in the group this morning that she'd be back this afternoon? Not back yet? Shuiyalan and the girls shook their heads. Wang Shiyun was a bit worried and took out her cell phone and dialed Kong Choyua's number. Inside the deluxe suite of the Autumn Fragrance Hotel, Jiang Choyua sat in front of the window holding her legs, looking at the city that was gradually occupied by the lights, and her heart gripped pain for a while. Those lights were colorful, but the way Qinfan looked at her was as calm as the boundless black night. Qinfan didn't believe what she said and didn't give her a chance to apologize. What's she gonna do? The assistant called. Miss, you should eat something. Without saying a word, Jiang Qiu hung up the phone. Her heart was so clogged that she had no appetite for food. The cell phone had just been dropped onto a white fluffy stand off to the side when it suddenly rang again. Jiang Qiu was impatient. Her heart was in turmoil right now. She didn't want to talk to any. Kong Qiu picked up her cell phone and prepared to turn it off. But after seeing that it was Wang Shiyun who called, she suddenly realized that she had said that she hadn't gone back to Longdu today, and that she hadn't told Wang Shiyun and the others about her meeting Qinfan yet. Hey, Shiyun sis. On the other end of the phone, Wang Shiyun heard that something was wrong with Zhang Qiuyu's voice and asked with concern. Autumn Moon, you said you'd be back today. Why aren't you back? Is something wrong? Zhang Qiuyu was silent for a little while. Sister Shiyun, I saw Qinfan. Wan Shiyun, who was in Longdu, stood up with a pang. Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, and Li Sidian were taken aback. Shiyun sis, what's wrong? Is Autumn Moon okay? Wang Shiyun nodded. Autumn Moon is fine. She saw Qinfan. What? Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Li Sidian and the others all gathered around. Qiuyu has seen Qinfan? Where? Shiyun sis, ask Akazuki. Wang Shiyun directly turned on the speakerphone. Autumn Moon, is Qinfan by your side? Did you apologize to him? Is that clear? When are you guys coming back? Zhang Qiuyu's eyes reddened. She remembered again how Qinfan looked at her during the day with eyes that were as calm as stagnant water, and it was inexplicably difficult to feel in her heart. She also wanted Qinfan to accept her apology. She wants Qinfan by her side, too. She also wanted to be able to take Qinfan back with her in high spirits, back to the old days. But Qinfan didn't even let her finish her sentence. No, Qinfan didn't believe me and didn't let me finish my sentence, Shui Yalan said to Zhang Qiuyu as she squeezed her way to the phone. Autumn Moon, then where is Qinfan now? I'm going to meet him in person. I'm going to apologize to him face to face. Even if I have to kneel down for him, I'm going to make sure he forgives me. Ginger Autumn Moon, I don't know where he is. Shui Yalan, didn't you see Qinfan? How come you don't know where he is? You're not going to let him lose it again, are you? Autumn Moon, you didn't send anyone to follow him? Zhang Qiuyu had never thought of sending someone to follow Qinfan, but she was worried inwardly that that would make Qinfan angry and would make him hate her even more. Zhang Qiuyu shook her head at her phone, not caring if Shui Yalan could see it. Shui Yalan is angry. Qiuyu, how could you let Qinfan lose it again? You should have sent someone after him. Zhang Jing pulled Shui Yalan. Yalan, Autumn Moon probably didn't think that much about it either. Don't you blame her. Wang Shiyun was also a bit angry in her heart when she heard that Qinfan had lost it again, but she was the big sister in the small group, and unlike Shui Yalan, she couldn't control her temper. Okay, stop it. Since Qiuyu met Qinfan in the provincial capital, that means Qinfan is in the provincial capital right now. Tomorrow we'll each organize our work and go to the provincial capital together. This time, I must meet Qinfan, explain everything to him, and apologize to him. Zhang Jing said quietly. I wonder if Qinfan is still willing to come back with us. Wang Shiyun and even Shui Yalan were silent. These past days, after they realized that they had misunderstood Qinfan, all of them couldn't control their memories of the happy times with Qinfan. With Qinfan around, they were at ease, reassured and comfortable. Anything can be told to Qinfan. All they wanted was to apologize to Qinfan and gain his forgiveness? Ask yourself. Definitely not. They also wanted Qinfan to return to them. Being the eldest ladies of a powerful family, they were never short of people chasing after them around them. But the simple-minded, 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 the simple-minded. There is only one Qinfan. Will, definitely. The night breeze blew into the room and brushed Qinfan's cheeks. Memories are stirred up with the wind. Qinfan lay on the bed, uncontrollably remembering what happened in Qingyuan Hotel today. Remembering her last life, in Wang Shiyun's scripts of lying to Qinfan and catching him in the act. Zhang Qiuyu was always playing the supporting role and never the lead role. Why is it Kong Qiuyu this time? Forget it. Those damsels have been lost in the paper chase. They are no longer the kind girls who saved their grandpa's life. What goes on in their heads, only they know. I only hope that what I said to Zhang Qiuyu today, they can be made to understand that. Qinfan, I'll never play with them again. Don't bother me again. The moon fell through the window and onto the floor in front of it. Qinfan couldn't sleep, so he got up, turned on the light, and opened his laptop. The second skit is up this morning. I wonder how many people have paid to watch it by now. After opening the backstage, Qinfan first glanced at the data of the first short drama. The first skit bottlenecked at the beginning of the month, with good traffic and occasional thousands of paid viewers a day. Most of them are only 1,000 or so, but even if only 1,000 people pay to watch, that's still over $50,000 in revenue. Stick with it for a month and you'll probably get 1 million or so anyhow. Qinfan then clicked on the backstage data of the second short drama. Over 3,000? Broke 1,000 on the first day? The platform shouldn't have started pushing it out yet. And the 3,000 or so paid viewers should be contributed by fans who follow the account. With such good first day numbers, there should be more platform recommendations. This second short play should do better than the first. Shin Fan looked around for a while and realized that it was almost 11 o'clock after that. Even if he wasn't sleepy yet, he laid down on the bed. The biological clock has to be adjusted. I used to stay up late and my body still has quite a few problems now, so I have to adjust it. The next morning was 8 o'clock out. The red sun emerged from the skyscrapers with half a face, and Shin Fan suddenly realized after getting on the bus that it was time for him to buy himself a car. Now in the hands of more than 5 million. Luxury cars and other things do not need. Just buy a more than 100,000 contemporary tools on the line. A bus stop full of migrant workers. It looks like most of them are over 50. Shin Fan couldn't help but think of his uncles in the village. I'll have to make a trip back to the village when the company gets organized. There are some things that have to start getting ready before those policies are in place. And this is the only chance the old country has. Arriving at the office. After assigning jobs to the people, Shin Fan began to post recruitment information on the internet. Now there were already many people on the internet who had started imitating Shin Fan to do skits. Shin Fan must expand his company and make more films while the wind is still in his sails. After the job postings are all sent out, Shin Fan decided to check out the car and take a trip back home. As for the work of the rest of the company, it's actually quite simple. Just go all out to prepare for the shooting of the third short drama. Who was lazy and who wasn't? When Shin Fan comes back and starts filming the third installment, take a look. Shin Fan wanted to be a good boss. But Shin Fan would never be a philanthropist. You've worked hard and put in the hard work, and I'll make sure you get paid what you deserve. But if you think I'm approachable and seem to be easy to fool, then I'm definitely not going to go easy on you. When Shin Fan picked up a 100,000 or so car with full payment and drove it back to his hometown. On the other hand, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing and the others, all rushed to the capital of X province, Xiaoshan Hotel. Autumn Moon, where did you meet Shin Fan? Tell me more carefully. Can't say we can find out where Shin Fan is living now. Zhang Qiu, you told what happened at the Qingyuan Hotel. You say you don't need me to return the favor. You say the sight of me makes you sick. You say I make you sick. Now that I've disappeared from you as you said I would, what are you looking for me for? When Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the girls heard Shin Fan repeat what they had said in the underground parking lot that day, they looked sad and blamed themselves for their heartache. Shui Yalan had been influenced by those people to misunderstand Shin Fan before. And how much she loathed Shin Fan at that time. How much she regretted it now. She thought back to the day in college when Shin Fan belonged to her and she took him around like she was showing off. She liked to take Shin Fan to high-class occasions, and she liked to see the embarrassed look of the youthful Shin Fan back then. She likes to force Shin Fan to carry her to the park to climb the rockery. She likes to leave half-eaten food for Shin Fan. She likes when people ask for her contact information. She pretends to be a little birdie by Shin Fan's side and says, "You ask my boyfriend first." She liked to see Shin Fan's blushing face. Shin Fan, back then, never said anything about it. She could also vaguely sense that Shin Fan also quite liked her. She's gorgeous. She's confident. Who wouldn't like her? But now, Shui Yalan's big, beautiful eyes were filled with teardrops and, Shin Fan, he must really hate me now, right? I must see him. I must tell Shin Fan that I misunderstood him. It's all my fault. I want to apologize to him. I want him to come back to me. Shui Yalan didn't care if her saying this would be misunderstood. She just wanted to say what was in her heart. Zhang Jing, Jiang Qiuyue, Wang Shiyun and the others all gave Shui Yalan a meaningful look when they heard her say this. The priority now is to find out where Shin Fan is. Show you didn't make it clear to Shin Fan. Let's go find Shin Fan together and make it clear to him. When Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, and Jiang Qiuyue, the seven dragon capital misses, were looking for Shin Fan in the provincial capital, Shin Fan drove back to the village. A big man picking up manure ready to go to the field to fertilize. Saw a car. Looked twice. I do not know whose family out of the success of the children returned. Like Shin Fan's hometown, this kind of small mountain village, everyone knows each other. No matter whether you are walking or driving, the road encountered. Will stop to say hello, chat a few words. Shin Fan stopped his car beside the manure picker Moncler outlet. Third master. Xiaofan? Xiaofan is back. The three Moncler jackets directly put the picked bucket of feces aside and came to the window of Shin Fan's car. Where have you been these days? We couldn't get through to you on the phone. And those girls came to the village to look for you. Nothing happened to you, right? The girls? Wang Shiyun, Zhang Qiuyue and the others came to the village? Shin Fan pulled the car aside and got out. Third master. I changed my cell phone number and I haven't had a chance to tell you guys yet. I'm fine. Fine. Did you just say someone was looking for me? The third master nodded his head and pointed to the north in the direction of Longdu. It's the girls who saved your grandpa's life. They all came here a while ago. They said you quit or something. I can't remember. Just came to see you anyway. Oh yes. They also donated money to the village. And those who have old people at home in the village were all given rice and noodles. Those girls, not only are they handsome, but their hearts are also very good. Qin Fan didn't show anything unusual in front of the three great masters, but inwardly a frown had long been raised. What the hell are Wang Shiyun and Kong Choyue doing? Qin Fan definitely didn't believe that those few young ladies had suddenly come to their senses and had really come to him to apologize and try to get him to go back. I left and you still won't let me go? You're going to make me go back with you again? Play me again? Could it be that Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Choyue had become psychopathic to such an outrageous degree as they were in the midst of paper and gold? Fan, give them a call. I see that they are quite anxious to find you. Qin Fan didn't want to tell the village about him and Wang Shiyun and the girls. Third master, I'll take care of it. That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to deliver the shit. Slow down. Third master. The third master took 2 steps and suddenly turned back and shouted, Xiaofan, when are you leaving? Come to the third grand master's house for lunch at noon, and I'll have your third grandmother yank noodles for you. Qin Fan really missed Sandin Yang's tugging noodles. Sometimes a polite rejection is better than a painful acceptance of someone's kindness. Okay third master, I'll go home and pack up and be there on time before lunch. When Qin Fan parked his car and headed home, he met several more grandparents and uncles. The road home is less than 500 meters, hard to walk for half an hour. Giggle. The moment he pushed open the courtyard door, Qin Fan's eyes turned red. The old man who always had a kind smile on his face and a stick of cigarettes in his hand was gone. Grandpa, I'm back. The courtyard left by his grandfather to Qin Fan was a small farmhouse from the last century. Pushing the door in is a courtyard made of stones of different sizes. In the courtyard there is a date tree. Under the date tree is a stone table supported by stones. There are 4 stone piers around the table. A gust of wind blew by, and the jujube trees clattered, as if welcoming Qin Fan home. Qin Fan put his water cup and car keys on the stone table, knitted up his sleeves, squatted on the ground, and started pulling the grass in the yard. This type of yard made of stone. Once no one lives in it, the grass crawls out of the cracks and basks in the sun. After pulling the grass, Qin Fan drew some water from the well and washed his hands and face. Giggle. Upon pushing through the main room, Grandpa's picture was on the table. Countless memories flooded his heart, and Qin Fan felt a pang of heartache. Grandpa, I'm home. I remember you used to tell people why there were fewer and fewer people in such a nice village. I remember you often worrying that this village, which has existed since the Han Emperor, was going to disappear. Grandpa, don't worry. I will help you guard this village. I will make a good life for all the grandparents, uncles and aunts in the village who have helped us. I will make our village catch up with the times. Choo choo choo. A sparrow suddenly flew into the house and landed on the table. Not afraid of people. Looking at Qin Fan and nodding. The tears in Qin Fan's eyes could no longer be held back and fell straight down. He remembers his grandfather used to feed the sparrows when he was alive. Grandpa said that although sparrows peck at grain, that's how sparrows survive. And sparrows have to live. The village sparrow is not the sparrow of the city dump. The sparrows at the city dump aren't too scared of people when they see them. But the village sparrows fly away when they see people from a distance. Only for Grandpa Qin Fan, those sparrows would not only not fly away, but would even land on Grandpa Qin Fan's shoulders. Grandpa, is that you back? Chirp. The sparrow chirped twice and fluttered away. There was a shout from the yard. Xiaofan, Xiaofan, your third grandmaster said you'd come to the house for dinner. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why don't you come? I've dragged the noodles for you, so you can't go to your second or first wife's house to eat them. The third dame, who was worried that Qin Fan would be dragged to her home by someone else, looked for her. Qin Fan smilingly helped the third eldest mother, who had bad legs, and went to the third eldest mother's house. Fan, sit down and take a sip of water first. I'm going to yank the noodles. Qin Fan looked at the familiar courtyards of the three great nuns' house and also remembered the scenes of playing in the three great nuns' house when he was a child. Sandin Yang, where is Brother Gangzi now? Brother Gangzi is the son of the third damsel, full name Qin Zhengang, 7 years older than Qin Fan. When they played together as children, some children in the village called Qin Fan a wild seed, and Brother Gangzi would always protect Qin Fan and fight with those people. You Gonzo brother? Ah, hey, he's gone down to the coal kiln. Down the coal kiln? Qin Fan put the bowl of water he had brought to his mouth back on the table. Some people may think it's profitable to go down to the coal kiln, but in the world of the rural people, only when there is no way out will they go to the coal kiln, and going to the coal kiln is tantamount to selling one's life. Sandin Yang, why did Brother Gangzi go down to the coal kiln? The third eldest mother reddened her eyes and cursed with hatred. That indisputable thing is working outside the home, following someone else to gamble online, and owes over $600,000. Your third master can't get down to the coal kiln, so he'll have to go by himself. Qin Fan's heart was strangely hard to hear. I hate the fact that Brother Gungzi is not good enough. The second hate online gambling is harmful. 3 pity the third grandpa and the third grandma are so old and still have to worry about Brother Gungzi. In the past, Qin Fan was working for Wang Shiyun and the girls, and the money didn't belong to Qin Fan. So Qin Fan couldn't help the village. Now that Qin Fan had the ability, how could he stand idly by? If you give the money directly, the 3 daughters will definitely not want it. It's better to think of some other way to help Gonzo's brother. After dinner, Qin Fan arrived at the village chief's house. Qin Fan's main purpose for coming back this time was to prepare for the development of the village in the back. There are some things that only the village chief can do. Fan is back? Oops. I've been worrying about you these days because your phone has been turned off. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Qin Fan exchanged a few pleasantries with the village chief and then chatted about business. Village chief, I want to ask something. If I want to build a dam and get a big reservoir outside our village, do I need to apply to the upper level? That's for sure. The village chief looked at Qin Fan suspiciously. Little Fan, why are you asking about this? In the last life, when X province began to develop tourism and support ancient rural villages with special characteristics, some rural villages in S County had mountains and water, and became a unique flavor of the tourist places. Netflix hit the spot. The villagers of those villages are also getting rich under the tourism industry. In this life, Qin Fan's first step in helping the village was to lay a good foundation first so that when those policies came down, it would allow the village to follow them. Qin Fan's village has some ancient monuments left hundreds of years ago, as well as some rather ornamental strange forests and rocks. But the only downside is the lack of water. It wasn't that Qin Fan's village lacked water. There was even a seasonal river outside Qin Fan's village. But after all, the people in the village have little long-term vision and don't realize the weight of water in the tourism industry. The village people only built a small reservoir for public use next to the Timing River. Qin Fan's grandfather had fallen into that small reservoir before. That seasonal river has just flowed in the abundant season and dried up in the dry season for I don't know how many years. Now all Qin Fan had to do was to utilize this seasonal river, keep the water in the village and turn the village into a nice place with mountains, water, spirit and flavor. Mayor, the village didn't take care of me and my grandfather when we were kids. Now that I'm older, I want to give back to the village. I want to build a dam outside the village to stop the water. Hiss. The village chief stood up, lit a cigarette, clamped in his hand a mouthful of not smoking, thought for a while. Fan, this is not a trivial matter. I'll have to call in a report to the top first. Construction can't start until we get approval. And that's a lot of work. Qin Fan naturally knew that the village chief was worried about funding. Don't worry, village chief, money-wise, it's not a big problem. The mayor held a cigarette with his back against the window, and thought for a while longer. Xiu Fan, you went to college, you have a vision, you want to build a dam. It's definitely good for our village. Even if you don't have enough money, I'll broadcast it over the loudspeaker. And for the sake of the village, young and old will have to help. I just don't know if the top can approve it. I'll apply for the application and see what happens. Qin Fan nodded. Then I'll trouble the village chief. By the way, village chief, do you have Brother Gangzi's number there? Yes. Why? I'm looking for Brother Gonzo for something. The village chief knew about Qin Jiangang, but he didn't know if Qin Fan knew. Fan, if Gangzi comes to you to borrow money or anything, don't lend it to him. Qin Fan nodded. Mayor, I know. Qin Fan asked for Qin Jiangong's phone number and then left. The village head side needs to apply with the higher authorities and wait for their approval. Qin Fan couldn't have been waiting in the village. He has work to do. That afternoon, Qin Fan then drove back to the provincial capital. Boss, you're back. 2 interviews came in this afternoon. One was good. I left my contact information. Boss, you interview again. If you are satisfied, you can let him come. Lu Cc, who had been temporarily deployed as an assistant, reported to Qin Fan. Qin Fan nodded his head and asked, is it an interview or something? Qin Fan's online job posting isn't just looking for actors. Master Lu is no longer enough of a photographer. Qin Fan wants to recruit at least 2 more cameramen and 5 actors, also looking for 3 more to write short scripts and an assistant. In the beginning Qin Fan didn't have that much money and writing his own scripts wouldn't involve copyright. It was impossible for Qin Fan to do everything himself later on. Those who specialized in writing scripts should be available, and so should those who helped Qin Fan with some minor matters. Here today to interview photographers. I had Master Lu interview them, and Master Lu said one of them wasn't as skilled as he was, and the other one was good. Qin Fan nodded. Then call him to come in tomorrow and I'll interview him. Okay. The other side. Wang Shiyun and the girls had to look for Qin Fan in the provincial city. It was a bit like looking for a needle in a haystack, and they didn't know where to start looking for a while. Zhang Jing, do you guys think Qin Fan will not want to see us and hide back home after seeing Qiuyu? Shui Yalan immediately sat up. It's possible. Let's go to Chin Fan's old home. The 7 great ladies from the Dragon Capital arrived at S County overnight in a flurry of wind and fire. If it were not for the fact that the highway in the mountains has 18 bends in the road, and there are no streetlights, they would not dare to take the mountain road at night, and they would have driven directly to Chin Fan's old home that night. Early the next morning, as soon as the day dawned, Wang Shiyun's 7 great ladies drove to Chin Fan's village. Seeing Wang Shiyun and the others, the third master who was picking manure and fertilizer into the field put down his stretcher and scratched his head. Little Fan just came back yesterday. Why are they here today? Wang Shiyun stopped the car when he saw the 3 grandparents. Master, let me inquire with you. Has Chin Fan returned? The third master nodded as he wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck. Back, but it's gone again. I told Van that you guys were looking for him and he said he'd take care of it. Didn't he call you guys? Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads in loss. Why did Chin Fan call them? The first thing he said was that he would take care of it, so he probably never contacted them again. Seeing that Wang Shiyun and the others were upset, the third master asked suspiciously, you guys haven't been able to reach Van? I've got his new cell phone number. I'll give it to you. Wang Shiyun forced a smile. Grandpa, we have it. But, Moncler, do you know where Chin Fan has gone now? The 3 grandmasters thought back for a moment. Yesterday noon Xiaofan had dinner at my house, and I heard him say that he was working in the provincial capital. Should be back in the province. Master, thank you. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the girls were in a much better mood when they got the exact news from Chin Fan. Although the province is huge, but as long as Chin Fan was in the provincial city, they would definitely be able to find him. The other side, Fai, Lily, and Liushi, they began to concentrate on familiarizing themselves with the script for the third skit. One after another, Chin Fan interviewed and passed 2 photographers, 1 assistant, 3 editors who wrote the scripts for short plays, and 5 actors. 2 of the actors were Fai and their classmates. Maybe some companies don't like to recruit people they know, but Chin Fan, which is a company that shoots skits, shall we? A few of their classmates are familiar with it, and there is a tacit understanding in the performance. Once the employees were all on board, Chin Fan's own work was much easier. In the evening after work, after the employees had left, Chin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Chin Jiangun's number. It beeped for 30 seconds or so before connecting. Hey, who is it? A tired and wary voice came over the phone. Chin Jiangang probably thought it was a debt collector. Brother Gongzi, it's me, Fan. Fanny? Chin Jiangun's voice on the phone became a bit more agitated. Fan, are you okay in Dragon Capital? Earlier you said you work in the company of those girls who saved our master. I've been busy and didn't call you. Alright, before? Brother Gongzi, this before of yours is too before. It has to go back 4 or 5 years, right? Chin Fan, okay, it's all good, but I don't work for them anymore. I'm back and ready to do something for the village. Gonzo brother, come back and help me. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Xiaofan, I can't go back now. Brother can't help you this time. Internet gambling was cheated. Chin Jiangang remorse. Sometimes the mind can go home on vacation. He did not have the face to go home. Chin Fan, Brother Gongzi, I went back to my hometown to have dinner at your house, and San Din Yang told me about you. There was still silence on the other end of the line. Chin Fan, when I was a child Brother Gongzi protected me. Now I can help Brother Gongzi. A suppressed sob came from the other end of the line. Fan, don't mind me. Just be good. Chin Jian just hung up the phone. Chin Fan immediately called again. Xiaofan, stop it. I'll pay for the sins I've created. Chin Fan, Brother Gongzi, I don't just want to help you. I need your help too. You went down to the coal kiln in order to pay off your debt. Can the third grandpa and third grandma not worry about you at home? Come back. Gonzo, help me and let me help you. Chin Fan and Chin Jiangang spoke on the phone for a long time. It was hard to persuade Chin Jiangang. However, Chin Jiangang will not come back until he has asked for the money for the work, and with the bus ride, it will probably take another 3 to 5 days. The morning light cut through the night. The sunrise made its appearance. The light morning fog retreated, and Chin Fan drove his car to the company. The third skit is officially in the works. Shall we? Lily, Lu Cece and the others started to dress up for their roles, while the newcomers learned on the sidelines. Chin Fan watched for a while. Everything was going well. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Chin Fan returned to his office and closed the door before picking up the phone. Hello. The caller is the platform operations manager. The short drama filmed by Chin Fan has managed to gain the attention of the platform. The platform operations manager was here to talk to Chin Fan about cooperation. After just a brief communication on the phone and agreeing to meet offline, Chin Fan hung up the phone. It's getting better. The first step to success was taken, and now the second step will be taken soon. Backstage earnings from the second skit have topped out at over $2 million. Shin Fan predicted that he would be able to withdraw at least $7 or $8 million next month. Take advantage of the wind and sail high for 1,000 miles. Once the new sketch script writers are done and the new actors are ready, you can start double or even triple casting. The next day, Shin Fan met with the platform's operations manager, negotiated and finalized the contract. At the cost of giving up a little profit, Shin Fan obtained the platform's continuous push of his short dramas within a certain traffic range. Now that Shin Fan only has 2 short plays online, maybe that little sustained push isn't a huge gain, but Shin Fan is going to take advantage of the wind rush to shoot him dozens or even hundreds of short plays. Shin Fan would not regret the little profit that he had let out, because Shin Fan would earn it back sooner or later. On the way back to the company after signing the contract, the assistant drove the car and Shin Fan closed his eyes in the back seat. I don't know if the village manager has applied to the higher-ups. I wonder when it will be approved. It's not even the rainy season yet, and the seasonal river outside the village has dried up. So now is the best stage for construction. If we delay and delay, we'll be in trouble in the rainy season. Just when Shin Fan was a bit worried, the phone vibrated. Shin Fan picked up his cell phone and saw the caller ID, feeling that it was good news. Hey, village chief, Fan, good thing, great thing, the town has approved it. We're good to go. I've never seen the town so fast. The town must be thinking of us. Shin Fan also didn't expect it to be so quick and painful. Mind you, those programs are pretty slow going. It's possible, in fact, that the top has been ventilated for a long time? That the town has actually started looking for villages with development potential? The villages in the county that developed on tourism in the last century were renovated and built with money allocated from the top. Now that Shin Fan wants to pay for it himself, then the top will definitely be happy. That may or may not be the case. Doesn't matter though. It's approved. Building a dam to repair a reservoir, although not a particularly large one, requires professionals. Gotta recruit some professionals. When Shin Fan sent out another job posting for people with experience in dam and reservoir construction design, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Jiang Qiuyue, they not only tuned the surveillance around Qingyuan Hotel, but also tuned the surveillance around Qingyuan Hotel to look for Shin Fan. In order to find Shin Fan, Shui Yalan used her money power to access the surveillance of the roadside store just to check where Shin Fan came from. It had been tracked through surveillance and was eventually lost at an intersection. Jiang Qiuyu also regretted a bit that she hadn't sent someone to follow Shin Fan. Now that there was no trace of Shin Fan, she blamed herself a little. I'll notify all of our group's industries to call up all the surveillance and check the monitor 24 hours a day. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Jing, some of their families had properties in the capital of X province, and some did not. Anyone who had also sent a notice to their family's industry to always check the surveillance and report immediately once Shin Fan was found. The industry of the 7 great clans was engaged, as if they thought Shin Fan had committed some great crime. Shui Yalan, Shiyun sis, I suddenly remembered that I have a collateral uncle who has properties in S County. Why don't I send him a message as well and ask him to send someone to keep an eye on the surveillance and keep an eye on Shin Fan? What if Shin Fan will still go back to his hometown in S County? Wang Shiyun nodded. After searching for several days in the provincial capital recently, Shin Fan seemed to have disappeared, and there wasn't much she could do. More eyeliner, more possibilities, I guess. Suddenly, Wang Shiyun, who was watching the surveillance, seemed to have noticed something. These few people following Shin Fan. Why do I feel more and more familiar the more I look at them? No, I'll have to look at the close-up surveillance of the Clearview Hotel. Zhang Qiuyu pulled up the surveillance of the lobby of the Qingyuan Hotel and zoomed in to take a closer look at Xiao Wei, Jia Lu, and Lily. What's wrong, Autumn Moon? Found something? Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others all gathered around. Zhang Qiuyue frowned slightly. These people following Shin Fan, the more I see them, the more familiar they look. Like I've seen them somewhere before. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and a few of them also took a closer look. They were completely unrecognizable and didn't look familiar. Autumn Moon, they all look familiar to you? Jiang Qiuyue nodded. Shui Yalan felt strange and was still ready to ask, but it was interrupted by Wang Shiyun. If you've just seen one, then it might be a chance encounter there, but if they all look familiar, let Akazuki think about it. Kang Qiuyu tried to remember until Xiao Wei showed a trademark crooked smile and Kang Qiuyu suddenly got it right. It's that funny skit. Yes, it's the skit. Kang Qiuyu quickly opened her phone and looked in the viewing history. That's them. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the girls gathered around to watch. Liz Sweet is nerdy, and is still caught up in the drama. Wow, this woman is so gold-digging. She's going to regret it to death when she realizes the true identity of her ex-boyfriend who she dumped. Wang Shiyun, Sishen, are you getting off topic? The actors of this novel short video are those people around Shin Fan. Could This short drama be made by Chin Fan? Then won't we be able to find Chin Fan if we find out the distribution company of this short drama, as well as the address? Shui Yalan was instantly filled with strength again. I'll get someone to look into it. Wang Shiyun. They are all big ladies of the rich family. Like this kind of thing to check the information of a short drama distribution company, they won't do it themselves. Just send it directly to the company's professionals and wait for the result. Less than an hour. Wang Shiyun and the girls then got the information about Chin Fan's company. Registrant. Address. Number of employees. Plain and simple information. It's really Chin Fan. That short drama. Was it really made by Chin Fan? Wang Sitang said with a bit of nymphomania. Never knew Chin Fan had the potential to be a director. The plot of that skit was a bit cheesy, but it was really good to watch. Jiang Qiuyue, I've seen this short drama a long time ago. I didn't realize it was made by Chin Fan. It turns out that in the underworld, my destiny and his are still connected. Shui Yalan didn't care about those. She couldn't wait to meet Chin Fan. XX Building 12th floor 502. Sister Shiyun. Let's go find Chin Fan. Wang Shiyun nodded. On the surface, Wang Shiyun was calm. But in fact, Wang Shiyun was apprehensive. The more he was about to meet Chin Fan, the more uneasy he became. Wang Shiyun couldn't tell what she was upset about. Actually, that said, what reason did she have to be upset? She was misunderstanding Chin Fan. She was saying a lot of words that hurt Chin Fan, and she was failing Chin Fan's hard work and care. But she saved Chin Fan's grandfather, and it was Chin Fan who had to repay his grandfather's kindness by giving her a part-time job, even if she did get it wrong, apologizing so sincerely. If I can't, I'll give Chin Fan some money to make up for it. That's all right, isn't it? If it was someone else, Wang Shiyun thought it would be perfectly fine, but when it comes to Chin Fan, she couldn't say. It just doesn't feel right. The 7 young ladies did not bring their assistants and drove the car themselves, following the navigation to the building where Chin Fan's company was located. This is it. 502 on the 12th floor. Without waiting for the others, Shui Yalan got out of the car and ran towards the building without closing the door. Countless passers-by were attracted to Shui Yalan. Today Shui Yalan was wearing 2 pigtails, a little light makeup, and white tube socks, beautiful as if she had stepped out of a beautiful picture made by L. Holy shit, that pretty? We have such a pretty girl in this building? Sister, did you see those shoes of hers? 8,000 to start. Crap, that expensive? Then she's. The passerby froze again with his mouth wide open before he could finish his sentence. She saw 6 more great beauties coming down the road. Wang Shiyun aura. Zhang Jing temperament elegant and quiet. Jiang Qiuyue high cold as snow. All different beauty. Crap, crap, crap. So many big beauties? What's this? This? I'm going to go. It's full of designer labels. It's full of luxury ladies. 1, 2, 3, 7 big ladies of the mansion. How come all of them are here in our mansion of laborers? Shiyun, come on. The elevator's coming down. Shui Yalan, who had already entered the building, stopped the elevator and waved to Wang Shiyun and the others. Wang Shiyun quickened her pace into the elevator. Seeing that there was room in the elevator, Shui Yalan waved to the people waiting outside. Aren't you guys going upstairs? Those few ordinary people, seeing Shui Yalan, Wang Shiyun and their 7 fairy-like beauties, didn't dare to share the same elevator with them. No, we wait for someone. Yeah, we'll wait for someone. You guys go up first. Okay then. Shui Yalan closed the elevator with some impatience. I'm going to see Chin Fan soon, and when Chin Fan sees me, he'll hear me out in a moment and accept my apology. Maybe he'll even go back with me. Shui Yalan suddenly turned to look at Wang Shiyun and Jiang Qiuyue and the girls, pouting her lips arrogantly. Sister Shiyun, show you, if I, Chin Fan, accept our apology for my sake and go back with us. You guys don't want to steal Chin Fan from me. He has to stay with me, for at least a year in my company before he can go to yours. Li Sitian was the first to disagree. No, if Chin Fan wants to go back, it's only because all of us are so sincere in coming to apologize to him. It has to be like the old days. One day for each of us. Zhang Jing wouldn't argue with anyone, but how familiar this scene was. They fought over Chin Fan in college, when they had just taken over the family company and were struggling together. They had also quarreled over Chin Fan. The beautiful memories brought a light smile to Zhang Jing's face. As elegant and beautiful as the first pear blossom that greets spring, Jiang Qiuyue had met Chin Fan face to face that day, and she had looked straight into Chin Fan's eyes that were as calm as dead water. She knew that Shui Yalan and the girls were being a bit optimistic, but she doesn't want to break that optimism, either. Even Jiang Qiuyue harbored a secret optimism. What if Chin Fan saw that the 7 of them came to apologize so sincerely and really softened his heart? And then there's that little ninny Shui Yalan. Whether it was when she went to college or later when she lived under the same roof with Chin Fan in Longdu, Shui Yalan was all about the one who was the most brash and unreasonable, but had the most intimate contact with Qin Fan. Shui Yalan would not hesitate to let Qin Fan carry her, regardless of whether she was wearing pants, shorts, skirts or pajamas. Shui Yalan would let Qin Fan eat her leftovers without embarrassment. Shui Yalan would purposely pamper Qin Fan, causing his face to turn red. Perhaps Qin Fan saw Shui Yalan and, will it be different too? Just thinking so. Jiang Qiuyu's heart was a little sour. The elevator stopped. The 7 luxurious young ladies from the Dragon Capital exited the elevator together. Shui Yalan walked at the front and looked around. 513. Where is 512? 502? Sure Yun. Come on guys. Shui Yalan ran at the front of the pack. It's getting closer to 502. 502. This is it. Shui Yalan stood in the doorway and took a deep breath. She was full of confidence. She felt that with so many people coming from her and Wang Shiyun, Qin Fan would definitely hear them out, believe them and accept their apology. Qin Fan's assistant was a bit puzzled when she saw Shui Yalan appear at the door and not leave or come in. I heard that the boss is sending out another job opening. Is this also here to apply for a job? But she's a bit uncharacteristically beautiful, a bit more so than Sissy Lu. The other inter-court breakers, Fai, Jala, and Lily, also noticed Shui Yalan. It's hard not to notice a big beauty that good-looking standing in the doorway. Who's that? Here to apply for a job? Crap. Another big beauty. Our company is really getting more and more beautiful women. Lily stepped on Fai's foot. Look at you guys. You've never seen the world. Don't scare people away. Fai clutched his foot and cried out in pain, but stopped after just 2 cries. Boss lady? Jiang Qiuyue appeared. Jala, Lily, Master Lu, and Cece Lu all stood up. How could they forget what they experienced that day at the Qingyuan Hotel? On the way back to the car, after Qin Fan explained, although they didn't disbelieve Qin Fan, they still privately referred to Jiang Qiuyu as the boss's wife. Why is the boss's wife here too? What's the situation? The boss still says it's okay, and now it's all coming to me. Could it be that little Hui guessed right? The boss's wife is actually the prospective boss's wife. Still in the stage of courting the boss? And the boss hasn't said yes yet? I think it's possible. Boss, what the hell are you thinking? Say, who's the other big beauty? Probably the girlfriends of the prospective boss's wife. Supposed to help. The words were not finished. Not only have they seen Jiang Qiuyue, Master Lu, shall we, Lily, they froze. A room full of people, including Lu Cece, who had been very calm, revealed a look of surprise. Zhou Luoi, Li Sidian, Zhao Tingting, Zhang Jing, and Wang Shiyun, all appeared. I go. What's going on here? Are these all the girlfriends that the prospective boss's wife has found? This is the 7 fairies descending to Earth. Quick, call the boss. Something's wrong. Qin Fan is on the phone in his office. Brother Gonzo, you've arrived in the county? I'm still in the provinces. You'll buy some cooked meat down at the county before you go home. I'll be home tonight. I've long craved the wine brewed by the 3rd master. Let's have a good drink. Qin Fan was originally a drinker, but after all those years in Longdu, he had been socializing constantly for the business of Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan and their women, and had long been injured by drinking. With others, Qin Fan had an upset stomach and wouldn't drink, but with Gonzo, who had protected him as a child, he had to drink. The main thing is that the 3rd master's own brewed wine is not too big in degrees, so it doesn't hurt to drink it. Fine, brother Gonzo, we'll see you tonight. Qin Fan had just hung up the phone with his back to the door when there was an immediate knock on the door. The assistant pointed to the doorway through the glass door. Qin Fan looked sideways and, the eyes couldn't help but widen. What's the situation? Find them all? What do these 7 young ladies want? Is it really true that you won't stop until you've played a big game? New book begging to be added to the bookshelf. Hyped, followed and supported. Qin Fan put away his cell phone and walked out of the office with a frown. When Shui Yalan saw Qin Fan at the door, her beautiful eyes blossomed and she rushed in, not caring about anything. Qin Fan. Shui Yalan didn't even care how many people there were. She directly jumped up and pounced on Qin Fan. Qin Fan subconsciously reached out and caught Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan's straight and white legs were coiled around Qin Fan's waist. Qin Fan held a flap of Shui Yalan's arse in one hand. Crackle dash. Seeing this scene, Master Lu's brain went down, and the water cup in his hand, which was full of signs of age and had followed him for many years, fell directly to the ground. Xiao Hui, Jia Lu, and Lili all stared incredulously. What the fuck is going on? Why wasn't it the prospective boss's wife, Kang Qiuyu, who came in and rushed into the boss's arms, but another woman? Come down. Qin Fan only subconsciously caught Shui Yalan and quickly reacted. No, I'm not coming down. Qin Fan, you used to blush, why don't you blush now? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you still mad at me? I misunderstood you. I misjudged you. I apologize to you. If you're still angry, then I'll wash your socks for you, okay? Master Lu, shall we? Lily, and the others, their mouths opened wider and wider. What the hell is going on here? How come it sounds like the big beautiful woman who rushed into the boss's arms is the prospective boss's wife? And who is the other prospective boss's wife? Qin Fan, hold on to me. I can't hold on any longer. Shui Yalan was still hanging on to Qin Fan to pamper him, but Qin Fan remained without any change in his expression and said icily, "Come down." Qin Fan reached out to untie Shui Yalan's hands around his neck, but Shui Yalan hastily clasped her hands in death and pressed herself so tightly against Qin Fan that the two soft masses were pressed and deformed. Everyone in the entire company looked at Qin Fan and Shui Yalan with their mouths wide open. Qin Fan was helpless against this brutal and unreasonable Shui Yalan. Can't keep letting Shui Yalan hold up the staff here though. You guys keep working. I'll take care of it. Okay, boss. Master Lu and the others hurriedly turned around to work, but they still couldn't help glancing over to Qin Fan's side. In the end, it's still Qin Fan's strength. Qin Fan nonchalantly forced Shui Yalan off his body. Qin Fan lifted his feet towards the outside of the company and was heading directly towards the direction where the elevator was. Qin Fan, Shui Yalan, Wang Shiyun, Jiang Qiuyue, and Zhang Jing, the 7 great ladies all chased after them. The office master Lu, Xiaohui and Jialu all ran to the door to watch. Holy shit, what the hell is going on here? Don't tell me that those 7 great beauties are all after the boss. People are more angry than people. I feel like there's definitely a story on the boss. Maybe enough for a short drama of over 100 episodes. The assistant Qin Fan recruited came over. Ahem, everyone better get back to work. On the other side, Qin Fan entered the elevator. Shui Yalan, Wang Shiyun, and Zhang Jing all entered the elevator as well. Shui Yalan tried to hug Qin Fan's arm and pamper him, but every time, Qin Fan shrugged it off. Shui Yalan was aggrieved, her big beautiful eyes containing tears. Qin Fan, I really know that I misjudged you, and I apologize for what I did before when I misjudged you, scolded you, and was mean to you. Qin Fan, will you forgive me? Wang Shiyun, Zhao Tingting and the girls also spoke up. Qin Fan, we know we misjudged you. We apologize. Qin Fan, come back with us. We've all moved back in. We'll never go to those banquets full of falsehoods and lies again. Qin Fan, we're still working and struggling together like before. Go back with us, okay? Qin Fan looked at Wang Shiyun and the others. It seems like everyone is very genuine, but Qin Fan didn't believe a word of it. They played like this many times in their last life. I've already told Jiang Qiuyue before. You have money. You want to play. Spend some money. There will be plenty of people to play with you. I won't serve. If you bother me again, I'll have to call the police. On Shui Yalan's stunningly beautiful face, tears were instantly like broken pearls. Qin Fan, I know you're angry. I know we've teased you quite a few times before and you don't believe us, but this time I'm begging you. You must believe us. We've really come to apologize to you. If you don't believe me, you come back with us. Go back and you'll slowly realize how true we are. Qin Fan looked at Shui Yalan with an expressionless face. This girl, it is really beautiful unlike words especially when you cry. Choo poor and lovable. If Qin Fan didn't have the experience of his last life, the probability was that his heart would soften and be persuaded, but not in this life. If you guys want me to go back, I'm sorry, absolutely not. If you're here to apologize, you have nothing to apologize for. I was originally paying my grandfather back. If I don't accept that you won't leave, then I will. We're done with both of us. The elevator stopped and Qin Fan walked towards the parking lot without looking back. Qin Fan's calmness and coldness, it made Wang Shiyun, Jiang Qiuyue, and Zhang Jing's hearts very hard for them. No. Shui Yalan chased after her, pinching her waist and puffing. Qin Fan, it's not enough for you to accept our apology. You still have to avenge your grandfather. You have to go back with us. This Shui family's eldest miss was as unreasonable as ever. But times are different now. Qin Fan opened the car door and looked at Shui Yalan and said flatly, you're the ones who said yourselves that you don't need it anymore. And I've already repaid the favor in my last life. Of course, this sentence was what Qin Fan said in his heart. Qin Fan got into his car and drove off. Qin Zhengang is back. Today I want to go back to my hometown, have a drink with Qin Zhengang, catch up with the old times, and in the meantime, I will talk about the village first. When Shui Yalan saw Qin Fan driving away, she was also ready to get into the car and go after him. Wang Shiyun hurriedly stopped Shui Yalan. She was worried that this no-nonsense Shui Yalan would run a red light and get into a traffic accident in order to chase Qin Fan. Yalan, stop chasing. Sister Shiyun. Qin Fan, he's gone again. We can't lose him again. His company is still here. He can't lose it. So what do we do now? Jiang Qiuyue, Zhang Jing and the others all looked at Wang Shiyun as well. The sisters, once they ran out of ideas on something, would subconsciously look to Wang Shiyun. But what good can Wang Shiyun do? Qin Fan has done so much for us, though Qin Fan is trying to repay his grandfather's favor. But back when we saved his grandfather, we didn't think about repaying the favor. When we were in college, and even later when we took over the family industry and struggled, having Qin Fan by our side wasn't really to let him repay the favor. Don't mention the repayment again. What we have to do now is to atone for the fact that before we verbally hurt Qin Fan, caught him in the act, and trampled on his dignity. And forgiveness is useless with just words. As Qin Fan drove back to his hometown, he couldn't help but think of the scene when Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan and the 7 of them appeared in front of the company. For a moment, Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, and the others who appeared in front of the company today, it made Qin Fan think of them during his college days and later when they lived under the same roof. If they haven't changed since then, maybe they'll become good friends with them. It's getting dark. As Qin Fan drove almost to the entrance of the village, he saw a man hovering at the entrance of the village. The figure, strange with some familiarity. Who else could it be but Brother Gangzi? Fan, it's really you. Is this the car you bought? You're doing well. Qin Jiangang took off his hat, straightened it in his hand, and put it back on his head. The entrance to the village is a few hundred meters away. Qin Fan opened the car door and, Gonzo brother, get in the car. Hey, Qin Jiangang patted his pants and entered the car. Qin Fan looked at Brother Gangzi, who was only in his 30s, but had already aged like he was in his 40s, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit sour. And some hate too. How old are you to be gambling online? You believe in that kind of stuff? Fan, how have you been all these years? Qin Fan nodded. It's all okay. What's wrong with you, Gundam? Qin Jiangang sighed. Hey, I ghosted. Qin Fan didn't pursue the matter, but just said very sternly, Brother Gangzi, that stuff is all a lie. You can't touch it. Qin Jiangang nodded. Kill me and I'll never touch that thing again. It's like a knife that kills without blood. There's something Qin Jiangang didn't say. When he was first tricked into owing over $600,000, he was ready to jump. It is the thought of the old father and mother at home that discourages the idea of jumping into the coal kiln to take the life to earn money. Upon arriving home, the third eldest mother began to stir-fry the food, and the third eldest master took out the grain wine he had brewed and started to seal it. This wine brewed by the third master is really getting fragrant. The 3 Moncler jackets said with a smile. This is nothing. Just his grandfather brewed wine as God Lu. I only learned a fur. Swish. The 3 oldest women had already begun to stir-fry on the wood-burning stove. The dishes cooked by firewood carried an aroma that was not found in restaurants, and Qin Fan liked it. Once the food and wine were served, the chopsticks began to move. The night breeze is gentle. The pear trees are clamoring, and the past rises with the wind. The third grandpa and the third grandma talked about Qin Jiangang and Qin Fan when they were young, with kind smiles on their faces. When I was a child, Brother Gangzi didn't care much about me. If it wasn't for Brother Gangzi, I don't know how many times I would have been bullied. Brother Gangzi, I'll toast you. What's a toast? Let's drink as brothers. The third dame looked at Qin Fan, probably remembering Qin Fan's birth. Her eyes reddened. Just born was thrown on the side of the road. Was picked up by Qin Fan grandfather, an old man in his 60s, to go home. Never felt a father's love, mother's love. Made it through. Xiao Fan has also grown into a man. Your grandfather would be happy to see you like this now. Your grandfather would have been even happier if you had hurried to marry a daughter-in-law and have a big fat boy. Speaking of starting a family, this is a thing. In his last life, when he was around Wang Shiyun and the girls, he was so focused on helping them fulfill their wishes and repaying their kindness that he never thought about starting a family. In this life, it's about having to think about having a family. Qin Fan said with a smile, I'm not in a hurry yet. How can I wait until my Gonzo brother gets married before I do? The third oldest woman lowered her head inside. He hasn't finished his sins yet. Where can he go to get a wife? Qin Fan looked at Qin Jiangang. Brother Gangzi, haven't you told the third dame yet? Qin Jiangang shook his head. Qin Fan said as he held the calloused hand of the third eldest mother who had labored all her life. Third aunt, I didn't call Brother Gangzi back this time to drink with him. I'm going to do something for the village, and I'm going to repay my Gonzo brother for protecting me as an hour. I'll help Brother Kong. The 3 oldest women stood up excitedly and, Fan, you have a way to help Konzi? Qin Fan now has the strength to directly give 600,000 to help Qin Jiangang pay off the debt. But doing that would probably be insulting to them here at the third damsel and third master, and it would also put pressure on them to want to repay Qin Fan. That wasn't what Qin Fan wanted. Yes, third mother, third master, sit down and listen to me slowly. I've accumulated some insight over the years in Dragon Capital. Now I've opened a company in the province and made some money. The village didn't take care of me and my grandfather when we were kids, and I wanted to do something for the village. I discussed this with the village chief before. I'm going to start by building a dam outside of our village, so that our village can become a place where people can live. Tourism is developing in many places outside the country now, so we can't say when it will come to us. My first step in helping the village is to develop our village into an ancient village with special characteristics, but I have company in the province, so it's impossible to keep an eye on both. I decided to ask Gonzo to help me by keeping an eye on this side of the village, whether it's building a dam or a bridge. I'm relieved to have Brother Gangzi keeping an eye on it for me. I'll pay Brother Gangzi for his work, and I'll hand it over to Brother Gangzi when the village tourism industry develops. It won't take 3 years to pay off that $600,000. The third mother and the third master are authentic farmers, and are also getting on in years, with much less pep in their step. These intentions of Chin Fan were too risky in their eyes. The money is still safe in the bank. Fan, it's good that you want to repay the village, but what you just said, it's not a small thing. You have to think about it. Chin Fan held Send and Yang's hand with force and, third aunt, don't worry, Brother Gangzi and we will definitely be able to make things happen for the village. Early the next morning, the sparrow landed on the jujube tree in the yard and woke up Chin Fan. After Chin Fan got up and cleaned up, he called out to Chin Jiangang and went to the village chief's house. The approval from the top has come down. The next step is to get ready to move. When the village head knew that Chin Fan called Chin Jiangang back to help, and also gave Chin Jiangang a salary, the key is that the salary is not low. Thought of his son. Fan, do you still use people? If you still need someone, I'll call for the pack to come back and help you too. The bun in the village chief's mouth is his son, Chin Guiyu. Chin Guiyu and Chin Fan are the same age and went to the same school for elementary and middle school. The village chief was a good village chief and used to take care of Chin Fan and Chin Fan's grandfather. But this Chin Guiyu, when he was a child, he kept calling Chin Fan a wild seed, and Chin Fan didn't like him. But now that the mayor has spoken, Chin Fan was not in a position to refuse. Perhaps Chin Guiyu has become an adult and is not as mixed up as she was as a child. Okay, if Guiyu isn't busy, it's okay to come back and help. The village chief stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and stuffed it back into the cigarette case. Happily, okay, I'll call him right away. The village chief turned his back and called Chin Guiyu. After a while the village chief came back smiling and said, Fan, I told the pack about your plans. He'd love to help you. He happens to be in the province right now too. He said to call him when you get back to the province. He happens to know a few people who know how to build bridges and dams, and he said he'd like to introduce you. Chin Guiyu also knows the people who built the bridge and dam? Looks like he's known a lot of talented people out there over the years. That's a good feeling. Village chief, it just so happens that I have something to do in the provincial city as well, so I'll leave first. When I come back next time, I'll be back with Guiyu. Get together when the time comes to have a professional look at what lot the dam is being built on. Okay, Fan, you take it slow on the road. Chin Fan took Chin Jiangang back to the provincial capital with him. Now the village has not yet begun to start construction. Need to find a professional first, look at the terrain first, do the design to start construction. If Chin Guiyu really knew someone with real talent, that would be even better. After arriving in the provincial city, Chin Fan didn't return to his residence and prepared to take Chin Jiangang to visit his company first. But what surprised Chin Fan was that, across the street from his company, a company that had been outsourcing customer service suddenly moved out altogether. Moving away isn't the point. The point was that Shui Yalan beamed and looked at Chin Fan with a grudge as he appeared at the opposite door. 10 swag, 20 hypes, 50 bookshelves plus 1. Is this Missy really not going to stop until she gets what she wants? In retrospect, Yalan Shui was indeed such a person. Although Shui Yalan didn't rush over and jump on Chin Fan this time, an ominous premonition had been born in Chin Fan's heart. When he first left Dragon Capital, he thought that he could completely cut himself off from Wang Shiyun and Shui Yalan and the others. But now it seemed that he had underestimated the perverted playfulness of those 7 great ladies. Fan, that pretty girl across the street seems to be looking at you. Chin Jiangang shouldered Chin Fan's arm and cocked his head toward the opposite door in a gesture. Chin Fan rambled, let her see it if she likes. When the assistant saw Chin Fan return, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Boss, you're back. Chin Fan nodded. Is everyone working okay? It's all pretty good. The editorial team turned in 7 script outlines for your approval. I've put it on your desk. Okay, I'll take a look later. Chin Fan didn't see Master Lu, Xiao Hui and the others. Presumably they went to another venue to shoot. Chin Fan closed the door after leading Chin Jiangang into the office. The moment he closed the door, Chin Fan glanced at the opposite door. Shui Yalan stood at the opposite doorway, pouting her lips as she looked at Chin Fan accusingly. For a moment, a thought popped up in Chin Fan. Shui Yalan and Wang Shiyun seem to be pretty good in their acting. That face, that body. If I could be an actor, I'm sure this skit will blow up the bar. Fan, is this your company? You're the boss? Qin Jiangang was surprised to look at the company's organized and busy employees. After a lifetime of being a hitman, he was looking at other hitmen for the first time as an outsider to his boss's brother. Everyone else is busy. I'm watching. It's a feeling that's kinda nice, Qin Fan said as he poured tea for Qin Jiangang. It's just a dozen or so employees who make a little money making short videos and such, but it's not a permanent solution. And there are other plans for the future. Brother Gunzi, have some tea and sit down while I take care of something. Qin Jiangang took the glass of water. Fine. Xiao Fan, you're busy. Don't mind me. Qin Jiangang carried a cup of water, did not sit down, leaned to the door, through the office glass window to look at the office area. Curious. Qin Fan glanced at the outline of the script handed in by the editorial department in 10 lines. You don't really have to pay too much attention to the details. It's mostly about being creative. Is that good enough? Enough to be appealing. 7 scripts to read. Qin Fan compared and picked one. Qin Fan took the picked out script to the editorial department. Whose idea was the script? A classmate told me a secret about my wife. A well-mannered young man with glasses raised his hand. That's a good one. Let's see it written as a full script first, plus performance. Thanks boss. Go you too. Okay boss. Qin Fan also looked for his assistant to find out about the progress of the third short drama shooting and whether there were any people submitting resumes after he posted the job on the internet. Qin Fan's company doesn't need to recruit for the time being. Now Qin Fan is recruiting professionals with experience in dams, bridge building and other construction. There were over 20 people who submitted resumes. I sifted through them and picked out 5. So when you have time to interview them, boss, I'll give them a call. When I was in my old home, I promised the village chief that I would meet with Qin Guiyu and talk about the village, and I will intentionally go to dinner tomorrow at noon, and I don't know when I will be back in the afternoon. Tomorrow morning. Okay boss. After dealing with the company, Qin Fan was ready to go back to the office to give Qin Guiyu a call to get through first. The afterglow glanced at the opposite door. Zhang Qiuyue and Li Sidian came too, not knowing what, but they didn't come to Qin Fan's side. They all watched him from the opposite door. That look, a little guilty? A little aggravated? A little bit of affection? But for Qin Fan, they're really good actors. Fan, why do I realize that the opposite side has been looking at you, and they look, well, kind of familiar. Qin Fan had just entered the office when Qin Jiangang raised his chin to Shui Yalan and the girls at the opposite door and said, Qin Fan didn't hide it either. The point is that it can't be hidden either. Sooner or later, Qin Jiangang would remember who Shui Yalan and the others were. They're those great ladies of Lando who saved my grandfather. It dawned on Qin Jiangang that, I told you why it looked a little familiar. They're prettier than ever. Hey, you're not right. Qin Fan, why are they all watching you from across the street and not coming over to talk to you? Why aren't you talking to them too? Aren't they the ones who saved our master's life? Qin Fan didn't want to tell anyone about what happened to him in Longdu. I've helped them a lot, and I've pretty much repaid them for saving their lives. They are all big ladies of the mansion. Brother Gunzi, you should know from reading novels that big ladies of the mansion are not people we can climb up and make friends with. Don't mind them. Let's get on with our business. Qin Jiangang looked at the opposite door a few more times, half believing Qin Fan's words. Although Qin Jiangang has been under the coal kiln for hundreds of days, he is not stupid. He could tell that Shui Yalan and Zhang Qiuyue were looking at Qin Fan in a very special way. It's like dumped women looking at the men they still love. Hello, Guiyu? Qin Fan turned around and dialed Qin Guiyu's phone. Hello, Fan? You're back in the province? Well back. Do you have time tomorrow? It's been a long time. Have a meal, catch up and talk about the village. Okay, I'm talking to a couple of big guys I know right now who have experience in dam and bridge construction. And when my dad told me about it yesterday, I contacted them right away. I'll bring them along to see you tomorrow. Okay. Qin Fan was just about to hang up the phone when Qin Jiangang suddenly spoke again. Wait a minute Fan. These bigwigs I've found for you are all industry elites with unusual status. And I'm afraid that they won't be able to look at that little thing in our village and won't be willing to go. If we can find a more upscale hotel to entertain them, those bigwigs will only be able to say yes for my sake. I've heard that Qingyuan Hotel is very unique, and those few bigwigs want to go and experience it. What do you think of Qingyuan Hotel, little Fan? Qingyuan Hotel? Qin Fan frowned slightly, although he didn't know why Zhang Qiuyu appeared at Qingyuan Hotel that time. But that time, Zhang Qiuyu directly gave orders to the owner of Qingyuan Hotel, indicating that Qingyuan Hotel had been acquired by the Zhang Group. Qin Guiyu on the other end of the phone saw Qin Fan's silence and thought that Qin Fan couldn't afford to spend money. Smilingly persuaded, Fan, that's a little money you need to spend. I've been through more than you have in society. You're right to listen to me. Chin Fan, it's not about the money. Take your pick. Except for the Siyuan Hotel and the Autumn Fragrance Hotel. Little Fan, you were a bit of a shaft when you were a kid. Why are you still like this now? Alas. Forget it, let's pick a different restaurant then. But I'm more familiar with the province than you are. So let me choose which restaurant. I had to pick an upper class one anyhow. Chin Fan, okay, just let me know when you've made your choice. It would be fine if Chin Guayu could really recommend some reliable talent. If this Chin Guayu was just playing around, then even with the face of the village chief, Chin Fan wouldn't use him. Stay where you are. The next morning, several people with experience in dam and bridge construction came to the company for interviews. Chin Fan left 3 for a 1-month trial period. Take them back to see what they can do when they return to the village. There was a person whose expertise felt good, worried that Chin Fan's work here was too little to do for long, and was a bit reluctant to do it. Chin Fan is not a pie in the sky, either. Briefly about his future plans. Building dams and bridges is only the first step. The whole village he is going to refurbish and design. 2 years can be a small success, and if you want to complete all of them, it will take at least 5 years. As long as you do a good job, you'll get a good salary and benefits. It's not easy to find a job these days, and those 3 interviewed professionals listened to Chin Fan's plan before deciding to stay and try. At around 10 in the morning, Chin Guayu called. Fan, I've chosen the restaurant. Marriott Grand Hotel. Come on, those big guys are all here too. So hurry up, I'll cope for you first. Chin Fan wasn't sure if the 3 professionals he recruited were professional enough, or if the other party could stay 100%. Chin Guayu's side is still going to be visited. Brother Gongzi, let's go. Let's go see Guayu. Good. Chin Fan explained his work and left with Qin Jiangang. The opposite door. Shui Yalan saw Chin Fan leaving and pushed open the door, pouting her lips and looking at Chin Fan aggressively, but it was directly ignored by Chin Fan. Chin Fan. Shui Yalan stomped her foot and shouted, tears appearing in her eyes. Qin Jiangang looked back at Shui Yalan and then at Chin Fan. Fan, calling you. Chin Fan, don't mind her, let's go. Qin Jiangang couldn't hold it in any longer. Fan, what's wrong with you? He saved our master. He is our master's savior. Why are you ignoring him? What the hell happened? Being used as a toy. Dignity trampled. Being mercilessly humiliated. Chin Fan wondered if Qin Jiangang would go to Shui Yalan and the girls to settle the score if he knew about those. Don't ask, Brother Gonzo. Anyway, we're done with them from now on, and when we see them, we'll pretend we didn't see them. Qin Jiangang looked at Chin Fan fixedly. Fan, are you being bullied? Chin Fan shook his head. Brother Gonzo, do you know how to drive? I'll take care of something. When Qin Jiangang saw that Chin Fan didn't want to say anything, he didn't ask again. Everyone has things they don't want to mention. Just like he doesn't want to mention that the reason he got into online gambling was because of her ex-girlfriend. Will do. I'll drive. Van take care of things. The 3rd short drama has already shot 6 or 7 episodes, and these days Chin Fan hasn't been in the company much and hasn't bothered to watch it. Now that Master Lu had sent the finished film, Chin Fan took a look at the results. The heroine of the 3rd skit is still Sissy Lu. Lu Cece was usually especially quiet, and the aura on her body was a bit special, a bit like Wang Shiyun and the others, but not as strong as them. But when it comes to filming, Willow Sissy can handle a heroine with a very positive outlook or a heroine with a very bombastic outlook. Lily and the guys are getting better as supporting characters. Chin Fan was a bit skeptical if Lily and the others were originally from the acting department. After looking back and forth a few times to make sure there was nothing wrong, Chin Fan sent a message back to Master Lu. When I looked up again, I was at the Marriott Grand Hotel. Chin Guayu, who didn't know who she was calling and had just hung up the phone, happened to see Chin Fan. Fan, gee whiz, it's been a long time. I didn't realize you hadn't even changed much. Did you buy this car? 100,000 or so. Not a bad mix. Fan. Chin Fan smiled. Guayu, long time no see. Brother Gonzi? After Chin Guayu noticed Qin Jiangang beside Chin Fan, she walked over to him and shook his hand. Brother Gonzo, is it really you? Brother Gongzi, we haven't seen each other in years. That thing of yours? Forget it, it's not easy for us to see each other. Let's not mention the unhappy things. Today, the 3 of us, we must not get drunk. Qin Jiangang pushed away Qin Guayu's hand. As the elder brother who was 7 years older, Qin Jiangang said with a reprimanding flavor, you this kid, today there is business. Drink on the line. Not drunk not return. Delay the business you responsible for Qin Guayu patted her chest. I'm in charge. Hey, Gonzo, do you know what kind of people I invited today? Have you heard of Yan's real estate group? The largest real estate group in the provincial capital. Those high-end neighborhoods and villas in the provincial city are all owned by Yan's real estate group. By chance, I met the Yan group's great young man, and after my father told me about Xiao Fan's intentions, the first thing that came to my mind was the professionals who design artificial lakes and bridges for the Yan group. Qin Guiyu tilted her body and came up to Qin Fan. Xiao Fan, if we can get the professionals from Yan's group to help us, then whether you want to build a dam or a bridge in our village, it will be a piece of cake. Qin Zhengang took a deep breath, somewhat surprised. Guiyu, you still know the Yan group's eldest son? Qin Guiyu hummed in triumph. That's for sure. And think about it, brother Gongzi, just knowing the Yan group's eldest son is all that matters? Can you borrow their expertise from Yan's group if you just know them? Qin Zhengang was a bit bluffed. You're still on good terms with the Yan group's youngest? Qin Guiyu didn't admit or deny it, smilingly said, not to say that it is a life and death brother, but if I have any need to help, Yan Shao also, still will definitely help. Having said that, Qin Guiyu turned to Qin Fan and said, Fan, you'll see my face and talk when we go in later. The ones inside are all Yan group professionals. Our village is just a small matter. They don't want to be in charge of it. We should give up what we have to give up. We can't be stingy. Qin Fan did not nod or shake his head. Let's go inside and see what happens. A professional from the Yan group? Yan's group does have some villa areas with artificial lakes, but an artificial lake is not the same as a dam. Whether it works or not, you can get a feel for it when you meet and talk for a couple of minutes. Yeah, get in there. We can't keep the professionals waiting for the three of us. Marriott Grand Hotel, one of the top 5-star hotels in the province, with a minimum spending of 2,000. The welcome guests at the door are all female college students from the surrounding schools. Short skirts and uniforms with black silk, youthful and beautiful, very eye-catching, entered the restaurant and headed for the private room. Qin Guiyu said as she put her arm around Qin Fan's shoulder. Xiao Fan, my father said that you wanted to do something for the village. In fact, I've always had this idea as well, and I have a surprise for you today. If you can seize this surprise with me, we'll work together, the two of us, with our double swords, and we'll surely make our village soar. Surprise? This Qin Guiyu gave Qin Fan a very unreliable feeling. What surprise? Duh. Qin Guiyu flicked her tongue and squeezed her eyebrows. You'll find out later. I dare you to be surprised. Qin Fan followed Qin Guiyu into the restaurant and went up to the second floor into a private room. There were 4 people in the booth talking and laughing, and they all stopped when they saw someone coming. Qin Fan looks from the right to the left. The first man is about 40 years old, wearing a big back hair, greasy face, sitting there with a stomach bulging like pregnant. The second man was quite thin, his skin was quite dark, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses. As soon as Qin Fan appeared he started to look Qin Fan up and down. The third man wore a white shirt pressed into suit pants and also wore a pair of glasses, holding up his glasses when he saw Qin Fan and raised his eyebrows at the other man beside him, a hint of a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The fourth man looked civilized, with a well-stocked stomach and a polite demeanor. He exchanged glances with the third man before rising to greet him. Guiyu, is this the boss Qin you mentioned? I didn't realize it was so young. Young and talented. Young and talented. Qin Guiyu smiled with a bashful flavor. Brother Lu, you are joking. Can you be young and promising? Isn't it still depends on Brother Lu and Brother Zhao whether you are willing to help or not? Lu smiled and didn't say anything. The other 3 also had smiles on their faces. None of them said anything. Qin Guiyu was a bit embarrassed and turned to Qin Fan. Xiao Fan, let me introduce to you. These 4 are experts with extensive experience in bridges, artificial lakes, villas, high-rise buildings, and every other aspect. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, Brother Pan. Qin Fan nodded his head one by one. Hello, 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 hello. Qin Guiyu greeted like a pimp. Sit, sit. Everyone sit down and order and talk while we eat when the food is served. After Qin Fan and Qin Zhengang were seated, Qin Guiyu called for a waiter. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, you guys order first. This meal is on the house of Boss Qin, so feel free to order whatever you want. Qin Guiyu said and patted Qin Fan's shoulder, and also squeezed his eyebrows to Qin Fan, seemingly implying that Qin Fan should bleed. Don't be stingy. Qin Fan is not moving. The person who was called Brother Lu glanced at Qin Fan with a bit of curiosity in his heart. Qin Guiyu looks hangdog. With him from a village, in his mouth is very stupid will not come to things Qin Fan. How to give him a kind of face big leader feeling? An illusion? It could also be that the youngster was tensing himself up and being too formal for his first visit to such a big, high-spending hotel, which gave the illusion that he was there. After Lu ordered a few dishes, he asked for 4 bottles of flying mutai. When ordering the flying mutai, all 4 of them glanced at Qin Fan and realized that Qin Fan was still very calm and had no ripples. This young man, is he rich, or is he too subdued by our aura to speak? If the latter, We're going to kill him hard today. Qin Guiyu, who was worried about Qin Fan's heartache for money, even came to Qin Fan's ear and whispered, "Fan, you can't save what you should spend, if you know what I mean." Coaxing these four professionals is the first step. The surprise I have in store for you is the most important. Qin Fan gave Qin Guiyu a puzzled look, wondering what kind of surprise this unreliable Qin Guiyu had prepared. After the waiter served more than half of the dishes, Qin Fan opened his mouth. "Let's all move our chopsticks and talk while we eat." Qin Fan had a cup of congee in the morning and was really a bit hungry, so he directly moved his chopsticks. When Qin Guiyu saw that Qin Fan was going to be the first to reach out his chopsticks to clip the food, she hurriedly stopped Qin Fan and whispered in Qin Fan's ear, "Fan, how can you move your chopsticks first? If you want to move your chopsticks first, then it's Brother Lu and Brother Zhao who will do it first. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao and the others are our honored guests. We should lower our posture when we have a request. Haven't you learned anything at all from all these years of drinking? Forget it, you don't talk. I'll do the talking." Qin Guiyu pulled Qin Fan with one hand and smiled at the four Lu and Zhao brothers. "Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't be angry. This brother of mine is making some money now, but he doesn't understand a lot of things. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, after you, after you." Qin Fan frowned at Qin Guiyu. He's paying for this meal. His purpose of inviting this meal was to see what talents Qin Guiyu could introduce to him. In the end, Qin Fan was the master, so what Brother Lu and Brother Zhao were equivalent to the people Qin Fan was going to interview. Have you ever seen any company boss interviewing a candidate and the secretary serving tea is handing it to the candidate first? Which is not so much. Qin Fan shook off Qin Guiyu's hand and picked up a piece of vegetable and stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Guiyu looked at Qin Fan in surprise. Her eyes seemed to be questioning Qin Fan. Did she still want to ask these four big brothers for help? "Fan, don't you have any social experience at all?" The man called Brother Lu was about 40 or so, and said with a smile, "Guiyu, today is Boss Qin's treat. It's Boss Qin who should move his chopsticks first. It doesn't really matter who moves the chopsticks. I hate table culture. Everyone just eat, drink and have a good conversation. There's no such thing." Qin Zhengang has long been dissatisfied with Qin Guiyu. "Guiyu, you're the one with a lot on your mind." Qin Zhengang also moved his chopsticks and started eating. When Brother Lu and Brother Zhao saw Qin Zhengang gulping down his food, they glanced at each other and smiled with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Then his mind tried to recall the elegant manner in which the rich people ate at one of the aristocratic conferences they had been fortunate enough to attend, and he picked up a piece of the dish and put it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly. Qin Fan patted his stomach before getting down to business. "Lu, is it? I don't know how much Guiyu has told you guys. I'll retell you all again. My overall plan is to come up with a major revision of our village, and the first step is to build a dam at the entrance of the village and a bridge." Qin Fan took out his cell phone and flipped through the photos. "Here's a general idea of what's outside our village, so you can have a look around and say what you think. No need to go into detail, just a general idea." Brother Lu and Brother Zhao looked at each other and pushed Qin Fan's cell phone away with a smile. "Boss Qin, we won't talk nonsense without a signed contract. We're here today also for Guiyu's sake. Why don't Boss Qin first say what kind of treatment he can give us, and if we find it acceptable, then we can talk further down the line." The four men sat there with their heads held high, looking like I'm the expert and I'm the authority and you're here to beg. Qin Fan disliked it and was already unhappy in his heart. Treatment first? Could be. Since the work is in our village, far from the county, food and shelter are a given. 5 insurance, overtime assistance and all that. Salary. How much do you all get paid at Yan's group? I'll add 2,000. Lu said smilingly. Only 2,000 more? Going to a deep forest like that is boring and dull. That's not what Guiyu told us. Qin Guiyu said smilingly. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't be in a hurry. I haven't told little Fan yet. I'll talk to him first. Qin Guiyu again came to Qin Fan's ear and whispered to him. Fan, do you know what Lu and the others are? Didn't I tell you on the phone before? Did you know about the Yen Group? They designed many of the Yen Group's high-rise buildings. Me inviting them is really only the first step. The second step is the most important. What I told them before was to add $20,000 to their original salary. They were willing to come and meet with you. It's good enough that people didn't just get up and leave when you added 2,000. It's still the same thing, Van. Spend what you need to spend. And when the surprise I have in store for you arrives later, I promise you'll have your jaw dropped at what I have planned. What exactly is your surprise? Qin Fan was already impatient, feeling that this visit was a proper waste of time. Xiu Fan, don't be in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You first give Lu and Zhao their treatment as I said. First coax Lu and Zhao to be happy. Then everything afterward will be easy. 4 men, $20,000 each added to their original salaries. Let's make a rough estimate. The 4 of them were originally paid $30,000. plus $20, 000, that's $50, 000, 4 people, that's $200,000 a month. Excuse me, it's not that Chin Fan can't afford to use this kind of person. Rather, others are more cost-effective. $2,000 on top of my original salary is my limit. If you can't accept it, then you're excused. The meal is on me. Except for 4 bottles of flying mutai. What Lu Zhao ordered 4 bottles of flying mutai also did not open. Dog day hit is to bring back the disc. How could Chin Fan let them have their way? Fan, didn't you work in Dragon Capital with the guys who saved your grandfather back then? Why are you so narrow-eyed and so incapable of doing anything? Chin Guiyu kept her voice down, but Chin Fan didn't. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, put down their chopsticks when they heard Chin Fan's words, and their faces had pulled down. Looks like Boss Chin doesn't see us now. Just as well. I was going to say I'd help out for Guiyu's sake. Gone. Chin Guiyu hurriedly got up to stop her. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't be angry. Sit down first. This brother of mine hasn't seen the light. You guys wait until I talk to him. Lu and Zhao didn't keep walking or sit down. In fact, they've gone out of business in the recent economic downturn. If Chin Fan could add 20,000 to their original salary, they would still quite like to earn Chin Fan's money. Chin Guiyu turned around with her arm around Chin Fan's shoulder and whispered to him, Fan, I'll tell you my plan when it comes down to it. You want to work for the village, and I, as the son of the village chief, naturally want to work for the village as well. It's just that I never knew where to start before. After my dad talked to me on the phone earlier, I had a great idea all of a sudden. Lu, Zhao, and the others are all from Yan's group, and us hiring them at a high salary is the first step. It doesn't really matter what dam or bridge. The second step is the most important. I know Mr. Yen, you know? My second step is to let Mr. Yen know about our plan, become interested in our plan, and invest in our village to build a country house. A lot of big bosses in the city who are older now like to retire to places with mountains and water. As long as we pay Lu and Zhao enough to speak for us, and Yen Xiao invests, we'll be able to get out of it, you get it, right? Chin Guiyu rubbed her hands together to signal, her face full of excitement and thrill. Chin Fan understood. This Chin Guiyu's mouth is talking about working for the village, but in fact, his real purpose is to make a profit by coaxing Lu and Zhao to trick what Yen Xiao to invest in building a villa complex in the village. When I was a child, this Chin Guiyu had no serious heart and eyes, and now that she is about to be 30, she is still like this. Chin Fan was disappointed in Chin Guiyu, even with the face of his father, the village chief. Chin Fan wouldn't let Chin Guiyu meddle in his affairs anymore. Is this the surprise you've been telling me about? Chin Guiyu still had excitement on her face. Yeah, I just called Yen outside the hotel. Yen said he'd stop by later. All for my sake. This is our big chance. Fan, we have to catch it. You've got a little money. I've got connections. Our village. It's up to us. Ring, ring, ring. Chin Guiyu's phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. His eyes immediately glowed, and he became even more excited. Little Fan, Mr. Yen has arrived. Mr. Yen has arrived. I'll go greet Mr. Yen. Think about what I said. This is our only chance. Chin Guiyu walked outside while picking up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yen. Have you arrived? Okay, I'll be right down to get you. When the 4 men, what's his name Lu and Zhao, heard that Yen Xiao was coming, they glanced at each other, and there was also a look of surprise in their eyes. They didn't know beforehand that Yen Xiao was coming. Outside the Marriott Hotel, Chin Guiyu bowed and hailed. Young Yen, I'm so honored that you took time out of your busy schedule to come. Grim, on the other hand, gave Chin Guiyu an expressionless look. You said there's a promising thing? When Chin Guiyu was working as a dog's leg for Grim Ziyu before, he accidentally heard some of Grim Ziyu's personal matters. Grim, on the other hand, his old man was upset with him for not doing his job. Grim, on the other hand, wanted to do something to try to impress his old man, but he didn't have much to go on. Chin Guiyu listened to his father said Chin Fan's intention. He suddenly felt that he could suggest Grim then to the village to invest in the construction of the Paradise series of villa groups. If this project comes to fruition, it'll impress Grim Reaper's old man. It also allows Chin Guiyu to become a Grim Zephyr warlord-like figure, stepping directly into the circle of nobility. Chin Guiyu nodded her head fiercely. Young Yen, this matter, you have to speak slowly. Do you remember me telling you about our village before? There is a stone tablet in our village that has been passed down from the time of the Hangwu Emperor. Our village also has a Thanksgiving plaque sent by a scholar 300 years ago, and there are old bandit sites on the mountain from I don't know how many years ago, and so on. Now I have a classmate who wants to renovate our village. He is going to build a dam and a bridge to make our village a nice place with mountains and water. Together with those monuments in our village, I feel that our village has the potential to become a good place with a different flavor, like a paradise, in the eyes of the big bosses. If you, Mr. Yen, can invest in some villa clusters in our village in advance, the big bosses who are getting older and want to retire to their retirement homes will be clamoring for a bid. By then everyone will have to admire your foresight. Young Yen. Grim on the other hand is not a fool. Despite his lack of business, he could naturally sense that Qin Guiyu was an unreliable person and coldly said, "Your advice is good, but why should I invest in a villa complex in your village? There are plenty of places with more monuments and better scenery than your village, aren't there?" Qin Guiyu didn't panic. He had already thought about it. What Yen said. But it was out of consideration for Mr. Yen that I suggested that Mr. Yen go to our village to build a villa. If Mr. Yen invests in building villa clusters in other villages, won't he still have to improve the image of that village for the villas to sell at a good price? Now that classmate of mine is preparing to repair our village, it can be said that classmate of mine invariably spent money to help Yen Xiao. In the movie Mermaid, Zhang Yuqi buys Green Snail Bay in order to raise the property prices in her neighborhood. Now it's like that you build a villa complex on the line for Yen Xiao. You don't even need to buy Qin Luo Wan. That classmate of mine will spend money to create our village and raise the price of your villa complex for Yen Xiao. Grim, on the other hand, listened with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Seems kind of fun? That classmate of yours in there? Qin Guiyu nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, just waiting for you. Young Yen, inside. Let's go then. Let's go inside. Grim then followed Qin Guiyu to the private room. Lu and Zhao immediately went out to greet Grim Zephyr when they saw him. Young Yen, you're here. Guiyu, why didn't you say earlier that Mr. Yen was coming? That's right. If we had known that Mr. Yen was coming, how could we have waited until Mr. Yen came before ordering? Yeah, Guiyu, you're way out of line with this. Grim, on the other hand, raised his hand. I'm the one who told him I just stop by and not eat. Guiyu, are you talking about the one who was your village classmate? In Grim's view, Qin Guiyu is a lapdog who has never seen the world and goes around sucking up to rich people. Qin Guiyu, from a village, or a classmate of Qin Guiyu's, what kind of bull can he be? When you see him, you still have to nod your head and bow to him. Qin Guiyu stood on her tiptoes and looked into the booth. At this look, Qin Guiyu was angry, really angry. Qin Fan is still sitting there quacking and showing off. Old iron, do you really think you're here to eat today? Have you never eaten a dish so delicious that you have to be stuffed? Did I tell you that Mr. Yen is coming? Now people are at the door and you're still eating there. It doesn't matter if you're embarrassed. You're making me look bad. And that big old simpleton of a brother Gongzi, sitting there eating like a two-bit fool. Qin Guiyu's ears were smoking with anger. You wait a moment, Young Yen, they are all from the village. They have never seen the world and won't be able to do anything. I'll get them. Qin Guiyu huffed and puffed into the private room, walked over to Qin Fan and Qin Jingang, and grabbed Qin Fan's chopsticks. Fan, did I tell you that Mr. Yen is here? Now people are at the door and you're still eating. How else are you going to make our plan to revitalize the village work when you're posing like that? Get up and follow me to the door to greet Mr. Yen. Just don't say anything later. Just listen to me. If Yen Xiao enters the private room, you stand while I stand, and you do whatever I do, you hear me? Qin Fan was disgusted by people like Qin Guiyu who looked like a lackey when they saw rich people. Guiyu, I'm here today because your father wants you to work with me, and I'm giving your father face. And secondly because you said you could refer a couple of professionals. But now it seems that we both still don't get along as well as we did when we were kids. I can't afford to use those few talents you've introduced me to. As for any Yen Xiao, you can flatter me if you want to. It has nothing to do with me. Outside the booth, Grim, on the other hand, heard something familiar in the voice and glanced slightly sideways into the booth. This look startled Grim then. It's him. Last time, Grim was puzzled for days after he slipped out of the CU hotel in disgrace. He really couldn't figure out how Qin Fan, who looked ordinary, could be so protective of the Zhang family's eldest miss, and even looked at Qin Fan with affectionate eyes. Kong Xiuyu is a member of the Kong family. In that kind of family, if you're talking about marriage, the first thing you want is for the family to be right for each other, right? How could Miss Jiang be like that to the ordinary Qin Fan? Grim, on the other hand, racked his brain and couldn't figure out what Zhang Qiuyu and Qin Fan's relationship was. But he knows one thing very well. He absolutely could not offend Qin Fan if he saw him again. Last time, Zhang Qiuyu was not allowing Grim Reaper to enter all of Zhang Group's properties. If he ever picks on Qin Fan again, then maybe Zhang Qiuyu would use Zhang Group's connections to make all of Yen Group's partners give up their cooperation and directly bring down Yen Group. Grim, on the other hand, looked at Qin Fan with waves in his heart. Lu, Zhao and the others saw that Grim Reaper didn't say anything and thought that Grim Reaper was angry. Young Yen, that kid who is still sitting there and eating. His name is Qin Fan. He's a country bumpkin. You don't need to get angry with a country bumpkin. Yes, young Yen, we just talked to him for a moment or two, and he's a complete rube who doesn't know the ways of the world. We ordered a bottle of wine and he made us pay for it out of our own pockets. I don't know how people like that survive in society. This kid Guayu is also unreliable. Letting us eat with this kind of person is a pure waste of time. Snap dash. Lu, who was close to Grim Zephyr, received a direct slap. Lu was confused. Young Yen, you. Lu covered his face and looked at Grim then in surprise, wondering why he was being slapped. The other three also all looked at the Grim Reaper in surprise. What's the situation? Why did Yen suddenly hit Lu? Qin Guayu, who was lecturing Qin Fan in the house, turned her head when she heard the sound of a clear slap. He looked at Lu and Grim then, who were covering their faces. DDs can't make sense of it. Xiao Fan, Yen Xiao is angry. Hurry and come with me. Qin Guayu tugged on Qin Fan's arm, trying to pull him up. Qin Fan pushed Qin Guayu away and almost pushed Qin Guayu directly. Qin Guayu was furious. Qin Fan, what the fuck are you doing? You're still posing here in front of Mr. Yen? Do you really think you're the boss when you make a few stinking dollars? I'm telling you, you're not even a loach in front of Yen Xiao. Snap dash. Qin Guayu covered her face incredulously and looked at Yen Xiao. He got slapped too. Yen Xiao. He didn't know why Grim then suddenly hit him. Could it be that because Qin Fan was introduced to him? And Qin Fan didn't put Xiao Yen in his eyes at all. Xiao Yen was angry? Xiao Yen, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this classmate of mine to be so ungrateful. I'll let him get out now. Young Yen, please calm down. Get out. Okay, I'll let him roll. Snap dash. Grim then flung another slap at Qin Guayu. I am telling you to get lost. Ah, Qin Guayu was completely confused. But the next second, a scene that made him even more confused appeared. Qin Fan was still sitting there chucking in the food and eating it. Grim, on the other hand, smiled and walked over to Qin Fan, stretching out his hand and, hello Mr. Qin. I didn't expect to see you here. It was my fault last time at the CU Hotel. I apologize again. Grim then, while not doing his job, is not a fool. Back in the Qingyuan Hotel, Zhang Qiuyue defended Qin Fan so much, although Grim then didn't know what kind of relationship or situation between Zhang Qiuyu and Qin Fan, but he's well aware that, if he could gain Qin Fan's forgiveness, or even become friends with him, then there was still hope for him to gain Zhang Qiuyu's forgiveness and even become a friend that Zhang Qiuyu would remember. Once he became friends with Zhang Qiuyue, it could be more than just being able to hook up with the Zhang family. That time, Grim then went to Dragon Capital to attend the banquet of the Noble Circle, but he heard about it. Zhang Qiuyue, Wan Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, Zhao Tingting, Li Sidian, and Zhou Luoi, the eldest misses of the 7 great families are good girlfriends. Hooking up with the Zhang family, that's Zhang, Wang, Shui and the other 7 great families hooking up. Although he had lost his face at the Qingyuan Hotel that day, and Yuan's side ignored him, but only the second generation of thugs would be staggeringly bent on getting back after a loss. So the Yen Xiao that Guayu was talking about is really his excellency. Qin Fan drew a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. He had eaten almost enough to go. You're joking, Mr. Qin. Yen Xiao is what others call him indiscriminately. You can just call me Xiao Zhe. Ah, just Koju? The rich young man that I was a pug to, in front of Qin Fan is just a small rule? Qin Guayu was completely dumbfounded. Does Mr. Yen know Qin Fan? If you know me, why are you still bowing down to me? Qin Guayu felt invisible. He was severely slapped again. His face was hot. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the 4 of them all looked shocked as well. Suddenly, Lu knows why he was slapped. Because he had just badmouthed Qin Fan. Qin Fan glanced at Grim Zephyr in a meaningful way. When Qin Fan was in Longdu, many people who wanted to climb into a relationship with Wang Shiyun and Zhang Qiuyue and the girls were not much different from Grim then at this moment. Now Qin Fan didn't want to have anything to do with Zhang Qiuyue and the others. I don't care if you're Yen Xiao or Xiao Zhe. It was your fault that day at the Qingyuan Hotel. You apologize. I accept. If you want to hook up with Zhang Qiuyue through me, I can tell you in advance. Don't waste your time. I don't have any relationship with her. Lying. Grim. On the other hand, those 2 words popped into his head with a thump. It's okay? It doesn't matter that Ms. Khan will defend you so well? Will I see you cry? Grim, however, didn't show anything on the surface. Mr. Qin is joking. I have no other agenda. I just didn't expect to see you here. Plus I was too rushed that day to properly apologize to you. And now a formal apology. Grim then bent low and bowed. Qin Guayu was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. How could a bastard who was left by the side of the road after being born without a father or a mother be so respectful to Mr. Yen? Am I dreaming? When Qin Guayu thought of his dogged appearance just now, and saw Grim Zephyr's attitude towards Qin Fan, her face was as hot as fire. The 4 men, Lu and Zhao all dared not utter a single breath. It's over. I just tried to slaughter him once. Look at this. It's going to be over. Qin Fan indifferently looked at Grim Zephyr. I accept your apology. Anything else? Nothing else, please step aside. Grim, on the other hand, got out of the way, but called out to Qin Fan. Mr. Qin, please wait. I heard him say that you want to build your hometown? Grim then pointed at Qin Guiyu, who was cowering in surprise. I recently had an idea to build some villas in a place with good feng shui. I think a village that can cultivate such an outstanding person as you, Mr. Qin, must be a feng shui treasure. I wonder if we have a chance to work together. If we can work together, we can kind of make friends without fighting. We're all from Province X. More friends, more ways to go. Qin Fan thought about it. He wants to move as soon as possible in his hometown, but he's trying to put together an engineering team now that will take a big chunk of time. Grim, on the other hand, is the eldest young man of the Yen group, which has its own team of professionals. It would be nice to strike a deal with Grim Rule. Perhaps Grim then had his little scheme of using Qin Fan to get close to Jiang Qiuyu, but Qin Fan had already made it clear that he was no longer involved with Jiang Qiuyu and the girls. The latter Grim then discovered the truth, and that had nothing to do with Qin Fan. Is Mr. Yen really interested? Then we could have a little chat. Mr. Qin, please. Grim then sidled up and invited Qin Fan to resume his seat. Qin Fan also made a gesture of invitation. Qin Guiyu cheekily came forward. Fan, so you know Mr. Yen? Why didn't you say so? Young Yen, little Fan is my best buddy since I was a kid. We're just like brothers. Grim then looked at Qin Fan. Before Qin Fan could speak, Qin Jiangang hummed and said, Qin Guiyu, why are you still as cheap as when you were a kid? You're the one who called little Fan a wild seed, and you're the one who screamed the loudest when you got punched and called brother Fan. If this were the war years, you'd be a traitor. Grim on the other hand, although he did not know Qin Fan's life, but when he heard Qin Jiangang say that Qin Guiyu scolded Qin Fan for being a bastard when he was a child, he immediately distinguished the good from the bad. I, Grim, on the other hand, am a pure war wolf. Qin Guiyu, I hate two-timing lapdogs like you. Get the fuck out of here. Let me see you again and I'll beat you up once I see you. Qin Guiyu bitterly looked at Qin Fan for help. Qin Fan was expressionless and did not look at Qin Guiyu. Grim, on the other hand, was even more certain that Qin Fan didn't like Qin Guiyu. Qin Guiyu, why don't you get lost? Must I get someone to ask you to leave? Qin Guiyu forced out a smile and, Yen Xiaoyu, calm down. I will roll. Here, the four people at the door. Lu and Zhao. You look at me and I look at you, not knowing whether it is good to go or stay. An hour or so later, Grim, on the other hand, smilingly left the Marriott Grand Hotel with Qin Fan. What I, Grim Reaper, admire most in my life is people who have favors to repay and noble aspirations. Brother Qin, there is no doubt that you are like that. Our cooperation is settled then, and you don't say I'm at a disadvantage. I'm a person who thinks it's a blessing to be at a disadvantage. The four of them will follow you from today, and when the design drawings are done and ready, I'll directly draw an engineering team to your village to start work. Qin Fan was a little embarrassed. To put it nicely, just now in the private room was talking about cooperation. To put it mildly, that's Grim Reaper unilaterally making a crazy gesture of goodwill. Grim, on the other hand, looked at the photos in Qin Fan's cell phone and gave Qin Fan's old home a compliment. After praising him, he said he had to build a villa in Qin Fan's old home. As for building dams and bridges and all that, it was incidental to his building the villa and he had to do it all. Finished. Grim then knew that Qin Fan wanted Qin Jiangang to help keep an eye on the village's project after. Grim then said essentially speaking words. Qin Jiangang that is working for him. The monthly salary according to the senior supervisor manager. A month of 100,000. A mouthful of price. Do not allow counteroffer. Yen Xiao, I have to be clear with you. If you're trying to climb up to the Jiang Qiuyu girls by working with me, it's impossible. I have nothing to do with them. Nothing at all. Lying. Grim, on the other hand, the same two words popped into his mind. But Grim, on the other hand, said with a smirk on his lips, Brother Qin, aren't you underestimating your brother? I do admire people like you. Brother Qin, I want to make you a friend. Nothing to do with any Miss Kong. Nothing at all. Qin Fan, that is fine. Then I'll turn around and take the four of them back to the village for a field trip first. Grim, on the other hand, was a prude. It's something that I was supposed to take them on, but I really have something important to do. Then I'll trouble you. Brother Qin, I'm really so happy to work with you. Qin Fan's goosebumps rose, after seeing Qin Fan off. The Grim, on the other hand, immediately got into the car and, young master, where are we going? Drive. Autumn Fragrance Hotel. Grim, on the other hand, had a wild guess. That day, Jiang Qiuyue protected Qin Fan like that, and even shed tears with affection. It was highly likely that Jiang Qiuyue was deeply in love with Qin Fan, and Qin Fan didn't give Jiang Qiuyue a chance for some reason. He's now going to go tell Kong Qiuyue what he's done, and he's going to take credit for it. When Grimm then arrived at the Autumn Fragrance Hotel, he was stopped directly at the door. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. We've been informed that we can't let you in." Grimm, on the other hand, was anxious. "You guys give me a briefing and tell me that I have something important to ask for from Miss Jiang." Just as Grimm then was arguing with the front hall manager, an icy voice came from behind him. Jiang Qiuyue came back from Shui Yalan's. She saw Qin Fan on Shui Yalan's side today, but Qin Fan ignored her the entire time, making her sad. Now Jiang Qiuyue was in a bad mood, and seeing Grimm was even worse. "What do you want with me?" Grimm, on the other hand, turned around and saw Jiang Qiuyue before rushing forward to report the cooperation he had negotiated with Qin Fan today. "Qin Fan wants to build his hometown?" "Yes, Missy. I offended Mr. Qin last time, and in order to apologize, I made a special deal with Mr. Qin." Earlier, Wang Shiyun had said that they had to find a way to do something for Qin Fan to atone for his sins. Shui Yalan says she's going to observe Qin Fan from across the street and look for opportunities to do something for him. And Jiang Qiuyue was still fretting about not knowing what she could do for Qin Fan, but now she suddenly had another brow. On the other hand, this rich kid with yellow dyed hair seems to have some eyesight. "You called?" Grimm then. "Missy, you can just call Xiozha, Ginger Autumn Moon. Just call me Mr. Kong. I'll pay for all the expenses for your cooperation with Qin Fan. Don't tell him. If you help me, maybe in the future your Yen group and our Jiang group can become partners." Grimm, on the other hand, sniffed with glowing eyes and great excitement in his heart. "I really am the smartest man in the province. I knew Qin was lying. I knew Miss Jiang was in love with Qin. Dad, you've always said I'm not doing my job. Rotten and wasted. Woohoo! I'm just biding my time. Now the opportunity has finally come. Dad, after I climb up the ladder with Jiang's group, after I take our Yen group out of the province and into the country, and I ran away from home, just cry and apologize to the sun you can't see." After Grimm then excitedly got into the car and left, Kong Qiuyue took out her phone and hesitated for a long time. Should we tell Yalan and the others? Jiang Qiuyue couldn't say what she thought. Anyway, in the end, Jiang Qiuyue put away her phone and didn't tell Shui Yalan, Wang Shiyun and the others about Grimm Zephyr's side of the story. Anyway, Sister Shiyun said we'd each find a way to do something to atone for Qin Fan's sins. That's what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not sure it's going to work. Shouldn't have to tell them. Kong Qiuyue added Grim Reaper's friend, and just in case, Kong Qiuyue sent a message to Grim Reaper. "Remember to keep this a secret and don't tell anyone about it." Grim, on the other hand, immediately returned the message. "Mr. Jiang, don't worry. It's just that if my dad asks me, I won't tell him. This is a matter that I will make sure is done properly for you. Brother Qin was originally someone I greatly admired. I will definitely do my best to help Brother Qin." This Grim rule, on the other hand, still smells like an ass-kissing monstrosity. Jiang Qiuyue didn't reply to the message again. On the other hand, Grim was very excited that he felt like he'd finally found his chance to make it big. Grim, on the other hand, was convinced that as long as he was ironclad and dedicated to helping Qin Fan, in the future, he would definitely be Kong Qiuyue's friend. Even if they don't become friends, that has its share of hard work. He'll be able to climb up to the Jiang group with Yan's group. Climbing up to the Jiang group, that would be the same as climbing up to the 7 great families of Zhang, Wang, Li, Zhao, Shui, Zhou, and Jiang at the same time. It's exciting to think about. "Young master, are we going to the bar now?" Or, originally, Grim was going to go to the bar. He was just passing by the Marriott Hotel, and Qin Guiyu called again, so he stopped by before deciding to take a turn at the Marriott Hotel. I didn't expect to meet Qin Fan. Smart as he was, he also took a big chance. And now you go to bars to get drunk? This young man is now going to have a career. To the Nima bar. Can't you see that this young man is going to be busy with his career? Back to the office. Grim then now. After all, there was only the identity of the Yen group's eldest young man. He allocated those 4 men from Zhao and Lu to Qin Fan, and also promised to allocate engineering teams to Qin Fan. He also wants to build a villa in Qin Fan's old house and make a big move. He had to report it to his dad. Once upstairs, Grim then rushed into his old man Yen Shualin's office. "Dad, I'm getting ready to start a business. I'll lend you some people, and you'll give me $1 billion or 2 more at random, and I'm ready to go big." Yen Shualin was reading the documents with his head down, and looked up at Grim Zephyr without a good look. "Just say so if you're out of pocket money again. Don't lie to me about dry business. Is 2 million enough?" Grim, on the other hand, has his ambitions in mind and is angry that his dad is ignoring them. "Dad, please don't look at me through the eyes of the past. Wu Xiaoshiming has to be impressed. I've recently undergone a metamorphosis. I've awakened. Yan Shualin grunted. Not in a good mood. Metamorphosed? Awake? Chasing after Yuan unsuccessfully? I think you've lost your head. Ask your mom for your allowance. I'm busy. Yang Shualin lowered his head and took out the document ready to continue reading. Grim then walked over to the table and closed his dad's file. Huffing, Dad. It's disrespectful of you to not even listen to me, isn't it? I am. This time, definitely not fooling around. I do have very long-term plans. Yan Shualin saw that Grim then swore. So let's hear it. Tell me about it. Grim, on the other hand, had already made up a set of words on the way here and said them with a raised eyebrow. Dad, I've come up with big numbers after meticulous research, and many of the rich and famous who are in their old age are very much looking forward to the idyllic life. I'm going to find a mountain village with mountains and water, beautiful scenery, and outstanding people, build and repair it properly, and then build a set of the world's paradise series of villa clusters. I'm sure it will be a big seller. Grim then did not tell his old man about this relationship with Jiang Qiuyue. For one thing, Kang Qiuyu purposely sent a message for him to keep it a secret. Secondly, he wanted to surprise his old man when he succeeded. Grim, on the other hand, thought that he could completely convince his old man with this rhetoric. After all, he was just so persuaded by Qin Guiyu. But what he didn't expect was that not only was his old man not convinced by him, he was also very disappointed. The ones you're talking about, whether we throw people in or money in, 99% of them are thrown away for nothing. If you want a career, I can give you a branch office and you gain some experience before you think of anything else. Do things, one step at a time. Grim, on the other hand, was not happy. Dad, believe me for once, I'll make it this time. Investing in the countryside and building out-of-this-world villa complexes is really just a springboard for me. I'm aiming big. I will definitely take our Yen group out of the province and into the country. Dad, please do believe me this once. Yan Shualin shook his head. Go to the suburbs and see how many rotten villas there are. The villas on the outskirts of the provincial capital are rotten. You can make it running the mountains? I've eaten more salt than you've traveled. I'm not going to pay you to lose. Grim, on the other hand, was in a hurry. Dad, can't you trust me just this once? This is really a once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity for our Yen group. Yan Shualin shook his head just to say no. Grim, on the other hand, a handful of snot and tears won't help. There was no way out, but Grim had to ask his mom to step in. A few moments later, arguments were heard from the office of the chairman of the Yen group, accompanied by the sound of things being dropped, and finally Grim left wiping her tears in the arms of a noblewoman. Yan Shualin's angry voice came from the office. Just spoil him. This son, just let you spoil waste. Grim, on the other hand, was very aggravated as he listened to his old man's roar. Dad, I don't blame you for not knowing my grand ambitions, but I'll let you know. Sooner or later, your son has endured so much for the Yen family. How much you misunderstand the Yen family's unicorn son. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Don't cry Mommy will fully support you. Mom will give you another $5 million. You're going to have to spend it in a lot of places if you're going to make it big. So ask Mom for more if you don't have enough. On the other side, Qin Fan and Qin Jiangang returned to the company with the 4 people who were in Qin Guiyu's mouth. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao. The assistant casually arranged a seat for Lu and Zhao. Lu and Zhao were on pins and needles. They originally went to the dinner party because they heard Qin Guiyu say that they could pit some money. As it turned out, things went way beyond their expectations. Their Yen Xiao had allocated them to Qin Fan in order to flatter him. Wages haven't gone up a penny, and you still have to work in Qin Fan's hometown. Qin Fan went around the company and looked at the work. Master Lu, Xiao Hui, and the others are busy filming the 3rd skit and are basically out of town. After turning around with no problems, Qin Fan was ready to go back to the office to look at the backstage data of the 2nd short drama. When he entered the office, Qin Jiangang stared at Qin Fan with a curious gaze. Brother Gongzi, do you want to ask what happened to that Yen Xiao? Qin Jiangang nodded. I just checked. He is the youngest master of the Yen group family in the provincial city. How could he treat you like that, Xiao Fan? It's like you're so much higher in status than him that he needs to suck up to you. Little Fan, could it be that you found your real parents? Your real parents are trillionaires? Qin Fan laughed out loud. Brother Gongzi, why don't you write my script? That Yen Xiao mistakenly thought that I still have a relationship with Jiang Qiuyu and the girls. He thought that by flattering me he could climb up the ladder with Jiang Qiuyu and the others. No matter him, it's not ours to force. Anyway, if he wants to cooperate, then we'll cooperate with him. Save some money and we can do more. Qin Fan opened the backstage as he spoke. The first short play is still making tens of thousands of dollars a day. The second skit was a huge hit and is now making big hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. In his last life, Shin Fan had only heard that many people had gotten rich overnight by relying on sketches, and in this life, he had personally experienced the exaggeration of sketches. With money, Shin Fan had a bottom line. Continued expansion. While the skits are still hot, make a few more. Who's too rich for money? Shin Jiangang idly went to the company to go around. Shin Fan let his assistant edit the recruitment information, and then sent them all out. Then he explained to his assistant what he would be doing for the next few days. After all the work was done, it was also time to leave work. Shin Fan took Shin Jiangang to dinner, and after sitting down and just ordering his meal, he saw Shui Yalan walk in and directly take a seat at Shin Fan's table. There's no room in the store. Can we share a table? In the bustling restaurant, Shin Fan looked at Shui Yalan with a slight frown. Shui Yalan and Shin Fan were face to face. Not only did he not dodge Shin Fan's gaze, he also propped his arm on the table, rested his chin, blinked his big beautiful eyes, and looked straight at Shin Fan. Shin Fan didn't know what this Shui Yalan was planning again, but Shin Fan absolutely did not want to have anything to do with Shui Yalan. No. You want to share a table? Isn't there just one over there? You go and share a table with him. Shui Yalan attracted countless people in the hotel from the moment she entered the hotel. The buddy on the opposite side of the table, who was occupying a table by himself, heard Shin Fan's words and immediately waved to Shui Yalan. Beauty, I'm the only one at this table. You can share the table with me. Shui Yalan rolled her eyes at the other woman and, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. Having said that, Shui Yalan turned her head and still looked straight at Shin Fan, showing the smile of looking at a man of her dreams. Just let me eat here. Shin Fan, just give me a chance to apologize and let me make it up to you, okay? Shin Jiangang shivered and got goosebumps. This sappy look, that tone of voice, it's totally the little girl who pisses off her boyfriend pouting. Fan, why don't I go? Shui Yalan harmlessly smiled and waved her hand at Shin Jiangang. Thank you. Shin Jian had just gotten up and was about to leave when he was grabbed by Shin Fan. If she's here, let her be here. Brother Gonzo, we'll eat ours. Shin Fan couldn't keep hiding. The best way was to let Shui Yalan and Wang Shiyun know that no matter what methods they used, Shin Fan would not be moved by them. Fan, is this okay? What's wrong with that? Waiter. Shin Fan called the waiter to order a meal, and Shui Yalan ordered one as well. When the food comes up, Shin Fan and Shin Jian just started eating, but Shui Yalan just sat across from Shin Fan and looked straight at him. Shin Fan, so you like this kind of meal? I'll go back and learn, and I'll make it for you, okay? Shin Fan, why did you pick out the chili? Don't you love chili peppers? When you go to college, Shui Yalan, as if the pause button had been pressed. When she was in college, she always gave Shin Fan chili from her bowl for him to eat. The first time, Shin Fan seemed to have said that he didn't eat spicy food, but Shui Yalan brutally demanded that Shin Fan must eat it. When Shin Fan was being spiced up, Shui Yalan laughed out loud and thought it was funny. Later, Shui Yalan would pinch the chili to Shin Fan every time. Shin Fan also stopped saying that he didn't eat spicy food. Over time Shui Yalan forgot that Shin Fan didn't eat spicy food. She even thought that Shin Fan loved spicy food. It wasn't until this moment, when she saw Shin Fan clip out the chili and throw it into the trash, that she remembered the long ago memory. Shin Fan, am I annoying? Oh, Shin Fan, you must think I'm brutal, right? Shin Fan, I was wrong. Shui Yalan apologized with tearful eyes. Shin Fan had been eating with a very calm demeanor, as if there was no such person as Shui Yalan in front of him. Shin Jiangang was uncomfortable. A big beautiful woman crying in front of you in pearly blossom, and you can still eat? Fan, I'm full. I'll wait for you outside. Shin Jiangang got up and left directly. Shin Fan still had a few mouthfuls left and sped up his speed to pull them into his mouth, ignoring Shui Yalan at all. Some men who didn't know what they were holding came forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Beautiful? He bullied you?" Shui Yalan turned his head. "Get out." After scolding, Shui Yalan continued to look at Shin Fan with pearly blossoms in pity. Countless people in the restaurant were depressed. A big beauty like that, apologizing to that kid with her pearly blossoms, and that kid is still drying his rice. It's a human being? After Shin Fan finished his meal, he still ignored Shui Yalan and directly got up to leave. Shui Yalan hurriedly followed. "Shin Fan, if you don't forgive me, I'll always follow you. One day you will be so moved by me that you will forgive me." Shui Yalan followed Shin Fan out of the restaurant until Shin Fan got into his car and left with Shin Jiangang. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Shin Fan washed up, ready to take Shin Jiangang and the 4 experts back home. As a result, I just went out and saw Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan's luxury car was parked next to Shin Fan's car. Shin Fan got on the car, and Shui Yalan also got on. Qin Fan started the car and Shui Yalan also started the car. After Qin Fan got on the road, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that Shui Yalan had been following him from behind. Qin Jiangang couldn't hold it in any longer. Fan, what the hell is going on here? Why do I get the feeling like she's courting you? Qin Fan let out a laugh. She pursued me? Brother Gongzi, the Shui family, one of the 7 great families of Dragon Capital. Shui Yalan, the first eldest daughter of the Shui family, will pursue me? What you see now is all an illusion. Eldest Miss Shui is just trying to trick me into returning to Longdu. Qin Jiangang couldn't understand it at all. Trick you into going back to Londo? What did she trick you into going back to Londo for? Qin Fan shrugged his shoulders. Nothing good can come of it anyway. Brother Gongzi, I left my old house key in the company drawer. I'll go get it later. You get a car and pick up those 4 specialists. Good. After Qin Fan went upstairs, Shui Yalan kept following him. This Miss Shui, is she going to follow me back home? Is it a crime to keep following someone like this? Can I call the police? Qin Fan is a bit annoyed, but it's also a bit of a blessing. Luckily, only Shui Yalan was so difficult to deal with among the 7 great ladies of Dragon Capital. If Wan Shiyun and Zhang Jing were all like Shui Yalan, Qin Fan's head was spinning just thinking about it. It was after 9 in the morning when I arrived at the office. When Qin Fan was about to go into the office to get his old house key, he suddenly glimpsed a few familiar figures in the conference room. What? What are Zhang Jing, Zhou Luoi, and Li Sidian doing in my company's conference room? Who let them in? Shui Yalan, who was following Qin Fan, saw that Zhang Jing, Li Sidian, and Zhou Luoi were all in the conference room of Qin Fan's company. Pretty big eyes instantly filled with question marks. The pinch broke in. Jing Jing, Si Xiong, Luo Yi, what are you guys doing? Qin Fan's assistant saw that Qin Fan had also come and nodded to him. Boss, you're here. Qin Fan frowned slightly. Why are they here? Without waiting for the assistant to speak, Zhang Jing smiled like a light pear flower. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm here to audition for a skit editor. Li Si Sweet wearing a black suit and white shirt, holding up the azure and attractive bosom smiled. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm here to interview for a secretary. Zhou Luoi proudly pouted her lips, looking at Qin Fan with spring and resentment. There was a man who said he would help me fulfill my dream of becoming an actor, but he slipped up. Blame me. But I still want to pursue my dream. So, I'm here to audition actors. Before Qin Fan could say anything, Shui Yalan said incredulously. Jing Jing, Si Sweet, Luo Yi, you, how come you haven't told me about your plans? Zhou Luo beamed. Yalan, you've been following Qin Fan all this time, don't you tell us that too? Invisibly, there seemed to be a collision of competing currents. Qin Fan shook his head. No way. These ladies, they must be acting. They must be trying to trick me into falling for it. But, they're acting. It's really impressive. The assistant could see that Qin Fan was unhappy and asked in a low voice. Boss, do we need to continue the interview? Qin Fan wanted to make Shui Yalan, Zhang Jing, and Li Sidian and the girls disappear from his company immediately. But look at the state of things. Whether it was the most brutal Shui Yalan or the quiet and elegant Zhang Jing, they don't seem to stop until they get what they want. Qin Fan could drive them away now, but they would still find opportunities to keep pestering Qin Fan. Why don't we just go along with it? Shui Yalan wanted to follow all the way, so he let her. As soon as Zhang Jing, Li Sidian, and Zhou Luo wanted to come to work at Qin Fan's company, they were allowed to come. Qin Fan and ignore it. Let them know that whatever they do, Qin Fan will never fall for their tricks again. I'm sure it won't take long. Their interest then fades and they leave on their own. Qin Fan didn't look at Zhang Jing and the girls. He just spoke to his assistant. Go ahead and interview. I'll just get one thing and go back home. If anything happens at the company, call me. Okay boss. Zhang Jing, Li Sidian, and Zhou Luo were inexplicably happy in their hearts once they saw that Qin Fan didn't kick them out. Qin Fan has accepted us? He gave us a chance? Li Sitian suddenly responded that. Qin Fan is going back home? She's here to interview for a secretary. Shouldn't secretaries always follow their bosses? Did I pass the interview? Li Sitian asked the assistant. The assistant looked at Qin Fan and had 2 big heads. She saw the 7 missies appearing in front of the company earlier. Zhou Luoi, Zhang Jing, and Li Sidian they appeared at the opposite door and kept looking at Qin Fan. She also noticed. The assistant was completely confused in her mind about Qin Fan's relationship with Li Sidian and the girls. Since the boss didn't kick out Zhang Jing and the girls now, he wanted them to stay, right? The assistant didn't dare to be sure and said while observing Qin Fan's change in demeanor. Passed. Yeah, Li Si sweetly smiled happily, as beautiful as a delicate summer flower. Qin Fan. Oh no, Mr. Qin, from now on, I am your secretary. Where you go, I go. I serve you. Qin Fan shook his head. For the next period of time, he would probably be annoyed nonstop by these several great ladies, but not for long. They are now coming to me because I suddenly left and ran out of toys, and perverted mentalities are coming to me to try to trick me into going back. I keep ignoring them and they realize they don't stand a chance and slowly lose patience and leave. Lee Sidian quickly got into the role and followed Shin Fan in a disciplined manner. With a glance at the stunningly beautiful and pretty secretary, the assistant suddenly thought that he hadn't talked to Lee Sidian about the salary package yet. Wait a minute. The salary contract hasn't been negotiated yet. Lee Sidian turned around, a happy smile on her face. And, the contract will be discussed when Mr. Chin and I return. Paycheck, whatever. After Lee Sidian said that, she also playfully poked her tongue out at Zhang Jing and Zhou Lui. You guys go on with your interviews. I'm going on a business trip with Chin Fan. Zhang Jing and Zhou Lui suddenly had some regrets. Why don't they interview secretaries? Chin Fan went back to his office and got his keys and was ready to leave. Lee Si-Sweet's beautiful eyes were like glue as she looked at Chin Fan. Mr. Chin, where is your water glass? I'll get you a glass of water. There's toilet paper, and a jacket, and, Mr. Chin wait for me. Bang ouch. With her hands full, Lee Sidian touched the door and chased Chin Fan downstairs. Seeing this scene, Shui Yalan stared at her big beautiful eyes, her mouth wide open, and her heart was very uncomfortable. Lisbeth, don't you have any reserve at all? You're all playing this game with me, aren't you? Well, you're forcing me. After Chin Fan went downstairs, he received a call from Qin Jiangang. Van, I got the four of them. I was going to rent a car, but Lu said it would be fine to drive his. Little Lu? Qin Fan asked. Qin Jiangang laughed. It's the brother Lu that the kid Qin Guiyu was talking about the other day. Lu's humble voice came over the phone. Qin Guiyu called me randomly. Brother Gang, you can just call me Xiao Lu. Qin Jiangang joked. Xiao Fan, Xiao Lu's car is more expensive than yours. You're a boss with no license. Qin Fan smiled. The car valet is just that. Just not too shabby. Money well spent. Brother Gonzo, take them toward the highway. I'll pick up the 3 people I interviewed earlier and meet you at the highway intersection. Good. Qin Fan hung up the phone and was startled when he poked his elbow into a soft mass when he was putting his cell phone in his pocket. Looking back, it was Li Sixiang who was following closely behind him. Qin Fan naturally apologized. Yes, sorry. Touching a girl in that kind of place makes your face a little red too. Li Sidian tilted her head to look at Qin Fan and said with a pouty mouth. It's okay, it's not like you did it on purpose. But if it's another man, I won't spare him. Oh. Qin Fan suddenly felt that he shouldn't have been gentle with Li Sidian. It was necessary to make this great lady feel that following him was like following a piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron that was invulnerable to water and fire. What are you following me for? Go back to the office. Li Sidian shook her head. I'm your secretary. You're traveling on business. Naturally I have to follow you. Mr. Qin, let's go. Let's travel together. Did I just hear someone on your phone say your car was bad? You do have a bad car. Why don't you take mine? Li Sidian pulled out her car keys and pressed the unlock button on her red limousine. Qin Fan gave Li Sidian an expressionless look and pulled open the door to get into the car. Li Sidian saw this and hurriedly ran to the other side to get into the car. I ended up bumping my head again when I got in the car. Ouch. That hurts. Li Sidian took out a mirror from her bag and looked at her forehead. Her eyes reddened, and she looked at Qin Fan with a beeping mouth of complaint. Qin Fan, look, it's all knocked red. Qin Fan started the car without looking at Li Sidian. Call Mr. Qin. It was already noon when Qin Fan and Qin Jiangang returned to their old home. Qin Jian just told his mother on the way back today. The 3 dames had been tugging on the noodles for a long time. Seeing the 3 employees who had followed Qin Fan back as well as Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao, the 3 grandmasters hurriedly and carefully went forward to entertain them. In the opinion of the 3 great masters, a man in a suit and glasses must be a man of skill. Sit, I'll get you some tea. There's nothing good to eat at home, and Gangzi didn't tell me that there's an honored guest at home. Only tugged noodles. The 3rd master knew that the people Qin Fan had brought back were definitely talented people who were ready to build a dam for the village, and he was afraid that he would not be able to entertain them well. Those 3 people Qin Fan recruited Qin Jiangang respected, but what are the 4 people of Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao? Qin Jiangang has seen with his own eyes. It's just a bullying wallflower. Father, the 4 of them, just find a random wooden pier for them to sit on. No need to be polite with them. The 3rd grandpa picked up his stick in his hand and was ready to hit Qin Jiangang. You little brat. This is an honored guest invited by little Fan. We must treat him well. Qin Jiangang knows that his father is stubborn, and his father will not listen to what he says. So to Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao, he gave Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao a hard look. The Grim Reaper said. Qin Jiangang is the senior supervisor he hired. Xiao Lu Xiao Zhao how they work, how much salary they can get. All depends on what Qin Zhengang said. They didn't dare offend Qin Zhengang. Grandpa, Manager Qin is right. You don't have to care about us. The third master froze. Manager Qin? Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao and the others explained to the three masters that Manager Qin was Qin Zhengang. The three grandmasters can't believe it. Gonzo, you're still a manager? Fan made you pawn it? Qin Zhengang said smilingly. Father, although this manager of mine is related to Xiaofan, it's really not for Xiaofan. The provincial city Yan's group is going to invest in construction in our village. It's the Yan's group's Yan young master who hired me to be his superintendent laborer, which is similar to a site manager. That young master Yan is paying me $100,000 a month. Ha! The three great masters sucked in a mouthful of cool air, barely able to catch their breath. He went out to work when he was young, and came home to work on the farm when he was old, and he's only saved about $100,000 in his life. Now his son, Qin Zhengang, is $100,000 a month? Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao and the others explained half a day to the third master. The third master still cannot believe it. He wanted to ask Qin Fan himself. Fan, Gangzi, he said he can make $100,000 a month? Little Fan, don't lie to third master. Tell third master the truth. Gonzo didn't take any wrong turns, did he? Qin Fan nodded as he shook the third master's hand. Third master, I'm not lying. It's true. The third master felt like his world had been rushed out of order. He's worked his ass off all his life to save 100,000 or so, and now his son works for some young master Yan for 100,000 a month? It took a long time before the third master would accept this fact with conviction. It was then that he noticed Li Sidian, who had been following Qin Fan. What a handsome girl. Fan, is this the person, girlfriend, you're talking to? Xiao Fan, look at you. I didn't notice in my old age. Why don't you know how to find a seat for someone? Though Li Xixiang had already been here before. But today's Li Xitian, wearing a suit and white shirt, wearing light makeup and tying her hair, is completely different from before, and the three Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online didn't even recognize her. The three oldest women also came over at the sound of their voices. Fan brought a date back? Xiao Fan, why didn't you tell me in advance? Nothing is prepared here at home. Your grandfather is gone. This is something you have to tell Sandin Yang in advance, you know? Where is the girl child? Let me see. Qin Fan hurriedly explained. Third master, third mother, she doesn't. Before Qin Fan finished speaking, Li Xitian smiled sweeter than honey and went forward to hold the hand of the third elder lady. Third dame, I'm here. Qin Fan, this is not want to give you a surprise. You do not blame him. The third oldest woman, her eyes a little far-sighted, leaned back to scrutinize Liesel. Ouch, 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 ouch. Little Fan is truly blessed. Third aunt, you flatter me. I've always heard Qin Fan talk about you, and I finally get to meet you. Li Sidian laughed extraordinarily happily, completely ignoring Qin Fan's glare at her. What are you babbling about? Sandin Yang, she's not my date. She's a secretary recruited by my company. The three elder mothers looked at the serious Qin Fan, and then at the aggrieved Li Sidian. A little puzzled, Li Xixiang whispered with a pout. Third auntie, I like Qin Fan, but he... Qin Fan frowned and looked at Li Sidian, who spat out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything. The three people Qin Fan recruited, as well as Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao, all looked dumbfounded. Li Xixiang, the sweet-to-the-bone beauty, is interested in Boss Qin. Why does Boss Qin look so impatient? Turkey Hat, jumped. After dinner, Qin Fan and Qin Zhengang took the three people he recruited and four experts to the entrance of the village to survey the terrain. Qin Fan asked each of them to work out a program out. Although Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao and the four of them were not good human beings, they also carefully surveyed the terrain and began to touch and draw. The three men Qin Fan recruited himself were also good. Walking down to the river bank to observe in a while, climbing up the mountain wall next to the river bank to make simple measurements in a while. Mr. Qin, are you thirsty? I'll get you water. Mr. Qin, you're sweating. She didn't have the face to beg Qin Fan to help her, and she knew in her heart that she deserved it. But she was a human being, with complex emotions, and still had a small streak of emotion hidden in her heart. She came back to the province with this little mood of thinking that Qin Fan was going to accept their apology and was willing to go back to Longdu with them. I didn't realize it was a cold cut. Shui Yalan was crying like that, and Qin Fan didn't even return his head. Only then did Wang Shiyun explode, generating exasperation. Now that we're back in Londo, her anger faded away. In retrospect, they hurt Qin Fan like that. Isn't it right for Qin Fan to be indifferent? Wasn't it her own doing that Mr. Cho cancelled the partnership? On what grounds did she have the right to feel dissatisfied with Qin Fan? Go back to Qin Fan to apologize again? But Qin Fan said he didn't want to be disturbed. Wang Shiyun's heart was in a mess and confusion. She could only force herself to stay busy and force herself not to think about Qin Fan. But other people can't do it to keep pushing themselves to be busy. Kang Chou sat in her office fuming. Zhang Jing was fuming at a company meeting. Li Sitian stayed at home and fumed. Zhou Luo looked at the short drama shot by Qin Fan's company on his cell phone and fumed. Qingyuan Hotel Qin Fan said those words after. They're so distraught they can't breathe. They didn't dare to pester Qin Fan like Shui Yalan did. They were afraid that Qin Fan would hate them. When they heard Wang Shiyun's words, almost incapable of thinking, the Walking Dead returned to the Dragon Capital. But come back. The memories of the joyful and wonderful times they used to have with Qin Fan, as well as the memories of them humiliating Qin Fan and hurting him came together. Is it really enough to respect Qin Fan's wishes and stop bothering him? Like Tina Zhao said, can our saving of Qin Fan's grandfather's life be offset against the harm we've done to him? Can't resist. Can't resist. Li Sitian flipped through the pictures she had taken earlier with Qin Fan and laughed and wept. She'd love to go back to Qin Fan again, but she was worried that she would only be hated by Qin Fan when she went back. What do I do? What do I do? Li Sitian put down her cell phone and hugged her legs. Her heart was in a messy place. Ding dong. The microphone rang a bell. It's a message from Lisbeth's brother. Sis, did you see the circle of friends? Is Sister Yalan crazy? Li Sitian was puzzled and opened her friend and saw the video that Shui Yalan had sent. Shui Yalan is on her knees, holding a garlic, eyes red, apologizing to a garlic. I accidentally stepped on his garlic, and from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely apologize for this garlic and for him. I'm sorry. This line was written by Shui Yalan when she wrote it to Qin Fan to apologize to a piece of garlic on her knees. Now Shui Yalan only changed one word. He was originally Mr. Shui, capital of Province X. Shui Yalan took her cell phone, opened the video she had posted in the circle of friends, and held it up in front of Qin Fan. Qin Fan, I'm sorry. Qin Fan was more or less surprised when he saw the video taken by Shui Yalan. Miss Shui making videos like this. It won't take 5 minutes for the word to spread through the Dragon Capital's noble circle. This, Shui Yalan is aware of it. But Shui Yalan tapped anyway. Shui Yalan was showing Qin Fan her sincerity to atone for her sins. May softened up? If Shui Yalan had only done this one thing, then Qin Fan might indeed be soft-hearted and truly forgive Shui Yalan. But Shui Yalan did much more than that. Qin Fan didn't say anything, took out his cell phone and typed in the phone number, the alarm number. Shui Yalan reddened her eyes and bit her lip. She understood what Qin Fan meant. Previously, Qin Fan had said that, if she comes back to pester, she'll call the police. Shui Yalan tearfully took one step back and left. Qin Fan, I will atone for my sins a little bit, even if you won't let me near you. I'm going to redeem myself a little. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Shui Yalan saw that it was her unrelated brother calling. Shui Yalan hung up directly, but the next second a text message arrived. Sis, your acting skills, they're really great. Are you planning to become an actress? I fully support you. Make more. I can't wait for the next episode. Ha ha ha. Ring, ring, ring. The phone's ringing again. It's from Shui Yalan's family. Shui Yalan knew that they were all because of that video of her friend circle. She didn't want to explain, and didn't know how to explain, all without answering. Even the phone calls from Wang Shiyun, Jiang Qiuyue, and Zhang Jing and the girls all went unanswered. Qin Fan had a bit of a headache. Although Shui Yalan had just left, he could sense that Shui Yalan wouldn't just stop. The most feared thing happened. Shui Yalan, this unruly and capricious young lady, how could she be made to give up? Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang, showing an unfamiliar number, attributed to Long Du. Qin Fan's good buddies in Long Du were only about one. Who would call him? Qin Fan picked up the phone. Hey, who is it? Hello? Is this Manager Qin? The voice was a bit familiar. Qin Fan suddenly remembered that. Mr. Cho? Hey, it's me, Manager Qin. I finally reached you. No, I shouldn't call you Manager Qin now. I know you've already left Dragon Capital. I'm leaning on my old age, so I'll call you Little Qin. Qin Fan and Mr. Zhao have no grudges, and there is no relationship. Not right, to say hard. Qin Fan is the granddaughter of Mr. Zhao's granddaughter to save her life. It's kind of fate. Okay, you can call it whatever you want. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao called. Is something wrong? Mr. Zhao's disgruntled but obviously not really angry voice came from the phone. What is it? Xiao Qin. You left without saying a word. Without saying anything. I didn't even get a chance to thank you for saving my granddaughter. What did you say about me? Left in too much of a hurry to make it. Mr. Zhao redeems himself. but even if it wasn't your granddaughter that day, I would have saved it. Mr. Zhao, you don't have to take it too seriously. What words? Mr. Zhao seemed to be really a bit angry. You saved my precious granddaughter. How can I not take it to heart? Xiao Qin, where are you now? I'll go look for you. You don't say anything else. My little heart liver came to me. Grandpa, hey, come grandpa hug. Xiao Qin, I must bring my granddaughter to thank you in person. You hurry up and send me an address. Mr. Zhao's tone had a deadpan energy to it. Qin Fan could only send his current address. And a little more busy in the afternoon. After work, Qin Fan sighed. He really didn't want to meet up with Shui Yalan again. But he had to go back to the place he came out of to get his luggage and find another place to stay. It doesn't matter whether you take the clothes or not, but you have to take the laptop, some company documents and so on. But okay. When Qin Fan went home to get his things, Shui Yalan just looked at Qin Fan with red eyes at the bedroom door and didn't say anything. That look, it seemed as if he was a bit afraid of Qin Fan. It could probably be described as pathetic and endearing to others as well. It's getting dark. It's not practical to find a new place to live right now. Qin Fan found a random hotel to stay in. A night without words. The next morning, Qin Fan was interviewing applicants when he suddenly received a call from Qin Zhengang. Fan, something's wrong. The chairman of the Yen Group is here. He wants to remove the Yen Group's engineering team. What's coming is coming. Qin Fan didn't panic. Brother Gonzo, tell him to pull out. We'll have our own engineering team. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fan returned to the conference room and continued to interview the applicants. But I did not expect less than half an hour. Qin Zhengang called again. Fan, hurry back and take a look. Yen Xiao lying on the ground. Do not let his father withdraw. This maid, let people look at the joke miles. If it's severe, you won't let it go? What's the situation? Qin Fan had planned to interview a few more applicants, and after 2 or 3 days, he would directly return to his hometown with the engineering team belonging to him. Now we'll just have to go back and see what happens. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Fan arrived at his old home. Cars were parked on the highway outside the village. Some of them are Yan's cars. Some of them are cars passing through other villages, all looking at the joke. In fact, when it comes to people in mountain villages, it is very difficult to talk about them in 1 or 2 sentences. Take the current situation. Those people from other villages who stopped on the highway today were looking at the joke. But yesterday they were probably envious that Qin Fan village had such a big project. The car can't get into the village. Qin Fan could only get out of the car and walk towards the village. As we descended a slope to the riverbank outside the village entrance, Qin Fan saw a man lying in front of a big forklift, and a noblewoman with an umbrella was persuading him bitterly. Get up. You've been on the floor for half a day. Your body can't take it. Grimthan's voice came. Mom, you don't believe me either? Xiao Zhe, you don't understand those people. In the dragon capital's noble circle, Mom is not wanting you to lose adults in the back. Grim, on the other hand, cocked his head and didn't want to talk. This tilting of the head coincided with the sight of Qin Fan. Grim, on the other hand, rolled to his feet. Brother Qin, you are back. Not I want to withdraw. Yan Shualin narrowed his eyes and surveyed Qin Fan. It's a little different feeling, but that's about it. Nothing too special. You are Qin Fan? I'm withdrawing my group. What do you have to say about that? Qin Fan sidestepped out of the way and made a gesture of invitation. Be my guest. Brother Qin. Don't. Qin Fan looked sideways at Grim then. Young Yen, I think you probably have a purpose in cooperating with me. I have told you many times that those ends you want cannot be accomplished in me. One by one, the big Yen group cars are leaving. The teepees are all torn down, all in the car. In the end, Yan Shualin and Grim Zhe's old mom were beside this luxury car, looking at Grim Zhe, who was still standing beside Qin Fan. Sinner, come home with me. Grim, on the other hand, shook his head. First of all, he felt that Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and Li Xitian's feelings for Qin Fan were not like fake. Secondly, his rebellious heart was aroused. You don't believe me. I must prove you wrong. Yan Shualin was furious when he saw Grim then shaking his head. Sinful son. This matter spreading out is already enough to make others laugh at our Yen clan. Do you still want to disgrace yourself and make others laugh at our Yen family? Get your ass over here. Grim, on the other hand, shook his head. Old Yen, today you removed everything and cut off our relationship. Old Yen, we're finished. There's one more shift. Asking for power generation support? Well, you sinful son. I'll do as you wish. Go. Yan Shualin pulled Grim Zhe's mom's hand into the car. The car started up and hit the road. Yan Shualin, you, daughter-in-law, calm down, and listen to me slowly. The car had just hit the road, and Grim then mom was ready to go ballistic. She wasn't on Grim Zephyr's side this time, but she never wanted to not have this son. She gave birth to one child, Grim Reaper. Though Grim has gotten into a lot of trouble and done a lot of ridiculous things, she was still heartbroken. However, just at the moment when Grim Zephyr's mom was ready to go on a rampage, Yan Shualin immediately showed his softness. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't get down on my knees in the car, Yan Shualin would just kneel down to Grim's mom. It's not that a big boss like Yan Shualin is afraid of his wife. It is really Yan Shualin's parents. That is, Grim then grandparents. Because Grim then mom gave birth to the only son of the family. Spoiled Grim then mom spoiled. It's as if Yan Shualin is the son-in-law of the house, and Grim Zephyr's mom is the real one. Daughter-in-law. I only have one son like Xiozha. How could I not want him? Grim then mom without saying a word pinched Yan Shualin wasted piece of meat in a circle. So what did you mean? I goo. Daughter-in-law hurts. Yan Shualin grimaced in pain. First listen to my explanation, daughter-in-law. Say. Yan Shualin rubbed the pinched red flesh on his waist and explained with a smile. Daughter-in-law. I do. The youngest is already 25 and looking at 30. But he's still east and west and not grounded. I think he needs to be made to suffer a big loss for once and learn a good lesson before he grows up. This time, Xiaozhe has to stay by the side of that surname Qin, and it's highly likely that she'll end up disgracing our Yin family. But in the end, I go out to socialize and meet the most people, and I'm the one who's humiliated. So I don't care if I have to grow up in order to make Sei suffer a loss for once. Daughter-in-law, do you think I'm right to think that? Grim then mom pondered for a while. Yan Shualin seems to say very reasonable. No problem. Count on you making some sense this time. I used to be a bit too spoiled for Cozy Eye as well. It's time to let him go through it on his own. But I'm really not comfortable with that. I'll have to send someone to secretly protect him. Your honorable wife. How about you leave this little matter to me? Fuck you. Where's the hand going? No way. Planting cliffs in the village. All of Yan's people and supplies were evacuated, and only the unblown smoke and dust remained. Qin Fan looked sideways at the only remaining Grim rule of the Yan group. Yan Xiao. You and your father. Grim, on the other hand, was not at all saddened by the father-son breakup just now, and looked at the fleet of vehicles leaving Yan's group, seemingly saying as if he was swearing an oath. I will definitely prove that old Yan he is wrong. I will definitely make him regret his decision today and look for me all over the world. Turning his head to meet Qin Fan's gaze, Grim, on the other hand, was a little bit weak. After all, his thoughts up to now, he still wanted to rely on Qin Fan to climb up to Jiang Choyue and the girls. It was not nice to say that. Brother Qin, what I mean is that I can definitely get ahead if I hang out with you. Brother Qin. Grim, on the other hand, didn't expect it in any way. He stayed today like he was gambling with his dad and it changed his life forever. In the riverbank, the uncles in the village were a little overwhelmed by the Yan's group withdrew, in their view is equivalent to the withdrawal of the formal company, leaving only a few of their migrant workers. Is that even possible? Many of the uncles began to whisper. Some of the people from other villages who came to work yelled outright, can we still pay for the work? Pay the wages. Yeah, pay the laborers. We quit. Qin Jiangang all knew those people and rushed forward to pacify them, but the men continued to clamor for settlement of their wages and quit. The people in Qinfan's village will naturally not make a scene, but people from other villages, who came here to work before on the basis of sentimentality, are now being unsympathetic. Brother Gongzi, I'll call you for the money later, and you can go to the county tomorrow to pick up the money and pay them off for their labor. But remember them, after we start again, it will never be possible for them and with their relatives and friends to come to work again. The other villages were still there whispering and not saying anything nice. Qin Fan didn't want to ignore them. There are a lot of such people in the mountain villages, who can't see any good in other villages and just want to see other villages laughing. As neighboring villages' hometowns, they weren't even as good as those 3 professionals Qin Fan had recruited in the provincial city. Those 3 professionals didn't go with Yan's group. They all stood with Qin Fan. The village chief came to Qin Fan with a worried face. Fan, the uncles in Qin Fan's village had worried looks on their faces. But in fact, they didn't even know that even without Yan's group, Qin Fan was completely capable of holding up the village project. Village chief, third master, Uncle Rooter, you don't have to worry. I've already recruited a professional engineering team in the provincial city, and I'll be back in the village in 7 days at the most. The forklift crane gravel crusher, and the tin roof, the air conditioning, the shower shed. I'm going to rearrange it all. Tomorrow I'll redistribute the work for everyone. Until the professional engineering team comes back, you guys will continue to clean up the riverbank. Good. It was already dark. After dinner it was time to rest. The next morning, Qin Fan and Qin Jiangang began to divide the work among the uncles in the village. Yan Juanzi followed behind Qin Fan like a follower, patiently listening, and finally realized that the division of labor did not involve him, and yelled with dissatisfaction. And, Brother Qin, how come I don't have an assignment? Yan Xiao, you, really go back. What you think in your heart can't be true with me. Grim, on the other hand, has no intention of walking away. Brother Qin, if you won't assign me a job, then I'll start as the most basic handyman. Third master, I'm coming. It's clearing this side of the rock, right? I'll help. Qin Jingang, this. Qin Fan shook his head and laughed. Forget it, let him toss it. It won't be a few days before he can't stand to go off on his own. While Qin Fan was discussing the work behind the dam with those 3 professionals he had recruited earlier, the cell phone rang. It's Mr. Zhao from Londo. Hey, Mr. Cho. Xiao Qin. Don't be General Zhao Zhao. Call Uncle Zhao. I'm in the province. Where are you? I'll come to you. I have something to go back home. Zhao. Uncle Zhao. I'll give my assistant a call. I'll ask him to arrange a place for you to stay first. I'll go back in the afternoon. Don't go to all that trouble. I've got my little granddaughter with me who just happens to want to tour the mountains a little bit, so I'll come to you. Uncle Joe. It's a deal. Call Uncle Zhao. Don't be polite to me. Don't forget to send me an address. Qin Fan likes straightforward people, and without any further pretense, he sent the address over. Or perhaps, Qin Fan was a bit selfish. Zhao was always a Longdu person. Although not as huge as the 7 great families, he was also a big brother of the first echelon. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to not give face to the Wang family and directly cancel the cooperation with Wang Shiyun. If Mr. Zhao likes this place and brings his friends here in the future, it will be good for the development of tourism in the village. Just after 3 p.m., Qin Fan greeted Mr. Zhao at the village entrance. What Qin Fan didn't expect was that he thought it was just Mr. Zhao and his little granddaughter. But it turned out that the little girl's mom and dad were both here as well. Benefactor, thank you for saving our daughter. The little girl's parents said they were going to kneel down to Qin Fan. Qin Fan hastened to help. Little Qin, you let them kowtow to you. Uncle Cho, ha ha ha, you saved their daughter. It's only right that they kowtow. Qin Fan had never expected Zhao to be such a Mr. Zhao. In the riverbank, Grim then, who was trying to blend in with the 3 Moncler jackets and the others, was tired and sore after dumping the mess in the cart aside, and was ready for a drink of water. As soon as he looked up he could see Qin Fan and Mr. Zhao and the others not far away. The eyes went wide. That's Mr. Zhao? Previously, Grim Zephyr's dad brought Grim Zephyr to Dragon Capital to attend that Noble Circle banquet. In fact, the main purpose is to get acquainted with Mr. Zhao, and then cooperate with Zhao's group. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhao is a busy man, surrounded by a group of people. Grim then dad did not even get to talk to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao's son and daughter-in-law Grim then also met at that banquet. Now that he saw Mr. Zhao's son and daughter-in-law kneeling down to Qin Fan, he couldn't mention how shocked he was in his heart. Fuck, I'm fucked. I knew Qin wasn't simple. The bigwigs that Lao Yan couldn't even talk to with all his effort. I can easily get in touch with Brother Qin by following him around. But, now Mr. Zhao is holding his little granddaughter and joking with Brother Qin, who is holding up Mr. Zhao, who is going to kneel down, and Mr. Zhao, who is going to kneel down. It seemed inappropriate for me to strike up a conversation at this time. It looks like Mr. Chiu is very close to Qin. Mr. Zhao will inevitably come to Qin later. There is no hurry. I can't be too abrupt. I want to get Brother Qin's approval first. Only when I become a brother approved by Brother Qin, I can logically hook up with the bigwigs that Brother Qin knows. Old Yen, I said you'd regret it. And you will. You see me as the loser of the Yen family. But in fact, I'm the unicorn son of the Yen family who doesn't sing. Old Yen, just wait until you cry and apologize to the Yen family unicorn son in the future after discovering his unique vision. Grim, on the other hand, turned into the heat of the moment and fought with the 3 masters and the others. On the other side, Qin Fan had been holding up Zhao Bingrui, the son of Mr. Zhao, to prevent him from kneeling. Zhao Bingrui said thank you one by one. His eyes were red. Originally, my second and third brothers, my great-nephew, my second nephew, my third nephew, my fourth nephew, my son, and my wife's brother, my wife's great-nephew, my wife's second nephew, were all going to come, but I didn't let them come for fear that too many people would come and cause trouble for you, benefactor. Ha, so many people were originally going to come? I can understand what it means to save a life, but, the battle is a bit big, isn't it? Mr. Zhao said from the sidelines, holding his cute little granddaughter. Little Qin, you don't know what this little heart of mine means to our family. Our Zhao family, for 5 generations, has not had a single female child. We've been looking forward to the girl child for 5 generations, and this little heart of mine in her grandma's house. Within 7 generations, there is only 1 girl child for her mom, and this little heart of mine is also a sweetheart in her grandma's house. Qin Fan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Is it true that this little granddaughter of Mr. Zhao is the only female child in Mr. Zhao's family as well as Mr. Zhao's in-laws? A picture appeared in Qin Fan's mind. When this girl gets married, uncles and uncles, brothers and cousins to that station, with his coat a company like, thieves have a sense of security. The groom should be happy and faint. Qin Fan welcomed Mr. Zhao into the village and went to his home for a tea break. The little girl was happily chasing butterflies around the yard. In the chat between Mr. Zhao and Qin Fan, I don't know whether it was from the heart or just talking about the scene, but in any case, there was no shortage of compliments about Qin Fan's hometown. What fresh air, people, leisurely and elegant, paradise. Qin Fan was not unselfish in introducing to Mr. Zhao the place where he was born and raised. On the way out, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Bingrui took out a red envelope. Benefactor, I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Qin. Qin Fan was also someone who had experienced the scene and would say something polite. It's me who is honored to be able to call General Manager Zhao as Brother Zhao. Zhao Bingrui patted Qin Fan's shoulder and handed the red envelope to Qin Fan. Brother Qin, there's $50 million in this card. Take it. This is not a hair's breadth of money for my daughter's life, and I can only make a small token of my gratitude with this first. Just now you talked about your desire to build your hometown. Our brother will not hide anything else. I heard some word of mouth. The upper side to develop a new rural area, maybe linked with tourism. You take this $50 million first, and later we can surely sing the high song of the times and work together. That policy doesn't start for another 2 years. Bingrui Zhao has already heard the news? It was evident that the Zhao family had good connections there. 2. Working with the Zhao family is different from anything else. Qin Fan had saved the life of the Zhao family's precious little granddaughter, and the Zhao family was bound to sincerely cooperate with Qin Fan. Cooperation is possible, but the money can't be wanted. Speaking of which, this was again related to the fact that Qin Fan's grandfather had educated him from a young age. Qin Fan's grandfather had taught Qin Fan since he was a child. When someone has done me a favor, I must know how to repay it, and when I repay it, I must not take money from the benefactor. But, Grandpa Qin Fan also educated Qin Fan. It is only natural to do good deeds without trying to repay them, but if one tries to repay others one's kindness, one's heart is impure. Qin Fan had asked his grandfather when he was a child, don't the two contradict each other? Grandpa says there's no contradiction, it's the way to be. Grandpa, who had always lived in the village and had never traveled far, probably didn't know. His adherence to morality is almost equated with stupidity in the eyes of others. However, Qin Fan still adhered to the moral principles that his grandfather had taught him. Red packets are not wanted. Cooperation can be had. Pushing back and forth for over 10 minutes. In the end, Mr. Zhao saw that he couldn't talk Qin Fan into it, and only then did he let Zhao Bingrui take the red envelope back. Xiao Qin, I really haven't misjudged you. You live like, said Mr. Zhao, a fond reminiscence flashing in his eyes. You live like a comrade of our time. The evening sunlight poured like a waterfall over the tips of the distant mountains. Qin Fan sent off Mr. Zhao's family. The moment he turned around and was about to head back to the village, he saw a dusty grim Zephyr. Young Yen, did you really go to move the stone? Brother Qin, as I said, I simply admire you and want to spar with you. I really have no other thoughts. Shin, grim, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed as he followed Qin Fan. Brother Qin, what are Mr. Zhao and the others doing in the village? Oh, you know Mr. Zhao? Hey, I've seen it before when I went to Dragon Capital for a banquet. Mr. Zhao came to be. To tell the truth, I saved Mr. Zhao's good granddaughter. He came to thank him for his kindness, as if it was a little bit of showing off after doing something good. It's not much, a little bit of personal business, and it may be followed up with cooperation. Grim, on the other hand, had his eyes glowing as soon as he heard that Mr. Zhao wanted to cooperate. It's done. As long as you follow Brother Qin and get his approval, you'll be able to get acquainted with the big shots that old Yen couldn't talk to with all his effort. I wish I could have seen old Yan's surprise earlier, as well as his regret after realizing that he misunderstood the Yen family's unicorn son. Hiss. Brother Qin, I've been pushing the cart all afternoon and my hands are blistered. Is there any gold sore medicine? No. You cannot push and choose to go home. Brother Qin, it's so strange. These blisters on my hands look pretty big, but they don't hurt at all, and I can still push tomorrow. Going home or something? Weak. Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh. This Grim Reaper is a bit of a living treasure. When Qin Fan looked at Grim Zephyr and smiled, in a certain two-room residential building in the provincial city, Shui Yalan watched as her videos were posted online and critiqued by netizens. Crap. Apologizing to a piece of garlic. Is this woman crazy? The guy she's talking about, is he the one she loves? Is she a dog licker? Come lick me. I'll make you apologize to a banana. Ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off. Come see, there's a female licking dog here. Ah. To make her boyfriend happy, she apologized to a piece of garlic. Crap. I know her. She's the eldest miss of the Shue family in Longdu. What's wrong with her? I can testify that she is indeed the eldest miss of the Shue family in Longdu, and I was classmates with her. What? Miss Dragon Capital apologizes to a piece of garlic in order to coax a man? That's crazy. Maybe she's been conquered by that man. Ha ha ha. Conquered? That's what it means. A vicious comment that. Some of them made Shui Yalan feel as disgusted as if he'd been shit-canned in the face. Some of them made Shui Yalan incredibly angry. Some made Shui Yalan cry in aggravation. But in the end, Shui Yalan was left with some heartache that hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. So that one garlic of mine hurt him so deeply. But that garlic was just one insignificant thing out of all the things I did to hurt him. How shall I atone for my sins? How shall I atone for my sins? After feeling it herself, Shui Yalan realized how hurtful the things she did were. Shui Yalan's lips turned white, and she felt like her heart was being clutched forcefully, barely able to pump. The tears have long since dried up. Shui Yalan stared dumbfounded at the vicious comments that were still soaring under the video. A decision was made in his mind. Don't want it, don't want anything. Even if he doesn't want to see me and hates me, I have to redeem myself. Fourth shift, request for power generation support. Shui Yalan returned to Longdu to talk to her unrelated brother. Sister, you're kidding me, right? Shui Yalan's face turned pale and she said in a cold voice, do I look like I'm joking with you? Would I joke with you? Give me the money. All of it, and it's yours. Shui Hanyu lowered his crossed legs and came closer to look straight at Shui Yalan. That bloodless, pretty face, with no more delicate makeup, only eyes red from crying. Sister, what happened to you? All of it for me? Are you crazy? Shui Yalan gave up her desire to inherit the family business and drive her unrelated brother's family out of the Shui family. Not only that, she gave it all up. Even her company she gave up. She just needs a fortune. In this society, you can live without anything, but you can't live without money. I'm waiting for your answer. Shui Yalan didn't even want to look at her unrelated brother. Originally, Shui Yalan had planned to wait until she apologized to Qin Fan, got his forgiveness, and after Qin Fan returned to Longdu with them, she then looked for Shui Hongyu Qingxuan. That thing with Shui Yalan almost getting hit before dash. Not 100% sure though, but if Shui Yalan was determined to find out, he was able to find out about Shui Hongyu. But now, Shui Yalan's whole heart was on Qin Fan. What a wish! What revenge! It's all behind us. Shui Hongyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui Yalan in deep thought. What's the conspiracy of Shui Yalan? But what she's proposing now doesn't seem to constitute a conspiracy. If he could get Shui Yalan's company and also drive Shui Yalan away, then the Shui family would be 100% his in the future. Yes, sister, I promise. I don't have enough money for myself. If you want it, I'll go back and ask my parents for it. I hope, after I pay up, you never show up at the Shui house again. Otherwise, don't blame your brother for not being affectionate. Shui Yalan didn't say anything, coldly glanced at Shui Hongyu and left. We're done here. Shui Yalan is going back to her place to get some personal items to leave. Yalan, you're back. That's great. We were worried sick about you. Messages weren't returned. You didn't answer your phone calls, and I was ready to go look for you. The place that Shui Yalan returned to was the place where they had stayed with Qin Fan. Wang Shiyun fills all the time with countless jobs every day and is not at home. Ginger Qiuyu is not at home as she is getting drunk at Ginger's bar. Zhang Jing, Zhou Luoi, and Zhao Tingting were all absent. Only Li Xitian is at home. Yalan, that video you posted to your friends before. Are you okay? That video of Shui Yalan was posted online. Those slurs on the internet. Li Xitian also saw it. Shui Yalan didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Li Xi's sweet eyes and asked rhetorically, Xitian, aren't you going to go back to Qin Fan to atone for your sins? Do you really think that you honoring Qin Fan's wishes and not bothering him anymore is the best way to redeem yourself? Or do you think that our saving of Grandpa Qin Fan's life can really be offset against all the things we did to hurt him? Have you ever thought about how much the things you've done have hurt Qin Fan? In the beginning, I made that video because I wanted to show Qin Fan my sincerity in redeeming myself. It wasn't until I saw those reviews online that I finally realized what Qin Fan was feeling. Thinking about that feeling, thinking about what Qin Fan had suffered, it wasn't just that one thing at all. There were even more ruthless and exaggerated, even more outrageous, and then Shui Yalan's heart ached. She covered her chest and continued, before posting that video, all I knew was that I misunderstood Qin Fan, that I said a lot of things that insulted him, did a lot of things that trampled on his dignity, and hurt him. But I never thought about how Qin Fan felt after I said and did those things to him. I thought that if I apologized sincerely, he would forgive me. It wasn't until I posted that video and all that shaming, name-calling, and humiliation fell on me that I realized how Chin Fan felt. And what I've experienced is only 1% of what Chin Fan has experienced. 1,000th. Tears slid along the corners of Shui Yalan's eyes across her stunningly beautiful face, incomparably blaming herself for her heartache and sobbing. Sweetie, did it ever occur to you that we've always been too high and mighty? Even if the 7 of us went to the provincial city to look for Chin Fan, have any of us thought about how he would feel if the things we said and did fell on him? Boom dash. These words exploded like a thunderbolt in Li Tian's head. They were the eldest misses of the 7 great families of Longdu. Even if some of them were not first daughters, some were not valued, and some were marriage tools in the eyes of the family. But they grew up hearing nothing but compliments. Everyone's being polite and courteous. Don't say anything humiliating. Even words against their will. They rarely hear. They never, it seems, experience other people's feelings from their point of view. Shui Yalan turned around and walked towards her room, seeming to mourn and laugh at herself as she did so. Perhaps if you think about it, you can accept the end of honoring Chin Fan and never seeing him again. But I can't take it. I gave my company to my brother, and I gave up all of Londo. I'm going to find Chin Fan to redeem myself. Even if he doesn't want to see me, even if he hates me, even if he spits on me, I will redeem myself, even if he never forgives me. Li Tian stood dumbfounded in the living room, not moving a muscle, but waves of shock had already risen inside. We're too proud. Even when we went to him to apologize, we never thought about his feelings. How does he feel? Shui Yalan packed up her things, looked deeply at the dazed Li Tian, and without saying anything else, she turned around and went out the door to leave. It was as if Li Tian had been struck in the soul by Shui Yalan's words. She kept repeating those words of Shui Yalan in her head. Countless things she had done in the past to humiliate and trample on Chin Fan's dignity flashed in her mind. How did he, then, feel? Turns out I really never thought about his feelings. I went to him, and I just wanted to be forgiven and remove the guilt from my heart. Turns out, I never thought about his feelings. A tear slipped out of the corner of Lisbeth's eye and, followed by 2, 3 drops, until the tears fell like rain. How did he feel at the time? Longdu Gue circle. After being triggered by the video, Shui Yalan apologized to a piece of garlic. It was triggered again by Liz Sweet. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang incessantly, and Li Tian answered it. Sis? Was that video online you or someone else? Al switched faces to smear you? Sis? Is that really you? Sis, you're so embarrassing. You're making me look bad in front of my friends. I don't even have a face. Sugar Lee's brother just hung up the phone. Lisbeth's mom and dad called again. Sweetie, what's up with that video? How could you be so coarse and ugly? Do you still look like our Lee family? If this gets out, your mom and I won't have the face to introduce you to others. Do you still want to marry? A few years ago, when Li Tian first started to look at Chin Fan through colored glasses because of the influence of those friends at the banquet of the Circle of Nobles, she was very surprised to see that Chin Fan was not a member of the Circle of Nobles, but a member of the Circle of Nobles. Did one thing. It started when Wang Shiyun, Li Tian, and Xiaodingding chatted with the great ladies and gentlemen from all over the country at a banquet for the Noble Circle and talked about Chin Fan. Someone covered their mouth and scoffed. Ha! You guys let a countryman follow you around all the time? Can you stand it? Rural people are dirty. There's no grace at all. They eat, loud, fast and barf, like hungry pigs eating. Everyone started chiming in. Yes, that's right. I went to my home site once to check on the progress of the project. Those migrant workers squatting on the floor with their bowls, eating, grunting, and blowing their noses on the spot, vomiting. It's really disgusting. Sweetie, the countryman who follows you, does he eat like that? Why don't you find a chance to sneak a shot of that countryman eating and show us? At the time, Lisbeth was surrounded by those kinds of people and had begun to lose it, and she balked at the idea. She came back to the office. Have someone secretly install cameras in Chin Fan's office. Sneakily film Chin Fan eating. Chin Fan's eating was fast, and once the takeout arrived, he finished it in less than 5 minutes, maybe about 3, but Chin Fan didn't barf or sound loud. Lisbeth wasn't very happy about it. She got someone to work on the video. Not only was it accompanied by loud eating noises, barfing, it was also accompanied by the sound of a pig eating and grunting. Subsequently, she also called those friends of the Noble Circle at the banquet to the company, and while watching Chin Fan's video, she pointed at Chin Fan and laughed loudly. The most outrageous thing of all, Li Tian even called Chin Fan to the front, deliberately embarrassing Chin Fan. Now, Liz Sweet replicated that. She took a selfie of her intentionally eating quickly, loudly and crudely, and also doctored the video. She didn't have the guts to play it in front of her friends in the VIP circle. She didn't have the fear of being ridiculed and humiliated by those friends face to face. She said to the circle of friends, directly in the detonation of the Dragon Capital Noble Circle. After her brother called, sent some more screenshots of the chat. Someone has already reposted the video of Sweetie Lee to another group. What's wrong with Si Sheng? What happened to Si Tang? How did the meal turn out like this? Oh look, it's so disgusting, the way she eats. She looks like a rural person who hasn't eaten in 3 lifetimes. It's so vulgar. I didn't realize she was so ugly behind her back when she was so glamorous on the surface. I was wondering for a long time before she deleted my friend, but now it seems like a good deletion. I don't want to be friends with someone like that. Do you guys think she's been assimilated by that rural guy she's with? Ha 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 ha, it's possible. The screenshot of the chat is just dry text, but Lee Sitian could imagine the look on those people's faces when they sent the message. That's covering your mouth with disgusted scorn. That look of self-righteous condescension looking down. That's the contempt they feel that they are the only people and migrant workers are cattle and horses. Just the thought of the looks on the faces of those. Lee Tian could feel the endless humiliation. And back then, Qin Fan, it was being called to heel and bearing the taunts and humiliations of her and the men face to face. In retrospect, Lisbeth also suddenly realized that, back then, she only wanted to tease Qin Fan and see him laugh. She forgot why Qin Fan ate so fast. Qin Fan alone is responsible for the company of 7 of them. Countless things, big and small, are weighing on Qin Fan. Which day didn't Qin Fan rush through dinner and start dealing with the company's business? She ignored Qin Fan's hard work and deliberately spoofed him, mocking him with those friends from the noble circle. She still remembered the way Qin Fan looked at her at that time. It's the endless consternation, that endless disbelief. Tear ducts collapsing, tears falling like rain. Li Sitian sobbed uncontrollably. Back then, Qin Fan labored for us, and I hurt him like that. He must not have thought that I would be that vicious. The so-called elite of the noble circle gathered around Qin Fan. A sentence of dirty rural people fell on Qin Fan. A sound of mockery fell on Qin Fan's ears and smashed on his heart. Stomping on Qin Fan's origins, trampling on Qin Fan's dignity. Li Sitian knew that she couldn't accurately appreciate what Qin Fan was feeling at that moment. But enough of that. She already deeply understood how cruel and heavy the power of those words of Shui Yalan was. She never thought about Qin Fan's feelings. She never knew how hard she had hurt Qin Fan. Li Si Sweet paralyzed on her knees, sobbing. So I really didn't think about his feelings. So this is how he felt back then. So, I'm that vicious. What should I do? In the so-called noble circle, eat with grace, take small bites. Anyone who is not graceful, who eats without eating, who eats a little too fast, will be ridiculed. Sweetie Lee's brother is still sending her screenshots from other groups. He was still there, sending out voice complaints that Li Sitian had made him lose his adult and made him unable to raise his head in front of his friends. Li Sitian's mom and dad also kept sending messages to Li Sitian. Even the hissing voice made Lisbeth immediately delete the video. Immediately shot a video to clarify that video was someone else smearing, not Li Si Sweet himself. Lisbeth is crying, very sad to cry. Her brother was only concerned with saving face, and didn't even ask what had happened to Li Sitian. Although her parents didn't say it explicitly, what they meant in their words was that video of Li Sitian would be disliked by the gentry and the family. That way her parents wouldn't be able to introduce her to the gentry of a powerful family, and the union would be hopeless. She's nothing more than a marriage tool in her parents' eyes. Has anyone ever really cared about her? Maybe Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Chouyue and the girls had cared for her, but to really understand what's in her heart, to know what she wants, it seems like only Qin Fan. Instead, she said so many things that hurt Qin Fan and did so many things that hurt Qin Fan. Qin Fan, sorry. I'm sorry. Li Sitian sobbed uncontrollably, cried until she collapsed on the floor with no strength in her body. Sometimes she envied Shui Yalan. She doesn't have the courage that Shui Yalan has. She didn't dare to go to Qin Fan and pester him. She was worried that Qin Fan would hate her even more. She was worried that Qin Fan would get annoyed and disappear again. What can I do to heal the damage I've done to Qin Fan? What can I do? When Shui Yalan gave up Longdu all the way back to X province. When Li Sitian finally understood Shui Yalan's words and cried dry tears, laughter came from a villa in the capital of X province. Ha ha ha, wife. Good news. Good news. Yan Shualin took his cell phone and smiled as he sat down next to Grim Zephyr's mom. What's the good news? Is it that Koz is back? Yan Shualin shook his head. Not yet, but soon. I've just gotten word that those several great ladies have returned to Dragon Capital. In half a month at the most, Cozy I will realize he fell for it and come back on his own. Grim. On the other hand, Mom looks worried. Another half a month? I don't know how Z ate and slept in that little mountain village. Old Yen, didn't you send someone to secretly protect Xiao Zhe? Any news? Yan Shualin was just about to say that he hadn't heard anything yet, The cell phone just rang. Here it comes, a message from Koz. Yan Shualin opened his cell phone, tapped the message page, and saw the photos and videos sent by the bodyguard. Yan Shualin and Grimm's mom instantly stared in disbelief. What? What's Koz doing? End of guaranteed 2 shifts. Today's wish, 20 power generation meals plus an egg. In the photo, Grimm, on the other hand, wearing a helmet and labor boots, was pushing a cart full of rocks with an older migrant worker. In the video, Grimm then hid in the corner with trembling hands and wiped his tears with his sleeve. And when an old lady came over to bandage Grimm's hand, Grimm fell to his knees and kowtowed. In the photo, Grimm, on the other hand, was covered in grime, bent over, and carrying a sack of lime on his back as he made his way to the riverbank. In the video, hands wrapped in bandages, Grimm then, standing on a high stone, shouting 1, 2, 1, directing 7 or 8 migrant workers to pry a large stone. Why is Koz doing this dirty work? Kozu is injured. Xiaozai, my son. Grimm's mom cried with heartache. Yan Shualin is furious. Is that Qin guy using my son as a donkey? What a big dog's guts. I'll go and settle the score with him. I'm going too. I'm going to see my son. The capital of Province X. Qin Fan Company. These past few days, Qin Fan interviewed many more applicants. There are construction engineers with specialized knowledge, professional engineering team masters, forklift, crusher, crane driver masters, etc., etc. Qin Fan had finally formed an engineering team of his own, and although it was only in its infancy, it was sufficient for the time being. Qin Fan asked his assistant to book a few buses, preparing to send all the people back home tomorrow. In addition to these things, Qin Fan also had to purchase materials to build a tin house, air conditioners, a bathing shed, rice, flour, oil and salt, and other supplies. 4 days on end. Qin Fan didn't even bother to look at the backstage data of the skit. He was all busy with these things. Sometimes without realizing it, I work overtime alone until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Bye boss. See you tomorrow boss. It was time to leave work again, and the employees were leaving one after another. 5 p.m. It's still early. Qin Fan is still shopping around for the most suitable purchasing company. Doraemon. A knock came on the door and Qin Fan looked up to see Lu Cici. Lu Cici does not put on much makeup. At most a little light makeup, as if the blooming pear flower, beautiful but not demonic. Why Sissy, is something wrong? Boss, there's something I'd like to request from you. Oh, what is it that you have to apply for? Tell me. I love acting, but my family won't let me show my face. I'd like to apply for a different position. I don't know if it's possible. Although Lu Cici is now the face of Qin Fan's short plays, Qin Fan respects the wishes of his employees. Yes, what's not to like? What department would you like to go into? Editorial, personnel, engineering? Not at all. Lu Cici did not know why. Her cheeks became slightly red, and her voice was much smaller. I want to be a secretary for my boss. Qin Fan's eyes gradually rounded up and, first time I've ever heard of a female employee needing this. If Lu Cici was a woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes, Qin Fan would have suspected her motives. Lu Cici was also afraid of Qin Fan's misunderstanding and quickly waved her hand to explain. Boss, it's not what you think. I was seeing that my boss is very busy at work, and the previous secretary, Lee, resigned, so I wanted to share some of the work for my boss. I don't have any other ideas. No, it's a little weird, though, but Qin Fan did quite need a secretary to help share some of his work recently. Try it then. Lu Cici revealed a delighted smile and clenched her small fists with confidence. Don't worry boss, I'm very capable. I'm sure I can. See you tomorrow, boss. Sissy Lu seemed a little embarrassed. It's kind of weird for a girl to volunteer to be her boss's secretary. Bouncing and bouncing. As cheerful as a lark. He laughed. Qin Fan shook and smiled. Can't figure this girl out. A night without words. The next morning, Qin Fan gave his assistant, Sister Liang, an explanation of his work, then gave Lu Cici some work. Let Lu Cici is responsible for contacting the purchasing company to the old home delivery, etc. Then it was back home with the newly formed engineering team. When the uncles in the village saw that Qin Fan had brought back another engineering team, shovels and cranes, they were all happy to help with the resettlement. Brother Qin, you're back. Yen Xiao? Qin Fan looked at the face with sun-molted skin. Yellow hair is full of gray dust. Clothes are also full of dust. Foot stirrups a pair of labor insurance shoes, also wrapped in bandages. Grim then, full of dismay. In the front, Qin Fan asked Qin Jingang to continue to clean up the river bank with his village uncles, while he went back to the provincial capital, and Grim said he would stay in the village. Qin Fan didn't take it to heart. This big dude stays and plays for a few days and maybe leaves on his own someday when it's not fun. Fan is really did not expect to see a completely different Grim then. It is no different from not studying properly, 20 or so years old working in the construction site of the young people. Grim, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed, somewhat deliberately showing off his sun-molted face and injured hand, and said, "Brother Chin, as I said, I admire you and want to fight with you. Now you believe it, don't you?" Fan kind of admired this Grim rule. Regardless of his purpose, he can work for several days in the river bank with the three masters and their hard labor. It is also considered to be a person who can suffer for the sake of the goal. It's really not the kind of wasteful young master who only screams with his money and then breaks at the touch of a button. But if it's a serious one, then it's a serious one. I believe it. Koju, come give me a hand. The three grandmasters on the other side of the unloading truck waved at Grimzel. Coming third master, Brother Chin, I'm going to struggle. Grim, on the other hand, trotted off to help. Fan shook his head and laughed as he looked at Grim then, who was mingling with the three great masters and the others. Jiangang came over. Fan, this Yen Dao Xiao is really a little different. He cried the night you went back to the provinces. Crying? Fan got a little curious and Jiangang nodded. That day he followed us on the river bank during the day and was as tired as a dog. And when he got off work in the evening he walked with legs like spaghetti. Some of the grand uncles don't know about young Master Yan's status, and they give him meat during meals, saying that he's too weak and telling him to eat more. Yen Daoshao cried as he ate. Then I asked him and realized that he was remembering that he used to be at their Yen family construction site and mocked the migrant workers. And now that he had followed us for a day's work and experienced the hard work of the migrant workers, and that the older men cared for him, he cried all of a sudden without being able to hold it together, and he cried a lot. Fan, is what we've learned about the goodness of man's nature something we can use on Yin Xiao? Jiangang said with a smile. Fan nodded and looked towards Grim Zephyr who was helping to unload the goods. Grim, on the other hand, sang while hitching a ride with the third master to unload the cargo. This sky is Master San's sky. This land is Master San's land. Master San tells me to work and I work. Master San tells me to go east. The third grandpa and his uncles in the village laughed. Fan shook his head and laughed out loud as well. It's a bit different, but, a limousine stopped at the entrance to the village, its wheels making a harsh sound as they pressed against the stones. Yan Shualin, Grim then Mom got out of the car in a huff. Surname Chin. Where is surname Chin? Get the fuck out. Dare to use my son as a donkey. Who gave you the guts? Fan frowned as he looked over. Why were Grim then's parents here? Grim, on the other hand, heard the sound and saw his mom and dad as well. At the sight of fuck, Grim then reddened his eyes a bit. But he's kind of pissed that his mom didn't believe him before and sided with his dad. Fan walked towards the entrance of the village, and Jiangang followed. Grim, on the other hand, explained to the third master and followed him. Grim Zephyr's mom cried out when she saw how miserable Grim Zephyr was. My son, what happened to you? Grim's mom hugged Grim, but Grim didn't say a word and didn't look at his mom. It's kinda arrogant. Yan Shualin's hands were shaking with anger. He hated the iron and steel. And he was also heartbroken for Grim Zephyr. Surnamed Chin, what have you done to my son? Mr. Yen, you've wronged me with this statement. What young Yen wants to do on his own, where can I stop him? Grim, on the other hand, pushed aside his mom and came to Yen Shualin. Old Yen, we're done for. What are you still doing here? The marks on my body are the medals of my own struggle. What do you care? Grim Reaper's mom pulled Grim Reaper. Don't talk to your dad like that. Dad, I was done with him before he didn't believe me and withdrew all. Grim, on the other hand, got into a fight with his parents. Fan and Jiangang glanced at each other and retreated to the side. An hour later, Yan Shualin's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and he took Grim Zephyr's old mother away. Grim, on the other hand, had to ask Yan Shualin to send back all the people and supplies that had been withdrawn, and to apologize to him in front of so many people, acknowledging that he was the Yen family's unicorn son. It was naturally impossible for Yan Shualin to agree. Young Yen, is it really okay? Grim, on the other hand, grinned as if nothing had happened. It's okay, old Yan's kind of rich second generation doesn't know how to write the word hustle. Sooner or later he'll realize how wrong he was and how right I was. Fan and Jiangang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In the afternoon, Lu Sisi arrived in the village with a caravan of people purchasing rice, flour, oil and salt, as well as other daily necessities. Everyone helped unload and settle in, and it was almost evening. Boss, is this your old home? Lu Sisi took a deep breath. The air is so fresh. Like it here? Willow Sissy nodded. It's okay, you're working for me as a secretary. You'll be coming here less often in the future. You're tired after a busy day. Go take a break. Qin Jingang came to Qin Fan's side at an unknown time. Fan, if I remember correctly, she was an actress before your company, right? Now, it's a secretary now. She volunteered for it. Secretary? What about Ms. Li? They've gone back to Longdu, and they won't be coming back. Qin Jingang scratched his head, feeling clipped and confused about Qin Fan's relationship with Li Sidian and the girls. The village matriarchs and aunts made the meal and then started it. The new engineering workers, who had their first pot of food, all praised the aunties for their delicious cooking. Grim, on the other hand, seems to be a bit moody, hasn't eaten, and is sitting against a pole under a streetlight. People say that the setting sun is the end of the world, but when you look at the end of the world, you can't see your home. AI. Young Yen is so literate. Grim then looked up and saw Qin Fan and coughed twice and said, Ahem, Brother Qin. Ah, I'm sorry for offering. This person. More elegant, like ancient poetry. Ah, the ancients into my dream. Ming I long memory. What about the next sentence? Next sentence? Hey, by the way, what do you want from me, Brother Qin? Grim, on the other hand, blushed a riotous red. He had memorized all the poems in the Chang Xianyi private room of the Qing Yuan Hotel in order to chase after Yuan in the first place. His mom and dad came by today to make a scene. He was a little homesick and recited it in passing. However, he had forgotten some of the ones he had memorized, like the next line of the ancients entered my dreams, and I remembered them for a long time. Qin Fan didn't poke at it either, carrying a bowl of rice and handing it to Grim Zephyr. Seeing that you haven't eaten, Sand and Yang asked me to bring you a bowl. Listening to the poem you just recited. Are you homesick? Yen Xiao, go back. I don't have what you want here and I can't help you much. Lying. Still hiding it from me. I even saw Mr. Cho's family that day. Brother Qin, can't you be as honest as me? Brother Qin, I'm actually not homesick. I'm mostly missing my grandparents. Old Yen doesn't believe in me, doesn't support me, and even cuts me off. If my grandparents find out, Old Yen will be removed from the family. When you miss your grandparents, you go home and visit. Yen Xiao, you can leave anytime you want. Grim, on the other hand, does miss his grandparents. Then I'll go back to see my grandparents tomorrow and be back the day after. Grim then looked as if he was worried that Qin Fan wouldn't let him come anymore. Yen Xiao, hasn't this young master had enough? Forget it, he can do what he likes. At least it will liven up the atmosphere. Qin Fan had just pulled the newly formed engineering team to his hometown, and he needed to stay there for a few days to keep an eye on them. Grim, on the other hand, drove himself back to the province early the next morning. On the other side, after Shui Yalan returned to the provincial city from Longdu, she lived in that two-room residential building. Shui Yalan gave up all of Londo, bent on atoning to Qin Fan. But for a time, she didn't know what she could do. Continue to pester Qin Fan and get teary-eyed in front of him? That's not redemption. That's pampering. What can I do for Qin Fan? Earlier Qin Fan said he had something he wanted to do. But what was it that he wanted to do? Suddenly, Shui Yalan was a little heartbroken again. Qin Fan knew the wishes of their 7 great ladies, but none of them knew what Qin Fan wanted. Find someone to ask? Shui Yalan thought of asking at Qin Fan's company. Just say go. Shui Yalan went downstairs and drove towards Qin Fan's company. Halfway there, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Grim, on the other hand, is walking with his grandparents in one of the parks. Shui Yalan recalled the day she came out of the Qingyuan Hotel and saw Grim Zei. She asked Grim Zei if he had seen Qin Fan. Grim Zei said yes, but Grim Zei called him Brother Qin. This meant that Grim then knew Qin Fan. Before that, the only ones who knew that Grim Zephyr knew Qin Fan were Jiang Choyue and Li Sidian. Previously, Shui Yalan didn't pay attention to it, but now that she thought about how Grim Zephyr had addressed Qin Fan, she reacted to it. Shui Yalan parked her car at the curb and appeared in front of Grim Zephyr. Miss Shui. Yen Juanza was overjoyed. He hadn't seen a single one of the 7 great ladies of Dragon Capital for days. If he hadn't met Mr. Zhao in the middle, he would have faltered. It's so good to see Shui Yalan now. Grandpa, I have something to take care of. You and my grandmother go ahead and sit on the bench over there and wait for me for a moment. Grim then after the grandparents left, Shui Yalan spoke first. You know Qin Fan? That's quite an acquaintance. Miss Shui, Brother Qin and I are half-brothers, so you know Qin Fan well? Grim then scratched his cheeks vaguely. Qin is an enigmatic man, and even if I am his half-brother Qin, I don't know him very well. Say as much as you know. Actually, up until now, Grim, on the other hand, only knew this much about Qin Fan's desire to build his hometown. Qin is a very admirable man who has a thick affection for the place where he was born and raised. Grim, on the other hand, babbled a lot and ended up with one point anyway. Qin Fan wanted to build his hometown. Building your hometown? mused Shui Yalan. Grim, on the other hand, looked at Shui Yalan from close range, beautiful beyond words, but Grim didn't dare to have that aspect of his mind. This is my brother Qin's man. Grim, on the other hand, just wanted to further observe Shui Yalan's expression when she mentioned Xinfan. Yen, Mom, come and take a look. On Miss Shui, this kind of thinking with sadness containing seriousness hanging self-condemnation look, is acting I eat. What? What's with the complicated look? Love and not be able to? Yes, the look is almost as bad as being in love. It's fine. Go get busy. By the way, don't tell Xinfan that I've seen you. Shui Yalan turned and got into his car and left. Grim, on the other hand, was very puzzled, but Shui Yalan looked like she was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Grim, on the other hand, stayed with his grandparents for the day. He didn't tell them about him and his dad, not wanting to annoy the old man. The next morning, Grim then departed on time, just after 12 o'clock noon. Grim, on the other hand, drove into the mountain road, and it would be roughly half an hour before he reached Xinfan's old home. From S County to Xinfan's hometown, there is a section of mountain road built halfway up the mountain, winding. The first time you drive on this kind of mountain road, you don't dare to go on 50 mph. Grim, on the other hand, had the back of his car filled with watermelon, and he remembered that watermelon was the favorite food of the three masters and the others. Imagine the three masters and their happy faces when they see the watermelon. Grim, on the other hand, was inexplicably happy as well. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on the side of the road. Miss Shui? What's Miss Shui doing by the side of a mountain highway in front of no village? Grim, on the other hand, felt that he had to say hello or something for business and personal reasons. The mountain highway was too narrow in many places to park, so Grim had to keep driving on and find a clearing on the side of the road where he could park. There's also Shui Yalan's car parked in the vacant lot. Grim, on the other hand, parked the car before rolling back over to find Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan seemed to be observing the mountainous terrain, and was still talking to himself. Xinfan wants to build his hometown, but this road to Xinfan's house is too bad. I can help him expand this road. Grim, on the other hand, didn't mean it. He heard the words, but he had to pretend he didn't. It was rude to eavesdrop on others, let alone the fact that the other party was Miss Shui. Miss Shui? You? Shui Yalan rolled over and saw Grimzel, her eyebrows frowning slightly. What are you doing here? Grim then hemmed and hawed. I'm going to go to Brother Qin's hometown and work hard with him to help him build his hometown. It's not that I saw Miss Shui, to see what Miss Shui needs help with. Shui Yalan shook his head. There's nothing I need help with. Did you just hear what I said? Grim, on the other hand, shook his head like a rattlesnake. What words? Nothing. I didn't hear anything. Shui Yalan didn't ask any more questions. Don't tell Xinfan that you've seen me. For his part, Grim nodded his head in agreement and left, though he was surprised. Half an hour later, Grim then went to the village of Planting Cliff. The engineering team and the village uncles are eating. The three masters greeted Grim Reaper when they saw him. Yen, have you eaten? Come and eat. Hey, Master San. I'll eat later. Look what I got you guys. Watermelon? Yen, look at you. Why did you buy so many watermelons? It cost a lot of money, didn't it? Hey, not much. Come on, everyone, help Xiao Yan unload the watermelon. Xinfan looked at the appearance of the Grim then, surprisingly not the first time to see when the dude, as if, there is so a little bit of real meaning, to say that people are very, very complex creatures. A lot of people in society move around thinking they've seen through someone. In fact, that's undoubtedly a sign of self-righteousness. If a man thinks he can see through a man by one or two things, 3 or 4 days together, that can only mean that he sees creatures like man as too simple. The first time I met up with Grim Zephyr, he was acting like a dude at the Qing Yuan Hotel. But Xinfan sees multiple sides of different Grim rules. He is hardworking, amusing, stubborn, smart, filial, and seems to be getting a little bit more realistic. Brother Qin, have a piece. Grim then took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Xinfan. Xinfan gave way, signaling Grim then to sit. Brother Qin, I have something that is really hard to hold in my heart. You say. Grim, on the other hand, cleared his throat and approached Xinfan's ear to ask in a whisper. Brother Qin, you and Miss Shui, Miss Jiang, Miss Li and the others, what exactly is your relationship? Xinfan frowned. Young Yen, why are you still asking this? I've told you many times, haven't I? I have nothing to do with them. Lying. Still hiding it from me. Wish, a small gift plus 20 and an egg for breakfast. Grim, on the other hand, looked at Xinfan with narrowed eyes. Brother Qin, you said you have nothing to do with Miss Shui. It really doesn't matter. Would Miss Shui know that you want to build your hometown and then silently help you build the road to the village? Grim, on the other hand, wanted to yell those two words out and question Qin Fan, but he was worried that Qin Fan would get angry and drive him away. After all, he saw that Qin Fan was already unhappy after he mentioned Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and Li City in them. Grimm can only speculate in his own mind. Perhaps Miss Shui and the girls used to really tease Qin. Well, before I attended that banquet in Longdu with Lao Yen, I have seen it with my own eyes. Caught is definitely caught. But someone on the internet said that the boy who used to bully you in school was the one who liked you. And, although Qin is the one being bullied, Miss Jiang and the others may also be teasing Qin because they like him. Then Qin got angry without understanding. Ignore them. Leaving Londo. Back home. They realized they were in love with Qin after they lost him and wanted him back. That's why I chased them to the provincial capital and to Qin's old house. Fuck yeah. I'm a fucking genius. So quick to roll out the truth. Geez. I'm really worthy of being the Yin family's unicorn son. Londo. Ding dong dash. Ring ring ring. The incessant sound of message notifications and incoming calls pierced into Li Tianan's ears. Li Tian cowered in the corner, holding her head in a near collapse. Your circle has no friends. I could have called you sister yesterday. Tomorrow you can be scoffing behind your back with people because you're wearing bad jewelry. Not to mention, it's not as simple as jewelry now that Lisbeth is a very over-the-top video. Li Tian could totally imagine what those people looked like when they watched her video and laughed at her. Shame came crashing down on us like an ocean. The weather is more than 30 degrees, but Li Si sweet all over the body, cold goosebumps. She doesn't want to see her brother. I don't want to see her mom and dad. They didn't even want to see Wang Shiyun, Jiang Qiuyue, or Zhang Jing. She felt that she could only go to Shui Yalan, who felt the same way as her. Li Sidian dialed Shui Yalan's phone and choked and asked, Sister Yalan, where are you? I'm in S County. Are you coming? Shui Yalan also saw the video that Li Sidian posted on her friend circle. She didn't need to ask much to know how Lisbeth was feeling right now. You come to S County first. Call me when you get there and I'll pick you up. Drive safe on the road. The next day, when Li Sidian arrived in S County, she jumped into Shui Yalan's arms and cried bitterly. Two people know what's going on in each other's hearts without having to say a word. Sis Hen, don't cry. No amount of crying on our part right now can wash away the damage we've done to Qin Fan. Let's redeem ourselves together. Li Si sweet huffed and puffed like a dopey little white dog. Yalan, I don't know what I can do. I don't know what to do. Shui Yalan hugged Li Sidian and patted Li Tian's back. Slowly, little by little, I asked my uncle to help me apply for a road repair project. That road, leading to Qin Fan's old home. Let's come together. Shui Yalan has a collateral uncle in S County named Shui Jingxing. Previously, when Shui Yalan was looking for Qin Fan, she even asked Shui Jingxing to help keep an eye out. Shui Jingxing was a side branch of the 6th generation of the Longdu Shui family, outside of the 5th generation. Originally, Shui Jingxing's family had fallen out of favor. It was Shui Yalan's father who helped Shui Jingxing get started and have an industry in S County. Under the pretext of wanting to give back to the community, Shui Yalan proposed that he wanted to build a mountain road, but he did not know what procedures he needed to apply for to build the road. Shui Jingxing then helped walk the whole program down. After all, Shui Jingxing's industry is in S County, and he still has connections in all aspects of S County. Now Shui Yalan not only got the license to build the road with Shui Jingxing's help, but also signed a reliable engineering team with Shui Jingxing's introduction. Money is not a problem. Shui Yalan's company was given to his unrelated brother, Shui Hainyu, and the money he got was not to mention building a mountain highway. It is more than enough to offer 10 or 100. On the other hand, Qin Fan had his own engineering team and officially started work in his old home. Qin Fan's old home to repair the dam. Not what a big dam. About less than 30 meters wide. About 10 meters high on the line. Any higher and more water will flood the land on both sides of the river bank. Professionals are beginning to show their expertise. Don't say it. Qin Fan couldn't really read it. Qin Fan had been staring at his old home for about a week. The third short drama of the provincial company had finished filming, and Qin Fan had to go back to the provincial city to arrange the next work of the company. On the way back to the provincial capital, Qin Fan and Lu Sisi agreed to take turns driving. After all, it's going to be several hours. Sissy Lu first. But what Qin Fan didn't expect was that Lu Sisi, a gentle-looking little girl, drove a bit pugnacious, as if she hated Qin Fan's 100,000 or so mobility scooter as a race car. And, in fact, when it comes to words, Lu Sisi's nature is not a gentle and elegant kind of quiet girl. Before she was just acting like that because she didn't know her well. In the past few days, she spent a few days with Qin Fan in her old home, and with more contact, she gradually showed her true self. This girl is a bouncing spirit, lively lark. Sissy, you're not familiar with this mountain road. It's better if I drive. In fact, Chin Fan's subtext is, I'm a little afraid of you driving that 40-degree turn. Sissy Lu doesn't slow down and tries to drift. The road is bordered by a 10-meter high cliff. Who is not afraid to sit? It's alright, boss. It's the mountain roads that feel good. Come on down. Here's the command. Work in progress. After changing Chin Fan's driving, the car slowed down, and the birds on the trees by the roadside weren't scared to fly around anymore. Sissy, when did you get your driver's license? Took the test a long time ago. You're a good driver. I learned it from my cousin. How's that for awesome? Awesome. Is that I'll still be driving from now on? Sissy Lu seems to rarely come to the mountains, lying in the window enjoying the view of the mountains, with occasional exclamations of surprise. Boss, look at that hill. It looks like an ancient kind of husband sitting on his knees. Boss, look at that tree over there. Why is it twisted like that? It's an artistic portrait of nature, isn't it? Those beautiful views were just some strange rocks and strange forests in Chin Fan's opinion. Growing up in a place like this, it really doesn't feel like much. Chin Fan also opened the window. The wind from the mountains whistled into the car and it was very enjoyable. Almost out of the drive off the mountain road, Chin Fan suddenly saw an engineering team in front of him, as if they were working. The road ahead collapsed again? This mountain road is not called a collapsed road unless it collapses 3 or 5 times in a year. Suddenly, Chin Fan thought of something. If the road is not good, even if he builds his hometown very well in the future, the tourists will not like to come. One more project for him. It's a big job to fix the roads. 2. This mountain road is halfway up the mountain. If you want to widen this mountain road, you have to pull earth and stone from other places for many things, and you have to look for the application from the upper part of S County. Trouble. Just when Chin Fan was a bit worried, the car drove up to where there was a team of engineers in front of the road didn't collapse? Chin Fan stopped the car for a moment and asked one of the workers, Uncle, what are you doing? Build a road all the way to the village of Planting Cliff. Is that such a good thing? In my last memory, no one repaired this mountain road. Just when Chin Fan was a bit confused, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures, Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, wearing helmets and a sweatshirt, stood under an aspen tree on the side of the road. When Shui Yalan saw Chin Fan, she thought of the harm she had done to him by the things she had said and done, and reddened her eyes. But she didn't go up and pester Chin Fan with her bratty capriciousness like before. It was as if she was now a sinner and couldn't get close to Chin Fan. Instead, it was the usually dull and timid Li Sidian, who walked to Chin Fan's car with teary eyes after seeing him. Chin Fan, I'm sorry, too. Li Sidian froze when she saw Willow Sissy in the car. Lu Sissy also revealed that gentle smile and smiled when she saw Li Sidian. Chin Fan didn't pay attention to the clash of the 2 girls' eyes. He was just curious as to why Li Sidian appeared here and stood with Shui Yalan with a helmet with the road repair engineering team. No way. Chin Fan had an ominous premonition. Shui Yalan and Li Sidian shouldn't be building this road for him. Wasn't that clear before? I'm sorry if Shui Yalan didn't leave. Why is Li Sidian back again? Chin Fan was in a somewhat bad mood. Jean. Li Sidian didn't move. Chin Fan started the car and stepped on the gas hard, scaring Li Sidian before she took 2 steps back. Chin Fan started the car and drove away. Li Sidian froze and looked at the car that disappeared into the exit of the mountain road with tearful eyes. Shui Yalan came to Li Sidian's side and hugged her. It's okay, we atone a little bit and take our time. Maybe that day will come. Maybe it won't. Shui Yalan was comforting Li Sidian, and it was also like she was comforting herself. Chin Fan drove off the mountain road to the gentle highway of the county seat of S County. Chin Fan thought that Lu Sisi would gossip and ask about it. But take a look. Finding Lu Sisi looking out the window, she seemed to be in a bad mood and was walking away. Chin Fan didn't bother to ask. He was still in a mess himself. There was already a difficult Shui Yalan, and now there's a Li Sidian. But Shui Yalan didn't seem very excited today. Or perhaps, they just wanted to finish repairing that road and take a little of the guilt off their hearts. You'll go back to Londo when that road is finished? Back in the provinces. Chin Fan audited and watched the 3rd skit that had just been filmed. Not bad. Master Lu's skills are much better than when he shot the first one. There's nothing wrong with the 3rd skit. It's ready to go live. Next it's time to start filming 3 short plays at the same time. The cameraman, the actors, the script are all in place. Just get right to it. After taking care of the emergency, Chin Fan then had nothing important to deal with. It's also a matter of looking at back-end data, interviewing the occasional candidate, reading scripts, and scheduling. When the company is running properly, it is true that the boss can sleep in the office, but Chin Fan had other things on his mind. Although the project in the old house had Brother Gangzi keeping an eye on it, it was impossible for him to do it without worrying about it at all. It's not very reassuring to call and ask from time to time. It's as if the only way to feel comfortable is to go back home and keep an eye on it. Qin Fan gave Liang Rui a raise in salary, and after explaining his work in passing, he was ready to go back to his hometown. The drive home was back to the obligatory stretch of mountain road. In order to widen the mountain road, a truck pulling dirt and rocks is filling in. This is not a small project either. It will take at least a year. Unsurprisingly, Shui Yalan and Li Sidian were seen again. Qin Fan has no intention of stopping the car. Just ignore it. To Qin Fan's surprise, Lu Sisi deliberately unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and fed it to Qin Fan when his car passed by Shui Yalan and Li Sidian. This girl also did not feed properly. The water all flowed into Qin Fan's neck and did not look at it, but also smiled at Shui Yalan and Li Sidian who were on the side of the road. Shui Yalan and Li Sijui's beautiful eyes instantly widened. What expression of Shui Yalan and Li Sidian in the back Qin Fan did not know, because the car had already driven through. Cough cough. Qin Fan choked a little on the water. Sissy, what are you doing? Sissy Lu beamed. Boss, do you want them to go back to Longdu? I'm doing you a favor. Qin Fan gave Lu Sisi a meaningful look. You knew they were from Londo? Ah, I was before Secretary Lu. Zhang Jing, Lu O-E aren't they also in the company? I heard them say it themselves. Oh Qin Fan didn't poke at it and smiled. Lu Sisi turned her head and rushed out of the car window, fanning her pretty face, which was a little hot and red from lying, with her hand and spitting out her little tongue. Yalan, did you see that girl in Qin Fan's car? She was an actress in Qin Fan's company before. How come she's back home with Qin Fan now? During the days of road construction in S County, Li Sitian's heart slowly calmed down, and she banished all other things from her brain, leaving only one thing, to silently do something for Qin Fan and atone for her sins. But just now when she saw Lu Sisi feeding Qin Fan water in the car, a very unpleasant feeling stirred up 1,000 waves in her heart. A little pissed off. Can't say why I'm angry. Sweetie, are we out of water? There's more in the trunk of the car, right? You thirsty? I'll get it for you. Shui Yalan pulled Li Sidian as soon as she could. No, the trunk is gone too. Let's go to the southern village and ask for some water. This mountain road runs north-south, and going south, the nearest village is Qin Fan's old home. Li Sitian froze for a moment and thought for a moment before understanding Shui Yalan's intention. Shui Yalan and Li Sidian summoned up the courage to drive towards Qin Fan's old home, and cheering each other on while on the road. We just ran out of water and went to the village to ask for some. Yes, that's right. I'm not there to see anyone else. What relationship that girl has with Qin Fan? We don't care at all. When Shui Yalan and Li Sidian drove to Qin Fan's old home, inside the Yen family villa in the provincial capital, Grim Zephyr's mom was wiping her tears with her cell phone as she looked at pictures and videos of Grim Zephyr. The photos and videos were taken by people secretly sent by Grim Reaper's dad to protect Grim Reaper. Old Yen, it's been half a month. Why isn't Xiaozhe back yet? Yen Shualin scratched his head and was also very puzzled. According to what he knows about his son, Grim, on the other hand, stayed by Qin Fan's side, definitely with the little plan of climbing up the ladder with those big ladies in Longdu. But now those few sizes in Longdu have long since left the province to return to Longdu. What was Grim then doing remaining by Qin Fan's side? You're still dreaming about those ladies coming back? Obviously those few big ladies saw that they couldn't trick Qin Fan back, and they all lost interest before returning to the dragon capital. Don't worry wife, think about it in a different way. Kozo works as a laborer in that small mountain village. It's hard work but it's good exercise. There's also the fact that Xiaozhe must still be getting on my nerves. And when he finds out in another 10 days and half a month that those big ladies really won't be coming back, he'll surely realize that he's wrong. With this lesson, he definitely won't be like etc. in the future where he automatically lifts the bar when I speak. He'll definitely grow. There can be no heartache. He must learn a lesson this time. When Grim Reaper's dad was trying to talk his mom down, the village of Planting Cliff, County S. Shui Yalan drove into the village and got out of the car with Li Sidian. Grim, on the other hand, saw Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, and his eyes instantly lit up. He touched Qin Fan, who was watching the progress of the dam construction, with his arm. Brother Qin, look, eldest Miss Shui, eldest Miss Li is here to see you. Grim, on the other hand, scowled and looked like he knew it all. Qin Fan turned his head and frowned when he saw Shui Yalan and Li Sidian. What does this unruly and capricious Miss Shui want again? And this time she wasn't enough on her own. And you brought Lisbeth with you? Shui Yalan and Li Sidian held hands and walked towards the village. When they passed by Qin Fan, the two of them even sneaked a sideways glance at him. Then as if they were afraid that Qin Fan would kick them out, they quickened their pace and ran towards the village. This village was Qin Fan's village. But even if Qin Fan was the village chief, he really didn't have the right to kick people out. One could only see what Shui Yalan and Li Sidian wanted to do. Seeing that Qin Fan didn't say anything, Lu Sisi didn't take a stance either, and with a stomp of her foot, she followed. Shui Yalan and Li Sidian entered the village first and came to the place where the aunts and mothers were cooking for the engineering team workers. Li Sidian was sharp-eyed and immediately saw third aunt, then ran to third aunt with small steps. San Din Yang, sweetie? It's been a long time since you've been here. I asked Xiaofan where you've been, and Xiaofan said you quit your job. Aren't you two talking about dating? The other older women and aunts, being members of the Intelligence Bureau of Planted Cliff Village, immediately gathered around and, gang heck, is this the little van object? Goo, you're so handsome. The matchmakers are going to break the threshold. How come Xiaofan hasn't been introduced to us either? This kid. Li Si Sweet smiled like a sunflower. Her heart was sweet. Even though she had to explain, she was still happy to be misunderstood though. Third dame, you're mistaken. Qin Fan and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. I came today to pass by and ask for a drink of water. Drinking water? Come, sit down first, and San Din Yang will pour water for you. No need third dame. I'll do it myself. Sweetie, you and Fan really aren't dating? I think you two are a perfect couple. Yes, I see that this girl and little Fan are very much a couple. Sugar, do you dislike Fan? Li Sitian was surrounded by her aunts and grandmothers, asking questions, some of which made her a little shy. Although she knew in her heart that it was almost impossible for Qin Fan to forgive her. She and Qin Fan were basically hopeless, but being asked that by her aunt and uncle made her heart happy. Lisbeth is happy. Shui Yalan can be difficult. What is this? Sweetie Li? You've been inside Qin Fan's old house for a long time? Shui Yalan was the one who had the most intimate contact with Qin Fan among the 7 young ladies. Of course, those intimate contacts were not between lovers. In her opinion it was her catching Qin Fan and punishing him. In the past, no matter if it was during the college days, or when they first came to Longdu to fight together, the 7 of them, the eldest misses, fought over Qin Fan, and every time they ended up with Shui Yalan winning. This invariably planted a seed in Shui Yalan's heart that if the 7 sisters were to compete, then Qin Fan must be hers. But now, those old ladies and aunts in the village, who were like relatives to Qin Fan, all saw Li Sidian as Qin Fan's object. Shui Yalan's heart is very bad now, but she can't lose her temper. Sick at heart. Look at Lisbeth. She's a little puffed up and upset too. Lu Sisi didn't think that Li Sitian had already gained the approval of the 3 elder women, but Lu Sisi had lived in the village for a week before, and it wasn't for nothing. Third old lady, when are you going to cook? I'll help. Let me check the time. Yo, it's 10 o'clock when we're talking. It's time to get ready to fucking cook. Sugar, you two go over there and get some water and rest while we start cooking. Li Sidian joyfully carried 2 bowls of water and walked over to Shui Yalan, smilingly handing them to Shui Yalan. The water from the wells of the 3 great mothers' houses. Yalan, you taste it carefully. It's a little bit sweet. Shui Yalan was cold. I'm not thirsty. Yalan, what's wrong with you? Why are you a little upset? I'm fine. Over there, San Din Yang and the girls have already started chopping vegetables for the noon stir-fry. Sissy, you cook a lot at home, don't you? Look sharp. And no third dame. I do like to eat my own cooking and make it myself once in a while. Gang he mother. In my opinion, Cece is the best match for little Fan. I think so. Nowadays, a lot of young girls don't know how to cook, but Cece not only knows how to do it, it's also very delicious. If Xiaofan can marry Cece, he'll be in for a treat. You guys see how thin Cece's waist is and how big her butt is. She'll definitely be able to give little Fan a big fat boy. Where has Lu Cece heard the village so? Direct and brown. The face went red for a moment. Doggone his mother. Look at you all shy for Sissy. Ha ha ha. All women. And no Hunmen. What's so shy? Lu Cece red face buried head to cut vegetables. Heart also beautiful. But a certain moment, another flash of disorientation crossed her face. Is it possible for her and Qin Fan? The smile on the face of Li Sishen, who was on the side, instantly disappeared when she saw the older ladies and aunts chatting enthusiastically with Lu Cece. Shui Yalan's face, on the other hand, became colder, and just as the older women and aunts were talking and laughing with Sissy Lu, they just remembered what they were here for. Although they didn't see any intimate movements between Lu Cece and Qin Fan, but the aunts and mothers in the village said that Lu Cece was the best match for Qin Fan, and that Lu Cece could give Qin Fan a son. The two of them were inexplicably upset. Lu Cece watched Shui Yalan and Li Sidian leave with cold faces, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of joy in her heart. Hurry back to Dragon Capital. Don't come messing around. However, after turning her head and seeing Qin Fan, Lu Cece's big eyes flashed with a hint of a small loss that she obviously had her heart set on but couldn't. Brother Qin, why did Miss Shui and Miss Li leave without talking to you? Qin Fan, I'm also curious as to how eldest Miss Shui, eldest Miss Li, left without greeting young Master Yen. Brother Qin, you're not kidding. You were the one who joked first. Crap. It looks like Miss Shui and Miss Lee and the others have pissed off Qin quite a bit. Qin's tone is now cold when he mentions them. Brother Qin, I'm going to struggle. Third master, I'm coming. Grim, on the other hand, jumped down to the riverbank as if fleeing, and ran to the three masters and the others in a foursquare step in a manner modeled after the singers, to go to work. Qin Fan shook his head. Mr. Yen, if you're so persistent in other areas, why don't you worry about impressing your dad? Z dash. A car stopped at the entrance of the village and a person got down. Qin Guiyu. Yo, Fan. After Yan's group pulls out, it's still open? Little Fan, how much money have you saved in these years? Tell me a number. Let me open my eyes. Qin Fan frowned. He dislikes Qin Guiyu very much. One might even say, every time he saw Qin Guiyu, he wanted to give the girl 2 punches. For one thing, Qin Guiyu used to take the lead in calling Qin Fan a bastard when she was a child. Secondly, Qin Guiyu's look that owed it to him to act like a pussy was a real pain in the ass. Dang dash. A cigarette pot knocked on Qin Guiyu's head, and the ashes got Qin Guiyu's head. Fucking hell. Who is it? Your old man. The village chief grabbed Qin Guiyu's ear and walked home, and he also knew that his son was humiliated. Qin Jiangang was originally supervising the work at the riverbank, and heard the sound and came to Qin Fan's side. Qin Guiyu is back? Qin Fan nodded. Open your mouth and say that Yan's group has withdrawn. Ha! Qin Jiangang narrowed his eyes, his disgust for Qin Guiyu written on his face. Son of a bitch sure doesn't have a good heart. Qin Fan, don't mind him. He may not know that Yan's group withdrew, but Yan Xiao is still around, in the riverbank. Grim, on the other hand, was grimy, and was working with the 3 masters and the others, using a pickaxe to plow out the gravel in the corners out of reach of the forklift, while plowing, and singing there, joyful as a doppelganger. No one knew that Grim then was singing happily because he saw Miss Shui and Miss Lee today. Even though he doesn't sing well, it's just for fun. But the 3 masters, they all laughed and were very joyful. Buzz off. The cell phone rings in his pocket. Grim then put the pickaxe in his hand aside and fished his cell phone out of his pants pocket. When he saw the caller flashing on the screen, his eyes widened steeply and roundly, revealing a look of great surprise, and then he looked around, eagerly trying to find a quiet corner to answer the call. Hey Miss Kong, what are your orders? The call was from Kong Chiuyue, after Shui Yalan and Li Xitian posted that kind of video in Longdu before, which caused a huge uproar in your circle, although Shui Yalan and Li Xitian family operation. To clarify, that is the ulterior motive of people I'll change face slander. Gradually wind in waves, but Zhang Qiuyu, Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, and Zhou Luoi, who were sisters, all understood what was going on there. Zhang Qiuyue didn't make a video like Shui Yalan and Li Xitian. She just drank in her own bar and forced herself to drink hard when she couldn't drink, drinking and weeping at the same time. She finally knows what it's like to be forced to drink. But what is this? How can you feel the same way about pushing yourself and being pushed to drink by someone else? She was the one who forced Qin Fan to drink hard at that time. Qin Fan had to listen to her and her friends laughing, enduring humiliation. Drink until your stomach bleeds. Even when Qin Fan was bleeding from his stomach, she and her friends still laughed and said that Qin Fan was pretending by biting the tip of his tongue. What Qin Fan felt at that time, it's not just that it's physically hard to not be able to drink. The feelings of the heart. Kong Qiuyu almost choked just by switching places, as well as forcing Qin Fan to drink was just an inconspicuous one of the many things she had done to hurt Qin Fan. Earlier, when she talked to Li Xitian on the phone, Li Xitian said that sentence on the phone, echoing in Zhang Qiuyu's mind. Sister Yalan is right. We are too arrogant. We never thought about his feelings. We went to Qin Fan before. Did we want to apologize? Or did we want to reduce our sense of guilt, so that Qin Fan will come back and continue to help us? Zhang Qiuyue didn't dare to think that, not daring to face what she really thinks. After getting drunk countless times, today, before dawn, Zhang Qiuyue woke up. She stayed sitting on the windowsill, watching the sky of Longdu brighten up a little bit, and there were more and more pedestrians on the street. She knows, there's no use for her to drink as much as she can. She must redeem herself. She knew that Shui Yalan and Li Xitian were building the road, and she also knew Shui Yalan and Li Xitian's intentions. She felt she had to do something to redeem herself as well. Shui Yalan gave up the company to go to S County hand a little money. Li Si Sweet almost equal to flee the Li family. There is not much money on the body. Zhang Qiuyu was quite sensible when she calmed down. Instead of driving recklessly to find Qin Fan, she went to the Zhang Group building and talked to her dad. Zhang Qiuyu gave up her own wish and formally accepted her dad's arrangement. She would inherit all of the Zhang Group's properties, help her brother who only knew how to spend and drink to hold on to the Zhang Group, and bring her brother's son, her nephew, around after he came of age to train him up to hand over the group to her nephew in the future. No doubt about it. It's a father-daughter deal. and Kang Choyue plays the role of a mere toolman who is at the mercy of the world, perhaps to an outsider. Ginger Choyu's dad wants to give the group to her because he loves her, but only she knows that her dad knows that her brother is wasted and wants her to hold on to the group and hand it over to her nephew in the future. As for what she'd get, her dad didn't say a word. Jang Choyue can't accept this arrangement, but now, she accepted. For Chin Fan? Although she was thinking that she could help Chin Fan a lot by taking over the family group, but in the end, she's still redeeming herself. After Kang Choyu left the Kang group building after talking to her dad. Originally, I wanted to call Shui Yalan and Lee Sidian, but after clicking on the phone number, she didn't know what in her psyche was keeping her from dialing it. Perhaps, it's because Shui Yalan and Lee Sitian didn't take her with them when they built the road. Or perhaps, it is that she wants to do something for Chin Fan by herself. That way the chance of obtaining true forgiveness is a little bit greater. Even a little bit. That's when he dialed Grim Zephyr's number. Don't call me anything Missy, just call me Mr. Kong. I wanted to ask, how the engineering process of Chin Fan's old home is going. Bad. Grim, on the other hand, had his head buzzing. If Miss Jiang finds out that Yan's group has withdrawn and blames me, what's the point of playing? This is going pretty well. Jiang da. Jiang, I am now every day in Chin's old home to struggle. I believe that it will not be long. Chin's old home will be new. Hard work. I'll go to X province tomorrow. We'll talk about it when we get to. I'll contact you if something happens. After hanging up the phone, Grim, on the other hand, clenched his fists and shivered all over with excitement. Ms. Kong said hard to me? I knew it. I knew I was 99.9% correct in my speculation. D in the world is nothing more than that. And Conan possessed will have to kneel. Yen family unicorn son, you're taking off. Old Yen, just wait until you cry all over the world looking for him and regretting it when you realize how much you misunderstood the Yen family's unicorn son. At lunchtime, the uncles of the village and the workers of the engineering team sat down and ate while talking and laughing. Those professionals with glasses who just came in and ate with their racks back inside in the air conditioning. Now they also go under the shade of the trees to eat with ordinary workers and peasants. The air is so fresh and the environment so quiet in these big mountains, as if it had a purifying effect on the mind. Those professionals, after feeling the reality and sincerity of the village people, also like to chat and eat with everyone. Qin Jingang came to Chin Fan's side with his bowl. Xiu Fan, a few days ago those people from the neighboring village who were previously yelling about nodding money and not doing it came back. I got rid of all of them. I think we need to install more surveillance in the village so they don't come and steal or make trouble or anything. That's something Chin Fan hadn't really thought about. It is necessary. I'll send Sissy to the county office tomorrow, to say that people in mountain villages are actually quite complicated. They may thank you for a meal for the rest of your life, or they may secretly trip you up over the slightest thing and not let you have a good time. But if you put up surveillance, catch him once, call the police, they'll be honest. It was so hot. Gonzo went and got 2 cold beers. A bottle? Chin Fan shook his head. No, give it to Yen Xiao. Although it's been a while since we got back from Londo, but because when he was working for those big ladies in Longdu, he either didn't have time to eat or he was overeating, and he had to participate in socializing and drinking. I haven't gotten my stomach back yet. Grim then, who had been working all morning, was boring his head off to dry his rice, and when he heard Chin Fan's words, he almost burst into tears. Brother Chin recognizes me too? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ms. Kong is coming back. Brother Chin has recognized me, too. It was getting closer and closer to the day that would make old Yen regret it. Ring, ring, ring. Cell phone rings. Chin Fan picked up the phone. Hey Yuzu, what's up? The caller was Chin Fan's roommate plus good brother. Around. Hey, where are you? Fanny, drink some. Listening to the left and right doesn't sound quite right. What's up buddy? Got fired. Not in a very good mood. Have a drink. I'm in my hometown. So you're coming to stay for a couple days to get away? OJBK, pick me up at the train station tomorrow and bring some extra girls. Do you want a girl in her 50s or 60s? Screw you. I'll see you tomorrow. Get the wine ready. Around the job in Longdu, is a private enterprise manager. Once with Chin Fan chat not pretend to say he a month to more than 30,000. The work is pretty good. Among Chin Fan's university classmates, he was also considered to be a good mixer. It's pretty depressing to be getting fired left and right now with the economy in the tank and jobs hard to come by, but the girl must have saved a lot of money, too. It's nice to take a break while you can, if the left and the right are willing. Chin Fan could even make him the vice president of the provincial company. Speaking of which, that company in the provincial capital was still made possible by the $200,000 borrowed from the left and right. The next day, Chin Fan let Lu Cece drive the Grimzay's car, and went to the county town of S County to find the company that installs the monitoring. He drove himself to the train station to pick up left and right. Long do. Zhang Jing returned to the place where they used to live with Qin Fan and found that Zhang Qiuyu had already packed up her things and left. Though Kang Qiuyu didn't tell her where she went, but she could sense that Zhang Qiuyu would also go to Qin Fan. Zhang Jing also called Shui Yalan and Li Sidian after the incident. What Shui Yalan and Li Sidian said to Zhang Jing on the phone made Zhang Jing realize how wrong she was, too. She never thought about how the things she said and did would feel to Qin Fan. She didn't even try to experience Qin Fan's feelings like Shui Yalan, Li Sidian, or Zhang Qiuyu did. She could imagine just by thinking about it how sad and angry Qin Fan was when she said those words and did those things. But Qin Fan did not say any harsh words to her even if he was angry. Qin Fan just went from being surprised and disbelieving at the beginning to being disappointed and numb later on. She was the savior of Qin Fan's grandfather. Qin Fan is grateful to him. Even if you are humiliated, don't keep it inside and put up with everything. That feeling, just thinking about it is overwhelming. Zhang Jing also wondered what she could do to atone for her sins. To the boy who was simple-minded, kind, and had truly cared for her. Click. The door to the room slammed. Zhao Tingting walked in. Tina, you're here. Zhao Tingting nodded with an expressionless face. I'll pack up my stuff. Zhang Jing, are you going to find Qin Fan too? Have you figured out how to atone for your sins? Zhang Jing thought that Zhao Tingting was going to look for Qin Fan in X province as well. But what she didn't expect was that Zhao Tingting turned around and asked coldly in return, why should I go to Qin Fan? Why would I even want to go? I went to him so sincerely before. I apologized to him with all my heart, and he hijacked himself and wouldn't come back with us. Why would I even bother with him? I did say and do things that have hurt him, but I also saved his grandfather. The two are offset, and I don't want to go back to him, don't want to be so low as to ask for his forgiveness. Zhang Jing didn't expect Zhao Tingting to say that. Tina, Zhao Tingting laughed. What? Jing, even you want to lecture me? Wang Shiyun told me that I should feel it like Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, so I can realize why Shui Yalan and Li Sidian went to Qin Fan again. Oh, they're crazy. Am I crazy too? This is nothing but a farce. It started as a farce when we accidentally saved an old man out of the kindness of our hearts. It's time to end. Zhao Tingting said a lot in one breath and said after taking 2 deep breaths to calm down. I came here this time to pack my things. I'm never coming back. I'll never go looking for any Qin Fan again. In the future, you can still call me if you want to swim together, but go to Qin Fan and don't call me. Zhang Jing did understand Zhao Tingting to a certain extent. Zhao Tingting has a good character and is most afraid of being looked down upon by others, and hates browbeating and begging. It has to do with her family. Zhao Tingting's dad is the third in line. His own ability is insufficient. In order to their own interests, often fawningly pat Zhao Tingting's eldest uncle's ass. Zhao Tingting grew up at home every day to hear her parents calculating to the eldest uncle, the second uncle gifts, begging the eldest uncle to help this and that. She's sick of it. She was really tired of putting her foot down and begging for handouts. Previously, Zhang Qiuyu and the girls were still all in the capital of X province not returning to Longdu, and she and Wang Shiyun returned to Longdu that time. So-called family matters. It was her parents who introduced her to the son of her uncle's daughter-in-law's brother's family in order to flatter her uncle and try to set the two up. When Zhao Tingting introduced herself to the son of his eldest uncle's daughter-in-law's brother's family at the dinner table, the other person's colorful face made her sick, and her mom and dad, in order to beg her great-uncle to do something, laughingly said that there was a real couple. Zhao Tingting was furious, tired of it. Before the meal was served, she got up on the spot and said she was full and left. She came home to her mom and dad, and they were all over her. That was also the time when they received a call from Zhang Jing, saying that Qin Fan was going to have dinner with them. Zhao Tingting is very happy. She thought Qin Fan was coming back with them. She fantasized about the image of her parents apologizing to her after Qin Fan helped her develop her company, and her eldest and second uncle's families all flattering her. But after arriving in the provincial capital and meeting Qin Fan, what he waited for was a clear cut from Qin Fan. Zhao Tingting was disappointed, hated, and suffocated at the time. She saw the way the sisters were giving up, especially the way Shui Yalan begged Qin Fan to, made her think of her mom and dad, uncontrollably, begging, again. Zhao Tingting doesn't want to beg anymore, even if that was Qin Fan. Even later, when she saw the video of Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, she didn't think anything else but that Li Sidian and Shui Yalan were showing Qin Fan goodwill and wanted to beg him. She wouldn't do that, even contempt. Tina, did something happen to you at home and you're in a bad mood? I'm fine. Zhao Tingting packed up her things and prepared to leave, and when she passed by Zhang Jing, she stopped for a moment and looked back at Zhang Jing as if she was mocking and said, Jing, you're going to find Qin Fan too? Are you crazy too? Zhang Jing knew that Zhao Tingting's current reaction was related to her character and encounters, and wanted to persuade Zhao Tingting for a few moments, but Zhou Tingting turned and headed for the door. Forget it, whatever you guys want. The door to the room snapped shut with a bang. By the time Qin Fan receives his left and right and takes them back to the village, Lu Cece has already brought the company that installed the surveillance to pull the wires and install them in the village. Crap! Fancy, look! Side to side, he glared over at Lu Cece. From your village? What a phoenix from a mountain village! It's not from our village. It's my secretary. Qin Fan already had a guess about Lu Cece's identity. Maybe it's a young lady experiencing life. Don't you dream. Her identity is not simple. The identity is not simple? Left and right thought that Qin Fan was interested in Lu Cece. I see. Don't worry Fancy. I'm just saying. I'm now, a person with a girlfriend too. Yuzu, you have a girlfriend? Yes, dove me. I've already ended my bachelorhood before you. After Qin Fan parked his car at the entrance of the village, he chatted and caught up with his left and right while walking towards the village. Grim, who had been taking a water break on the side of the road, came over to the brother Qin. Who is this? I've been a manager in the private sector for a few years, so I know what's going on in the field. Even if he looked at Grim then Gray, thought it was a young man in Qin Fan's village, but also smiled and extended his hand. Hi, I'm Vancy's college friend and roommate and half-brother. Last name is Left. First name is Right. Left and Right. Grim, on the other hand, did a double take. Why does that sound so familiar? And by the looks of it, this brother is really close to Qin. That's got to be a good relationship. 2. Grim, on the other hand, wiped his hands on his body and shook hands with the right and left. Hello? My name is Grim then. My dad is Yan Xualin. There was a hint of confusion on the faces of the left and right. What's with the my father is Li Gang thing? Why should I know who your father is? Qin Fan smiled from the sidelines. Is this how Grim Z introduced himself to people when he was in the provincial capital? Yuzu, his father is the chairman of the Yen group in the provincial capital. He looked around in disbelief at Qin Fan, and then incredulously at Grim then, who was covered in grime and had sticks of grass in his hair. Around traveled to the capital of Province X, and even met Yan Xualin at a conference. To the left and right, he works for a private company in Lundu, and has saved up a little bit of money with over 30,000 a month. But the Yen Group, one of the leading companies in the provincial city, was still a very high presence for him. Now, you tell me, the little young man in front of me, covered in grime, with a stick of grass in his hair, his face molted from the sun, his hands freshly calloused. It's the youngest member of the Yen Group? Lying. How could Big Junior look like this? One look and you know he just came down from the construction site. Oh, something suddenly came to mind around. Vancy, do you remember when I paid a girl to lie to you about being my girlfriend before I left school senior year? And you fell for it and called her sister-in-law? Now he's got a youngster who says he's a Yen Group major, trying to catch me in a joke. Are you? Fan Z, you're just sitting here talking to me about how it's not 10 years too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Pa. Reaching around, he gently patted Grim then face and, just this little brother, with dyed yellow hair, looks like a youngster who didn't study well in school and was brought by his family to work on the construction site. Still trying to trick me? Grim, on the other hand, stares wide-eyed to the left and right. I've grown up so much. It's the first time I've been slapped in the face and talked to like that. If it had been anyone else, Grim would have snapped and kicked him in the face. But left and right are Qin Fan's good buddies, so not only did he put up with it, but he also took out his cell phone and showed left and right the photos. Brother Zhua, Yan Xualin is really my father. Look. This is my dad. This is my mom. This is our Yen Group building. This is my dad's office. And this is my dad's saucy secretary, who has now been kicked out by my mom. The more he looked around, the more surprised he became. Seeking help to look at Qin Fan. Qin Fan nodded and smiled that it was true. Left and right the whole thing froze and, I just, slapped Mr. Yen's face? The left and right who had just been fired because they had topped a few words with their boss's lover, and who had experienced a social beating, gave an apologetic smile. Yan Xiao, I'm sorry, I thought. Grim, on the other hand, laughed. It's fine. You're brother Qin's half-brother. I'm also brother Qin's half-brother. Then we're blood brothers. There's no need to be polite. Left and right are a little confused. Why does that sound weird? That said, Yan Xiao, how do you? Grim then sighed. Sadly, I've had the good fortune of making friends with brother Qin in my 3 lifetimes, and I admire brother Qin to the core, and I'm determined to create a career with him and make it big. But, hey, old Yen, oh, that is, my severed dad, who is a rich second generation, short-sighted and cowardly, rejected my bold and creative investment idea. I am now all alone though, but I will definitely give up my life to accompany the gentleman. closely follow the pace of Brother Chin. Struggle, struggle. Young Yen, what an ambition. Hey, it's average. Speaking of which, I haven't been home for another half a month. People say that the setting sun is the end of the world. And when you look at the end of the world, you don't see home. Mr. Yen, what a literary talent. Generally speaking, I just have a feeling hey the deceased has entered my dream, and tomorrow I will remember each other for a long time. Crap, Mr. Yen, this is still average? This literary talent. It's superb. Oh. Chin Fan looked at the hotly chatting left and right in grim Zephyr and suddenly felt that he had become a bystander. But in retrospect, for that douchey personality in college left and right, it was pretty much able to play with Grim Reaper. Let the two of you talk. Look at the two people chatting that hot. Have the meaning of hate each other? Almost holding hands and wiping tears. Chin Fan went down to the river bank, ready to check the construction progress. Grim, on the other hand, was chatting fire away to the left and right. A limousine stopped on the side of the highway outside the village of Planting Cliffs. Shui Yalan appeared alone at the side of the highway, looking into the river bank, seemingly looking for someone, and finally her eyes locked on Chin Fan, who was inspecting the construction in the river bank. She's watching from the side of the highway. It didn't go into the village. It's hard not to draw attention to a luxury car and a beauty. Grim, on the other hand, was inevitably surprised to see Shui Yalan. But what Grim then didn't expect was that, when the left and right saw Shui Yalan, they directly exclaimed in shock. Shui Yalan, Miss Shui, being college classmates. I recognized them instantly even though I hadn't crossed paths much since graduation. Brother Zhua, do you know Miss Shui? Nods left and right. We all went to college together, and were very close to Van Zi, who even went to her company to help her after college. It's just that I don't know why, but not long ago, Fan Zi suddenly left Dragon Capital, and he didn't let me mention Miss Shui and the others. I know, Young Yen, you know the truth? Well, I should pretty much know why, but Zhua, can you tell me about Chin's college days first, with Miss Shui and the others? Referring to Chin Fan in his college days, the envy in his eyes on the left and right was almost congealing. If you want to talk about the Van Zi during the college years, you have to mention the top 7 schoolgirls of our university back then. Zhang Jing, a member of the Zhang family from Longdu, a temperamental beauty, Zhang Qiuyu, a member of the Zhang family from Longdu, an iceberg beauty, Shui Yalan, a member of the Shui family from Longdu, a bratty princess, Zhou Luoi, a member of the Zhou family from Longdu, known as Sai Jiba, Yan Xiao. Say it out, you may not believe, that these 7 each have their own beauty, beautiful beyond words. Dragon Capital Miss, all of them are inseparable from Fan Zi. Grim, on the other hand, had his hands shaking with excitement. Before that, even if he believed 99.9% of his speculation, the big ladies loved Chin Fan, but he desperately needed a little proof that, all it takes is a little evidence. It would make him 100% sure that he was determined to mix with Chin Fan to the end, and to be rigid with old Yen to the end. The evidence is now in front of us. Zhua, I believe to death. Quickly tell me in detail how Brother Chin is as inseparable as glue to Miss 7. Fourth shift. Generate more power and add more shifts, please support. Young Yen, if you were to be a follower for 7 girls, would you be willing? Why am I a follower for girls? When I was in college, it was all those girls surrounding me. So what if those 7 girls are the 7 misses of Dragon Capital? Yes. Young Yen, if you were to carry a girl on your back to climb a mountain, would you be willing to do it? Crazy, right? What kind of fairy lets me climb a mountain on her back? What if that little fairy is Miss Shui? Yes. Yan Xiao, if a girl doesn't want to get her shoes wet on a rainy day and wants you to carry her from the dormitory entrance to the school building, over 1,000 meters, do you carry her? Zhua, have you heard my story? What do you mean? When I was in college, it rained so hard once that I just bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of new shoes and let a girl who was chasing me carry me back to my dorm. Left and right? I, Mr. Yen, am not a dog licker. She doesn't want to wet her shoes. I don't want to wet my shoes yet. Oh Yuan? Left and right. So what if that person is Li Xixiong Li de Miss? Or is it Miss Li Daisy Li spilling her guts and asking you to carry her? Crap. That must be a million yes. Wait, Brother Zhua, what you're talking about? Is this what happened to Brother Chin when he was in college? With the 7 great ladies? The envious juices were spilling out of his eyes left and right at the mere reminiscence of. Yes, you are not aware that back then, Fan Zi carried Miss Shui to climb the mountain, carried Miss Li to the school building, went to the bar with Miss Jiang as a bouncer to carry the drunken Miss Jiang back to the hotel, and was forced by Miss Zhou to shoot the licking dog chasing beauty diary with Miss Zhou. TSK, give us envy. Feel like eating dog food every day. The 7th young Miss rewards Van Zi alone. eye-catching Grim, on the other hand, gripped his hands left and right, shaking with excitement. I knew it. I knew Qin had fallen in love with Miss Jiang and the girls. Yan Xiao, I know you're excited, but don't get excited yet. And what's more, left and right lit a cigarette and spat out a smoke ring. After graduation, Fanzi went to work for those 7 Missy's companies, and gave us envy as well. Fanzi's circle of friends. Today he gave Miss Shui a back rub. Tomorrow he picked out the clothes for Miss Jiang to wear to work. And the day after that he gave Miss Zhou a necklace to wear. He said he was forced to send it out. And Iron fucking intentionally showed it off. Grim, on the other hand, was so envious just thinking about it that he wanted to find a 180-story building to jump off of. But, Vancy is getting too busy to have a drink with me in the same city. There was a long period of time when we hardly spoke to each other. And then later, it was Vanzi who approached me to borrow money, saying that he wanted to leave Dragon Capital. Fanzi left Longdu not long ago. Those 7 Missy looked for me to ask Fanzi contact information. Missy Zhang said to me in the button that she likes Fanzi blah 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 blah. But it's just weird when Van Z says for me to ignore them. Yen, do you know what's going on? At this point in time, the Grim is full of confidence, holding out his chest, almost bamboo poking out of the chest. In the Grim is written on the face of the 4 big words chest is ready. Had originally, I wasn't too sure, but after hearing the story you told me, Zwa, I'm already 100% sure. Pulling Grim rules left and right. Come on, let's go to the shade and talk it over. Drink water. Mr. Yen, let's talk while we drink. Grim, on the other hand, like a storyteller, took a sip of water and spoke with a fluttering brow from that incident at the Qingyuan Hotel. That wasn't much, but until recently, I was basically certain of my speculation. Zwa, did you see the road repair when you came here? Nodding left and right. Oh, you probably don't know. That road was built by Miss Shui and Miss Li. Someone then asked, Miss Shui, a native of Longdu, what is she doing running around the mountains to build roads? Oh, there is only one truth. Miss Shui is here to apologize to Brother Qin. She's still deeply in love with Brother Qin and hopes that he'll return to her. With a very surprised look on his left and right. Young Yen, that road, was it really repaired by Miss Shui for Qin fan? How is this possible? According to the Shuiyalan that I saw when I was in college left and right, that was a bratty princess. Very arrogant. How could she lower her posture to apologize to others? Oh, we're blood brothers. I won't hide it from you. I heard it with my own ears. Young Yen, this news, it's really like a bolt from the blue, scaring me to the core. Grim, meanwhile, took an apple from Sissy Lu. Thanks. The bike continued to the left and right. And it's not over yet. Just yesterday, Miss Jiang called me, and Miss Jiang is coming too. The left and right have been filled with incredulity. The, also came at Fancy? Taking 2 hard bites of the apple left and right. That's for sure. Miss Jiang told me. And, Miss Jiang told me to keep it a secret. Anyway, just watch. In the future, Brother Qin will definitely be the dragon son-in-law of the 7 great families of Dragon Capital. Left and right? Eat your apple. What nonsense you. Lu Cc pushed the back of Grim Zay's head with her finger. The boss is alone. How can he be the son-in-law of the 7 great families of Longdu? Cut 7 petals? Grim, on the other hand, then noticed that Lu Cc had appeared beside him at some point. Sister Sissy, when did you come over? Watching you tell a story. I'm afraid you're thirsty, so I'll bring you an apple. Great story, but I'm telling you, boss and them, no way. Willow Sissy turned and left. That step and stomp, clearly upset, blinking around, wondering what's going on. This, Grim, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. Qin's secretary, Sister Cece, she's very nice. Lowering her voice, probably likes Qin too, and was upset when she heard what I said. It's all coming back to me. But, Blanche, Pigeon I talked about a girlfriend and chased and licked her for 3 years before she said she'd give me a chance and see how I behaved. Van Z, this girl, 7 misses, beautiful secretaries. Brother Zhua, look at Miss Shui. She is still looking at Brother Qin on the side of the highway. That look, full of love. It's almost lassoed. It's so enviable, snapping their legs from side to side. Both happy for my best buddy and envious and mad at the same time. People are more pissed off than people. And I'm still fucking cargo collecting. Grim, on the other hand, looked to his left and right in surprise, feeling like the two were on the same channel. Jumped. Yen Juanza and the left and right spoke in unison. They shook hands, and their eyes were filled with the regret of meeting each other. And, Yen Xiao, Zhua, say nothing more. Burn yellow paper and behead the chicken. Worship heaven and earth. Qin Fan also noticed Shui Yalan by the highway. Shui Yalan didn't say a word, and was quiet, just watching him from the side of the highway. It's like, Shui Yalan is the stone of hope. This feeling, it's strange, but Qin Fan wouldn't feel that it had anything to do with liking, with love. A young lady like Shui Yalan was like a bratty princess who would be sad when she lost her toys. She's just not used to losing that toy. It's time for lunch. Qin Fan stepped on the steps temporarily piled up with stones to leave the riverbank and return to the village. He patted the grime off his body and headed for the village. When he saw Grim then and left and right both squinting and looking at him with a very strange look, the look seemed to say that the two of them already knew Qin Fan's secret. Are you two done talking? Vancy, you didn't see it? Left and right nudged in the direction of Shui Yalan along the highway. Qin Fan took a deep breath, somewhat helpless. He really didn't know how to explain it to Grim Zephyr. Left and right. How do you explain it? Let's just say that when I worked for them in Lando, I was teased, humiliated, and had my dignity trampled on by them. Now they may have come to their senses and are coming to me to apologize and try to clear their hearts of any sense of guilt. Who would want to break open their wounds and show them to others? Yuzu, I don't want to hide anything from you, but there are some things that can't be said, and I don't want to say them, so just pretend you didn't see them, and don't think that I have anything more to do with them. Go, eat, try the village cauldron. Lu Cece just heard Qin Fan's words and joyfully followed him around and said, and today there's pork with preserved mustard greens, which I made. The boss said that his good brother came as a guest and specially asked me to prepare it. Thank you. Qin Fan and Lu Cece walked towards the village first. Left and right and Grim followed, exchanging words and, Young Yen, why do I feel that Fan Z is not like what you speculated? I shared a dormitory with him in college. I still know him. Brother Zhua, didn't I tell you? Brother Qin is, still angry right now. Didn't you also say that 2 years ago when you saw the video of Brother Qin apologizing for a piece of garlic and asked Brother Qin about it? Brother Qin told you that it was a joke? Anyway, it must be that the 7 great ladies didn't control the degree and made Brother Qin lose face. So Brother Qin got angry before leaving Dragon Capital. When Brother Qin's anger subsides and he feels the sincerity of the 7 great ladies, then he will definitely make up. That's the conclusion we've reached after combining what we know. And it's not wrong. Now you don't have to ask Brother Qin. He's in a rage. So just listen to what he says. One lie at a time. It still doesn't feel right. Left or right? Really? Grim, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around the left and right shoulders and, Zhua, how many girlfriends have you had? One. Let me put it to you this way. I've had over a dozen girlfriends. I'm a master of love. There's one thing I've got Qin by the balls. Have you seen Sister Sissy? That's what Brother Qin deliberately arranged around to piss off Miss Shui and the others. Wide-eyed from side to side. Seems to make sense. While Grim then takes the left and right off course with his 3 inches of color. The capital of Province X. Inside the Yen family's big villa, Yen Shualin received a photo from his bodyguard. The photo shows Grim then chatting with the left and right. Yen Shualin looked at Grimze, who had faded his white boy look and become slightly manly, and suddenly felt very wise. After this lesson, Koju will surely understand the truth that Ginger is still hot, and will become obedient to me and grow up a lot, right? That's what. Koju means why hasn't he come back yet? Ding dong. Another message from the bodyguard. Chairman. There's a situation I'm not sure if I should talk about. Yen Shualin frowned. He hated this kind of employee and typed a word and sent it. Say, the bodyguard sent a photo of a camera zooming in to take a distant shot. The photo isn't 4K HD, so you can't tell exactly what the person looks like, but you can tell by the silhouette that it's a beautiful woman with a luxury car parked next to her, with the caption, Chairman, this strange woman came several times. This strange woman came and looked at Qin Fan, but the young master kept peeking at this woman. This situation, the young master is not in danger. I'm not sure if I need to report to you. Yen Shualin's eyes were already close to the screen of his cell phone, though the bodyguard's crappy cell phone doesn't have the right pixels to see it very well, but it looks like, kind of like, Ms. Shui. Shui, hasn't Miss Shui returned to Longdu? Why are you back again? Yen Shualin did not words immediately sent another message to the bodyguard. Come closer and take a picture and I'll see. Chairman, if I'm accused of clandestine filming, I'm afraid I'll go to jail. Oh, it's okay, I'll triple your pay if you go to jail. After 3 minutes, the bouncer didn't reply. Yen Shualin's brow furrowed. Won't sneak a peek? I didn't realize it was a pretty principled bodyguard. Ding dong. Chairman, I'm shooting. Shuiyalan.jpg, sent, post the Shuiyalan you have in mind. Good job. Keep on keeping an eye out. And report anything suspicious to me immediately. Red packet plus 1000. Thank you, Chairman. Yen Shualin clicked on the photo, his frown deepening. Eldest Miss Shui, why are you back again? Why do you still keep looking at that Qin guy? Could it be what Xiao Zhe said? That eldest Miss Shui is interested in that Qin surnamed. Impossible, impossible. Yan Shualin tapped his fingers on the desktop, thinking for half a day and then suddenly figured it out, laughing and muttering to himself. To Miss Shui, that Qin is a dog. The owner must be a little upset when the dog gets lost and doesn't come home when he finds it. Hey, it's only a matter of days before you lose patience and interest. No wonder Zhe hasn't come home yet. So he saw Miss Shui and thought his irrational fantasies were possible again. Planting Cliff Village. Lu Cece was holding a laptop and was reporting to Qin Fan about what was going on in the company. As Qin Fan's secretary, it was naturally impossible for her to only serve tea and pour water like Li Cidian did before. Sissy Lu's professionalism is still high. She handled some of the tedious work, and after summarizing it all together, she gave it to Qin Fan for approval in primary and secondary. It was almost noon when Qin Fan finished approving them one by one. Grim, on the other hand, has been called away by the third master. Bored left and right saw Qin Fan busy, carrying a cup of tea and sat down beside Qin Fan. Vancy, I'm going back to Dragon Capital tomorrow. And go back to Londo? In fact, for Qin Fan, he wasn't very fond of Dragon Capital. The pace is so fast that you can just look at the pedestrians on the road and not see a smiling face for half a day. Everyone goes to work, eats, gets off work, and goes back to work just like the robots that wrote the program. Why don't you stay and help me? Be my vice president. $100,000 a month. Keep an eye on me for 2 or 3 years, and after 2 or 3 years I'll help you set up your own company. Left and right took a sip of tea and shook their heads with a faint smile. Good brothers don't make partners. I'm afraid that sometime in the future, we'll fall out because of unfair dividends. The bottom line is this. You're asking me to work for you. So what are we going to call ourselves from now on? I call you boss and you call me righteous? Fuck you. Qin Fan punched his left and right and understood what left and right meant. People's hearts are hard to read in this world. It's not just other people's hearts that are hard to gauge, but your own as well. He was worried that he was working for Qin Fan, and as he watched Qin Fan earn a lot of money every day, he forgot about his brother and only forgot about his boss. Okay, then you go back to Londo and look for a job first. If you really can't find a suitable one, maybe you can ask your brother Yan. I can't tell you that there's a place for you in Yan's group. Left and right shook their heads. 2. I call in Yan now. That's brother. I'm going to work for Yan Group, so I'll really have to call in Yan Xiao. Fancy, let me tell you, this Yan Xiao is really interesting. It's a bit of a twofer, but I think it's payable. So who do you think is more two-timing, you or him? Rubbing his chin from side to side, he frowned in contemplation for 10 seconds or so. It's him, that's for sure, right? Oh, Yuzu, what were you just thinking about? Thinking about who's more 2 times me and him. Qin Fan, 0Q. Dinner is served. Sam and Yang went to the river bank and yelled, and the workers of the engineering team and the uncles in the village went down to work one after another. Qin Fan looked toward Grimze, who had just come up from the river bank, pushing his sleeves up to his shoulders and flashing his muscles with the 3 great masters and the others, shook his head and nodded with a smile. This goods can do so many days in the river bank tired work. White face black circle, hand new callous or almost become callous. He has no heart. He's like a double. He can get along with the 3 masters and the others. It'll make you realize he's staying for a reason, and you can't hate it. I'm not kicking him out. He can stay if he wants to. It's just that his family might not approve. Go wherever you want. On the other side, Grim then and the 3 big masters they all came up from the riverbank. Not 2 steps phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Grim, on the other hand, looked around excitedly for a quiet corner. Hello? Mr. Jiang Da. Jiang. The voice of Jiang Qiuyu's high-cool female president came from one end of the phone. I'm in the province. Where are you, Mr. Jiang? I'm still in Brother Qin's old house. I'm heading back. I'll probably be there by night. There's no need to rush. I happen to have something to take care of. You come and meet me at the Qingyuan Hotel tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Mr. Kong. After hanging up the phone, Grim, on the other hand, was shaking with excitement, being both happy and worried. Happy that he had followed Qin Fan for so long. He could finally come into contact with Miss Jiang in disguise. The worry is that if Miss Jiang learns that the Yen Group has withdrawn all, angry, and used the relationship to blockade the Yen Group. Grim, on the other hand, Winston didn't dare think back. I hope that when the time comes, Miss Jiang will give my Yen family another chance for the sake of me hanging out with Brother Qin He. In the end, it's still the Yen family unicorn who carries it all. My heart is tired. In the afternoon, Qin Fan, along with his left and right and Grim then, sat down around the stone table under the juju tree in his small courtyard. Lu Cece was stir-frying in the kitchen, and the wine brewed by the 3 great masters was brought to the table by Qin Zhengang. Yan Xiao, Brother Zhua, come fill up. Fan, Can you drink? Qin Jiangang remembered that Qin Fan didn't drink cold beer before. Qin Fan nodded. I can't not drink today. The dishes are here. When Lu Cece put the first dish of spicy tofu on the table, she took the opportunity to lean over and whisper to Qin Fan, Boss, you drink less. The company has a large family waiting for you to open the payroll. Don't drink and get hospitalized. Lu Cece said and turned around with a slight blush and went back into the kitchen. Left and right had just picked up a piece of peanut and passed it to their mouths when they suddenly didn't want to eat it. Fancy, you didn't take a sip of wine, but you stuffed me with a mouthful of dog food first, didn't you? Brother Zwa, what are you doing? I eat dog food every day. Ha ha ha. The blazing sun hides the clouds and the breeze blows the date palms. Qin Fan, along with his left and right, Qin Jiangang, and Grim then, had a drink in the courtyard, chatting, bragging, farting, and telling embarrassing stories from the past. Laughter overflowed the small yard. The dying hour. Grim, on the other hand, was surprisingly sad knowing that left and right were leaving tomorrow. Brother Zwa, why are you leaving tomorrow? Stay for 2 more days. Or stay. Let's fight and struggle together. Let's make old Yen cough. Let's make the future better. Swinging his hand from side to side. Can't stay a bit. You see. Shaking his phone from side to side. It was a chat screen. A girl avatar with a note baby sent him a message. Come back soon. Miss you. Cluck's woman is in Dragon Capital. Cluck must go back. Grim then, seeing that he could not make the left and right stay, raised his glass and, I urge you to drink a glass of wine, and leave the sun in the west without an old man. Left and right, the peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, not as deep as Wang Luan's sending me. Grim then rose, and stood up right and left, both of them holding their glasses, tearful and, Zwa, Yen Xiao. Qin Fan suddenly felt that this scene was both beautiful and fucking hilarious. You two give me a kiss. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiangang laughed. Lu Cece, who had just finished frying the vegetables and untied her apron, also smiled lightly. The evening sun pours its setting sun over the small courtyard of the light winds and date palms play music for the finches. Lu Cece set up a timed photo and ran back to the camera, tilting her head toward Qin Fan in the moment of taking the photo. The beauty of a smile in that moment. Night pushes against the canopy to awaken the bright moon. The night before parting is quiet. Early the next morning, Qin Fan explained Qin Jiangang a couple of sentences, and then he was ready to take Lu Cece to send around, and on the way back to the provincial capital to look at the company. Grim, on the other hand, said he was going to see off his left and right as well, and followed. After putting left and right on the train at H, Qin Fan and Cece Lu went back to the provincial company. Grim, on the other hand, excuses himself for missing his grandparents and returns to the province as well. Returning to the provincial city, Grim then did not go to see his grandparents and went directly to the Qingyuan Hotel to see Zhang Qiuyue. Hello Mr. Kong. I'm here. Zhang Qiuyue looked fixedly for a while before she dared to be sure that it was Grim's effer. How did you get like this? Grim, on the other hand, plopped to his knees and, Mr. Kong, I'm guilty. Zhang Qiuyue was startled. What are you doing? You get up and talk. No. Grim, on the other hand, had a look of self-condemnation on his face that was so close to tying a few strips of thorns around his back. I've been hiding something from Mr. Kong. We, the Yen Group, have withdrawn from Qin's old home. Zhang Qiuyue frowned at his words and said in a cold voice. Why? Grim, on the other hand, sighed with hatred. Yen Shualin, also known as my ex-dad, who is an unabashedly rich second generation, was short-sighted and did not look favorably on my project with Qin, forcibly withdrawing all. In a fit of rage, I broke off my relationship with Yen Shualin. I'm all alone now and laying down my life and taking it to fight and struggle with brother Qin. Zhang Qiuyue pointed to Grim's sunburned forehead. Did you become like this because of working in Qin Fan's old home? Grim, for his part, nodded. Zhang Qiuyue said in a slight silence. You worked hard, signaling his assistant to come forward and help Grim then. Perhaps in the future, when you inherit the Yen Group won't be shrinking in the capital of X province like it is now. Grim, on the other hand, was inwardly ecstatic. Is Ms. Kong implying that she will work with me in the future? Yen, you've made a mess. In the end, you still have to rely on the Yen family's unicorn to wipe your ass? What a visionless, self-righteous rich kid. I hope that in the future, after you know how hard it is for Yan's unicorn son, you'll cry your eyes out and give him a proper apology. What? Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to invest in S County? S County is in the mountains. Remote. Go there to invest. I'm afraid it will. Zhang Qiuyue's face did not have any change in expression, and her beautiful eyes only had the irrefutable firmness of a decision. It's because S County is not doing well that I'm going to invest. With Jiang Group's investment, It should attract a lot of other investors. That should help him some. Grim rule. Miss Zhang's love for Qin is truly sad to hear and sad to envy. When will I, the unicorn son of the Yin family, have such a lover? What are you thinking? Zhang Qiuyu's eyebrows frowned slightly as she glanced at Grim Zephyr, who had wandered off. I was wondering what I could do to help Mr. Kong. If Mr. Jiang gives me the $1 billion for investing in S County, I will first go and treat the political and business bigwigs in S County to a big meal, send them some meet and greet gifts, and make connections. Then, I will personally bring professionals to analyze what is good to invest in S County. Zhang Qiuyu ruffled her scattered hair. Her cold and pretty face was devoid of any expression, not the least bit afraid of hurting Grim Then's face. Stop, don't dream. I'll personally go to S County. I've already made the connections. I'm looking for you because I want you to continue to stay by Qin Fan's side and help him. You tell me if Qin Fan is missing anything. Whatever money can do is not a problem. Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head in embarrassment. Just got a little excited and it seems like I'm really daydreaming about it. Yes, I understand Mr. Kong. Grim, however, was a bit puzzled that, why does Zhang Qiuyu have such a big mouth? It's like she's the owner of Zhang's group. Grim, on the other hand, couldn't care less. After he listened to what his left and right had told him about the enviable time Qin Fan and the 7 great ladies had had at the university, and the fact that now Zhang Qiuyu was going to throw away $1 billion to invest in the S County, he's sure, he knows, he bet, he was right from the start. Alright, brilliant. Shinobu. Grim, on the other hand, felt that this heaven and earth had never been so soothing to him before. The dragon enters the sea, the bird leaves the cage. Yan's unicorn son, you want to take off, are you? Grim, on the other hand, was non-stop, even so excited that he didn't have any hunger pangs, and drove to Qin Fan's old house without eating. Once you get to S County and into that mountainous area, Grim, on the other hand, only saw Shui Yalan alone, not Li Si Tian. Shui Yalan today. Shui Yalan is wearing short sleeves, covered with a sunscreen jacket, wearing loose pants underneath, a pair of sneakers on her feet, and a sharp ponytail, standing under the shade of a tree on the hillside. She did not look at the road repair workers who were working on the construction, but looked at the direction of Qin Fan's old home. A faint sadness filled the air with the wind, making Grim then all a little sad. Brother Qin, just how big of a mistake did Miss Shui make? Why are you still angry? Miss Shui really loves you. Wait a minute, what about Ms. Kong? Blanche, brain-burning and enviable. Grim, on the other hand, shook his head. It wasn't something he should be thinking about. It is better to hurry back to the village, work with the third master and the others, start from the grassroots, and step by step, get Qin's recognition. Suddenly, Grim, on the other hand, saw a strange person on the side of the road, pedaling a tricycle loaded with watermelons, and was taking pictures with his cell phone, as if he was still taking pictures of Miss Shui. Grim, on the other hand, stopped the car and, Miss Shui, that is my brother Qin's people. Also you are aborting can be secretly photographed? Grim then clanked up behind the person taking the picture and reached out and grabbed the phone as soon as he could. The man who took the picture turned around and saw Grimzel, and was taken aback. Master word almost exported. He immediately thought of Yin Shualin told him, he cannot expose themselves. After all, father and son are cut off well. Hard to change his mouth. Mind your own business. Ouch. Grim, on the other hand, held up his sleeves. Mind your own business? What this young man dislikes most is a peeping dog like you. Old man beat you should not beat you sadly. Grim, on the other hand, was not as weak as he used to be, even though he had been doing heavy labor for a long time in Qin Fan's old house. But he's not as big as the bodyguard. But the bodyguard didn't dare to fight back. It was his young master. The result is that Grim then mounts a bear like a skinny monkey and pounds it, calling the police as he does so. A few days later, Yen Shualin personally went to S County to bail out the bodyguard. What's gotten into you? Chairman, when I took the picture, the young master saw it. Is this all from Cozy Eye? The bodyguard nodded aggressively. Yen Shualin was a little smug. My son is so majestic? The bodyguard whispered. Chairman, you said before, triple wages. I sat 7 days. Yen Shualin glanced at the bodyguard and said without any goodwill. You poet grip. Now you tell me how you were caught sneaking around by my son. The bodyguard told the story. Chairman, I swear, I was only sneaking around from afar, not close. Technically, it's not even sneaking around. Yen Shualin frowned deeper and deeper. Sneak peeks or no sneak peeks are no longer the point. The point is how come Miss Shui is building a road in the mountains? It's also the fucking road to Qin Fan's old house. This was already beyond the information that Yen Shualin had. According to the information that Yen Shualin had investigated before and the speculation, Shui Yalan just wasn't used to losing Qin Fan as a toy. But who's going to build a road to retrieve a toy now? That's a bit of a steep price to pay, isn't it? Yan Shualin suddenly had a bit of an ominous feeling that, is it my son's high opinion that what my son says is the truth? No. Someone must be sent to investigate again. On the other hand, Qin Fan returned to the company and extracted the proceeds from the first short drama as well as the second short drama last month. The first skit was a weak follow-up, but it still had over 2 million last month. As for the second short drama, because Qin Fan signed a contract with the platform, he received recommendation support and gained $12 million. At this time Qin Fan recalled a news item he saw in his last life: a couple became billionaires by skits. And in his last life Qin Fan thought it was definitely UC title party. But now that I've experienced the profiteering of short plays firsthand, it doesn't seem impossible. The third skit only had earnings for 4 days last month because of its late launch, but it came in at over $1 million. In the front, Qin Fan had spent almost all of his money in order to purchase supplies to his old home in a messy way. It's a lot more solid to have this amount of money in the bank, now that the fourth, fifth, and sixth sketches are being filmed at the same time, going live at the end of the month, and starting next month, the money is only going to get better. The skit won't get very far, though. Qin Fan is just stepping on the wave to make his first bucket of money off of sketches, and won't be hanging on to a tree of sketches. In his last life, helping the 7 great ladies fulfill their wishes, Qin Fan had valuable experience. In this life, although he didn't have the resources and connections of the 7 great families to back him up anymore, the experience was priceless. Sissy, I'm going to build a factory in S County, away from the residential area, just on the outskirts. Just get to know it first. Okay boss. While Qin Fan was keeping an eye on the progress of the shooting of the short drama, and preparing to build a factory in S County, preparing to make a big effort, on the other side Yan Shualin spent $100,000 and finally got some information about Shui Yalan's recent information. What? How is this possible? After Shui Yalan and Li Cidian posted that video earlier, the Xuanli families stepped in less than 2 hours later. Let's start by stating that was someone else switching faces to slander Shui Yalan and Li Cidian. Send another lawyer's letter, and anyone who retweets it will end up paying to delete those videos that go viral online. When Yan Shualin tried to find out what had happened, he couldn't find out anything anymore. There was really no other way, so he spent $100,000 to get some information about Shui Yalan from a person who did not want to disclose his name. The Shui family cleared the air when Yalan Shui posted a video apologizing to Garlic, but Shui Yalan's company changed ownership, and Shui Yalan has left Longdu to a Garlic apology video. This made Yan Shualin feel incredible, but what made him even more unbelievable was that Shui Yalan had given up her company in Longdu. The person who gave Yan Shualin the message doesn't know where Shui Yalan is right now, but Yim Suk Rim knows. What the hell is Miss Shui doing? Is she crazy? Must she let that surname Qin return to her to continue to be a toy? Or, it's still like Xiao Zhe said, eldest Miss Shui is in love with the one surnamed Qin. Yan Shualin couldn't believe it, and not only could he not control his voice, he stood up. Didn't Miss Shui treat Qin Fan like a toy? Miss Shui might be in love with a toy? It's no longer a 3-star princess marrying a security guard. It's the princess falling in love with the slave. Is that possible? Ding dong. Another message from the dog thief who bought the message. Mr. Yen, besides Miss Shui, I have another piece of information about Miss Li here. Do you want it? It's also very powerful. Yan Shualin has already spent $100,000. Moreover, according to Grim Rule, the 7 great ladies of Dragon Capital all had feelings for Qin Fan. It doesn't matter if it costs another $100,000. Ms. Li posted a very vulgar dinner video and has disappeared for a long time. I don't know if she was confined by her family or went abroad to avoid the wind. Yan Shualin's first reaction was, Miss Li is crazy too? It couldn't be because of Qin Fan as well. Yan Shualin couldn't believe it, but there was an ominous feeling in his heart. Ding dong. Another message from the dog thief who bought the message. Mr. Yen, happy cooperation. As part of this first collaboration, a message is presented to you. Miss Kong, who has refused to take over the family estate, has officially become the new owner of the Kong Group. Recently, the 7 great clans of Dragon Capital, they are all very lively. If Mr. Yen needs more Dragon Capital big family gossip heartwarming, you can contact me. After Yan Shualin put away his cell phone, he stood by the window with a furrowed brow, looking down on the bustling provincial city. Maybe for Miss Shui, who was never rejected, what she can't get is what she wants the most. That surname Qin left Longdu and refused to go back with her. She couldn't accept it. Her bratty personality kicked in. It is very possible to lose her mind and generally run amok. Maybe she's not trying to get that Qin of yours back as a toy right now. One might as well assume that she really did develop feelings for that Qin guy, but they were definitely twisted feelings. And it's a mixed bag. Also, the Lee family's eldest young lady has disappeared. If the Lee family's eldest young lady has run away from home to find Fan, the Lee family will definitely not agree. This is an absolute mess. Xiao Zhe is too young. He follows Fan. Perhaps he might be treated as a friend by Miss Shui and Miss Lee, but definitely won't be treated as a friend by the Shui and Lee families. This is a muddy water. A muddy water that our Yin family can't afford to get into. Yin Xualin turned around and paced back and forth in his office in contemplation, suddenly revealing a smile. But as long as I make a move, it doesn't matter if Xiao Zhe is alone by Fan's side. Even if the Shui family and the Li family were to strike at Fan, it wouldn't involve Xiao Zhe. This is an opportunity. A chance for Koz to learn a profound lesson. When the Shui family and the Li family go down because of Miss Shui's and Miss Li's nonsense, Xiao Zhe will know how childish his idea of relying on Fan to climb up the big families of Longdu is. Climbing up to a big family is not the way to climb up. Yan Xualin sat back in his seat and lifted his teacup, ready to take a leisurely sip of tea. Suddenly, I thought of giving away the news. Zhang Qiuyue has taken over the Zhang Group. Wait, it's not possible that Zhang Qiuyue taking over the Zhang Group has something to do with that Qing guy too, right? Ha ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yan Xualin wasn't going to go and forcefully tie Grim Reaper back up either. Grim, on the other hand, was working alone as a laborer in Fan's old house. Even if Shui Yalin's twisted feelings for Fan disappeared later, and the Li family looked for Fan's trouble, it would not involve Grim Zephyr. Just in time for Grim Reaper to witness it for himself and get a taste of the lesson. Dang it! There was a knock on the office door. Enter. A young male employee in a suit and white shirt walked in. That's right. This young male employee was Yin Xualin's secretary. It didn't work out. His wife wouldn't let him use a female secretary. Yin Xualin had just analyzed through and was in a good mood. He leaned on the back of his chair, served tea and asked with a smile, "What is it?" The male secretary handed a file to Yin Xualin's desk. "Chairman, this is the latest news we've gotten. John's group is going to S County to invest 1 billion. It is said that this 1 billion is still just a knock on the door. There will be big moves to follow." Yan Xualin put down his teacup and sat up straight. The first time to analyze from the point of view of investment. County S is a poorly situated county and has little in the way of mineral supplies for anything other than building polluting steel mills. But the Jiang Group doesn't even have an industry in this area of steel. Are you sure it's County S in our Province X? City H? Okay. It's said that the Jiang Group's eldest lady has taken the main person in charge of our provincial city, Jiang Group, to S County. Yan Xualin's eyes lit up. See an opportunity. If you follow Jiang's group at this time to invest in S County, not to say whether you earn money or not, but you can definitely climb up to Jiang's group. Notice, all department managers meet in 10 minutes. Yes. Yan Xualin finger tapping on the desktop, pondering Jiang's group to S County can invest in what projects. He can with Jiang's group how to cooperate. If Jiang's group is trying to invest in the construction of hotels in S County, our Yin family is engaged in real estate. There is an angle that can be cooperation. But is it possible that Ginger's group went to S County to invest in building hotels and bars? County S is economically underdeveloped. It doesn't make sense to build hotels and bars. S County. Yan Xualin pondered what Jiang Group was going to invest in while taking a sip of tea from his teacup. Suddenly, his eyes rounded as he thought of something that, immediately afterward, he spewed out all the tea he had just drank in his mouth. County S? Isn't that Qin's hometown in S County? It shouldn't be. No way no how. How is it possible for the titular Jiang Group to invest $1 billion in S County for that Qin? Crazy or not? Ha ha ha, absolutely no way dash. Yan Xualin picked up the phone. Hello? Help me find out if Jiang's group's ancestors are from S County, and give me an answer within an hour. After staring at the company in the provincial capital for a while, Qin Fan was really a bit uncomfortable with his daily idleness. You say this man. It all seems a bit bitchy. I used to be so busy that when I was occasionally idle, I felt unfulfilled, confused, and like I was wasting my time. Sissy, how are the preparations for building a factory in County S going? Boss, I've checked. It's not that difficult to charter a piece of vacant land in County S to build a factory, but I found out that there's a garment factory in County S that's going to close down soon, so it's more cost-effective for us to directly take over that garment factory. In his last life, Qin Fan had spent most of his time in Longdu, and really didn't know the situation in his home county. Okay, then go ahead and talk. By the way, all the workers are staying for now, except for that garment factory. Screening in the back. All workers who meet our company's employee guidelines are contracted to stay. Willow Sissy muttered in a small voice. What guidelines do we have in our company that are not just about having a clean character, a serious work ethic, and getting to and from work on time? Sissy, what did you say? Oh, boss, I say what are we keeping those garment factory workers for? Do we need them when we open our own factory later? It's useful because the factory I was originally going to build was a garment factory. Ha, boss, isn't the span between the clothing factory and our company's current business a bit big? Shin Fan smiled and nodded. It's pretty big, but that's okay, I know more or less. Willow Sissy suddenly thought of something and muttered again in a small voice. Oh, I forgot that the boss worked for Zhang's group in Longdu. Longdu Zhang family is engaged in a variety of manufacturing industries. The last life of Qin Fan in order to help Zhang Jing to complete the wish. Basically most of the manufacturing industry Qin Fan have contacted. Sissy, what did you say? I said the boss does not go to invest in real estate, hotels, shopping malls and the like. Why invest in this kind of clothing factory that does not earn any big money? Qin Fan said with a smile. What's wrong with garment factories? Clothing factories are part of the manufacturing industry. Didn't you learn in school that the manufacturing industry is the foundation of a nation, the foundation of a strong nation, and the foundation and main body of the real economy? Right now we're starting with a garment factory and waiting for the future to engage in other manufacturing. What you said about real estate, that's a big mountain that's weighing people down, and I'm just not going to sit on that mountain. It's better to create some jobs and actually contribute to society. Lu Cece turned her head to look at Qin Fan. There was admiration, appreciation, and a hint of affection in her beautiful eyes. Boss, I didn't realize you had lofty ambitions. Qin Fan smiled and didn't say anything. It actually has to do with what his grandfather taught him. Qin Fan's grandfather's generation was very pure. Even if you spend your whole life farming, the thought in your head is not to make trouble for the country, but to contribute to the country with all you have. Qin Fan grew up under the education of his grandfather like that. Even if he stepped into the society, his grandfather's words are always in the heart to put a light. No amount of demonic winds in society can extinguish the light of those words of my grandfather. After lunch, Qin Fan gave an explanation of his work to Liang Rui, who he had already promoted to general manager of the company. Then he took Lu Cece back to S County, stayed in the county seat of S County for a few days and bought the garment factory that was going out of business. There's a lot wrong with this garment factory. The machines are old, older styles. The materials used are too substandard. The clothes produced belong to the kind of defective products that can only be sold by P-Pictures, dumping them on live streaming carriers and letting those anchors trick their families into buying them. Qin Fan has a lot of work ahead of him. He has to buy new machines, hire professional clothing designers, find the right fabric suppliers, sign new contracts with his employees, etc. But Qin Fan felt finally enriched. This bit of work was nothing compared to working for the 7 ladies in Dragon Capital. Clothing design talent. It's going to be hard to recruit in S County. It's a small county after all. CC, call manager Liang and ask her to recruit in the provincial city. Be sure to write clearly that it is working in S County, with food and housing with 5 insurance and 1 gold. And the salary is 30% higher than that of the provincial city. Okay boss. As for new machines and fabric suppliers and whatnot, Qin Fan had contacted some in his last life, so he could try to get in touch. Half a month of hustle and bustle. Qin Fan finally remodeled the garment factory from top to bottom. All new costume designers, machine maintenance staff, accommodation managers, cleaners and security guards are in place. The sound of a roaring machine. It's officially open. Boss, I suddenly had an idea. What's the idea? When our first batch of clothes are produced, maybe we can let our provincial company's skit actors try to live banding. We do not go through the middleman to earn the difference in price. The style and materials are real, not to cheat the family. Lu Cece quirky a little playful look. Let Qin Fan almost did not hold back to scrape her nose a little. Think of something with me. Really boss? Looks like I have a business mind too. Qin Fan smiled and didn't say anything. It's been a long time since I've been back home, so I'll take a trip back to see how the dam is being repaired. When he left the factory to go back to the village, Qin Fan saw that there were workers by the roadside who were changing the investment posters. Warmly welcome Longdu Jiang Group to invest in our county. Warmly welcome all investors to our county. Qin Fan frowned. There is no other family in Longdu Jiang's group except Jiang Chouyue's family. Why would Ginger's group come to invest in S County? Qin Fan didn't want a narcissist toward himself, but in the dark he felt it must be Jiang Chouyue. It's a little annoying, but Qin Fan didn't seem to have much to do. People Jiang Chouyue brought Jiang's group directly to the county to invest. Look at all this commotion, and the county is still taking it seriously. Qin Fan was completely unable to stop it. Off to the side, Lu Cece didn't notice the merchant's posters being changed on the side of the road. She was answering the phone. After Lu Cece hung up the phone, she looked a little unnatural, as if she was a little upset. Boss, my cousin said she's coming for 2 days. Is that convenient? Qin Fan didn't think much about it. Anyway, he was going to stay in his old home for the next 2 or 3 days. If Lu Cece's cousin is some kind of a big lady who is interested in Qin Fan's old home and brings her friends to play in the future, it will be very helpful for Qin Fan's old home to develop tourism. Convenient. What's not convenient? Let her come. Oh, I'll check back with her. Qin Fan gave Lu Cece a strange look. Sissy, why do you seem upset that your cousin is coming? Willow Sissy smiled the same gentle smile she had when we first met. Yes? No. Qin Fan didn't ask any more questions and continued driving. When we got into the mountains, Qin Fan saw that the mountain highway, which was originally narrower and barely enough for two-way driving, had been widened by 1/3, and two-way driving was no problem at all. Less than 1/3 of this mountain road has been built. When Qin Fan traveled to the lot where construction was underway, he saw some damsels delivering food to Shui Yalan. There are home-steamed pastries, home-baked apples and home-baked dates. I heard that this road was repaired by Shui Yalan, who said that she was contributing to the community. The damsels in the various mountain villages to which this road leads should have heard about it and come to thank Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan was surrounded by the older women, smiling and saying thank you while refusing. Suddenly she saw Qin Fan's car drive by, and the smile on her face became as cool as autumn water into her heart. Requesting small gift support. 50 power generation plus 1 shift. Qin Fan's car didn't stop and disappeared into the winding mountain road. Shui Yalan turned around and continued to thank the older women who had brought her things, with a smile on his face, but a very bitter heart. Countless happy times when she and Qin Fan were playing around in college and when they first arrived in Longdu came to mind. Used to force him to interlock his fingers with mine just to see him shy. His big warm hands were so strong. He looked so coy when he was shy and it was so much fun. Once, to turn down a boy who was courting me, to have him put his arm around my waist, and his trembling hand, his constrained look. Used to be able to laugh and talk to him without a care in the world. Intimate contact. May later. Unable to control the tears that welled up in my eyes. But why did I turn out that way afterward? Shui Yalan recalled that when she was a junior in college, she once saw Qin Fan looking at his cell phone with red eyes, as if he was crying. Under her duress, Qin Fan said it was because he watched a movie. That's Edward Liu and Nicholas Fung filming the new Shaolin Temple. In the movie, Xia Niqingfeng was originally Lu Dehua's little brother, but later betrayed Lu Dehua, killed Lu Dehua's daughter, became ruthless and vicious, and Lu Dehua to kill all the way to the Shaolin Temple. The original quiet and peaceful Shaolin Temple was turned into a mountain of corpses and blood under the killing of Xia Tingfeng's men. Xia Tingfeng is bent on killing Lu Takhua, and during their fight, the foreigners fire a cannon that collapses the temple. Just when the huge beam was about to hit Xia Niqingfeng, Lu Dehua pushed Xia Niqingfeng away to save him, but he himself was hit by the beam and fell to the ground spitting blood. That scene stabbed into Nicholas' heart and he kept asking why. Xia Tingfeng doesn't understand why Edward Liu saved him when he was determined to kill him. Xia Tingfeng walked out of the dilapidated temple and saw the broken temple, the dead monks, and the sins he had created everywhere. Stretching his hands, he fell to his knees in a desperate attempt to cry and come to his senses. Shui Yalan remembered that she was joking about Qin Fan being moved to tears by a movie plot, and that she didn't think there was anything to be moved about. Qin Fan said that in the movie, Xia Tingfeng was in the turbulent times, and all he saw when he opened his eyes was killing. He seriously lost himself, and in order to grow his own strength, he was willing to collaborate with the foreigners and betray his own compatriots. Lu Dehua's character used great love to make the lost self ruthless Xia Niqingfeng come to his senses. It's quite touching. The result was to be laughed at by Shui Yalan again. Now Shui Yalan looks back. Suddenly she felt that she's a lot like the movie's Unraveling Timothy. The movie's Unraveling Timothy is lost in the killings of a turbulent time, and it was after her company had grown that she often attended paper parties and gradually felt superior and lost herself. In the movie, Xia Tingfeng has to stay in the temple to repent after coming to his senses. She, on the other hand, was going to stay by Qin Fan's side and pay for the mistake she had made. The delivery ladies left. That the setting sun casts its afterglow on the tallest tree on the hillside. The sunlight that spilled down through the leaves turned into streaks of starlight in Shui Yalan's teary-eyed perspective. When the workers get off work, Shui Yalan drove back to the hotel she was staying at in S County. Her stomach was rumbling, but the sadness was blocking her heart, and Shui Yalan couldn't eat a bite of anything. Night rolls in. A star in the sky. Light a lamp on the floor. One voice. One more shift. Lights outside the banana window. Shui Yalan sat on the windowsill hugging her knees as the night breeze blew loneliness all over the room. At this moment Shui Yalan remembered Qin Fan's lonely figure standing on the windowsill on countless nights in the surveillance that Wang Shiyun had asked her to look at. The surveillance video shows Qin Fan just standing alone, without shedding any tears. But it hurt Shui Yalan's heart even more. People who are truly sad don't have a single tear in their eyes. Qin Fan is the one whose heart was broken by them. Time. Give me a button I can back up on, please. I heard a boy who was very kind to me, who had in me only one purpose, pure and simple, of repaying me. If I could go back in time, I would. Shui Yalan suddenly froze and, what would she do if she went back in time? Why did many sweet images of her wanting to pamper Qin Fan, wanting to snuggle in Qin Fan's arms, wanting Qin Fan to accompany her in her madness, and wanting to accompany Qin Fan in quietness come to her mind? It's as if she and Qin Fan are lovers. Snapped. Shui Yalan covered her mouth and burst into tears, her heart aching so much that she couldn't breathe. She suddenly remembered many things, and she seemed to understand many things as well. She didn't like boys next to her since kindergarten, and when a boy sent her love letters in middle school and high school, she used her family connections to dig that boy right out of the house, scaring the boy so much that he would walk around the block when he saw her and didn't dare look at her. But after knowing Qin Fan, from the beginning, she was just curious about what kind of person Qin Fan was and liked to tease him. She slowly started to like to rely on him and pester him. Sometimes that day Qin Fan clearly belonged to the other sisters, and she had to be unreasonable to pester him. She knows she's beautiful. Other boys looking at her would make her feel like she had another agenda and was unclean. But the way Qin Fan looked at her, clear and translucent, made her feel that leaning on Qin Fan was as clean and comfortable as lying in a white cloud. Is she forgetting that Qin Fan is a boy? No. Tears came to my eyes. Shui Yalan understood that she was in love with Qin Fan at that time. Foolishly, she didn't realize her feelings that, also slowly, in those paper-drunken banquets, being influenced, being led astray, began to speculate with the worst possible malice about Qin Fan. Or perhaps, as the Shui family's eldest young lady, she was pampered by her 6 aunts since childhood and spoiled by everyone in the family, and carried some inferior roots of exaltation in herself to cause her to be so easily influenced. Shui Yalan suddenly had some second thoughts. What kind of vicious Shui Yalan would have become if she hadn't come to her senses and she had continued to lose herself in the paper and gold? Shui Yalan doesn't dare to think that. Shui Yalan is thankful that she's come to her senses. She understands her heart now. She knows what she has to do. She knows what she wants now. But life is a sea of C's. Perhaps, what she wants to do can be done somehow. She'll never get what she wants, but that was her own karma, no one else's. She doesn't think she'll ever like anyone else. A man's heart is moved once. The rest of the day was then spent looking for shadows. I have someone to think of, far away from home. Turns out, I don't want to go back to Lando. I've always wanted to see him. It's the smell of longing. In the middle of the night, Shui Yalan looked in the direction where Qin Fan's old home was. The stars and the moon are speechless. It was a distant mountain with a village in it, and in the village there was a yard where date palms were planted. That yard called to me. 1,000 times I dreamed of it. The wind blew down a flower and landed on his shoulder. Never to speak again. She had many things she wanted to say, but she didn't know what identity she could use to say to Qin Fan. Planting Cliff Village. In Qin Jiangong's yard, Lu Cece beamed with a displeased face. I'm not sleeping in the same room as her. During the days when Qin Fan was not in his hometown, Li Xitian came once a day at the beginning, but later she directly stayed at the house of the 3 great mothers. Now Qin Fan has returned with Lu Cece. The 3 great mothers' house didn't have that many rooms, and since Li Xitian and Lu Shishi were 2 young girls, they wanted them to sleep in one room, but Lucius wouldn't do it. Qin Fan heard the commotion and came to the 3 great mothers' house, and as soon as he entered, he saw Li Xitian, who was as if she was a little white cat that was afraid of being chased away. It was then that Qin Fan realized why when he came back. He only saw Shui Yalan by the roadside and didn't see Li Xitian. Li Xitian ran straight to the village. In the dim light of the 3rd oldest woman's yard, Li Xitian cowered in the corner with tears in her eyes. The 3rd dame is a soft-hearted person. Walking over to Li Xitian, he took Li Xitian's hand and looked at Lu Shishi. Sweetness, if you don't mind Godmother, you can sleep with Godmother at night. Sissy is used to sleeping by herself, so let Sissy stay in the east room. Lu Cece's beautiful eyes instantly rounded. What? Godmother? This Li Xitian has recognized Sandan Yang as her godmother? Heartfelt. Good heartfelt. Qin Fan was also surprised. If it was Shui Yalan who recognized the 3rd dame as her godmother, and wanted to keep appearing by Qin Fan's side and pestering him through this way, Qin Fan would not be surprised. But how could it be Lisbeth? Suddenly a phrase Qin Fan had forgotten where he had seen drifted into his mind. A lot of those people who are usually big-headed are actually weak people at heart. Instead, those who are normally dull and seem timid will be bolder when it comes to things. Li Xixiang nodded to the 3rd dame. She looked at Qin Fan, a tear always in her chaste and beautiful eyes. There's remorse and apology in the look on his face, and a touch of fear. Qin Fan was a bit helpless and speechless, and he didn't know what he could do. Li Xixiang didn't talk to him or mess with him till the end. Could he go up and roughly chase Lisbeth away? Or could he call the police to arrest her and take her away? It doesn't make sense. Shin Fan didn't say anything and turned around to go back to his house to sleep. A night without words. The next morning, Shin Fan woke up as usual to wash his face and brush his teeth, and went to the riverbank to check the progress of the project. Halfway through the morning, the village matrons brought water to the workers as well as to their uncles who were working. Lu Cece and Shin Fan's small courtyard with a laptop computer to deal with S County clothing factory did not come. Li Sidian followed the third damsel and the girls and fled after placing a bowl of water beside Shin Fan. Shin Fan didn't know what was in Li Sitian's mind, and not wanting to give Lisbeth the illusion that she's going to stay here. Getting up, he went to the side and poured a fresh bowl of water. Li Si Sweet reddened her eyes. The village dam repair is still progressing relatively quickly. For one thing, a small village dam, itself small and of little difficulty. Secondly, the uncles in the village were very active in helping out, although they were all paid a salary that. Thirdly, the engineering team invited by Shin Fan is also quite professional spirit. There is no situation of grinding work. Of course, it might have something to do with the number of cameras pressed around. After lunch, Shin Fan listens to the professionals at the entrance of the village about building a bridge. The road from the mountain highway to the village of Shin Fan resembles a U-shape, with the lowest part of the road crossing the river bank. Now that a dam is to be built on the river bank, and water accumulates that would have flooded the original road, building a bridge is a necessity. Grim, on the other hand, was carrying a bowl of water, drinking it while listening beside Shin Fan, and listening very attentively, as if he could understand. Brother Gongzi, then let's listen to the advice of several experts and build the bridge first before it's the rainy season. Okay, Qin Jiangang nodded in agreement. It's pretty hot. The village three dame and the girls bought dozens of watermelons from a man who had been coming to the village to sell watermelons, as Shin Fan had instructed them. Cut it up and bring it to the riverbank for the workers to share. Li Sidian picked up another piece of watermelon and put it beside Shin Fan while Shin Fan was not paying attention and hurried away. Shin Fan didn't need to see Li Sitian. He knew that Li Sitian had come to him just by smelling the perfume. Shin Fan didn't move the piece of watermelon beside him and took a new piece. Seeing this scene, Li Sitian's heart was indescribably hard to say. Shui Yalan didn't know when she drove and stopped at the side of the highway. She stood under a sycamore tree by the side of the road and looked at Shin Fan in the riverbank. A smile came to his face as he remembered the time he had spent in college and the first 2 years he had just arrived in Londo. When she thought about what she said and did to Shin Fan later, regret and self-blame were written all over her face. Lu Cece, who was wearing a white shirt professional outfit, came to Shin Fan's side, sweeping a glance at Li Sitian and Shui Yalan. There was an indescribable displeasure in her expression. Boss, my cousin has arrived in S County, probably in another hour. Shin Fan nodded. But it's a little weird. Shouldn't Sissy Lu be happy that her cousin is here? What's with the upset face? Or the very upset face? Is it possible that Sissy Lu is not on good terms with her cousin? You're not in a good mood and you're still coming to play with her? I don't get it. I can't figure it out. Anyway, Shin Fan was thinking that if cousin Lu Cece could bring her friends later, it would be good for the village to develop tourism. I don't care about anything else. In about half an hour or so, a Porsche Panamera Iceberry Pink stopped at the side of the highway. A white and tender jade foot stepped on the high heels and landed elegantly on the ground. A woman in a white dress, sunglasses big enough to cover half her pretty face, and bright red lipstick got out of the car. Her body was tall, her waist was slender, and the breeze blew the white dress against her body, revealing her proud S-curves. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a delicately sculpted and tilted melon face, white to the point of glowing, reflecting the light in the near-dusk sunlight. She ruffled her hair, which fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful springy eyes looked down to the river bank below the highway. It was as if there was an air of nobility about him that did not belong to Dashan. This woman was no other than cousin Lu Cece, Lu Yuncheng. Many of the workers who were working couldn't help but look twice more when they saw Yu Yuncheng. Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, being great beauties, also couldn't control themselves from looking at Lu Yuncheng. They're not wearing makeup right now, kind of being outclassed by Yu Yuncheng. Grim, on the other hand, jogged over to Shin Fan's side. Shin, do you recognize it? Don't know each other, but I should soon. Crap. Shin, you're going to get hitched? Don't you think it's messy enough? What are you talking about? That would be cousin Sissy. Shin Fan turned his head to look at Lu Cece. Willow Sissy nodded, then headed for the highway with a displeased look on her face to greet her cousin. However, when Ryu Shishi walked over to Yu Yuncheng, her face was replaced with a happy smile. Cousin, you're finally here. I've missed you. Sissy Ryu and Yuncheng Ryu had a shallow hug. Then Yu Yuncheng seemed to fan her hand in front of her as if she was a bit disgusted. Sissy, is this his old neighborhood? I thought you said the air was nice. What's with all the dust? Willow Sissy explained. There's construction going on in the riverbank. And when it's down and there's no more dust, you'll be able to feel the fresh air. Cousin, let us go down. He is waiting down there. Yu Yuncheng didn't move, but instead pulled back on Usae Hyun. Sissy, does he know? Willow Sissy shook her head, as if reassured. Yu Yuncheng nodded and admonished. Don't tell him, because maybe he'll never have to tell him. Hello, my name is Yu Yunharu, Sissy's cousin. Thank you for taking care of Sissy. Lu Yunqing smiled and reached out her hand to Qinfan, and as the breeze blew by, the faint perfume odor of her body fell on Qinfan. Qinfan reached out and shook Lu Yunqing's hand. Hello, my name is Qinfan. Sissy is an employee of my company, and she's very good. When Lu Sisi heard Qinfan praise her, she proudly beamed. Sissy said Cliff Planting Village was a beautiful little mountain village. And it is. Is it convenient to show me around? Of course it's convenient. Without mentioning anything else, the luxury car that Lu Yunqing drove, the perfume she used, and the jewelry she wore, were all in no way inferior to the 7 misses of Dragon Capital. If this young lady can bring her friends here twice a year in the future, it will surely boost the GDP of the village. Qinfan first told Lu Yunqing about his idea of building a dam and a bridge, and then he took Lu Yunqing to the village to look at the antiques left behind in the village. For example, hundreds of years ago, still in the Ming dynasty, a plaque given by a scholar to an old man in the village who had helped him. For example, in the Qing dynasty, a family in the village had a big official. The old house was built very carefully, the stone carving in front of the door, the roof over the dragon, well preserved. Yu Yunqing acted friendly, interested, and surprised the entire time, smiling the whole time. But Qinfan could feel her. She's not interested in that. It's going to be dark soon, so you can introduce me later when you get a chance to come back and play again. Today, thank you. Lu Yunqing smiled and extended her hand to Qinfan. Qinfan politely smiled and shook her hand without saying anything. Sissy, why don't you accompany me to the county hotel for the night? It's been a long time, so let's whisper as sisters. Sissy Lu smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm taking a vacation from my boss. Qinfan smiled. Go on, what's the point of taking a vacation? You sick and Yu Yunqing left. Grim, on the other hand, came to Qinfan's side with a rat's head. Brother Qin, is that sister Shishi's cousin? Driving a luxury car, using perfume that costs more than 100,000 a bottle, jewelry, dressing, all down to millions. What on earth is Sister Sissy? And how did she get such a hoity-toity cousin? Qinfan shrugged. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? But, Qinfan shook his head. He vaguely felt as if Ryushishi didn't want Ryu Yunqing to come, and he didn't know what that girl thought. As for what Qinfan thought about Lu Yunqing being able to bring her friends here to play in the future, the odds were that she wouldn't. Yu Yuncheng wasn't the type of person who was interested in mountains and hills. On the other side, Ryushishi sat in Ryu Yunqing's co-pilot and happily laughed as she chatted with Ryu Yuncheng about their childhood. Suddenly, Yu Yuncheng popped out. Sissy, do you have a crush on him? The smile on Lu Sisi's face froze for a moment, and she immediately smiled. Cousin, you're kidding. He's my brother-in-law to be. How could I like him? A trace of displeasure flashed across Yu Yunqing's face. Don't talk nonsense. It's not going to happen with me and him. Impossible? Lu Sisi was puzzled with a hint of anticipation. But my mom said, didn't Grandma specify that you marry him? Yu Yuncheng shook her head. Grandma passed out from excitement after she said that. Still in the Luke ward. Don't know when he'll wake up. And Grandma was just aware of his existence at the time. She didn't know about him. If Grandma had known that he was working as a cow and horse for those 7 in Longdu and being trampled on for his dignity, Grandma wouldn't have let me marry him. Willow Sissy whispered. But he also served those 7 as oxen and horses to repay Grandpa Chin's favor. He's left Dragon Capital now, and he's a progressive person with good qualities. Grandma should like him. Yu Yuncheng shook her head and smiled. People upwardly mobile and of good quality? Sissy, you've graduated from college. Why are you still so childish? What kind of society is this? It is not always possible for a man to get ahead, and good quality cannot pass for good. If I'm talking about a boyfriend, origin is number 1. What origin does he have? Didn't you say that he wasn't even Grandpa Chin's own grandson? Grandma didn't know that either. If Grandma knew he wasn't Grandpa Chin's real grandson, she definitely wouldn't let me marry him either. Buzz off. Yu Yuncheng's cell phone rang. Hey, what for? Younggoru, where have you been? Why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you where I'm going? Younggoru, you know, I don't feel comfortable with you driving alone. Humph, just say nice things. Where are you now? Not at the bar. Are you? Absolutely nothing. I've only been to the bar once or twice, and I'm at home reading right now. Yu Yunqing had a long conversation with a man on the phone. It was hung up until we got to the S County Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel room where I stayed, She looked at Ryu Yun-chung, and several times she wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't hold back. Cousin, what was the man who just called you? Yu Yun-chung gave a haughty smile. Didn't you hear that? The man who pursued me. He's kinda nice, I feel. Quite handsome. Nice body, gentlemanly mannerisms, and most of all well-born. Magic City Sure Group. First eldest son. Sure Lei. Lu Cece doesn't care about the first son of the Magic City Sure Group. She just thought that her grandma, also known as Grandma Lu Yunqing, wanted Lu Yunqing to marry Qin Fan, though the old lady is still undecided because she fainted from overexcitement after speaking. But Yu Yunqing shouldn't be talking to another man during this time. Cousin, it's not good for you to do that, Yu Yunqing said indifferently while removing her makeup. What's wrong with that? Cece, you don't really think Grandma will insist that I marry that Qin Fan, do you? I came here this time, just a little curious about what's going on with the very good Qin Fan you told me about on the phone. I saw it today. Well spoken and okay looking, but that's about it. He's with me, and at the first hurdle, birth, he doesn't pass. Come on, don't talk about him. I'm going to take a shower and we'll catch up and talk about our childhood. It's not easy to go back home for once, and I'm going to have fun. As Yu Yunqing entered the shower room, she turned around in the doorway and looked seriously at Yu Sisu and said, Cousin, a word of warning from my sister. Don't fall for him. Sister isn't telling you this because Grandma wants me to marry him. Rather, it's because he doesn't deserve us at all. Lu Cece was very unconvinced and huffed as she tried to argue a few words with Lu Yunqing, but Yu Yunqing had already gone into the shower room and closed the door. The next morning, she sent Ryu Yunqing away. She let out a long breath, feeling much better. Not only because Lu Yunqing was gone, but also because Lu Yunqing was not interested in Qin Fan. I hope that when Grandma wakes up, she really won't let her cousin marry the boss. Go back to the boss. Asterisk. Younggoru, where are you? I'm in Province X. What are you doing here? I don't feel comfortable with you on your own. I'll be your bodyguard. Then you come. I'm at the Qingyuan Hotel in the capital of X province. I heard that this hotel is a bit special, so I came to take a look. It's not bad. Wait for me. Be right there. Shirley drove his luxury car and rushed to Qingyuan Hotel, the capital of X province. In a windy manner, Shirley is the first son of the Sure Group in Magic City, the rich second generation of the rich second generation. What? Someone forgot about me? Sure someone? BLG Gall. Before, Shirley was chasing Wang Shiyun in Longdu, just trying to unwind on the 2 days I played at Londo. I didn't expect to be discovered by Qin Fan and punched by him, the first son of Sure's Group, the future helmsman of Sure's Group. How can he hold his tongue when he is beaten? Especially after he was later discovered by Wang Shiyun's true face. He was ready to break the pot and find someone to beat Qin Fan half to death. But I didn't expect Qin Fan to leave the dragon capital. Originally, he had planned to send someone to investigate Qin Fan's whereabouts and continue to clean up after him. But just at that time he suddenly got the news the Lu family's Lu Yunqing was returning to China. And the first stop was Magic City. They, Sure's Group, had been trying to go overseas, but unfortunately there had been no good opportunities. If we can marry the Lu family, then it won't be difficult for Sure's Group to develop overseas markets. So he endured Qin Fan's punch and hurried back to Mordor, waiting for Lu Yunqing to return to China. Actually, whether Qin Fan hit him or not, did Wang Shiyun realize his true face? As long as he knows that Yu Yunqing is back in the country, regardless of whether or not he had even touched Wang Shiyun's hand, he would immediately sever his ties with Wang Shiyun, leave Longdu, and go back to Devil's capital to wait for Lu Yunqing. Yunqing, I'm at the Chongwon Hotel. Where are you? I'm resting in my room, so find yourself a place to stay for a while. I'm going to bed. Good, then don't forget to call me when you wake up from your nap. Toodaloo. Yu Yunqing had hung up the phone. Shirley squeezed his cell phone in death, his veins rippling. When had he ever licked a girl like that as the youngest member of the Sure Group? But he must endure. Take this beauty. Not only can it be cool, it can also take the family group overseas. Yu Yunqing slept until 11 o'clock at night before waking up, stretching her stomach a little hungry. Wanted something to eat, but what she wanted she didn't know herself. Maybe fairies are like that. Suddenly Lu Yunqing thought of Shirley, so she touched the side of her pillow, found her cell phone and sent a message to Shirley. I want to eat something good. Do you know what's good in this hotel? Shirley was originally all asleep and immediately sat up when he heard the message ringing from the special caretaker. Leave it to me. Shirley set the Qingyuan Hotel bird happy elegant room. The Qingyuan Hotel a variety of delicious all order again. He knew girls, and many of them liked food not simply to eat, but to look good, and really only ate 1 or 2 bites, so he had to order more, and it also had to look good. Yu Yunqing was really happy when she arrived at the elegant room and saw a table of various Colorful food. Shirley, do you often prepare other girls like this? Shirley swore to heaven. No, absolutely not. Young Guru, I'm only doing this to you. Yu Yuncheng would be a fool if she believed her, but she doesn't point it out. Yu Yuncheng is really a bit hungry. Take your chopsticks and shove a small piece into your mouth at a time. Shirley looked at Lu Yuncheng's cherry mouth. His heart itched so much that he couldn't wait to go up and bite twice, but he knows. He can't be in a hurry. Yu Yuncheng is not an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. She must take her time. Yuncheng, did you come to X province specifically to see this Qing Yuan hotel? It's pretty special. Many of the poems on the walls of this elegant room I have never heard of. I still read too few books. Shirley knew that sincerity was a must. He pretends to be cultured, rather than graciously admitting his inadequacy. Yu Yuncheng isn't interested in poetry, either, and she certainly wasn't running to the Clearview Hotel. Suddenly, Lu Yuncheng wanted to see what Shirley's expression would be if he knew that she was here to find Qin Fan. She's got a crush on Shirley. She likes to see Shirley get jealous. This hotel is pretty special, but there's no way I'm going to travel this far just to see this hotel. I'm there to see the fiancé my grandmother found for me. Shirley was originally smiling. The smile on his face instantly petrified when he heard the words fiancé. The fuck you Wang. You've got a fiancé. Why are you still hanging on to me? Pust. Yu Yuncheng laughed out loud. Why do you have that look on your face? They say it's a fiancé, but it's not really possible. Shirley's expression then slowed down a little, but he was still puzzled. What is this fiancé you speak of? Yu Yuncheng said absently as she picked the table full of food to savor. Actually, I'm not really sure what's going on. It's probably just that there's a guy who's very important to my grandma, and my grandma told me to call him Grandpa Chin. But I've never actually even met him. My grandmother has been looking for Grandpa Chin, and she got news of him not long ago, but he's already passed away. But he still has a grandson in the world. My grandmother was so excited that she said I should marry Grandpa Chin's grandson. My grandmother fainted when she finished because she was too excited. And she's still in Luke. I came back to China on the pretext of coming to see Grandpa Chin's grandson. I messaged my cousin before I went back home and asked my cousin to help investigate that fiancé of mine. And guess what I found out? Shirley shook his head. What did you find out? That fiancé of yours is dead too? Bah! How do you people curse others to death? He's not dead, but more than dead. I can't believe it. My cousin told me that his name is Qin Fan, and that he went so far as to work as a cowherd for the great ladies of the 7 great families of Longdu, including Jiang, Wang, Li, and Shui, in order to repay Grandpa Qin for what he did to save his life. How can there be such stupid people in this world now? What's even more outrageous is that he was teased like a clown, had his dignity trampled on, and endured 3 years before leaving. What a bitch to the bone. But then my cousin told me that he was a very nice man. I'm kind of curious what kind of person he really is. I went to see it and it didn't feel like anything special. Shirley's eyes were glaring out of their sockets. At first, when he heard Lu Yuncheng say that the fiancé's name was Qin Fan, he thought it was such a coincidence, but hear the back. It's totally one of a kind. Although he was not from Longdu, he had heard about Qin Fan when he went to Longdu to play before. No doubt about it. The Qin Fan that Lu Yuncheng was talking about was the Qin Fan who had punched him. Hey, what's that look on your face? Ah, I was thinking, what if your grandmother wakes up and has to make you marry him? Yu Yuncheng smiled with confidence. Impossible. When my grandmother fainted, she didn't know that Qin Fan had disgraced himself in Longdu, and my grandmother didn't know that he wasn't Grandpa Qin's own grandson. What? Are you worried about my grandmother making me marry him? Lu Yuncheng looked at Shirley arrogantly. Worried? Of course I am. Shirley's nervous, unnatural look pleased Lu Yuncheng. Then you'll have to work at it. It's a big world. But at this moment Shirley suddenly felt that the world was small. Originally, he had forgotten about Qin Fan who had punched him, but he didn't expect Qin Fan to appear in his world again. And there's a good chance it'll be a stumbling block for him. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Shift 4, begging the big readers to keep catching up and keep watering the book for renewal. Boss, I'm back. The summer wind blew the flowers on the roadside like elves dancing, and Lu Cece hopped and jumped like a spirited lark appearing at the entrance of the village. The machines operating in the river bank made a crashing sound, but they still couldn't hide the happy voice of Lu Cece. Qin Fan quite liked to see Lu Cece smile, but it's kind of weird. Willow Sissy had been a little upset the last couple of days. Why are you so happy after sending Yu Yun away? Li Sidian, who was busy washing vegetables with the other damsels in the village, looked up at Lu Cece with a smile on her face like a thankful flower. On the side of the highway, Shui Yalan, who was quietly watching Qin Fan under the sycamore tree, turned her head to look at Lu Cece, and then looked at Qin Fan, and sadness floated up to her eyebrows. If she hadn't changed, hadn't said those things that hurt Qin Fan, hadn't done those things that hurt Qin Fan, the one standing at the entrance of the village shouting would be her. Shui Yalan told herself 10,000 times in her mind that she might not be able to get Qin Fan's forgiveness for the rest of her life, and that she would never be able to say how much she liked Qin Fan again, but she couldn't help the envious heartache she still felt. "Boss, my cousin is gone. I'm back at work." Qin Fan nodded. "Go about your business. The work that Lu Cici must do every day is to contact the provincial company as well as the garment factory, summarize the work, and sort out the work that needs to be stamped and signed by Qin Fan and so on." Yu Yuncheng's appearance already proved that Ryushishi wasn't an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. What kind of family was the Lu family? Qin Fan did not care. Sissy Lu works for him, so she's his employee. For the next half a month, Qin Fan is basically in S County. Sometimes he stares at the progress of the Riverland engineering team in his hometown, and sometimes he goes to the garment factory to check the status of the first batch of clothes production. After about another week, the construction of the dam at Qin Fan's old home is progressing well, and the construction of bridges has begun. The first batch of clothes from the garment factory has also been produced. The style was selected by Qin Fan after the clothing designer recruited from the provincial city made a multi-version design and handed it over to him. As a reborn person, Qin Fan also had some advantages. He knows roughly what styles of clothes are popular at a certain time. Now Qin Fan Clothing Factory produces the most popular style of clothes and the quality is also top-notch. The next step is sales. Just like what Lu Cici had mentioned before, Qin Fan was going to try to produce it himself and then rely on his company's sketchy actors to live stream the band to sell it. The style is popular. The quality is fine. The price is affordable. Not like other bandwagon anchors who call their families by name and actually screw them out of their money. Qin Fan invested in the clothing factory. Is really want to slowly become stronger and bigger. Make a batch of good domestic clothes that ordinary people can afford to wear, including but not limited to short sleeves, shorts, jackets, down jackets. But now there's a little problem. The sketch actors are busy with their sketches and can't find time to come to S County for a while. The village of Planting Cliff. In the small courtyard of Qin Fan's house, Lu Cici is analyzing and reporting with Qin Fan. "Boss, the fastest shooting is Master Lu's group. I'll be able to make time in about 7 days. Xiao Hui, Jia Lu, Lily and the girls are also considered to be a little well-known, but letting them broadcast live with goods is not necessarily effective. A lot of live bandwagons online are now defective, and more netizens won't easily shop from the internet. And there's also the possibility of people smearing our actors, saying that when they get a little famous they want to rake in money through live bandwagoning." Qin Fan nodded. "Your fears have the potential to happen, but there are two sides to everything. We buy quality clothes at a fair price. Even if there were people with ulterior motives hacking our actors in the beginning. But over time, there are always netizens who buy our clothes and get a good deal to prove it for us. It will also help to improve the reputation of our clothes when the time comes to take advantage of a wave of reverse traffic." Lu Cici looked at Qin Fan in surprise. She hadn't thought about all this. In terms of looking at the long term, she really didn't see as far as Qin Fan did. One could not help but admire Qin Fan even more. The vast majority of women prefer men who are better than they are. A woman admiring a man is not as simple as a man admiring a man. The only thing I can't give up is that I don't want to waste our actors' time. Actually, I've already arranged the script for the next short play by Master Lu and his group. If they were to come on the air to bring and buy clothes, it would delay the process. Willow Sissy's a little confused. "Boss, a delay of 3 or 5 days shouldn't matter, right?" Qin Fan didn't say anything. Short plays are still in the midst of a boom, and every day is precious. Just when Qin Fan was thinking about whether he should first look for famous anchors to first help bring in the goods and give the clothing brand a little bit of fame, Grimm, who was reciting a book of poems under a lamp in the courtyard, came forward. "Brother Qin, what you guys just said about the live bandwagon, can I try it?" During the discussion between Qin Fan and Lu Cici just now, Grimm, on the other hand, looks like he's memorizing an old poem, but he's actually going through a lot of internal struggles. He wasn't short of pocket money now, but he couldn't keep working as a journeyman in the riverbank, could he? But he didn't want to ask for money from Lao Yen, nor did he want to ask for money from his mom, who was on a united front with Lao Yen. He badly needed a startup capital and an opportunity. As the youngest member of the Yin family, he's got a lot of friends in the VIP world. He felt that if he sold his goods live, all those friends would have to come to the show. But he's a little bit of a wimp again. He could not want to lose face around Qin Fan. But the friends he knew in the aristocracy were idlers who liked to talk about others behind their backs. Grim then think if he live bandwagon, surely there will be people talking about whether the Yin family can't do it, whether Grim then want to circle the wagons, how Grim then become a nigger and so on. Grim, on the other hand, was bashful when he thought about all the people talking about him and laughing at him behind his back, but violently after he thought of Li Si Tian, Shui Yilan and Jiang Qiuyue. he smacked himself. I'm so stupid. Miss Shui, Miss Li and Miss Jiang can put down their faces for love and come to Qin. What do I need that little face in order to get Lao Yen to give me? Ahem. What do I need that little face for the sake of my career? The third master has said, donkeys that don't eat grass are trying to die, and shameless people are invincible. If I'm shameless, I'm invincible. Qin Fan was surprised to look at Grim then. Young Yen, you, bring me the goods live? Grim, on the other hand, nodded fiercely and, brother Qin, I want to try. Sissy Lu's beautiful eyes lit up as she thought of a gag. Boss, I think young Yen is really okay. First of all, Yen Xiao is the provincial city's Yen group's youngest. This title itself carries traffic. Secondly, the image of young Master Yen now must be much different from his previous image, right? I have a feeling that there will be a lot of people curious as to why Yen Xiao has become like this. The number of viewers will definitely be small. Sister Cece is right. Grim then hurriedly followed up on Lu Cece's words. And brother Qin, I know a lot of friends. They're all rich. I'm selling clothes live on air. How they all have to give me a shout out. Qin Fan seemed to see the image of how the local news headlines in the provincial city would be dominated by Grim Zephyr after Grim Zephyr's live bandwagon. Is the Yen family economy in trouble as the Yen family's youngest is personally live streaming with the goods? Yan's youngest disappeared for a few days and showed up for the first time, looking like a different anchor. Yan's group Big Young Live buy clothes? Yan's group whether to enter the clothing manufacturing industry. As if. Is Grim then still really quite appropriate? The fit seems to be pretty good, but Qin Fan had a worry. Yen Xiao, you bring me live on air. You're home? Grim, on the other hand, raised his hand in a determined manner. Brother Qin, you saw it the other day. I'm done with old Yen. It is not certain who will be the king and who will be the subject in the future. It's none of their business what I do with myself. Alright then. Qin Fan looked at Lu Cece. Cece, you sign a cooperation agreement with Yen Xiao. Split or whatever. Write it all down. How can Yen Xiao be considered one of our own? 3 more points. Grim, on the other hand, sniffed almost in tears. He's not because Qin Fan said 3 more points. Rather, Qin Fan said he was one of his own. Yen, I've got Qin's approval. Just you wait. Grim, on the other hand, said that there was no need to sign any agreement, and that he was sure Qin Fan wouldn't treat him badly. But Qin Fan emphasized the need to sign a cooperation agreement. When Lu Cece signed the agreement with Grim Zephyr, Qin Jiangang appeared at the door of the courtyard, beckoning to Qin Fan. Now Qin Jiangang has moved to live in a tin house by the river bank in order to keep an eye on things in the river bank. What's wrong, Gonzo? Qin Jiangang looked in the direction of the village entrance and, Van, she's still standing at the bottom of the tung tree. Under the tung tree by the highway at the entrance of the village, there was only one of her, and that was Shui Yalan. For the past half-dozen months or so, Shui Yalan is still a frequent visitor. Every time I was watching Qin Fan under the sycamore tree. Sometimes you look at it for a while and then you leave. Sometimes all afternoon. Sometimes she was still there when she saw that it was dark and Qin Fan had gone back to the village. Qin Fan sighed. He can't forget the last time Shui Yalan trampled on his dignity. But this past month or so, Shui Yalan keeps coming to see her at the entrance of the village. Lonely as a lotus flower blooming on a snowy mountain. The wind came and the wind stopped. The rain came and the rain went. She just stood there under the sycamore tree, looking at it from a distance. Qin Fan, go check it out. Qin Jiangang sidestepped out of the way. Qin Fan hesitated for a moment and raised his feet towards the village entrance, finally stopping under a street lamp. There was also a street light next to the sycamore tree by the highway, and Shui Yalan had originally squatted on the ground and hugged her knees. He stood up after seeing Qin Fan appear. Shui Yalan stood under a streetlight on the side of the highway outside the village. Qin Fan stood under the village streetlight. She knew the streetlights weren't lit for her. She wasn't sure if he showed up for him or not, but he showed up. It's enough to be able to look at him. Satisfied, Shui Yalan got into his car and left. Fan, what's going on with you and her? Qin Jiangang had held these words in his heart for a long time. Qin Fan shook his head. I don't know where to start, because he really didn't know what Shui Yalan was thinking now. The words of apology have been made clear before. Why did Shui Yalan keep coming to see him if he wanted to do something to reduce his inner guilt? The next day, as the morning mist shrank back into the call under the light of the rising sun, Qin Fan, Lu Cece, and Grim, on the other hand, drove to the S County clothing factory. Young Yen, these are the information on our clothes. I'm having an editor over in the province write you up. It doesn't need to be read exactly from a script, but the strengths of our clothes need to be said. Okay, sissy. After Lu Cece arranged the Grim rules, she came to Qin Fan's side. Boss, Sister Liang said that she's already interviewing for a live operation, and it's predicted that she'll be able to recruit a suitable operation tomorrow. Qin Fan nodded. Let's let Yen Xiao try it live first tonight. No clothes shopping tonight, just a live feed to get used to it. After all, not everyone is comfortable with everything in front of the camera. Okay boss, I'll set it up. When fully occupied with one thing, time passes like a white horse. In the blink of an eye it was evening. Grim, on the other hand, was ready and turned on the live stream for the first time. Hello everyone, I'm Grim then. People can call me Grim then, or White Cloud, because I really like White Cloud. Grim, on the other hand, was all seriousness, but Shin Fan had to tell him the truth. Young Yen, there's no one in the live room right now. Just started broadcasting with no one to bring in, no gimmick. Half an hour passed, and there was not a single person in the live room of Grim Zephyr. Grim, on the other hand, kept straining himself, growing anxious. Brother Chin, can I call for some people to hold the show? There were no clothes for sale tonight anyway, so it would be good to let Grim then get used to chatting with people on the air first. Can. Grim, on the other hand, pulled out his cell phone and totted several messages. It wasn't long before the live feeds started coming in. Yen, Grim then. Which one are you? Crap, is it really Mr. Yen? Mr. Yen, how did you become like this? Young Yen, are you on ugly face? Grim then, I'll open you a gourd scoop. Which one are you? Young Yen, I'm Chen Zabine. Grim then, oh, it's you. How's your stepmom? Yen Xiao, my stepmother has been thinking of playing cards with you. Where have you been? Why haven't you heard anything for so long? Grim on the other hand, I'm busy with my career. Tell your stepmom I'm not playing poker with her. I'm busy. That's when another 20 or 30 people came in on the air. There are tier 1 numbers, tier 3 and 4 accounts, and top tier emperor accounts. Whoever it was, the first 2 words when they came in were, crikey. Damn, Mr. Yen? It's really Mr. Yen? Crap. Yen Xiao, what have you been through? Crap. I definitely don't believe this is Yen Xiao. I'm going to call Yen Xiao to confirm it. Half an hour later, the crowd in the live room all believed that Grim Zephyr was Grim Zephyr, and all of them were there sending pop-ups asking where Grim Zephyr had gone and what he had been through. Grim, on the other hand, didn't bother to explain himself to them. You guys are the Blue Cat Naughty 3000 questions. Ha, I'm going to start live banding and buying clothes tomorrow night. Y'all come out and show me a good time then, and shout out to some more friends. Grim, on the other hand, made small talk for a while before going off the air. Young Yen, are you ready? You'll probably be on the local news headlines in the province tomorrow. Grim, on the other hand, was a little excited that he just broadcast live. Those people he called to the live room are the people who flattered him when he was in the provincial city, just a moment ago to give him a lot of gifts. Grim, on the other hand, was very accomplished and excited to earn his own money for the first time. Ready, more people will watch it on the news, right? Let the storm come harder. Grim, on the other hand, was so excited he didn't sleep much all night. The next day, he woke up early and started to ask Lu Cece if the manuscript was ready. He had to memorize it. Shin Fan was in a trance and actually saw a spirit of striving in Grim's effort that did not belong to him. Shin Fan picked out some new style clothes that fit the current moment based on his memories of his previous life. After Lu Cece gave Yen Juanza the manuscript written by the editorial department in the provincial city, Grim then went to carry it. The live operation has been recruited on Sister Liang's side and is on her way. The employees of the garment factory are looking forward to the live broadcast of the Grim Rule, but they're not very optimistic. For one thing, they don't know Yen Juanza's identity yet. Secondly, the Grim is because in Shin Fan's hometown construction site work, the sun is pitch black, not very good looking. Can sell things? It officially kicks off at 18:18 p.m., signifying to be Harry. Less than 5 minutes after the start of the broadcast, there were thousands of people on the air. The pop-ups are soaring. Crap. Is it really Mr. Yen? How did Yen Group's Yen De Xiao become like this? And selling goods live? Wink if you're forced to. Yen Xiao. Grim then began to introduce the clothes according to the script, smiling and serving in the hope that people would buy some clothes to try on. But most of the netizens on the air came to see the fun. Eventually the number of people spiked to 50, 000-60, 000, and there were still a lot of people watching, all posting pop-ups and making wild guesses. Grim, on the other hand, felt that someone needed to make a start, so he sent a message to his friends on WeChat. Stop hooking 8 looks and buy some clothes, at least 50 pieces per person. Buy them and wait for me to return to the provincial city to treat you to dinner. The people in the group are basically people whose families are not as good as Grim Zephyr's and who want to flatter Grim Zephyr. One after another, they started to place orders, led by that group. Some netizens also started to place orders. Follow me. I'll be back live later to give you great outfit recommendations. Guaranteed top quality at a great price. Grim, on the other hand, is very sold. but there were too many people watching the livestream and not many people buying clothes. In the end, the 500 or so pieces in the link just wouldn't sell. Grim, on the other hand, wanted to get his first live stream off to a good start and sell all the clothes in the link, so Grim then excused himself to go to the bathroom, go to the door and give Chen Zabin a call. Little B, you buy all the clothes left in the link. Chen Zabin, huh? No way Yen Xiao. I've already bought 50 pieces and I don't know what to do with them yet. Buy it if you're told to. Where do you get off with all that nonsense? You can do some good. Buy it and give it to the sanitation workers. Chen Zabin. Mr. Chen, don't practice good deeds in my life. I only love luxury cars and girls. You want me to do good deeds? Xiao Yen, my hands have been shaking a bit tight lately. I really can't buy anymore. Lies. This is the beginning of the month. Before your stepmother told me that your father gives you $500,000 pocket money at the beginning of every month, and you can't buy less than 50 pieces of clothes? Give me any more crap and I'll tell your dad about you and your stepmom. Grim then hangs up and returns to the camera, changing his appearance from the ferocious call to Chen Zabin just now. He laughed in surprise after seeing Chen Zabin shoot the rest of the clothes. Oh, the last batch of clothes were surprisingly all snatched by Chen Xiao. Young Mr. Chen really has a good eye. I wish young Chen becomes more and more handsome and never dies. Qin Fan and Lu Cixi glanced at each other. If you don't agree with the severity of the situation, you'll be forced to buy it. But the speed with which Grim then changes his face seems quite appropriate for the meal. The morning after Grim then livestreamed the purchase of the dress. Grim then the grandparents hurriedly returned from the suburban villa in the provincial city to the Yen family's large villa. Grim then grandpa, with the provincial daily newspaper in his hand, entered the courtyard of the villa and shouted, Moki, Moki, come out here you brat. Yen Shualin went out with a dark face to greet Grandpa Grim. Say, Dad, how old am I? Don't call me by my nickname. Grim then Grandpa shook the provincial daily newspaper in his hand and raised his eyebrows in anger. What's wrong with me calling you by your nickname? And I'm going to cut you. You tell me. What's going on? Where is my grandson now? Yen Shualin in the last 2 days busy with the company's other executives to discuss whether to go to the S County investment matters. Did not pay attention to the news. Do not know Grim then live. His eyes widened when he picked up the paper and saw the footage of the Grim broadcast. Zoe is live shopping for clothes? Grandpa Grimzel was so angry that he raised his cane and struck. Koz is your son. Don't you know what Koz is doing? Sinful son. Sinful son. I'll beat you to death. You sinful son. Dad. Listen to me explain. You listen to me first. Yen Shualin told Grandpa Grimzel about the matter of Grimzel insisting on following Qinfan and mixing with him before and after. As for why Xiaozhe is buying clothes on air, it should have something to do with that Qinfan, but you have to trust me, Dad. After experiencing this failure, Cozy I will definitely be able to grow up. Xiaozhe only grows up before I can safely hand over our Yen group to him. Yen Shualin thought that the old man would understand him when he heard it, but he didn't expect the old man to raise his cane and give him 2 more blows to his ass. Bad idea. Bad idea. Look at how thin and dark my grandson has gotten. You sinful son. Is there no other way for my grandson to grow? Why don't I come back out and take over the group? And you go down to the coal kiln and grow up for me. Go get my grandson back immediately. I want to see my grandson tonight. Yen Shualin was clueless about his dad, but he didn't want to just give up on it. Dad, you give me a little more time. Right about this time. Yen Shualin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and realized that it was the one from Longdu who had been selling messages earlier. Dad, wait for me. I'll take a call. Yen Shualin turned around and picked up the phone. Hey, did you find out? Mr. Yen, I've become a historian trying to find out where the Jiang family's ancestors came from for you. Yen Shualin frowned slightly, knowing that the other party wanted more points. Plus 20. 000. Mr. Yen is bold. The Jiang family's ancestry is from Linji, not S County. Not from S County? Yen Shualin couldn't figure it out. If the Kong family's ancestors weren't from S County, why did they go to S County to invest? It can't really be for Qinfan, can it? Mr. Yen, this time, I'll gift you another piece of news. The Li family has found Miss Li, right in S County. The Li family is already preparing to go to S County to take Miss Li home. I believe it will only be 2 or 3 days. This news made Yen Shualin's eyes light up. If the Li family brought Li Citian back to Longdu, then Xiaozhe should understand that he was dreaming when he wanted to rely on Qinfan to climb up to the 7 great families of Longdu, right? Yen Shualin hung up the phone and turned to look at his old man. Dad, you can give me a few more days. 3 days at most. By then I will definitely bring Xiaozhe back and show you how much he has grown. Grim, on the other hand, is on Yan's side this time. Dad, we used to be too spoiled for Koz. We need to teach him a lesson. This experience will definitely help him grow. Grandpa Grimzel saw that Grimzel's mom had said that before he became angry, But the old man was going to stay at the Yin family's big villa and wait until Grimsel came back. Grim then livestreamed the second night of clothes shopping. There were more people in the live room. The majority of people may still be watching, but some people are gradually attracted by the style of clothes introduced by the Grim rule and start to place orders. Grim, on the other hand, was so energized that he stayed on the air from 1818 to 1212 in the middle of the night. Surprisingly, the first batch of clothes produced were all sold. That's good news. Originally Chin Fan this first batch of clothes also did not think of earning money, is to make a signboard. First shout out the name. Now there's no clothes and no need for a live stream. Chin Fan then prepared to make a trip back to his hometown for a visit and then a trip back to the provincial capital. We're almost done with the 4th, 5th and 6th skits. The staff's been working so hard, they've got to treat everyone to a meal and a raise in their paychecks. By the way, organize the back end. Young Yen, I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow and return to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. Are you going back to the provinces? Grim, on the other hand, was silent for 3 seconds, then finally shook his head and, not going back. If I don't have to go live, I'll go back to the village and help out. He wanted to go back to the provincial capital to see his grandparents, but he was worried that his grandparents would see his current appearance and feel sorry for him, stopping him and not letting him go. From S County back to Chin Fan's hometown, it was only an hour even with the traffic jam. The frames are up for the bridge construction at the old homestead. It's faster to build a bridge than a dam. It's not a bridge. Mainly, it will be finished in almost a month. The melon seller who hadn't been in the village for 2 days came again. Chin Fan bought all the watermelons in a cart and invited the workers and village people who worked to eat watermelons. Shui Yalan didn't come today, but Li Sitian is still in the village. After San Din Yang cut the watermelon, she took a piece of watermelon and walked over to Chin Fan, placing it aside and then quickly leaving, hiding in the distance and secretly watching. Chin Fan still didn't eat the watermelon sent by Li Sitian and took another piece. Li Si Sweet's beautiful eyes instantly contained tears. Buzz off. 7 or 8 cars stopped on the highway outside the village. The first car got out first. A young man chewing gum. A couple came down right after that. One after another. The cars in the back came down with several men and women. Some in suits. Some in gorgeous designer clothes. The workers who were eating watermelon and the 3 Moncler jackets, they curiously got up and looked around. Chin Fan also turned his head to look. What are they doing here? Li Sitian's brother. Li Sitian's mom and dad. A few other Li family members. And a couple of chauffeur bodyguards. Li Sitian's face turned white and she nervously hid behind the third eldest mother, chewing gum and contemptuously scanning the workers at the riverbank as well as the uncles and dames of the village. Li Sixian's brother made his way into the village and finally saw Li Sixian behind the 3 dames. Sis, that's in the past. Go home. Li Sitian's parents came to heel with dark faces. Sugar, you've really let us down. Go home. Li Sitian looked at Chin Fan as if asking for help. Chin Fan took a bite of the watermelon and just ignored it. Good thing. 2. Taken back by her parents. Let's draw a line under that. Li Sitian doesn't want to go back. But her mom and dad had already had a couple of family cousins come up to her and put their arms around her left and right. She knows. She's going to be taken back today no matter what. She is the eldest miss of the Li family, and the education she received from childhood makes her not sit on her but like the version T0 meteor fall and spilled. The third oldest woman reached out and tugged on Listian. Sugar. Li Sitian tearfully broke away from her cousin's hands and took hold of the third dame's hand. Godmother, thank you for taking care of me these days. There's a card under the bedside pillow, and I wrote the code on a piece of paper. Take care of yourselves. Words fall, tears fall. Li Tian followed her parents towards the outskirts of the village. She took 1 step and turned around 3 times. She didn't expect Chin Fan to catch up with her and not let her go. All she wanted was for Chin Fan to look at her. But Chin Fan was quietly eating watermelon till the end and did not look at her. Li Si's sweetheart broke into pieces like a glass bottle that fell on the ground. He didn't even want to look at me. He won't forgive me. He'll never forgive me. Sadness consumed her, and she knew that when she got back her mom and dad would still be thinking of ways to force her into a marriage for the family. She wouldn't compromise, and there seemed to be only one option left. Chin Fan, I'm leaving. I will disappear into this world. Let me be capricious one more time on this last side of seeing you. Li Sitian suddenly turned around and ran to Chin Fan. Without waiting for any reaction from Chin Fan, kissed Chin Fan on the face. Tears slid down her pretty face as sadness consumed her soul in her beautiful eyes and, like a butterfly that's lost its other half, she flew sadly to her parents. Heartbroken, he looked at Chin Fan one last time and got into the car. Chin Jiangang, the third grandpa, the third grandma, and all the other workers of the engineering team all looked at Chin Fan and forgot to eat the melons in their hands. Lu Sisi originally thought that she should be happy that Li Tian left, but the look on Li Tian's face when she left made her a little heartbroken. Qin Fan didn't look like he had any expression on his face, but there was inexplicably something indescribably hard inside. Qin Fan remembered an incident that happened to Li Sitian in his last life. It was the 10th year that Qin Fan had been working for the 7 young ladies in order to repay his grandfather's kindness. Li Sitian, who has never married, is forced by her family to marry. Sweetie Li hid in her bedroom and slit her wrists. That time Lisbeth almost died. Her family was also frightened and no longer dared to force Li Sitian to marry for the sake of the family union. In his last life until Qin Fan finished repaying his kindness and left, Lisbeth is all alone. But in retrospect, it's not just Li Sitian who was alone. Wang Shiyun, Shui Yalan, Zhang Qiuyue and the rest of them, all of them did not have families. In his last life, Qin Fan did not leave after the incident of beating Shirley in the underground parking lot, and Wang Shiyun did not discover Shirley's true face, but Shirley directly and roughly cut off everything with Wang Shiyun because Yu Yun Chang was going back to China. Although Wang Shiyun was not taken advantage of by Shirley, and did not even touch her hand, she seemed to have injured her self-esteem, and since then, she no longer believed in men and detested them, not to mention getting married, and did not allow men to get close to him. A few of the other young ladies don't have families, either. But to say the strangest of all was Shui Yalan. There was no shortage of suitors around Shui Yalan in her last life, but she froze and wasn't interested in any of them, and every time she scolded away those who pursued her, she would immediately straighten Qin Fan out. Qin Fan shook his head. The 7 great ladies had turned so twisted in their last life that they were alone for the rest of their lives, so it was their karma. What about this life? Qin Fan suddenly thought of the look in Li Sitian's eyes when she kissed him just now. There is nothing but sadness and only despair. Qin Fan seemed to know what Li Sitian was going to do when he went back. He couldn't control the force in his hand and pinched his nails into the watermelon rind. Qin Fan's heart was complicated. On the one hand, he couldn't forgive all those things in his last life, when Lisbetta had trampled on his dignity. But on the one hand, he grew up under his grandfather's education, and the goodness of his heart will make him unable to control will be soft. On the highway the Li family car started up. There seems to be the scent of Lisbeth's perfume on the wind, but Lisbeth had already left. Qin Fan tilted his head to look at the heavens and keep her out of danger. Put her through something. Let her drop it and get on with her life. Buzz off. The Li family caravan disappeared into the winding and rugged mountain road, with only the dust raised and the frightened butterflies on the roadside fluttering in the wind. I'm on the south side. You go north. The winter winds are blowing from the north to the south. The wind blows from the south to the north in summer. I mean, Ms. Li, it's time for us to say goodbye. Qin Fan took another bite of the watermelon, but in his mouth, there was no sweetness. The workers of the engineering team and the migrant workers of the village did not know what was happening, but felt that it was no longer appropriate to continue to eat their melon. There were 2 or 3 bites to clean the watermelon in their hands and go back to work. Grim, on the other hand, moved to Qin Fan's side in one small step, wanting to say something, but finally seemed to be a little angry at Qin Fan's side as if he grunted and puffed to finish chewing the watermelon, and went down to the river bank to work. Brother Qin, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you feel Miss Li's love for you? Lisbeth was sitting in the car. Her mom and dad were rambling on about something to her and she couldn't listen to a word of it. I can't stop the tears from flowing. I wish I could hear you say my name one more time. Or you could just look up at me. Maybe I knew it would end like this, but I still didn't want to give up that glimmer of light that I could barely see. Turns out being unexpected can be so heartbreaking. Regret? There's not even a group photo on the phone anymore. The man selling melons in the cliff planting village looked down and pulled out his cell phone, sending a message to someone. The capital of Province X. Yan Shualin WeChat rang. Boss, the young master is safe. But something just happened. The Li family came to the village to pick up Miss Li. Very good. Bonus plus 500. Thanks boss. The day after Li Sitian left, Qin Fan got up and washed up, ready to go back to the provincial city in the morning. Boss, the village paid salaries this morning. What about Yan's money? Qin Fan pays the workers of the village engineering team as well as the uncles of the village in 2 forms. The workers of the engineering team are paid directly to the card, deducting taxes and paying insurance and all that. Qin Fan let Liang Rui handle it. Considering that Liang Rui is doing too much by herself, Qin Fan asked Liang Rui to recruit an assistant, and then recruit a professional staff for cashier and accounting positions. As for the wages of the village uncles and the cooking maids, Qin Fan had to give them cash after deducting taxes. Social development is like a train, and there are some villages where people of advanced years are not yet on the train. Uncles in the village still like to collect cash. The main thing is that many of them do not have a bank card. Deposit money also often to the town credit union deposit into the passbook. Every time the migrant workers are paid, the village looks like a New Year's Eve, with smiles on everyone's faces. As for the grim rule, Chin Fan didn't let him work on the village construction site. That's what he did. But now Chin Fan had somewhat recognized the grim rule. Get together with Brother Gunner and give as much money as you need to. Whether or not Yan Shao looks at that little bit of money, we have to send it. Yes boss. 9 a.m. The official start of payroll. Migrant laborers such as the third master and the third mother, who cooks in the village, are lined up in 2 lines, and the joy on their faces spreads throughout the village with the chirping of the birds. Grim, on the other hand, sat on a stone pier by the roadside, took off his labor insurance shoes, poured out the stones in his shoes, and looked at the 3 big Moncler outlet store and others waiting to receive their paychecks with a grin like a 2-bit fool. He wasn't prepared to collect a paycheck. He was working at the site for his own purpose. The main thing is that he doesn't lack that kind of money either. Brother Gang, Sister Sissy, send more to my third master, and Uncle Nyo. He smashed his foot in front. His toes are smashed black and blue and he didn't say a word. He still works hard. Brother Gang, Sister Shi, give more to Uncle Nyo too. The other uncles in the queue smiled and waved to Grimzel. Yen, you come too. Don't you want money? Old ox, you're forgetting that Xiao Yen is no ordinary person. Right, just that can't be working for nothing. Grim, on the other hand, was just about ready to laugh and say that he was here to fight, not for money, suddenly aware of the extra person beside him. Chin, Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head in embarrassment. Chin Fan patted Grim then on the shoulder. You either give Sissy a card number or go get in line. The third grandpa came over smiling and pulled Grimzel into the queue. Grim, on the other hand, smiles shyly and scratches his head. Then let's do it. Just buy everyone some watermelon when you're done and some goodies or something. Shin Kai Wang, 12,000. Zhang Lu Zi, 13,000. Third master, 12,000 for your old man. All of them couldn't contain the joy in their hearts that they never dreamed that they would ever get a few $1,000s a month for a lifetime of working abroad. Now at home, you can get more than 10,000 a month. Even the older men who are too old to find work when they go out of town have received several thousand. Finally, it's the Grim Reaper's turn. Xiao Yen, Mr. Yen, you 10,000. Though Grim was not lazy in his work, and did his best, but his physical condition is not as good as that of a migrant worker after all, and he can't do a lot of work on the construction site, properly counting wages. He is no better than most migrant workers. Grim, on the other hand, used to be the young man who talked his way into 10,000 bounties at the bar, $10,000 to him, not even enough to buy a pair of his favorite shoes. But now the $10,000 in cash put into his hands made him feel heavier than a big stone in the river bank that 4 or 5 people couldn't lift. He hears Moncler outlet store uncles around him, who have received their paychecks, chatting. Old crutch, you spent 300 to go and see that tooth of yours. It hurts so much every night that I can't even sleep with the sh as it hurts. Also, 300 miles for a dental visit? Then I'm not going to see it. I'll just put up with it. You can't even afford to spend 300 on a $10,000 payout? You shed. You a cat thing. Smashed feet also do not dare to say anything. Afraid of Gangzi let you rest. If it is not Xiaoyan CS all still do not know. Grim, on the other hand, felt the weight of the money in his hand grow heavier and heavier as a million images flashed through his mind. He grew up with a love of candy. He had bad teeth early. He knew what it was like to have a toothache. His family is well off and he even went to the hospital without much pain. But that old tooth of Uncle Lao Qian's, it's all fucking rotten. And he's still holding on to it. You can't even spend $300? You can't even spend $300 on $10,000? If it were before, Grim would have thought that old Uncle Crutch was ridiculously stingy and despicable, but after spending so much time with migrant workers Moncler outlet online, he knew that that's a real giveaway, and can't be described as a gouge alone. And Uncle Cow, smashed feet do not dare to say anything turns out to be afraid of rest. Outrageous, 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 heartbreaking. Grimzel remembered when he was just another Grimzel in the province. Looked down on sanitation workers. Looked down on beat workers. One summer he raced with other friends in the middle of the night. Saw the migrant workers sleeping on the roadside hit the ground, also deliberately rolled down the window and spit. Grim, on the other hand, felt the money in his hand weighing him down. The memories of what had been slapped in his face. But he felt he deserved it. I don't know the true face of him to. One looks at the mountains as such. People look at themselves the same way. When you're in a certain circle and you're surrounded by a certain kind of people, you subconsciously become like those people and you don't feel like you have a problem. But when you step outside of that circle and start to really understand the circle you don't understand, you'll see that the person you once were is either ridiculous or hateful or childish. Grim, on the other hand, looked at himself, and the only 2 words that came to his mind were, brute, poof. Grim, on the other hand, suddenly fell to his knees. The three grandmasters and the rest of them were shocked and, "What's wrong with Yin?" Grim, on the other hand, holds his arm over his face and weeps. Third master, "I'm fine. Xiao Yin, what are you doing? Quickly get up." Those words of concern from the older men and women made Grim then completely tense up. Third master, "This money is too heavy." Third master, "I'm so not human." Third master. The three grandmasters and the rest of them were strangely gathered around Grimzel, trying to help him up. But Grim, on the other hand, would get back on his knees every time he was helped up. Qin Jiangang also walked over. Lu Cece looked at Qin Fan. "Boss, is Mr. Yen jerking off?" Qin Fan looked meaningfully at Grim then. Though Grim then mouths those two sentences. "A line of money is too heavy. I'm so not a human being." However, Qin Fan knew that this Yen Deshao was probably experiencing real life in the past few days of working in the village. Perhaps this Yen De Young, and really can be a brother. A car stopped at the entrance to the village. Yen Shuolin and Grim's mom got out of the car. Originally they were a little curious to see a group of people in the village surrounding a man who didn't know what he was doing. But after fixing their eyes and taking a closer look, they realized that it was their son on his knees kowtowing to someone else. Koju, Yen Shuolin and also Grim then mom hurriedly ran to Grim then side. Grim Reaper's mom is holding Grim Reaper. What's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Grim, on the other hand, looked up and saw his mom, wiping tears and snot from her eyes. "Mom, I'm awake." Grim then mom thought that Grim then saw Lacey Sweet gone. He realized that he thought too childish. Want to go home, but those people do not let Grim then go. Grim then mom, being a provincial noblewoman, has a limited understanding of migrant workers and also often looks at migrant workers through colored glasses. "It's okay, you go home with mom, no one will stop you." Yen Shuolin stood aside, still endowed with himself. He'd figured he'd stay serious until he brought Grimzel home and gave Grimzel a good talking to so that Grimzel would learn a lesson from this failure. The next moment Grim pushed his mom away. "No mom, I have to stay. I can definitely become a brand new me when I follow Brother Qin." Yen Shuolin was furious when he heard that. "You said you woke up. I thought you saw Li C-Suite was taken away." Realized that between those several big ladies and Qin Fan there is only a farce. You want to rely on Qin Fan to climb up the 7 big families of the dragon capital is a daydream this woke up. As a result, you still want to stay by Qin Fan's side, continue to be a cow and horse, and continue to daydream? Grim then, are you not going to die until you're in the Yellow River? Do you have to wait until Shui leaves as well and all this village tossing around becomes a joke before you realize you're daydreaming? Grim, on the other hand, stood up and looked straight at Yen Shuolin. "Old Yen, it's you who doesn't understand. Brother Qin will definitely succeed, and I can definitely succeed by following him. You sent back all the people and supplies you withdrew earlier now, and you still have a chance. This is my last reminder to you. For Grandpa's sake." Reverse, inverted Big Dipper. Yen Shuolin was furious, raised his hand, but did not strike down the, "I won't beat you for your grandfather's sake. I'll give you another chance. Come home with me. You're fucking obsessed. Go home and I'll tell you slowly how outrageously ridiculous what you have in mind is." Grim, on the other hand, shook his head. "Yen, go on home and sleep. I'm awake. One day you'll realize that your only contribution to the Yen family is giving birth to a unicorn son." Yen Shuolin almost lost his breath. "You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole." This time, he followed a stupid kid who wanted to build up his hometown, and expected to rely on him to climb up to the 7 big families in Longdu. Demonized, mad, wasted. "I can't control you. I don't care. Let your grandfather take charge of you." Yen Shuolin pulled Grim's mom to get in the car and leave. Grim then suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Old Yen, wait." Yen Shuolin turned back, a small amount of anticipation on his face. Does he regret it? "You want to come back with me?" Results. Grim, on the other hand, was a prude. "Old Yen, if you lower the prices a bit and do something good, I'll consider giving you another chance." Yen Shuolin's eyes went black. "I almost fell off my feet. Sinner's son. Sinner's son. What a sinful son. Boo." Yen Shuolin ruthlessly buckled the car door, and took Grim's mom away. Grim, on the other hand, shook his head with a bitter smile and scratched his head when he turned his head and saw Qin Fan. "Brother Qin, I've made you laugh. Hey, I'm struggling too. My mom and dad, they're the kind of rich kids who don't know much. They don't know anything." Qin Fan and Lu Cece looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A second ago Yen Juanza cried bitterly. Qin Fan felt that Grim then may experience the real life, to be changed greatly from now on, but he said those things later, saying that his old man's only contribution was to give the Yen family a unicorn son, himself, and here he is mouthing off mocking his mom and dad for being rich kids. Aha! Grim, on the other hand, may have woken up, but he's still the same two-fold at heart. The crowd was happy because of the paychecks. Qin Fan looked up at the curb and Shui Yalan stood under that sycamore tree, still watching him quietly. The tinkling of the riverbanks echoed through the valley. The two black, unknown eagles swirled in the sky. Qin Fan looked at Shui Yalan with complexity. Far out. Shui Yalan also looked at Qin Fan. It was just that she was a bit formal, ruffling her wind-blown hair a bit, as if she wanted Qin Fan to see her complete and pretty face. Qin Fan shook his head and turned around and, Shui Yalan, Li Cidian has gone back. You also find a reason to stop here. Find a reason to start your life again. 11 o'clock in the morning. Qin Fan took Lu Sisi back to the provincial capital. Upon arrival at the office, Qin Fan was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. Zhou, Manager Qin? Zhao was the manager of the finance department that Qin Fan had recruited for Shui Yalan's company when he was working for the Seven Misses in Longdu. His full name was Zhao Jie. He was meticulous and never made any mistakes. After Qin Fan left Longdu, he never expected to see his former colleagues again. Liang Rui had originally planned to introduce Zhao Jie to Qin Fan, but he didn't expect Qin Fan to know Zhao Jie. Boss, it looks like I don't need to be introduced. Qin Fan smiled and nodded. Manager Liang, you've recruited a great talent for our company. Zhao Jie looked at Liang Rui incredulously, and Liang Rui smiled. Boss, it looks like I have to introduce you to Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, this is our boss. Zhou Jie was surprised. Manager Qin, this company, are you open? Qin Fan nodded his head. I have to eat now that I've left Dragon Capital, right? In addition to this company, a clothing factory was opened not long ago, and with you here, brother Zhao, I'm not worried about the financial side of things. Zhao Jie suddenly thought of the others. Manager Qin, oh no, boss, a few of our other buddies resigned from Shui's group a long time ago. We've been looking for you for a long time. We haven't been able to get in touch with you. I'll tell them right now. We have to have a meal together and catch up. Qin Fan smiled and nodded. The experience of spending time with the 7 young ladies in Longdu did not want to be recalled, but it's still pretty good with other co-workers. But to Qin Fan's surprise, for the next few days, one after another, old colleagues from the past came to him, or to join him. Some have been taken care of by Qin Fan. Some admired Qin Fan's behavior. Some have been promoted by Qin Fan. Some of them decided that as long as they followed Qin Fan, they earned their money standing up. A dozen or so people sat down to dinner and talked about the old days, about how each had been doing lately. In the end, they all said that if he was short of people, they would be willing to come and help him regardless of whether they had a job or not. Honestly, Qin Fan is pretty much in need of people right now. The sketch company has more and more employees and more things to deal with. Qin Fan would feel much more at ease if he had an old colleague come friend whom he used to trust to help him. The main thing is that S County Clothing Factory is now in great need of Qin Fan's trusted people to watch over. Zhao Jie and the others were really timely rain and came at the very right time. It's a catch-up dinner between old colleagues and old friends. It is also a welcome feast for new colleagues. In addition to Zhao Jie, there are Wang Xiaopeng, Zhang Junjie, Xia Bing, more than a dozen people all on board. Clothing factory side Qin Fan sent to Wang Xiaopeng as the head of the 3 people to keep an eye on. After the procurement, sales, live selling goods will be slowly handed over to them to be responsible for. The garment factory is still small and doesn't need too many people. 3 people to take care of it will be enough for now. The rest of Qin Fan all stayed in the provincial short drama company. Before the simultaneous shooting of the 4th part of the 5th part of the 6th part of the short drama has ended, more will be filmed at the same time next, maybe 4 or 5 at the same time. Liang Rui was definitely too busy for one person. Zhao Jie, Zhang Junjie and the others stayed behind to help Liang Rui, which would make the next short drama shoot more efficient. After officially going to work and assigning tasks, Qin Fan returned to his office and sat down, feeling much more at ease. Lu Sisi brought Qin Fan a cup of tea. Boss, I didn't realize you had quite the personality. It's amazing how many people are willing to fuck with you. Qin Fan took a sip of tea. Be sincere with people and maybe you'll meet someone with an impure heart who will screw you over. But as soon as you meet people who are also sincere, you can become friends with them. One can't make many true friends in a lifetime. If anyone else had said these things, Sissy would have dismissed them. But from Qin Fan's mouth, with those living examples from Zhao and the others, Lu Sisi couldn't refute it, and she took Qin Fan's words to heart. In the beginning, I just wanted to get to know you first because my cousin asked me to. But now, Willow Sissy's heart was pounding like a bunny. Is it the joy of being able to be by his side all the time? But there's some angst, too. What if Grandma wakes up and insists that her cousin marry the boss? Lu Sisi stood quietly on the side, her beautiful eyes looking at the working Qin Fan. It seems like even if grandma had to let cousin marry boss, boss wouldn't like cousin, right? The boss should quite hate cousin's kind of character. I wonder what the story is between grandma and grandpa Chin. If grandma wants someone to marry the boss, and cousin doesn't want to do it anyway, it's okay to consider someone else. For the next few days, Chin Fan has been in the provincial city to deal with the short drama company, taking Zhao Jie and Zhang Junjie to familiarize themselves with the company's business, and getting to know the company's processes and employees as quickly as possible. By the day the proceeds are withdrawn, Chin Fan opened the data background. The first skit earned $1,900,000 last month, the second skit earned over $7 million last month, and the third skit, which just went live last month, seems to have exploded in popularity, earning over $20 million. The total of more than $30 million is the revenue that has arrived after the platform's share, tax payment and other figures are discarded. But this game cannot yet be described as pure profit, because the props used in filming, renting space, clothes and the staff's salaries and bonuses haven't been thrown away yet. But even if he threw it away, Chin Fan would still be able to get his hands on about $30 million. That's astronomical for the average person. But for Chin Fan, this money is not enough to support him to do what he wants to do. Still need to earn more. Chin Fan stayed in the provincial capital for a little more than half a month. It wasn't until the 4th, 5th, and 6th sketches were all online and the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th sketches were all in production that they departed back to S County. Boss, our clothing factory's self-publishing operation said that after we sold that batch of clothes last time, many netizens asked in the comments section when we'd sell the next one. So it seems that our quality is recognized by everyone. These were expected by Chin Fan. The first batch of clothes produced by the clothing factory began to be produced after the clothing designer designed the style with Chin Fan giving his preconceived ideas. The style is definitely hip to wear out. The main thing is that Chin Fan sells it at a very affordable price. Saves the process of wholesaling to merchants for them to sell. Self-produced and self-marketed. Only need to pay a packaging fee, shipping costs. The rest of those costs are directly subtracted from the selling price. Chin Fan can earn money, and ordinary people can get a good deal. Let's call Yen to S County and get ready for Yen to go live. Okay, I'll be in touch. That evening, Grim then traveled from Chin Fan's hometown to S County to open a second live broadcast selling clothes. This time, Grim didn't call out to his friends, and although his friends received a reminder of the start of the show and came to support the show, Grim didn't ask them to place another order, because the second batch of Chin Fan's clothes were almost always snatched up as soon as they hit the shelves. Although the clothes are sold very well, but in fact Chin Fan these clothes are not making much money. Pay the staff, take out the cost. A month is not as much as a day of the short drama company earn more, but there's no rush. A brand name is a little bit of a brand name. This is something Chin Fan had experience with in his last life. Noon the next day, Chin Fan took Grim Zephyr and Lu Cece to a restaurant for dinner. I was eating when I received a call from Chin Jiangang in my hometown. Hey, Gonzo, what's up? Xiu Fan, someone from the neighboring village has come to cause trouble, saying that we're building a dam to stop the water, leaving them without water. As soon as he heard it, Chin Fan knew it was nothing to worry about. In the countryside around Chin Fan's old home, every family had a well and would not drink river water. And because it's a mountain village, there's no such thing as paddy fields, and there's no such thing as watering the land. That seasonal river is resurrected every summer and fall season on time, flowing for hundreds of years. No one scolded it and no one praised it, as if it was the same with or without it. Now all of a sudden it says you can't do without it. Other than looking for something and wanting some money, Chin Fan couldn't think of any other reason. Sometimes the mountain people are such that they can't even let you pass easily when you're marrying your daughter-in-law and passing by the entrance to their village. Gundam, I'll be back later. After dinner, Chin Fan took Lu Cece and Grim with him while he ran straight to his old home. That mountain road is still being repaired. It's almost half done. But Shui Yalan wasn't there. It should be going to the roadside outside the village again. Difficult and capricious Shui Yalan is actually impatient. I did not expect to be so persistent in this matter. After Chin Fan returned to the village, more than a dozen young men from neighboring villages were seen blocking the construction. Chin Jiangang, if you don't give us $500,000 today, you won't be able to start construction. Chin Fan was somewhat speechless. It turned out that he also thought the problem was complicated. He thought it was the mayor of the neighboring village who brought people to stop it. It turned out to be a couple of idle young men. They just want some money. But there was no way Chin Fan would give this money. Chin Fan walked over to Chin Jiangang. Brother Gongzi, did you call the police? Chin Jiangang nodded. The police have been called. But actually, they were here yesterday, but they ran away when they heard the police car go off. Again today. Neighboring village of those young people, someone or Chin Fan elementary school classmates. Hand that pool cue. Hanging out to stand out pointing at Chin Fan shouted. Shin Fan, I heard that building the dam was your idea? You've gotten rich, you want to build a dam, and you didn't say hello to us, the 13 taipans? Be a pain in the ass, give the brothers some money to spend, and the brothers will make sure no one dares to trouble you in the future. Otherwise, humph, feel free to call the police, my brothers will definitely not let you live well. There are many kind and simple villagers in the Green Mountain Village, but there are a lot of 250 like fools out there, no doubt about it. The 13 men who came looking for trouble were the 2 idiots. He even nicknamed himself 13 Taboos, 13 Hairs, right? Chin Guiyu went back to the village once before, then disappeared, and this time she came back to the village again without knowing what happened. But he didn't say anything this time like he did last time about letting Chin Fan brighten his balance, playing peacemaker. Little Fan, they are not to be messed with. You may not know if you are not at home for the past few years. Some of them have gone to Hades for a while. They are not afraid of death. They won't rest until you give them this money. Give it. I heard that you pay the uncles and grandfathers in the village $10,000 $000. This $500,000 is nothing to you, right? Chin Fan turned his head and frowned at Chin Guiyu. Did you find them? A flash of panic flashed in Chin Guiyu's eyes, and she tersely said, Little Fan, you're treating a small person with the heart of a gentleman. I was returning to the village to give my father some rice, flour, oil, or whatever, when I ran into this mess. I was thinking of saying something for you, and they more or less sold me on it, but since you said that, I won't interrupt. Qin Jiangang looked at Qin Guiyu viciously. This pussy thing, one look at that look and it's all about him. King 5, King 5, King 5. The sound of a police car coming down the highway. When the 10 or so rowdy young men heard this, they quickly ran to the highway and each got on their motorcycles and ran away. Shin Fan, this isn't over. When the police arrived, Shin Fan told the police uncle about the situation. Comrade policeman, I have surveillance here. Can it be used as evidence to arrest them? The policeman asked the others to check the situation while returning to Shin Fan. We have our program flow. We were called yesterday and we're already investigating where they live. We'll follow up. Whether it's a verbal warning, a fine or detention will depend on the circumstances. Shin Fan nodded in understanding. The police continued their questioning. Did they do any damage? If so, please take our comrades to take pictures for evidence. Qin Jingang shook his head. They didn't damage anything, they just laid down in front of the forklift and blocked the workers from moving. The policeman nodded and, basically understand the situation. Comrade, please provide us with the surveillance and we'll follow up on it. Thank you, comrade police officer. Shin Fan reached out and shook hands with the lead policeman. The lead cop had no bravado and could tell he was genuinely trying to help with this. Serving the people is what we're all about. That's what we're supposed to do. After sending the police away, the workers began to move on. Qin Guiyu said in a conspiratorial manner, those 13 guards are all masters who have stepped on sewing machines. They are not afraid of this. Now you call the police. You'll only make it worse. They didn't break anything. They'll be detained for a few days at most. They'll continue to trip you up when they get out. Qin Fan. Qin Fan. You still don't understand this society too well. Qin Jiangang walked to Qin Guiyu's side and grabbed her collar with his bushy hands. Son of a bitch. Did you put them up to this? Qin Guiyu shouted at the top of her voice. Qin Jiangang, don't spit blood. Qin Jian was just about to say something else when Qin Fan raised his hand and pulled Qin Jiangang. If the person was found by Qin Guiyu, Qin Fan would have made Qin Guiyu eat his words. There's no need to bullshit him until there's proof. Normal afternoon construction. Qin Fan didn't go back to the county. Gotta take care of the old side of the family first. On the other side, when Qin Guiyu returned home, she burrowed into her room and unlocked the door, and made a phone call. Hello, boss? Qin Fan is back. I know. The police came and I saw it. That's okay. Come back tomorrow. You tell them to bring more people. The more noise the better. Understand that, boss? Why don't you call us some more money? Some of them are already afraid of going to the police station again and don't want to do it. Have you heard the saying? The law is not responsible for the masses. Tomorrow you ask them to call out more people. Not just call out all the village. I'll watch you make a scene tomorrow. And as long as you make enough of a scene, you'll only get more money. Not less. Qin Guiyu muttered something to herself after she hung up the phone. Who the hell is this boss? Why do you want to screw Qin Fan even more than I do? Whatever. Just make a mess anyway. And don't do anything out of the ordinary. Today is the 15th day of the lunar calendar. The moon was very full and very bright. So bright that even the stars around the moon were obscured from their light. Qin Fan was lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard, fanning himself and looking at the moon. I don't know why. Heart pounding a little fast. Am I worried about Lisbeth doing something stupid when she gets back? Her life wasn't in danger in her last life. so she shouldn't be in this one either, right? Should we remind the others to keep an eye on Lisbeth? The moon in the sky seemed to have turned until he sees Sweet's smiling face, sad with tears. But suddenly, that face turned into Shui Yalan. Qin Fan sat up and shook his head. Have I gone soft again? But why would you be in a bit of a worry that something had happened to Lisbeth? Thinking about Shui Yalan? The sound of Yen Juan's snoring came from the side room. Late at night, only the crickets played their violins to accompany Grim Reaper. Ya still says a dreamy word or two every now and then, old Yen. You know how deeply you misunderstand the Yin family's unicorn son, don't you? Qin Fan smiled and shook his head, standing up and preparing to go back to his room to sleep. But he didn't know why. But he suddenly wanted to go to the entrance of the village. A mountain wind had risen on a summer night, and the moths under the street lamps fluttered in the wind like stumps of leaves, flying in a terrible way. Qin Fan looked up at the roadside sycamore tree as he walked to the village entrance. A silhouette stood up and the long white dress on her body swayed in the wind and seemed to be cheering for her. She saw Qin Fan again. Although there were street lights at night, Qin Fan couldn't see her eyes. But Qin Fan didn't know why. He could feel her smiling and, as poignant as the pear blossoms that bloom against the moon at night, some memories flooded Qin Fan's mind. A green brat in college who also had his heart set on a sassy, playful girl. Her knitted brows and smile were once deeply imprinted in Qin Fan's heart. Even her brashness seemed cute to him. But then everything changed. Bad memories washed clean all the sentiments in his heart. Yalan Shui, are you being capricious again? Go back. You didn't see me off in my last life. In this life I saw you off, whether Shui Yalan hears you or not. Qin Fan turned away after saying this all and headed for home. Highway side Shui Yalan motionless stands sycamore tree, looking at Qin Fan left, a long time before getting on the car to leave. Qin Fan returned home and lay on his bed, heart still pounding a little fast. It's a bad feeling. Qin Fan doesn't know why. As if she was worried that Li Sitian wouldn't be able to think of doing something stupid. Again. It seems to be because of Shui Yalan. Choo choo choo. The sparrow chirping in the yard that landed on the jujube tree woke Qin Fan up early. Grim, on the other hand, is still sleeping in the house. Qin Fan fetched himself some water and washed his face and brushed his teeth. Willow Sissy, who was staying at the Big Three's house, entered the yard with her computer bag on her shoulder. Good morning, boss. Brother Wang sent me some clothing design styles, and some information on fabric suppliers. I'll organize them first, so you can take a look later, boss. Qin Fan nodded. Have you eaten yet? Eat something first. Boss, you care about me? I'm afraid you'll pass out from hunger and have no one to help me with the chores. Shay, boss, you obviously care about me. Isn't it proper for a boss to care about his employees? Grim, who had just opened the door to the house, froze. I'll sleep some more. Brother Qin, you guys continue. Qin Fan shook his head and smiled. Head for the riverbank site outside the village. I don't know if that 13 Tai Bao will still come to cause trouble today. If you do it again, this time round up all of them and arrest them when the police arrive. I just hate that this isn't a fairy cultivation novel, or else my buddy would have chopped you all up with one sword. After the start of the morning, Qin Fan watched from the riverbank, leaning against the fence. Shui Yalan's car stopped at the side of the highway. As expected, Shui Yalan, who was wearing a white sweatshirt and showing a small waist, stood quietly under the sycamore tree by the highway again and looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan didn't look at Shui Yalan again. He didn't want to give Shui Yalan any hope of continuing to stay. A little after 10 a.m., motorcycles roared from the highway. The 13 tigers are at it again. But what Qin Fan didn't expect was that there were a few pickup trucks following that 13 taba, and the buckets were all packed with people, both men and women. Qin Fan had a bad feeling and called the police first. That crowd came down to the riverbank and started making a racket. Who told you to build the dam? How will you let our village use water? Using water is a small matter. Haven't you heard people say that this river is a dragon? If you guys build a dam here, it's the same as putting shackles on the dragon. It'll ruin the feng shui and bring misfortune. Either stop the work or give us a satisfactory explanation. The uncles of the village chief in Qin Fan's village didn't bullshit with those 13 juniors before. Now the adults from the other villages had come, saying outrageous things one after another, and talking to them in a circle. They theorized. Qin Fan and Qin Jingang worried about the process of mixing words up to push rub. Not good, and then fight will be troublesome. Third master, Uncle Nyo, Uncle Laoquan, don't argue with them. I've already called the police. Let's wait for them to arrive. A few women from the neighboring village yelled at Qin Fan with loud voices. What's wrong with calling the police? What's wrong with calling the police? Scare me with the police? Not only is your building of this dam impeding our water use, but it's also destroying the feng shui. It's the police who have to be reasonable. You're not in charge. A few gentlemen from the neighboring villages also gathered around Qin Fan. Shui Yalan on the side of the highway saw this scene and was very worried about Qin Fan. She couldn't think about it anymore and hurried down the road to the riverbank. She had wanted to rush to Qin Fan and protect him behind her, but she suddenly saw a man behind Qin Fan, wearing a mask and a pressed hat, taking something out of his sleeve. In the midst of the silhouettes, Shui Yalan saw a flash of cold light. It was a dagger. Don't! Shui Yalan ran towards Qin Fan despite everything, and the moment Qin Fan turned his head to look at Shui Yalan, he was already pushed away by Shui Yalan. The dagger stabbed into Shui Yalan's body. The man in the mask and pressed hat saw that he had stabbed the wrong person and fled in panic. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone froze for 3 seconds. Grim Then and Qin Jiangang were the first to react. Holy shit, Nymphets dash. Qin Jiangang, Grim Then and the rest of the village went after the perpetrators. The neighboring villagers who came to make trouble looked at Shui Yalan, who had a dagger stuck in her stomach. They were all dumbfounded, not daring to utter a word, and were silent. Qin Fan froze for a full 5 seconds, crawled on his hands and knees to Shui Yalan's side, and took her into his arms. Yalan, Yalan. Blood flowed out from the corner of Shui Yalan's mouth. She was trembling all over, reaching out her hand to touch Qin Fan's face. Qin Fan held Shui Yalan's hand on his face. The blood stained Qin Fan's face, Shui Yalan's white clothes, and Qin Fan's clothes. I don't know why. Qin Fan's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He opened his mouth, but he lost his voice in heartache. Call 120. Qin Fan was holding Shui Yalan like a flower that was wilting. Why? Yalan, I told you to go back. Why didn't you listen? Shui Yalan's mouth was still bleeding out. Her gradually pale and pretty face revealed a miserable smile. Her cold little hand stroked Qin Fan's face, and her eyes were filled with remorse and unwillingness to give up. Qin Fan, sorry for, if I were given another chance, I would really want to keep living in that time in college. The last sycamore flower on the sycamore tree by the highway floated down with the wind, until it floated to the heart of Shui Yalan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with more remorse than the sky was full of stars, and she slowly closed her eyes full of reluctance. Qin Fan's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe, and his tear ducts broke the bank. Shui Yalan, you're not allowed to die. Big brothers, click on a little to urge the generation of electricity to support it. Brother Gonzo, Grim Rule, stop fighting, drive and help me get Yalan to the hospital. Hurry. Qin Fan didn't know much about medical matters, but he knew that it was dangerous to keep letting Shui Yalan bleed like this. Although 120 had been called, it took time for the ambulance to come. For Shui Yalan, time is now life. Getting to the hospital a minute sooner or a second sooner could have ended differently. Grim Then and Qin Jiangang, who were originally pounding the assailant, also reacted after hearing Qin Fan's shouts. Yeah, drive. Get to the hospital. Shui Yalan still has a knife in her stomach. You can't pull it out. You can't move too much, either, to avoid secondary injuries. The third master and the others hurriedly made a simple stretcher and together they carried Shui Yalan to the back of a pickup truck. Although Qin Fan's car, Grim Then the car is in the village, but the space is too small, easy to curve to Shui Yalan's body, can only drive a pickup truck to the county town to send. While Qin Fan was escorting Shui Yalan to the hospital, the police car arrived in the village. The 3 grandmasters who stayed in the village and they told the police about the situation. The police took control of the assailant, who had been beaten to death. Then he looked at the 13 Taibao who had come to cause trouble, as well as the villagers from the neighboring villages. The 13 generals wanted to run away, but they were stopped by the 3 masters. One of those villagers from the neighboring villages came out as a backbone. Comrade policeman, we don't know the man who stabbed the man. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's go. That's right. Let us go. There's still water boiling in my house. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. The police stopped and wouldn't let them go. They had to question them one by one. The police are not fools. People are keenly aware of the neighboring villages to make trouble, and the murderer's hand is not a coincidence. When the police interrogated the villagers of the neighboring villages as well as the 13 generals one by one, the melon seller's man took out his hand and secretly sent a message to Yan Shualin. Chairman, everything is safe with the young master. But something big just happened. Just returned to the provincial city. Yan Shualin, who was explaining to Grandpa Grim Then, heard the sound of the message, took out his cell phone and glanced at it with some impatience. If there's something big, you can just send it out. Why wait for me to ask? What is it? Just now, when someone from Qin Fan's neighboring village came to cause trouble and made a lot of noise and chaos, a man pulled out a dagger and tried to stab Qin Fan, but was seen by Miss Shui, who blocked the knife for Qin Fan. That blood flow. Miss Shui has fainted. Qin Fan is sending her to the hospital. I don't know if her life is in danger. Yan Shualin's heart thumped. The eldest miss of the Shui family in Longdu was stabbed? It's not good. It's not good. It feels bad. Nope. Miss Shui was actually stabbed in order to block the knife for Qin Fan? What kind of man puts his life on the line for another man? Family members don't always make it. Only people who love each other deeply can do that. Is it true what my son said? Does Miss Shui really love that brat named Qin? But how is that possible? Perhaps Miss Shui had directed herself to have someone stab herself in order to get Qin Fan, the toy, to go back? Crap. How twisted in the heart and how hard on yourself does that have to be? Nope. Right now, we shouldn't actually care if Miss Shui really loved that Qin surnamed. The problem now is that someone wants that Qin guy dead. If I let Z stay with him, my stupid son, who is bewitched, is not sure that he will also block the knife for that Qin. I'm from a 3-generation family. There's no way I'm really going to get another number with his mom. No matter if Koz is willing or not. I just have to tie him back. Dang dash. A cane struck Yan Shualin on the head. Sinner, where is my grandson? Didn't you say you'd give you 3 days? Where is my precious grandson? Yan Shualin grabbed his car keys and headed out. Dad, wait, I'll go and bring Koz back. On the other side, Qin Fan and his group met an ambulance halfway. Professional paramedics carried Yalan Shui to the ambulance. Qin Fan followed the ambulance in his car and went straight to the county hospital. Upon arrival at the county hospital, Shui Yalan was taken to the emergency room. Qin Fan paced back and forth outside the door. The days felt like years, and it felt like time was moving very slowly like it was glued. Qin Fan couldn't say what mood he was in. I'm very worried about Yalan Shui. It's heartbreaking, too. He had cried out inwardly that he could never forgive those 7 ladies, that he wanted nothing to do with them. But now Shui Yalan has saved his life by blocking a knife for him. Can you cut off those things that Shui Yalan trampled on his dignity in his last life? Qin Fan doesn't know. The memories of my last life are still fresh in my mind. But now those things that Shui Yalan trampled on his dignity are being impacted by the scene where Shui Yalan blocked the knife for him. Maybe it'll be flushed out completely. Maybe it won't get washed away. Qin Fan couldn't say. How many people in this world can sort out their emotions? It's a mess. Let's just be natural. Go wherever fate takes you. Qin Fan walked around the door of the resuscitation room and prayed with his hands together for Shui Yalan's safety. Qin Jiangang stood behind Qin Fan, not moving a muscle. Grim is at the very back. He thought about it, thinking that this matter has to be told to Kang Qiuyu. After all, Jiang Qiuyu and Shui Yalan were good sisters. At a certain ribbon-cutting ceremony in S County, many important bigwigs on the county side are welcoming Jiang's group to S County. When Jiang Qiuyu answered the phone and learned that Shui Yalan was injured, the scissors in her hand fell directly to the ground. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm going to the hospital. Jiang Qiuyu brought $1 billion to S County to invest. The county is very important. Now Jiang Qiuyu's face changed greatly and she hurried to the hospital. There was a crowd of county dignitaries on the scene who felt they should all go along for the ride. The gatekeeper uncle at the entrance of the hospital is touching the fish. Suddenly saw the county leader's car toward the hospital, and hastily picked up the intercom. The county leaders are here for a surprise inspection. Informed the dean. But the next moment the janitorial uncle was dumbfounded. All of the county's dignitaries followed a starlight beauty in the direction of the resuscitation room. When Jiang Qiuyu arrived at the hospital, she saw Grim then as well as Qin Fan, who was waiting anxiously at the door of the resuscitation room. Qin Fan was too worried about Shui Yalan to even hear the footsteps behind him. Jiang Qiuyu walks over to Grim Zephyr. Grim then. What's going on? How did Yalan get hurt? Grim, on the other hand, told the story of what happened. The more Jiang Qiuyu listened, the uglier her face became. On her way here, she originally thought that it might be Shui Yalan's cowhorse brother, Shui Hangyu, who had sent someone to kill Shui Yalan. I didn't realize it was someone who wanted Qin Fan dead. This was more serious to Jiang Qiuyu than Shui Hangyu trying to harm Shui Yalan. Jiang Qiuyu slightly sideways coldly looked at those big shots in S County. The village of Planting Cliffs has been reported to the police before, and it will happen again. I didn't realize that your county was so inattentive. It looks like I'll have to reconsider whether I can still invest in your county. With these words, the faces of those bigwigs in S County have changed. Mr. Jiang, we were negligent in this matter. Our comrades must have thought at first that it was just some idle street sneaks who wanted some money, but they didn't realize that there was an intentional murder behind it. Mr. Jiang, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Kang Qiuyu grunted and didn't say anything. There is A.S. County rich businessman recognized Grim Ze, pulled Grim Ze arm, signaling to borrow a step to talk. Young Yen, what's the relationship between that injured girl and Miss Jiang? Does the Longdu Shui family know about this? The injured girl is the eldest miss of the Shui family of Longdu, a good sister of Mr. Jiang. The rich merchant's face paled. If we don't handle this right, that would have a huge impact on S County, so big that he can't even imagine it. Thank you for informing us. Young Yen, we know what to do. The village of Planting Cliffs. The 13 taipans and the villagers from neighboring villages who came to cause trouble, after being interrogated by the police, were told that they could not leave yet, and that they could only leave one after another after further interrogation and examination. They all quit and yelled, "Planting Cliff Village is repairing a dam. We just came to ask for a statement from Planting Cliff Village. We don't know anything about the murder and killing. Why don't you let us go?" The police officer patiently explained. "Based on the initial interrogation just conducted, there is a high probability that this incident is a case of premeditated murder and that you have been taken advantage of. Next, we will conduct further interrogation. Please tell us everything you know." Those rowdy villagers from the neighboring villages were called by the 13 generals, and each of them was charged $50, and 50 more when they had finished speaking. They didn't say anything during the interrogation. They all yelled, fearing that they would be interrogated again and exposed. "We've just made it clear that we that are here to seek justice with the cliff planting village. We don't know anything else. You have to be reasonable even as police officers. Why don't you let us leave when we've made it clear? That is, I still have a gas stew on at home. Who's responsible for anything that happens? There's a bit too many villagers causing trouble." The first police to arrive were few in number and the situation was a bit chaotic. Chin Guiyu was ready to secretly drive away, but he had just walked to the car when he saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. A line of police cars appeared on the highway, as well as the armed police cars of the special lady. "I just took some money to get a rise out of people. Why do I have to be so exaggerated? That perpetrator, I really don't recognize him." Chin Guiyu panicked. Her hands began to shake, quietly dodged aside and dialed that phone. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed does not exist. Sorry, the number you called is not there." Chin Guiyu man was dumbfounded. "The number of the boss who arranged the job for me was working yesterday. How come it doesn't exist today?" And he realizes he's being played for a pig in a poke. The boss who arranged the job told him to find someone to make trouble, and also told him to make a bigger mess. It wasn't as simple as finding trouble with Chin Fan at all. It was wanting Chin Fan's life. "Mr. Mayor Father, your child is in big trouble. Chin Guiyu's legs are weakening. Don't think he's usually quite loud, but he's actually a gutless man." "No, no, no. I didn't go and make a scene. I'm not involved in this. Although I was the one who contacted the 13th general, but they are all jugglers, very trustworthy, and will never give me up. I went home to sleep. Yes, I don't have a weak heart and I can still sleep in peace." Clunk dash. The later police and also the armed police team got out of their cars and directly surrounded everyone in the riverbank. 13 Typo was so scared he forgot to breathe. Some of the neighboring villagers who came to make trouble. Some of the ladies were directly stunned. The perpetrators, and those who made trouble, all take them back for interrogation. Enforcement if you refuse to cooperate. The passers-by on the highway were all dumbfounded. Some saw the antecedents, some didn't, and began to talk and rumor. "Have you heard? The people who went to Planting Cliff Village to cause trouble were all arrested. The SWAT team is here. It's scary. It seems that planting the Cliff Village to repair the dam is the meaning of the upper side. Cannot dare to go to find trouble Miles. I heard it was planted Cliff Village that old man Sheen picked up the child's identity is notorious. The dam is he repaired. Some people make trouble. He made a phone call came a bunch of police. Why did I hear that someone died? It seems to be that Chin Fan's daughter-in-law." When the rumor spreads wildly in the village of the 3 men who made a tiger, Chin Fan was still waiting anxiously outside the hospital's resuscitation room. Zhang Qiuyu was also worried about Shui Yalan. She hesitated, but she still felt that she should tell Shui Yalan's father about this matter. Long Do. In a small villa on the outskirts, Shui was watering the flowers. He was accompanied by 2 richly dressed noble women. "Ji Qiang, how long has Yalan been gone to S County? You just don't care?" Shui didn't say anything, still watering the flowers. He is Shui Yalan's father, who was abducted as a child and returned to the Shui family in his 20s. His mom and dad's 6 sisters felt they owed him a lot and treated him very well, finding him a beautiful daughter-in-law and giving birth to beautiful daughters, wanting him to inherit the family business. Shui Jiqian was also originally full of fighting spirit, thinking of not letting anyone down, doing a good job and inheriting the family business. But what I didn't realize was that a car accident almost killed him, but his life was saved, but his lifeblood was gone. A neutered cat can get depressed. A man without his lifeblood is no different than a man without his life. What's even more odious is that a lot of the media covered it at the time. This led to Shui's inability to hold his head up in front of people. To add to his devastation, he once found his wife in the car with the driver unclothed. "We're divorced." But Shui Jiqiang began to decadence. Do not care about anything, hiding in their own cottage every day, like only watering the flowers and teasing the birds of the robot, lost their souls. When Shui's parents saw that Shui was like this, plus the fact that Shui really couldn't afford to have another son, having to once again activate the father of the adopted son, that is, Shui Yalan's cowhorse brother, Shui Hongyu. Previously, when Shui Yalan came back to give up everything and cashed in the company to Shui Hongyu as well, she came to see Shui Jiqiang and said that she might not come back. Shui Jiqiang just looked up and nodded to Shui Yalan, saying, "Be happy." Shui Yalan's great aunt and second aunt said Shui Jiqiang when they found out, but Shui just watered the flowers without saying a word. This time it was Shui Yalan's 3 nuns and 6 nuns who came back from abroad to say, Shui Jiqiang, brother, I know those things hit you hard, but Yalan is your daughter. Don't you care about her at all? You're not going to treat Yalan because of her mom. To Yalan too. Shui Jiqiang looked up at his 3rd and 6th sisters. 3rd sister, 6th sister. How could I not care about Yalan? Her mom is her mom. She's a she. I just want her to be happy. Shui Yalan's 3rd and 6th aunts looked at each other and frowned in confusion. Jiqiang, you want Yalan to be happy and joyful just by watching her fool around? She cashed out her company to Hongyu, and even sold the villa her family gave her. Do you think that would make her happy and joyful? Shui calmly smiled at his 3rd and 6th sisters and, 3rd sister, 6th sister, are you happy and joyful? 3rd Aunt Shui Yalan returned without thinking. We can eat whatever we want. We can travel wherever we want. And we are certainly happy. Shui didn't say anything and calmly looked at his 3rd sister. 3rd Aunt Shui Yalan was looked at with some weakness. Is she happy? Marriages are arranged in families. Husband is not loved. The mistresses are in packs. The night is lonely. The days are bitter and only money. She can only keep buying and buying to fill the emptiness inside of her. But sometimes when I see those brand name jewelry and bags late at night, I go crazy and break them and cut them with scissors. 6th Aunt Shui Yalan sighed and, we're not happy, but Yalan is happy doing that? Shui turned around and continued watering the flowers. At least she's following her heart. Maybe it won't have a happy ending, but I don't think she'll regret it. 3rd sister, 6th sister. Right about this time, Shui's cell phone rang. The caller ID says it's Luna. This caller ID put Shui in a bit of a trance. It was still more than 10 years ago, when Shui Yalan had just started kindergarten. A tiny Jiang Choyue held up the phone watch on her wrist and said that she wanted Uncle Shui's phone number and that she wanted Uncle Shui to save her cell phone number. After so many years had passed, Jiang Choyue hadn't called him, and Shui had almost forgotten about it. Why are you suddenly calling now? Shui's heart began to beat faster, and he had a premonition of something bad. Shi Kung, what's wrong? Shui did not reply. His hand shivered a little, and he answered the phone. Hello, is that Uncle Shui? It's me, Uncle Shui. Yalan, she was injured in a premeditated assassination, but not against what Jiang Choyue said afterward. Shui Jiqiang simply could not hear. He only felt the sky spinning, the sun and the moon, and his body swayed several times, almost falling. Shui Yalan 3 aunts and 6 aunts rushed forward to help Shui Jiqiang. Jiqiang, what happened? Shui Jiqiang covered his chest, and his eyes exploded with coldness. Shui Ziyuan, I've already quit, but you still refuse to let my daughter go? You, looking for death. Shui's entire body was trembling, his eyes covered in blood, invisible anger. But Shui Yalan's 3rd and 6th aunts could feel Shui Jiqiang's anger. Jiqiang, what's going on? Shui dropped the watering can in his hand that was watering the flowers on the ground, closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, and when he opened his eyes again, Shui Yalan's 3rd and 6th aunts seemed to see the once energetic and positive biological brother, but there was more than a hint of murder. Jiqiang, Shui Jiqiang said in a deep voice. It was me who was naive. I thought if I quit, he'd keep his word and not make a move on Yalan. But how can an underbred white wolf have credit? Shui Yalan's 3rd and 6th aunts looked at me and I looked at you, confused. Jiqiang, what the hell are you talking about? As things stand, Shui Jiqiang also stopped hiding it. 3rd sister, 6th sister, do you remember the car accident back then? It wasn't an accident. That was Shui Ziyuan who wanted me dead. Shui Yalan's 3rd and 6th aunts instantly widened their eyes at the words, filled with disbelief. Jiqiang, what you said, is it true? The Shui family had 6 daughters in a row in order to have a son, and the 7th gave birth to Shui Jiqiang. But when I was a child, Shui was abducted. The Shui family went to great lengths to find Shui, but never found him, so they adopted Shui Ziyuan. After more than 20 years, the Shui family finally found Shui Jiqiang. Being the biological son of the family bloodline, Shui Jiqiang was cared for and loved by his grandparents, his father, his mother and his 6 sisters as soon as he returned to the family, and they felt indebted to Shui Jiqiang, who was very good to him. Shui Ziyuan, who had already been groomed as the family heir for a long time, was directly raked aside after Shui Jiqiang returned home. With the help of his mom, dad, and sisters, Shui gradually took control of the company. But suddenly there was a car accident. After that car accident, Xue Jiqiang secretly investigated and found out about Xue Ziyuan. Xue Ziyuan also knew that he himself was checked by Xue Jiqiang, and he did not pretend anymore, and directly looked for Xue Jiqiang face to face. Xue Ziyuan, that ill-raised fake son, threatened Xue Jiqiang. If Xue dares to tell half of it, he would take Xue Yalan's life even if he had to sit in jail for the rest of his life. Xue was already at a weak point in his will because of his crippled body, and fearing for my daughter's safety. Xue then made an agreement with Xue Ziyuan. He withdraws from the competition to inherit the Xue family's estate, and Xue Ziyuan doesn't make a move against Xue Yalan. But now, Zhang Qiuyue said on the phone that Xue Yalan was injured in a stabbing attack. This made Xue Jiqiang think directly on Xue Ziyuan. Xue said the words hidden in his heart in one breath. Xue Yalan's third and sixth aunts were shocked for a while, even though they had lived with their adopted son, Xue Ziyuan, for more than 20 years. They still trusted their blood brother unconditionally. I didn't expect Xue Ziyuan to be such an evil white-eyed wolf. Jiqiang, I'm going to call the police. Xue Jiqiang stopped Xue Yalan's third aunt. Third sister, I'll do my thing, but don't spook me now. I'll go ahead and pick up Yalan. Yes, Yalan is important. I'll notify big sister and the others right now. We'll go and fetch Yalan back. Together, the 6 daughters of the Xue family as well as Xue Jiqiang set off together, took a plane to the capital of X province, and went straight to S county. The news of them moving together soon reached Xue Ziyuan's ears. He's been cowering in his house. Why is he suddenly moving again? 6 sisters also went with him to Province X. What on earth did they do? As night fell, the entire S county seemed to be much quieter because Xue Yalan was injured. The hospital was even quieter. Squeak! The door to the resuscitation room opened. Qin Fan rushed forward and asked, "Doctor, how is she? Is she awake?" The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and, that cut missed her abdominal aorta by a millimeter. It's not life-threatening, but he's lost a lot of blood and is still in a coma. Leave her alone and let her rest. Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was very fearful. Though he was not a medical student, he could tell by the doctor's tone that, if the abdominal aorta is punctured, I'm afraid it's life-threatening. After knowing that Xue Yalan was in no danger, it was only then that Qin Fan had time to think about him. Why would someone come to assassinate me? Who have I offended? I had no qualms about criticizing Zhang Jing's father to her face in order to back her up. I've sabotaged her cowhorse brother's little maneuvers several times, in order to protect Xue Yalan. I once saved a girl from the arms of a young man of uncomplicated status at a bar belonging to the Kong group. I once punched Shirlei for Wang Shiyun. I had. Blanche, why am I offending so many people? Who the hell is trying to get to me? In his last life, Qin Fan had seen the machinations and even assassinations of the noble circle. He thought he'd left Londo. Those people won't follow us here. After all, those people didn't retaliate against him in his last life. I wonder who was behind this assassination. Thank you, Doctor, for your hard work. A familiar voice came from behind him, pulling Qin Fan back to reality. Looking back, it was her. Kang Qiu tried to slip the doctor a red packet, but the doctor righteously refused. Cam, those bigwigs in the county are in my face, and you're slipping me red packets. Do you want me to die? After the doctor left, Zhang Qiu turned her head to look at Qin Fan as well. An inexplicable aggravation welled up. She hadn't seen Qin Fan for a long time. They say time heals all things, but Zhang Qiu only had more and more tormented thoughts about Qin Fan during these days when she had not seen him. While Zhang Qiu was worried about Xue Yalan, there was still a hint of envy towards Xue Yalan. Vaguely, she doesn't even care that the doctor said she was a millimeter away from dying. She was willing to block the knife for Qin Fan. Ta-da-da-da. There was the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps in the hallway. Yim Sukrim looked for it. Grim. On the other hand, saw Yan Shualin's eyes light up. Old Yan knows that Miss Xue blocked the knife for Qin, so he's finally willing to believe what I say? Is this to apologize to me for admitting my mistake? Oh, well, you're the oldest son, but there's no shame in apologizing to the Yin family's unicorn son. But how come old Yan is so well informed? Just as Grim then wondered, Yan Shualin walked over to Grimze, and pulled Grimze towards the building as soon as he could. Yan, let go of me. What are you doing? Z, I'm serious with you. You will be in danger if you continue to stay with Qin Fan. Come home with me. Grim, on the other hand, pointed to the ward. Old Yan, you don't know that Miss Xue blocked the knife for Brother Qin? You still don't believe me? Even if I believe it, what can I do? Yan Shualin pressed his voice and hissed. Someone is trying to assassinate Qin Fan. You'll be in danger around him. And let me tell you, eldest Miss Xue will soon be picked up like eldest Miss Li. The Xue family won't let eldest Miss Xue appear beside Qin Fan again. Lies. Grim, on the other hand, blurted out. Old Yan, you don't understand at all. Miss Xue loves Brother Qin. No one can stop her. Right about this time, there was a series of footsteps coming down the hallway. Yan Shualin glanced through the doorway into the hallway, then stepped aside to let Grim Z see that the Shui family is already here. You still don't believe what I said? The rich businessmen of S County and the important people in the hospital corridors have already left. But Shui Jingxing, who had gotten the news and rushed over, as well as Shui Jiqiang, who had just arrived, and Shui Yalan's 6 aunts and others filled the corridor again. For his part, Grim stood behind the door to the building, and through the crack in the door, he could see the worry and anger on Shui Yalan's father's face. One could also see the worry of Shui Yalan's 6 aunts written in their expressions. Old Yen, you don't believe me. Why don't we make a bet that you think Miss Shui won't come back after being taken away? But I promise you, Miss Shui will be back. And let me tell you, not only will Miss Shui come back, Brother Qin is very powerful. In the future, Brother Qin will be surrounded by a lot of noble people that you dare not imagine. Don't you question it yet, believe it first. Take your time with the latter. Now let's make a bet. If Miss Shui will come back after she's taken away, you'll send me back all the people and supplies you withdrew before. If Miss Shui doesn't come back, I'll listen to you. I'll kneel all the way from the front door of the house to the house. Kowtow to you. Confess my faults to you. Call you father. Do whatever you want me to do. And listen to you from now on. Then again, this is actually the Yen family unicorn giving you a chance. After all, we are all really related. I have to help you out. If Yan Shualin had a beard, he would definitely be furious right now with his beard all flying up. What kind of person would call himself a unicorn? What does it mean to be a real relative? What do you mean? If you lose, get down on your knees and call me daddy? You should fucking call me dad. Yan Shualin even wondered if Grim Zephyr had been brainwashed by Qin Fan. Hoo, can't get mad. There's no rush. This is my son. It's a fucking habit. If you're gonna be mad as fuck. Go back to noisy fucking asterisk. Since he offered to make a bet, let him be willing to bet and go home with me. Well, you brought this up yourself. But I can't possibly give you a lifetime to bet on whether Miss Shui will come back or not. Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head and came up with a random number that, 100 days then. Okay, 100 days then. Even if Miss Shui comes back for the 101st day, you'll still have to come home to me and listen to my arrangements for everything from now on. Grim, for his part, nodded confidently. Don't worry, old Yen. The Yen family unicorn can't be wrong. Grim then said, turned into the hospital corridor, closing the door also sighed. Hey, after all, really relatives. I do not take care of old Yen who take care of? Yan Shualin was so angry that he almost lost his breath and swung his fist to slam his anger against the clean white wall. He sent a message to his bodyguard as he descended the stairs. Protect Z, and I'll double your salary for the next 3 months. My lord will do as he is told. Loyalty.jpg, x 3-inch. You fucking poet grip. If Z loses a single hair, I won't spare you. Please, ask the chairman to rest assured that I will definitely protect the young master. In the hospital corridor, Shui Jiqiang as well as Shui Yalan's 6 aunts were relieved to know that Shui Yalan's life was not in danger. But now Shui Yalan couldn't be disturbed, and they all stood in the hallway. Shui Jiqiang walked over to Qin Fan when he saw him. How did you get her hurt? Up to now Qin Fan still didn't know about Shui Yalan cashing out her company to Shui Hongyu and giving up everything in long due to come to him. Shui Jiqiang's words made Qin Fan a bit puzzled. It was as if Qin Fan was originally supposed to hold Shui Yalan in his arms and protect her. But Qin Fan didn't explain anything. After all, Shui Yalan did almost lose her life because of him. Shui Yalan's 6 aunts knew from Shui Jiqiang on the way here that Shui Yalan gave up everything for Qin Fan, and all of them gathered around, ready to let Qin Fan make things clear. They couldn't accept that their only precious niece was suffering. Just then there was the sound of running in the corridor, and Willow Sissy arrived. When Shui Yalan blocked the knife for Qin Fan, Lu Sisi was still organizing the company in the small courtyard of Qin Fan's old home. Boss, are you alright? How is Shui Yalan doing? She's out of life-threatening condition, but she lost a lot of blood and is still in a coma. Willow Sissy breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Shui Yalan's 3rd aunt was ready to continue questioning Qin Fan to make him speak clearly. She was suddenly stopped by Great Aunt Shui Yalan reaching out. 3rd Aunt Shui Yalan looked at her eldest sister and passed her doubts with her eyes. Great Aunt Shui Yalan looked at Lu Sisi fixedly. Lu Sisi looked sideways after noticing her Great Aunt Shui Yalan's look. When Great Aunt Shui Yalan saw Lu Sisi's proper face, her eyes widened slightly. But she didn't say anything more, just politely nodded to Lu Sisi. Willow Sissy nodded back as if to return the favor. A couple of cops appeared in the hallway and asked in whispers, "May I ask who is Qin Fan? And is the man who knocked the perpetrator out here too? Please cooperate with us in our investigation." Qin Fan looked at the hospital room, then took Qin Jiangang and Grim then left with the police. Now that Shui Yalan's life is not in danger, Chin Fan had to go and cooperate with the police to make a statement or something. Although the police didn't call Lu Cc, Lu Cc as Chin Fan's secretary also followed. Why don't you let me talk? Big sister? What's wrong with that girl? She's from the Yang family? Then how come her last name is Lu? Take mom's last name. How could the Yangs let their daughter take her mom's last name? Because her mom is old lady Willow's daughter. What? How come I've never heard of this before? Since that girl's mom rarely shows her face, many people thought she followed the Ryu family overseas as well. Just, said Great Aunt Shui Yalan thoughtfully. How did she appear beside that boy Chin Fan? Chin Fan, Grim then, Chin Ji Gang, and Lu Cc followed the police to the police station. Based on what the police said, as soon as they arrived in the village of Planting Cliff in large numbers, all of them just spit out everything they knew word for word. The neighboring villagers who made trouble said they received money from the 13th General. 13 Typo said he received money from Chin Guayu. Chin Guayu said she received money from a man wearing a mask. And now that man can't be contacted. There were so many people in that rowdy villager in the neighboring village that the police gave them a verbal warning and did not take them back to the police station. But the 13 generals, Chin Guayu, and the one who committed the murder were all taken to the police station. While the police asked the perpetrator about the injuries on his body, Grim held his head high. Comrade police, the person is my Grim than a person to beat. Dog days dare to attack my brother Chin. Stab my sister. In law to stab Mr. Shui. I don't share him. The policeman thirsted twice and, why did I hear that you two moved out of fear that the perpetrator would continue to hurt people and purely out of self-defense and protection of the public? Grim, on the other hand, held his head high and balked like a hero about to valorize himself. No, he was getting ready to run away and I caught up with him and beat him up hard. Count me out if I didn't kill him. Cough cough. The policeman coughed in quick succession. Where the fuck is this douchebag from? Don't you get the hint? Why do you think he's supposed to live with the 13th General? Chin Fan made a wink to Chin Jiangang. And the reactive Chin Jiangang pulled the Grim then behind him and said smilingly to the police, yes, the comrade policeman was right. We stopped him because we were worried that he would continue to hurt others. The policeman glanced at Grim then, who was still in a daze, and nodded to Chin Jiangang. Well, if that's the case, you two are acting very bravely and deserve to be inspired. The police officer looked at Chin Fan after making a record file about Grim Zephyr and Chin Jiangang beating the perpetrator. What's that 13 Taba and Chin Guayu have been interrogated? They really didn't know about the assassination. They were being used. As for the person who committed the murder, after we interrogated him, he said he was hired by one of his bosses, and were working on arresting him based on the clues he provided. But because the other side is out of town, we have some procedures we need to go through. You can leave after you make a statement. When we catch the mastermind behind this, we will definitely bring the wrongdoers to justice. Chin Fan didn't expect it to go quite well. It's good that it went well, but if it went too smoothly, Chin Fan always felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Thank you, comrade policeman. You have suffered. To serve the people, as it should be. It was already 11 o'clock at night after Chin Fan, Grim then, and Chin Jiangang left the police station. Boss, now do we go back to the garment factory? Willow Sissy asked. Chin Fan looked in the direction of the hospital. Under the street lamp, the moth that burned out its last ounce of life and fluttered down with the wind made Chin Fan unable to let go of Shui Yalan, who was still in the hospital. You guys go back to the garment factory. I'm going to the hospital. Chin Fan stopped a cab and headed for the hospital. Lu Cc stomped her foot and stopped a cab as well, heading for the clothing factory. There are dormitories over at the clothing factory. Grim, on the other hand, looked at Chin Jiangang. Gang, where are we going? Although Chin Jiangang usually didn't talk much, he knew Chin Fan, and he knew that right now Chin Fan just wanted to be quiet. We'll go back to the clothing factory too, and go find Fan in the morning. Okay, I'll get a cab. Hey, when brother Chin and sister Cc need a cab, they have one. Why don't they have one when it comes to us? At night around 11 o'clock in the county, the car is getting less and less. Grim then and Chin Jiangang waited for half a day without a cab. Can only go to find a hotel to live? When Chin Fan arrived at the hospital, he found that Shui Yalan had already been transferred to the VLP ward. Shui Jiqiang, Shui Yalan's 6 aunts, and Shui Yalan's uncle, Shui Jingxing, who was in S County, all stood guard in the corridor. Jiang Qiuyue is also there. Chin Fan didn't go over and sat down in the hallway around the corner of the corridor. The moonlight crawled through the corner window and lay down on the bench beside Chin Fan. The shadows of the aspen leaves outside the window fell to the ground, bright and dark between flickers, like the snowflakes on the screen at the beginning of the Village movie. Chin Fan couldn't help but go off on a tangent, remembering an incident during the second half of his sophomore semester. At that time, Grandpa Chin Fan was still alive, only because he was too old. He got sick and was hospitalized. When Qin Fan got the news, he didn't tell anyone and hurriedly rushed back to S County from school to guard his grandfather at the hospital. In the middle of the night, Qin Fan sat in front of his grandfather's hospital bed, counting the shadows of the aspen tree leaves on the ground over and over again to pray for his grandfather. Suddenly he felt a man appear behind him and, turning back, saw Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan's bangs were a bit messy, as if she had rushed for a long time. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there was worry in her expression. But at that time, Qin Fan felt that Shui Yalan was more worried about him. Why didn't you tell me you were back? Made me look for you for a long time. Qin Fan belonged to the other sisters that day. The 7 sisters stipulated that when Qin Fan belonged to a certain sister, the other sisters could not call Qin Fan or intentionally look for him. Chance encounters did not count. Is Grandpa Qin okay? You take care of yourself too. Don't get too tired. If you don't have enough money for the doctor's visit, this card is for you. And the password is my birthday. You wouldn't not remember my birthday, would you? If you dare not remember, I'll bite you to death you. Outside the window the leaves of the aspen swayed in the wind and their shadows shook the ground. Memories still playing like a movie. All that played were the beautiful memories Qin Fan remembered about Shui Yalan. Those memories were originally buried in Qin Fan's heart because of the twisted Shui Yalan in his last life. And now the non-stop flooding. It made the corners of Qin Fan's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly like a crescent moon. Meow. The purring of a wildcat pulled Qin Fan back to reality. Qin Fan walked to the window and took a deep breath. The leaves of the aspens were still swaying in the moonlight, and the moon was still hanging in the sky. Qin Fan's heart was not as calm as the night. The good memories and the bad memories of Shui Yalan were still clashing in his mind. Interspersed now and then were images of Shui Yalan pushing him away from the knife and falling into a pool of blood. Qin Fan thought that he wouldn't have any more emotions towards Shui Yalan. But now, the memories of Shui Yalan in his mind were as messy as the aspen leaves clattering in the night breeze. It's hard to see, but see it or not, face it. The next day, the sound of footsteps in the hallway woke Qin Fan up. At 5 a.m., a patient went to the bathroom. Qin Fan turned the corner to look at the ward where Shui Yalan was, and realized that Shui Jiqiang and the others were saying something to the doctor. It's getting brighter and brighter. The paramedics pushed Shui Yalan out of the hospital room, and Shui Yalan didn't wake up. Qin Fan followed and asked the nurse who had just come out of Shui Yalan's room what was going on. Being told that, Shui's family is worried about the backward technology of the S County Hospital, leaving Shui Yalan with after effects or something, and wants to bring Shui Yalan back to Longdu for treatment. Qin Fan was a little worried. She's just out of danger. Is it safe to travel long distances? The nurse glanced at the Shui family and, people are rich and have their ways. That morning, when Grim Zephyr, Qin Jiangang, and Lu Cici arrived, Shui Yalan has been taken away by Shui's family. When Shui Jiqiang got into the car, he only looked back at Qin Fan and didn't say anything. Qin Fan stood at the entrance of the hospital and looked at the direction that Shui's family left with Shui Yalan. The leaves of the aspen trees along the roadside swayed lightly in the wind, and the sunlight fell to the ground broken by the swaying branches. Shattered sunlight paved the way. Qin Fan suddenly remembered something his grandfather had said to him. When you hesitate, you actually have a decision in mind. Only that decision may conflict with your previous thoughts and you subconsciously refuse to face it. Qin Fan turned to look at Qin Jiangang, Grim then, and Lu Cici. You guys go back. I'm going to the dragon capital. I'll at least see that she's safe and sound before I come back. Qin Jiangang didn't say anything and nodded. Grim, on the other hand, thought of the bet he had made with old Yen, and worried that Qin Fan would stay in Longdu for half a year once he went there. Brother Qin, why don't I go with you? I mostly, was thinking about my left brother. Yeah, I'm going to visit my left brother. Young Yen, you're not my employee. You can go wherever you want. Qin Fan said and looked at Lu Cici. Cici, you'll stay in X province. There are still garment factories over there in the provincial capital. Keep an eye out for them, and call me if anything happens. Lu Cici felt a little hard in her heart, but she had no reason to not let Qin Fan go. Boss, come back early. Longdu, Rendezvous Hospital, VLP ward area. Shui carefully exited the hospital room and gently closed the door behind him. Third Aunt Shui Yalan looked at Shui Jiqiang and said with a slight frown, Brother? Yalan woke up to find that what Qin Fan? I'm afraid. Great Aunt Shui Yalan looked at Shui Jiqiang thoughtfully. Brother? I don't understand what that kid Qin Fan is, but old lady Lu's granddaughter showed up and called him her boss. I'm afraid that kid's identity isn't simple. Is it? Shui Jiqiang raised his hand to interrupt. He didn't care why Lu Cici was by Qin Fan's side right now. He didn't care what kind of identity Qin Fan had. Shui Jiqiang only wanted to settle the score with Shui Ziyuan Shui Hengyu's father and son. Shui Jiqiang, who didn't finish listening to Jiang Chouyue's words, decided that it was Shui Ziyuan and Shui Hengyu's father and son who were trying to disadvantage Shui Yalan. Second sister. Fourth sister. Fifth sister. You still have a voice in the company and connections. Can you look into something for me? Brother, just tell me what you need from your sister. When Shui launched an investigation and searched for evidence, inside another mansion of the Shui family, Shui Ziyuan looked at the message in his cell phone and frowned. Shui Yalan was injured and admitted to Rendezvous Hospital? This isn't another one of Han Yu's doing, is it? Shui Ziyuan is a bit angry. Last time, Shui Hanyu created a car accident and almost killed Shui Yalan. When Shui Ziyuan found out, he severely reprimanded Shui Hanyu and forbade him to make a move on Shui Yalan. It's not that Shui Ziyuan, the uncle who has no blood relationship with Shui Yalan, cares about Shui Yalan. Rather, Shui Ziyuan was worried that this had angered Shui Jiqiang. Shui Jiqiang's ability Shui Ziyuan has seen it before, and if Sit gets riled up, he had to face not only Shui Jiqiang, but also his 6 sisters. Those 6 sisters were on the side of Shui Jiqiang as well as Shui Yalan. Get Hanyu back here. Yes. A few moments later, a sports car stopped in front of the mansion. Shui Hanyu, who was wearing sunglasses and a white shirt, got out of the car. After throwing the key to the housekeeper, Shui Hanyu trotted into the living room. Dad, you wanted to see me. With that, he casually picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. Shui Ziyuan sat on the sofa and stared at Shui Hanyu. Did you do what happened to Shui Yalan? Shui Hanyu froze, and stopped chewing the apple in his mouth. The Shui Yalan thing? What is it? Shui Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Shui Hanyu for a full 3 minutes, looking at Shui Hanyu all hairy and flabbergasted. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? What's the matter with Shui Yalan? She gave me the company of her own free will. Didn't I tell you that? Shui Ziyuan leaned back on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief after determining from Shui Hanyu's reaction that Shui Hanyu wasn't lying. I've just gotten word that Shui Yalan was injured, as if she was stabbed. It's good that you didn't do it. Shui Hangyu's eyes instantly widened at his words. Although he wanted Shui Yalan to die, he couldn't believe that someone would dare to make a move against Shui's family. Shui Yalan was stabbed? Dad, what's going on? What kind of people do that? Shui Hangyu was suddenly a little worried that, Dad, what enemies do we have in the Shui family? It's not possible that I'm in danger too, is it? Shui Ziyuan frowned at Shui Hangyu, then shook his head and, it's not clear yet, but the Shui Yalan thing is fine as long as you didn't do it. Shui Ziyuan turned the trigger finger on his thumb and stood up after a few moments of slight contemplation and, you're coming with me to the hospital. Look at your sister. Shui Hangyu hates Shui Yalan's death. Dad, what are we going to see her for? I'm not going. Shui Ziyuan glared at Shui Hangyu. Shui Yalan is injured. Your eunuch uncle is out, and all 6 of your aunts are back. We went to see Shui Yalan so that your eldest uncle would not suspect us. It's better to be steady now that the group isn't all in our hands. Rendezvous Hospital. Shui Yalan's great 3rd and 6th aunts were guarding the ward. Shui Jiqiang and Shui Yalan's 2nd, 4th, and 5th aunts didn't know what to do. Kang Qiuyu slowly exited the hospital room. She had followed Shui's family back to Longdu. She didn't go home even after returning to Longdu, and stayed in front of Shui Yalan's hospital bed. Now Shui Yalan has finally settled down. Jiang Qiuyu suddenly remembered that she hadn't told Wang Shijun and the girls about Shui Yalan. As Kang Qiu Moon edited the message, the Li family. Li Sitian locked herself inside her room, holding a stack of yellowed letter paper in her hand, and sat on the edge of her bed, unable to stop the flow of tears. The sunlight came through the window and landed impartially on the letterhead. The, beautifully written on letterhead. Tears are blurring the eyes of. The sight passed through tear-soaked lashes, and the words seemed to come to life in the sunlight. The word love jumps. The light goes backwards. It was as if Li Sitian had gone back to her college days. Her parents have been recommending her to male friends from prestigious families ever since she started college. Those people saw that Li Sitian was sweet and cute. They were all interested in Li Sitian and wanted to make friends with her. But Lisbeth knew what her parents were up to. It also knows what the interests of those who come from prestigious families and big young men are. She didn't want to say another word to the big boys, but she was in the way of her parents as well as her family, and there was no way she could just say no. So she asked Qin Fan to write her a love letter. He also asked Qin Fan to read those love letters aloud in front of the girls' dormitory building. She showed up every time, took Qin Fan's love letters and hugged him. Though at the time, Li Xixian was trying to get the big boys to stay away from her. But now she held the yellowed love letters and how she wished they were real. Love. It's like a tune that takes a woman and a man to play. But only the right person playing with you can play the notes that make your body and mind happy. Li Xixian suddenly realized that, with all the boys around her, it seemed that only Qin Fan fit her beat. Outside the villa is the hustle and bustle of the city. But it was as if Li Xixian's world was left with only 1 or 2 chirps of the sparrows in the yard. Her family only saw her as a tool for the union. The people who once cared for her, who she hurt so badly. The breeze ruffled her hair. The setting sun shone on her contrite face. The tears dripped on the yellowed letterhead, blurring the words of love that, how I missed the time when we first met. I'm a little curious. He's a little formal. Everyone was sincere. Now, he won't forgive me. He never will. Lee Si-tian picked up a small knife and put it on her wrist. Goodbye, Chin Fan. I'll leave. I'll disappear. But if I could do it all over again, I will definitely write you a love letter. The hand slowly exerts itself. Blood flowed out the moment the skin was cut, but the pain in her body still couldn't cover up the pain in Lee Si-tian's heart. Just as Lisbeth was breaking her heart, ready to keep pushing, the cell phone rang. It wasn't so much that anyone had called Lisbeth, but someone had posted a message in the small group. Lee Si-tian glanced at it and saw that the message notification that popped up on her cell phone could only be seen in part. Yalan had an accident and is now in Rend Medical. Something happened to Yalan? Lee Si-tian's heart thumped. If Lee Si-tian hadn't had that time with Shui Yalan in S County, she wouldn't have been interrupted by this message. With that time, she felt she was closer to Shui Yalan than she was to her other sisters. Although she was ready to say goodbye to this world, she still couldn't help but care about Shui Yalan and wanted to know what had happened to her. She hesitated for 10 seconds or so before finally setting the knife aside and ignoring her wrist, which was still bleeding from a small cut. She picked up her phone and tapped on the message. Yalan had an accident and is now in Rendezvous Hospital. Are you coming? Wang Shiyun, Xiu Yu. What happened to Yalan? What happened? Zhang Jing, what happened to Yalan? Jiang Xiuyu, someone tried to stab Qin Fan. She pushed him away but she was stabbed. Tina Zhao? There's no one else in the little group that's talking. But Lee Si-tian knew that everyone would go to the hospital to see Shui Yalan. Lee Si-tian looked at her bleeding wrist, found a band-aid to put on it, and went out the door as well. When Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing and the others arrived at the hospital, they saw Shui Yalan who was pale and still resting. They didn't bother Shui Yalan and asked Jiang Xiuyu in the hallway what had happened. Jiang Xiuyu also only learned from Grim Zephyr's mouth that someone wanted Qin Fan's life. Shui Yalan pushed Qin Fan away and got hit by the knife herself, and Jiang Xiuyu didn't know the other details. Lee Si-tian suddenly wondered how Qin Fan was doing and asked in a small voice. Autumn Moon, is that, Qin Fan alright? Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, and Zhou Luoyi all looked at Jiang Xiuyu. They wanted to know too. They just didn't have the heart to ask. Jiang Xiuyu, when I was at the S County Hospital, I saw Qin Fan. He's fine. I just don't know who wants to do Qin Fan a disservice. Zhao Tingting, who hadn't said anything on the side, said icily. What? You guys still want to go protect Qin Fan? We saved his grandfather's life and we're going to protect his? Yalan is so stupid. You guys are ridiculous. You guys want to talk, go ahead. I have business at the office. Zhao Tingting took 2 steps and then stopped to add. I'll come back to see Yalan when she's better. Zhao Tingting left. Wang Shiyun and the girls didn't say much. Everyone has their own choices and they don't force others to be like them. Just like Wang Shiyun, Zhang Jing, and Zhou Luoyi didn't go to S County to look for Qin Fan just like Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and Lee Si-tian. They have their ways. The other side, Qin Fan and Grim, on the other hand, went back to their hometowns and drove their cars before embarking on the road north to Dragon Capital. The two of them switched drivers along the way. The next day arrived at the Dragon Capital. Crowds of people coming and going. The sound of honking sirens rising and falling, together with the heat wave surged towards Qin Fan who had just gotten off the bus, as if welcoming him back to Dragon Capital once again. Qin Fan coughed twice in a row, clearly not liking this kind of welcome. Brother Qin, do you know which hospital Mr. Shui is in? Where are we going to see Mr. Shui? Qin Fan looked back at Grim Zephyr for a second. Aren't you here to see your left brother? Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head. Anyway, there's no rush. It's okay to go see Mr. Shui first before going to find Brother Zhua. Qin Fan didn't poke at Grim Zephyr's small mind. According to the memory of my last life, Shui's family members would go to the Rendezvous Hospital when they were sick, and Shui Yalan should have been sent to the Rendezvous Hospital in 8 or 9 years. Let's go to Rendezvous Hospital first. Qin Fan took Grim then to Rendezvous Hospital. Jiang Qiuyue, they each went home yesterday to rest, today has not yet come. In addition to the 2 medical staff who had been taking care of Shui Yalan's ward, only Shui Yalan's great-aunt and third aunt were there. Shui Yalan's third aunt stood up when she saw Qin Fan, wanting to ask Qin Fan how he protected Shui Yalan, but she was pulled back by her big sister. Great-aunt Shui Yalan pulled third aunt Shui Yalan out of the hospital room, and beckoned the medical staff to go out as well. Grim, on the other hand, thought he should go out as well, and followed the healers all out. The reaction of Shui Yalan's aunts made Qin Fan's mind more or less doubtful, but didn't think much of it. He had come to see Shui Yalan. Sick bay. Shui Yalan's pretty face was still a bit pale, and her eyebrows were slightly arched downward, as if she had dreamed some unhappy dream. Shui Yalan is still a bit weak and may not even be able to eat. However, With the medical conditions in Longdu, coupled with the Shui family's status, Shui Yalan would surely slowly get better. Qin Fan didn't want to wake up Shui Yalan and prepared to leave for a few days before coming back. But I don't know if it was the breeze that he brought up on Shui Yalan's pretty face that awakened her. Shui Yalan's long eyelashes moved a few times and slowly opened her eyes. Shui Yalan froze for 5 or 6 seconds after seeing Qin Fan. Qin Fan? A bitter smile appeared on Shui Yalan's pale and pretty face. I'm dreaming. He won't come to see me after all I've done to hurt his dignity. The morning light full of vigor shone on Shui Yalan's face, but Shui Yalan's expression was a bit bleak. It made Qin Fan somewhat intolerant. Yalan, it wasn't a dream. I came to see you. Shui Yalan blinked and looked at the sunlight outside the window, then lifted her right hand to her mouth and gently bit into it, then was so surprised that she wanted to sit up and, Qin Fan, you're really here. Qin Fan placed his hand on Shui Yalan's shoulder, not allowing Shui Yalan to get up. Shui Yalan's eyes reddened as she thought again of all the things she had done to hurt Qin Fan's dignity. Qin Fan, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me then. Qin Fan, I'm sorry. Qin Fan helped Shui Yalan press down the quilt. Let those things go. You get well. Shui Yalan was not happy because of Qin Fan's words, but instead, it was as if she was even sadder. Qin Fan, are you coming to see me and say these things because I'm injured? I don't want you to do it for payback again. Qin Fan was stunned, not shaking his head or nodding his head. Don't think about it so much right now. Rest and get well. Will you still come to see me? Shui Yalan tugged at the corner of the quilt, her heartbeat accelerating as she eagerly looked at Qin Fan, fearing that he would leave again without a word. Will? Qin Fan nodded seriously to Shui Yalan. I will still come to see you. A smile finally appeared on Shui Yalan's pale little face, like a flower that waits for the first rays of sunshine after a storm. Bloom with confidence. Happy smiles from the heart. Shui Yalan still needed more rest now. Qin Fan did not say anything more to Shui Yalan and exited the ward. Shui Yalan's small face was finally animated because of the smile even though it was still pale. Qin Fan retreated to the back of the corridor and turned his head to see Li Sidian, who had just arrived from home. Li Sidian froze when she saw Qin Fan. This was Dragon Capital, the place where they had created many humiliating memories for Qin Fan. She thought Qin Fan wouldn't come. Qin Fan saw the band-aid on Li Sidian's wrist at a glance. Although Qin Fan is not a detective, but he expected that it should be Shui Yalan's injury that had temporarily interrupted Li Sidian's thoughts of living lightly. Qin Fan sighed and paused slightly as he passed by Li Sidian. The bank card you left for the third dame. The third dame didn't want it and said for you to go back and get it. For Lisbeth. In recent times, her world had gone black, and these words from Qin Fan were like a beam of light shining into her world, giving her hope again. Even though my mom and dad misused me as a tool for the union, my godmother genuinely treated me well. And, Qin Fan said this, does it show that he is not tired of me in his old home? And, did Qin Fan forgive Yalan? If Yalan has a chance, I should have one too, right? Li Sidian's desperately frozen pretty face gradually melted. She turned to look at Qin Fan. Qin Fan had already disappeared around the corner of the corridor. But that's okay. Qin Fan's words had given her strength. When Li Sidian was ready to continue to go to the ward to accompany Shui Yalan, she suddenly saw Shui Yalan's great aunt and third aunt whispering something at the entrance of the ward. The sight of her brought another quick stop and a smile. Sugar is here. Yalan is so lucky to have a good friend like you. On the other side, after Qin Fan left Rendezvous Hospital, he felt that the weather was a bit hot and his mind was a bit messed up. Into a supermarket down the road. Boss, take 2 ice creams. After paying and leaving the supermarket, Qin Fan casually gave Grim then an ice cream. Grim then asked as he opened the ice cream and took a bite. Brother Qin, when did third dame tell you to let Miss Lee go back and get that bank card? The roadside ginkgo trees are full of robins, and the heat reflected from the earth of Longdu makes you feel like you are in a steamer. Qin Fan threw the ice cream bag into the trash can and took a bite of the ice cream without looking at Grim then returned. Said it when you didn't see it. Lying. Brother Qin, I'm thinking, if it's true that third dame told you, when we drove back to the village earlier, shouldn't we have just brought that card with us? Qin Fan, I was in such a hurry driving back to the village earlier that I forgot. Spill. Lies. On the way back to the car, the third dame and the others asked us how Miss Shui was doing. Did you see that the 3 dames couldn't think of a bank card? There is only one answer. Lying. Qin, stop pretending. San and Yang didn't even tell you to let Miss Lee go back to get the bank card. It's just that you want Miss Lee back. How dare you say you don't love Miss Lee? The Yen family's unicorn son had long since penetrated everything. Wait, oh, what about Miss Shui? Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Grim then pulled out his cell phone to find it was from old Yen. Brother Qin, I'll take a call. Grim, on the other hand, took 2 steps and picked up the phone under a tree not far from Qin Fan. Hello? Yen, what's up? Xiaozhe, do you know that Miss Jiang has returned to Longdu as well? Now that those 7 great ladies of Dragon Capital have returned to Dragon Capital, it's already a clear daydream for you to rely on Qin Fan to climb up to the 7 great families of Dragon Capital. And I'm telling you, that Qin Fan has returned to Longdu as well. You see, he went back to Longdu to be a cow and horse for those big ladies, and in less than 2 days all those projects in his old home will stop and rot. You hurry home. Your grandfather misses you. Old Yen, you just found out that Miss Jiang has returned to Longdu as well. Ha, I've known it for a long time. I'm in the Dragon Capital right now. As for what you said, you don't even know the truth. Miss Jiang came back because of Miss Shui. Miss Jiang will go back. Brother Qin is by my side, so I won't tell you more. Don't forget our bet. Province X. Tu Dolu. Yen Shualin was a bit confused after the phone was hung up. My son went to Longdu too? Why didn't the bouncer tell me? Yen Shualin immediately dialed the bodyguard's number. Hey, where are you? Dong, chairman. Young master and Qin Fan left S County. I drove to follow them on the highway, in a service area to go to the toilet. I lost them. Chairman, I'm lost now. Can you send someone to pick me up? You stepped on the poet's grip. Londo, Grim, on the other hand, hung up the phone and returned to Qin Fan's side. Brother Qin, where are we going now? Qin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed left and right. Since I've made a trip to Longdu, I naturally want to meet your brother Zhua. I wonder if your left brother got a job. The time had already reached noon, and Qin Fan didn't have to worry about disturbing the left and right work or anything. The call was quickly answered. Hello? Vancy, what's up? Yuzu, I've arrived at Dragon Capital. Where are you? Let's go find you. Grim then shouted from the sidelines. Zhua, I'm here too. Young Yen is here too? There was a pause around. I have to go back to work after dinner. So let's do this. I'll meet you guys when I get off work this afternoon. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fan and Grim then found an ordinary hotel and asked for a bell room. Tired from driving to Londo yesterday, catching up on sleep and looking to go around in the evening. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone ringing woke Qin Fan up. Qin Fan realized that it was already dark outside. Hey, Yuzu, Vancy, where are you guys? I'm off duty. I'll come find you guys. Qin Fan sent an address to the left and right. Arrived about half an hour later. Fanny, Yen Xiao, left brother. Since the goodbye, the memory wants to go crazy. A few times the soul dream with you. Zhua brother, want to die you. Crap. Remembering meeting each other turns into remembering wanting to go crazy. Mr. Yen is so literate. It's so apt. Qin Fan smiled and didn't say anything. Grim, on the other hand, used the poems he had memorized in his old yard. The 3 of them found a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and asked for 3 beers to drink first. Qin Fan's stomach was almost healed now, so it was okay to drink less beer. Yuzu, how's your job search going? Grabbing a piece of patted cucumber left and right and tossing it into your mouth. I've been working half a month. My current company, I'm not afraid of your envy when I say it. It's the famous Zhao Group. Qin Fan froze. This is not a coincidence, this not? Zhao Group? Grim, on the other hand, was also surprised and gave Qin Fan a rather deep look. Brother Zhua, Zhao Group is good. Our Yen family has always wanted to cooperate with the Zhao Group, but we've never been able to strike up a conversation. Brother Zhua has entered the Zhao Group. Don't forget to give our Yen Group a few words of praise when you have the chance. Left and right took a sip of their beer, a somewhat unnatural smile on their faces. He's into the Chiu Group, but he's just a team leader. That's not the point. The point is that his department manager is someone he used to go to high school with. They didn't get along in high school. Now half a month into the job, that high school friend started out by saying that we were all old classmates and would take care of it. The result is a shooing kind of shutdown. Dirty jobs are given left and right. There's been an annoying thing going on lately or so. He heard that Zhao's group was preparing to invest in some project in some remote ravine. They need to transfer people in their department. He didn't want to go around. His girlfriend was in Londo and he was renting a house in Londo to pay the rent. But he had a feeling that 9 times out of 10, his high school friends who were now his managers would let him go. But it's his personal business. He didn't want to talk to Qin Fan. Let's not talk about work. Let's talk about something fun. Young Yen, have you talked about your girlfriend lately? Brother Zhua, don't you understand me? I am now concentrating on my career. How can I be in the mood to talk about love? While Qin Fan and Grim then drank and chatted with the left and right. Somewhere in the Shui family's villa, Shui slapped the table. What a little beast! What a little beast! Through his investigation, Shui found out about Shui Han used several previous attempts to install tracking software into Shui Yalan's cell phone. And finally there was the car accident that almost killed Shui Yalan. It's me who's a bad father. I can't believe I believed the words of the white-eyed wolves. Thinking that their father and son really wouldn't do anything to Yalan, Shui clenched his fists tightly and slammed them hard on the table. Shui, Yalan's second aunt, and the girls were surprised and angry. They didn't realize that Shui's car accident back then was planned by Shui Ziyuan. I also don't know that Shui Jiqiang chose to compromise with Shui Ziyuan for the sake of Shui Yalan's safety. What's more, he didn't know that Shui Hongyu actually wanted Shui Yalan's life. It is hard to repay 100 generations before they are born and raised. Our Shui family has treated their father and son well. Why would they do this to our own brother and niece? Jiqiang, call the police. Let that pair of white-eyed father and son sit through the bottom of the jail. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, his big sister at the hospital called, "Little brother." Shui Ziyuan's father and son came to the hospital to see Yalan. The anger in Shui Jiqiang's eyes almost materialized as he clenched his fists on the table with a death grip. Cats cry for fake mercy. And you want me to think I have nothing to do with them? Second sister. I want them dead. Shui Jiqiang and his second, fourth and fifth sisters all rushed to the hospital. Shui thanks father and son Shui Ziyuan and Shui Hongyu for coming to visit Shui Yalan. Shui Ziyuan is full of worry and says that he will find the best expert to look at Shui Yalan's injury and make sure that not even a small scar will be left. On the sidelines, the unrelated brothers are very close. But in fact, Shui Jiqiang inwardly hated to hammer Shui Ziyuan and Shui Hongyu's father and son to death on the spot. The next day, Qin Fan went back to the hospital to see Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan's face looked much better. However, Qin Fan didn't stay for too long. There were just too many people looking at Shui Yalan. On the third and fourth days, Qin Fan went to see Shui Yalan once a day. Until the 10th day, Shui Yalan's face had returned to normal, and his spirit and everything was back. It's almost as if you can't just get down and bounce around. Qin Fan saw that Shui Yalan had nothing more to do, so he was ready to return to X province. 10 days in Lando. Lu Sisi sent Qin Fan many jobs that needed his attention almost every day. Sometimes there were some jobs that Qin Fan authorized Lu Sisi to handle, and Lu Sisi sent them to Qin Fan for him to handle. Every day, he sends out a voice with just that one sentence, "Boss, the company has a lot of things to do. When will you come back?" For a moment, Qin Fan felt that he had created an illusion in himself that Lu Sisi liked him, but soon Qin Fan shook his head to break Ren's thoughts. People, Lu Sisi is also a big lady from a big family house. Working for him might just be experiencing life. How can you possibly like him? He's got all the good things in the world going for him. Yalan, I'll be returning to X province tomorrow, so get well. In the hospital room, Shui Yalan, who had just been happily smiling and eating the fruits bought by Qin Fan, her smile disappeared all of a sudden. Qin Fan, you're going back? Qin Fan nodded. There's a lot going on with the company, and I can't keep being a handful. Shui Yalan's eyes reddened and she didn't want to let Qin Fan go, but she had no reason to leave Qin Fan behind. Now that Qin Fan was willing to talk to her and would smile at her, like a normal friend, she was already satisfied. Can I still visit you? Shui Yalan asked as she looked at Qin Fan with tears in her big beautiful eyes. Can. Qin Fan nodded and added, send me a message when you're healed and I'll come see you. Shui Yalan smiled and nodded her head, tears shaking out of her beautiful eyes. The drops were cool on the back of Qin Fan's hand, after leaving Rendezvous Hospital. Grim, on the other hand, went to buy 2 ice creams and handed one to Qin Fan, asking with a smile, Brother Qin, did Miss Shui say when she'd return to S County? Qin Fan gave a strange look at Grim Zephyr. Yan Xiao, the person is still lying on the hospital bed, and you're asking when they'll return to S County? And you're thinking of climbing up the Shui family? Grim, on the other hand, shook his head. This time he really wasn't trying to climb up the Shui family, but because of the bet with old Yen. No, I wasn't thinking that mountain road in S County can't be left unattended for a day. Miss Shui is certainly not the kind of person who starts without finishing either. So what? Brother Qin, are we going back now? Grim, on the other hand, was quick to change the subject. Qin Fan shook his head. He had one more thing to do before he went home. When I had dinner with Left and Right earlier, the Left and Right said he was proud to be working for Joe's group, but as Qin Fan was Left and Right's roommate and good brother, how could he not notice Left and Right's desperately hidden less than ideal feelings? A good brother helped him. It was only natural that he should do what he could to help his good brother. I'm going to visit someone, so you can go back to the hotel and rest and wait for me, or you can come with me. Although Grim then didn't know who Qin Fan was going to visit, he decided to follow him. Come along, I'll go wherever Qin goes. Half an hour later, Qin Fan took Grim then to the front of Zhao's group building. On the way Qin Fan had already called Mr. Zhao. When Qin Fan arrived, Mr. Zhao was already waiting on the first floor with his son Zhao Bingrui and his little granddaughter. Little Qin is here. Brother Qin, Uncle Cho, Brother Cho. The staff of Zhao's group looked dumbfounded. They saw the chairman with his son and granddaughter waiting for someone on the first floor and thought they were waiting for some important big shot, but it turned out to be 2 young men. Qin Fan and Grim then? Little Qin, since you're here, I won't hide it from you. I've already set up a special department, ready to go to your old home to invest and cooperate. I was going to tell you about it when it was all ready, but since you're here, I'll show you around first. When Mr. Zhao and Zhao Bingrui took Qin Fan upstairs, a meeting was being held in the conference room of an office area on a certain floor of the Zhao Group building. Our department is a newly formed department and some of my colleagues have been wondering what our department does. Now I can tell you, the group is ready to invest in a big project in S County. In another half a month or so, our Mr. Zhao will take our department to County S. Half of our department's co-workers will then remain working in S County. Hard work is hard work, but it's also an opportunity. Anyone volunteering to stay and work in S County? I need to get a headcount now to make job assignments. The person presiding over the meeting was a classmate from Left and Right High School named Lu Guoqiang, who had entered Zhao Group early because his sister was married to a vice president of Zhao Group and had fought for the position of the new department manager with the help of his brother-in-law. The people in the conference room looked at me and I looked at you after hearing what Lu Guoqiang said. All of us are northern drifters. All of us have rented houses in Longdu. And some of us have wives and children in Longdu. Letting them work in remote S County at this time of year? A handful of solo young employees raised their hands but the numbers are still too small. Lu looked to his left and right with a raised eyebrow. He knows that left and right don't want to go. And he knows that left and right just got a girlfriend right here in Longdu. He's all about Naja left and right. But just as he was about to name left and right raised their hands themselves. Isn't that Van Z's hometown in County S? There are iron friends there. Fan Z and Yen Xiao, going to work in S County. Then won't you be able to get together with Qin Fan and Yin Xiao often? Before the left and right do not know where to go. Now know that it is S County. His heart not only do not worry about Lu Guoqiang to give him small shoes to let him go. He himself want to go. The only thing that worries the left and right more is his girlfriend. But left and right think he could convince his girlfriend. Lu obviously didn't expect left and right to raise their hands on their own. It made Lu a little bit like he wanted to give a slap to the left and right, only for that slap to come up empty. Lu Guoqiang, who failed to discuss the left and right, felt very unpleasured, and he even gave birth to the idea that he was going to discuss the left and right. Around yourself and want to go, then I'm going to have to stop you from going. But just as Lu Guoqiang was about to find an excuse to make the left and right stay, he saw both the old boss and Zhao Bingrui appear in the corridor and hurriedly jogged to the corridor to greet them. Welcome Chairman and Mr. Zhao to inspect the work of our department. Lu Guoqiang nodded his head and completely ignored Qin Fan behind General Manager Zhao and Zhao Bingrui as well as Grim Zephyr. The left and right and others in the conference room curiously looked toward the corridor, and when the left and right saw Qin Fan and Grim Zephyr, their eyes widened. I've just been burned. What the hell? What's with Van Z and Yen? What surprised the left and right even more was yet to come. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhao Bingrui were very polite to Qin Fan and introduced him with a smile. Little Qin, this is my newly established department. The staff is almost complete. Plans to invest and build in your old neighborhood are almost ready. I was going to surprise you and thought I'd tell you when I got to S County. I didn't think you'd come on your own. Come on, Manager Lu. Introduce Xiao Qin to your department's work preparation. Lu Guoqiang was surprised as he looked Qin Fan and Grim Zephyr up and down. Qin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes and had nothing going for him except being better looking than him. Grim, on the other hand, is dark and unkempt, and wears clothes that cost a lot of money. But looking inside and out, he didn't feel that Qin Fan and Grim Zephyr were anything special. Why did it feel like the chairman and Mr. Zhao were being polite to Qin Fan? Lu was surprised, though, but the chairman of the board is polite. He has to be even more polite. Okay, Chairman. Mr. Qin, our department. Before Lu Guoqiang could speak, Qin Fan was surprised to find left and right just off to the side in the conference room. Yuzu, Vanya, Zhua. Qin Fan only knew that left and right were in Zhao Group, and hadn't thought that left and right were in the new department that Mr. Zhao had set up specifically to work with him. Around from the conference room, Qin Fan touches base with left and right like he did in college. Vancy, what's going on here? Seeing that left and right and Qin Fan had a very unusual relationship, Mr. Zhao simply invited Qin Fan, Grim Zephyr, and left and right to his office. Lu Guoqiang looked at the left and right, Qin Fan, and Grim Zephyr who had followed his boss away, and suddenly felt a little weak in his heart. Mr. Zhao's office. Xiao Qin, I didn't realize your good friend was in my company. It's our destiny, too, Qin Fan unselfishly said. I also didn't expect that my best, most capable, most conscientious, most righteous and most principled good brother would be working at Zhao head office. The Grim rule, degree. Left and right, degree. Lying. Didn't we talk about this at dinner? How could Mr. Zhao as well as Zhao Bingrui not understand Qin Fan's small mind? Brother Qin, It seems I found the most suitable person to be in charge of our cooperation matters. Chin Fan, under his grandfather's education, should not have taken advantage of the fact that he had been kind to others to show favoritism, but this is about a good brother. Chin Fan will not be so rigid. After a pleasant exchange, Chin Fan left the Zhao Group building. Left and right followed Mr. Zhao as well as Zhao Bingrui to send Chin Fan away. The left and right hearts were curious about what relationship Chin Fan had with Mr. Zhao, but he couldn't ask in front of Mr. Zhao. Grim is a different story. After driving on the road, Grim then couldn't wait to open up and ask questions. Brother Chin, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Zhao and the others? Chin Fan would not actively show off, nor would he deliberately hide it. There's nothing you can't say. When I was in Dragon Capital before, I accidentally saved Mr. Zhao's granddaughter. Grim, on the other hand, went wide-eyed. Their Yen family had wanted to cooperate with the Zhao Group before, so they had naturally understood the Zhao Group. They know what the youngest granddaughter of the Zhao family means to the Zhao family. That's a jewel in the palm of your hand that can't be compared to a mountain of gold. Steady, steady. If I follow Brother Chin, I will definitely be able to lead our Yen group to a partnership with the Zhao Group in the future. Yen, Yen, Yen. The Zhao Group that you've gone through all the trouble of hitching a ride with. All I need to do is follow Chin and I'll be able to work with the Zhao Group. I can't say that someday in the future, Mr. Zhao will also affectionately call me Xiao Yen. Such a unicorn son of the Yen family. And you call him a dung beetle? Old Yen. You've misunderstood the Yen family's unicorn son too much. Mr. Yen? What's wrong? Drive. Go home. In the provincial city of X province, Lu Cece was happy and smiling after seeing Chin Fan. Boss, you're back. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Willow Sissy is really giving off a very comfortable vibe. Great body. White skin. Looks are sweet without makeup and can be high maintenance with makeup. The main thing was that she came from an extraordinary background, but did not have the kind of bratty and capricious character of a young lady. She gets along well with Lily's regular co-workers. Back. What's the company emergency? Lu Cece shook her head with her hands behind her back, her body swaying along with her, her small waist that was filled with a handful of hair as graceful as a thin willow in the wind. No? When I was in Longdu, didn't you send me a bunch of them every day, saying that there were too many things going on in the company and telling me to hurry back? Willow Sissy said playfully. It's true that there was a lot going on in those days, but there's not so much going on now. You. Plain water or tea for the boss? Plain water it is. Lu Cece turned around and went to pour water for Chin Fan. Chin Fan opened his computer and looked at the background. The 4th, 5th, and 6th short dramas had been online for some time, and now these 3 new short dramas alone had earned Chin Fan more than $30 million. The platform is still in the process of streaming the 3 shorts, with more gains to follow. With these proceeds, Chin Fan is ready to expand the clothing factory, and began to recruit antiquities restoration professionals to the village to repair the village's old buildings' old relics, for the latter tourism business. For the next half a month, Chin Fan was busy with the expansion of the clothing factory and the recruitment of antique restoration professionals. Grim, on the other hand, in addition to live broadcasting to buy clothes for the clothing factory, the rest of the time to go back to Chin Fan's hometown to work with the 3 grandmasters and their work. On this day, Grim, on the other hand, had just finished his work and was about to take a shower when he suddenly received calls from left and right. Young Yen, I'll be arriving in S County tomorrow. Our Zhao Group's cooperation with Fanzi is about to begin. Tomorrow, Mr. Zhao will take everyone in our department to start S County. Let's have a little drink after Mr. Zhao signs the contract with Fanzi. No problems. Xiao Yan will definitely lay down his life. After hanging up the phone, Grim then tilted his head back to look at the sky, feeling that his time to shine was coming soon. Ha. It's taking off. Ring. The phone's ringing again. It's old Yen calling. Grim, on the other hand, answered the phone with gusto. The result of the splits was an output from old Yen. Koju, half a month has passed. Even if eldest Miss Shui is still in Dragon Capital due to her injuries, then eldest Miss Jiang hasn't returned. Don't you realize that none of them are coming back? That little bit in your mind is all just your delusion. You're still going to follow that Chin guy around his old neighborhood? His kind of small mountain village. Even if a dam is built and there are mountains and water, no one will go to play, much less invest. Xiao Yan, your grandfather beat me up coughing. Your grandfather misses you too much. Don't be disobedient. Come back. Children's Day wish, hyping up to 1,000, plus 50 small gifts, and more if you reach it. Old Yen, am I being paranoid again? Are you still trying to say that I think one way or the other and only mess around? Oh, are you still trying to call me a dungworm? It's true that I used to be a dungworm, but old Yen, a dungworm can become a dragon. Let's not say anything. There are still 70 or so days left in the 100-day bet. Let's just stick to the bet. Time will prove that the Yin family's unicorn son is by no means a pool animal. By the way, don't call me again I'm afraid Brother Chin will misunderstand. Grim, on the other hand, hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. The rich second generation. A rich second generation. Poor rich second generation. All his life, only use colored glasses to see the world. Unlike this young man, his vision is poisonous. His will is strong. He can suffer, and he is loyal enough. TSK 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 TSK, it is simply sober on earth. The other side. Shin Fan received a call from the police station and drove to the station. Comrade policeman, have you caught the mastermind behind this? The policeman nodded and signaled Shin Fan to sit down first. We finally caught the mastermind behind it in Mordor based on the clues provided by the perpetrator. What we didn't realize is that the mastermind behind this is in the same industry as you are in, and he also works on the internet, shooting short videos. He denied it at first, but finally gave up his motive under our interrogation. He says the skits your company has been making are so hot they've been crushing him. He acted out of jealousy and then got the wrong idea after one drink. The more Shin Fan listened, the more he frowned. 100,000 miles away, and Harry's going to kill me because of the competition? Whoever wants to believe it should go ahead and believe it. Shin Fan definitely doesn't believe it. Comrade policeman, do you think he's telling the truth? The policeman was silent, not nodding or shaking his head. The trail ends with him. He gave a motive, and the evidence of contact with the perpetrator is all there. We investigated him thoroughly, but found nothing else. That's the only way to close the case. Shin Fan doesn't know anything about the police department, but in the current situation for the police department, people really just have to close the case. Thank you, comrade policeman. It's a part of the job, and you'll be needed to come along later to do some finalizing and closing of the case. Okay. The police sent Shin Fan all the way out of the police station, and after arriving outside the police station the police said to Shin Fan, there's really a lot of doubt in this case. There's something I can't say straight out, but you stay safe more often. Here's my personal phone number, so if you're in danger, call me. Shin Fan took the business card and nodded his head from the bottom of his heart to say thank you. On the way home, Shin Fan was in a somewhat bad mood. Someone wanted him dead, something that hadn't happened in his last life and was clueless in this one. One could only check in his own memories, searching for someone who might have a murderous intent on him. The man from Mundo, who admitted to being behind it, is a Mundo man. Who are the people from Mordor that I have offended? The young man I offended when I saved that girl at the bar before seems to be from Mordor. Besides him, there's also Stonely. But is it possible that both of them might want me dead? The girl I saved seems to have an uncomplicated identity as well, and that young man should probably be thanking me for not letting him do anything to that girl. Sure lay. I did punch him, but if he wants to retaliate, he can just find someone to beat me up. As for taking my life, is the young master so grumpy? According to the person who admitted that he was the mastermind from Mordor, Shin Fan associated that young man in Shirley, but Shin Fan is not 100% sure that the person who admitted that he is the mastermind is from Mudu, and the real mastermind is from Mudu. Now that the enemy was in the dark and Shin Fan was in the light, it was a bad feeling. The person who wants my life has failed once and shouldn't dare to do it again in a short period of time. But I have to work on myself. At the very least, I can't face the enemy without noticing it, or even without the power to fight back. Shin Fan rubbed his temples. It's been a bit hectic. Lately, the provincial short play company has a number of new scripts for him to read. The garment factory has expanded and has to recruit new staff. Plus he has to recruit people who can restore ancient buildings. In addition, before coming to the police station, he received a call from Mr. Zhao, and tomorrow Zhao's group will come to S County to discuss the cooperation with him in detail. The county knew that Zhao's group was coming to invest in S County and publicized it in order to attract more investment. Looks like there's a welcoming ceremony tomorrow. It's a little too damn fulfilling, but it wasn't for lack of things to make Shin Fan happy. The sketch company is making more and more money, and the bridge back home has been repaired. The dam could also be completed before the onset of the rainy season. According to the current process, previously, Shin Fan had been worried that the dam wouldn't get done before the rainy season, but now he could rest assured. Shin Fan didn't go back to his hometown. He still had to greet Mr. Zhao and the others tomorrow, so he directly stayed in the S County clothing factory. The summer night breeze blew into the room with such warmth and enthusiasm that it made you sweat. Shin Fan closed the window and turned on the air conditioner. Things have been a little bit of a pain in the ass, and it's been a little bit annoying to have things sticking out like a sore thumb. But you can't sleep just because there's a lot going on and something disturbing. A person who keeps worrying and fretting about things that haven't happened does nothing but drain his spirit internally. Why don't you get some rest? Wake up early tomorrow. Face all challenges head on. When Shin Fan gradually entered Dreamland, Yen Family Villa, Province X. Yan Xualin was lying on his back on the bed, and Grim then Mom was icing Yan Xualin's butt. When Grimzel didn't come home, Grimzel's grandfather saw Yan Xualin and beat Yan Xualin's buttocks with a walking stick. 40 or 50 years old, day after day, they still get spanked. Yan Xualin was angry and helpless. He's holding his tongue. Sinner, sinner, sinner. What did I do in my last life to give birth to such a sinful son? Wife, when Xiaojia comes home later, you must not be heartbroken. Let me clean him up. Grim then Mom pressed hard on Yan Xualin's ass. His wife, you're trying to murder your own husband. Grim then Mom, Xiaozai, although there is a fault, but the fault is that we used to be too spoiled him. He does not understand the society. See the problem, think too simple. The son doesn't teach the father. If you want to hit yourself, you're not allowed to hit my son. Yan Xualin was just about to say something when the phone rang. Which vixen's calling? Yan Xualin shook the caller ID. Wife, you are my vixen. Other women who are enchanting are still stinking weasels in my eyes. It's the secretary you got me calling. I don't know what's going on in the middle of the night. Yan Xualin picked up the phone. Hello? Chairman. I just got the news that the Zhao group that we wanted to cooperate with before is going to invest in our province's S County. I'm not sure if you know about it or not, so I'll report back to you. Yan Xualin sniffed and forgot about the pain in his butt and sat up straight away. Zhao's group is also going to invest in S County? It was impossible for Zhao's group to be running towards Qinfan as well, right? Ha ha ha, how did I get that ridiculous idea? There is nothing to develop in S County, but if you have to find a reason, S County is an old revolutionary area. Could it be that the top wants to support S County? It must be. Honey, no shots tonight. Zhao Group is going to invest in S County. This is our Yen Group's chance. Yan Xualin rushed to S County overnight. The morning light lifts the black veil that covers the face of the sky, and the sunlight falls through the teeth of the mountains in the S County, which is in the middle of the mountains. S County Center Plaza. Many staff members began preparing for the welcome ceremony. The county takes the matter of Zhao's group coming to invest very seriously. Before Zhang's group came to invest, although the specific cooperation is still under negotiation, but in the S County seems to be, Zhao's group is to see Zhang's group to S County investment followed. They must give Zhao's group a grand welcome to show other people who are interested in investing in S County that S County is valued. The sun is rising higher and higher. The dignified and rich merchants of S County arrived one after another, and some people with status also arrived one after another. Some rich businessmen from the city of H, to which S County belongs, have also arrived. Beyond that, there were also some wealthy businessmen from the neighboring areas who came to attend. Some of them are interested in investing in S County, and some of them want to take this opportunity to meet more bigwigs. After Yan Xualin arrived with his secretary, many people who knew Yan Xualin surrounded him. Mr. Yan's great presence has made our S County flamboyant. Hello, Mr. Yan, do you still remember me? H City Shaozhana. Mr. Yan, 3 years ago we mentioned cooperation at a banquet. Some people of status in S County also came forward to welcome Yan Xualin. Chairman Yan, welcome, welcome, welcome. Is Chairman Yan also interested in investing in our S County? If we have a chance to cooperate, it's really an honor for our S County. Yan Xualin still enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by compliments. He smiled and courteous with the crowd, and when he saw the second in command of S County, he asked the second in command of S County in a low voice, do you know what Zhao Group is going to come to S County to invest in? Is it real estate construction or something like that? The S County second in command shook his head. I'm not sure yet. Zhao's group seems to have found a partner. Originally, Chairman Zhao didn't want to make a big deal out of all this. It was the county that knew that Chairman Zhao was coming to invest, and it took a good deal of persuasion for Chairman Zhao to accept this welcoming ceremony. Yan Xualin nodded. Why S County made this big battle to welcome the Zhao group? Yan Xualin also understands. But I heard from the second in command of S County that Zhao's group has found a partner? Who could it be? Is it hard to believe that it's the Kong group? But Miss Zhang hasn't come back since she returned to Longdu, and she hasn't heard that Zhang's group is going to invest in building anything in S County. Maybe Miss Kong won't even come back. Zhao's group still wants to work with Zhang's group? Yan Xualin drew a question mark in his heart. Can't guess. Can't think. It's better to wait until Zhou arrives. The traffic police maintaining order at the entrance to the S County Center Plaza suddenly whistled. One after another, a fleet of cars with Londo license plates appeared on the street and then stopped at a roadside parking space. Zhao Bingrui took his left and right as well as all the employees of the new department and got out of the car first. Then old Mr. Zhao, holding his precious granddaughter, also got out of the car. The second in command of the S County brought people forward to welcome them, and Yan Xualin also came forward with other rich merchants. Warmly welcomed Zhao Group to invest in our county. There was a round of applause, salute, and the band started playing music, holding the little granddaughter of the old Zhao general manager. The young Zhao general manager Zhao Bingrui and Zhao's group employees were all greeted in the middle of the center square of S County. Little Zhao general manager Zhao Bingrui took the microphone, said a complimentary S County polite words, slightly revealed a little bit of the investment they are going to start in S County. Yan Shualin was listening and pondering at the same time. Zhao's group is actually coming to S County to invest in tourism? It really seems like the top is trying to pull S County because S County is an old revolutionary area. Although the tourism industry doesn't match up with our Yen group, but Mr. Zhao said he wants to build BNBS, hotels, shopping malls, amusement parks, and the like, so there's a chance for cooperation. Just as Yan Shualin was wondering how to strike up a conversation with Mr. Zhao later, he suddenly saw a 100,000 or so car stop in front of Zhao Group's fleet. Who's the kid with no eyesight? I wonder what the occasion is. How can you park your shitty car in front of the Zhao Group's convoy? Next, Grim, on the other hand, got out of the car. Immediately after that, Qin Fan also got out of the car. Yan Shualin's eyes widened. Xiao Zhe and that Qin guy are here to join in the fun too? You didn't know to come earlier if you were getting along. Can't even grab a front row seat now. Yan Shualin shook his head, not prepared to introduce his son to others on this occasion. Couldn't get a word in edgewise. But the next second Yan Shualin's eyes widened. Old Mr. Zhao, who was surrounded by the crowd and was holding his little granddaughter in his arms, waved at Qin Fan when he saw him. Little Qin, you're here. The second in command of S County. Other dignified figures, and rich merchants from all over the world all turned back to look at Qin Fan. Is Joe always greeting the young man at the entrance to the plaza and the Central African hybrid? Mr. Zhao even called him Xiao Qin. It sounds like he is quite affectionate. Qin Fan was originally prepared to come early, but when he was ready to leave, a worker in the garment factory injured his hand because of improper operation. Qin Fan rushed the worker to the hospital and settled him down before he arrived. What big scene had Qin Fan not seen in Dragon Capital? Not a bit of stage fright, breezed through the crowd and walked up to Mr. Zhao. Baby, your Uncle Qin is here. Call Uncle Qin. The fleshy little girl was soft and cuddly. Uncle Qin very cute. Hey. For a moment, Qin Fan's heart was also very eager for him to have such a precious daughter. Zhao Bingrui also walked over and shook Qin Fan's hand. Brother Qin, your folks in S County are really hospitable. I like it a lot. Mr. Zhao overpraised me. But we people in S County are indeed very hospitable. What do you call Mr. Zhao? Didn't you say it was Brother Zhao? After Qin Fan greeted the big and small Mr. Zhao, he shook hands with the left and right without saying anything. It's a formal occasion now. Extra words don't need to be said. It's all in the eyes. Grim, on the other hand, followed Qin Fan, whether out of politeness or he had a personal agenda, also shook hands with Mr. Zhao, and finally stood with the left and right, chatting about something in a whisper, laughing and joking. This scene fell in the eyes of the second in command of S County and other rich businessmen from all over the world. All of them looked incredulous. In that case, Mr. Zhao's partners who came to invest in S County are those two young men? Mr. Zhao and that young man's relationship seems to be unusual. We want to cooperate with Mr. Zhao if. It seems that we can start by cooperating with that young man first. Crikey, how did I say it? As the other wealthy merchants whispered about the Yan Shualin's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open, and his face was unthinkable. I'm not dreaming, am I? The person Mr. Zhao wants to work with is that Qin guy? My untalented sinful son shook hands with Mr. Zhao? There's also that manager Zhua. I heard that he's the general manager in charge of all Zhao Group's projects in S County at a later stage. Why does my son seem to know him so well? What is this? What happened? Who can tell me? Yan Shualin stared blankly at Qin Fan and Grim Zephyr like a wooden man, rubbing his eyes several times, still unable to believe it. After the welcome ceremony, Mr. Zhao declined all the banquets. Xiao Qin, the last time I went to your old home, that third sister-in-law's health is all right? I'm craving the noodle she rolled out. Mr. Zhao's grandparents were also from the countryside, and even though he is now 70 years old, the best meal he remembers will always be the noodles his grandmother rolled out for him when he was a child. Qin Fan nodded his head and made a sideways gesture of invitation. The third dame is in good health and is now my hired professional pastry chef. Uncle Zhao, you want to eat rolled noodles? Any time. Mr. Zhao hugged his little granddaughter and swallowed a mouthful of water as his throat bulged. Shall we go then? Just let Bing Rui and manager Zhuo arrange everything else. Zhao's group brought a department of people, office space, accommodation, although they are all set in advance, but still need to bring to settle down. Nini, come, let Uncle Qin hug you. Baby, let Uncle Qin hold you, okay? The little girl also quite liked Qin Fan. I don't know if it was that shocking moment remembered Qin Fan's face. Was held in Qin Fan's arms, also happy to kiss Qin Fan a mouthful. This gave Qin Fan beauty, and he couldn't wait to get married and have one immediately. as Qin Fan and Zhao took their little granddaughter towards the parking lot outside the plaza. The Grim, on the other hand, followed behind Qin Fan and kept making faces to tease the little girl, trying to get close to Mr. Zhao in his way, just about to walk out of the square. Grim, meanwhile, was violently yanked to the side, behind a tree. Qin Fan noticed and looked back, found that it was the Grim. Then Dad did not say anything more, first holding the little girl with Mr. Zhao to go. Yan Shuolin pulled Grimze to an unoccupied corner. Z, how is this? This? Grim, on the other hand, broke away from Yan Shuolin's hand and, what's going on? Yan Shuolin pointed to the square, pointed to Mr. Zhao, and stuttered a bit when he spoke. The person Mr. Zhao wants to work with is that Qin? How does he know Mr. Cho? Also, you know that left manager? What's your relationship? Grim, on the other hand, was pleased to finally see his old man's surprised face, and was pleased that, humph, old Yen, now you know you're afraid? See the strength of my brother Qin? See how wisely the Yen family's unicorn son chose? There's no harm in telling you now. My brother Qin saved the life of Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter when he was in Dragon Capital. You know what Mr. Zhao's youngest granddaughter means to the Zhao family, right? That left manager, who is my brother Qin's close friend, was originally an ordinary team leader after joining Zhao's group, and was also being worn in small shoes. When Mr. Zhao knew that he was my brother Qin's iron brother, click click click, directly promoted 3 levels in a row, became the department manager, S-County project chief. As for me, I shook hands with Mr. Zhao simply by following brother Qin. Old Yen, you went to all the trouble of going to the banquet in Longdu before, not to mention shaking hands. You didn't even get close to Mr. Zhao, did you? Grim, on the other hand, held his head high and looked at old Yen in triumph, trying to wait for old Yen to lower his stance and admit that he was the unicorn son of the Yen family. But it didn't. Yan Shuolin frowned in contemplation. It turns out that the one surnamed Qin has saved General Zhao's little granddaughter. No wonder. Koju, you've experienced little and are too naive in your thoughts. Think carefully about what I'm going to tell you next, and keep it in mind. You need to learn how Dad analyzes problems and sees what's at stake. First of all, Qin Fan saved Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter, and Mr. Zhao definitely wants to repay the favor. Maybe Mr. Zhao wanted to give Qin Fan money, but Qin Fan, that rash man, had to build his hometown or something, so Mr. Zhao had no choice but to come to S County to invest and help him build his hometown, and in this way to repay him for saving his life. Don't look at Mr. Zhao and Qin Fan as if they are quite close, but do you know what it is in the end? The last thing is that Mr. Zhao will invest a sum of money, and after helping Qin Fan once, he will leave and will not pay attention to Qin Fan anymore. Saving a life is important, but in this society, no one will be a cow for saving a life anymore, unless they're stupid. I anticipate that Mr. Zhao will only come to invest so once. You don't really think that Qin Fan is amazing. You don't have to admire him and worship him or anything. You can continue to stay by Qin Fan's side for the time being, but your aim is to utilize this opportunity to reach out to Zhao's group, and to help us, Yan's group, get on the line with Zhao's group. After that, you can leave Qin Fan's side and go home. I know you may have doubts and disbelief in what I'm saying, but didn't you see that Miss Li was taken away? Miss Jiang didn't come back, and Miss Shui didn't come back? No one really takes that Qin guy seriously. Grim, on the other hand, looked progressively more confused. Q, old Yen, how come the one who gave birth to me is a father like you? How come you're always thinking small? Can't you be as frank and simple in your purpose as I am? I'm too lazy to talk to a rich kid like you about anything else, so let's get on with the bet. Koju, Grim then left without looking back. Yan Shuolin didn't chase after him either. At first, I thought that Xiaozhi going to that Qin's side would just allow him to suffer a little bit and get some exercise. Later on, I thought that I could make him realize that the 7th miss was just treating that Qin surnamed as a toy, and let him know that he can't trust his intuition too much, and that he has to learn to analyze problems based on the causes and consequences. I didn't expect that the appearance of Mr. Zhao now can also let Xiaozhi understand human nature. When Mr. Zhao invests some random things here and repays Qin Fan on the grace of his granddaughter to never show up again, Xiaozhi will be able to realize that what I said is alright. Just as well. He's been fooling around for over 20 years anyway. Let him fool around for a while longer. When he realizes he's all wrong, that's when he'll really grow up. In that case, that Qin surname really helped Xiaozhi grow up. And in the end, we can send him a flag for helping people. Yan Shuolin left with the male secretary. He judged that Mr. Zhao had only come to invest in S County once, and his main purpose was to repay Qin Fan for saving his granddaughter's life. Definitely won't be coming back in the future. In that case, he wouldn't have to follow Zhao's group to invest in S County. Still, it's kind of pissing me off to think about what Grim Zephyr said. Listen to this. What do you mean? I was born with a father like you? Little brute. What an inversion of the Big Dipper. Let's see what I'll do to you when you realize you're all wrong and come home crying. On the other side, after Qin Fan returned to the village of Planting Cliff with General Zhao, the three dame arranged a solid meal of hand-rolled noodles for General Zhao, the rural kind of big bowl. Mr. Zhao ate 2 big bowls. Little Qin, I discussed this with your brother Zhao. You want to build your hometown and develop its tourism, not just your village. Your county has no large malls or entertainment venues and has limited appeal. I wouldn't let your brother Zhao come to your village to build your village with you. I asked him to invest in the construction of hotels, large shopping malls, and entertainment venues in the county, so as to first raise your county's popularity and attract more tourists to your county, and then later on, we will link up and send tourists to your village. There is also the fact that although your village has scenery and some antiquities, it's not enough. You have to prepare more programs to attract tourists. Qin Fan nodded his head and didn't hide telling Mr. Zhao about his idea. Repairing dams and bridges, renovating ancient buildings and improving the village's environment are just the first steps. In the second step, I'm going to contract the mountains across the street. Set aside a piece for planting some flowers and fruits, another piece for camping, and the remaining 2 depressions and 3 mountain ranges. I want to make it a real-life playground, which can be a CS, a chicken battlefield, or I'll have my skitters act out a certain famous battle, such as the 3 young men battling Lubu in front of Tiger's Nest Pass or something like that. Mr. Zhao nodded in surprise. Not bad, great idea. Says I'm looking forward to it, but you have to realize that some ideas aren't easy to do. Qin Fan nodded and didn't say anything. He had experience in his last life, so it should be fine. Mr. Zhao stayed in Qin Fan's hometown for 2 days and then left. Zhao's group is such a big company, it's impossible for Mr. Zhao to be out on vacation all the time. Xiao Qin, I'll be right back. Manager Zhuat and the others stayed in S County. You can just contact Manager Zhuat directly, and greet your brother Zhao again if you have any needs. Mr. Zhao, you're really flattering me. Call Uncle Zhao. Mr. Zhao went back to Longdu with his little granddaughter as well as Zhao Bingrui, Qin Fan, Qin Jiangang, and Grim, on the other hand, had a drink with their left and right before they started to go about their own business. Around 1 person was in charge of all the Zhao Group's projects in S County, and it was impossible to drink with Qin Fan and Grim then all the time. After Qin Fan recruited professionals in the restoration of antiquities, he began to let the professionals repair the ancient buildings in the village. Everything is on track. On this day, Qin Jiangang called and said that the dam in his hometown is going to be completed, so Qin Fan will go home to witness the moment of history. Speaking of which, the speed of the dam construction was quite a bit faster than Qin Fan had expected. Although the dam is small, it wouldn't have been so fast without the village uncles genuinely contributing to help. The last stone was filled in and the dam was officially declared complete. Now that the dam and bridge have been repaired, we are just waiting for the rainy season to come and store the water. The firecrackers shot up into the sky, exploding the clouds, and red confetti landed on the dam as the village erupted in loud applause and celebration. After the fact, Qin Fan gave the workers as well as the village uncles a short vacation. Afterwards, he called Qin Jiangang as well as the leader of the engineering team to the small courtyard of his house, and planned the next work to be done. Halfway through his speech, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. A silhouette in a white dress with bright eyes and a vertical ponytail entered the courtyard. With a bright smile on her face, she lightly bit her red lips and seemed to think for a moment. Hello classmate, my name is Shui Yalan. Qin Jiangang waved wisely to the leader of the engineering team and exited the courtyard. The breeze filled the yard with the scent of green dates, and a sparrow chirped cheerfully twice from a date tree. A simple self-introduction, as it was back when we first met. The sun peeked out of the clouds, tinting the edges of the clouds gold. A haze like a curtain, and perhaps a new story that could begin here. Qin Fan looked at Shui Yalan, who was alive again, and stood up with a smile. Hello classmate, my name is Qin Fan. Thank you to all the supportive readers, big guy. The mountains are negatively blue, and the breeze shakes the willows. A few lone green smokes, swaying even the clouds. In the quiet little courtyard, Qin Fan was smiling and Shui Yalan jogged to Qin Fan, and a few butterflies flew into the yard and swirled around Shui Yalan. If it was placed in the university period when she was familiar with Qin Fan, Shui Yalan might have run directly to Qin Fan and hugged him, inhaling deeply twice. But now, she's a little formal. It was just like when I first met Qin Fan. Good thing, too, getting reacquainted. Starting as friends would be good. Your injuries are completely healed, right? Qin Fan broke the silence. Thanks. Shui Yalan smiled and nodded. You're welcome. It's completely fine. The scars are invisible. Did Qin Fan catch who tried to harm you? Qin Fan nodded and briefly told Shui Yalan about it. Shui Yalan also expressed skepticism upon hearing this. However, Qin Fan did not tell Shui Yalan about the speculations and worries in his mind. Does your family know you're over here this time? Shui Yalan shook his head. No? You snuck out? Shui Yalan nodded and, I want to come back to see how the road is being repaired well. Stopping by to see you again. Asterisk. Shui Yalan playfully tilted her little head, her big beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Qin Fan. Can I keep coming to see you from now on? Qin Fan smiled and nodded. Sure, we're friends. Shui Yalan pouted her red lips and muttered in a small voice. Just friends? Yalan, what did you say? Oh, nothing, I said I'm having fun, after all the things he's done to hurt his honor. If I think that because I saved his life once, he will be nice to me immediately, I will be the one who is holding the favor. It's good to start out as friends. I'm sure slowly, I can go back to being with him like I was in college. After figuring this out, Shui Yalan smiled brightly like the sun exposing the clouds. Qin Fan, do you see the dress I'm wearing? Shui Yalan twirled and danced in front of Qin Fan, her white skirt rising with the wind, revealing her straight and good-looking legs. Qin Fan hastily averted his eyes. Do not look at me, do not look at me. Seeing Qin Fan's somewhat shy appearance, Shui Yalan giggled as she remembered the scene in college when she deliberately teased Qin Fan about his shyness. A smile that curves the eyes of a beautiful woman, laughing away the summer flowers. Qin Fan, I still have to return to Longdu today. I have some business to take care of at home. I'll come back and play with you when I'm done with this. Let's add WeChat friends first, okay? Shui Yalan reached out to Qin Fan with her cell phone, her pretty face cautious with anticipation. And Qin Fan nodded, took out his cell phone and scanned Shui Yalan's QR code and added his friend. Shui Yalan hugged her cell phone, as if she was finally sure that she could start over with Qin Fan as friends again. Of course, it just starts with friends and ends with what hum? Hard to say. Buzz, asterisk. After Qin Fan sent Shui Yalan away, Grim then drove back to the village. He went to a clothing factory yesterday to have a live sale of clothes. The clothes produced by Qin Fan Clothing Factory are now recognized on a small scale. Many shopping malls began to contact Qin Fan's clothing factory to seek cooperation, but it was politely refused by Qin Fan. Qin Fan didn't have so many clothes that he couldn't sell them now, and it could even be said that demand exceeded supply. The figures given in the report of the staff member in charge of running the self-publishing program at the clothing factory. Basically, hundreds of people beg for clothes under the video number every day. Young Yen, how was the live broadcast yesterday? Very well. Grim then absent-mindedly glanced at the car that had just left. Brother Qin, is that Miss Shui? Qin Fan nodded. Grim then, when did Miss Shui come back? I'm not sure. I might just be coming back to see how the road repairs are progressing, and I'm going back to Lando today. What? Grim, on the other hand, thought of his and his father's bet a little worried. Brother Qin, that Miss Shui returned to Longdu this time. When will she come back? Qin Fan sensed that something was wrong with Grim Rule. Young Yen, how come it feels like you want Miss Shui to come back more than anyone else? Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head. I'm not worried that the road won't be repaired and it will affect our business. Watermelon, sweet, big, watery watermelon. Grim, on the other hand, was in a bad mood and felt that the watermelon seller next to him was as noisy as a fucking boar squealing. Holler holler holler. You this watermelon keep ripe a call. When Grim then was a bit worried that the Shui family would not let Shui Yalan return to S County for a short time because of security issues. Inside the office of Yen Group in the provincial capital, Yen Shualin, who was leisurely drinking tea and waiting for Grim to realize that he was all wrong and come back to admit his mistake to him, suddenly got a piece of news that made him suspicious. What did you say? Miss Jiang returned to S County and had talks with the Zhao Group. The secretary nodded and Yen Shualin put down his teacup and stood up, pacing back and forth in his office. Did Miss Jiang see Zhao's group investing in S County? Or originally Miss Jiang just had something to go back to Longdu to stay for a few days? But Zhao's group was invested by Mr. Zhao to repay Qin Fan for saving the life of Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter. If Zhang's group cooperates with Zhao's group, won't that also give Qin Fan? Ha ha ha. No way, no way. Absolutely no way. I'm overthinking it again. It's an absolute coincidence that, or maybe I was partially right in my earlier speculation that the upper side really wants to pull a revolution old area S County. Zhang's group, Zhao's group is to respond to the call of the upper side. Even Zhao's group was essentially responding to the call from above, and cooperating with Qin Fan to repay the favor of saving his granddaughter was just something Zhao did in passing. Both answered the call from above and put out a good name for knowing what's good for you. For someone as sophisticated as Mr. Zhao, he definitely liked this feeling of killing two birds with one stone. Yen Shualin waved his hand. The secretary nodded and exited the office, closing the door. Yen Shualin lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, spit out 2 circles, watched the 2 circles enlarge a little bit in the air, pondered in his mind. That surname Qin is insignificant. Don't need to put it on your mind. Xiaozhe followed him to suffer a loss once. Just grow a long memory. But I'm going to have to revisit the matter of whether or not to invest in S County now. If the upper side of the action wants to support S County, it is indeed an opportunity. And if it gets 1 or 2 points of attention, it will be good for the future development of my Yen group. Ding dong. Just as Yan Shualin was pondering, his cell phone rang. He fanned his hand, the smoke ring in the air dispersing, and picked up his cell phone and tapped on WeChat. Dragon Capital informant, Mr. Yen, there's powerful new news about the Shui family, the 7 great families of Dragon Capital. Are you interested? After working together so many times, I'll charge you half this time. In Yan Shualin's speculation, after Shui Yalan recovered from his injuries, he might be left in the Shui family and no longer allow Shui Yalan to come to S County to find Qin Fan. What other powerful news can the Shui family have? This sympathetic person who sells news won't bluff me, right? 50,000? Yes, Mr. Yen. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Yan Shualin transferred the money. Say it. It hasn't started to sweeten yet. It feels a bit abrupt to start sweetening straight away. There has to be a process, but it's coming soon. Shui Ziyuan, the vice chairman of the Shui group, as well as his wife and son, all ran off to the Yellow Springs in a car accident. Shui's group is going to change drastically. What? Yan Shualin stood up with a loud bang and, although he wasn't very clear about the Shui family's affairs, the Shui group was now in the process of being slowly transferred to Shui Ziyuan's hands by Elder Shui. Now Shui Ziyuan, even with his wife and son all in a car accident, ran to the Yellow Springs. This is not to be confused with big news. Then do you have any news on who the Shui group will fall into later? Dragon Capital informant, there's no reliable information, but the years of decadence have suddenly resurfaced, and it will probably fall back into the hands of Shui Jiqiang. Isn't Sit Qikong Miss Sit's biological father? But isn't it rumored that Shui is no longer fertile? So the Shui group will be Miss Shui's in the future? Just as Yan Shualin was pondering, there was a knock on the office room door. Enter. The secretary walked in with a laptop. Chairman, I just got word that something big has happened to the Shui family in Longdu. The secretary handed the news that Shui Ziyuan's family of 3 had been killed in a car accident to Yan Shualin. Yan Shualin reread it again. When I looked at it and thought it was unbelievable, and lamented the impermanence of life, my face suddenly swished red. Get out. You first. Yan Shualin didn't have the good sense to let his secretary leave the office. After the secretary exited the office in a daze and closed the door to the office room, Yan Shualin was heard shouting curses in the office. You fucking scammed me out of money with a news story? Mr. Yen, let's deal fairly. I didn't force you to buy the news. How can I call it cheating? You fucking poet grip. The anger made Yan Shualin want to angrily spray the person who sold the information a meal. Find someone to dig out the dog days, and give the dog days a good whack. But Yan Shualin always remembered the words his father taught him. Sometimes a clown-like character, you should not be in a hurry to tear off his mask. Maybe it can be of great help sometime in the future. Yan Shualin held back his anger and snapped his cell phone on the table, lighting another cigarette and taking 2 puffs. Yan Shualin is not in the mood to spit smoke rings. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the sunset illumination as if the fairy sprinkled gold dust like evening, pondering the Shui family, this news on him, what effect? Suddenly, Yan Shualin's eyes lit up. If the Shui group fell into the hands of Shui Ziyuan after the accidental deaths of the 3 members of his family, Shui Ziyuan would definitely nurture his daughter, Shui Yalan. In the future, the Shui group will fall into the hands of Shui Yalan and Qin Fan. Now someone wanted Qin Fan's life. The Shui family will definitely not let Shui Yalan return to Qin Fan in S County again. Phew. Yan Shualin exhaled a smoke ring, and pulled out the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes in a good mood. Steady on, steady on. Kozo's homecoming was steady. There's been a big change in the Shui family. Miss Shui will be the future spokesperson of the Shui group. There was no way the Shui family would let eldest Miss Shui be in any hint of danger. Xiaoza is still waiting for Miss Shui to come back to that Qin guy in that shitty mountain village? Oh, yeah. I'll take my time with him when he realizes he's all wrong and comes home. On the other side, Qin Fan and Qin Zhengang, the leader of the engineering team, totaled the work to be done in the latter 3 months. Qin Fan's old home was a small mountain village with a population of about 100 families. Because of the mountains, many of the old houses were built of pure stone, though many have become dilapidated due to age. Qin Fan decided to let the engineering team renovate those old houses, still restored in pure stone. No modern red bricks or anything. Some gardens have pear, peach, and apple trees that don't need to be planted. Some don't, so plant it with more pear trees, date palms, apple trees, whatever. In the future, when the tourism industry gets going, there may be tourists interested in the kind of houses and yards that are built entirely of stone. Those old stone houses belong to uncles of different families in the village. If tourists like to stay in those old stone houses in the future, it can provide an income for the uncles in the village. Chin Fan is very grateful to the vast majority of his uncles and aunts in the village. In Chin Fan's memory, he's dependent on his elderly grandfather. The village uncles and aunts send eggs, rice, and vegetables every other day in a sense. Chin Fan is almost indistinguishable from eating 100 meals growing up in the village. He built his hometown, not just because it's where he grew up, and because those kind uncles and aunts helped him and his grandfather countless times. After scheduling the work for the engineering team, Chin Fan went to see the village chief again. The village chief felt a little guilty seeing Chin Fan because of what happened to Chin Guayu. The mayor is a good mayor, but the mayor's son is really not a thing. Mayor, if I want to charter that large mountain forest across from our village, do I need to apply to the town as well? I'm not sure about this, but it's definitely an application. Fan, what are you going to do with that mountain forest? Chin Fan those intend to speak up to the village chief. Perhaps the village chief may not necessarily be able to understand. Mayor, I still want to do something for the village. There's not much farmland in that mountain forest anyway. I'd like to charter it. Can you ask the town for me? Although the village chief didn't know what Chin Fan was up to, the dam outside the village, the new bridge, and the fact that Chin Fan had begun to repair the village's old buildings all showed that Chin Fan definitely wanted to do good things for the village. The mayor may not have been out of the courtyard in his life, but the mayor knows what's right and what's wrong. Okay, wait for my news. I'll ask around town tomorrow. Chin Fan had just returned to the front door of his house after being busy when Lu Sisi walked over with her laptop. Boss, Zhao's group and Zhang's group want to order uniforms from our clothing factory. Is this order taken? Zhao's group was actually expected by Chin Fan. Ginger is actually expected. Chin Fan had already heard about Jiang Qiuyu becoming the spokesperson of the Zhang group when he went to Longdu before. Remembering that in her last life, Kang Qiuyu was very resistant to her father treating her like a tool person. How is this life so easy to accept? Our clothing factory is now producing clothes that are in short supply. We don't need a single. The partner Zhao's group's taken over. The others are not taken over for the time being. If other people knew that Chin Fan had rejected the Jiang group's order, they would definitely think that Chin Fan was crazy. The sun sets over 1,000 hills and dark clouds fill the sky. Drunken forest gargling, a line of west wind. The weather forecast is for heavy rain tomorrow. Chin Fan wanted to see the newly built bridge and dam. Boss, where are you going? I'll go to the entrance of the village. I'm going too. Omega. Sissy Lu wore her white shirt from work, black suit pants, and a ponytail, bouncing around like a joyful lark. When Chin Fan and Lu Sisi arrived at the village entrance, seeing Qin Zhengang, Grim Zephyr, the third Grand Master, and many of his uncles. The rainy season is coming, and everyone is talking and laughing in anticipation of the image of the dam stopping the water and turning the village into a treasure trove of mountains and water. Lu Sisi spread her arms around Chin Fan to embrace the gale before the storm. Suddenly she saw a car stop at the edge of the highway at the entrance to the village, and a silhouette in a pink sweatshirt appeared and the smile disappeared from Willow Sissy's face and her mouth pouted. Why again? LiCitian.jpg, SissyLu.jpg, there's another one at 2000 hours. Yada 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 yada. Dressed in a pink tracksuit and pink sneakers, LiCitian stood at the edge of the highway at the entrance to the village and took a deep breath. It took her death to make a deal with mom and dad, and she wasn't sure if it would work. Seeing that the rainstorm is coming, the gusty wind whistled and blew the petals of the wildflowers on the roadside all over the place, as if they were sprinkled in welcome to LiCitian. LiCitian ruffled her blow-dried hair and simply tied it up with the leather loop on her wrist. Another man got out of the car beside her. LiCitian's brother, Li Cien. Li Cien wore sunglasses, fancy pants, stepped on a pair of AJs and chewed gum with a cynical gangly look. Sis, I know you just want to come back to see that Chin Fan. As for what you promised mom and dad that you could work me into a talent that could hold up the Li family within 3 years, and that our Li family wouldn't have to marry anyone else or anything, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I'll stay here for 3 or 5 days, and after that I'm off to tour the country. Let's go home after 3 years. You accept mom and dad's arrangement to find me a good brother-in-law, so that my brother-in-law can help me manage our Li group. As for me, I've dreamed countless times. I've been a cow and horse for the last 3 lifetimes. I was born to enjoy myself. Don't look for me when you're bothered. LiCitian gave Li Cien a cold look and, don't you forget, it was part of my agreement with mom and dad that I could punish you if you didn't behave. That includes freezing your funds and even physically punishing you. Sister, you're not coming for real, are you? Li Cien smoothly pulled a dog-tailed grass from the side of the road and held it in his mouth. Dangling, it's good for you to let me travel around the country, and it's good for you to not see me you're not bothered by. Li Sweet did not take care of Li Cien and directly took out her cell phone to send a red envelope to Li Cien. Sis, What do you mean you gave me $200? Bad attitude. That's your allowance for a week. One more word and that's your allowance for half a month. Sister, don't expect me to pay you for half a month. I go you old den. Sis, whoever likes to play with you, I'm going home. Lee Sidian, Uncle Lee. A grinning man came down from the car, and listened backed away for a second. Uncle Lee, I'm just joking with my sister. You go back to the car. It's windy outside. Be careful of catching a cold. At this time, after seeing Lee Sitian, Sanding Yang jogged to the roadside at the entrance of the village. Sugar, you're back. Godmother thought you'd never come back. Sanding Yang said as she pulled out a card from her bosom and put it in the palm of Lee Sitian's hand as she shook her hand. Godmother doesn't want your money. If you can come to see Godmother often, Godmother will be satisfied. Godmother, this time when I come here, I may have to stay for some days. You can keep the money in this card as the lodging and food expenses for me and my brother. Brother? The three daughters looked to Li Xian. Li Xian with her dogwood in her mouth. What's the old woman looking at? It's this young man. Haven't you seen such a handsome man? Straight face. Li Si Sweet grabbed Li Xian's ear and pressed it to the third eldest mother. Apologize and call your godmother. Ouch. 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 Sis. It's going to fall off. Apologize and call your godmother. Ouch. 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 Old woman. I'm sorry. It's going to fall off. Godmother. I'm sorry. The three dames are a little stunned. Not sure what's going on here. And, sugar. What's this? Li Si Sweet grabbed Li Xian's ear and went into the village with the three dame. As she passed by Qin Fan's side, Li Sitian nodded her head to Qin Fan. Without waiting for Qin Fan to react, he continued to grab Li Xian by the ear and headed to the third damsel's house as if he was running away. Qin Fan frowned. After Li Sitian didn't marry in her last life by dying, Qin Fan helped her develop. And in the end, it was Li Sitian who inherited Li's group. Li Xiun, the rich kid, is a pure wastrel. He doesn't do anything but get into trouble every day. Previously, Qin Fan said that sentence to Li Sitian in Longdu, because he didn't want Li Sitian to think about it again. But how did Li Xixiang bring Li Xian to the cliff-planting village? Things seem to be completely out of Qin Fan's expectations. Boss, why is she back again? Why do you still have her brother? As the Li family's eldest young lady, what's the point of running to our village all the time? Really? Grim. On the other hand, his already small eyes narrowed at the sight of Li Si Sweet and Li Xian, and the dead memories began to attack. I didn't think Miss Li could come back after being taken away by her family. And not only that, Miss Li has even brought young Master Li with her. I didn't hear what was said just now, but it seems that they are going to stay in the village for a while. As long as I become good friends with Mr. Li, won't it be easy for me to represent Yen Group to cooperate with Li Group in the future? The hard work really paid off. That's all. Old Yen still thinks I'm a fool and calls me a dung beetle. I'm really too tolerant and heartbroken. Hey, heaven does not give birth to my grim then. Yen family for ages like a long night. West, watermelon, sweet, vague and watery west. The big man selling watermelons drilled into the toilet and sent a message to Yen Shualin. Chairman, everything is fine with the young master, but Miss Li is back again, and she has young Li with her. It looks as if it's going to stay in the village for a while. The Yen Group. Yen Shualin, who was contemplating whether or not to go to S County to invest as well, received the bodyguard's message, and then his eyes widened. What? Miss Li has returned to Qin Fan's small mountain village again? And brought young Li with her? Crazy. Miss Li. Yen Shualin lit a cigarette and walked around the office with it in his hand. It's fine for Miss Li to go back, but what's the point of bringing young Li? Could it be that it's for Li Xiao to familiarize himself with Qin Fan? His brother-in-law? First? Oh, no way. What am I babbling about? Then what exactly is the reason for Miss Li to bring young Li to that small mountain village of Qin Fan as well? Yen Shualin was puzzled. Right about this time, Yen Shualin's cell phone rang again. Dragon Capital informant, Mr. Yen. It was indeed me who was unorthodox before. This time I'm being very local and giving you a free message. And in exchange for the equivalent, you'll just look into one thing for me. Yen Shualin didn't want to care, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Go ahead. Long-due informant, Mr. Yen. What I told you earlier has come true. Shui Jicheng has become the new spokesperson of the Shui Group with the support of his 6 sisters. But what's strange is that someone told me that Shui's group is going to invest in S County, and it's still Miss Shui personally leading the team there. How come Miss Jiang, Zhao Group, and Miss Shui all went to invest in S County? Can you help me find out why? Bang bang. The cell phone in Yen Shualin's hand fell directly to the ground. Zhao's group went to S County to invest. Miss Ginger has returned to S County. Miss Li took her own brother to the village that bears the name of Qin. Now, Miss Shui, who blocked a knife for Qin Fan. Miss Shui, the future spokesperson of the Shui Group. You're also taking the Shui family's resources to invest in S County? Doesn't the Shui family worry about Miss Shui's safety? Or did Miss Shui have to go? Is it really like what my son said? That eldest Miss Shui really loves the one surnamed Qin, and the Shui family won't stand in the way? Ha ha ha. No way. Absolutely no way. 100 chapters in. Thanks for the small gift of support from the great readers. A pouring rain descended on the village of Planting Cliffs. Before building bridges and repairing dams raised the dust washed clean, but also the mountain air washed clean and cool, as the first rays of sunlight after the rain fell through the clouds at the entrance to the village of Planting Cliffs. Qin Fan, Qin Jiangang, the third master, the village chief, Grim Z, Lu Cc, and the third elder lady and the workers of the engineering team, all came to the entrance of the village. Numerous small streams ran merrily down from the surrounding hills, converging in the river bank to form a clear river, which was finally stopped by a dam. Colorful dragonflies drew circles on the surface of the water as the water waves circled and echoed. In front of the dam, Qin Fan did not know what the scientific name of the water hole clattered and drained forward. Butterflies fluttered at the edge of the dam, and swallows landed on the edge of the water beach to articulate the mud. Qin Fan, Qin Jiangang, the three big Moncler jackets and the workers who took part in the construction of the dam were all very happy. Hooray! Hooray! Our cliff planting village, too, is a feng shui treasure with mountains and water. Hooray! It's thanks to Fan. Without the help of my uncles and the three eldest mothers and 5 aunts and their help, this dam could not have been repaired so quickly and so well. And the credit goes to everyone. Almost the whole village has come to the entrance of the village to see the dam. There were 7 and 8-year-olds, 15 and 16-year-old boys, and little bitty ones still in their arms. Qin Fan turned to Qin Jiangang and said, Brother Gongzi, even though the fences have been built around the dams, you still have to be careful of those bears going over the fences. You turn around and build a security booth by the dam, and have the third grandmaster, Uncle Nyo, or other uncles, take shifts to man the dam, just in case. Qin Jiangang nodded. I was originally about to tell you about this. Qin Fan barked out, pay your salary as usual. Don't worry, I'll set it up. The village of Planting Cliffs is situated in a ravine. There's a light mist of water in the sky that's just been through a heavy downpour. The sun shone through the clouds and a rainbow spanning directly from the eastern hill of the cliff-planted village to the western hill emerged, accompanied by the cries of 2 black eagles circling in midair. Passers-by on the highway stopped their cars and countless people took out their cell phones to take pictures of Qin Fan's village and the rainbow in the sky. Mommy, look, there's a rainbow. Mommy, look, that rainbow is still reflected in the water. It's beautiful. How come I didn't notice such a poetic little mountain village here before? The sounds of awe and the shouts of children's joy echoed through the mountains. A faint smile appeared on Qin Fan's face, with a vision of the future that those passers-by take beautiful photos and post them. And although they don't attract many tourists, they slowly get better. Apricot blossom sparse shadow, willow new clear. Boss, really beautiful. Ha, there's a nice red dragonfly. Boss, help me grab it, help me grab it. Lu Cc bounced around pointing to a reddish dragonfly in the distance, like a petulant little girlfriend, asking Qin Fan to catch it. But before Qin Fan could speak or react, a clear and pleasant voice came from the side of the highway. Qin Fan. The sound echoed through the valley and, full of joy, even the birds flying in the air followed with a pleasant chirping sound. Even the dark clouds in the sky that were blocking the sun were washed away, revealing a blue sky that the village Qin Jiangang, the 3 grandmasters, the village headman, they looked to the side of the highway at the entrance of the village. Passers-by who stopped their cars along the highway to look at the view all turned their heads to look over. Shui Yalan appeared at the intersection. Her slender figure, sweet smile, it makes the hills lose their color. Qin Fan, Shui Yalan shouted again, like a butterfly in a flower bush toward Qin Fan. If it were before, she would have directly jumped on Qin Fan, despite the stares of others. But now that she knew she couldn't, at least not yet, she was carrying her hands behind her back, swaying her small waist, and the only thing in her beautiful eyes was Qin Fan. Qin Fan, I'm coming. Did you ever think I'd almost exit? Are you okay? Qin Fan smiled and nodded. Are you done with the family? I can stay here for a long time. We fight together. Qin Fan still didn't know what happened to Shui Yalan in Longdu. What about your company? Leave it to others. I'm going to fight with you next. We're friends, and friends have to fight together, don't they? Oh. The sunlight was so hot that Qin Fan could not open his eyes a little. No one could stop Shui Yalan from doing what she wanted. Can't anticipate anything on Shui Yalan. Just as a friend. Go wherever fate takes you. The sun rises from the clouds. The green hills and the fog leave. A stream of clear water. Half a pond of rainbows. Qin Fan was standing by the dam. Shui Yalan stood beside Qin Fan. As far as she's concerned, he's standing beside him. He was her sunshine. Boss dash. Catch that red dragonfly for me. Willow Sissy stomped her foot with an unhappy look on her face. Grim then patted Qin Fan on the shoulder. Qin Fan turned back. Grim, in turn, hands over a simple bug net made from a screen. Qin Fan. Lu Sisi happily took the bug-catching net and handed it to Qin Fan. Little Yanzi, you're so promising. Shui Yalan's heart was stirred up with a surge of energy. Qin Fan, I want it too. Under the willow tree by the roadside at the entrance to the village, Lycidian, who was standing beside the three elder ladies, watched as Lu Sisi and Shui Yalan asked Qin Fan to help them catch dragonflies on the left and right. The heart was so hard that it couldn't help but redden. Sis, if you let me go, I'll catch dragonflies for you. Snap dash. The great northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. A desert next door. Netflix punchline that Yu Yunqing is taking beautiful exotic beauty photos. Shirley was originally bragging about Lu Yunqing's beauty when his cell phone rang for a moment. After seeing the person who came with the message, Shirley excused himself to go to the restroom and flashed to an unoccupied place. Hey, how's it going? Have you found Jingko? When are you going to stab Qin again? Another accident this time and you know what will happen to you. Last time, after Shirley sent someone to assassinate Qin Fan and failed, he utilized his means to make a person take the blame. But he wasn't about to give up. The punch that Qin Fan punched him in Longdu was not enough to make him kill Qin Fan. What he was worried about was that Grandma Lu Yunqing woke up and really let Lu Yunqing marry Qin Fan. Even if he thought the possibility was only 1%, he had to erase that 1%. Sure Shao, the situation has changed. Shirley frowned. What? That Qin hasn't let his guard down yet? Shi Shao. The problem isn't with the one surnamed Qin. Miss Li of the Longdu Li family and Miss Shui of the Shui family have gone to the one surnamed Qin side. The Li family and the Shui family have sent bodyguards. They are all very alert. I'm afraid it's not going to be good enough to assassinate Qin in a short period of time. What? Shirley completely did not expect that Li Sidian and Shui Yalan would return to Qin Fan. The main thing is that it comes with bodyguards. This directly added at least 10 times more difficulty to his plan to assassinate Qin. Shirley, where have you been? I'm thirsty. When Shirley heard Yu Yunqing's shouts, he hurriedly went back to meet Yu Yunqing like a licking dog. As for Qin Fan's side, he could only instruct Jing Ke to observe Qin Fan's whereabouts from afar first and look for an opportunity first. While Shirley was pretending to be fine to be a licking dog for Lu Yunqing, he was thinking about how to make Qin Fan disappear from this world. Provincial City Yen Group. Yan Shualin had already confirmed from his bodyguard that Shui Yalan had returned to S County. Before, it was that dog thief selling information in Longdu who said that Shui Yalan would return to S County. Yan Shualin still held a glimmer of hope in case the dog thief who sold the information was misinformed. Now the board has gone back to Shui Yalan. Yan Shualin couldn't figure out how to think about it and was puzzled. Could it be that Miss Shui and Miss Li really love that Qin guy? But how is that possible? There is a huge difference in status. Forgot. It's not just Miss Li. Miss Shui. Xiaozhe said earlier that Miss Jiang also loves the Qin guy. What's so attractive about that Qin guy? How could he make all three great ladies of Dragon Capital love him? No. The three ladies all love that Qin. How will it end? There is only one person in that surname Qin, and only one can be promised. Little stayed with that Qin guy. If you speak up for Miss Shui and she ends up with that Qin guy, then Miss Jiang and Miss Li will definitely be very upset with Xiuzhe. It might even take the wrath of our Yen group. When the time comes, will the Shui family protect our Yen group because Xiaozhe once spoke for Miss Shui? It won't. Odds are it won't. Ozeki, you're still too young. You only see that they love that Qin guy, but you're not thinking long term. That Qin could only end up with a young lady. You're going to offend the other two no matter what. You flatter one, offend two. The one you're sucking up to won't necessarily take your favors to protect our Yen group. If you get into this mess, you'll only end up putting our Yen group in trouble. Hey, and lost the bet. The old man lost to his son. How am I supposed to make it work? Yan Shualin lit a cigarette and before he could take 2 puffs, the phone rang. Taking a look at the caller ID, Yan Shualin's head hurt. Xiaozhe. Hey, Koju. Hey, old Yan. Did you see the video I sent you? Miss Shui has returned. Ha ha ha, you lost our bet. Send me back all the men and supplies you withdrew earlier. Yan Shualin began to heat up and his face turned red. I can't believe the old man lost to his son. Listen to me. It's not as simple as you think. Old Yan, you're not trying to cheat, are you? If you're a man, you should be willing to gamble. What a thing to say. No big deal. I can send you people and things, but after you hear what I have to say, if you still think I should send them to you, I will. Old Yan, you still have something to say? Fine. Say it, I'll see how you can weasel your way out of it. Yan Shualin pressed to fire that. Xiaozhe, Let me ask you. You said that Miss Shui, Miss Li, Miss Jiang, they all love Qin Fan? Yeah, it's all true love. Then let me ask you, can that Qin guy take 3 wives? Grim then, this. Let me ask you again. If Qin Fan marries one of them, will the other 2 get angry? Would love breed hate? Grim then, this. Let me ask you again. If you help one of the big ladies to make things right with Qin Fan, will the other 2 hold a grudge against you? Is it possible for them to be unfavorable to our Yen group because they hold a grudge against you? Grim then. This one. Let me ask you again. Have you ever thought that even if those big ladies in Dragon Capital that you said love Qin Fan, but if you stay by his side, you will always offend much more than you please? Are you sure that the one you curry favor with will take your love to protect our Yen group? Grim, on the other hand, said nothing. The corners of Yen Shualin's mouth rose slightly. Son, do you know what it means to be a ginger? Know how ratty you are and how far-sighted your dad is. You should admire your father. You just learned from your dad. But in the next second, Grim then's words made Yen Shualin's eyes widen. Old Yen, do you know why my grandfather was what he was when he handed Yen Group over to you, and is still what he is now? You're always overthinking. You can think of 100,000 possibilities for one thing, but you won't take a single step. Take before you went to Dragon Capital to attend that banquet. You want to get acquainted with Mr. Zhao, but because Mr. Zhao has other big shots around him, you're afraid that you'll suddenly appear to disturb the other big shots. You're afraid that you'll leave a bad impression on the other big shots. You're afraid that you're nervous and can't express yourself clearly enough to be laughed at by Mr. Zhao. You're just there. Hesitation. In that fear, never went up to fight for the opportunity. If only you had 1/10 of the drive of the Yen family's unicorn son, you would have befriended Mr. Zhao by now. Forget it, you've been taciturn all your life. You don't understand the heights that the Yen family's unicorn son sees. You send back the people and things you evacuated earlier, and I'll take off with Yen. Hang on, remember to send it back to me. Toodaloo. Yen Shualin looked at the hung-up phone and was furious. You Yen family unicorn? You have gumption? You're just being stupid and not being able to see anything. Pure nonsense. No use trying to reason with you, is there? Fine, fine, then I'll let you know that you're nothing if you leave the Yen family. One day later, Yen Shualin sent all the people and things that had been evacuated earlier back to Planting Cliff Village. Grim, on the other hand, had a big happy grin. Brother Qin, my untalented rich old man has finally been convinced by me. I want to build a villa area next to our Planting Cliff Village and name it Planting Cliff Villa. Do you think it will work? Qin Fan wasn't sure that there would be rich people who would come to this kind of small ravine to buy villas for retirement. Yen Xiao, this investment is risky. Think about it. Grim, on the other hand, is straight and confident. Follow Brother Qin. You'll definitely succeed. The words just fell out of my mouth. The leader of the Yen family's engineering team walked over. Qin Fan saw that the leader of the engineering team seemed to have something to say to Grim Zephyr, so he avoided it for the time being. You guys talk. After Qin Fan left, Grim then turned to look at the Yen family engineering team leader. What is it? Young Yen, how does this paycheck work? Grim then? Aren't you paid by the group? Engineering team leader. The chairman said that from today onwards we'll be subordinate to Yen Xiao, and the salary Yen Xiao will pay us. Filled up a couple times on the way here or I padded it. You first wait. Grim then turned his back and dialed Yen Shualin's phone. Crooked? Old Yen. What do you mean? Yen Shualin is in his office with his legs crossed. Ozaki Grimsan. What do you mean? Xiaozhe Grimsang? Grim Z was furious when he heard that. Old Yen, are you jerking off? The leader of the engineering team told me that you're asking me to pay them? I only have $10 million on my card. That's for my food. You're not going to make me pay them with food money, are you? Yen Shualin, hee, Xiaozhe Grimsang. Our previous bet was that if I lost, I would send people and things back to you, but it didn't say anything else. Also, didn't you say we were done before? I've frozen the money in your card for you. You don't listen to the old man's words, so you'll make your own way. For his part, Grim's eyes were gradually covered in blood. He had never been so angry. Old Yen, with thin shoulders, tears, and gritted teeth, the Yen family's unicorn son pulled Yen forward, trying to take Yen to the country and the world. If you don't help him, forget it. You tie his hands and chain a 100,000 pound ball of iron to him to pull his back. Lao Yen, Lao Yen. You're going to be the sinner of the Yen family. Yen Shualin hung up the phone with just 2 sentences. He lost, and he sent back all the people and things that he had previously withdrawn to Grimzer. If you are serious, you want to unfreeze your bank card and go home. The leader of the Yen family's engineering team heard Grim then arguing with Yen Shualin. Grim, on the other hand, had a mouthful of Yen family's unicorn son, making the Yen family's engineering team leader feel very unreliable. He knew he couldn't say anything to Grimzel now. Maybe he could go back and talk to the workers about getting ready for a new job. After the leader of the Yen family engineering team left, Grim, meanwhile, sat down on a rock by the side of the road in frustration. His dad said those risks, and he thought there might be something to it, but he somehow felt that if he followed Qin Fan, he would definitely succeed. Old Yen. Ah, old Yen. I originally thought that Miss Shue's return would make you realize your mistake and let go of my hands to let me fly with the Yen group, but I didn't realize that you were so short-sighted and so devoid of courage. Just as well. Who made me the unicorn son of the Yen family that hasn't been born in 1,000 years? Heaven will send down a great task to the unicorn child, but it must first suffer his heart and mind, and labor his bones and muscles. Let me alone carry all. Let me alone lead the Yen family to soar to the sky. Let old Yen see the 10,000 splendor of the Yen family's unicorn son and regret it. Grim, on the other hand, was so moved by himself that tears of heartache flowed from the corners of his eyes. The entire Yen family, surprisingly, relies on Kirin-chan alone. Ah, it's too tiring. Suddenly, a silhouette dressed in pink came to Grim then. In the whole village, there was only one person who loved to wear pink, Li Sitian. Grim, on the other hand, pretended to be blinded by gravel and stood up while rubbing his eyes. Ms. Li, what do you want to see me about? Li Sitian frowned slightly. She realized that Grim Reaper had just been crying. She didn't ask much, though. She was looking for Grim for something else. There's no need to call me Miss Li. Just call me by my name. Grim then. I'm looking for you to do me a favor. Grim, on the other hand, jerked his head up and, Miss Li actually asked for his help? You have a direct order for something. Qin and I are very close. If you have any gifts you want to give to Qin, I can do it for you. Li Sitian shook her head. It has nothing to do with Qin Fan. I was asking for a favor. I've seen the changes in the way you follow Qin Fan these days. Honestly, I didn't think you could become what you are now. And while you're still a bit, it's enough. I want you to exercise my brother. Grim, on the other hand, grew wide-eyed and, you mean to let me transform Li Xiao? But Li Xiao. Grim, on the other hand, was in a bit of a bind. Li Xian herself doesn't want to experience life. To feel it, Grim then wouldn't dare to force Li Xian. Li Xixiang knew how worried Grimze was. Don't worry, just say yes. I'll be able to get him to listen to you. If he makes a move on you, Uncle Li will teach him a lesson. Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head. This, Lisbeth, if it works, I can pay you. How about 5 million a month? Grim, on the other hand, continued to scratch his head. It's not about money. He's Li Xiao. Li Sitian, $10 million. If it were before, even if Li Sisang increases it to 10 million Grim then it won't move. But now his bank cards are frozen and he needs money. Yes, Mr. Li. Li, then we have a deal. Even though Li Xixiang told Grim then to just call him by his first name, he still felt bad calling him by his first name. After all, it's Miss Li now, and she might become a sister-in-law in the future. Little Liz, get over here. Grim, on the other hand, went straight for Li Xian. Li Xian looked at the grimy, bite-sized Li Zi walking towards him with a head full of question marks. Hey, who the fuck are you calling Little Li? What happened to calling? You, get over here and go work with the laborers to remove all the waste rock over there. Li Xian stared at Grim then stood up with wide eyes. Grim then, are you fucking crazy? Giving orders to this young man? Grim then took 2 steps back and ran into Uncle Li. Li Sitian followed suit. Shaun, for the next 3 years, you listen to Grim Reaper and do whatever he tells you to do? Li Xian said incredulously. Sis, I'll eat shit if he tells me to? Grim then waved his hand. Don't worry, young Li, I won't let you eat shit. Lithan raised his fist at Grim then. Shut the fuck up, Li Sitian said icily. Uncle Li. A few moments later, a bruised and swollen Li Xian joins Grim Zephyr's engineering team and goes to move a pile of rubble with the workers of Grim Zephyr's engineering team. The fine-skinned Li Xian cursed as she carried the stones. Grim then. Right? Qin Fan. Right? If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't be in this mess. You guys wait for me. Once the 3-year period is up, I'll make you all suffer. Grim, on the other hand, found the engineering team leader with his back doubly straight. Master Zhao, the money you spent on gas on the way here will be paid to you next month along with your salary. You tell the brothers, as long as you do a good job. I Yen Jiachi. Me Grim then, will not be less than a penny for you. Grim, on the other hand, looked up to the sky inside. The hopes of the entire Yen family had ultimately fallen on Kirin Z alone. The other side. After explaining the village, Qin Fan was ready to make a trip back to the provincial city short drama company. Lu Cece stood aside, not without looking at Shui Yalan with amusement. I can follow the boss in name only, can you? Heck, go ahead and be envious. Don't worry, I can take care of the boss all by myself. A woman's intuition is very sharp. Shui Yalan could sense her provocation when Lu Sisi didn't say anything. Unwilling to show weakness, Shui Yalan helped Xin Fan straighten his white shirt. Remember to come back early. We've got a long all-night talk about working together. Xin Fan? Why does it feel so wrong? I'll be back after I take care of the provincial company. Sissy, let's go. Lu Sisi grunted arrogantly at Shui Yalan and got into the car. John's group and Zhao's group have already started to pick locations in S County where they are going to build hotels, large shopping malls, and entertainment venues. The contracting of the mountain forest across the village that Xin Fan told the village chief about earlier has already been applied for. Xin Fan went to fill out the paperwork and go through the procedures, so he could bag the mountain forest across the village and start construction. But before that, Xin Fan had to go back to the provincial capital to deal with the matter of the short drama company before he could rest assured that he would be able to start work in his hometown. On the third day back in the province, Xin Fan was reading the script of the short play handed in by the editorial department when the cell phone of Lu Sisi, who was organizing her work on the side, rang. Willow Sisi's eyes were red when she went out to take a call and came back. Boss, I've got some family stuff going on and I need to take a little long vacation. Xin Fan saw Lu Sisi's red eyes and thought that something big had happened and asked with concern. Sissy, what happened? Do you need help? Sissy Lu shook her head. My grandma was in a coma before. She got too old. And I just got a call from my mom that my grandma is awake. This is a good thing. Xin Fan encouraged. Your grandma will definitely be in good health. You hurry back to see your grandma. Lu Sisi suddenly jumped into Xin Fan's arms and hugged him. Xin Fan thought that Lu Sisi was too excited to know that her grandma had woken up and patted Lu Sisi on the back. Come on home. Come back whenever you want. Don't worry. As long as you're not the one quitting, I'll keep your position open for you and won't recruit anyone else. Willow Sisi then broke into a smile and nodded. Boss, I'm going back then. Go back and call if you need anything. Boss. You don't like Shui Yalan. Willow Sisi said and turned away as if she were running away, though she had a smile on her face before she turned around but the moment you turn around, still a tear fell on the glass of the door and window. The drops of tears were crystal clear in the light and seemed to reflect the smiling face of Lu Sisi. Xin Fan was suddenly a bit reluctant to give up, but to think that Sissy Lu might be from some big family. Xin Fan then shook his head mockingly to himself. Willow Sisi was probably a young lady from some big family experiencing life and couldn't have been working for him as a secretary. Maybe someday Willow Sisi will be called back to the family, either to learn the ways of business from the elders in the family, or to just take over the family company and start working out. Perhaps from the moment we met, Willow Sisi's parting with him had begun. Time will only move forward and memories will only blur. Maybe in the future Sissy Lu might even remember him, and probably won't remember him. But there's such a thing as fate. Who can say for sure? Don't think so much now, and do what you want to do, and leave the rest to fate. Xin Fan took a deep breath and he didn't want to go and see Sissy Lu off. That seemed like a send-off, like we wouldn't see each other again. Turning his head to look out the window held the bustling city. A patch of white doves flew by and Xin Fan kept looking out the window. No peace of mind until that white dove flew back. Doraemon. Boss, you asked for me. Master Lu appeared at the office door. Xin Fan got up and made a gesture of invitation while pouring tea for Master Lu. Master Lu, sit down and talk. Master Lu was a bit formal when he came in. He hadn't seen Xin Fan for some days. He's a little worried he'll be fired. In terms of technology, he was not as professional as several other photographers, and although he had been trying to learn in private, he had not graduated with a degree in photography after all. He didn't want to leave Xin Fan. He didn't want to leave this good company that treated him like a human being. Xin Fan noticed Master Lu nervously rubbing his knees with his hands and realized that Master Lu might be overthinking things. Master Lu, have a cup of tea. I'm looking for you to discuss something with you. You've been with this company since I started it, and you're a veteran even though it's still young. Now I want to set up a new department that doesn't make sketches and makes short videos that have a programmatic effect, and there will be a professional planner who will take care of exactly what to make. I'd like to hire you as manager of the new department and have you lead the team. The monthly salary gives you $30,000 a month. Master Lu's eyes widened at once. 30,000 a month? With him? What's the point? Xin Fan continued. The monthly salary shouldn't be too low, mainly because of the need to work in S County. I don't know if it's convenient on your side. Master Lu. Xin Fan used people with great attention to character. Although Master Lu's expertise is not strong enough, his character is absolutely fine. Able to work hard, responsible and he has a gentle personality. And sometimes when a skit actor has a problem and can't shoot well, he won't get angry and will patiently talk to the skit actor about how he feels he should get into the mood, and so on. If such a person is made a department manager, he will only be more dedicated to his duties and will not put up a fight just because he has a little power. Convenient. Boss, anytime for me. Master Lu was so happy that he didn't know what to say. Although his wife and children are in the provincial capital, but he doesn't want to lose a boss like Qin Fan. The main thing is that the pay is really good, and S County is not very far from the provincial capital, so he can go home to mend his wife's needles when he is off. Distance makes beauty. A little goodbye is better than a new love. I can't tell you how much better it is for them as a couple. After talking to Master Lu, Qin Fan opened the backstage of the skit, the 6 short plays that have been released. The first short play was followed by a lackluster one, with only $1,000 or so a day gained. The second skit was okay and could go on for 10,000. The third skit had another 100,000 or so per day. The fourth, fifth, and sixth short plays have earned Qin Fan more than $50 million so far because of his contract with the platform and the platform's strong push. The money was quite a lot, but Qin Fan's expenses were not small. The previous money was spent on paying employees, expanding the garment factory, buying equipment, purchasing fabrics, and various expenses in the old country. After this withdrawal, Qin Fan had a total of about $70 million in his hands. This amount of money is probably nothing to the 7 great families of Dragon Capital. It's not even a big deal to the Yen Group, but for Qin Fan, it was already enough for him. After turning off the back-end data, Qin Fan called Liang Rui, Zhang Junjie and all of them to the conference room for a meeting to arrange the next work of the short drama company. Afterwards, Qin Fan stayed in the provincial capital for 5 days and then took Master Lu back to S County. After returning to S County, Qin Fan first went to the clothing factory to look around. In the front, Qin Fan took all the money earned from the clothing factory to expand. And after the factory was expanded, he began to do publicity again. There's quality and affordability when it comes to word of mouth. The reputation of the clothes of Qin Fan Clothing Factory has spread in a small area. More and more shopping centers want to cooperate with Qin Fan Clothing Factory, and the conditions offered are getting better and better. But Qin Fan knew that those shopping malls were all black-hearted capitals, and when the clothes Qin Fan produced were given to them, they would make Qin Fan's clothes unaffordable to ordinary people. Although that would make Qin Fan more money. But that wasn't Qin Fan's original intention. After dealing with the clothing factory, Qin Fan drove back to the village. Qin Fan's engineering team and the 3 masters are still repairing the old houses in the village. Then the engineering team began to clear a depression next to Qin Fan's village, preparing to build the planted cliff villa complex there. Everything is in order. Workers and peasants are working so hard together that even the robins are screaming for help. Qin Fan also had something to do. He next had to follow the village chief to go through the procedures to bag the hill opposite the village. Brother Qin, where's sister Shishi? She's gone home on leave for a family matter. When are you coming back? A month or so? Why? Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head. Hey, I'm used to seeing sister Cece around brother Qin, and it's a bit uncomfortable to be away all of a sudden. Dang, Shui Yalan did not know when to come. With a parasol knocked the Grim then shoulder A. What's not to get used to? Won't you get used to it in time? Shui Yalan said and looked at Qin Fan with a smile like a flower. Qin Fan, is Lu Cece still coming back? She took a leave of absence. She didn't quit. Of course she came back. Shui Yalan beamed in dissatisfaction. I heard from my great aunt that she is. What is she doing back here? What? It's nothing. It's so hot. Qin Fan, do you eat watermelon? Shui Yalan went to the side of the watermelon seller's man and picked a watermelon, went to the village and borrowed a knife to cut it, and handed Qin Fan a piece. Thanks. Next time I'll treat you. Oh. Why do you feel that the bratty and capricious Miss Shui is back again? Qin Fan smiled and took the watermelon and ate it. Shui Yalan also picked up a piece for herself and ate it, her little mouth bulging, her beautiful eyes smiling into a nice crescent moon. It's so nice that Sissy Lu isn't here. Never had watermelon this sweet. Under a peach tree in the village, Li Si Tian, who was helping to cook for San and Yang and the others, saw the scene and was as bitter and uncomfortable as if she had drunk bitter wine. Before, when she gave Qin Fan a watermelon, Qin Fan never ate it. Lazine, who was resting on the sidelines, look at Qin Fan and Shui Yalan, and look at his sister. Sis, what are you doing? Miss Li's unrequited love? Is it humiliating? Li Xian didn't think too much about it. He just felt that her sister was a bit humiliated and walked straight to Qin Fan, grinning broadly. Hey, surname Qin, go bring my sister a watermelon. Grim, on the other hand, saw this and rushed after him. Little Liz, are you done with your work? Stop eating melon and get to work for me. You stepped on the horse. Li Xian was just about to scold Grim Zephyr when he saw Uncle Li beside Li Si Sweet standing up. You come on horseback. I ride the wind. Labor makes me happy. Day. The Li Xian ran to the construction site on the hoof in a slip of smoke. But from the moment her back was turned, Li Xian cursed and, "The man who knows what's good for him is the man who knows what's good for him. I'm not going to fight you, Grim then. Right? Qin Fan. Right? It's the same old story. 3 years east, 3 years west. You guys wait for me. Once the 3 years are up, I will make you pay back 1,000 times over for the pain you have caused this young man." But what's the deal with Sister Shui? How come it seems like he really likes that Qin Fan? Wasn't that Qin a toy for Sister Shui? My sister and the others? I've been looking for Ru Yuan at the bar for months. Why does everything change when you're out of the bar? Shui Yalan watched as Li Xian fled, pondering. Li Xian's bet with her parents. She didn't tell anyone about it. From Shui Yalan's perspective, she couldn't figure out how Li Xian was able to bring her brother and the only one who could subdue Li Xian. Uncle Li, Shui Yalan had asked. But Li Xian didn't say anything. Everyone has their secrets. Shui Yalan didn't alienate herself from Li Xian just because Li Xian didn't tell her about it. On the contrary, she understands Lisbeth's heart. Her heart ached for Lisbeth. Qin Fan, you cut a piece of watermelon. Qin Fan looked at Shui Yalan, who still had a large portion of watermelon in her hand. Aren't you done eating? I still want to eat it. You cut it. I'll take it first. Shui Yalan twisted her small waist and pampered herself. As a good friend, just cut me another piece. Shui Yalan didn't know where to find a very dated pants, white shirt on top, military green pants underneath, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Just like a female youth who went to the countryside, she slightly beamed, half petulant, half begging to look at Qin Fan, and the flowers on the sidelines all nodded in the wind, seeming to say to Qin Fan, quickly give her a cut. The sunlight passed through the poplar trees at the entrance of the village and sprinkled on Qin Fan and Shui Yalan like starlight. Qin Fan shook his head helplessly and cut another piece for Shui Yalan. Thanks. Shui Yalan ran to Li Xian's side with her half-eaten watermelon in one hand and the watermelon Qin Fan had just cut in the other. Sweetie, Qin Fan asked me to give it to you. Li Xian looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan also happened to look back and the world was so quiet that the only sound that seemed to remain was the call of the robins in the trees. Thinking of Li Xian's slashed wrist, Qin Fan did not nod or shake his head and turned his head to look at the river dam. Seeing that Qin Fan didn't shake his head, Li Xian thought that it was really Qin Fan who had asked Li Xian to send it to him, and sweetly took the watermelon and ate it together with Shui Yalan. After a while, Shui Yalan pulled Li Xian and sat down beside Qin Fan. Shui Yalan was next to Qin Fan. Li Xian was next to Shui Yalan. Qin Fan turned his head to look at Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan playfully spat out her little tongue and Qin Fan shook his head helplessly and got up to walk towards the construction site of Grim Zephyr. There was more than a hint of bitterness in Li Xian's smile. Shui Yalan whispered as she pulled on Li Xian's hand. Sweetie, it's okay, it'll get better. I'll help you. Lisbeth nodded and smiled. The two shuddered young ladies were whispering something under the poplar tree that the leaves of the aspen trees clattered in the wind. The Shui Yalan and Li Xian also emitted silver bell-like laughter from time to time. Grim, on the other hand, watched Shui Yalan and Li Xian from afar, thinking about what old Yen had said, and swishing and scratching his head. Miss Shui and Miss Li both like Qin. Qin can only marry one person. What's this going to make Qin do? And Miss Kong. And Sissy's sister. Mr. Yen. What's going on? Got lice in your hair? Grim then casually ran a hand through his hair and stood up. No. I was thinking about the problem. Brother Qin, do you think I can sell this cliff-planting villa? I'm a little out of my mind right now. Qin Fan had now treated Grim Zephyr as a brother, and after thinking about it, he said to Grim Zephyr, if you're just building one of those cottages that you see everywhere, it's not good, but if you build it with character, like the Clearview Hotel, for example, there should be owners of advanced years interested. Grim, on the other hand, came to the realization that, Brother Qin, I get it. You get it? Qin Fan looked at Grim Zephyr, feeling a bit strange. He had only said a bit and Grim Zephyr understood? Is it possible that Grim Reaper is a one-in-a-million genius? Brother Qin, I'm on my way. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, I love you. Grim then ran to the parking lot, started the car, and scurried out of the village with a squeal. Qin Fan, what's going on? Where to? Where are you going? Ozawa Grim-san? Grim, on the other hand, drove his car directly to the front of the Jiang Group office building in County S. It's still Brother Qin who's good to me. He's worried that my cliff-planting villa doesn't have any specialties and won't sell. He specially hinted that I'm here to find Miss Jiang. If Miss Jiang can lend me a few people who designed the Qingyuan Hotel, I'll design my planted cliff villa in an ancient style as well. That would be beautiful. Grim, on the other hand, had already called Kong Cho Yu on the way. By the time they reached the first floor of the office building, the receptionist was already waiting for Grim Zephyr. Mr. Yen, This way please. Grim, on the other hand, was taken to Kong Chiu-yu's office before the receptionist left. Mr. Kong. Jiang Chiu-yu nodded her head. You told me on the phone that Qin Fan sent you? Grim, for his part, nodded. I want to build a cliff planting lodge next to Qin's village, but I'm worried I won't be able to sell it. I'm looking for Qin to give me ideas. Brother Qin said I could borrow the style of the Qingyuan Hotel and asked me to come to Mr. Jiang for help. Jiang Chiu-yu got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was wearing a customized black suit with an exaggeratedly thin small waist. He, still thinks about me? Grim, for his part, froze for a moment, then nodded his head in a rush. Mr. Jiang, Qin is a man of few words, but I've often seen him reciting that phrase in the small courtyard. Ginger Chiu-yu turned around and, which sentence? Grim is tilting his head at 45 degrees. The old man enters my dreaming. I remember each other for a long time. Long memories. The corners of Jiang Chiu-yu's mouth slightly raised to hang a smile, but dots of starlight appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was the first one to seek out Qin Fan in the first place. It's at the Qingyuan Hotel. In the Eternal Memory Arcade, the evening sun dyed the sky red, and the honking of oncoming cars outside plucked the strings back to that day. Originally, Jiang Chiu-yu was the first to seek out Qin Fan. Originally, she could have not told the other sisters and slowly stayed by Qin Fan's side alone, letting time prove her sincerity. But I didn't expect the other sisters to arrive, especially Shui Yalan's difficult and capricious mode of hard pestering Qin Fan, which discouraged Jiang Chiu-yu. She envied Shui Yalan. Sometimes, if only she could be as bratty and capricious as Shui Yalan, who didn't care about other people's gazes. How nice. Later, she knew that Shui Yalan and Li Sidian had all gone to Qin Fan's side. She then prepared to silently support Qin Fan in S County. The sea of life. I'm not happy about it. There is peace of mind afterward. She thought that she could gradually erase the unwillingness in her heart in the process of helping Qin Fan silently in S County, and just help Qin Fan at ease, and just watch Qin Fan from afar. But it's been so long. She's never been able to get her mind off of it, especially after knowing that Shui Yalan was now able to start over with Qin Fan from the mode of a friend. She was even more resigned. Qin Fan, I want to be by your side all the time. You can confirm that to me over and over again. But you didn't confirm it once. It has been said that the ceiling is the patient's endless book. And for Jiang Chiu-yu, that faraway mountain was a thought she couldn't look away from. Jinjaraki Yuki doesn't want to go out on a good note and exit on a bad note. She wanted to hear Qin Fan call out her name one more time. However, she and Qin Fan were separated by the distant mountains, and her voice, no matter how loud it was, could not reach Qin Fan's ears. Now Grim, on the other hand, gives hope to Kong Chiu-yu. The old man entered my dream, and I remembered him long ago. He still has me in his heart. Asterisk. Jiang Chiu-yu turned around, a smile surfacing on her stunningly beautiful pretty face like a snowy mountain ice lotus. You go back first. I'll have Mr. Qian send the person who designed the Qingyuan Hotel in the first place to you. Thank you, Mr. Kong. Grim then looked up at the sky after leaving the Jiang Group office building and felt much more breathless. Old Yen. Ah, Old Yen. You can't tug on the back leg of the Yin family's unicorn son. Sooner or later you'll realize how ridiculous and wrong you are. Once in the car, it suddenly occurred to Grim that he hadn't seen his left brother in 30-60 minutes. It's been too long since I've seen Brother Zwa. I miss him very much. Let's go see Brother Zwa. While Grim then drove towards the Cho's office building to find around. Willow Sissy had left the country with her mother to the hospital where Mrs. Willow was. The Ryu family and others who had come to visit old lady Ryu filled the hospital, and everyone stood in the corridors in silence. Lu Sissy and her mother, being old lady Lu's daughter and granddaughter, walked to the front of the line. Sissy Lu's mom was talking to her uncle. Yu Yuncheng came to Ryu Sissy's side. Sissy, when grandma calls us later, you must tell grandma that Qin Fan is not Grandpa Qin's own grandson, and don't praise him just because you like him yourself. Cousin, I will only be truthful. Sissy, you don't really like him, do you? Lu Sissy's pretty face reddened, not daring to look at Lu Yunqing's eyes. Cousin, don't talk nonsense. I don't. Yu Yunqing's big beautiful eyes looked at Ryu Shishi with a hint of playfulness. Sissy, have you forgotten that it doesn't matter whether you like him or not? Lu Sisi sniffed and jerked her head up to look at Lu Yunqing. Seemingly thinking of something, her eyes became like a dead lake without luster. Squeak! The ward was pushed open and a doctor in a white coat walked out. The old madam wants to see Ms. Ryu Shishi and Ms. Ryu Yuncheng. Willow Sissy looked over at her mom. Her mom nodded at her and he then went into the hospital room with Yu Yuncheng, an old lady lying in a hospital bed with gray hair and an oxygen tube. Upon seeing Ryu Shishi and Ryu Yuncheng, he put on a smile and raised his hand to wave. Ryu Shishi and Ryu Yuncheng knelt down in front of the old lady's hospital bed and held her hand. Grandma, grandmother, how are you feeling? Old Lady Lu with a kind smile on her face slightly closed her eyes, sort of nodded her head. I'm fine. Yun Cheng, I heard that you went back to China to see your Grandpa Chin's grandson? How's that? Do you like it? Grandma wants you to marry him. Will you? Yun Cheng smiled a far-fetched smile, not saying no or yes, but glancing at Ryu Shishi. Grandma, actually, there are some things you don't know. I had my cousin look into it for me, and my cousin knows more about it than I do. Why don't you let your cousin tell you about it? Old Lady Lu sensed from the tone of Lu Yunqing's expression that something was off and looked at Lu Sisi. Sissy, do you know about Grandpa Chin's grandson? You talked to Grandma. Sisi, you have to say it truthfully. Ryu Yunqing gave Ryu Sisi a rather deep look. When Lu Sisi thought of Qin Fan, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, and the luster of her beautiful eyes, which were dead silent, blossomed anew. I went to him when he was starting his business. Lu Sisi started from the very beginning when she saw Qin Fan. Having said that, she had secretly investigated and learned that Qin Fan had worked as a cow and horse for the 7 great ladies of Dragon Capital in order to repay her grandfather's kindness. Said she followed Qin Fan. All the things that I have seen of Qin Fan. Grandma, he's a person who knows what he's doing, treats people with the utmost sincerity, has ideals and ambitions, and is very, very good. Old Lady Lu's eyes turned slightly red as she listened. His grandson, indeed, resembles him. When Lu Yunqing saw that Old Lady Lu didn't seem to care about Qin Fan working as a cow and horse for the 7th young lady in Longdu and still admired Qin Fan, she was a little anxious. Grandma, there's something Sissy didn't tell you. That Qin Fan, he's not Grandpa Qin's own grandson. Oh, old Mrs. Lu looked over at Cecilia Lu. Willow Sissy nodded. Grandmother, it's true that he's not Grandpa Qin's real grandson. Old Lady Ryu looked at Ryu Shishi and then at Ryu Yunchang. What about your Grandpa Qin's own grandson? When Lu Yunqing saw that Old Lady Lu seemed to be quite concerned about whether or not she was Grandpa Qin's own grandson, hastily, she told the information she had. Grandma, Grandpa Qin doesn't have a real grandson or a real granddaughter. According to the villagers in the small mountain village where Grandpa Qin lives, Grandpa Qin has never married in his life. Old Lady Lu's eyes snapped open when she heard this. She tugged on Yu Yuncheng's arm and tried to sit up. What do you mean? What do you mean? He never married in his life? Tick-tock dash. The instruments in the ward sounded an alarm. The doctor rushed in. Ms. Ryu Sisi, Ms. Ryu Yunaru, please go out first. Yu Yuncheng and Ryu Sisi exited the hospital room with doubts. Haruka, what's going on? What happened to your grandma? Sissy, what happened to your grandma? Yu Yunqing's father and Yu Shishi's mother asked with concern. Yu Yuncheng was puzzled. I just told Grandma that Grandpa Qin didn't have any real grandchildren and never married for the rest of his life. Grandma suddenly got excited. The siblings, Yu Yunqing's father and Yu Shishi's mother, looked at each other without saying anything, and there were stories in their eyes that no one else knew about. The crowd waited outside the ward, and after most of the day, the doc walked out again. Mr. Lu, the old lady wants to see you. Yu Yuncheng's father nodded to Yu Sissy's mother and lifted his foot into the hospital room. Yu Yuncheng was on the sidelines with her cell phone, not knowing who to message. Willow Sissy's eyes were a little hollow, and there was a hint of worry in her expression. After less than 15 minutes, Yu Yunqing's father came out of the hospital room. He glanced at Yu Yuncheng and pulled him into another unoccupied ward. When Lu Sisi was a little surprised, the doctor spoke up. Miss Willow Sissy, the old lady wants to see you. Willow Sissy nodded and went back into the hospital room. Old Lady Willow beckoned to Sissy Willow as she lay in her hospital bed. Sissy Lu knelt down in front of Old Lady Lu's hospital bed and cupped her hands. Grandma, Sissy, are you in love with Qin Fan? Lu Sisi's pretty face slightly reddened as she shyly lowered her head. Grandmother, I can't say for sure. Old Mrs. Lu patted Sissy Lu's hand. Grandma can tell you like him. If you are Grandma's granddaughter, Grandma will be happy that you like Qin Fan and will fulfill you. But, even though your surname is Lu, you are after all a member of the Young family, and Grandma can't make decisions for the Young family. When Grandma said something that she didn't do, Grandma had to let Grandma's granddaughter pay it back. Although he is not your Grandpa Qin's real grandson, but what you just said makes Grandma feel that he is the continuation of your Grandpa Qin's life. Don't you hate Grandma? In fact, you should also understand that it's hard and difficult for you to be with him. Lu Sisi reddened her eyes and tears flowed down her face like pearls on a broken string. Grandma, but I really like and love him. When Sissy Lu finally spoke the words she had hidden in her heart at Old Lady Lu's, another ward, out came Yu Yuncheng's unwilling voice. No, Dad, you can't do that. Yu Yuncheng's father grabbed Yu Yuncheng's shoulder and told her to calm down. Haruka, calm down. If you don't accept your grandmother's arrangement, you won't get the dowry your grandmother once promised. It could even affect my position in the group. Yu Yuncheng cried too, tears washing over her eyeliner. But daddy, he's just a poor boy. All rustic. I don't like him. I'm sick of seeing him. Yu Yunqing's father also didn't want Yu Yunqing to marry a hairy kid from some mountain village. Haruka, this thing isn't nailed down yet. There's still a chance. Just do what your grandmother says for now, and dad will help you figure it out. Yu Yunqing broke down a little. According to old lady Lu's arrangement, she had to go to Qin Fan's village and stay there for at least 3 months, to get to know Qin Fan first, and then cultivate a relationship with him. But she didn't even want to go and live in that small mountain village, let alone cultivate a relationship with Qin Fan. Willow Sissy begging for support JPG. Yu Yunqing couldn't understand it. Grandma knows he's been working as a cowboy for those 7 ladies in Dragon Capital. That's embarrassing. And she's asking me to get in touch with him? And isn't it also known that he's not Grandpa Qin's real grandson? Not his own grandson. Even if Grandpa Qin saved my family's life, he doesn't have to repay it to his own grandson who is not related to him, right? Yu Yunqing didn't understand what kind of twisted feelings this was. Yu Yunqing's father patted Yu Yunqing's shoulder and comforted him. Haruka, take it easy for a moment. First you go to that little mountain village like your grandmother said. Your grandmother told you to get to know him. So get a notebook and write down what he usually does. Your grandmother told you to cultivate a relationship with him. But you can't force a relationship. So don't talk to him and ignore him. According to what Sissy told your grandmother, he shouldn't be pleasing you or anything like the other boys. 3 months later, you come back with a cold text telling your grandmother that you got to know him, but he ignored you and there was no way you could develop a relationship with him. The problem is him. He's the one who doesn't like you, and your grandma sure as hell isn't going to force you to marry him anymore. Yu Yunqing shook her head, tears still flowing from her breakdown. No, Dad, you don't. Sissy is just entering society. She doesn't understand men. Although that Qin Fan acts upright and not lustful, that's all his pretense. I've seen him before when I went to his village. You know Dad, he was careful to introduce me to bits and pieces of their village little by little, and although that whole time he acted all upright and unblinking, I know men too well, and he was just trying to get me interested in him by presenting himself as a decent man, lusting and pretending. I've seen too many men like that. If I went to live in his village for 3 months, he would haunt me. If he finds out that Grandma wants to marry me off to him, he'll surely take advantage of the situation to haunt me. Daddy, I don't want to marry him. Yu Yunqing almost broke down emotionally. Hey, what you said is also possible. Who made you my daughter? Inherited my face value. So beautiful. Yu Yunqing's father stroked his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait. Youngaro raised her eyes to her father. What's wrong, Dad? Yu Yunqing's father shook his hand in excitement as he suddenly grasped a key point that amounted to a bug that was bound to break the game. Haruka, according to what we just said, the situation is one of these two things. In the first case, that Qin Fan is really like what Sissy said. If you don't talk to him, he won't take care of you. In the second case, that Qin Fan is pretending, and he'll press his inner turmoil and pester you because of your beauty. But really, either of those two scenarios would work in your favor. Yu Yunqing stopped shedding tears. Dad, why is it all in my favor? The corners of Yu Yunqing her father's mouth rose slightly. If it's the first case, you can tell your grandmother that he doesn't like you. And if it's the case that he doesn't like you, your grandmother won't let you marry him. If it's the second case, he's pestering you because you're pretty. Like a licking dog. And your grandma hates that kind of stalking licking dog. When the time comes, Dad will say a few more words for you, emphasizing that he's not your Grandpa Qin's real grandson, and that he's been a licking dog for the 7 misses of Dragon Capital before, and that he's pretending to be decent and hypocritical, and that your grandma will definitely hate him, no longer letting you marry him. Yu Yunqing's eyes were filled with tears as she suddenly grasped hope. Dad, is it really okay? Yu Yunqing's father nodded confidently. Have you ever thought a little bit about why your grandmother didn't just call him over to identify with him and just tell him she wanted to marry you to him? Yu Yunqing shook her head. Why? The corners of Yu Yunqing's father's mouth rose slightly as he said, actually, your grandmother minded that he used to work as a cow for those 7 great ladies in Dragon Capital. After all, it's not just your grandmother who carries her burden. It's also the face of our entire Ryu family. I dare to tell you this. If that Qin Fan is still working as a cow for the 7 great ladies in Dragon Capital right now, having his dignity trampled on, even if he was your Grandpa Qin's own grandson, your grandmother wouldn't let you marry him, and would even ignore his existence and not go looking for him. As for your grandmother and your Grandpa Qin, your grandmother will be taken to heaven to meet your Grandpa Qin. Yu Yunqing was suddenly a little curious. Dad, whatever happened to my grandmother and Grandpa Qin? Yu Yunqing's father coughed twice. Don't you care about anything else? You will now go and live in Qin Fan's village for 3 months, as your grandmother said. I've made it clear to you in both cases, and either way it's in your favor. Just go in peace. Yu Yuncheng willed himself to be convinced and nodded his head. Okay, County S, City H, Province X, Dragon Kingdom. Instead, Grim went to the Cho's office building and sat with the left and right for a while. Young Yen, you said that Fancy asked you to find Mr. Jiang? Grim, for his part, didn't hesitate for a second to nod. Yeah, Brother Qin mentioned Qing Yuan Hotel to me. So isn't that for me to find Miss Jiang? That's a little bit of reaction time and comprehension that I still have. As soon as Miss Jiang heard that Brother Qin had asked me to come to her for help, she agreed to lend me the designer without any hesitation. Brother Zhua, you envy Brother Qin, don't you? Stretching his thumbs from side to side. Van Zi is awesome. Miss Jiang, Miss Li, Miss Shui, and yes, Miss Zhang who told me she liked Fanzi in her cell phone earlier. Seriously, Mr. Yen, we've got a lot of fire. Ha ha ha, jumped. The two joked around a bit and got down to business. This matter of you, Young Yen, building the Planting Cliff Villa in Fanzi's old home. I think it's just right for us to do it together. Mr. Zhao originally explained to me that I should go to Fanzi's old home to survey the area and choose a piece of land to build a leisure and entertainment place similar to a summer resort or something like that. I think it could be built right next to your Planted Cliff Lodge. Grim, on the other hand, did a double take. Zhua, really? Nodding heavily left and right. Then how can there be a fake? Young Yen, you represent Yen Group, and I represent Zhao Group. It's kind of fulfilling your Yen Group's dream of wanting to cooperate with Zhao Group. Grim, on the other hand, cracked a smile and, ha ha ha, I told you so, just follow Qin with your eyes closed. A few moments later, left and right dropped Grim then off at the office building's curbside parking place. Yen Xiao, it's time to part again. The deceased has entered my dreams, and I am long remembered. Every time it comes to this time, it's a bit sad. Grim, on the other hand, was holding hands left and right. Brother Zhua, the apes on both sides of the river can't stop crying. Not as good as Wang Luan sending me off. So I'll say goodbye. Crap. Yen Xiao, good literary style. I don't need to use Peach Blossom Pond, but use the sound of apes crying on both sides of the river. Because this city is full of cars roaring, just like apes and monkeys screaming noisy. Use this line to catch not as good as Wang Luan to send me love. Isn't it a picture even the noisiest city can't interrupt our brotherly love? It's too apt. Young Yen, thumbs up left and right. Good writing. Ah, ha ha ha. On the spur of the moment, just on the spur of the moment Grim scratched his head and muttered in a low voice. The apes on both sides of the river can't stop crying. But isn't it not as bad as Wang Luan sending me love? I just memorized it before. Is it possible that Brother Zhua remembered it wrong? Forget it. Save face for Zhua. Don't remind him. The Yen family's unicorn son has a high IQ, high comprehension ability, and high emotional intelligence. Around sent away Grim then returned to the office, called a few team leaders to the office, ready to first arrange for people to go to Qin Fan's hometown to choose a place to build a summer resort. Meanwhile, Yen Shualin got off the bus in S County with his secretary as well as a few managers. Though he cut off Grim Zephyr's funds and did not support Grim Zephyr's continued fooling around with Qin Fan, but based on his speculation, he felt that the top might really want to pull S County, the old red area. He also decided to come to S County to invest. But the only ones in the entire S County that he had a desire to cooperate with were the Zhao Group, the Jiang Group, and the Shui Group from Longdu. Yan Shualin ruled out the Shui Group first. Now that Shui's group is following Shui Yalan, their mind is on Qin Fan. He didn't want to get too close to Qin Fan. Ginger is not the best choice either. In the end, only the Zhao Group was left. Yan Shualin these days in his mind also recalled the Grim then said that you know why Grandpa put the Yen Group to you when it is what kind of now is still what kind of. Yan Shualin was ready to go directly to the Zhao Group office building to introduce himself and seek cooperation. This is the first time that Yan Shualin breaks through in front of the Zhao Group office building to take a few deep breaths to adjust half a day before walking in. The receptionist came forward to greet Yan Shualin upon seeing him. Hello, who are you looking for? Cough. Yan Shualin coughed lightly twice. I'm Yan Shualin, the chairman of the provincial city Yen Group, and I want to talk to Mr. Zhao about some cooperation. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao has already returned to Longdu, the receptionist politely explained. But if you want to cooperate with our group in S County, you can discuss it with manager Zhua. Yan Shualin thought of the scene the other day when Grim then seemed to be familiar with the left and right. An idea of dipping my son's light suddenly popped into my head. If I show my identity, will manager Zhua agree to cooperate with our Yen Group for Xiao Zhe's sake? Why does it feel a little shameful? Nope. He's my son. His is mine. What's wrong with using it? He's been in his good graces for over 20 years. What's wrong with me being in his good graces for once? Okay, let's meet the left manager then. Lead the way, please. This way. The left and right had just made their work arrangements when they heard the assistant say that Yan Shualin was there. It's a little weird. Left and right. I've just talked to Mr. Yen about cooperation. Why is Chairman Yen here? 5 minutes later, Yen Shualin and his group were brought to the left and right offices. Hello Manager Left. Hello Chairman Yen. Please sit down, please sit down. After sitting down first said some polite words, then Yen Shualin brought the manager then put forward the will to cooperate. Grim, on the other hand, hadn't said anything to the left or right about what he'd done with his dad. A little bit of nerdiness, left and right. Chairman Yen, I've just spoken to Mr. Yen on behalf of Zhao Group about the cooperation. Hasn't Mr. Yen told you yet? Ha? Yen Shualin froze for a moment before reacting. You've talked to Xiao Zhe about working together? Hee the family scandal can't be spread outside. Yen Shualin also can't possibly talk to the left and right about his affair with Grim Zephyr. I didn't talk to him when I came here. Maybe he wanted to surprise me and didn't say anything to me yet. The left and right believed it and took it seriously. Then Chairman Yen can ask Mr. Yen and confer with him. I hope that our Zhao Group and Yen Group can work together happily. Got up from about and held out his hand. Yen Shualin smiled awkwardly, got up and shook hands with the left and right and left. After leaving the Zhao Group office building, Yen Shualin felt that the sun was too damn hot, and his face was red from the sun. Who the hell represents the Yen Group? I'm the real Yen Group. Okay, Chairman. Do you need me to contact Yen Xiao? The male secretary asked. Yen Shualin cannot whiteface. He is still waiting for the Grim then have no money to spend, had to bow his head home to apologize to him. No need. Xiao Jin, contact the person in charge of Zhang's group in S County and see if you can make an appointment to meet. Anyway, I've given up once, so I don't mind a second time. Yen Shualin is ready to try again at Zhang's group to seek cooperation. Okay, Chairman. Half a day later, Yen Suklim walked out of Kang's group with a red face. Zhang Chouyue said that Zhang's group has cooperated with Yen's group. Ask Yen Sukrim if he doesn't know? No doubt about it. The Yen group in Zhang Chouyue's mouth was grim then. Yen Shualin's face was on fire and, they're all working with Yen's group, but it's not with my Yen group. Chairman, the young master is really great. Zhao group and Zhang group have cooperated with us. Shall we go to the young master now? Find your sister. Yen Shualin pulled out a cigarette, and the hand that lit it was shaking. Bad. Could it be that Koz is really right? Should I really give my full support to Xiao Zhe to get along with that Qin guy? But what if in the future, the one surnamed Qin marries only one, and the other young ladies implicate our Yen group out of love and hatred? Da. Yen Shualin hit the lighter for half a day and froze. Is it because I'm so wise and farsighted, or is Koz too young to think? Brother Qin, I'm back. Ha, it's done. Grim, on the other hand, was very pleased with himself with a raised eyebrow. This trip to S County, not only did he borrow the designer of the Qingyuan Hotel from Miss Jiang, but he also officially signed a contract with the Zhao Group represented by Brothers Hua. Old Yen has been trying to do this for half his life. I followed Qin around and made light work of it. Didn't they say that in the novel? People live their whole lives. It's impossible for everyone to be an emperor. With the right person, you can take off as a slave. Qin Fan didn't know what Grim Zephyr was talking about accomplished. He had something to find Grim Zephyr now. Young Yen, a few bosses who are catering types just approached me for cooperation. I can't spare my hands right now. I feel like you could talk to them. Have them get a food street around your cliff planting villa or somewhere. If it can have its own specialty to make a name for itself, it should be able to attract a lot of diners. Food street? Shui Yalan ran over at some point, poking her head out from behind Xin Fan and, earlier, our group's planner told me that if Cliff Planting Village wanted to develop tourism, they could build a whole gourmet highway along the roadside of the road I'm building. I think the idea is great. Xin Fan, do you think I can work with Grim Rule? Xin Fan smiled and nodded, while Grim seemed to have gotten quite unpleasant with his father. Since we're recognized brothers now, we'll help if we can. Grim, on the other hand, was suddenly as beautiful as a flower blooming in his heart. The whole sky, the whole mountain, the flowers, plants, and trees in the entire heaven and earth seemed to be applauding for him, waiting for him to do something big. Old Yen, Ms. Kong is working with me today. Cho's working with me now. Chin introduced me to other partners. Now Miss Shui wants to work with me too. Plus the deal Miss Li made with me. I'm already on board with the 3 Dragon Emperor families and the Zhao Group. I didn't do anything. I'm just steadfastly following Qin. Yen. Did you see that? You still dare to doubt the decision-making of the Yen family's unicorn son? Pity. Even if you regret it now, you don't stand a chance either. You've hurt the Yen family's unicorn son so much that the Yen family's unicorn son can't go home that simply. Grim then. I'll have my assistant talk to you about specific cooperation later. Thank you, Mr. Shui. I'm happy today. I'll go buy that tricycle of watermelons and distribute them to everyone. The man who sells melons. You are majestic. Grim then happy. Look at the man who sells melons are smooth. Shui Yalin's beautiful eyes looked at Qin Fan and smiled adorably. She's enjoying herself as she is. Although she and Qin Fan were still just friends, she was able to appear by Qin Fan's side without any fear. The main thing is that Sissy Lu is not here. It made her feel like Qin Fan was hers alone. The Shui family of Longdu. The Shui group had basically been handed over to Shui Yalin's father, Shui Jiqian. Now Shui was very busy, although he did ask about Shui Yalin from time to time, caring about Shui Yalin. But the situation on Shui Yalin's side was mainly watched by Shui Yalin's great aunt. Basically, what Shui Yalin did every day and whether it was safe or not, Shui Yalin's bodyguard would report to Shui Yalin's great aunt. Third sister. News came from S County that the Li family sent both Li Xitian as well as Li Xian to Qin Fan's old home. What the Li family has always wanted is to grow the Li group through the marriage of Li Xitian. Now not only did they let Li Xian go to that little mountain village, but they also let Li Xian go too. Do you think the Li family knew something about Qin Fan's identity before sending Li Xian there as well? Third aunt Shui Yalin put down her pastries and, eldest sister, are you saying that the Li family wants to let Li Xian get along with her future brother-in-law early first? Great aunt Shui Yalin nods her head. I do have that concern. In case Li Xian plays well with Qin Fan and therefore prefers Li Si Sweet, won't we, Yalin, have no chance? Previously, after the huge changes in the Shui family, Shui Yalin wanted to go to S County. Shui Yalin's father, Shui Jiqian, worried about insecurity, did not want to let Shui Yalin go. It was Shui Yalin's great aunt who said that Lu Sisi was by Qin Fan's side and guessed that Qin Fan's identity was not simple, so she thought that she could facilitate this marriage between Shui Yalin and Qin Fan and supported Shui Yalin to go. But there were others besides Shui Yalin's father who disagreed. Second aunt Shui Yalin said with a slight frown on her willow brows, elder sister, aren't you being too arbitrary in presuming that elder Mrs. Lu's granddaughter has an unusual identity just based on the fact that she is by Qin Fan's side? What if elder Lady Lu's granddaughter is just experiencing life's adventures? Great aunt Shui Yalin picked up a piece of dried fruit and put it in her mouth. Second sister, to be honest, there was an element of gambling on my part at first, but the more I slowly investigated, the more I realized I had made the right bet. I sent someone to investigate. Qin Fan is actually his grandfather picked up on the side of the road. Just pick up cannot be sure. Qin Fan identity is not simple, mainly because Qin Fan experienced a little too smooth. Yalin said he left without a dime, but his good buddy lent him $200,000 straight away. Even if it is a college roommate plus a good buddy, but directly borrow $200,000 did not bring hesitation. The second sister, we are close sisters. I borrowed you $20 million, you will directly lend me? At the level of that housemate of Qin Fan's, $200,000 can be much heavier than the $20 million in our mouths. Then there's Qin Fan going to the capital of X province to start a business. He was looking for office space, and immediately one of the office buildings that was fully occupied quit and vacated for him. He's hiring photographers, and immediately someone with decent skills but modest salary requirements applies, as if he's saving him money. Then there's the fact that when he filmed the first skit of whatever it was, how did those college students, fresh out of school, get into the swing of things so quickly? It was like they were all actors originally. Immediately afterward Willow Sissy made a point of joining his company, just as much as running to him, and then later on, the platform just signed a partnership with him to support his sketches. Usually, the platform will sign for 1 year to see how it goes, and if his short drama is effective, the platform will sign another contract with him after 1 year and take more commission. But the platform signed directly with Qin Fan for 5 years, and Qin Fan went back to his hometown to do some kind of construction hometown. A lot of projects that need to go through procedures from the top. He was able to get it in a short period of time, and when he said he pulled the engineering team, he pulled it up, and the engineering team masters who went to the interview were all professional, put together as a qualified engineering team. This is too much of a coincidence. Second sister, you do realize how difficult it is to assemble an engineering team from nothing, right? Oh, the only accident is that Yan's group was originally going to invest, and then called Yan what Lin withdrew, but no harm done. Qin Fan still smooth sailing. Second sister, do you think this is normal? You don't think he's the fictional chosen one who goes along with everything, do you? His second aunt Shui Yalin didn't expect her big sister to investigate so much. Big sister, are you saying that someone is helping Qin Fan behind the scenes? If someone wasn't helping him behind the scenes, then he would really be the chosen one in the novel. Great aunt Shui Yalin took a sip of tea after saying that, clearly feeling that someone was helping Qin Fan behind the scenes. Ding dong. Great aunt Shui Yalin received a message. It was sent by the bodyguard who was protecting Shui Yalin in S County. Great aunt Shui Yalin's eyebrows were raised when she first looked at it, until she saw one of the messages and Willow frowned. What's wrong? Big sister? Is Yalin okay? Great aunt Shui Yalin nodded. Yalin is fine. She gets along well with Qin Fan. Willow Sissy who suddenly left. Second Aunt Shui Yalan came closer to read the message. Willow Sissy left? Big sister. Could it be that Lu Sisi is really experiencing life, and she has already finished her experience and has been called back by the family? As for what you just said about Qin Fan being too smooth, big sister, could it really be that he was just lucky? The fifth aunt of Shui Yalan also spoke up. We didn't pay attention to Qin Fan when he was in Dragon Capital before. He was teased by Yalan and those girls from the Wang and Zhang families, and suffered an old sin. One can't be unlucky all the time. Maybe it's like second sister said. He's just had a lucky turn of events and no one helped him at all. Great Aunt Shui Yalan was also suspicious of her own investigation, and her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled in contemplation. Big sister, why don't you send a message to Yalan first? And don't let Yalan have too much intimate contact with that Qin Fan. Great Aunt Shui Yalan shook her head and, no, that Li family girl is still with Qin Fan. What if we let Yalan keep her distance from Qin Fan and that Li family girl takes advantage of the situation? I can't say what the Li family knows, so I'll go to the Li family and ask around first. Just say go. Great Aunt Shui Yalan went straight out and had her driver drive her to the Li family. Sister Shui is here. Please come in quickly. Sugar's mom. Haven't seen you in a little over half a year. Why are you getting younger and younger? Is that so? If I'm any younger, how can I be as young as Sister Shui? After Great Aunt Shui Yalan and Li Sitian's mother exchanged a few pleasantries over coffee and pastries, the Great Aunt Shui Yalan began to test the waters. Sweetie's mom, why did you let Sweetie go to that Qin Fan village, and let Xian go too? Don't you know that someone is trying to do something bad to Qin Fan? Li Sitian's mother was a bit strange. Didn't your Shui family let Shui Yalan go too? Li Sitian's mother had an agreement with Li Sitian, but there was no way she would tell Great Aunt Shui Yalan. Sister Shui, Sweetie said that Qin Fan's village is good for exercising people, so I wanted her to take Xian there to exercise. As you know, it's not like Shaun to just play every day. Lying. Sugar's mom must know something. She doesn't want to talk to me. Great Aunt Shui Yalan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to smile, but she was able to detect from the subtle changes in her mother's demeanor that her mother was not telling the truth. So it's to give Shaun a workout. It's good. It's good. If it works, you tell me about it and I'll get my son to work out too. Okay, Sister Shui. If it works, I'll be sure to tell you. Half a day later, Li Sitian's mother sent away Shui Yalan's great aunt, and she stood in the doorway looking at the back of Shui Yalan's great aunt as she left. Why does it feel a little off? Did the Shui family have some ulterior motive for letting Shui Yalan go to Qin Fan's side even after she had gone through a life and death crisis? A question mark turned into a seed that was planted in the heart of Li Sitian's mother. Giggle. The sun accompanied by the rooster crowing sound from the teeth of the mountain to show half of the face. White clouds in the sky was dyed with a golden edge. Early birds began to look for sniffing the chicken dance bugs. The morning dew slowly receded. Planting cliffs in the village accompanied by the sound of the beginning of the work of the village bustle up. Village chief, let's get going. Today Qin Fan is going to go to the town with the village chief to go through the procedures. And when the procedures are finished, the hillside opposite the village will be ready to be contracted. Now Qin Fan's engineering team workers are cooperating with professionals who repair ancient buildings and old houses. The third uncle and other uncles in the village, being migrant laborers, helped to move stones occasionally, basically no work. When Qin Fan bagged the hillside across the village 3 Moncler outlet online they lived. Let's go! Let's go! The mayor, in his brand new brogues, patted his pants at the door of the car before getting in. It wasn't long before Qin Fan left. Zhang Qiuyue then brought the Qingyuan hotel designer. Grim, on the other hand, rushed forward to greet them. Mr. Jiang, why are you here in person? Nothing. I just came to see where you're going to build the cliff planting lodge. Although Kang Xiuyu said so, her eyes kept searching. Grim then naturally knew who Zhang Qiuyue was looking for, but he didn't say it directly. I originally said that I'd let Brother Qin help me look at the site I'm choosing for this cliff planting villa today, but Brother Qin has gone to town. But Mr. Jiang is here, so let's trouble Mr. Jiang to help me see if there's any problem with my site selection. Grim then made a gesture of invitation. After Zhang Qiuyue heard that Qin Fan wasn't there, she immediately had little interest. Akizuki, a familiar voice came from the village. Li Sitian walked over after seeing Zhang Qiuyu. Si-chan, are you okay? Li Sitian nodded as she held Zhang Qiuyue's hand. I'm staying at my godmother's house and it's all good. Zhang Qiuyue glanced behind Li Xianchen and, Sweetie, didn't I say your brother came with you? Where's your brother? Li Xixiang pursed her lips and looked at Grim Zephyr with a shallow smile. Working on a construction site in Grim Zephyr. What? Zhang Qiuyu looked at Grim Zephyr in confusion, and then at Li Sitian. Your brother is working at his construction site? Sweetie, did you bring your brother here to work? Li Sitian's bet with her parents. She didn't want to tell anyone. Sister Autumn Moon, Do you remember what Grim Reaper looked like when you first met him? And look at him now. Is he still the same Grim Zephyr? My brother, you know what it's like, and I just wanted him to come here to experience life and transform him. Metamorphosis? Jiang Qiuyu blurted out, with a hint of distrust of Li Cn in her expression. See, sweet, you know what your brother is like. He's not like Grim then, and I think he's hard to change. The smile on Li C's sweet face dimmed a few points. If Li Cn can't change, she'll have to go back to listening to her parents. Watch it go. Maybe the Grim rule can change him. Kang Qiuyu asked as she looked towards Grim then. Do you think it's possible for Lidhan to change? This, Grim, on the other hand, scratched his head. I promise to do my best to complete the transformation of Young Li, but it's up to Young Li himself to make it work. Grim, on the other hand, is not like Li Xian. Li Xian was forced to come. Grim then volunteered to come in the first place. Grim, on the other hand, in order to prove himself to Lao Yen, in order to gain Qin fans' recognition, he bitterly follows the three Grand Masters to do the hard work together, and in that process he gradually has a different life experience and sense. As for Li Xian, he has no goal. He doesn't need to prove himself to anyone or gain anyone's recognition. Even if he's there moving stones, his mouth is muttering about 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Clouds. Grim, on the other hand, was becoming less and less confident in remodeling Li Xian. Grim then, show us your site. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Li, this way please. A few moments later, Grim then takes Jiang Qiuyu and Li City into his construction site. The workers are cleaning up the root base, and Li Xian follows the workers in cleaning up the waste soil and rocks. Sweetie, your brother's really doing all this work, isn't he? I've brought Uncle Li here. He wouldn't dare disobey. Uncle Li is here too. Jiang Qiuyu's eyes turned around, and finally saw the side of the construction site. There is a cool drink tea hair white old man. Now your brother is in for a treat. Where there were enough shovels to do quite a bit, the other workers were cleaning up with picks or shovels. Li Xian's arm is not strong. A shovel inserted into the pull-out. The whole person riding on the shovel pry. Look very funny, with the surrounding other workers out of place. Kang Qiuyu couldn't help but laugh out loud at this scene. Li Xian looked over when he heard the laughter. He saw Kang Qiuyu, who was smiling and bending over like a flower. His face was on fire. He was stifled and angry, and in his heart, he was bellyaching. And, what are you laughing at? Sister Ginger, you wait for me. 3 years from now, when this young man reappears, this young man will bring a few sisters to seduce your brother, so that your brother will lose face to all of you in the Jiang family. And you, my own sister, are you my own sister? Not only don't you help me out by saying something to let me rest and take a break, but you bring Sister Jiang to mock me. Just wait, in 3 years, I'll make sure mom and dad find you a womanizer you don't like for you to marry. He, and you Xiao Yan. Before this young man destroys a person, he will make them rampant. After 3 years, this young man will make you kneel on the ground. Wang Wang. Jiang Qiuyu looked at it for a while and then went to look for Shui Yalan with Li Si Tian. The road that Shui Yalan repaired is almost finished. By the side of the highway, after dealing with the provincial short drama company, Qin Fan withdrew the proceeds from the previous short drama in the background, together with what was left from the previous $70 million. Qin Fan now had more than $100 million in his hand. A little over $100 million can now open up another industry. In the last life, there was one thing Qin Fan remembered very well. It says that there is a couple in provinces who make their own sake at home and sell it to the nationals for more than $20, and sell it to the Japanese for 10 times that amount directly. The police comrades gave them a verbal education and fined them 500, and there was no news after that. In this life, Qin Fan was ready to pay a visit and start setting foot in the wine industry. In his last life, because the Jiang family's industry had a bar and often dealt with some winemaking companies and distilleries, Qin Fan more or less understood some stories about wine. The Japanese are very fond of sake. Sake was originally brewed by the people of the Eastern Islands based on our Dragon Kingdom yellow wine. Because of the lack of yellow winemaking bacteria in the climate air there on the Eastern Island, yellow wine eventually became sake. Now the sake brewed by that couple in County S was not yellow wine, but to the East Islanders who were used to drinking sake, the sake brewed by that couple had a more correct flavor than the sake they brewed themselves. First of all, it's not purely white for Qin Fan to want to set foot in the wine industry. Secondly, the main support for Qin Fan's idea of stepping into the wine industry was still the wine made by that couple. If the wine brewed by that couple was wool gathering, Qin Fan would not be moved. The ability to make money off the people of this country is not real. Making money from foreigners is the real deal. Based on the memories of his last life, Qin Fan traveled directly to the S province and found the couple's home. Brother and sister-in-law. A friend of mine brought me a bottle of wine that I bought from you, and I love it. May I ask if you brewed it yourselves? The couple seemed to have incomplete credentials and were worried that Chin Fan was the one who came to investigate. What are you babbling about, little brother? We haven't sold any alcohol. In fact, many people in the town where this couple lives come to his house to buy alcohol. Chin Fan easily bought a pot from someone before he arrived, waved it in front of the couple. That brother and sister-in-law. My friends have told me that they bought it from you. The couple, seeing the evidence and not being good at arguing, stammered and stopped talking. Chin Fan didn't beat around the bush and directly opened the door. Big brother and sister-in-law, I actually came to find you guys because I want to cooperate with you. You provide the wine recipe. I'll provide the funding. Let's make the wine you make stronger and bigger together. I want to make your wine stronger and bigger, sell it far away from Japan, and make hard money from the little Japanese. The couple's eyes both snapped open at the last sentence. The corners of Chin Fan's mouth lifted slightly. From the way the couple's eyes changed, it was basically clear that they were noble war wolves. Little brother. What? Are you really? Chin Fan is not pretending. From the heart back, a businessman who does not want to bite a family member but madly grips the wool of the countrymen and wants to grips the wool of foreigners. I think the sake brewed by my elder brother and sister-in-law is very much like the sake favored by the Japanese. I think packing it up, making it stronger and bigger, and selling it to the Japanese, will surely be able to pull the wool over the Japanese and bald them out. In fact, the couple had already sold a small amount of the wine they bought to the Japanese behind their backs in small quantities. They know their wine bonobos love it. Little brother. Are you telling the truth? If you speak half a word of falsehood, the heavens will strike you down. But I know that in the present day, swearing is not believed. Big brother and sister-in-law, I hope you'll give me a chance to see my sincerity first. Think I'm credible before you decide. The brewing hombre knew they were guaranteed to end up in trouble if they kept messing around on their own, and they don't have the ability to make it big on their own. The main thing was that they could feel that Chin Fan was on the same page as them to make money from the Japanese. The dangler. The brewing hombre patted his woman's hand and stepped forward. Tell me, little brother, how can I see your sincerity? Chin Fan smiles. Let's start by helping you complete your certificates and pay your fines. I will then build a distillery in your hometown. You guys can wait until I build the distillery before you say yes. The man who made the wine was a little gray, but his eyes were very bright and he looked at Chin Fan steadily for a full 10 minutes, as if he wanted to see through Chin Fan. Good, then I'll see how sincere you are first. People's hearts are divided. Although the man who brewed the wine felt that Chin Fan had the same heart as him, he didn't dare to trust others so easily. Chin Fan was in no hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. An early opened wine jar must stink of water. Good things come in small packages. Chin Fan stayed in the S province for a little more than half a month. Not only did they help the brewing couple fill out their credentials and such and pay their fines, but they also temporarily rented an office building and recruited an engineering team to start building the brewery. Sometimes Chin Fan felt that he was really lucky, just like the protagonist in a novel. He had just released the information about recruiting an engineering team, and immediately a complete engineering team quit because of the former company's wage deduction and came to Chin Fan to apply for the job. Chin Fan clattered to spend a sum of money and began to build a distillery in the small town of L in S County. The couple who made the wine followed Chin Fan, saw all the things he did, and gradually began to trust him. On the construction site of the brewery, the man who brewed the wine extended his hand to Chin Fan. Brother Chin Fan, our name is Zhang Wu. Your sister-in-law's name is Zhang Yanli. Chin Fan took off his gloves and shook Zhang Wu's hand. Brother Zhang, is this our official introduction? Ha ha ha, straightforward people don't need to say much. They can understand each other just by looking at each other. After 2 or 3 days, after the construction of the winery proceeded in an orderly manner and there was nothing else for the time being, Chin Fan decided to take a trip home. In this half a month or so in the S province, Chin Jiangang, Grim then, Shui Yalan and the girls didn't send a lot of messages. The project at the old house is going to have to be rescheduled. Chin Fan called Zhao Jia, who was in the provincial city's short drama company. Over. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, I'll take care of you here. Mr. Chin, don't worry about leaving. Leave this place to us, no problem. Zhao Jia was Chin Fan's old and trusted former colleague. Even though Zhang Wu was a straightforward person and had signed a contract with Chin Fan had to keep one of his own. On the way home, Uncle Chin asked as he drove, Mr. Chin, since you want to build a distillery, why don't you build the distillery in S County? Zhang Wu and his wife have a wine recipe. They are alive. You can let them go to S County. Ah. Chin Fan smiled and shook his head. Uncle Chin, brewing is not like anything else. Brewing requires more than just a recipe. It also has to do with the local climate. If our county lacks a certain kind of bacteria in the air because of the different climate, even if Zhang takes the wine recipe to our county to make wine, he won't be able to make the wine he made before. Uncle Chin looked at Chin Fan with both surprise and appreciation. Mr. Qin. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot at your young age. Qin Fan smiled. I heard it from the third Grandmaster. I don't actually know anything. By the way, isn't it possible for the third Grandmaster to become a director or something at the distillery? It was drizzling outside the car. Qin Fan's mood, however, was very soothing. This whole stepping into the wine business thing is finally getting off the ground. Though you may not make any big money in a short time, but there's no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. By then, the wine brewed at a cost of $10 or so, packaged, with a positive taste, and sold for $2,000 or $3,000 to the small bonobos. Still worrying about not making money? Fan, you're back. Crap, brother Qin, you're finally back. Qin Fan, Qin Jiangang, Grim then, as well as Shui Yalan were all waiting for Qin Fan at the village entrance. Qin Fan just got off. Shui Yalan handed over a bottle of water. Tired from the trip, I guess. Here's your water. Qin Fan took the water and smiled. Uncle Qin is driving. What am I tired of? Come on, go sit in my small courtyard. When Qin Fan, Grim Zephyr, and Shui Yalan and the others walked to the door of their house, Yu Yuncheng happened to walk out of the next small courtyard. Qin Fan didn't even look at Lu Yuncheng and directly opened the courtyard door to enter the courtyard with Grim Zephyr and the others. Lu Yuncheng looked at the gate of Qin Fan's courtyard and didn't give a condescending hum or anything like before. Qin Fan left for more than half a full month. Even if Yu Yuncheng is narcissistic, she also didn't believe that Qin Fan that was deliberately playing disappearance with her. For the first time, Yu Yuncheng doubted her own charm. But on the matter of Qin Fan not being interested in her, she should actually be happy. Could it be true what Sissy said? He really isn't one of those smelly men who see color? Good thing too. In that case, in another 2 months, I can go back to my grandmother and tell her that I tried to get to know him close to him, and that it was he who wasn't interested in me. In the small courtyard of Qin Fan's house, some of the dates on the date palms have turned from green to white, and it won't be long before they turn red. Shui Yalan jumped like a little white rabbit into the yard and went to the date tree to look for any edible dates. You said she likes dates. What dates can't you buy? She simply wanted the dates in Qin Fan's yard. Qin Jiangang was a mute man and would not say anything in jest. He sat down and started telling Qin Fan about the progress of the village project. Little Fan, the village's ancient buildings are almost repaired. It's down to the last few old yards. When we finish fixing these, what are we going to make those engineering brothers do for a living? Also, the clearing of the mountains and forests across from the village is almost complete. What are your plans? Qin Fan first made a joint arrangement with Qin Jiangang. Once the old courtyard of the village's ancient building is repaired, the workers of the engineering team can go to the mountain forest across the village to start building the playground. This was what Qin Fan had envisioned long ago. Grim then also came over to report after Qin Jian just finished speaking. Brother Qin, I've already built 1 floor of my cliff planting villa. It will be almost built this winter, renovated next spring, and ready to start welcoming guests in the summer. After Grim then finished speaking, Shui Yalan, who had secretly picked 2 dates from the date tree that had a little bit of red in them, also came over. Qin Fan, my road is fixed too. I'm going to build a food highway. There are scenic spots, rest areas, food areas, and direct access from the county to the village of Planting Bluff. Do you want to get in or not? Grim, on the other hand, sniffs and wiggles his ass nervously, readjusting his sitting position. Mr. Shui, didn't we agree that I would work with you before? Grim then looks like a dog that wants to eat meat to test his master. His expression is too evocative. Qin Fan has a low laugh point, and he laughed when he saw that look of Grim then. Yalan, since we've made a deal, you'll work with Yen Xiao to develop that gourmet highway project. Alright Grim then, you're really getting a great bargain following Qin Fan. Do you know how many people want to work with me? I know. Grim then got up and bowed to Shui Yalan and Qin Fan. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Thank you, brother Qin. Qin Fan pressed Grim then back into his seat. Do a good job and try to impress your dad. I will definitely make old Yen after making old Yen impressed with me. The sun peeked halfway out of the clouds, baking the white clouds and spilling sunlight. That sunlight shone like a spotlight in Qin Fan's small courtyard. It seems to be waiting for the main characters to make their entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a small villa in S County, Yan Shualin was saying goodbye to Shui Jingxing. Mr. Shui, contracting that project for the gourmet highway. I'm counting on you to put in a good word for me. Shui Jingxing nodded politely to Grimsay. Don't worry, Mr. Yen. If I can say something, I'll definitely speak for you. Yan Shualin left satisfied. He previously came to S County want to cooperate with Zhao's group. Zhang's group all because of the Grim then fell through after he could only set his sights on the Shui group. He learned that Shui Yalan had a collateral uncle, Shui Jingxing, in S County through the information provided to him by a Longdu informant. So he approached Shui Jingxing, Recently there have been some whispers in S County that Shue's Group is preparing to develop a gourmet highway project. Many investors want to work with Shue's Group. Yan Shualin visited Shui Jingxing 3 times, sent a lot of gifts. Finally let Shui Jingxing agreed to help him a few words of praise. He Koju Grimsan, while you risked offending other damsels because of one damsel, your father has found a way to cooperate with the Shui Group through a safe and risk-free method. When Dad signs the contract with Shue's Group and puts it in front of you, Xiao Zhe Grimsang, you'll understand that Dad's method is the right one. While Lao Yan was still visiting Shuijingxing from time to time in S County and continued to flatter Shuijingxing, the village of Planting Cliff, the bustle at the entrance of the village is no longer much different from that in the county. All of the parking lots at the entrance to the village of Plantation Cliffs were full of cars, including all of the places you can park at the edge of the village. Even the side of the highway was full of cars. Many parents took advantage of the fact that their children hadn't started school yet and brought them to Qinfan village. Some people are taking pictures with the flowers on the side of the road. Some people are catching dragonflies and butterflies. There were also old guys fishing directly by the dam. The fish was put there by Qinfan, who asked Qin Jingang to put it there. At first it was for viewing, but I didn't realize that some anglers were coming straight here to fish. Qinfan didn't let anyone stop him. It's just a few fish. Just fish if you can catch them normally. And don't do the fish fry thing. Just buy fry and put them in when you run out of fish. To say the most lively, it has to be the snack street at the entrance of the village. The first group of aunts and sisters-in-law who had gone out to learn how to make snacks earlier had returned and had begun to set up stalls at the entrance of the village. Qinfan let the staff specifically when to give a license and other documents. Another lesson in thinking for aunts and sisters-in-law. There were some objective factors Qinfan had to admit. That is, most of the people in the village are a bit stingy and love to count small pounds because they are living in a tight spot. But when you open your door to do business, to do tourism, to make a name for yourself, to make tourists like to come here to play, you absolutely can't screw the tourists. Take selling snacks. If you don't give lessons to your aunts and sisters-in-law, they may be a bit stingy, unable to give more, calculating, and it's not out of the question that some may even secretly give less. Qinfan must stop these things from happening at the root. We sell things, as long as we don't lose money and can make money. We should try to make the tourists happy. It's not a long-term solution to kill people. Sincerity and affordability are the way to go for the long haul. Qinfan gave his aunts and sisters-in-law enough thought before letting them start setting up their stalls. Now when Qinfan strolled through the snack street at the entrance of the village, he could often hear tourists say that the prices of goods here were cheap and delicious. Many people were touring and videoing their friends and family about the place. This was what Qinfan wanted to see. Qin, come on, Grim, on the other hand, waved at Qinfan from one end of the snack street. Qinfan walked over and saw Li Xian, who was wrapped in an apron and wearing a chef's hat, yelling, Potter's chicken, $2 for 3 skewers of Potter's chicken. Grim then whispered to Qinfan, Brother Qin, I gave him the idea to do that. I didn't expect him to actually do it. It looks as if Li Xian has gotten a makeover just like Grim's effort did back in the day. But Li Xian's eyes didn't change much. Qinfan shook his head. Whatever, let him toss it if he likes. Qinfan. Shui Yalan appeared at the entrance of the village and squeezed through the crowd to come to Qinfan. That's a lot of people. Qinfan, you really succeeded. Qinfan smiled and didn't say anything. Now, the new policy from the top hasn't come down yet, and the playground across the street from the village hasn't been built yet, including the planting of cliffs and hills in the severe case. Zhao's summer resort hasn't even been built yet. When the back is all built up, it's sure to become a tourist hit mecca. Qinfan, tomorrow our Shui Group is going to officially announce the completion of the construction of the new road. There will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the completion of the passage. You should come too, although Shui Yalan never said. Qinfan doesn't want to be self-absorbed, either, but that way. It was repaired by Shui Yalan for Qinfan. As a friend, Shui Yalan helped Qinfan this time. Qinfan remembered in his heart, and will help back when he has the opportunity. Qinfan and Shui Yalan, Grim then, as well as Qin Jingang village entrance to taste the aunts and sisters-in-law to learn back to the craft. Some of them are not yet ready, but some of the aunts and sisters-in-law are very good at it. Roasted squid, roasted corn, fried cold noodles make a strange delicious meal. Although Qinfan was reborn, he was not a god, just an ordinary person, did not control his mouth, also followed Grim then eat all afternoon. In the evening when the 3 dames opened the meal, Qinfan and Grim then as well as Qin Jingang looked at each other and laughed. What's the point of eating when your stomach is rolling? In the evening, around nothing to come back to Qinfan and Grim then for a drink. Drinking around said that he reported to Mr. Zhao. Zhao's group although he is ready to cooperate with Zhang's group to build large hotels, shopping malls and entertainment venues in the county. But Zhao's group is also ready to lay roots in Qin Fan's hometown first to prepare for the construction of the summer resort later. Good news. All good news. Everything is looking up. Qin Fan was in a good mood. The next morning, Shui Yalan, on behalf of Shui's group, is going to cut the ribbon on the newly rebuilt road. Qin Fan, Grim, left and right, and Qin Zhengang all went to attend. As the reason for Shui Yalan to build this road in the first place was to serve the community by doing good deeds, the county also came to a lot of people to participate. Shui Jingxing, as Shui Yalan's cousin uncle in S County, also brought his son and daughter. The only thing that surprised Qin Fan was that he saw Yan Shualin. Young Yan, look over there. Qin Fan gave Grim then a wink. Grim, on the other hand, looked through the crowd for 3 or 5 seconds and saw Yan Shualin. Old Yan? What's he doing here? Yan Shualin also seemed to have sensed that Grim Zelig was looking at him, and stood up his chest to meet Grim Zelig's eyes. Smaller is a Grim Mulberry. When Mr. Shui announces the partners for the Gourmet Highway project later, you'll see how wise your father was. The salute went off. It's a bird of prey, and it's a bird of prey. Shui Yalan cut the ribbon with the leaders from the county and announced that the newly constructed road was safe for use. Shui Yalan took the microphone and read from the script her assistant had written for her to give back to the community. Finally, it said the Shui Group's subsequent intentions. We, the Shui Group, are very optimistic about the construction of the tourism project in Planted Cliff Village. For this reason, our Shui Group is ready to develop this mountain road from S County to Planting Cliff Village into a gourmet highway with ornamental amusement features. For this project, we have already signed a cooperation with the provincial Yen Group's Grim Z. In addition to the gourmet highway, our Shui Group is also preparing to build a large service station at the intersection of S County leading to Planting Cliff Village, including what Shui Yalan said afterward. Yan Shualin could no longer hear it at all. His head buzzed. At this time, Shui Jingwei walked over and extended his hand to Yan Shualin. Mr. Yan, congratulations. I have yet to recommend to Mr. Shui that your Yin family's unicorn child has secured cooperation. Congratulations to. Yan Shualin woodenly shook hands with Shui Jingxing. One face was hot and red. Originally, he was all set for Shui Yalan to announce that after working with him, he held his head high. If you look at the Grim rules through your nostrils, walking over to Grim then, patting Grimzel on the shoulder, tell Grim then that his way is the right way to work with Shui's group. But now, Yan Shualin felt his face burning hot, as if he had been slapped with a large ear. Two thoughts clashed violently in Yan Shualin's mind. The sinful son does not know what is at stake and insults me too much. Could it be that Xiaozhe Grim Sang is really the unicorn son of my Yin family? Yan Shualin is not a man with guts. If he has the guts, not to Yin group his father handed him as what kind of now or what kind of. On the one hand, he felt that it was very unbelievable and shocking that Grim then easily reached a partnership with Zhao Clan, Jiang Clan, and Shui Clan all by following Qin Fan's side. On the other hand, he was worried that in the future, if Qin Fan married a certain young lady, a few other young ladies would get angry and implicate Yen Group. Yan Shualin hesitated, and finally left in disgrace. Grim, on the other hand, watched old Yen turn and leave, sighing up at the sky and shaking his head with downcast eyes. Hey, that's a lot of hate. With the widening of 1/3 of the new road fully open, more and more tourists come to Qinfan village to play. Shui Yalan came to play with Qinfan almost every day. Jiang Qiuyu also began to excuse herself to see how Grim Zei planted the cliff villa built to see Qinfan, and would even interject a sentence or two when Grim Zei was talking to Qinfan. Waiting to speak to Qinfan, Li Xian watched Shui Yalan talking and laughing with Qinfan, and even Jiang Qiuyu was talking to Qinfan, so she scratched her ears anxiously. He ran over to Lisbeth, his chest heaving violently with anger and, "Sis, look at Sister Qiuyu. She's created her own opportunities to speak to Brother Qin. What about you, sis? This way, you're at my mercy. I'll grill 5 skewers of potato chicken later. After I bake it, you take it over there and say it's for Sister Yalan and Sister Qiuyu, and give one to Brother Qin by the way. Take your time. Start by getting Qin to accept what you give him." After Li Xian saw that Jiang Qiuyu had created an opportunity to talk to Qin Fan, she originally had this intention, but after Lidhan said it, it made Lisbeth feel very out of place. Li Xian was definitely not in favor of her getting close to Qin Fan. Why had she changed now? Xian, what did Mom tell you the other day? Li Xian shook her head like a rattle. Didn't say anything. Mom is saying that she feels sorry for you before and now supports you fully. Sis, if you like Qin, you have to go up and fight for it. Can't really keep watching from the sidelines. Li Si Sweet coldly looked at Li Xian and didn't say anything, turning around to help San Din Yan wash the vegetables. Li Xian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Sister, my good sister, what will you have me do? I can't pretend that the thug stabbed Brother Qin and you blocked the knife so that I could stab you, right? Oi, Worried to death. The other side. Yu Yun-ching, who was cooling off under the poplar tree in the cliff-planting village, received a string of news from her assistant, Sister Moon. What? In addition to Shui Yalan bringing the Shui group to invest in S County, the Zhao group and the Jiang group have all come to invest in S County? Don't tell me they're all because of Qin Fan. Miss, according to the information I've investigated, they should all have come to invest in S County because of Qin Fan. First is Zhao's group. Qin Fan had saved General Zhao's little granddaughter when he was in Longdu. Zhao's group should have come to invest in S County because of this. Secondly, Zhang's group. In fact, Zhang's group was the first to invest in S County. Yu Yun-chang's originally calm heart rippled with a hint of curiosity. All of them are coming for Qin Fan? Sister 1. Are they all crazy? One stood pensively without speaking. In fact, Sister Wen's stomach was full of questions even after investigating. Longdu's side of the investigation of the news Qin Fan is just a toy. How come after Qin Fan left, those damsels would chase so hard? Are you really twisted and in love with toys? Yu Yun-ching frowned and pondered for a while, couldn't figure it out and wasn't going to think about it. Anyway, she'll last less than 2 more months before she can go back and turn in. It was none of her business whether or not those big ladies in Longdu were mentally twisted. Might as well keep journaling to show grandma when I get back. XXXX. XXXX. Cloudy. Mood, windy. I didn't expect that in addition to Shui's group and Li Sidian, Jiang Qiuyue also brought Zhang's group to invest in S County. And by the way there's Zhao's group. Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, Li Sidian. They're definitely psychologically twisted. And Zhao's group is quite the loss to Rui's thieves. Just because Qin Fan saved Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter, Mr. Zhao came to invest in this barren land? Aren't you afraid of losing your ass? Although there are quite a few tourists coming to play in Qin Fan village now, it won't last long. And when people are tired of playing they won't come back. I woke up this morning originally wanting to say hello to Qin Fan, but he didn't even look at me. It was very rude. I did my best to get to know him to reach out to him, but he didn't like me and there was nothing I could do about it. Yu Yuncheng closed her diary and prepared to go back to her place to blow the air conditioner. Suddenly she noticed her assistant and bodyguard, Sister 1, staring at Qin Fan's driver. Sister 1, what are you looking at? Sister 1 came back to her senses and returned with a slight frown on her beautiful eyebrows. Miss, Qin Fan's driver. I think I've seen him somewhere. Yu Yun-chang, the assistant, was the daughter of Mrs. Yu's personal female bodyguard. In the past, when he hadn't yet become Yu Yun-chang's assistant and bodyguard, often following her mother for exercise and following old lady Lu to some of the banquets. Sister 1, you know Qin Fan's driver? Uncle Qin sat in the shade of the tree at the entrance of the village, seemingly resting there like nothing, but in fact, his eyes had been locked on Qin Fan, protecting him in secret. He purposely turned his back after noticing one looking at him. Sister Wen's brows furrowed as she continued to search in her mind, and suddenly her eyes lit up. I thought of that. Miss, when I was 20 years old, I followed my mom and old lady Lu to attend the Qin family's elder Qin's birthday banquet, and I once saw him. At that time, he was one of the security personnel at Master Qin's birthday banquet. The dead chirping robin in the aspen tree suddenly gave a strangled cry and was arrested by a magpie. The robin that fell into the magpie's mouth was scared to pee. A little bit of juice fell on Yu Yun-ching's pretty face under the tree, causing Yu Yun-ching to subconsciously shiver. If it were normal, Yu Yun-cheng would absolutely run home screaming and cursing the robins in the trees to wash her face. But now, Yu Yun-cheng just shivered and her expression became very serious and earnest. Qin Fan's driver, who once appeared at Elder Qin's birthday banquet. How is this possible? Who is Master Qin? Stomping half of the Dragon Kingdom's business district will shake a little. If Qin Fan's driver had ever appeared as a security officer at Elder Qin's birthday banquet, then Qin Fan's driver could basically be identified as a member of the Qin family's security team. There were only 2 possibilities for members of the Qin family security team to leave the Qin family. The first possibility, getting kicked for a huge fault. The second possibility, a task given to him by Elder Qin. Ryu Yun-chang looked towards Uncle Qin who had already turned his back and took a deep breath and asked Sister 1. Sister 1, how do you think Elder Qin's bodyguard is working as a driver for Qin Fan? Wen shook her head. Miss, do you need me to investigate? Yu Yun-cheng nodded. Investigate it. There are really quite a few surprising things about Qin Fan. At this point, Yu Yun-cheng hadn't put it on her mind. After Yu Yun-cheng went back to her place to rest, Sister Man made a phone call. Until late afternoon. It was only then that Sister One ended the call and used her laptop to organize and list the information and sent it to Yu Yun-cheng's desk. Elder Qin's personal bodyguard had appeared in S County not long ago. After Qin Fan asked the company to post a recruitment for a driver-cum-bodyguard, Qin Baogui immediately applied for the job. I couldn't find out the reason after checking around, but I inquired about one thing and felt that it might be related to Qin Baogui's work as a driver and bodyguard for Qin Fan. More than 20 years ago, Master Chin's third son's family of 3 was kidnapped. The criminals killed Master Chin's third son and daughter-in-law. But not long after the birth of the grandson of the birth of a person not see the death of the body. Master Chin looked for more than 20 years, and now still looking for again. Chirp. A few sparrows fell in the yard to feed on the ground. The room was silent, as if no one was there. Yu Yunqing's beautiful peach blossom eyes looked at the information on the laptop and remained motionless for 7 or 8 minutes. Sister 1. What? Do you mean by this last message of yours? Ryu Yunqing's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although she was asking Sister 1, she actually already had an answer in her mind. Miss, I'm guessing that the probability of Qin Bagua appearing so promptly to act as a chauffeur and bodyguard for Qin Fan was arranged by Elder Qin. As for why Elder Qin made that arrangement, the probability is related to Qin Fan's birth. I seem to remember Miss saying that Qin Fan seems to have been picked up. Yu Yunqing's heart was in turmoil. Back when Yu Yunqing had just reached adulthood and was in the throes of love fantasizing about her future husband of her choice, and had fantasized about marrying Master Qin's eldest grandson. Later, after Master Qin's eldest grandson married someone else, she again fantasized about marrying the second grandson of Master Qin. Unfortunately, all of Master Qin's grandchildren have since gotten married. Now you tell her, the bumpkin she couldn't look at, Qin Fan, was actually Master Qin's own grandson who had been searching for more than 20 years? This, Yu Yunqing's palms were starting to sweat. She's a little regretful, a little vain, a little happy. She regretted that she hadn't made a good impression on Qin Fan a month or so ago. Her heart was weak not knowing if she could still give Qin Fan a good impression again. She's happy about that. If Qin Fan was really the grandson that Elder Qin had been searching for more than 20 years, even if he wasn't the first eldest grandson, it would still be a high climb for her to marry him. Just as Yu Yunqing's heart was inwardly regretting for a while, being vain for a while, and being happy to fantasize for a while, Sister Wen opened her mouth with a slight frown on her willow brows. There's one thing I feel a little confused about though. Yu Yunqing was pulled back to reality by Wen's words and raised her eyes to look at Wen. What doubt? Sister Man crossed her arms and mused that, if Qin Fan is really the grandson that Master Qin has been searching for more than 20 years, and now that he's found him, why don't he just bring him back to the Qin family? And it looks as if Qin Fan doesn't know Qin Bagua's true identity, much less that he's the grandson Master Qin has been searching for over 20 years. Yu Yunqing nodded slightly. This point was indeed quite puzzling. She really got up and went to the window, grabbed a flower in a pot on the windowsill, and seized the petal by petal and speculated. Could it be that the kidnapping and ripping off of Master Qin's third son back then was done by his own people within the Qin family? Now, although Elder Qin has found Qin Fan, he's probably worried that someone in the family is unfavorable to Qin Fan. Elder Qin should want to catch the person who committed the murder back then, and after there's no danger, he'll come back to recognize his family and take Qin Fan back. One looked at the information listed on the laptop screen without nodding or shaking her head. Yu Yunqing's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something else. I see. Previously, I was still puzzled as to why Shui Yalan let her go back to Qin Fan after her father took control of the Shui group when she almost lost her life. Now I understand it all. Shui Jiqiang knows Qin Fan's identity. He wants his daughter Shui Yalan to steal my man. There's also the Li family's Li Xitian. She's definitely also so attached to Qin Fan because she knows his identity. Sister 1, didn't you say before that you didn't understand why those big ladies from Longdu obviously treated Qin Fan as a toy, and then they chased after him to X province after he left? That's because they know Qin Fan's true identity. I told you they don't look like psychopaths. How can they be so psychologically twisted that they fall in love with the toys they used to have? Sister Wen frowned and contemplated for a moment. He couldn't think of any other explanation. It seemed like the only explanation was Yu Yunqing. Sister 1, where is Qin Fan now? Under the lights of night. Yu Yunqing's beautiful eyes were flashing like there were stars in them. I don't know. Sister Wen slandered in her heart. I made a phone call all afternoon to investigate. Where am I going to know where Qin Fan is now? I'll go and look at it now. Miss. Instead, Yu Yunqing put on her high heels and ran outside excitedly. No need. I'll find Qin Fan myself. Hiss. Wen frowned deeply. Half a day ago, Lu Yunqing still looked contemptuous when she mentioned Qin Fan. Now why is it suddenly like being in love? Identity. It's all because of identity. Even though Sister Wen gave Yu Yunqing services, she didn't like people like Yu Yunqing, unable to do anything about it. This was work and she could only follow up to protect Yu Yunqing's safety. Qin Fan was sitting with Grim then at the airy entrance of the village eating and chatting after a busy day. Brother Qin, that Sister Cece her cousin has been coming to live in the village for quite a long time. Usually, I don't talk to people. I don't go on excursions. I just play with my cell phone under that aspen tree. Right. Sometimes take selfies. What do you think she's really here for? Qin Fan shook his head. What do you care about her? Grim. On the other hand, now that he was familiar with Chin Fan, he wasn't as formal as he used to be, and would occasionally crack a joke. Brother Chin, do you think Sister Cece her cousin could be coming for you? Chin Fan bit into half of the donut and looked sideways at Grim Zephyr. Ha 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 dash. Young Yen, you don't really think I'm the protagonist of a novel and everyone is coming for me, do you? Grim, on the other hand, was just teasing for a moment and laughed alone. Brother Chin, but actually, speaking of which, my experience this year feels like a fucking novel. When I get old later, I'll write a novel with the name. Call. Chin. Here she comes. Grim then patted Chin Fan and raised his chin across the street. Chin Fan raised his eyes and, only to see Lu Yunqing's snake waist slightly swinging, almond eyes containing spring, smiling sweetly as she walked towards him. The smell of perfume wafted over before the person was even close by. A trace of confusion appeared in Chin Fan's expression. Yu Yunqing came to live in the village and except for the first day he spoke, he never spoke afterward. Sometimes Chin Fan passed by Lu Yunqing, and although Chin Fan did not look at Lu Yunqing, he could still feel Lu Yunqing's lofty contempt. Why did Yu Yunqing's appearance change 180 degrees today? That sweet smile was harmless, like a pure-hearted, innocent college girl. If this was the first time he met Yu Yunqing, he might have been fooled by her. Chin Fan, I'm hungry. Give me food. Clang. Grim, on the other hand, dropped the bowl in his hand straight to the floor. Sigma. Wait. HOLD. Bridge bean sacks dash. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Ben Young, I just made a joke about her coming for Brother Chin. Really coming for Brother Chin? Ah? Grim, on the other hand, stood frozen like a statue, not knowing whether to walk away or remain motionless, pretending that no one could see him as a chameleon. The expression on Chin Fan's face was on the verge of being written as a big sleepy word. Haven't spoken in over a month, and now you come over here and you tell me, like a fucking pussy, you're hungry. Let me feed you? Chin Fan said to Lu Yunqing from the bottom of his heart. Do you eat donuts? Oil cake? Even though I never eat them to stay in shape, I'll eat them if you give me oil cakes. Hee hee. Hee hee, where's your mom, you hee hee? Chin Fan recoiled at the sight of Lu Yunqing twisting and pretending to be innocent. Looks like you're a real donut. If you want to continue to live in the village, you do. If you don't want to live there, go back where you came from, okay? Chin Fan really couldn't stand the appearance of Lu Yunqing pretending to be aggrieved. It was too stomach-churning and he directly got up and left. Grim, on the other hand, picked up the bowl from the floor and followed Chin Fan out as well. Yu Yunqing was so angry that she stomped her feet, somewhat aggravated. Why are you doing this to me? Grim, on the other hand, after catching up with Chin Fan, stared with wide eyes and grinned with a big mouth, full of incredulity. Brother Chin, what? Is this? She's not really coming for you, is she? Chin Fan stuffed the last section of uneaten donut into Grim Zephyr's mouth. Eat. Shut your crow's mouth. Although the words were said so, Chin Fan had another layer of gloom in his heart at this time. Again, from the previous assassination. Again, the bewilderment of the drastic change in Li Zhen's attitude. Now there was a sudden change in Yu Yunqing's attitude. Chin Fan wanted to explode. What a fucking situation. Chin Fan thought about how he couldn't think of a reason that could make Lu Yunqing's attitude change abruptly. The aspens were rattling in the wind. It was already dark, and there were robins calling in the aspens. When Chin Fan returned home, he felt that even the light in the yard was a bit hot. Chin Fan took off his shirt, hit a bucket of well water, and poured it directly from his head. The cold well water made Chin Fan feel much calmer. What Chin Fan didn't know, however, was that Yu Yunqing was right outside the door watching him through the crack. Great body. Sister Wen gave Yu Yunqing a very intriguing look. After surmising Chin Fan's true identity, that's a big change from before to after, isn't it? Unfortunately, it didn't make a good impression on him at first, but it's okay. If he can forgive Shui Yalan, who once trampled on his dignity, he can surely forgive me. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Chin Fan woke up early and worked out with Uncle Chin for a while, then went to have dinner and headed to the mountain forest across the village to look at the specific construction situation. Not long after Chin Fan arrived, Shui Yalan arrived. Chin Fan, what do you plan to develop this mountain forest into? Chin Fan was speaking to Qin Zhengang as well as the leader of the engineering team, while also speaking to Shui Yalan. The middle call has a lot of rain and flat ground, so I'm going to plant fewer strawberries and stuff and make it a camping area. Plant some fruit trees in the hills to the left and make it an orchard area where visitors can pick their own. The area to the right with the hillside, the depression, and the strange forest and rocks. My idea is to design it as a real-life playground. When conditions don't allow for live games, there are also classic battles that can be filmed here, such as the three-ing battles of Lubu, Zhao Zilong's 7 entries and 7 exits at Changban Pa, and so on, mainly for a programmatic effect. Shin Jiangang, the leader of the engineering team, and Shui Yalan's eyes glowed as they listened. Shin Fan, that sounds like so much fun. I can't wait for you to build it and come play. After a short while, here comes the Grim Rule. Following Grim Reaper was Kong Chiu. Brother Chin, how's it going on your end? It went pretty well. How's the food highway you've been working on with Yalan? It's all started and all is well. That what? Mr. Jiang and brothers were building a large hotel mall in the county is also progressing well. Yeah. Yes, Kong Chiu snaps. Chin Fan glanced at Zhang Choyue and turned his head to look elsewhere. That's good. I'll check on Yuzu's progress over there sometime when I'm free. While Chin Fan was talking and laughing with Shui Yalan, Grim Zhe, Zhang Choyue, and Qin Jiangang on the highway along the mountain forest opposite the village. Li Xian looks at Li Si sweet in size. Sis, can't you go find Sister Yalan and take the opportunity to say a few words to Brother Chin? You tell me what Mom told you the other day and I'll go. Sis, really didn't say anything. If I tell a lie, I'll have my Li family cut off. Father, don't blame me. If I was born to my mom and Uncle Wang, in fact, our Li family would have been cut off. No, it's your Li family. Watermelon, sweet, sweet watermelon. The watermelon seller seems to be leaving. Across the village Shui Yalan suddenly wanted a watermelon. Or maybe not. She shouted to Lisbeth that, sweets, stop that watermelon seller. I want to eat watermelon. Buy one for me and send it over. Okay. Li Sidian also wanted to go to Chin Fan's side with Shui Yalan and Zhang Choyue and the others. It's just that Lidhan always made her feel a little weird, and she didn't want to listen to Lidhan. It was different now that Shui Yalan had opened his mouth. Okay Yalan, I'm coming. Li Xian was overjoyed. It's still my sister Yalan who's great. Sister, I'll sell you a melon. I'll cut it up for you. You serve it over and remember to give Brother Chin a piece. Melon seller, don't go. After Li Xian caught up with the melon seller's man, staggeringly said without threat, melon seller, you pick a packet of sweet watermelon for little master. If it's not sweet, if you come back tomorrow, I'll break your legs. The melon seller naturally knew Li Xian's identity. How dare he offend Li Xian? Poked 10 watermelons in a row, picked the sweetest one and took it to Li Xian. As Li Xian carried the watermelon back to the stall to cut it, Li Si Sweet frowned and said, Xian, you haven't changed a bit. Li Xian gave a start and looked up at Li Si Sweet. Sis, I've been selling snacks here for so long and it's so bad. How come I haven't changed? Li Si Tian shook her head. You've only changed in front of Chin Fan. The Grim Rule isn't just changing in front of Chin Fan. Li Sidian said and didn't care what Li Xian's reaction was, carrying the watermelon and going to find Shui Yalan. Everyone was taking watermelon and eating it, talking and laughing, and Chin Fan couldn't afford to spoil the fun, so he picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. A smile finally surfaced on Li Si Sweet's pretty face that was like frozen ice. This scene fell in the eyes of Yu Yunqing under the poplar tree in the village. It made Yu Yunqing jealous. After what happened yesterday, she didn't dare to go to Chin Fan again rashly. She took out her diary and started recording her grievances and complaints in a journal. XXXX, 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 windy and rainy, mood, thunderstorm. The great lady of the Shui family of Longdu, Shui Yalan, she so doesn't know how to be reserved. Why is she so close to Chin Fan? Are you two related? And Dang Jiang Group's new spokesperson, Zhang Qiuyu, why are you so calculating? Do you think I can't see that it was you who forced Grimm's effort to take you to Chin Fan's side? And there's also Li Xixiang who hasn't said anything all this time. What are you pretending to be uncontested? Seeing that Shui Yalan and Zhang Qiuyu are by Chin Fan's side, you still had the cheek to go too. I really can't stand them. They are also considered to be from a good family. How can they be a little bit reserved and have no manners at all? At the time of writing this sentence, Yu Yunqing froze. A serious question suddenly occurred to her, and clattering forward several pages. The style of her previous diary is completely different from today's. How's that work? Without a second's hesitation, Yu Yunqing tore up all of her previous diaries. Start rewriting. The date goes back to the night she first arrived in the village of Planting Cliffs, a little over a month ago. XXXX, XXXX, sunny, mood, cloudy. Today was the first day in Chin Fan's village, and the Grim then, with a little bit of dark but friendly skin, very politely found me a place to stay. I realized afterward that he was a good friend of Chin Fan's, and sure enough, all of Chin Fan's good friends are gentlemen. The little courtyard is very beautiful. There is a pear tree, and there are so many unknown flowers planted in the courtyard that I can't even touch those flowers for fear of hurting them. I soak my feet in the water from Chin Fan's village. It's really comfortable and my feet smell good. I was soaking my feet when Chin Fan appeared in the doorway looking at me with concern, but I didn't see it was him. And thinking someone was spying on me, I gave a sheepish yelp and told one to close the courtyard door. Later, After I knew it was Qin Fan, I was happy in my heart, but I kind of regretted that I reacted too much. Would it make him misunderstand? XXXXX+1. Sunny, mood, cloudy. When I saw Qin Fan in the morning, I tried to explain to him, but he seemed to have misunderstood me. Grandma, I'm a little aggravated, but I don't dare to explain to him for fear that he'll misunderstand me even more. Yu Yuncheng changed all of her previous diary entries. With this diary, if Qin Fan never forgave her, she was going to take it back to her grandmother and have her grandmother help her. Sure, she wouldn't tell old lady Lu about her guesses about Qin Fan's identity. She would make old lady Lu think that she was really in love with Qin Fan. Yu Yuncheng also rewrote today's diary and added at the end, Grandma, when I saw Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiuyue, and Li Sidian, they didn't know the slightest bit about being reserved and pestering Qin Fan to curry favor with him. I was really angry. Although you said not to tell Qin Fan about my identity and your intention to marry me off to him during these 3 months. But I can't help but tell Shui Yalan and the others, Qin Fan is my fiancé. Stay away from me. Extra shifts for Dragon Boat Festival. 5 shifts of 1.5 W words is equivalent to 8 shifts for others. Don't send gifts. I can't add more tomorrow. Giggle. The sound of roosters crowing echoed through the village of Planting Cliffs, and Yu Yuncheng, who was dreaming beautifully in bed, sat up violently. Qin Fan seems to work out every morning. I need to work out too. Yu Yuncheng got out of bed in her chaps. Sister 1. The sweatshirt, the white one, and the white sneakers. Give me another ponytail. Hurry, let's just wear light makeup today. Half an hour later. Squeak. The door to the courtyard of Lu Yuncheng's small yard was pushed open, and Lu Yuncheng, wearing a white sweatshirt, tied a ponytail, and wearing a little bit of light makeup, was overflowing with youthful and healthy pheromones, rushed at a small trot to the place where Qin Fan usually works out in the morning. But when she arrived, Qin Fan had just finished his workout. Yu Yuncheng's dress code today was a very bright presence wherever he put it, but Qin Fan only looked at Lu Yuncheng with a slight frown on his brow, and then left with grim Zephyr and Uncle Qin. Lu Yuncheng stomped her feet in anger as she looked at the departing Qin Fan. Sister 1. It's all your fault for being abrasive and delaying me from working out with Qin Fan. Sister 1 was speechless for a while. Honestly, if Lu Yuncheng had always been high and mighty and always contemptuous towards Qin Fan, Sister 1 would have felt that although Lu Yuncheng had problems, it wasn't as disgusting as it is now, and it was already disgusting. The sun that had just climbed up the teeth of the mountain poured sunlight into the village of Planting Cliffs, and the morning light passed through the treetops and hit Uncle Gunnar, who was cleaning up the garbage, and the smell that wafted from the garbage pile made Yu Yunkyung cover her nose. Isn't it disgusting in the morning? The village people really don't have any quality at all. Yu Yuncheng stomped her feet angrily back to the small courtyard where she lived. Sister Man, as a battering ram, could only follow her even if she felt that Yu Yuncheng was disgusting. Yu Yuncheng went back to her place and took out her diary and started writing. XXXX, XXXX, sunny, mood, hail, morning, the air in the mountains is very good. I had planned to get up earlier to work out with Qin Fan, but Sister 1 moved too slowly, causing Qin Fan to have finished by the time I arrived. I'll be sure to have Wen get up early tomorrow and get everything ready for me ahead of time. In the morning when Qin Fan went to the mountain forest across the village to keep an eye on the construction, Shui Yalan came again. When Lu Yuncheng saw Shui Yalan holding some kind of snack, she had to let Qin Fan eat it, or feed it to him. Exasperated, he pulled out his journal and started writing again. How could the titular Shui family's eldest Miss Shui Yalan be so shameless? Brother Qin said he wouldn't eat it in the beginning, and you're still forcing him to eat it. You don't think you look cute when you're pouting, do you? If you make Brother Qin eat bad, I won't spare you. Milk, I really want to go over and slap Shui Yalan, but how am I going to explain to Brother Qin if I do that? Milk, if I tell Brother Qin that I've fallen in love with him all these days I've been living in the cliff planting village, will he believe me? After Yu Yuncheng huffed and closed the diary, she suddenly saw Kong Chuwol coming again, and not only that, Jiang Qiuyue also went to Qin Fan's side under the leadership of Grim Zephyr. And she didn't know what Grim Zephyr had done to make Qin Fan, Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan as well as Qin Jiangang bend over in laughter. Jiang Qiuyue was so close to Qin Fan that her exaggeratedly good body was almost stuck to Qin Fan. Yu Yuncheng's eyes widened in anger. She couldn't hold it back any longer. She put the diary in her bag and huffed and puffed as she headed for the mountain forest across the village. Jiang Qiuyue, your bear is almost sticking to Qin Fan. Do you still need face? Will you get away from him? Yu Yuncheng suddenly appeared, pinching her waist and pointing at Jiang Qiuyue with a huff. This caused Qin Fan, Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, Qin Jiangang, and Grim then, who had just been laughing happily, to freeze. Shui Yalan and Jiang Qiuyue also knew about Yu Yuncheng's presence in the cliff planting village. They also privately investigated Yu Yuncheng's identity. At first they suspected Yu Yuncheng's motives for not leaving, but then Yu Yuncheng stayed by herself and never talked to anyone. Shui Yalan and Zhang Qiu almost forgot about Yu Yuncheng. Why are you suddenly jumping out of your skin now? And pointing at Zhang Qiuyue and scolding her for being too close to Qin Fan? Zhang Qiuyue and Shui Yalan's pretty faces showed a very confused look. Without waiting for Zhang Qiuyue to speak, Qin Fan stepped forward. He looked at Yu Yuncheng with a slight frown on his brow, the displeasure in his expression overflowing. Do you eat donuts? What's it to you what happens to her? Zhang Qiuyue's beautiful eyes instantly turned to Qin Fan when she heard this. He's speaking for me. He's protecting me. A smile appeared on Zhang Qiuyue's face, and her eyes couldn't help but get wet. This moment, it was as if the whole sky and earth were filled with beautiful flowers, and it made one's mood cheerful to the extreme. Zhang Qiuyue brought Zhang's group to invest in S County, and it wasn't as simple as it looked. Although her father had handed the group over to her, the matter of her bringing the Zhang group to invest in S County was greatly obstructed. In addition to the obstruction in the group, Zhang Qiuyu also endured ridicule from the Dragon Capital's noble circle. I don't know who spread the news that Zhang Qiuyu brought the Zhang group to invest in S County in order to be a licking dog for Qin Fan. Yes, Zhang Qiuyue is for Qin Fan. That's right, but this thing could be in her mind, and getting the word out would be a different story. Zhang Qiuyue hadn't been back to Longdu for a long time. As soon as she returned to the Dragon Capital, she would hear the gossip. She's not complaining. They even thus experienced what they felt when they humiliated Qin Fan back then. Zhang Qiuyue accepts all this and silently invests in S County to prepare for helping Qin Fan. Sometimes it's late at night when people are quiet. From time to time, she was also engulfed in endless loneliness at her S County residence, hugging her knees. But that scene just now, like the dawn that dispels the endless night, it made her feel like everything she did and endured was worth it. On the other hand, Grim took a look at Qin Fan, who was stealthily blocking Zhang Qiuyue, and then at Zhang Qiuyue, who was teary-eyed but smiling. Brother Qin, and you say you don't love Miss Kong? Lu Yunqing didn't think that Qin Fan, a big man, would talk like this to her who was so beautiful. Qin Fan, you're mean to me. Tears poured down from Yu Yunyung's eyes. Qin Fan, Zhang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, Grim, then even the mute Qin Zhengang were dumbfounded. What's the situation? How did it seem as if Qin Fan had argued with Lu Yunqing 100,001 times and then turned his head and became a negative man? Qin Fan was very speechless. Yu Yuncheng, you really eat oil cakes? Do you need me to call the neurological hospital for you? This isn't your first time. I don't want to embarrass you on account of you being cousin Sissy. You make another mistake and I'll have to ask you to leave. Yu Yuncheng covered her chest as if she was in great pain. Qin Fan, you don't know anything about the two of us. I can't believe you did this to me for them. Oh. Yu Yuncheng turned around and ran back to the village while crying. Honestly, Yu Yuncheng was beautiful, whether it was her looks or her body. It was not too much to describe it as a dumping ground. The figure of her running towards the village while crying was like a wounded butterfly. If Yu Yuncheng was a normal girl like you Sissy, she would definitely be a source of pity. But Qin Fan's mind was filled with nothing but the contemptuous look she had exalted over the past month or so. Lu Yunqing wasn't treating Qin Fan alone with contempt. It's contempt for everyone in the village. That condescending look, as if she was superior, was tiresome and disgusting. Now that Yu Yuncheng had nonsensically pulled this off, Qin Fan only had one feeling for Yu Yuncheng. She really eats oil cakes. Yu Yunqing cried all the way back to the small courtyard she rented in Planting Cliff Village and ran straight into her bedroom and closed the door. Obviously my fiancé, but helping other women to talk about me. Uhu. Qin Fan, you big, bad man. Sister Man had just entered the living room when she heard voices coming from Yu Yuncheng's room. Broadcasting, straight face winky face broadcasting, breathless to the core. It's even going beyond her tolerance limits. One person, true, can be after knowing the identity of the boy she used to hate. A different look altogether? Listen to that aggrieved cry. It's like you love people all the time and they're the ones who fail you. Hello, is it because you were too high and mighty to look at them? The room stopped with Yu Yuncheng's crying, but there came the sound of a phone call. Hey, Grandma, I'm really aggravated. Haruka, what's wrong with you? Grandma, these days I've been in Qin Fan's village. As I get to know him a little bit, I feel like I'm falling in love with him. But Qin Fan hasn't been giving me a chance to correct my mistakes because of a small misunderstanding earlier. Grandma, I really love him, but he doesn't like me. Grandma, why don't you ask him to meet you and tell him I'm his fiancé? I'm really scared that he's lost to some other vixen. Old Mrs. Lu's loving and patient words came over the phone. Haruka, what's going on? Tell Grandma in detail. Yu Yunqing has a ghost in her heart. She can show the fake diary to old lady Yu, but if you ask her to talk, her lying tone will reveal everything. Grandma, I can't tell you in a sentence or two. I kept a diary in order to understand Qin Fan and reach out to him. Want me to take a picture of the diary I wrote and send it to you? Ching Ching, you even wrote a diary? Looks like you really listened to Grandma this time. Well, send it over. Grandma will see my granddaughter's little emotions. Grandma, you're not allowed to laugh at me after I send it to you. Oh, why would Grandma laugh at you? Grandma would only help you. After Yu Yuncheng hung up the phone, she photographed the pages of the diary she wrote and sent it to old lady Yu. After you send it, Yu Yuncheng felt empowered and her mood became much better. I also don't know what kind of relationship Grandma and Grandpa Qin had back then. If only there had ever been a finger marriage. Although Qin Fan is not Grandpa Qin's own grandson, Grandpa Qin is very important to him. If there had been a betrothal by designation, he would have accepted it. Even if Qin Fan's real grandfather, Elder Qin of the Qin family, came to recognize his marriage with him, with Grandpa Qin's fingerprints, he would still accept. Humph, Shui Yalan, so what if you blocked a knife for Qin Fan? Qin Fan and I were destined to be each other's lifelong companions before we were even born. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Yu Yunqing thought it was old lady Yu calling, so she hurriedly picked up the phone. As a result, I saw that the caller ID was Shirley. Yu Yunqing hesitantly picked up the phone. Hello. Lu Yunqing's tone was icy cold, and Shirley, who was in the Magic City, froze for a moment. Younggaru, what's wrong with you? Not happy? Shirley, don't call again. I'm afraid Qin Fan will misunderstand. Having said that, Yu Yuncheng hung up the phone straight away. Magic City. Thunder boom. Clunk dash. The cell phone in Shirley's hand directly fell to the ground, feeling like it was hit by a bolt from the blue. How can? I don't believe it. Shirley dialed Lu Yuncheng's phone number again and found that it was blacked out. Tap WeChat to send a message and find the bright red exclamation point. For a moment, Shirley was somewhat unable to accept it, pushing everything on the table, the teacups, the computer, the mess of papers, onto the floor. What the hell is going on here? After calming down, Shirley dialed a phone number. Hey, have you been keeping an eye on Qin Fan lately? Young sure. Qin Fan has also found a bodyguard, and there is no good chance at the moment. Don't think about stabbing Qin for now. I'll give you a new task. You keep an eye on Yu Yunqing for me and see what she's been doing in the last few days. Copy that. Whoa. Two unknown black eagles circled over the planted cliff village, and Li Xian sighed beside Li Si Sweet. Sis, did you just see that? Lithan lowered his voice and, that Miss Lu family is in love with brother Qin. How can you be so indifferent when people are brave enough to voice her displeasure? Qin is so good. Do you really want to give Qin up to someone else? Lisbeth is still the same. What exactly did Mom tell you the other day? One thing is clear to Li Xian. Before his sister and Qin Fan got together, he could never tell Li Xian about his mom's speculation about Qin Fan's identity. If we tell Sweetie Li the truth, Li Xian must have felt that the change in his and his mom's attitude was only because of the presumption that Qin Fan's identity was not simple anymore. In the end, it was still to get Li Xian to marry for the family, to be the family's marriage tool. That would definitely be counterproductive. Sis, I've told you a million times, Mom is seeing that you really like Qin, and she's guilty she used to force you to meet boys you didn't like, and now she wants to make it up to you. So she's giving you her full support and asking me to help you too. I've sworn that if I tell a lie I'll make the Li family cut off their children and grandchildren. And you won't even believe me? Li Xian didn't say anything. She couldn't figure out why her mom and Li Xian's attitudes had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. But it was very wrong. She didn't want to be led around by her mom. Li Xian sighed with a look of hatred. Sis, if you don't take the chance now, you'll regret it. Li Xian glanced at Qin Fan who was laughing and joking with Shui Yalan, Jiang Qiu Yue, and Grim then in the distance. Her heart was sour, but she didn't have the intention to go forward, and she turned around to help the three oldest mothers to wash the vegetables. Li Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet. No way. Looks like we'll just have to use that trick. Although the blood flowing in my body may not be the blood of the Li family, but I was deeply nurtured by the Li family. My name is Cien. When I think of repaying my kindness, AI, the future of the Li family rests on me alone. Li Cien dialed a phone number. Hey, is there any more of that foreign kind of medicine? When Xian Li called, Yu Yunqing's side also received a call back from old lady Yu. Haruka, is what you wrote in your diary true? Old lady Lu was silent for a little while and sighed. AI, do you really like Qin Fan too? Also, a child who grows up around him is going to make people fall in love with him. You and Sissy, forget it, you both have the right to like it. Look at yourselves. Lu Yunqing heard old lady Lu mention Lu Sisi suddenly remembered that she still had enemies who hadn't come. Grandma, but you said from the very beginning that you would marry me off to Qin Fan. You can't keep your word. Grandma said that, but that can only be if Chin Fan likes you too. There was a pause on the phone from Mrs. Willow. Ching Ching, you are Grandma's granddaughter. Cece is Grandma's granddaughter. Grandma can't be biased. If you like Chin Fan, you have to fight for it yourself. She told Grandma many things about Chin Fan. And although Grandma has never seen Chin Fan, he is just like your grandpa Chin back then. If you want to get him back, make him accept you and like you. Grandma suggests you first need to lower your stance, treat yourself as a part of the cliff planting village, and be sincere to everyone. Only by doing so will you be able to do anything. Other than that, Grandma can't help you more. Yu Yuncheng was dissatisfied. She had previously fantasized that she and Chin Fan had a marriage contract similar to a finger marriage or something like that. And it didn't turn out to be? Can't Grandma help her either? Yu Yuncheng didn't want to blend in with those peasants in the cliff planting village, and she didn't want to smile at people whose status wasn't as good as hers. But now, Chin Fan was Master Chin's own grandson that he had been searching for over 20 years. To make Chin Fan fall in love with her, she'd have to live with that, do what her grandmother said. Grandma, I know I can definitely make Chin Fan fall in love with me. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yuncheng thought in his mind as he rested his chin. How could she design it so that Chin Fan would see her change every time? Starting with exercising in the morning and saying hello to every farmer in the village? Aha! Just do it. The next morning, before the rooster had even crowed, Yu Yuncheng's alarm went off. She stretched out her long, white, slender legs in a daze and shouted, Sister 1, today I'm going to wear that light pink sweatshirt, blue flats, or a ponytail. Sister 1, prepare me quickly. It's not even light yet. Yu Yuncheng got dressed, put on light makeup, washed up, turned around in front of the mirror, made a few expressions that she thought were cute and went out. When she passed by Chin Fan's yard, she secretly looked in through the doorway. Chin Fan was wearing a large pair of pants and was washing up in the yard. What a great body. I wonder if I can top it when I get married in the future. Hee. Lu Yuncheng went to the place where Chin Fan usually worked out first. Actually, Yu Yuncheng is doing gymnastics. But even though what Yu Yuncheng was doing was simple gymnastics, her perfect body, combined with her stunning face, made even the stunning gymnastics look better than the great Tanya dance. It wasn't long after that. Uncle Chin came to the exercise area first. Yu Yuncheng revealed a sweet smile upon seeing Uncle Chin. Good morning. Uncle Chin looked at Yu Yuncheng with a slight frown and just nodded his head in response before playing military boxing. Giggle. Chin Fan pushed open the courtyard door. While Chin Fan came out, Grim followed behind him and chased him out. Brother Chin, wait for me. When he was almost at the place where he was working out, Chin Fan saw Lu Yuncheng and Sister 1. Grim then saw it too. Brother Chin. When Lu Yuncheng saw Chin Fan, she stopped doing gymnastics and greeted him with a sweet smile. Good morning. Are you guys going to work out too? Let's get together. Putting aside Lu Yuncheng's previous look that made Chin Fan sick to his stomach, Lu Yuncheng's perverse behavior made Chin Fan feel very uncomfortable. It was as if Yu Yuncheng knew something and he was kept in the dark. Uncle Chin, let's go exercise on the other side. Good. Chin Fan and Uncle Chin and Grim, on the other hand, turned around and went to the other side of the village to find a clearing to start exercising. Yu Yuncheng is a little lost, but she was not discouraged. She smiled sweetly when she saw all the grandparents and uncles and aunts in the village, and deliberately raised the volume of her voice to greet them. And, good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, ma'am. Have you eaten? Uncle. Good morning. You're delivering fertilizer to the fields this early. The village Moncler Jackets outlet is very strange. What eyes Yu Yuncheng had looked at them before. They were all uncomfortable even though they didn't say so. What's with the sudden change now? But for the village Moncler outlet store, when others are nice to them, they are friendly to others. Good morning. You working out? It's a bit cool in the morning now. Remember to wear more clothes. Don't catch a cold. Thank you, ma'am. Grim, on the other hand, although he was working out with Chin Fan on the other side of the room, his ears were perked up longer than a donkey's ears. I'm so just. Chin, did you hear that? Why is that Ms. Willow suddenly like a different person? Flush with the monstrosity of the great and powerful, Chin Fan was actually puzzled inside. He's not stupid. He could sense that Yu Yuncheng seemed to be approaching him on purpose. But it doesn't make sense. To this day, Chin Fan didn't even know what Lu Yuncheng's true identity was. But to Chin Fan, he was just an ordinary businessman now, and did not have the same network of connections as the Li and Shui families. He didn't have the means to investigate Yu Yuncheng's identity background. The only way to find out is probably to ask Sissy Lu. Think of Sissy Lu. Chin Fan had a strange feeling in his heart. That said, Sissy said last time that she might be back sooner or longer. It's been over a month now. Aren't you done with the family business yet? Why don't you call and ask? After the workout. Chin Fan and Grim, on the other hand, returned to the small courtyard together and washed off their sweat with cool water. Brother Chin, I'm going to the construction site. Go on. After Grim then left, Chin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed out Lu Cici's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is closed. Chin Fan was stunned. Shut down? A bad feeling came over me. Chin Fan shook his head. It's not even 7 o'clock yet, so I guess I'm still sleeping. Chin Fan put away his cell phone. Today the ancient buildings and old houses in the village are all repaired. Chin Fan was ready to go from one to the other and inspect them. Unsurprisingly, Shui Yalan came back to the village. This time, Shui Yalan directly called on Li Sidian to come together to look for Chin Fan. It wasn't long after that Grimm's effort came with Jiang Qiuyu as well. The three young ladies and Grimm then followed Chin Fan from one to the other to inspect the ancient buildings and old courtyards that had been repaired in the village. Wow! Chin Fan! This old house looks so old. Chin Fan stroked the stone lion at the entrance of the old house and reminisced. When I was a child, my grandfather told me that a second-ranking official came out of this old house more than 200 years ago, and the whole family moved away. I heard from my grandfather that this family came back when my grandfather was a kid, but that time the family came back to move their ancestral graves, and they haven't been back since. Shui Yalan and Li Sidian listened with great interest. Jiang Qiuyu opened her mouth and asked, so, none of the owners of this old house are in the village? So that's how it's going to be repaired. If the real owner of this old house comes back and sees it, will he sue? Chin Fan didn't think much about who asked and took over the conversation to explain. I heard from my grandfather that this house was given to my grandfather's father by its owner. Speaking of which, the current owner of this house is actually me, Kang Qiuyu, so that's how it is. Shui Yalan, Chin Fan, this old house is actually yours? Then can I stay in this old house for a few days? Just as Shui Yalan finished her words, she suddenly made a few sniffs, and immediately after that she turned her head violently and, upon seeing the person behind him, Shui Yalan's eyes whitened at once, and with a pinch of her tiny waist. What are you following us for? Chin Fan also turned his head to look and saw Yu Yunqing, who was wearing a light pink sweatshirt with a ponytail and always had a sweet smile on her face. I'm not following you guys. I just wanted to get a good look at this magical little mountain village, just wandering around. I didn't expect to hear a really fascinating history. On the other hand, Grim narrowed his eyes at Yu Yunqing with only 2 words in his head. Spill. Lies. You're clearly coming for Chin. How many things has the Yin family's unicorn seen through? You think you can hide from the eyes of the Yin family's unicorn son? Meanwhile, a man with a hat, pretending to be a tourist, glanced over to Chin Fan's side from a distance. Then he turned and went into the street restroom, took out his cell phone and started sending messages. I'm going out today, so I'm going to do 3 shifts. Oh, and this chapter is a small gift bonus chapter. Thank you to every reader who supports. In Magic City, Shirley's face became more and more ugly as he looked at the message in his cell phone. If between Chin Fan and him is just that one punch in the underground fixed car park in Longdu, he knows that after Chin Fan's downfall, he may at most find someone to beat Chin Fan, and break a leg or something if he is ruthless. But not anymore. Shirley wasn't Grim then, much less Li Cien. Although Shirley liked women, the interests of the Shur group came first in his mind. If he could marry Yu Yunqing, Shur's group would be able to open up overseas markets and ride the waves. But now Chin Fan had spoiled him again. Chin Fan, it's you who spoiled me again. This time, you must die. But remember, it wasn't me who had to want your life. It was Yu Yunqing who forced me to kill you. Stonely sent a message to kill her. You don't have to be close enough to stab a man with a knife to want him dead, even if he's surrounded by bodyguards. Don't you have a way to get him and his bodyguards all killed? Understood Sure Shao. After sending the message, Shirley threw his cell phone onto the table, walked to the side of the secretary's desk, and put his hand inside. Why do you think that bitch suddenly likes that Chin Fan when she clearly told me that she hates that Chin Fan? The secretary, her hands still on the keyboard, trying desperately to restrain the physical sensations of the Sure Shao. There are only 2 ways for a woman to fall in love with a man. Love his money and status. Really overwhelmed by him, Shirley couldn't control the force in his hands as he sniffed. Are you saying that bitch Lu Yunqing has been conquered by Chin Fan? No. Yeah. No, said the secretary, flushing and trying to restrain herself. When I say conquered, it may be conquered by a man's temperament, not exactly conquered by that. Shirley didn't ask the secretary again and began to ponder in his mind. A person of Lu Yunqing's status like that was not a casual person and could not be conquered by Chin Fan like that. Might be overcome by Chin Fan's aura? When he met Chin Fan in Dragon Capital back then, Chin Fan didn't have any special aura on him. At best he was a clown who had his heart broken. It was also impossible for Lu Yunqing to be conquered by Chin Fan's aura. But, it was even more unlikely that Lu Yunqing would like Chin Fan because of his money and status, right? What status can Chin Fan have? Shirley returned to his table and took out his cell phone to send a message to the killer. You were over there for so long, did you find anything unusual about Chin Fan? For example, did anyone of unusual status go to him? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Killer was quick to return the message. Aside from the fact that General Manager Zhao of Dragon Capital personally came to look for Chin Fan before, and that Chin Fan had an extra vigilant bodyguard by his side, there were no other anomalies. Shirley already knew that Chin Fan had saved General Zhao's little granddaughter. What's so special about that bodyguard? Killer, it doesn't feel normal, but I've been watching in secret, and it might have something to do with the fact that he's a veteran, and is naturally oppressed by my kind of profession. Shirley suddenly couldn't control his heartbeat, as if he had a bad premonition. Don't act first. Find a chance to secretly take a picture of that bodyguard of Chin Fan's. I'll send someone to investigate. Good. That afternoon, Shirley received a photo from his bodyguard, Chin Fan's driver and bodyguard.jpg. When Shirley investigated Chin Bagua, several messages were sent from the village of Planting Cliff. Londo, the Shui family. Shui Yalan's great aunt looked at the message in the cell phone. The smile on her face disappeared a little bit and stood up. Right now, only Shui Yalan's third and sixth aunts were at Shui Yalan's great aunt's house, and they all followed suit when they saw Shui Yalan's great aunt's strange look. What's wrong, big sis? Great aunt Shui Yalan handed her cell phone to third aunt Shui Yalan inside. It's just as I expected. Old Lady Lu sent her own granddaughter to Chin Fan just to make Chin Fan fall in love with her own granddaughter. A message from the cell phone of great aunt Shui Yalan. There are photos with accompanying text. Yu Yunqing wakes up early to work out at the place where Chin Fan works out. JPG. Lu Yunqing kept looking at Chin Fan and followed him. Avi. Supporting text. All is well with the lady. But recently a strange phenomenon has appeared. The girl who came to the cliff planting village previously, suddenly began to frequently try to approach Chin Fan. Whether or not they need to be tracked and monitored on all fronts. The Shui family bodyguard's mission is to protect Shui Yalan. They don't know who Yu Yunqing is. For the sake of Shui Yalan's safety, they needed to pretend that the abnormally behaving Yu Yunqing was unfavorable to Chin Fan. Just in case Yu Yunqing tried to hurt Chin Fan and accidentally hurt Shui Yalan, great aunt Shui Yalan sent a message back to the bodyguard. Continue monitoring, but keep your distance and do not disturb. Remember, no prying into her privacy. Copy that. After Shui Yalan's great aunt put away her cell phone, her face was half smug and half worried. How about it, third sister? Sixth sister? Do you still doubt my speculation on Chin Fan's identity now? Shui Yalan's third and sixth aunts shook their heads. It seems that Chin Fan is 100% the real grandson that Elder Chin has been searching for over 20 years. That is, if old lady Lu makes a move and wants to marry her own granddaughter to Chin Fan. We Yalan, great aunt Shui Yalan side, and that's what worries me. Originally, we, Yalan, had the advantage of saving Chin Fan's life, but I recently learned that our Yalan seem to have done many bad things to Chin Fan before, plus the power of the Lu family. It's hard to say but from the video sent back by the bodyguard, Chin Fan is still the best with our Yalan, and has nothing good to say about that dear granddaughter of old lady Lu. Then it seems that it's still our Yalan that has the best chance. Sixth aunt Shui Yalan continued with a smile. As for the Li family's sweetness, she doesn't seem to pose a threat to our Yalan anymore. Great aunt Shui Yalan smiled and nodded. In the meantime, the Li family's mother, Li Sitian, received almost the same message. The only difference was that Chin Fan was barely accompanied by Li Sitian. This made Li Sitian's mom anxious. Originally, there was no advantage for that girl from the Shui clan, and now the eldest Miss Lu clan has also stepped in. Sitian, don't you like Chin Fan? Mom is doing you a favor by not telling you who he is. Did you have to make mom tell you who he was so you could see what a great opportunity this was? Sugar Li's mom called Xian Li's cell phone. Li Cn, who is setting up a stall in the village of Planting Cliffs, gets a fucking phone call and starts spouting off about Li C Sweet's lack of initiative over the phone. Mom, I really can't do anything about it. I've already thrown away my face to sell potato chicken here, but Chin Fan doesn't look at me, and my sister doesn't take the initiative. What can I do? Hello? Cheyenne, what did you say? Speak up. It's a little loud on your end. There's a guy next to Lil Cn there yelling at the top of his lungs. Watermelon, sweet, sweet, sweet watermelon, watermelon, exasperated. Lucine picked up a skewer of Potter's chicken and smashed it. Melon seller, get the fuck away from little master. The melon seller's man stomped away on his three-wheeled grimy, turned the corner and pulled out his cell phone and started sending messages. Chairman, I have new information. Yan Shualin, who had already left the Sad County, was losing his temper with all the managers in one of the meeting rooms of the Yen Group in the provincial capital. Are you all mealies? I'm asking you to come up with a proposal that can work with the Longdu Zhan Group. You Ryoma? Ding dong dash. The cell phone sitting on the table chimed and a message from the bodyguard popped up. Chairman, I have new information. Right now. Yan Shualin was most concerned about the news from Qinfan and Grim Zephyr's side. The word new information for the bodyguard is like a worm in the stomach. Rice bucket. A bunch of rice buckets. Yan Shualin cursed twice more and picked up his cell phone to go back to his office. What new intel? Can you send it out all at once every time you finish editing the message? Do I have to ask you and you say it again? Bodyguard, chairman. I thought it would be more interactive for me to say one thing and you to ask another. Yan Shualin's breath was stuck in his throat and almost didn't come up. I'm a wise old man. Why did you find such a heartless bodyguard? Okay, now I'm you telling. Don't you fucking think about interactivity, and if you have anything to do in the future, send me a one-time edited message. So that's how the chairman likes it. I see. Then tell me. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes have passed. The bouncer never said a word. Yan Shualin's heart was curious, like a cat scratching, and he scratched his ears anxiously. Where are the people? Talk to the fucking hell. I told you to talk. Did you hear me? Ding dong. The bodyguard returned a message that. What's so important? Chairman? Yan Shualin, 0.0? Anything important? I thought you fucking said you had new intel? Where's your new intel? Chairman, didn't you just say that you wanted me to finish editing the message at once before sending it to you? I was just editing the message. Yan Shualin, what about the message? Chairman, you keep sending me messages asking where I am in person. I thought you had something important, so I deleted the messages that I hadn't finished editing first. By the way, Chairman, do you have something urgent? I cheek, crackle dash. Yan Shualin was so angry that he directly slammed his cell phone on the ground, shattering it. The man selling watermelons in a deserted lot on the side of the public road outside the village of Planting Cliff was very puzzled. What the hell is going on with the chairman? Too emotionally unstable. Hey, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. What the ancients said is so right. Chairman, do you have anything else of importance? If not, I'll start editing the message. Hey, why didn't I just copy the half-edited message before deleting it? Hey, I've lost a little bit of my smarts by the emotionally unstable chairman. Yan's group. The capital of Province X. The male secretary knocked on the door of the room when he heard voices coming from the office. Chairman. Yan Shualin was so angry that he kept rubbing his chest to smooth out his anger. But right now he also needed to know what the new information the bodyguard was talking about. Clunk. Yan Shualin opened the door to his room. Chairman, the male secretary was careful, thinking that Yan Shualin was still pissed off because of the meeting he just had. Yan Shualin didn't have the good sense to say, "Go get me a new cell phone. Quick." The male secretary didn't dare to ask and quickly turned around to go buy a new cell phone. 20 minutes or so later, when Yan Shualin got his new cell phone and put his cell phone card in it as well, he logged into WeChat. Ding dong. A message of more than one screen was sent. The bodyguard started by saying that all was well in the Grim Reach and that the project was progressing well, followed by a few words about what he'd heard on the phone from Xian Li, as he followed her around. As well, about Yu Yunchun's recent unusual behavior. And finally there's the bodyguard's own work report. Though the process just got so exasperating that you kind of wanted to punch someone in the face. But now the message from the bodyguard was really useful. Young Li of the Dragon Capital Li family wants Miss Li to get good with Qinfan? That unidentified beautiful tourist has suddenly begun to launch a love attack on Qinfan as well? What the hell is going on here? Yan Shualin's network of connections was limited, and he couldn't think of anyone who could solve his problems even after thinking about his friends for a while. The only way he could get information was from the dog thief in Dragon Capital who sold information. Yan Shualin hesitated for a moment and sent a message to the dog thief who sold messages in Dragon Capital. Has anything big happened to the Li family recently? And this girl, do you know where she came from? Yuyunqing.jpg, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The dog thief who sold the news in Longdu immediately sent several messages. Crap. Miss Willow? Mr. Yen. You know the Miss Lu family? Crap. It slipped out. The news that she's the first lady of the Lu family. $100,000. Yan Shualin was angry at this time and directly returned a message. 100,000 nifty 100,000. The dog thieves who sold the news in Longdu didn't force the money, either. My own mistake. On me. Does Mr. Yen know which Lu family this Lu family is? This Yan Shualin was not really sure. His gaze was limited to the northern plains belt of the Dragon Kingdom. And there were even some areas of the northern plains belt of the Dragon Kingdom where he didn't necessarily know the bigwigs. Not to mention overseas. But it was impossible for Yan Shualin to directly admit that he didn't know. I do know a Willow family, but I don't know if it's the same Willow family you're talking about. The dog thief who sells news in Longdu is also a smart ghost, and once he looks at Yan Shualin's news, he knows that Yan Shualin actually doesn't know at all. Mr. Yen, like this, let's change the message. I'll tell you who she really is. You tell me where she is now and what she's doing. Yan Shualin didn't think much about it. He didn't have to spend any money. He was just exchanging messages. This is a good thing. Okay, you go first. The dog thief who sells messages starts sending them. Mr. Yen. This young lady's full name is Lu Yunqing. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a large family that went to Nanyang to escape the chaos during the war years. She is deeply favored by Old Lady Lu. Old Lady Lu has threatened that when this Miss Lu gets married, the Lu family will accompany her with a dowry of at least $10 billion. Hiss dash. Yan Shualin took a deep breath and raised his heart to his throat. Yu Yunqing is scary in this capacity. But what's even more frightening is that the bodyguard gave him a debriefing earlier that Lu Yunqing was like a female-licking dog trying to get close to Qin Fan and curry favor with him. Originally, it was enough for Yan Shualin to find it unbelievable that Miss Xue, Miss Li, and Miss Jiang treated Qin Fan like that. Now suddenly appeared a big Miss Lu family. Also a fucking stream want to give himself to Qin Fan? Directly shocked Yan Shualin for 10,000 years. Could Miss Lu have met Qin Fan by chance sometime and fallen in love with him at first sight? Ha ha ha. No way. Miss Lu grew up in the outer sea. What kind of world has she not seen? How could she believe in love at first sight? Ha 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 dash. Absolutely no way dash. Hello? Honey, call Koz Grimsan and tell him you unfroze his card behind my back and ask Koz Grimsan when he can make a trip home. Ding dong ding dong. The dog thieves who sell messages in Londo have been sending messages. Mr. Yen, I've finished what I know. Now please tell me where Miss Lu is now and what she's doing. Yan Shualin had anger in his heart because he had been cheated by the dog thief who had sold the news for $50,000 before. Miss Willow is in the country and she's trying to be a lickspittle for a youngster. Mr. Yen, don't joke. I know I was a bit unorthodox before. Who's kidding you? Mr. Yen, could it be true? If there's half a lie, let my bodyguard die 10,000 times. Mr. Yen, then can you tell us carefully which province, which city and which county Miss Lu is in? And who is the youngster that Miss Lu licked? Preferably with a video. Do you want me to give you a live feed? If I may, Mr. Yen, please, come on Nima. Want to know the details of the address and the youngster she licked? Abuan. Crap. Mr. Yen, you're too dark. I learned from you. Idol. When Yan Shualin bargained with the dog thief who sold the news, Magic City Shirley got the results of the investigation of Qin Bagua that he sent people to investigate. Qin Bagua, a retired soldier, used to run a kiosk in Province A. Apart from the irregular opening hours, there's nothing else suspicious. Because the commissary was not making money, he closed it last month and traveled to S County in X province to visit his comrades. I happened to see the recruitment information issued by Qin Fan. It seems that because of the high salary and benefits, I was worried about being snatched by others, and I went to apply for the job at the first time, and became Qin Fan's driver and bodyguard. Shirley frowned slightly after reading the message. Is that all? Yes, sure shall. Although the Magic City Shir group is also a large group that cannot be underestimated, but those who work under Shirley are not what can be on the front of the characters. They simply did not have the opportunity to participate in the Old Man Qin's birthday banquet. There is no way to know that Qin Bagua had appeared in the Old Man Qin's birthday banquet. I'm the one who's overthinking it. Shirley grimaced, reached his hand into the bathtub, grabbed a goldfish, and slammed it hard on the ground. It seems that Qin Fan doesn't have any special status. It's possible for that vanity-loving bitch Lu Yunqing to suddenly become interested in Qin Fan because she saw Shui Yalan and the others surrounding him. Shirley took out his cell phone and sent an icon to the assassin who was in X Province's S County X, read. In the meantime, in the capital of Province X, Grim Zephyr's mom dialed Grim Zephyr's phone. Hey, Koju. Hello? Mom, what's up? I secretly unfroze your card behind your father's back. If you're short of money to spend, tell Mom. Mom really misses you. Can you come home to see Mom? Grim, on the other hand, is still affectionate towards his mom, who doted on him since he was a child. But Grim then thought that when he needed support the most, his mom was on old Yan's side, and Grim got a little angry. Mom, I'm in the middle of a career. A great man aspires to the world, and definitely cannot be like some rich second generation who are too attached to their homes to venture into the world. As for old Yan's money, I don't need it. Mom, take care of yourself. I'm busy with my career. Grim then said and hung up. The provincial capital of Province X. Yan Shualin asked hurriedly. Honey, how's it going? Grim then Mom shook her head. Yan Shualin was a bit angry. Do I have to be the old man to beg him to come back? Does he really think that the Miss Lu family is really in love with Qin Fan? Maybe Miss Lu is just teasing Qin Fan after realizing that Qin Fan used to be a toy for the 7 misses in Dragon Capital, and is just having fun. Crap, it's really possible, isn't it? Ozeki Grimsan could never have imagined such a possibility. Planting Cliff Village. After hanging up with his mom, Li Xing dialed another number. Has the medicine I asked for been shipped yet? When will it arrive? Young Li is in a hurry. It's already been shipped and will probably arrive tomorrow. The medicine won't be a problem. Will it? Don't worry, young Li. Men use it for all 6 relatives. Women use it for human animals. You just need to bring her back to the room and you're guaranteed to get what you want. That's a lot of crap. After Lidhan hung up the phone, she rubbed her chin and began to think. We'll have to find out when we get the medicine. Brother Chin is surrounded by bodyguards. I have to detach the bodyguards. My sister has bodyguards with her as well. And not only bodyguards, but Sa Khan's mother as well. All of which had to be branched out to make it work. It's hard. Too hard. How do you sidetrack all of them at the same time? Oh, and I forgot about Xiaozhe Yen Junsang who has been following Brother Chin around. There's no way out. The burden of the entire Li family is on me alone. Extraordinary task, extraordinary means. I have to think of some other means. The next day, Lidhan goes to a county intersection to meet with a black sedan and get a vial of pills. As summer slips by, autumn winds are blowing. Yellow leaves are beginning to appear on the bright green sycamore trees. There are far fewer tourists as students are starting school. But never mind. Originally, these tourists came on their own. And Qin Fan didn't even publicize it. Qin Fan is not worried about the lack of tourists after all the backside is completed. In the small courtyard of Qin Fan, your dates are so sweet. Shui Yalan picked a basket of red dates, washed it with well water and ate it. After eating 2 or 3 of them he even took one and brought it to Qin Fan's mouth. Qin Fan, you eat one too. I'll take it myself. Just eat the one I'm holding for you. Yalan, we're just friends. Isn't this a bit ambiguous? Shui Yalan beamed. We're not just friends. We're good friends. Very good friends. What's wrong with feeding a good friend something to eat? Grim then. If I feed you, will you eat? Eat. Qin Fan. Look, he just eats. Qin Fan was helpless. He knew that if he didn't eat, Shui Yalan would keep on making a scene, so he could only eat the red dates that Shui Yalan brought to his mouth. Ding dong. A message beeped from his cell phone. The first thought in Qin Fan's mind, she returned the message? Pick up your cell phone and look at it. It wasn't a message from Willow Sissy. Left and right, Vancy. I'm off work early today. So how about I come find you and we grill our own meat? Okay, drive slowly on the road. Don't worry. After about 40 minutes or so, we arrived at the village of Planting Cliffs around the same time. Shui Yalan didn't leave even after she knew she was going to roast the meat. She wanted to stay and eat. Grim, on the other hand, was very active and immediately began to prepare the tools for roasting the meat, and even went to the 3 great mothers' homes to borrow spices from Li Si Sweet. Shui Yalan saw Li Sidian silently watching from afar and was very distressed. Calling Li Sidian to Qin Fan's small courtyard, Li Sidian ran over after seeing it. Any chance? The 3 oldest women were looking for it too, not knowing what was going on. Sugar. Li Sidian heard the 3rd eldest mother call her to walk out from Qin Fan's small courtyard. Godmother, I'm here. Sugar, you'll have to sleep on your own tonight. Godmother has to go back to Gonzo's his grandma's house. The 3 oldest women don't know what's going on to go back to their mother's house. It doesn't matter. All that mattered was that Li Xing's eyes lit up when she heard it. When they were all drunk, I snuck Jin and my sister into a house in the middle of the night. Opportunity. Here it comes. Godmother, I love you. The more Li Xing thought about it, the more agitated she became. Even if Brother Qin is angry afterward. But the rice is cooked. Brother Qin is so responsible. He will surely marry my sister, right? Qin will hate me more at best. But that's okay. All I need is for Qin to marry my sister. And my mission is accomplished. Qin will help my sister take care of Li's group. I'll just lie down and get the money to spend. Speaking of which, the future of the entire Li family will depend on me. An outsider, in the end. Oi, lamentable. Qin Fan, left and right. Grim then, along with Shui Yalan and Li Sidian were roasting their own meat in the small courtyard. And laughter accompanied by the scent drifted beyond the walls. Li Sidian sat on the street with a grin on her face. Drink more. Make sure you get drunk. The night sky looks like flung ink. Stars like glazed beads. A bright moon lit up all the glazed beads and spread out into a galaxy full of gems. Qin Fan, left and right. Grim then, as well as Shui Yalan and Li Sidian, were barbecuing and drinking in their own small courtyard, laughing and joking until 11:30 in the middle of the night. Shui Yalan's female assistant and bodyguard knocked on the courtyard door and entered. Mr. Shui, it's getting late. We should go back. Shui Yalan was slightly drunk and yelled that she would not go. Just squeeze with Qin Fan. Although Qin Fan was also a bit drunk, he got up and helped Shui Yalan to the female assistant. Drive slow on the road. After Shui Yalan left with the assistance of her female assistant, Qin Fan looked towards Li Sitian who was already lying on the stone table. Lisbeth isn't much of a drinker. but I drank a lot today. Xin Fan sighed, picked up Li Xian and sent her towards the three eldest mothers' house. Li Xian had been following far behind. He watched as Xin Fan helped Li Xian into the third dame's courtyard and sent her into the house. What? Don't you need me to make a move? So Xin is all faked? I've just finished thinking about it. Xin Fan retreated from the room and closed the door. I blanch. Is there really anyone in this world who can sit still? My sister's so pretty. Can you really handle it, brother Chin? Harmonious music. But that's okay. I'll call you dad if you can hold out with this pill. Xin Fan was also drunk and walked a little shakily. Li Xian was going to go straight up and hold Xin Fan, feed him a pill while he was drunk, and then send him to Li Xi's sweets room. But what Lithan didn't expect was that he had just taken a step forward when Shui Yalan's voice came from the street. I'm not going back. Sweetie is sleeping by herself today. She'll be scared. I'll sleep with Sweetie. Shui Yalan's female assistant and bodyguard couldn't do anything with Shui Yalan, so she could only help Shui Yalan to the door of the three daughters. Xin Fan hadn't gone far and turned around when he heard the sound. Although Xin Fan was also a bit drunk, he wasn't so drunk that he couldn't think properly. It would be good to have Yalan sleep with her. Trouble. Shui Yalan's female assistant and bodyguard nodded and helped Shui Yalan enter. Xin Fan staggered back to his small courtyard to sleep as well. Li Xian. What's going on? What are you doing? My sister is with Qin. She's not scared. Why did you come back? Xian. Why don't you go back to bed? A voice came from behind her, startling Li Xian. Uncle Li. Li, when did you come over? Uncle Li gave a faint look at Li Xian. I'm always behind you. Li Xian got goosebumps. Crap. How could I forget about Uncle Li? Just now if Yalan's sister didn't come back, I fed Qin brother the medicine. Ironically, I have to be taught a lesson by Uncle Li. Oh, ha ha ha, Uncle Li, I actually know you're behind me. Now that I've seen Yalan-san sleeping with my sister I'm relieved. So what? Uncle Li, I'm going back to bed. Li Xian left in a hurry. And not 2 steps away from the street another figure came out of the darkness. Uncle Qin looked at Li Xian coldly, though not a word was said, but it made Lithan break out in a cold sweat. Blanche, not only did this young man forget about Uncle Li, he also forgot about Qin's bodyguard. If Sister Yalan hadn't come back just now, this young man would have been seriously hurt tonight. It's okay, if it doesn't work this time, there'll be another time. This young man will never give up. The next morning, Qin Zhengang didn't participate in drinking last night. He got up early and went to the construction site to keep an eye on it. Xin Fan, left and right, and Grim, on the other hand, didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the morning. Yuzu, is the company okay? It's okay, I can go back in the afternoon now that it's started. I happen to have some business at the clothing factory this afternoon, so let's go back together. Okay, when we pass by our Zhao Group's construction site, I'll show you my car skills. Your car skills? Ha ha ha, you'll see when the time comes. In the afternoon when Xin Fan and the left and right piece left the planted cliff village toward the county town, on the other side of the room Li Xian sighs. What a great opportunity. I didn't think I'd just miss it. Hey, actually, even if Sister Yalan didn't come back, with Uncle Li and Brother Qin's bodyguards around, I wouldn't have succeeded. There's still a lot of careful planning to be done, and everyone must be accounted for at every turn. The Li family's 1,000-pound burden is surprisingly all on me alone. AI. An old man in the village had picked many wild fruits on the mountains and forests and sold them by the roadside. Li Xian gave a contemptuous look at the, how dare you sell them? As soon as he turned his head, he saw Li Xian walking towards him. Shaun, drive and come with me to the county seat. What's up sis? There's not enough food in the village. My godmother hasn't come back yet. I'll order some. Order today and send it tomorrow just in time to use it. Sis, how come they let you go? Isn't that treating you like a servant? So much nonsense. Are you going or not? Go go go. When Li Xian was very reluctant to drive his Hummer with Li Si-Sweet to the county seat to find a grocery vendor to order food, Xin Fan and the left and right had arrived at the Zhao Group site in County S. Left and right jumped onto a large forklift and showed Xin Fan a bit of the forklift's technique of using the shovel arm to go downhill. Crap! Yuzu, when did you learn that? Ha ha ha, how was it? Not bad. Ha? No, when did you learn that? Isn't it recently started? I have nothing to do in the office. I grew up envious of driving a forklift. I think digging with a forklift thieves fucking decompression. I specially came here to learn from the forklift master. Cow. You're a real cow to learn so quickly. Yuzu, you haven't been driving a forklift at a construction site a lot lately, have you? Yeah, what's up? You can just change your name to Shovel Manager. Ha ha. After chatting for a couple of minutes, Xin Fan also visited the Zhao Group site and was ready to continue on his way to the clothing factory. Zhao's Group's construction site is just beside the main road. The left and right sent Xin Fan to the roadside and then returned to the forklift. operating the forklift and shaking the shovel arm as a way of waving goodbye to Chin Fan. Chin Fan shook his head and smiled. The oldest is still childishly driving a forklift. Childish. As Chin Fan walked toward the car on the side of the road, Li Xian happened to be driving Li Si Sweet by, slowed down and, Chin, sis, do you want to have a word with Chin? Lisbeth paused for a second and shook her head. On the other side, Chin Fan waved his hand to the left and right and got into the car. Just as Chin Fan closed the car door and Uncle Chin was about to start the car, a truck seemed to have broken its brakes as if it was rushing towards Chin Fan's car from the rear at full speed. The left and right at the construction site, who were driving a forklift, saw the scene and yelled, Vancy, get out of the way. While shouting, the left and right drove their forklifts towards the main road, ready to crash into the big trucks rushing towards Chin Fan. On the other side, Li Xian had just picked up speed and was ready to leave when she noticed a truck rushing towards Chin Fan's car. Her mind raced and her eyes lit up. It didn't work out last night. I didn't realize that there would be another village in the dark. The opportunity this delivered right in front of us. Li Xian jerked the wheel and rammed her foot on the gas into the truck. Sis, that's all I can do for you. Electricity. After Lidhan shouted this, he jumped out of the car himself. His Hummer, carrying Li Si Tian, crashed into the big truck.